A formidable individual, embodying both audacity and a hint of rebellious spirit, possessing both valor and vision. A denizen of Blue Star reincarnates as Dudley Dursley, the Muggle cousin of Harry Potter in a parallel universe. Through addressing the unresolved events of the original narrative, he seizes the opportunity to amalgamate magical artifacts, deftly employing both strength and reason, ultimately transforming from a mere Muggle into a conceptual deity of magic. Thus, the somber childhood of the Savior is illuminated by a beam of rectitude. The half-blood giants longed for dragon soars freely above the forbidden forest. The sweet-toothed old bee undergoes a profound transformation, forsaking his reckless leaps from the astronomy tower. The haughty little dragon experiences newfound growth. As the path of friendship unfolds divinely, the venomous old bat, once misunderstood, now finds itself ensnared by its own toxicity. The capering pink toad truly becomes a pink toad. Hogwarts ignites a wave of educational reform. And the dearly departed, cherished by those who love them, return from the realm beyond the veil. Additionally, the brutal wizarding war, which spared not even the birds, devolves into a mere display of overwhelming dominance. Chapter 1. A beautiful day begins with encouragement towards virtue. Harry, go slap him twice. All right, cousin. In a narrow alleyway corner, an 11-year-old boy named Harry Potter, distinguished by his tousled black hair, a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, round glasses perched upon his nose, and a healthy, well-proportioned physique, stood ready. A flicker of compassion and resolve danced in his emerald eyes. As he complied with his cousin's request, he hastened forward, seizing the collar of a trembling adult male thief, cornered and cowering on the ground. With swift precision, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to the man's face. Then, amidst the thief's pitiful sobs, he quietly returned to his cousin's side. Dudley Dursley, clad in a smelting school uniform, holding a bag of pilfered beef jerky in one hand and a smelting's cane in the other, stood nearly 6 feet tall, robust, and muscular for his age. He observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. Once the thief exhibited a complete loss of will to resist, Dudley turned to his younger cousin, who was 5 weeks his junior, and remarked, "Harry, you could be even swifter. Moreover, temper the pity in your eyes. Compassion for your enemies is cruelty towards yourself and your kin. This thief is a notorious criminal in our neighborhood, having robbed 5 residents and even snatched snacks from school children. He is not deserving of your sympathy." Dudley's earnest admonition brought a hint of shame to Harry's countenance, yet he could not suppress his inquiry. "But cousin, you've already struck him over 10 times and thrashed him with your wand more than 30 times. Surely that's enough, isn't it?" It is indeed sufficient," Dudley replied, tossing the bag of beef jerky to Harry. He raised his wand once more, advancing towards the bruised and lightly wounded thief. Feeling the weight of renewed pressure, the thief ceased his weeping, paralyzed by fear. I was wrong. You, stand up," Dudley commanded, raising his wand high. At this terrifying sight, the thief's trembling legs were inexplicably restored, and he sprang to his feet, stifling his cries of agony, bending low in fear before Dudley, anxious that the extraordinary power of this ordinary child might once again befall him through the firm cane. Dudley surveyed the compliant figure before him with satisfaction and gradually lowered his wand. Just as the thief breathed a sigh of relief, Dudley quickly rifled through the man's pockets, both overt and hidden, collecting over £100 and 30 pence in mere moments. This agile dexterity surpassed that of the thief himself, leaving the man astounded. What he initially perceived as a formidable young defender now revealed itself to be a seasoned thief far more skilled than he. "Close your astonished mouth," Dudley sneered. "In light of your lack of malice towards the less fortunate, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare disrupt our territory again, the outcome will not be so pleasant. Now be gone." The thief, regaining his composure, nodded and expressed his gratitude, cautiously bypassing Dudley and Harry as he staggered towards the alley's exit. "Stop," Dudley called out in an authoritative tone. The thief halted, his face contorted in dismay as he turned back to Dudley with a forced smile. "Here's a piece of advice. Your wit is lacking, your luck is poor, and you seem to flee towards dead ends. This line of work is ill-suited for you. It would be wiser to make use of the money you have hidden in your shoes and pursue honest endeavors." Startled, the thief glanced down, noticing that his remaining funds were peeking out from his shoes. Cursing his luck, he hastily tucked the bills back in. Having concluded this encounter, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Perhaps the young rogue was ill-fitted for this lifestyle. A return to righteousness was his true destination. Having come to this realization, the thief looked toward Dudley and Harry, wishing to utter something, only to find that the two had already moved past him to the alley's mouth. Words caught in his throat, he remained silent. Dudley, a Muggle-born heir, had no desire for the tainted currency. He had no interest in the trifles the thief possessed. His motives lay in honing his skills, training his cousin, and solidifying loyalty among his peers. As Dudley walked home with Harry, he passed an intersection and handed the money he had taken from the thief to his right-hand man, the slight and wiry Pierre Poches, waiting by the roadside. Pierre, arrange for someone to return the money to its rightful owner, and let the excess be distributed among our brothers. As per our usual practice, should the owner wish to express gratitude, inquire if they possess any unusual trinkets of uncertain origin. If so, have them sent to me. If anyone accepts our assistance without a show of appreciation, I will ensure they remember us. Dudley articulated his instructions clearly, and Pierre nodded, diligently committing them to memory. Once Dudley had finished, Pierre hesitated before cautiously asking, "What about the bag of beef jerky from our classmate? Buy a new one with the money and return it. This bag is for Harry, and me it's rather delightful." With that, Dudley snatched the jerky from Harry and began to savor it. "Yes, boss," Pierre replied, nodding before turning to execute Dudley's orders. In the early morning of Little Whinging in Surrey, the streets were devoid of many pedestrians. Utilizing the free time afforded by summer vacation, Dudley had engaged in a valuable social practice with his beloved cousin, leaving him in high spirits. Yet his cousin, the illustrious Harry Potter of the wizarding world, harbored some unusual concerns in his heart. "Cousin, will a wizard truly come to take me to Hogwarts to learn magic? Aunt Petunia said I should attend Stonewall High." On the way to number 4, Privet Drive, Harry hesitated for a moment, gazing at Dudley's uniform from Smeltings, before finally speaking up. He felt the need for guidance from his cousin, who appeared omniscient and capable of finding solutions to any predicament, to dispel the confusion clouding his mind. In response, Dudley continued walking, affirmatively assuring him, "Harry, trust me, they will notify you about your enrollment." Chapter 2, The Enrollment Notification, The Owl Messenger. According to the contents of the books delivered to me by your fervent admirer, the rather dim-witted wizard named Diggory, it states that children born in the regions of the United Kingdom and Ireland with magical abilities will attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon turning 11. The headmaster of this esteemed institution, Albus Dumbledore, is the very person who brought you here approximately a decade ago, leaving behind a letter of explanation. Dudley articulated his reasoning with clarity, ultimately reassuring Harry, "Rest assured, Harry, even if no one informs you about the wizarding world, I would never allow you to attend that chaotic and subpar Stonewall High." "Cousin, I understand. Thank you." Harry felt a warmth in his heart, his worries and shadows for the future dissipating entirely. Dudley had always been intelligent and fond of reading, strong yet amiable, growing up alongside him and treating him better than a brother. Even when Harry's magical outbursts resulted in unimaginable mishaps, causing others to regard him as a freak, Dudley never looked at him differently. Instead, he showed greater concern and actively guided him in becoming familiar with his extraordinary abilities. If it weren't for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's lingering aloofness and disdain, perhaps Harry's childhood could be deemed nearly perfect. Shaking his head, Harry employed the method his cousin had taught him to cast aside his unpleasant thoughts. He then cheerfully matched Dudley's pace, eagerly bombarding him with questions some he had previously asked, others new, taking delight in the conversation. "Cousin, is the Mr. Diggory you mentioned the peculiar man who bowed and tipped his hat to me in the shop?" "Yes, that's him. After he greeted you that day, I followed him to inquire about it. He told me you are the chosen one, the boy who lived, a star in the wizarding world, and he holds you in the highest esteem. Later, I arranged to trade some of your signed notebooks for various foundational books on wizards and magic. He was very willing and quite pleased, even giving me extra magical coins called galleons." Dudley Dursley, munching on beef jerky, patiently answered Harry's inquiries. The poise and tranquility he exuded seemed far removed from that of an 11-year-old, resembling more an elder who, despite comprehending the complexities of the world, remains passionate. However, Harry Potter and his parents, the Dursleys, were blissfully unaware of this. To them, Dudley had always been this extraordinary, this transcendent of the ordinary. Cousin, does that headmaster Dumbledore ride a motorcycle? A flying motorcycle? I've been dreaming of soaring on a flying motorcycle for what seems like ages." "Oh, Harry, I don't think you should associate a man over 100 years old with such extreme sports. Even if the book says he is the greatest wizard of the 20th century, with only 9 years left until the century ends, he must be quite elderly, wouldn't you agree? Then was the flying motorcycle merely a dream of mine? No, perhaps it was someone else who brought you here on a flying motorcycle. Dumbledore is a headmaster, surely he must have some subordinates, right? Just like I have my Dudley gang. Perhaps he has a Dumbledore's army or something similar. Does Dumbledore box as well?" Just like you, cousin. The distance they traveled was not long, and as Dudley and Harry conversed, they soon arrived at their destination, the spacious two-story house at number 4, Privet Drive, where they had lived together for nearly a decade. By this time, it was around 8 or 9 in the morning, still very much part of the morning. A brown owl, clutching a yellowed letter, flew in from the horizon and accurately deposited the letter into the mailbox at their doorstep. "Harry, I believe your enrollment notification has arrived," Dudley exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he observed the round-faced Scottish owl, which quickly turned soft and affectionate. Dudley made a sound to attract the attention of the messenger owl, which was initially unwilling to engage with a Muggle, eager to return to the owl post at Hogwarts for a meal of field mice. However, its keen eyes caught sight of the delicious beef jerky held aloft by Dudley, who had a substantial supply tucked beneath his arm. Unable to resist the culinary temptation, the owl altered its flight path, circling back toward the beef jerky in Dudley's grasp. Seeing this, Dudley's eyes lit up as he extended the smelting stick to provide a perch for the owl, while generously offering pieces of jerky from the bag nestled in his arm. The owl, while treated, gradually relaxed its guard, eagerly gobbling down the jerky. Even when Dudley touched its wings and back feathers, it offered no resistance. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor avoids shipwreck, but the owl messenger of the British wizarding world clearly had not heard this wisdom, easily falling into Dudley's grasp. At that moment, Dudley discarded the smelting stick and the bag of jerky, using both hands to firmly hold the owl. The poor messenger, frightened, struggled vigorously in Dudley's grip. "Harry," Dudley called softly. "Yes, cousin." Harry, standing nearby, instantly understood his cousin's intent. He extended his hands toward the writhing owl, focusing intently, consciously channeling his innate magical power. "Calm, quiet, relax, we mean no harm." As Harry murmured these incantations, an invisible magic emanated from his hands, enveloping the agitated owl. Remarkably, the distressed creature gradually settled down, ceasing its struggles and allowing Dudley to maintain his hold. "Good. Nice bird." Dudley grinned. Laughing, he turned to Harry, saying, "Go ahead and take a look at your letter. Don't go inside, we'll read it here before heading in." Harry paused for a moment, then comprehended Dudley's reasoning. This was to prevent Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who despised magic, from interfering with his reading of the letter. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had always showered Dudley with affection and compliance, except when it came to matters concerning wizards and magic. Harry quickly approached the mailbox, sifting through several letters and bills until he found the parchment letter delivered by the owl, made of yellowed sheepskin. Breaking the wax seal adorned with the emblems of a lion, badger, eagle, and snake, Harry Potter effortlessly unveiled his first official enrollment notification from Hogwarts. "Cousin, this is indeed a letter from Hogwarts. They have invited me to commence my studies on September 1st, and I must procure a wand, supplies, a pet, and textbooks for my first year. I am required to respond before July 31st. How shall I correspond with the wizards at Hogwarts?" "Oh wait, cousin, you have captured the messenger," Harry whispered excitedly to Dudley, sharing the contents of the letter with uncontainable joy. Yet, amidst his elation, a thought suddenly struck Harry, causing his spirits to plummet. "Cousin, if I attend Hogwarts, I will no longer be able to go to school with you." Chapter 3. A confrontation with the adult world. "Do not fret, Harry. There remains nearly 2 months until the commencement of school. Perhaps fortune will favor us yet." Dudley clutched the owl with a confident grin, dispelling Harry's despondency with his words. Harry's spirits lifted once more. "I know, cousin, you once said that until the final moment, anything is possible, am I right?" "Indeed." Dudley ceased his laughter, freeing one hand to take the letter from Harry, glancing over its contents. "However, before we seek a change in our fortunes, we must first ensure a stable foundation. Are you prepared to persuade those obstinate and foolish adults, Harry?" Upon hearing this, Harry suddenly understood, his emerald eyes gazing at Dudley with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. "Cousin, you mean take my wand and that bag of beef jerky and go open the door?" Dudley's voice remained steady and authoritative. "Yes, cousin." A flicker of excitement coursed through Harry, though trepidation lingered as well. Regardless, he resolved to unconditionally support his cousin's intentions. Picking up the fallen Smeaton wand and the beef jerky, Harry took a somewhat heavy step as he twisted the handle of the pristine white door, standing aside to hold it open for Dudley. With an owl in his left hand and an acceptance letter in his right, Dudley confidently stepped through the threshold, and Harry promptly followed. "Oh, my darling Dudley, you've finally returned. Are you hungry? Mother has prepared some deliciously pan-seared bacon, though it may be a tad cold by now. We must reheat it. My precious one is truly remarkable. Look, he is captured now. Dudley darling, are you planning to fry it or roast it? I would suggest roasting, as it yields a more alluring color and a more delightful aroma. Upon entering, Dudley was warmly welcomed by his parents, the Dursleys. Petunia donned an apron, while Vernon set aside his newspaper, showering Dudley with heartfelt inquiries and effusive praise, their emotional support overflowing. Yet, they habitually disregarded Harry, who stood unnoticed in the background, devoid of scorn or excessive concern. Enveloped in a cocoon of indulgence, Dudley, in this second life, was aware that such treatment was not entirely just. Yet he could not help but revel in it. Nonetheless, today he had important matters to address, and he needed to speak. Mother, Harry and I had beef jerky on the way. There's no need to cook the bacon. Father, this owl is not meant for eating. It is for delivering messages to the wizards at Hogwarts. Clatter. The spatula fell to the floor. The usually vibrant Dursley household fell into an unprecedented silence. Petunia and Vernon stared wide-eyed, in perfect unison, their astonished gazes shifting from Dudley to the owl in his grasp, and then to the somewhat apprehensive Harry at Dudley's side. No! A shrill cry echoed throughout the room. Dudley darling, quickly throw that strange bird outside. In this world, there are no wizards, no magic, and certainly no owls that deliver letters. Penny recalled the painful past, exclaiming in despair. Her voice soared with intensity as she spoke harshly to Dudley, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing an intricate sorrow. Meanwhile, Vernon, who had been seated on the sofa reading the newspaper, now turned his ire towards Harry, who had remained silent throughout. He rose, his rotund figure standing tall, and strode purposefully towards Dudley and Harry, shouting angrily at Harry, "It's you who has invited this strange thing. I assentee it? Harry, I've warned you not to bring these bizarre matters into our lives." Harry, paralyzed by fear, sought refuge behind Dudley's sturdy frame. "Don't be afraid, Harry," Dudley assured him. "There's no time. We can't let them continue in their ignorance and self-deception. Go, calm them down." Without hesitation, Dudley raised his right hand, clutching the letter, to block Vernon's outstretched, hefty hand aimed at Harry. In a moment of unexpected cleverness, he pushed against Vernon with surprising force. In the next instant, Vernon felt an overwhelming and ingenious power encircle his almost spherical body, causing him to spiral backward, stumbling back onto the sofa. "That's my boy, little Dudley." Vernon instinctively praised his son as he collapsed onto the couch. At that moment, emboldened by his cousin's command, Harry overcame his apprehension towards his elders. Steadfastly standing beside Dudley, extending his hands towards the Dursleys with determination. "Harry, what are you doing?" Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exclaimed in unison. Calm down, as Harry murmured, a wave of magic, infused with his earnest and fervent hope, transformed into a soothing force that rapidly spread throughout the room. The anger etched on the Dursleys' faces dissipated at a visible pace. "Dad, Mom, let's sit down and talk this through," Dudley urged, his sincerity palpable. "All right," came the reluctant agreement. Moments later, the owl messenger settled into a large birdcage that Harry had found in the cupboard under the stairs. As everyone gathered around the coffee table in the living room, the Hogwarts acceptance letter lay crumpled in the center of the table after the Dursleys had perused it. "Dad, Mom, first and foremost, I must clarify something that you both already know deep down," Dudley began, breaking the silence, "that magic and wizards are indeed real. Harry's recent display is a living testament. Dudley, what if these strange things exist? Our lives should not be entangled with those damned wizards. Let us keep our distance from them. Perhaps we should move away," Vernon Dursley insisted, still wishing to remain a quail, fleeing from the incomprehensible oddities that had encroached upon their lives. When faced with phenomena that are deeply intertwined with our lives, yet difficult to comprehend, we ought not to evade or resist, but rather to seek understanding and acceptance, ultimately mastering them and transforming them into our own strength. Harry gently imparted wisdom to his beloved family, asking his father, "Dad, let me pose a question. If the drilling company where you work encounters competitors armed with innovative drilling technologies and machinery, intent on seizing your company's orders, what would you as the manager do?" Vernon immediately engaged his mind, feeling a sense of pride that his son surpassed him in intellect. Yet he also desired to showcase his own strengths, yearning for the admiration reflected in his son's eyes. Perhaps we could initiate a price war to retain our existing clientele, while simultaneously upgrading our technology and machinery, or even consider acquiring the competitor with a new technology. You are indeed a competent manager, Dad, Derry acknowledged with a glance of approval towards Vernon. But if you recognize the significance of embracing new things, why then do you resist magic? Chapter 4. Acknowledge it. Love genuinely exists. It's different, my dear Derry. That peculiar entity called magic is beyond our control, and those strange beings wielding sticks are perilously dangerous. The best course of action is to steer clear of them. Vernon remained resolute in his beliefs. Then why did you choose to marry a woman with a witch for a sister? Were you unaware of my mother's family background before your marriage? Did you not foresee that your life might be disrupted by uncontrollable forces? Derry pivoted his argument, posing 3 incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing these inquiries, Penny, who had intended to interject in support of Vernon, found herself momentarily silenced, her gaze turned expectantly towards Vernon, eager for his response. Similar questions had been posed long ago, before their marriage, when she was still a young girl. Reflecting upon those distant memories now brought her immense happiness. Because I love her. I love your mother, my dear Derry. Vernon paused, seemingly taken aback by the depth of his son's questions. But his expression soon softened into one of profound affection as he earnestly answered. He then gazed at Penny, his wife, with tender devotion. Love can surmount all obstacles. Love enables me to forsake the principles I have steadfastly held. Vernon spoke with the gravitas of a philosopher imparting wisdom, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Penny, overjoyed, playfully leaped into Vernon's embrace, showering affection upon him. Observing this scene, Derry felt no surprise. He understood the essence of his parents' relationship. Vernon, robust and irritable, despised oddities. Penny, slender-necked and fond of gossip, possessed a sharp tongue. Yet their affection for one another was undeniable. Such temperaments never erupted towards family, save for poor Harry. Mom and Dad, although I hesitate to intrude, I believe this is the opportune moment to clarify my thoughts. Dudley, rather inopportunely, proclaimed that amidst the tender moment enveloping his parents in love, it was imperative for them to comprehend the significance of magic. Upon hearing Dudley's voice, Vernon and Petunia, momentarily disengaged from their affectionate embrace, turned their attention back to him, waiting for his elaboration. Since long ago, Father, you accepted Mother's connection to the wizarding world out of love. I implore you both to continue nurturing that influence of love. Harry must attend Hogwarts, unless you wish to witness him transform into a monstrous being, a creature of dark mist, devoid of reason and intent only on destruction. What? The Dursleys gasped in unison. Harry, seated beside Dudley, wore an expression of astonishment mixed with trepidation. Clearly, the entire family was taken aback by Dudley's alarming declaration. Dudley reached out, gently ruffling Harry's hair to calm him, and proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of magic. If a young wizard remains in an environment of suppression and denial for too long, stifling their magical abilities without proper guidance, a terrifying darkness may manifest within. Wizards refer to this dark force as the quietus, and those young witches and wizards who harbor it become known as the quieted. When their emotions and powers are suppressed to a breaking point, or suddenly provoked, they may irrevocably transform into a terrifying cloud of black mist, wreaking havoc and destruction. Father, Mother, your continual denial of Harry's magical potential and your neglect towards him, amounting to emotional cruelty, is indeed perilous. To speak candidly, without my guidance and support, Harry might have succumbed to becoming one of the quieted before reaching the age of 10. Given Harry's inherently kind nature, he might retreat into solitude, seeking out the departed Aunt Lily and Uncle James, long before losing his sanity and causing devastation. Young wizards require appropriate guidance to master their magical powers and prevent harm to themselves and others, which is precisely why all young witches and wizards must attend a magical school by the age of 11. Dudley spoke a mixture of truth and fabrication, concocting a dire consequence to provoke his obstinate parents into reflection. Indeed, the Dursleys' eyes widened in horror. Why did they not inform me of this? Petunia exclaimed, losing her composure. If they had told me, I absolutely would not have. Vernon hurriedly embraced the agitated Petunia, offering her solace. He too was frightened. overwhelmed with regret. Yet his remorse was less about Harry's well-being and more about the narrow escape his family had from calamity. In Vernon's heart, the meager feelings he harbored for Harry paled in comparison to the safety of his wife and son. Indeed, you still care for Harry. Especially you, Mother. Dudley chuckled, gently pinching Harry's palm. As Harry emerged from a daze, he realized that his cousin's cryptic remark implied that the earlier words contained an element of exaggeration. The weight upon his heart lifted, and noticing Aunt Petunia's deteriorating state, he quickly extended his hands to once again invoke the calming magic his cousin had guided him to develop. Aunt Petunia's complexion improved slightly, and, as she regained her senses, she hurriedly denied Dudley's earlier statement. "No, I do not. Who would love him? His mother took away most of my parents' affection during my childhood, simply because she possessed that wretched magic. I loathe Lily. I utterly despise her. Her child is no exception." Aunt Petunia's desperate attempts to conceal her feelings left Harry pale with shock, yet it only softened Dudley's laughter. He affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, soothing him while correcting his mother. "That's not true, Mom. You love Harry, and you love Aunt Lily too. If you didn't love him, you wouldn't have taken him in 10 years ago. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have carefully stored the blanket that wrapped Harry and the letters exchanged with Aunt Lily deep in the wardrobe of your bedroom. If you didn't care, upon reading the letter left by Dumbledore, knowing that Aunt Lily's family was being persecuted by a powerful dark wizard, wouldn't the right course of action have been to send Harry to an orphanage?" Aunt Petunia, pursing her lips, stubbornly attempted to deny these sentiments. Unexpectedly, Dudley picked up her thread, because the letter stated that the protective magic Aunt Lily sacrificed her life to create for Harry would only remain effective as long as he lived with a blood relative of hers, thus shielding him from dark wizards until he turned 17. Right? "Dudley, how do you know so much about wizards? And have you been rummaging through our bedroom?" Petunia inquired, bewildered and somewhat irate, feigning a furious demeanor in an attempt to divert the conversation. "That doesn't seem matter, Mom." Dudley remained undeterred, believing that enduring prolonged discomfort was far worse than facing the truth. He had been mediating between his parents and cousin for a decade and was unwilling to compromise any longer. Today, he was determined to solidify their stance. He spoke solemnly. "What matters is that the letter only mentioned Harry would be protected by Aunt Lily's magic, not that our family would also be shielded. Harry has offended a particularly formidable dark wizard, and in light of this, you still chose to adopt him. This proves I am right. You do hold a place for Aunt Lily and Harry in your heart. You simply refuse to acknowledge it." Tears welled in Petunia's eyes, but she found herself at a loss for words. For the first time, under Dudley's provocation, she confronted her complex emotions with clarity. She remained envious of her sister, envious of Lily's magical abilities, envious of the affection their parents bestowed upon her. Yet she could not deny that it was not her sister's fault. Lily loved her dearly, considering her an important part of the family. She appeared to be concerned about Lily and her son as well. "Vernon, I'm sorry," Petunia said, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with the handkerchief that Dudley had thoughtfully offered. Then, without a coherent lead-in, she turned to her husband and uttered a remark. Vernon embraced Petunia, and despite his usual clumsiness in certain matters, he instinctively grasped his wife's sentiment at that moment. "I understand. It's nothing, my dear. I'm with you always." He held Petunia close, gently patting her shoulder with a substantial hand, murmuring affectionately as his own eyes glistened with unshed tears. "All right, you've won, my son." After a brief pause, Vernon expressed to Dudley and Harry with a hint of resignation, "Go on. Let Harry attend that wretched school of magic and learn how to wave around a stick." Dudley felt a twinge of guilt, but recognized that this was merely the painful precursor to a harmonious family life. Meanwhile, Harry stood by, feeling utterly at a loss. Although he had been granted permission to study magic at Hogwarts, he was unable to feel any joy. They had never witnessed the Dursleys in such a state. Then, due to the host's intervention, the regret event of unspoken entangled affection is now unlocked. Unspoken entangled affection, level for a long time, Petunia Dursley had failed to confront her feelings of kinship toward Harry. She took the risk of adopting him, yet throughout his upbringing, she maintained a cold demeanor, providing only the bare minimum of material support. In the original storyline, it wasn't until Harry's 7th year at Hogwarts, when he was relocated by members of the Order of the Phoenix to escape the persecution of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, that she truly considered embracing him and wishing him well. However, she never found the words to express it. After Petunia's passing, in accordance with his mother's last wishes, Dudley returned the cherished blanket that once wrapped baby Harry upon his arrival at number 4 Privet Drive. But he still had no extra words for Harry. In the midst of the temporary silence, Dudley received a system notification. He was surprised. He had only intended to persuade his parents to accept Harry and magic, never anticipating that he could trigger a regret event ahead of time. Though it was merely the most basic level of regret event, it was nonetheless a pleasant surprise. From the details of the regret event, it became evident that the key to resolving this regret lay in Petunia expressing her affection for Harry in her own words. Given the current situation, Petunia was evidently moved, and completing this regret merely required an opportunity. Dudley had a thought brewing in his mind as he observed his parents, entwined in their emotions and weeping. But he decided to let that thought simmer for now. He needed to proceed with the original plan. The Dursleys had already granted permission for Harry to attend Hogwarts, yet he had not yet laid the groundwork for his own desire to go. Better a short pain than a prolonged one. Seizing the moment of his parents' emotional upheaval, he resolved to finalize everything at once. "Harry," Dudley called out, "go find the envelope, the stationery, and a pen. Bring them here. I'll dictate, and you shall write." Harry suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly followed his cousin's instructions, making his way upstairs to search for something in his bedroom. During Harry's brief absence, Dudley, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned to his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, and said, "Mom, Dad, I may have spoken too harshly just now, and I apologize if I upset you. Please believe that I'm genuinely concerned for our family. We are utterly powerless against the forces of wizards and magic. Dad, you mentioned moving away to escape, but you are unaware that we are under special scrutiny. There is no escaping this. This is also why Dumbledore did not mention anything about the wizarding education in his letters. He knows they can monitor our family's movements and Harry's growth. Should any irreparable incident occur, they can intervene at any moment." "What?" Petunia and Vernon were once again taken aback. At this moment, Harry descended the stairs, carrying writing materials. Dudley, showing no signs of restraint, continued to explain, "Take Mrs. Figg, our well-meaning neighbor, for example. She lives 2 streets away, yet still goes out of her way to be friendly. Moreover, she has so many clever cats, not merely for companionship, but as a multitude of watchful eyes." Dudley's words left the Dursleys and Harry astonished, compelling them to glance outside. There were Tibbles and Mr. Paws. Harry keenly spotted the 2 cats, licking their fur while stealing glances into the Dursley home. Both were Mrs. Figg's beloved pets. "How dare they?" Petunia exclaimed, her fiery side resurfacing in indignation. "Of course they dare," Dudley asserted with unwavering conviction. "Without power, one is subject to the whims of others, whether benevolent or malevolent, and we cannot refuse." As Harry settled back into his seat, paper and pen in hand, a thought struck him. "Cousin, could those strange individuals who saluted me outside in the past also be?" "Exactly," Dudley replied with admiration for Harry's insight. "They are wizards, likely Dumbledore's associates, quietly watching over you while keeping an eye on us. The gentleman who brought me the wizarding books, Mr. Diggory, spoke highly of Dumbledore during our conversation." Silence enveloped the family once more. Fear and repulsion flickered across Vernon's face, only to be forcibly suppressed. Petunia appeared lost and bewildered. Harry was overcome by an indescribable sensation, one that felt decidedly unpleasant. Don't overthink it. The thoughts of the weak merely lead to self-inflicted anguish. Dudley roused everyone, then turned to Harry, saying, "Harry, write a letter. Inform Dumbledore to send someone knowledgeable about the wizarding world on July 31st, your birthday, to guide you in purchasing the items mentioned in the letter. Emphasize that I want to accompany you throughout the entire process." "Understood, cousin." Harry began to write with fervor. "Dada, baby, this is far too perilous. There is no need for you to accompany us." Penny instinctively worried for her child. "No, I must go. I not only wish to accompany Harry to the wizarding world for shopping, but I also aspire to attend Hogwarts alongside him to learn magic." Dudley's tone was resolute and fearsome, leaving no room for doubt. In an instant, Penny recalled the letter she once penned to Dumbledore, yearning to study magic like Lily. "Dudley, they will not accept you. Hogwarts only admits peculiar children like Harry. It's all about determination, mother." Chapter 6. The Transformation of the Dursley Family's Mindset. Penny and Vernon were filled with conflict. On one side lay their aversion and fear of wizards and magic, while on the other was Dudley's fervent anticipation. They understood their son's unwavering nature and had long indulged his every whim, to the point of blind faith. Apart from matters concerning Harry, wizards, and magic, the Dursleys had never denied any of Dudley's requests. "Very well, Dudley, I shall accompany you," Vernon declared with newfound resolve, contemplating the wizarding world for the sake of his son's desires and safety. It is worth noting that he harbored a deep-seated disdain for wizards and magic. Yet for love, he was willing to shatter his own principles once more. Penny was astonished, yet quickly grasped the reasons behind her husband's decision, feeling even more touched. With such considerate parents, Dudley felt a swell of emotion. However, it was precisely this sentiment that compelled him to prevent Vernon and Penny from joining the Diagon Alley expedition. After all, his motives for participating in this journey were far from innocent. He had been scheming for years, preparing meticulously, and as long as this adventure did not deviate too far from the original narrative, he had a substantial chance to transcend into an extraordinary realm. "Mom and Dad, neither of you should come." Dudley firmly rejected his father's goodwill. Regardless, the wizards on Dumbledore's side supported Harry. Those he dispatched would ensure our safety. Moreover, should danger arise, your presence would be of no consequence, and could, in fact, become a liability. Dudley struggled to voice the last part. But thinking of his mother Penny's unfulfilled aspirations and the future trajectory of the Dursley family, he steeled himself to continue. "You would only become a burden." Vernon and Penny stared wide-eyed, jaws agape. Dudley's words left their minds reeling. The notion that they could become a burden to their child was overwhelming. A profound sadness washed over them, and with Dudley's preceding statements, they began to comprehend the essence of his message. In the presence of wizards capable of magic, ordinary individuals possessed little to no means of resistance. Their presence in the magical realm would be ineffectual. Yet the truth is often painful, especially when it is uttered from the lips of their beloved son. They are utterly ineffectual. In the midst of their sorrow, the Dursleys, who had indulged Dudley, found themselves engulfed in mental turmoil. Dudley perceived the thoughts swirling in his parents' minds through their expressions, realizing that his words had made an impact. Seizing the moment, he laid the groundwork for what was to follow. "Mom and Dad, the dominance of the strong over the weak is a bloody reality. The wizard's magic can distort our memories, confuse our perceptions, rigidify our bodies, and even manipulate our minds, snatching away our very lives. Harry's adversaries are the most fearsome and malevolent dark wizards. Although white wizards currently hold sway, the dark wizards have not been eradicated. They may return at any moment. When that time comes, our family will undoubtedly be targeted and held accountable. Therefore, rather than forcing yourselves to accompany Harry and me to the magical realm, it would be wiser to conquer your aversion to wizards and magic, to comprehend this wondrous power, and to prepare for mastering it in the future. Transforming from weakness to strength, acquiring the means of self-preservation, is the correct path." Dudley's heartfelt and sincere words allowed the Dursleys to sense their son's love for them. He did not despise them. Rather, he sought to inspire them. Yet, this motivation plunged the Dursleys into confusion. Vernon had little understanding of wizards, while Petunia possessed only a vague comprehension of wizards and magic. As far as she knew, Muggles could not become wizards, could they? Dudley discerned the bewilderment and doubt in his parents' eyes and bluntly reassured them. "Trust your son. Just because others cannot transform ordinary people into wizards does not mean that I, Dudley, cannot." Dudley's confident declaration gradually dispelled the uncertainty reflected in the Dursleys' eyes. If someone else had uttered such words, they might have dismissed it as mere boasting. However, coming from their son, the words held a different weight, rendering them credible. Dudley finally succeeded in persuading his parents, and at that moment, Harry's reply was also completed. Dudley took the letter, scrutinizing it closely, particularly the agreed-upon time and the portion confirming his role as an accompanying individual. Once satisfied that there were no errors, he tucked the letter into an envelope. He then fed a couple of pieces of beef jerky to the unfortunate owl messenger and released it from its cage. Opening a window in the living room, Dudley sent the owl messenger off with the task of delivering the letter. "Good bird, take this letter to Dumbledore." Watching the owl soar into the distance with the letter clutched in its talons, and glancing at the two pet cats silently retreating at the corner, A peculiar expression crossed Dudley's face. Everything was in readiness. Only the wind was missing. Bidding farewell to the still anxious Dursleys, Dudley and Harry ascended to the second floor, preparing to retire to their respective rooms. Upon reaching the second floor, and just before entering his bedroom, Harry's demeanor clearly reflected a preoccupation. Suddenly, Dudley halted and gazed intently at Harry. Harry, understanding that his cousin had discerned his inner turmoil, directly inquired, "Cousin, does my presence cause you and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon any distress? If so, we wish to run away from home." Dudley promptly interrupted Harry's spiraling thoughts and solemnly stated, "Harry, you are not a burden. Without you and Aunt Lily, we would be pitiful muggles, left in the dark and at the mercy of wizards. Who knows, one day we might find ourselves caught in the crossfire of a duel between dark and light wizards, either perishing silently or having our memories erased by the ministry, continuing in a state of oblivion. With you and Aunt Lily, we have gained insight into the wizarding world, and the presence of light wizards nearby is a blessing." Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Harry's demeanor brightened considerably. "So, cousin, what did you mean by my becoming a Muggle?" Dudley chuckled softly and replied, "Harry, do not worry. You will not become a Muggle. That phrase was merely a rhetorical device to prompt my parents to confront their true feelings. To become a Muggle, the opinions and ridicule of others are not the crux. Rather, it hinges on whether the wizard allows external influences to lead to self-doubt and repression of their own magic. Harry, your background may be tragic, but your disposition is relatively cheerful, and you possess discernment. Even without my guidance, you would not succumb to self-denial and become a Muggle. I am utterly convinced of this." After Dudley's explanation, much of Harry's inner turmoil dissipated, and he hesitantly broached the final topic, "Cousin, I think I may have misjudged Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon in the past." "Do not blame yourself, Harry," Dudley comforted, stroking Harry's hair. "Given their previous attitude towards you, it would be truly abnormal to believe they love you. Everyone has their limitations. Their behavior towards you is shaped by the emotional grievances of their generation and their own personalities. You need not feel guilty. Harry, relish the remainder of your childhood. Once you turn 11, you will no longer be a child. From that point on, I will hold you to even stricter standards. So prepare yourself." Dudley's words dispelled Harry's confusion, while also introducing a reasonable amount of pressure. Harry resolutely nodded and, under Dudley's watchful gaze, returned to his small bedroom. Dudley paused momentarily before stepping into his grand bedroom, separated by just a wall. This room was his stronghold. Chapter 7. Dudley's Past and Present. Upon opening the door to the large bedroom on the second floor, Dudley entered his exclusive domain. His eyes were met with towering, densely packed bookshelves that lined one side of the room. The shelves boasted an array of Muggle literature covering psychology, mysticism, genetics, ancient Latin linguistics, sociology, and boxing, alongside wizarding tomes such as Where to Find Magical Creatures, Theories of Magic, Modern Wizarding Events, Standard Spells, The Complete Potions Handbook, and Envisioning the Origins of Wizards, all encased in protective covers. In addition to books, Dudley's room is furnished with a refrigerator, a computer, a camera, a music box, and various other Muggle technological artifacts. It features a soft and comfortable large bed, a writing desk, and numerous storage cabinets and boxes filled with an array of ordinary and unique trinkets. Within the refrigerator are 3 packets of Harry's blood, while a large wooden chest beside it contains an entire box of Harry's hair. Hidden beneath the spacious bed, a concealed drawer reveals a withered limb of a tree guardian, a feather from a bird of fortune, several galleons, and a ruby ruff the size of a pigeon's egg. These items represent the valuable possessions Dudley has amassed over 11 years and 14 days since his reincarnation into this world. Their origins are legitimate, and all actions are above board. Well, perhaps. The 3 packets of Harry's blood were retained during their visits to Muggle hospitals for blood tests over the past decade, and Dudley's own blood was drawn as well. The box of Harry's hair was collected from the locks cut during his bouts of rapid growth. Harry's magical outbursts had a significant impact on his hair, causing it to grow to waist length overnight when he was 7 or 8. The wizarding books and galleons were acquired through fair trade with Mr. Diggory, one of Harry's fans. The withered limb of the tree guardian and the feather of the bird of fortune were rewards for Dudley's kindness in assisting others. In this world, aside from wizards and muggles, there exists a plethora of magical creatures. Although most muggles are unaware of this fact, It does not alter the reality of their coexistence on the same planet. Throughout the long passage of time, certain wizarding and magical items have inadvertently fallen into Muggle hands. Some obviously unique objects are seized by members of the Ministry of Magic, yet many less conspicuous magical materials escape notice. The Tree Guardian and the Bird of Fortune are both distributed throughout England, and it is reasonable that their discarded remnants would find their way into the hands of unsuspecting Muggles. If Dudley's gang, currently a domineering group of children at a primary school in Little Whinging, were to expand its influence and territory, it is likely that he would acquire even more and higher quality magical materials. As for the precious ruby ruff, it was a lavish birthday gift purchased by Vernon at a high price from Africa. This non-magical, visually stunning ruby, resembling an enticing candy, will prove invaluable in his endeavors 3 weeks hence. System, display my personal panel. Dudley glanced around his room before sitting on the edge of his bed, silently issuing a mental command. A translucent holographic panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, Dudley Dursley, identity, Muggle, magical medium, magical enhancement, traits, sustains the bloodline medium of a stable ancient magical love protection, motherly sacrifice modified version. Living together with Harry Potter, the object of this magical guardianship, as well as with relatives linked by blood and marriage, can empower the protective magic surrounding him, rendering him immune to lethal attacks until he reaches adulthood, while also enabling him to reflect such attacks. During the activation of the protective magic, if an individual harboring murderous intent makes contact with him, the magic will retaliate passively, with the damage inflicted proportional to the intensity of their malice. Extraordinary ability, strength enhancement, derived from the immense power amplification magic long wielded by Harry Potter, granting the host thrice the physical strength of a healthy adult male, along with corresponding control over such power. Currently unlocked regretful events. Rejection from the magical world by Petunia Dursley, level. The tragedy of the abnormal sister, level. And the unspoken complications of affection, level. The dark childhood of the savior Harry Potter, level. And the absence of parental love, level. Details of regretful events. Rejection from the magical world, level as a Muggle. Petunia harbored jealousy towards her parents' favoritism towards her magically gifted sister, which ignited in her a desire to learn magic. Full of hope, she wrote to Dumbledore seeking admission, only to be gently declined, thereby permanently closing the door to the magical world, a door that perhaps had never been opened for her. The tragedy of the abnormal sister, level on the night of October 31st, 1981, Harry lost his mother, and Petunia lost her sister. The unspoken complications of affection, level briefly noted. The dark childhood of the savior, level the magical world savior was raised in the stifling and dismissive environment of his aunt's home. The original storyline depicted how Vernon's confinement, Petunia's mockery, and Dudley's bullying cast a shadow over Harry's childhood. The absence of parental love, level orphaned at a young age. Harry Potter deeply yearned for the love of his parents, longing to experience the warmth of paternal and maternal affection. Current opportunities for magical item fusion, none. After perusing the system panel he had examined countless times over the years, Dudley fell into a contemplative reverie. Once a middle-aged man from the Blue Star world, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life, he possessed ample courage and resolve, yet lacked a modicum of fortune, leading to his untimely demise. He had believed his journey was at an end, only to discover he had neither consumed the soup of oblivion nor traversed the conventional cycle of the afterlife. Instead, his consciousness traversed a pitch-black passage and reincarnated into this strange yet familiar world, becoming Dudley Dursley. Strange, as he had transformed into a small foreigner he had little acquaintance with, leaving behind his original country and era. Familiar, because he had relished the Harry Potter series in his previous life, vividly recalling the stories and films. As a genuine traveler from the Blue Star, he was not devoid of the delightful advantages one might expect. He could rectify the regretful events of the original storyline and earn opportunities for magical item fusion, thus elevating magical artifacts to ascend to the status of a supermagical deity system. In short, an external aid. The system enhancement associated with Dudley is neither overwhelmingly powerful nor entirely feeble. Its capabilities are clearly articulated in its nomenclature. The tales related to Harry Potter, often regarded as fairy tales, are in fact steeped in profound sorrow, rife with numerous regrets, both grand and trivial. Whenever Dudley encounters a corresponding character from the original narrative, he has the opportunity to unlock the regrettable events that have transpired or are destined to transpire in the lives of those characters, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The timeline for unlocking these regrets adheres to the chronology established in the original story. However, should Dudley, as an interdimensional butterfly, inadvertently alter the narrative, he may preemptively unlock the related regrettable events upon encountering the respective characters. Chapter 8. An in-depth analysis of the enhancement. Dudley's aspirations. According to the information relayed by the system, the conventional levels of regretful events are classified into 5 tiers, ranging from low to high. The first level of regret is the baseline, beyond which there is no doubt. However, the second level does not represent the upper limit. In the presence of exceptional subjects, it is possible to unlock even higher tiers of regretful events. The rewards for resolving the second and third level regrets remain uncertain for the time being. Upon successfully addressing a regretful event from the first to the third level, a fixed reward of 1 opportunity to merge magical items of the corresponding level is granted. For instance, resolving a first-level regret guarantees 1 chance to merge a first-level magical item, should the resolution be particularly adept. The system may additionally reward Dudley with extra opportunities to merge magical items, though these supplementary rewards shall not exceed the fixed reward. In an ideal scenario, if Dudley flawlessly resolves a first-level regret, he might receive a maximum of 2 opportunities to merge first-level magical items, 1 from the fixed reward and 1 from the extra reward. Generally, if a first-level regret is completed satisfactorily but does not reach the system's designation of perfection, the fixed reward remains 1 opportunity to merge a first-level magical item, with potential extra rewards being 1 or 2 opportunities to merge second-level magical items, or even 1 or 2 opportunities for merging third-level magical items. In contrast to the classification of regretful events, the lower boundary for the levels of magical items begins not at the first level but at an even lower tier. The magical items are categorized from lowest to highest as follows. Each level of magical item merging opportunity can be converted between levels with a ratio of 1 to 3. That is, 1 opportunity to merge a first-level magical item can be divided into 3 opportunities for merging second-level items, and conversely, 3 second-level opportunities can be consolidated into 1 first-level opportunity, and so forth. The magical item merging opportunities bestowed by the system enabled Dudley, upon acquiring the appropriate level of magical items, to merge them directly with himself, thereby inheriting the characteristics and abilities of those magical items. Dudley possesses the autonomy to control whether these merged traits and abilities are activated or sealed, should any undesirable traits or abilities manifest from the merged magical items. The system will automatically impose a seal. Daryl possesses the remarkable ability to transfer his unique powers and attributes to other living beings through physical touch. This extraordinary capability instills in him the confidence to transform his parents from Muggles into wizards. In addition to unlocking regretful events and providing corresponding magical artifact fusion opportunities as rewards, Daryl's system is also equipped with the ability to identify magical artifact information and safeguard the host's memories from being compromised. Should formidable wizards, such as Dumbledore, Snape, or Voldemort attempt to extract Daryl's memories and thoughts using the legilimency spell, they would certainly be oblivious to any memories pertinent to the system or his past life. However, Daryl's other memories, as well as thoughts unrelated to the system or his previous existence, remain susceptible to their probing. Furthermore, the system ensures that all of Daryl's memories and thoughts are protected from deprivation, deletion, or alteration. Despite the aforementioned advantages of this auxiliary system, it is not without its pitfalls. For instance, while the system offers opportunities for fusing magical artifacts, Daryl must independently procure the actual artifacts. There are no tangible rewards, nor is there any system space available. Additionally, the system merely outlines the details of regretful events without providing solutions. It is incumbent upon Daryl to devise his own methods for resolution. Moreover, the levels assigned to regretful events do not necessarily correlate with the difficulty of resolving them. Take, for example, the regretful event concerning the demise of his sister, which is merely a level 1 event. To resolve this, one would need to accomplish the nearly impossible task of resurrecting Aunt Lily. Such discrepancies abound, transforming his mother, Petunia, From a Muggle to a wizard would yield at most 2 opportunities for level 2 magical artifact fusion, while enabling Harry to enjoy a blissful childhood would only grant a level 1 fusion opportunity. The system has not provided a definitive explanation for these disparities. Darryl conjectures that the levels of regretful events may correlate with the significance of characters in the original Harry Potter narrative and the unresolved feelings of readers and viewers regarding those characters. However, this remains mere speculation. At present, among the 5 regretful events that Darryl has unlocked, only 2, the unutterable entanglement of affection, level 2, and the shadowed childhood of the Savior, level 3, present a possibility for resolution. In his quest to address the shadowed childhood of the Savior, Darryl has toiled for many years. Drawing upon his insights from 2 lifetimes, he has patiently guided Harry's growth, illuminating his childhood. Compared to the Harry of the original storyline, the present Harry embodies a more rational and confident character, exhibiting a decisively assertive demeanor and unparalleled magical prowess. More significantly, his childhood is far more joyous and filled with love than in the original narrative. It is believed that the maternal love bestowed upon Harry by Aunt Lily, at the cost of her own life, has endowed him with a potent protective magic that surpasses that of the original storyline, significantly amplifying its strength. Thus, as long as Harry remains underage, not yet 17, he can be deemed invincible, with no one able to claim his life. As this thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile graced Dudley's lips. In this life, Dudley had experienced considerable happiness from childhood to adulthood, with nearly 11 years filled with warm and joyful memories. He was surrounded by doting parents and a cousin who admired and cherished him. To him, the Dursleys and Harry were no longer mere characters from a fairy tale. They were living, breathing family members. His family was something he would fiercely protect, ensuring they would no longer drift aimlessly or be manipulated by others. Dudley's gaze gradually transformed into one of determination and sharpness. He was resolute in his quest for strength, step by step, to become the most formidable force in this world. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a unique understanding of existence. Life was a journey where breadth mattered more than length. His system did not compel him to resolve regrettable events or to become a wizard mastering magic. He could easily follow the original storyline of the Dursleys and accept Dumbledore's arrangements, living a stable life as a Muggle. However, he was unwilling to lead a mundane existence devoid of excitement. He yearned to experience the wonders he had never known in his previous life and to gain the absolute power necessary to protect those he cherished in this magical realm. Leaving his own indelible mark as Dudley Dursley. With a surge of enthusiasm, Dudley rose and moved to a more spacious area of his bedroom, performing a series of boxing warm-up exercises, honing the exquisite techniques he had stealthily learned and refined over the years from numerous encounters with the infamous Mr. Thief. Today was July 7th, 1991, and he was determined to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming endeavor on July 31st. The success or failure of this mission was crucial, influencing his subsequent strategic development. Would it lean towards the radical or the cautious? Given his nature, he naturally inclined towards the bold. So as long as no nearly insurmountable obstacles arose, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 9. Unexpected Joy. Perfectly resolving regrets. Time flowed steadily, day by day. At this moment, nearly 20 days had passed since the Dursleys had opened their hearts. On July 8th, Dumbledore had already responded to Harry's letter, indicating that on Harry's birthday, he would send the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds, Rubius Hagrid, to number 4, Privet Drive, to accompany Harry and Dudley in purchasing the necessary items for school. Furthermore, during this period, the Dursleys' attitude towards Harry had undergone a noticeable transformation. Previously, at Dudley S. strong insistence, Harry received material support comparable to Dudley S., while Vernon and Petunia would suppress their tempers, striving to ignore Harry and minimizing his emotional distress. However, this was not the Dursleys' true intent. They merely wished to avoid disappointing Dudley. Now, Petunia's emotional barriers had been significantly dismantled by Dudley S.'s insistence, allowing her to recognize her feelings towards Lily and Harry. Although she still could not articulate her feelings, it was evident in her daily actions that she had developed a considerable affection for Harry. For instance, during outings, she would deliberately invite Harry along, and when taking photographs at scenic spots, she would actively ensure that both Harry and Dudley stood together. It could be estimated that Petunia now indulged Harry with approximately 40 to 50% of the affection she lavished on Dudley, and it was genuine. Vernon's unconditional love for his wife led him to extend his warmth towards Harry as well. This left Harry pleasantly astonished, prompting him to pinch himself discreetly throughout the day to confirm he was not dreaming. Dudley was exceedingly pleased with this familial atmosphere, having long yearned for such an environment. However, he did not lose himself in it. Instead, he continually utilized his spare time to mentally simulate his action plan for Harry's birthday, contemplating potential changes and strategies for response. According to the system's assessment, turning 11 signified the end of childhood and the onset of adolescence. Thus, on July 31st, 1991, the day of Harry's 11th birthday, the long-awaited resolution of the dark events of his childhood would take place. This reward was of great significance to Dudley's action plan, which is why he explicitly instructed Harry to arrange for someone to come at dawn in his reply to Dumbledore. Furthermore, this timing coincided with the moment in the original storyline when Hagrid took Harry into Diagon Alley, and a slight deviation from the original plot might facilitate a smoother execution of his plan. On the evening of July 28th, just over 2 days before Harry's birthday, an event occurred that filled Dudley with immense surprise and satisfaction. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the entangled affection of the difficult regret event. The host has subtly influenced Petunia Dursley's character and emotional perception over nearly a decade, and through a heartfelt family conversation, Petunia has come to understand her true feelings. Additionally, under the host's guidance, Harry Potter has grasped Aunt Petunia's emotions towards him. Influenced by Petunia's recent change in attitude, Harry proactively sought a conversation with her before his birthday, expressing his desire for mutual understanding with his aunt and uncle, and his longing to genuinely integrate into the Dursley family. Petunia was touched by Harry's sincerity, which allowed her to finally release her inner turmoil and subtly convey her apologies to Harry, along with her hopes for a harmonious family life ahead. This regret has been perfectly resolved. Special issuance. Fixed reward. 1 opportunity for the fusion of magical items. Additional reward. 1 opportunity for the fusion of magical items. Current holdings. 2 opportunities for the fusion of magical items. Dudley lay on his bed, reading the system notifications echoing in his mind, a smile illuminating his face. He initially intended to subtly guide Harry the night before his birthday, hoping that his cousin would seize the opportunity to craft a perfect conclusion to his childhood, thereby providing his mother an avenue to express her long-overdue apology and well wishes. To his astonishment, Harry had an epiphany and took the initiative to accomplish this task himself, truly surprising him. In his excitement, Dudley turned on the lights, got out of bed, and approached the small refrigerator in his bedroom, opening its door. Inside the fridge, neatly arranged, were 3 packs of dark red blood. As Dudley's attention focused on one particular pack, the system's identification information promptly materialized on the translucent panel before him. Harry Potter's magical blood level. Item description: Venus blood extracted from the veins of the wizard Harry Potter, imbued with a faint magical essence and mysterious protective characteristics. Upon fusion, it grants the host a feeble and non-evolving wizarding bloodline. Furthermore, due to the host's blood relation to Lily Potter, the magical traits of ancient love protection are also conferred in a diluted form. The host gains partial resistance and rebound capabilities against instant death attacks, and contact with individuals harboring lethal intent may inflict partial backlash damage upon them. Gazing at the familiar magical item description, Dudley contemplated for a moment before ultimately closing the refrigerator door, deciding against fusion for the time being. Each pack of Harry's blood was of equal volume, and collectively, the 3 packs amounted to a singular magical item of considerable caliber. The fusion would provide Dudley with a feeble, non-potential wizarding bloodline, along with the fortitude to withstand a killing curse, an advantageous safeguard for the events of Harry's birthday. However, Dudley speculated that if he fused the 3 packs of Harry's blood to become a minor wizard, his name would inevitably be inscribed in the Hogwarts admission register. The admission register and the acceptance quill are formidable magical artifacts bequeathed by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The acceptance quill automatically detects whether any infant born in the British Isles possesses magical aptitude. If so, it inscribes the corresponding name in the admission register. This facilitates the Hogwarts authorities in sending out acceptance letters by owl when the child turns 11. Additionally, The admission register serves a supervisory role, investigating whether the child whose name is to be inscribed possesses sufficient magical potential, thereby preventing Hogwarts from admitting unqualified students. It is said in the magical community that one's eligibility to attend Hogwarts is predetermined on the day of their birth, a testament to the efficacy of the admission register and acceptance quill. Dudley, as a genuine Muggle, could not possibly have his name in the admission register. However, if he were to fuse the 3 packs of Harry's blood, the outcome might very well be uncertain. If Dumbledore, the wise old bee, were to notice that Dudley's name had appeared on the acceptance list, he would surely be compelled to visit number 4, Privet Drive, which would inevitably disrupt Dudley's plans. He possessed the confidence to deceive the dim-witted half-giant, but lacked the assurance to engage in mischief under the vigilant gaze of the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Therefore, the most opportune moment for their convergence would be on Harry's birthday, particularly after he had the chance to meet Hagrid. Even during their visit to Diagon Alley and upon entering Gringotts, this approach would minimize the likelihood of Dudley being caught unawares by Dumbledore's sudden apparition. In the ensuing days, the relationship between Petunia and Harry grew increasingly harmonious, appearing to outsiders as that of an ordinary mother and son. However, Petunia's affection for Harry paled in comparison to her boundless indulgence of Dudley. Under a canopy of sparse stars, a torrential rain fell. On the night of July 30th, the small neighborhood of Little Whinging was damp and gloomy. Within the double-story British residence at number 4, Privet Drive, candlelight flickered and colorful ribbons adorned the space, creating a warm, festive atmosphere. The Dursley family gathered around the round dining table in the living room, silently awaiting the moment as they gazed at the towering chocolate cake. Upon the cake, slender, colorful candles flickered, their flames reflecting in the eyes of the 2 adults and 2 children, reminiscent of dancing fire sprites. Tick-tock, 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 the pendulum of the mahogany clock swung steadily, measuring the passage of time. At last, the hour hand, minute hand, second hand, and the clock as chime coincided, heralding the arrival of July 31st, 1991. Congratulations, host, on successfully resolving the regrettable event of the Savior's troubled childhood. The host has guided Harry Potter's entire childhood with a righteous yet unconventional worldview and values, striving to alter the Dursley's attitude towards Harry, thereby providing the Savior with a materially abundant, spiritually enriched, and relatively joyful childhood. However, this has also led to a notable shift in the Savior's character, rendering the future less certain. This regret has been satisfactorily resolved. Special reward granted. 1 opportunity for the fusion of magical items. Additional rewards. 2 opportunities for the fusion of magical items. 1 opportunity for the fusion of magical items. Current holdings. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. The system's reward notification did not distract Dudley. At the stroke of midnight, he and the Dursleys broke the silence, simultaneously extending their heartfelt wishes to Harry. Wearing a colorful birthday hat, Harry Potter was overjoyed, momentarily taken aback by the applause and well wishes from those around him, and joined in the clapping. Harry, make a wish and blow out the candles. Dudley prompted. Oh, right. Harry regained his senses, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and paused for a considerable moment before suddenly opening his eyes wide and inhaling a deep breath, exhaling forcefully. The candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Just as Petunia was about to turn on the light, a tremendous bang erupted from the front door. Soon after, everyone felt the cold wind and the moisture from raindrops blowing in from outside. Oh, my apologies. That was not intentional. A massive shadow, cloaked in darkness, retreated 2 steps. Muttering in frustration, it had inadvertently pushed open the front door of the Dursley residence. Poor Mr. Doorknob suffered an unbearable force, separating from his wooden counterpart, leaving the Dursley home wide open. Petunia gasped in shock, while Vernon quickly sprang to his feet and hurried to the sofa, eager to retrieve the long-barreled firearm hidden in the crevice behind the sofa to protect his family. Don't worry, Dad. It must be a wizard from Hogwarts. Dudley called out to Vernon. Are you sure, Dudley? I've seen those peculiar wizards, and although they are maddeningly annoying, they at least resemble normal-sized humans, Vernon replied, his face a mask of astonishment. That outside figure cannot possibly be an elephant transformed, can it? In a flash of lightning, the visitors outside became momentarily visible, revealing a colossal being, approximately 3.5 meters tall, with an extraordinarily dense mane and an enormous physique. "Dursley, you truly lack manners," grumbled the half-blood giant outside, visibly displeased. Had it not been for the fact that the Dursley's first floor had a ceiling height of less than 3 meters, he would have insisted on entering to argue with Vernon rather than standing in the rain. "You must be Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, as mentioned in Professor Dumbledore's letter. Why not step inside to converse? Surely a wizard trusted by someone as formidable as Dumbledore would not be deterred by such a trivial matter." Dudley led Harry to the entrance of the small foyer and cast a curious gaze at Hagrid, employing a subtle form of provocation. "Oh, Harry, how you've grown!" exclaimed the half-blood giant, Rubeus Hagrid, as he looked at Dudley, who was remarkably stout and robust compared to his peers. Dudley was somewhat speechless. Hagrid, much like in the original story, displayed a lack of discernment. He tugged at his cousin Harry's sleeve, signaling him to respond, while simultaneously browsing the recently unlocked regretful events on the system panel. The regrettable incident of Rubeus Hagrid's expulsion. Level. Details of the regrettable incident. During his 3rd year at Hogwarts, Hagrid raised the giant spider Aragog and was falsely accused by Tom Riddle, Voldemort, of opening the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the monster within and being the murderer of Myrtle Warren. Consequently, Hagrid was deemed guilty by the Ministry of Magic. His wand was snapped, and he was banned from practicing magic, leading to his expulsion. It was only through Dumbledore's guarantee that he could remain at Hogwarts as a keeper of keys and grounds. It was only during Harry Potter's 2nd year that Hagrid, with the assistance of Harry and his companions, managed to clear his name. Consequently, he had endured a total of 51 years of unjust suffering and missed the opportunity to further his studies at Hogwarts. Dudley, glancing at the information on the system panel, recalled the related narrative, but his contemplation was fleeting. The significance of Harry's birthday and his actions took precedence. "Mr. Hagrid, I believe you have mistaken him for someone else. He is my cousin Dudley, and I am Harry." Harry, adorned with a birthday hat and an expression of curiosity, emerged from behind Dudley. "Oh, that makes sense," Hagrid responded, slightly embarrassed, though his discomfort was largely concealed by his thick beard, rendering it less noticeable. "I knew you were Harry. Your cousin is much more robust than the average child, yet he pales in comparison to my own school days, huh?" Hagrid attempted to reclaim his dignity, forcing a jest. "Thus, the once more formidable Mr. Hagrid, you have grown so large that you can scarcely enter, correct?" Dudley taunted, seemingly suggesting that Hagrid's strength did not match Dumbledore's trust in him. "That is not the case. I am one of Dumbledore's most trusted allies." Chapter 11. The Clumsy Hagrid and the Peculiar Spell. Hagrid, oblivious to Dudley's provocation, rummaged through the pockets of his coat and produced a diminutive pink umbrella. Eager to prove himself, this tiny umbrella could hardly cover Hagrid's head, clearly not intended for rain protection. In truth, the critical aspect lay in the handle of the little umbrella. Magic-nurtured oak wand. Level. Item description: 16 inches in length, crafted from oak, with a core made of unicorn tail hair. Owner: Rubeus Hagrid, nourished by his magic for many years, having cast a few spells, thus increasing its rating. It was once broken and subsequently repaired by an exceptionally powerful restoration spell, due to the owner not yet being a wizard. The compatibility with wand-related magical items cannot be assessed. However, merging with a highly compatible wand may grant stable wandless magic capabilities. Upon hearing the identification information resonate in his mind, Dudley felt a surge of confidence in his ability to swiftly master formidable magical skills. Moreover, he confirmed one thing: Hagrid was indeed quite foolish. Hagrid, brandishing his umbrella wand, pointed its tip towards the interior of the Dursley household. This action startled Petunia and Vernon, who hurriedly moved closer, attempting to shield Dudley and Harry, pulling them deeper into the house. However, Dudley, utilizing his magically enhanced strength, dragged the entire family outside into the rain. "Dudley, what on earth are you doing?" Vernon inquired, perplexed, with Petunia sharing his confusion, while Harry appeared to grasp his cousin's intentions. "Shoo!" Dudley urged everyone to be silent, fixated on observing the clumsy half-giant's actions. "Let me think. How's that spell go again?" "Ah, yes, undetectable extinction, that's it." Hagrid, drawing upon the distant and limited memories of his magical studies, recalled the spell for spatial expansion, a technique he had fortuitously learned from older Ravenclaw students during his years as a keeper. Although he had rarely employed it, he was confident that he could conjure it once more, bolstered by Dumbledore's trust in him. However, In his musings, he inadvertently uttered the incantation aloud. In an instant, an invisible surge of magic flowed from Hagrid into his umbrella wand, manifesting as a peculiar, slanted beam of light that shot forth from the tip, striking the first floor of the Dursley residence. As the light faded, the house appeared unscathed, standing resolutely against the storm, which brought some measure of safety. Dudley then urged his family to re-enter the house. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately struck by the bizarre alterations within. Although Petunia had already turned on the lights, they could now clearly see that the ceiling had risen several meters, slanting like a jagged line, with furniture toppled and misaligned in disarray. Most notably, the walls on the ground floor had transformed into a distorted, wave-like form. No, I must not use magic. Moreover, this spell seems to be prohibited for personal use by the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid suddenly remembered that he was still under a cloud of suspicion. He gazed at the exterior of the house, seemingly normal but internally warped, and looked around at the tempestuous and deserted privet drive, feeling a surge of apprehension. Hurriedly, he shoved his umbrella wand back into the pocket of his coat. I misunderstood you. Formidable and delightful Mr. Hagrid. Your magic is truly remarkable. Dudley begrudgingly praised Hagrid. Come inside. Don't get soaked out there. Oh, is that so? Am I really a formidable and delightful gentleman? Hagrid lowered his head, tilting his body as he squeezed through the Dursley-esque door, feeling a warmth in his heart. No one had ever praised him in such a manner before. Dudley, is it? You're quite the splendid Muggle. The Dursleys rolled their eyes in exasperation, nearly losing their composure. Had it not been for Dudley's compliment, they might have erupted in anger. They were distressed to see their once orderly room in such disarray. Is this the magic of wizards? How astonishing! Harry, still new to the world of magic, exclaimed in genuine wonder, which only served to delight Hagrid further, causing his bushy beard to quiver with laughter. When will our house return to normal? It cannot remain like this forever, can it? Vernon muttered, his face a picture of frustration. Hagrid's smile faltered. Well, perhaps. Oh, you're celebrating Harry's birthday. A double-layered chocolate cake. It seems my gift may be excessive, but you're welcome to sample my culinary skills, unaware of how long the peculiar, seamless extension spell would last. Hagrid stumbled over his words, deftly diverting the conversation as he retrieved a round, parchment-wrapped treat from his grimy coat, unwrapping it before Harry. Though slightly deformed from travel, the flavor should remain unchanged. Hagrid, with a tender glimmer in his eyes, cradled the cracked pink cake adorned with green jam and a heartfelt inscription, placing it gently into Harry's hands. Happy birthday, Harry! The half-giant's eyes sparkled with tears, filled with warmth. Harry glanced at the birthday gift Hagrid had bestowed upon him and then tilted his head to gaze upon Hagrid's rugged visage. A sudden realization struck him. You were the one who brought me to my aunt's house, riding that flying motorcycle, weren't you? Oh, Harry, you remember. You truly remember. Hagrid was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks, his massive frame quivering as raindrops from his coat splattered to the ground. Dudley's eyes flickered, and he promptly interjected, Hagrid, your coat is soaked. You should take it off and wash it in our washing machine. Washing machine? Hagrid's curiosity was piqued by this novel term. Yes, a washing machine. You could consider it our Muggle magic. You've shown us the wonders of wizardry. So it is only fitting that we reciprocate, is it not? Dudley spoke with an air of reasonableness, devoid of any malicious intent. Very well. I shall refrain from performing magic for now, and perhaps this is for the best. Thank you, Dudley. Hagrid ambled over to a low table in the living room, retrieving an assortment of items from his coat pockets, an umbrella wand, a ball of yarn, several broken cups, a piggy bank, some copper nuts, a string of soft sausages, and a few crumbling dog biscuits, all carefully arranged. Lastly, he even produced 2 sleeping dormice, an owl, a quill, ink, and parchment. Ah, yes, I should respond to Dumbledore. I must inform him that I have found Harry. Hagrid murmured to himself, dipping the quill into the ink and scribbling a few lines on the parchment. After folding it twice, he tucked the note into the owl's talons and set it free. Only then did he remove his heavy, worn, and soiled coat. It was evident that Hagrid had not attended to his personal hygiene with magic for quite some time, and, as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a trusted ally of the greatest wizard in history, he appeared somewhat destitute. Perhaps he cared little for matters of wealth. Dudley effortlessly accepted Hagrid's coat, feeling its weight as he made his way to the family laundry room, casually addressing his pale-faced parents, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Our living room will be back to normal. Today is Harry's birthday. Let us invite our guests to sit down together and enjoy some food and conversation. Chapter 12. Tasting Cake and Midnight Conversations. The imperfect, inconspicuous extension charm Hagrid had cast merely affected the spatial perception of the living room. The misaligned ceiling and walls had not truly deformed, but merely appeared distorted to the eye. Thus, it did not hinder Dudley's access to various rooms. Dudley tossed Hagrid's coat into the family washing machine, activated the switch, and watched as the machine labored to start its cycle. He did not intend to tamper with Hagrid's coat, but rather sought to create a reason for Hagrid to return to the Dursleys' home, thereby enhancing the odds of success in his subsequent endeavors. Upon re-entering the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley found Harry already seated at the dining table alongside Hagrid. With no chair sturdy enough to support Hagrid's considerable weight, Petunia had provided him with a thick cushion, allowing him to sit directly on the floor. Even so, Hagrid towered over everyone in the Dursley household. As they gathered around the table, they observed 2 cakes, one large and one small, awaiting Dudley's return for shared tasting. Yet, the atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness and heaviness, a stark contrast to the previous warmth and cheer. Hagrid, however, was in high spirits, eagerly sharing sausages he had just retrieved from his pocket. The expressions on the Dursleys' faces were somewhat stiff, although they had been swayed by Dudley. Sitting with a wizard still felt remarkably uncomfortable. Harry's own expression was a mixture of turmoil, as he yearned to inquire about the specifics of his parents' demise, knowing that Hagrid was the one who had initially brought him to them. The letter left by Dumbledore for the Dursleys merely stated that Lily and James had been slain by a powerful dark wizard, and that Lily, in her final moments, had cast a potent protective enchantment over Harry through love and sacrifice, without revealing the identity of the assailant. Furthermore, the book on recent wizarding events that Dudley had acquired from Diggory was equally vague. It seemed to deliberately avoid naming the dark perpetrator, referring to him only as the mysterious one, while emphasizing Harry Potter's reputation as the boy who lived and the savior of the wizarding world. Dudley, as a traveler between worlds, was aware of the complete truth, yet in the past, he had been unable to candidly divulge everything to Harry. This was partly to shield Harry's childhood from the anguish of his parents' murder, and partly due to Dudley's inability to explain the source of his knowledge. Consequently, Harry remained only partially informed about his parents' death and was eager to uncover the truth. However, given the current setting and atmosphere, he hesitated to speak up, unsure of how to broach the subject. "Let's eat cake first," Dudley proclaimed, taking a seat beside Harry, deciding that other matters could wait until after their meal. Harry and the Dursleys collectively exhaled in relief, their expressions easing significantly as they began to slice the cake. Unbeknownst to them, Dudley had unwittingly become a pillar of strength within the family, instilling courage and fortitude among them. Under Dudley's adept guidance, the cake tasting proceeded smoothly and harmoniously. Dudley, with his active lifestyle, possessed a hearty appetite. Vernon, round and robust, had a significant capacity for food, and Hagrid, with his giant lineage and towering height of over 3 meters, was an insatiable eater. Not a morsel of the 2 sizable cakes went to waste, consumed entirely by the group, along with 2 barrels of juice. Hagrid, feeling pleasantly full, exclaimed with unfiltered enthusiasm, "In the past, I misjudged your family, Dursleys. You are not nearly as unpleasant and cruel as I once thought. Harry has been well cared for by you, and although he may not possess the robust physique of Dudley, he nonetheless has a healthy frame." Vernon and Petunia's expressions darkened, reflecting their disdain for wizards as a loathsome species. Sensing the tension, Dudley hastily diverted the conversation and posed the question that Harry yearned to ask. "Hagrid, since Harry is our kin, it is only right that we treat him well. Could you enlighten us on how Aunt Lily and Uncle James met their demise?" Upon hearing this, Harry's face lit with curiosity as he turned his gaze toward Hagrid. Petunia, although attempting to conceal her interest, could not help but lend her ear. She too desired to understand the reason behind her sister's departure. Hagrid's countenance grew somber as he regarded Harry with an expression of compassion, before slowly replying, "There are some matters I am not entirely clear on, but I will share what I know. It all began with a truly malevolent dark wizard, whose name is—" What was it? Harry could hardly contain his eagerness. "He is one whom all are wary to name, referred to as who must not be named." "Very well, his name is Voldemort." Upon uttering this name, Hagrid shivered and leaned closer to the fireplace, continuing, 20 years ago, Voldemort gathered a multitude of wizards and formed a faction known as the Death Eaters, ruling over the magical realm with terror. The entire family sat quietly, absorbing Hagrid's recounting of the semi-secretive aspects of the wizarding world. Their expressions varied. After a brief pause, Hagrid concluded his account, aware that his knowledge was limited. Dudley, combining the information already known to Harry, seized the opportunity to inquire. So Voldemort broke into Aunt Lily's home, murdering both her and Uncle James, only to be thwarted by the protective spell Lily cast on Harry, which rebounded his attack, leaving him gravely injured and causing him to vanish. The state of his existence unknown, thus restoring peace to the British magical community. But the question remains, why did Voldemort seek to annihilate the Potters? What was his motive? Hagrid pondered this for a moment, responding, I'm not entirely sure. He is a madman, a thoroughly wicked individual. During that period, he killed numerous renowned wizarding couples, many of whom perished alongside their children, such as the McKinnon couple. Stop. That's it. Dudley interrupted Hagrid. In the absence of any personal vendetta, what could motivate a ruler to systematically eliminate a group? Dismissing the possibility of madness, what would be the reason? Dudley turned to Harry for affirmation. Harry began to reflect. And mere seconds later, he arrived at a conclusion. It must be because someone among that group posed a threat to his reign, perhaps even to his very life. Dudley nodded in approval, precisely. And that individual who posed a threat to Voldemort must be me? Harry exclaimed, following Dudley's lead. Dudley nodded again, and the room fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Harry broke the stillness, asking, how could Voldemort be so certain that a nemesis would emerge from that group? Does he possess the ability to foresee the future? The concept of fortune-telling was mentioned by Dudley when he recounted Eastern tales to Harry in the past. Now, Harry possesses this rational association instead of succumbing to grief and self-inflicted turmoil, which sufficiently demonstrates the effectiveness of Dudley's intervention and guidance during Harry's childhood. Fortune-telling? Harry, are you referring to divination? Hagrid interjected. The Dark Lord wields many potent dark magics, yet I have not heard of his remarkable talent in divination. If we are to speak of it, Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts is exceptionally proficient in the art. Could it be? Harry exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. At that moment, perhaps overwhelmed by too many thoughts, a blinding green light flashed through his mind, accompanied by sinister, chilling, and brutal laughter. This was a memory from the night his parents were murdered. Cousin, Harry abruptly stood up, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Staggering 2 steps. Chapter 13. The first attempt at spellcasting, preparations for departure. Let us not dwell on this for now, Harry. I share your thoughts. But speculating here serves little purpose, Hagrid continued. Didn't Dumbledore say he could contend with Voldemort? No one knows a person better than their enemy. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, we can simply ask Dumbledore. Dudley reassured Harry, believing that Harry's dizziness was a result of excessive sweets leading to a temporary insulin surge, exacerbated by emotional fluctuations. We've gathered enough information for tonight. Let us return to the bedroom and rest. We need to be refreshed for our trip to procure the magical supplies in the morning. Dudley concluded their discussion for the evening. Indeed, Harry, go rest. Rarely is there a challenge that Dumbledore cannot resolve. Once at Hogwarts, you will understand. Hagrid, much like Dudley, was an unthinking admirer of Dumbledore, agreeing wholeheartedly with Dudley's sentiments. Weighed down by his thoughts, Harry ascended the stairs. Petunia appeared somewhat distracted, and after offering a few words to Dudley, Vernon assisted his wife back to their room to rest. In the distorted expanse of the living room, only Dudley and Hagrid remained. It's quite a challenge, Hagrid. Given your size, without magic, it's difficult for you to fit in our bed, Dudley remarked apologetically. No worries, I can sleep on the floor, Hagrid replied. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you and Harry to Diagon Alley. I assure you, you will be quite the sensation. Hagrid's words were surprisingly infused with a touch of emotional intelligence. I eagerly anticipate it, Dudley replied with a knowing smile. He pushed the dining table aside to create space, pulling several sofa cushions to lay down a makeshift bed for Hagrid and the 2 sleeping dormice. He then propped a chair against the door that lacked a lock. With Hagrid stationed in the living room, there was no need to worry about thieves intruding. Having completed all of this, Dudley inadvertently caught a glimpse of an envelope peeking from the small pocket of Hagrid's shirt. After exchanging goodnights with the amiable half-giant, he ascended to the second floor. As he passed by Harry's bedroom door, Dudley knocked several times with a thud, instructing, "Stop overthinking. Listen to your cousin. Cast a calming charm on yourself, and then sleep." "All right, cousin." Harry, who had been lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, was jolted by Dudley's command. He turned over and obediently complied. The next day, the anomalous non-marking extension charm in the living room had worn off, consistent with the information Dudley had obtained through the system. Lying on the living room floor, Hagrid opened his eyes to find Dudley instructing Harry to use his umbrella wand to cast a spell on a small coat. "Harry, repeat after me. Expand rapidly, and wave the wand like this." Dudley demonstrated with his Smeaton wand, consciously delaying Harry's access to the precise yet rigid spellbook of standard incantations to better nurture his imagination and mental prowess. Thus, Harry was not yet versed in the conventional spells of wizardry. "Expand rapidly." Harry recited the incantation, waving Hagrid's umbrella wand with a specific gesture towards an old coat that Uncle Vernon no longer wore. A brilliant flash of yellow light erupted from the tip of the umbrella wand, colliding with Vernon's old coat. The coat responded by enlarging, quickly becoming ample enough to fit Hagrid's stature, yet the spell's power did not dissipate. Rather, it induced a remarkable transformation. The once ordinary brown coat morphed into an exuberantly patterned garment, adorned with irregular red and yellow hues akin to a dopamine-inspired design. "Cousin, it seems the wand is resisting me," Harry exclaimed, marveling at his first attempt at conventional magic. "It appears Hagrid's wand may not be entirely compatible with you. However, we have achieved the desired effect, have we not?" Dudley chuckled, turning to greet the now-awake half-giant. "Good morning, Hagrid. Do you like the gift Harry and I prepared for you?" Hagrid, gazing at the vibrantly colorful coat, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I absolutely love it. Bang! Ouch! You two are simply magnificent." His large head collided with the living room ceiling, yet he continued to praise Harry and Dudley. "Your spell is worn off, Hagrid. It'd be best to bend down," Dudley advised kindly. "All right, children, I believe we should set off. Dumbledore has also requested that I attend to a very important matter along the way." Hagrid laboriously bent down, accepting the umbrella wand from Harry and the colorful striped coat from Dudley. With a sweep of his large hand across the low table where he kept his belongings, he bundled everything into the coat. Two startled dormice, awakened by the commotion, scurried inside as well. Then, Hagrid, clutching his possessions while maintaining an uncomfortable hunched posture, made his way to the door, struggling to squeeze through. The entrance of the Dursleys' home had become utterly deformed, nearly doubling in size, and could no longer be closed. "Oh my goodness, what did I see? A formidable giant. Run." On the street of Ligustrum, two early rising neighbors were startled by Hagrid. "Oh no. Well, it is what it is." Hagrid brandished his umbrella wand, and with a wave, all was forgotten. The Muggle repelling charm. The panicked neighbors had their unpleasant memories erased, returning to a state of tranquility. Inside the Dursley living room, Dudley suddenly could no longer see Hagrid at the door, feeling an instinctive urge to distance himself from the entrance. However, as Dudley resolved within himself not to retreat, he was once again able to see Hagrid. The system safeguarded his independent thoughts from alteration, and utilizing this latent ability, Dudley successfully freed himself from the effects of Hagrid's Muggle-repelling charm. This charm enables Muggles to disregard the presence of wizards, instilling thoughts of distancing themselves from the spellcaster or the location affected by the spell, and can even cause Muggle technological devices within its range to malfunction. It is a spell both simple and terrifying. If a conflict were to arise between Muggles and wizards, this charm would greatly disadvantage the Muggle community. Yet, it is not entirely unbreakable. By capturing a wizard and allowing physical contact between a Muggle and the wizard, the Muggle may temporarily escape the spell's influence, sharing in the wizard's mystique. Dudley's mind flickered with certain obscure thoughts as he instinctively reached out to grasp Harry's arm, wary that the careless Hagrid might notice a flaw. He then picked up the bag of sandwiches prepared by Petunia and stuffed the 1,000 pounds left by Vernon, of little practical use, into his pocket. Within the inner pocket of his coat, he concealed 3 packages of blood wrapped in tin foil to maintain its temperature, along with a raw ruby encased in brown paper and twine. "Let us go, Harry. We are heading to the wizarding world," Dudley proclaimed with nonchalance. "Oh, all right, cousin," Harry replied, somewhat puzzled. Upon stepping through the ill-fitting entrance, he couldn't help but inquire, "Cousin, aren't you going to say goodbye to Uncle and Aunt? Please, My dear cousin, we are off to shop, not to a battlefield. There is no need for a tearful farewell. Dudley jested, feigning ease to reassure Harry. Yet deep within, Dudley was not as carefree as he appeared. He was acutely aware that his parents were hiding behind the door of their master bedroom on the first floor, anxiously listening to their departure. Yet, this was a necessary ordeal for the Dursleys. As relatives of the Savior, they must either conceal themselves humbly in the shadows or live in constant fear until they acquire immense power, with no alternative path. Chapter 14. The Portal to Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron. Outside the Dursley home, Dudley thrust a large bag of sandwiches into Hagrid's hands as the three of them walked and conversed. Have a sandwich, strong Hagrid, Dudley said, having already enjoyed breakfast with Harry. Oh, I take great pleasure in this title, for my physique and strength often lead to minor inconveniences for others. Hagrid, donning a floral coat, naturally accepted the sandwich and responded, yet more often than not, these traits render me more dependable and trustworthy. It is abundantly clear that Dumbledore shares this sentiment. He consistently entrusts me with significant responsibilities, such as fetching you all and retrieving a highly confidential item from Gringotts. Dudley suddenly felt as though his plans were a futile exercise against the air itself, just as he had made a daring move. Hagrid laid down all his trump cards with ease, calculating against a dim-witted fool whose lips were as loose as a broken jar, brought no sense of accomplishment. Gringotts, what is that? Harry inquired curiously, feeling considerably better than the previous night. Those who have grown up as orphans know that self-regulation of emotions and mental challenges is an essential skill. Harry was no exception, despite Dudley's assistance and guidance. It could never compare to the warmth of paternal and maternal love. Gringotts is the Wizarding Bank, Harry. We must first go there to retrieve the inheritance left to you by your parents, so we can acquire some galleons for our purchases, Hagrid explained. Galleons? I know. My cousin told me about them. They're the currency used by wizards, along with sickles and nuts, though the conversion rates are quite challenging to remember. You can also exchange it for pounds. Harry proudly showcased the knowledge Dudley had imparted, which was one of his secrets to finding joy. However, his memory was not infallible. Dudley had indeed mentioned Gringotts to him before, but Harry had forgotten. After his moment of boasting, he suddenly realized, Hagrid, what did you just say? My parents left me something? Oh, of course. Let's discuss this topic one at a time. Firstly, and most importantly, yes, Harry, your parents left you a significant sum of money, stored in the underground vaults of Gringotts. The majority of wizarding wealth is kept there, overseen by goblins, who are not to be trifled with. Hagrid elaborated on Gringotts, extolling its security measures. When transitioning to the next topic, he corrected a misconception. Harry, Dudley is not a wizard. The information he shared may be flawed. The goblins at Gringotts do offer a service to exchange Muggle currency for wizarding money. But this is merely a financial aid for young wizards of Muggle descent, and there are limitations. The goblins do not particularly require Muggle money, Harry, and although you were raised in a Muggle household like the Dursleys, both your parents were wizards, which means you would not qualify for this benefit. Therefore, the Muggle currency Dudley prepared for us will not be of use. You can simply utilize the funds from your parents' vault. Hagrid spoke candidly, seemingly unaware of the need for subtlety, causing Dudley to roll his eyes in exasperation. Hagrid, you are mistaken, Dudley corrected, if the wizarding books I have perused are accurate. Gringotts is located in Diagon Alley, which in turn resides in London. To reach London, one must purchase a train ticket, unless you intend to employ some unconventional wizarding means of transportation. The half-blood giant smiled shyly. You are correct, Dudley. He then turned to engage in conversation with Harry. Dudley's forehead was marked by several dark lines, but he soon relinquished his struggle. Having a forthright friend is not entirely a misfortune. The trio continued their stroll down the street. Due to Hagrid's considerable size and weight, he could not fit into a taxi, and a bus was out of the question, especially since he had cast the Muggle-repelling charm. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to walk to the train station in Little Whinging. Along the way, Hagrid munched on sandwiches, gesturing animatedly and speaking with fervor. He recounted tales of the fire dragon guarding the high-security vaults at Gringotts and shared his long-held dream of raising dragons. With Harry's inquisitive prompting, he divulged details about Dumbledore's request for him to retrieve a confidential item, including a letter of authorization handed to him by Dumbledore, along with the location of the item resting in Vault 713 at Gringotts. He nearly revealed the name of the item itself. Subsequently, Dudley subtly steered the conversation, and Hagrid candidly explained why he was unable to cast spells with his wand, recounting the incident that led to his expulsion in third year for keeping a pet spider. Poor fellow. He remains unaware that it was Voldemort who led him astray. He knows he has been wronged, but cannot articulate how. While the eight-eyed giant spider he cared for was indeed a troublesome creature, it did not kill the flobberworm during his youthful days. He bears the blame unjustly. When discussing this matter, Hagrid's mood visibly darkened, but he soon perked up again, sharing his thoughts on various Muggle phenomena as they walked. An hour later, they arrived at the station, where Dudley purchased tickets. Hagrid managed to squeeze through the ticket barrier, which was too narrow for him, and with Dudley and Harry's guidance, boarded the Muggle train. It chugged away towards London. The journey from Little Whinging in Surrey to London did not take long, even by car. Despite Hagrid's complaints about the cramped and slow Muggle train, they soon reached their destination, the Leaky Cauldron, which had also been subjected to the Muggle-repelling charm. In a rather ungracious manner, a group of wizards had seized a plot of land amidst the bustling Muggle district, struggling to survive by operating a dilapidated pub nestled between a bookstore and a record shop. Hagrid, a habitual patron of the Leaky Cauldron, naturally led Dudley and Harry inside. The pub was filled with wizards clad in retro attire, clustered around tables, exchanging drinks and lively chatter. As Dudley and his companions entered, they captured the attention of everyone in the room, initially recognized for Hagrid's familiar presence. The latter character is Tom, the bald and unkempt bar owner, who recognized Harry by the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead, thus identifying him as the savior of the magical realm. Upon the mere utterance of Harry Potter's name, the bar erupted in excitement, with all the wizards eagerly approaching to shake Harry's hand. It was a moment to be cherished, a boy who had narrowly escaped death, stepping into the world of wizards, engaging in a unique fan meet-and-greet with his wizard admirers. Dudley and Hagrid were left somewhat aside. However, they bore no distress about it. Hagrid, while claiming he still had business to attend to at Hogwarts, accepted a butterbeer conjured by Tom without a wand, sipping it while introducing Harry to his wizard acquaintances. Meanwhile, Dudley, keeping a wary eye on Harry, began to survey the wizards in the bar. He spotted his old acquaintance, Mr. Diggory, the somewhat dim-witted yet generous wizard who had previously bowed to Harry in a Muggle store, enthusiastically shaking Harry's hand and reminiscing about the past. It was only after being jostled aside that he noticed Dudley, his former Muggle friend with whom he had once traded star memorabilia. Dudley, however, had little inclination to engage in nostalgic chatter with Diggory, offering only perfunctory replies before dismissing him, casually pilfering Diggory's wand from his waist and concealing it within his coat for future use. It was worth noting that he had been poring over standard spells for several years. He knew the pronunciations and wand movements by heart, yet had never truly put them into practice. Chapter 15. The Stuttering Garlic Scarf Monster That Deviated from the Plot. Diggory's wand was also a magical artifact of considerable quality. In fact, most wands in the Leaky Cauldron were of a similar caliber, with only a few venerable elders and formidable individuals possessing wands of a higher grade. Based on the system's appraisal and Dudley's deductions, a new wand typically started at a basic level, as it was infused with magical energy and the mystique of spells. Its rating would ascend. Conversely, wear and tear from usage could lead to a decline in its rating. Thus, one could infer the combat prowess of a wand's owner from its grading. Wizards with limited spell knowledge and weak magical abilities provided scant nourishment to their wands, which, despite diligent daily use and care, would remain stagnant at a basic level, much like Hagrid's wand that had lain unused for years. This understanding shed light on how Voldemort, a gang leader, managed to dominate the British magical community. The enemy's might was merely a superficial reason, while the fundamental issue was the sheer ineptitude of most wizards. They were not only weak in power, but also peculiar in their reasoning. Without first-hand evidence, relying solely on public opinion and hearsay, they believed that it was Harry, as an infant, who had vanquished the Dark Lord ruling over them all. How he triumphed, or with what means, remained unexamined. All they knew was to mindlessly idolize. Even more absurdly, they celebrated with champagne, showing no caution or skepticism, blindly believing that Voldemort was truly dead. Upon a mention of Voldemort, Dudley felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. He glanced around the Leaky Cauldron, finally discerning something amiss. He did not see Quirinius Quirrell, the stuttering professor of defense against the dark arts from Harry's first year at Hogwarts, who was famously known for his turban and garlic-scented perfume. According to the original narrative, he should have been present at the pub, mingling with the wizarding fans and making his initial acquaintance with Harry under Hagrid's introduction. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Alarm struck Dudley as he realized someone might be after his possessions. Harry, Hagrid, time is running short, Dudley exclaimed loudly. Hagrid, too, recognized that they had lingered too long. Someone was already queuing for a second handshake with Harry. Harry, overwhelmed by the excessive enthusiasm of the wizarding fans, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Dudley's words and quickly grasped Hagrid's robust hand. Hagrid led them through the crowd, circumventing the bar, and arrived at a small space enclosed by a red brick wall. Apart from a trash bin placed against the wall, the area was devoid of any other items. Hagrid withdrew his umbrella wand, pointing its tip at the bricks above the bin, mumbling the incantation to open the door, counting the bricks in a specific order to find the one that would grant them passage. Harry found this intriguing and listened intently. However, Dudley was not in the mood for such trivialities. His urgency overshadowed any curiosity. The bricks shifted and formed an archway, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Hagrid warmly proclaimed. The bustling street, lined with a myriad of wizarding shops, was a sight to behold, teeming with wizards who appeared to be both lively and harmonious. There were shops for cauldrons, stationery, robes, wands, pets, potions, publishers, travel agencies, and beauty potions, as well as Quidditch specialty stores and even establishments for buying and selling secondhand items. The array was both extensive and enchanting, with shop signs that exhibited a blend of antiquity and magic. As Dudley and Harry visited for the first time, they were captivated by the vibrant atmosphere, glancing around in wonder. Yet, unlike Harry, who was absorbed in the sights, Dudley remained composed and naturally urged, Hagrid, let us hurry to Gringotts for our money. Otherwise, we can only look at all these marvelous shops and not buy anything. It's torturous. Oh, Dudley, you are absolutely right. Let us go, Hagrid replied. Gringotts was located at the end of Diagon Alley, adjacent to Knockturn Alley, which was not a safe place, notorious for being a haunt of dark wizards. Hagrid resumed his chatter as they walked, his towering stature allowing him to cover the distance in strides that equaled 3 or 4 of Dudley and Harry's. Dudley quickened his pace to keep up, discreetly pinching Harry's wrist 3 times as they proceeded. Harry was abruptly alert, abandoning the admiration of Diagon Alley's scenery, realizing that this signal from his cousin meant to remain vigilant. Was Diagon Alley truly unsafe? Indeed, Hagrid mentioned that Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley were interconnected, which heightened the possibility of dark wizards lurking about. Thus, with a sense of vigilance, Harry and Dudley followed closely behind Hagrid, who led the way to an exceptionally tall, white building. They entered through the resplendent brass doors and stepped inside the interior of Gringotts, the bank run by goblins. Guided by a goblin attendant, the trio arrived at the service hall of Gringotts, a marble chamber bustling with nearly 100 diminutive, goblin-like creatures. Hagrid approached a relatively unoccupied goblin and expressed his needs, including Harry's intention to withdraw money from the Potter family vault and Dumbledore's request for him to retrieve a confidential item. Subsequently, Hagrid produced a golden key and a letter from his coat pocket and handed them to the goblin. The goblin scrutinized both items, particularly the handwritten letter from Dumbledore. Once assured that everything was in order, the goblin summoned another goblin named Grip Hook, handing him the golden key and instructing him to escort Hagrid, Harry, and Dudley to the underground vaults. Follow me, said the goblin named Grip Hook. The trio stepped forward, exiting the hall and entering another portal. Everything seemed quite ordinary, which left Dudley feeling rather conflicted. He was uncertain whether Quirrell had yet infiltrated Gringotts' underground vaults or had already succeeded in his nefarious plans. Dudley, a butterfly from another world, pondered why the characters in the original tale were deviating from the script. It was utterly vexing. That stuttering, garlic-headed fool. If only I could catch him off guard. I would surely make him pay. As these thoughts festered in Dudley's mind, Grip Hook had already led them into a marble corridor leading to the underground vaults. A set of iron tracks wound through the center of the corridor, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Grip Hook whistled, summoning a small cart that sped along the tracks. Hop in, the goblin urged, leaping into the cart at the front. Space was limited for the 3 of them, and Harry hesitated, realizing that the cart could barely accommodate them due to Hagrid's considerable size. Dudley, struck by a sudden inspiration, quickly devised a plan. "Harry, you sit with Hagrid, and I'll perch on Hagrid's shoulder." Chapter 16. The Weak Wizard. The old man attacks. "What?" exclaimed Hagrid and Harry in astonishment. "What do you mean, what?" "I'm strong enough to grip Hagrid, and sitting up high will be safer. Hagrid's strength far exceeds mine, so carrying me is no trouble at all. This is the best solution." Dudley's reasoning was always logical and well-founded. "Oh, Dudley, you truly are a remarkable lad." Hagrid admired Dudley's consideration for Harry and praised him generously. Harry, recognizing that there must be a valid reason behind his cousin's suggestion, resolved to comply. Thus, Harry nimbly leapt into the small cart, while Hagrid laboriously climbed in. Unsurprisingly, the space within the cart was quickly filled. Dudley's eyes glinted. With a running start and a leap, he grasped Hagrid's elbow for leverage and perfectly settled upon Hagrid's shoulder. This position afforded Dudley the opportunity to surreptitiously explore the pockets of Hagrid's coat and shirt. If all proceeded smoothly, devoid of any interruptions, Dudley's cunning plan would be effortlessly executed upon their return from retrieving the treasures of the underground vault. "Hold tight, we're off," the goblin's ring announced, and the unpowered cart sped along the winding tracks. Harry and Dudley shouted in exhilaration. The sensation of racing through the dim surroundings was immensely enjoyable. Hagrid, however, held a different opinion as the cart swayed left and right, making him feel nauseous, while Dudley clung tightly to his large head, feeling even dizzier. As they hurtled towards Gringotts' underground vault, Dudley, perched high and shouting with excitement, remained remarkably composed within. System: integrate the 3 vials of Harry's magical blood. He commanded with focused intent. Command received. One opportunity to fuse a consumable magical item has been utilized. The 3 refrigerated blood vials, tightly secured within his coat and wrapped in tin foil and cotton, instantly shriveled, their contents evaporating into an invisible, colorless light that merged with Dudley's being. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a diluted wizarding bloodline. From this moment forth, you're no longer a Muggle, transformed into a feeble little wizard with no potential for enhancement, capable of learning a maximum of 5 ordinary spells. You have gained a weakened version of maternal protection. Now, Lily Potter's love and sacrifice can offer a modicum of shelter to her sister's son. Before reaching adulthood, you may withstand and rebound a fatal attack once for a brief period. Both the damage endured and reflected will amount to 80 of the original fatal attack's power, and may retaliate against those harboring murderous intent towards the host. The backlash damage will be half of their intent." Amidst the swift journey, Dudley felt enveloped by a gentle warmth, quite comforting. Simultaneously, having successfully acquired a wizarding bloodline, Dudley experienced his first surge of magical energy. A faint current emerged, giving a slight push to the speeding cart. Yet, thereafter, there was nothing more. It was even less impressive than Hagrid blowing a forceful breath. This was hardly a magical upheaval. It was merely a flicker of magical stirring. Dudley had anticipated such an outcome, though he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, he had never placed his hopes for strength upon Harry's blood. Within the racing track transport, Dudley silently transformed from a Muggle into a wizard, entirely unnoticed by Hagrid, Harry, or the goblin. Harry remained in awe of the myriad stalactites above the subterranean realm, as well as the distant flickers resembling flames emitted by captive dragons in the obscurity. The cart, deftly maneuvered by fairy magic, glided along while Hagrid swayed, feeling nauseous amidst the vibrations. Everything appeared so harmonious. Meanwhile, in the enigmatic castle far away, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which had yet to commence its academic year, 2 ancient artifacts of millennia-old lineage found themselves in conflict. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. The Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance are at odds. The esteemed deputy headmistress, the true acting headmaster, Minerva McGonagall, hurriedly strode towards the headmaster's chamber. After uttering the peculiar name of confection as the password, she passed through the enchanted statue guarding the entrance and encountered the greatest wizard of the 20th century. A venerable old man with a long white beard and a crooked nose greeted her. "Do not be alarmed, Minerva. Would you care for fizzy honeydew?" The sagacious wizard always cloaked himself in childlike wonder. "Thank you, Dumbledore. Instead of indulging in sweets, I believe it is imperative that you accompany me to assess the situation between the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. They are quarreling over a name. The diligent Professor McGonagall was evidently more pragmatic. Moments later, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived at the chamber housing the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. By that time, the dispute between the two ancient magical artifacts had subsided. After a period of sensing and probing, the Book of Admission acquiesced to the Quill of Acceptance's request to inscribe. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall watched in astonishment as the quill added a name to the end of the list of young witches and wizards eligible for admission that academic year. Dudley Dursley. Dursley, the very Dursleys with whom Harry was fostered? Professor McGonagall's expression was one of incredulity. How could this be? If the offspring of those unkind Muggle parents possessed any potential, this name should have appeared in the Book of Admission 11 years prior. Dumbledore's demeanor turned grave. Over the years, through the investigations of members from the Order of the Phoenix, including the discreet Mrs. Figg, Mr. Diggory, and other peripheral wizards, he had maintained a general awareness of the Dursley family circumstances. He knew that Dudley Dursley was an astute, opinionated, and remarkably unconventional young Muggle. To that end, he had even concealed himself to observe Dudley and Harry's daily routines of schooling and play. Dumbledore could assert with absolute certainty that Dudley Dursley lacked any wizarding aptitude. He was merely a curious Muggle fascinated by wizards and the arcane. This was somewhat reminiscent of his mother's childhood. However, now the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance had not erred. Dumbledore sensed and remarked, "Moreover, they have never been wrong. Does this imply that young Dudley has truly transitioned from Muggle to wizard?" Professor McGonagall still found it difficult to believe. The notion that Muggles could not become wizards was an axiom deeply ingrained in the hearts of modern witches and wizards. Hagrid had written to inform her that he had arrived at the Dursleys' home the previous night and had met with Harry and Dudley. In an earlier letter, Harry had expressed his desire for his cousin Dudley to accompany him in procuring his school supplies. At this moment, Hagrid should have already escorted them to Diagon Alley, perhaps even entered Gringotts. Dumbledore analyzed the situation meticulously. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Professor McGonagall's mind. Gringotts? Dumbledore, have you sent Hagrid to retrieve that item? Could it be that Dudley becomes a wizard? Minerva, this matter must remain confidential. Let us assume that Dudley Dursley's name was inscribed in the Book of Admission 11 years ago. I must make a visit to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before making a decision. A magnificent crimson bird was summoned, soaring from the headmaster's office to circle above him. The old man, with a crooked nose and half-moon spectacles, stretched out his frail arms to deftly grasp the phoenix's talons. In the next instant, a flash of fiery light enveloped them, and both the old man and the bird vanished. Chapter 17. The Painful Scar, An Unexpected Turn. Diagon Alley, Gringotts, underground vault number 687, the vault belonging to the Potter family. The small cart came to a halt. The passengers disembarked, and a goblin used a golden key to unlock the vault door. A dazzling light flooded their vision, revealing a treasure trove of galleons, sickles, and nuts stacked high, leaving Harry momentarily awestruck. The Potter family's fortune was built upon potion-making and medical techniques, with the modern use of bone regrowth and heating potions said to have originated from the Potter lineage. Harry's grandfather had even pioneered an extraordinary shampoo potion, amassing great wealth through the establishment of a company and subsequent patent revenues. After selling his shampoo company, the Potter family's riches soared to unprecedented heights. This prosperous legacy, coupled with a sparse family tree, created the magnificent sight that Harry beheld at this moment. "Decorated, Harry!" Hagrid exclaimed after stepping out and coughing slightly. "The Potter family fortune is more than sufficient for you to live a life of comfort in the wizarding world." Yet, Harry hesitated to reach for the gold, instead turning to Dudley. "Cousin, what are you doing?" "What do you mean, Harry? Do you think I will be polite?" Dudley retorted. "Regardless of how much you have, you are still my cousin." Dudley unceremoniously plunged his hand into the vault, selectively gathering galleons and filling 2 large pockets to the brim. He then added, "Hurry up. You should grab some too, Harry. A trip to Gringotts can be quite bothersome." "All right. Okay, cousin," Harry replied, harboring no resentment toward Dudley's actions, and obediently followed his cousin's instructions, swiftly grabbing several handfuls of coins to stuff into his pockets. What a splendid bond of brotherhood. Hagrid's eyes glistened with emotion. "How I wish to have a brother of my own." "Hagrid, do not make such a fuss. You will have a brother. Hurry, get into the car." After you have completed your task, Harry and I still have shopping to do. Dudley, in a fit of impatience, wore an expression that suggested he could not care less about what Hagrid was to retrieve. Oh, right. Hagrid disregarded Dudley's mention of a brother, believing Dudley was merely jesting to comfort him, and clumsily climbed into the vehicle. The goblin, with a wrinkled face, secured the vault number 687 and handed the key to Harry. Subsequently, the group settled back into their previous positions, and the small cart resumed its journey, delving deeper into the vaults. The distance from Vault 687 to Vault 713 was not particularly far. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The security lock of Vault 713 was significantly more robust than that of Vault 687, for the key to this vault was the goblin's finger. No one could pilfer from the subterranean vaults of Gringotts. The goblin, with an unusually confident expression, proclaimed that if anyone other than a goblin were to touch the door, they would be drawn in and securely locked away. Generally speaking, if no one came to retrieve anything, they would only conduct a routine check every decade. As the goblin's sharp index finger inserted into the keyhole, the vault door slowly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, revealing a small space within. Since this vault contained only small items, the interior space was not particularly expansive. Hagrid, unusually serious, stepped out of the cart and strode purposefully to the vault, extending his large hand inside. Standing to the side, Dudley caught a glimpse of the contents within the vault, a small package bound with brown paper and twine, remarkably resembling the props he had prepared in advance. Magical stone, level, wrapped in brown paper. The system promptly provided identification information. Observing Hagrid carefully retrieve the small package and tuck it into his inner pocket, even Dudley could not suppress a surge of exhilaration. By the heavens, things are going smoothly. Just at that critical moment, Harry, standing beside Dudley, suddenly grasped his forehead and let out a slight wince. "Cousin, the scar on my forehead is suddenly very painful." Noticing Dudley's inquisitive gaze, Harry candidly expressed his sensation. Dudley's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly grasped Harry's hand, writing a letter in Harry's palm with his finger. Instantly alert, Harry recognized that the security measures boasted by Hagrid and the goblin were far less trustworthy than Dudley's silent signal. "Let us depart. What is wrong with you?" Hagrid, having turned around after retrieving the magical stone, caught a glimpse of Harry's furrowed brow illuminated by the dim torchlight. However, just as Hagrid began to utter a sound, Dudley's deliberate laughter interrupted him. "Ha, Hagrid, you still have remnants of a sandwich stuck in your beard," Dudley teased as he pulled Harry closer to Hagrid. "Oh, really?" Hagrid, blissfully unaware of the deeper implications behind Dudley's expression, reached out with his large hand to inspect his beard. Anticipating this, Dudley leaned in and whispered urgently, "Hagrid, there's a dark wizard not far off. Be cautious." Hagrid abruptly ceased his examination, his heart racing with surprise, and began to scan the surroundings with his round, curious eyes. Seizing the opportunity of Hagrid's distraction, Dudley unleashed his most potent maneuver. Clutching the counterfeit red jewel wrapped in paper, he leapt slightly and extended his hand with the swiftness of a striking serpent. Sleep. Suddenly, a crimson flash shot forth from the shadows. On high alert, Hagrid swiftly scooped up Harry and Dudley, turning sharply to shield them with his broad back. The powerful stunning spell struck Hagrid's back, causing him to momentarily falter, yawn, and shake his head before regaining his composure. He quickly retrieved his umbrella wand and faced the source of the spell, releasing a beam of white light. Hagrid did not utter a spell. This was a silent transfiguration charm. Fool! The dim-witted giant, possessing giant blood, was resistant to spells, using incantations meant for other objects against him. In the darkness, cloaked and hooded, Quirrell, reeking of garlic, trembled as he received reprimands from the Dark Lord, while simultaneously casting a silent shield charm to deflect Hagrid's radiant light. A thunderous explosion erupted. The sound roared through the air, prompted by the Dark Lord's guidance. Quirrell directed a powerful explosion charm towards Hagrid and the others. A dim light shot forth from the tip of his wand, followed by a deafening blast that resonated throughout the vast underground vault. Countless stalactites fell from above, the explosion echoing in the expansive space, shaking the ground as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Fool! The fragment of Voldemort residing in Quirrell's skull was nearly apoplectic with rage. Go check, destroy the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall have your life. Chapter 18. Merging Artifacts, the Philosopher's Stone. Amidst the chaos, a shrill alarm blared, synchronized with the explosion. A series of shimmering protective barriers materialized outside the vault, reinforced by magical light, ensuring stability amid the turmoil. Likewise, Hagrid and his companions, nearly buried under a cascade of stalactites and debris, remained relatively unharmed. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to invade Gringotts? A goblin named Griphook extended his clawed hands and conjured a grand protective shield, enveloping himself and Hagrid, who was sheltering Harry and Dudley beneath him, effectively warding off the multitude of falling rubble. Harry, Hagrid, listen to me. If that dark sorcerer approaches, Hagrid will be our primary offense, aiming to disarm him. Harry will vigorously cast the calming charm, ensuring that his murderous intent is quelled, rendering him incapable of unleashing lethal spells. I will provide support and seize the opportunity to strike from the shadows. Within the protective barrier, Dudley calmly devised a battle strategy with his nearby comrades. Speaking in hushed tones, "Yes, cousin," Harry responded with steely determination, nodding in agreement. Over the past few years, Dudley had often guided him through simulated encounters with wizards. "Dudley, this is too perilous," Hagrid expressed his concerns, reluctant to let the two children take such risks. "Silence, Hagrid. Follow my instructions. Otherwise, we may all perish." The dark sorcerer's spells do not discriminate between children and adults, Dudley admonished sternly, then wriggled out of Hagrid's embrace, bending low to position himself behind the fairy's protective ring. Harry, too, sprang into action, concealing the scar on his forehead with his fringe, standing beside Hagrid's leg as he began to chant softly, gathering his energy. Calm, calm. The two spells Dudley and he had developed together were not yet fully formed, unable to be cast swiftly. Thus, accumulating power in advance was their optimal choice. Observing Dudley and Harry's determination, Hagrid, with no better alternative, reluctantly acquiesced to Dudley's plan. He gripped his umbrella wand tightly with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, prepared for any eventuality. Should the dark sorcerer dare to approach, his fist might strike faster than any spell. "What brings you here, dear guest?" The fairy, Lavin, raised his hands, maintaining the protective barrier, feeling somewhat awkward with Dudley crouched behind him. "Enough chatter. Strengthen your barrier. The Dragon Guard, the spell lockdown, the safest vault. Your boasts are utterly preposterous," Dudley retorted mercilessly, leaving Lavin feeling quite embarrassed. Simultaneously, he directed another command to the system. "System, fuse the Philosopher's Stone." It was evident that Dudley had successfully acquired it moments ago. Command received, consuming one opportunity for fusion of a magical item. The small paper pouch, stealthily tucked into Dudley's coat, deflated as it contained a magical item resembling a ruby. In an instant, it transformed into an invisible, intangible force, merging with Dudley. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bloodline of an exceptional wizard. From this moment forth, your magical power and capacity will rival that of elite magical professors with extraordinary talent. As your mental fortitude strengthens with age and knowledge, your magical prowess will continue to grow, ultimately reaching 5 times your current capacity. You have obtained the transmutation of pure gold. You may expend magical energy to transmute any non-gold metal into pure gold. With a maximum conversion of 100 ounces, approximately 2,835 grams, every 7 days. You have acquired the elixir of immortality transmutation. You possess the ability to expend magical energy to infuse any beverage with the potency of an elixir of longevity. With a maximum transformation capacity of 10 gallons, approximately 455 liters, annually. Note that consuming 1 gallon of this enchanted drink can extend an individual's lifespan by 2 years. The elixir solely prolongs life. It does not preserve youthful appearance, heal bodily injuries, nor provide immunity against instant death attacks. You have acquired a portion of advanced alchemical knowledge and skills, particularly concerning the crafting of philosopher's stones. A formidable power and profound memories accompanied by system notifications have been fully assimilated by Dolly. At this moment, he feels utterly invigorated. In an instant, Dolly fused with the philosopher's stone, while the beleaguered Chilo, chastised by Voldemort, had already reached the rubble where Hagrid and his companions were ensnared. Chilo waved his wand, hastily clearing away the stalactites as the roars of a fire dragon echoed closer, with fairies riding chained dragons approaching in support. "Hurry up, you imbecile! Find a philosopher's stone and leave at once," commanded Voldemort. "Yes, my master," Chilo replied urgently, as he quickened his wand movements. He soon glimpsed the azure energy shield beneath the rubble. "My master, they are obstructing us," Chilo exclaimed, astonished. "Fool! Stop dawdling. Eliminate them," Voldemort retorted, his frustration palpable. Without further delay, Chilo raised his wand and cried, "Avada Kedavra!" A blinding green light shot forth, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, striking the protective barrier conjured by the fairy. The shield shattered upon impact. "This is bad," the fairy, La Huang, gasped, instantly twisting into a spiral and vanishing from sight, reappearing over 10 meters away. "Dear guests, please wait. I shall summon reinforcements." This unprincipled fairy, sensing peril, employed the enhanced disapparition spell innate to their kind and made a hasty retreat. Had it not been for the exceptionally powerful anti-disapparition enchantments in Gringotts' underground vault, La Huang's earlier escape would have been far more extensive, rendering his silhouette nearly invisible. Unworthy of the fairy's reputation, a massive boulder hurtled toward them. Realizing the fairy was no longer reliable, Dolly promptly utilized the wand he had acquired from Dige to cast the levitation spell he had learned in the standard spellbook. Thanks to his formidable magical prowess and a stroke of luck, the levitation spell succeeded brilliantly. A substantial stalactite flew into the fray, blocking the residual effects of Chilo's killing curse. The simplest method to counter the Avada Kedavra, regarded as the most unforgivable curse, is to shield oneself with a large mass of inanimate objects. This technique was gleaned from Dumbledore during Dolly's previous life while watching a film series. Chilo's intent was to obliterate the barrier while simultaneously dispatching the troublesome fairy. However, the shield was breached, the fairy fled, and yet a prematurely developed chubby boy thwarted the killing curse. This infuriated Quirrell, who swiftly repositioned himself to cast another lethal spell, the tip of his wand glowing green once more. However, at that moment, a sinister voice echoed in Quirrell's ears. "Calm yourself. Calm yourself." An inexplicable wave of tranquility washed over him, extinguishing the green light from his wand, and he envisioned the remnants of his squandered youth. He was an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw, a solitary hero who bravely ventured into the Albanian forest to vanquish vampires and wicked witches. He was like a hammer, striking the face of his former brilliant self. Quirrell instantaneously experienced a sensation akin to flight, performing a passive 3.5 rotations in midair, as a shattered tooth was caught in the confines of a black mask, landing heavily against a massive rock in utter frustration. No one can harm Harry Potter. Or his cousin," Hagrid bellowed, having sold out both Harry and Dudley, before leaping high into the air, ready to crash down upon the insidious masked figure. Useless. Useless. Voldemort could no longer contain his fury. How could Quirrell, an outstanding Ravenclaw, become so inept under his command? Wasn't the Dar transformation supposed to triple one's strength? Why had both power and intelligence regressed? Voldemort felt a deep sense of frustration and resolved to take matters into his own hands. For he had heard that name he despised above all, and if he did not act swiftly, his only remaining subordinate would be crushed under the weight of that oath. Chapter 19. A premature, fierce battle. Harry Potter. Which one is Harry Potter? A dark, damp, and chilling voice resonated as Quirrell, who had fallen, suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, darting aside just before Hagrid crashed down upon him, retrieving the hazel wand that had been flung into the rubble with remarkable speed. Hagrid clumsily landed on the boulder, shattering it, and grimacing in pain. Dudley's expression soured. Voldemort was moving too swiftly, and the wand remained unaffected by the incoming spell, leaving him no time to retrieve it. At that moment, the black smoke had already reformed atop another rock. Still clad in his dark robes, the figure now faced away from them, his wand gripped in a reversed manner. Strangely, a neatly oval hole had appeared in the back of his hood, revealing a hairless, ghastly visage with crimson eyes, a flat nose, and parched lips, sickeningly grotesque. Dudley, familiar with the original tale, recognized this as Quirrell's rear, now showcasing Voldemort's current form. Roaring like a dragon, the goblins of Gringotts finally arrived at the battleground. "Drop your weapons. Surrender. You are surrounded," A goblin riding on the back of a dragon amplified his voice with a spell, issuing a warning to the intruders. Meanwhile, 3 dragons unleashed a magnificent display of flames, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. "You are disturbing me," a grotesque creature screeched, swinging Chilo's wand without even glancing back. A malevolent surge of azure flames erupted, coalescing into a colossal wave of fire that surged towards the hovering dragons and fairies. "Shet! It's fiend fire!" the fairies cried, retreating as they raised their hands to emit beams of golden light in a futile attempt to fend off the vicious flames. The fiend fire only intensified, rapidly transforming into a gigantic blue fire serpent. The serpent opened its maw, revealing fiery fangs, and lunged at the fairies. "Now, there are no distractions to hinder us." Chilo stepped back, while Voldemort advanced with an odd yet menacing demeanor, proclaiming, "Tell me, who is Harry Potter?" You're the Dark Lord Voldemort." Hagrid's voice trembled, as the name cast a profound shadow over the half-giant. "Tell me, you foolish giant." Voldemort roared, his condition far from optimal, as he berated Chilo for his incompetence, oblivious to his own faltering mind. His hatred for Harry consumed a portion of his intellect. At that moment, he was not focused on swiftly delivering a fatal blow or seizing the Philosopher's Stone, but rather on capturing his lifelong nemesis from the prophecy to torment him thoroughly. In the face of Voldemort's approach, Hagrid realized he had spoken out of anger and immediately fell silent. Calm down. Calm down." Somewhere behind Hagrid, Harry, undeterred by the tense atmosphere, maintained his composure and, adhering to Dudley's original battle plan, extended his hands towards Voldemort, casting a calming charm from a distance. A peculiar sensation of tranquility began to envelop Voldemort's being. However, Voldemort's malice and madness were beyond Harry's current influence. In less than a second, he shook off the effects of the calming spell. "Ah, so it was you who influenced my servant's mind. Impressive, wandless magic. A true genius. You must be Harry." Suddenly, Dudley, concealed behind a boulder, launched an attack on Voldemort, his wand glowing with blue light. A whirlwind of magical sand and stones surged forth, propelled by his powerful incantation, aimed at the grotesque figure that appeared somewhat diminished against the backdrop of roaring blue flames. As Dudley infused his wand with immense magical energy, continuously stirring the storm of debris, he shouted, "Fool! I am Harry." His earlier hesitation in casting spells was not due to a lack of desire to silence Voldemort with words, but rather because a formidable charm like the sandstorm required considerable practice and familiarity to wield effectively. Dudley had not yet systematically studied charms. His success in casting so swiftly was largely attributed to the potent magical talent he had developed after merging with the Philosopher's Stone. Another genius. Suddenly, the voice of Voldemort echoed in Dudley's ear. "You are Harry Potter's cousin, are you not?" Dudley jolted in shock, unaware that Voldemort had once again transformed Quirrell's body into a wisp of black smoke, slipping through the tumult of sand and stone to materialize beside him. He hastily unleashed a punch, but alas, Voldemort's curse, fueled by Quirrell's drained life force, was swifter. The excruciating curse struck Dudley's body mercilessly, sending him flying backward. His fists clenched around his wand and his own punch, crashing into a heap of rubble, while the tumultuous spell dissipated. Dudley did not reach Voldemort, who was still in Quirrell's form. The curse was not an instant death spell. His diminished maternal protective trait failed to activate. Seeing his cousin struck by the curse and sent flying, Harry could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in urgent distress. At that moment, his identity was utterly betrayed. Harry attempted to rush toward Dudley to assess his injuries, but Hagrid swiftly intercepted him, firmly shielding him behind his back. "You big oaf. You remain as foolish as ever. The secret you harbor is either written on your face or spills forth from your lips. Just now, your anxious expression and furtive glances revealed everything." Reflecting on past, he recalled how he had once ensnared this big fool, nearly succumbing to a fit of stupidity that could have jeopardized everything. It was indeed a nostalgic memory. Voldemort advanced step by step toward Hagrid and Harry, his words chilling Hagrid to the bone. "Was it you from the beginning?" Hagrid's mouth fell agape. "Of course, I should have known. No one else could be so malevolent." "Ha ha, you big fool. Begone. Stop using your ridiculous face to amuse me." Voldemort cackled maniacally, like a villain on the verge of achieving his dark desires. sensing the wrinkles and blemishes beginning to mar his face, which belonged to Quirrell. He wasted no time and cast another spell, Shatter. Hagrid's red and yellow striped coat, along with the shirt beneath, disintegrated into tattered rags. A plethora of debris cascading to the ground, including a package wrapped in brown paper and twine that contained the Philosopher's Stone, a counterfeit. Ha ha! Voldemort issued another wicked laugh, waving his wand as the small package flew into Quirrell's now aged hands. That belongs to Dumbledore. Give it back. Hagrid bellowed in furious outrage, his anger eclipsing even his fear of Voldemort, as the umbrella wand in his massive hand emitted a brilliant white light. However, with a dismissive flick of his wand, Voldemort deflected Hagrid's transfiguration spell with an invisible shield, causing it to strike a nearby stalactite, which instantly transformed into a festering, decaying rat. Crushed to pieces. While diverting Hagrid's spell, Voldemort retaliated with a forceful strike, sending Hagrid's immense form hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and battered. At this moment, in the distance, Dudley, with immense perseverance born from 2 lifetimes, endured the excruciating agony inflicted by the Cruciatus curse. As he regained his senses, he beheld Voldemort's wand once again illuminating with the curse's sinister glow, this time aimed at his cousin. In a fit of furious rage, Dudley emitted a primal roar, acutely aware that maternal protection would not shield against the Cruciatus curse, and his emotions surged violently. Alongside his intense anger and indignation, a powerful golden magic radiated from Dudley, swiftly engulfing Voldemort, who sought to harm Harry and the vast space surrounding them. This time, his magical power erupted in earnest. Chapter 20, A Hard-Won Victory. The first encounter with Dumbledore. In the shattered passage of the underground treasury, countless fragments sparkled with a golden hue. Just as Voldemort was poised to commit an act of violence, he suddenly realized, no, it was Quirrell's body, becoming heavy and rigid, his senses dulled, and his joints stiffening. In astonishment, his crimson eyes caught sight of the reflection of Harry's clear gaze. The grotesque skin on his face transformed into resplendent golden flesh. Harry, strike him. Seize the wand. Dudley seized the opportunity, shouting at the top of his lungs, while raising the tightly gripped Diggory wand towards Voldemort, chanting, "Disarm, disarm, disarm." This was not merely an important incantation repeated thrice. Rather, Dudley was fervently channeling his magical energy, striving to successfully cast the disarming spell. Meanwhile, the initially perplexed Harry, upon hearing his familiar cousin's directive, felt a surge of reassurance and immediately complied. He murmured, "Power, power, rise, rise." Both hands out, one hand clenched into a fist. He struck Voldemort's face, the part yet to turn to gold, specifically Quirrell's remaining skull. The other hand, claw-like, swiftly reached for the hand in which Voldemort, Quirrell, clutched the wand, attempting to wrest it away. Naturally, Voldemort would not remain passive. His scarlet eyes blazed with pure hatred and murderous intent as he forcefully uttered the incantation, Avada, disarm. At that critical moment, Dudley's disarming spell successfully manifested, striking Voldemort. The wand, nearly pried from Harry's grasp, barely emitted a glimmer of green light before it slipped from his fingers, shooting like an arrow into a distant stalactite. A standard disarming spell would cause the enemy's wand to fly into one's own hand. Evidently, Dudley's attempt at the disarmament spell had not achieved perfection, merely a satisfactory level. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. Voldemort had lost his means of wreaking havoc, for he had yet to attain the strength to wield Quirrell's body without a wand in his weakened state. More critically, Harry, the savior endowed with the full embrace of maternal protection, had now come into contact with an enemy filled with lethal intent. Quirrell emitted an excruciating scream, as the agony coursed through his body, originating from the back of his head and his right wrist, gradually enveloping him whole. The backlash of power disintegrated his flesh into ash, including the parts transformed into gold by Voldemort's chaotic magic. Harry Potter, I shall return. Voldemort relinquished his hold over Quirrell. At this point, he was powerless to intervene. His own escape and resurrection took precedence. With a resounding explosion, Quirrell's head erupted, and an invisible repulsive force sent Harry and Dudley, who was painfully rushing to his side, sprawling away. The black hood shattered, and a dark purple scarf, reeking of garlic, was flung high into the air, followed closely by the shadowy essence of Voldemort. The spirit spiraled downward, intent on utilizing its smoky tendrils to seize the fallen faux philosopher's stone before making its escape. Dudley, still suffering from lingering pain and in a precarious state, was determined to stop Voldemort, the loathsome creature who had so thoroughly provoked his ire today. He collapsed to the ground, straining to raise his wand. Flame, end all spells. An elderly yet resonant incantation interrupted Dudley's desperate attempt to cast the fire spell. A blinding yellow light cleaved through the raging inferno surrounding the monstrous serpent, advancing with unyielding force from a great distance, striking the black smoky tendril of Voldemort's essence with pinpoint accuracy. "Damn you, Dumbledore!" A barely audible curse escaped Voldemort's lips as he abandoned the notion of retrieving the Philosopher's Stone, swiftly darting upward to collide with the descending dark purple scarf. At the moment of contact, they transformed into a twisted spiral and vanished. It was evident that Voldemort and Quirrell had meticulously planned their escape, turning the scarf into a key, an enhanced version at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade in the heavily fortified vault of Gringotts, shielded by various protective enchantments. Cursed fate! Dudley spat vehemently, casting a glance at the Master of Time, who was calmly addressing the aftermath of the fire spell. Struggling to his feet, he staggered over to Harry, assisting his cousin to rise before rushing to Hagrid, who lay bleeding and unconscious. "Quick, heal! Hasten the revival." Without hesitation, Dudley wielded Diggory's wand, directing it towards Hagrid to administer healing. After casting the spell twice, he swiftly mastered the technique of the healing charm, and under a radiant light, Hagrid's wounds began to mend. "Harry, help lift Hagrid." "Yes, cousin." Harry responded as always, casting the strength-enhancing spell upon himself before effortlessly raising the heavy Hagrid. Seeing Hagrid stir back to consciousness without adverse effects, Dudley then cast the healing spell twice more upon himself and Harry. "Harry, Hagrid, are you both all right?" The elderly man, with his white hair and crooked nose, approached with a gentle yet compassionate inquiry. Hagrid's consciousness was still somewhat clouded, but he vaguely recognized the arrival of Dumbledore and managed a weary nod. Harry, supporting Hagrid, found himself at a loss in front of such an aged figure, opting merely to observe in silence. "Stay away, or I swear I'll hit you." Suddenly, Dudley, without even turning his head, unleashed his irritation upon the venerable elder, rendering the greatest wizard of the 20th century momentarily speechless. Dumbledore's expression faltered. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner, if ever. Whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort, saints or Death Eaters, all had held at least a modicum of reverence for him. With over a century of life experience, it was difficult for him to fathom that an 11-year-old wizard would dare to utter such brazen words. Chapter 21. Dudley's Fury. Dumbledore's Regret. Dumbledore, taken aback, contemplated using the Patronus charm, but ultimately decided against it. With a gentle tap of his elder wand, he revitalized Hagrid's spirits, restoring his clarity and alleviating his hidden wounds. The scattered remnants of clothing and debris returned to Hagrid as if time itself had reversed, restoring him to his former self. However, 2 dormice that Hagrid had carried with him, having succumbed to eternal slumber beneath falling stones, could not be revived. Having regained his senses, Hagrid, unaware of the peculiar atmosphere, scanned his surroundings and noticed the faux philosopher's stone package lying on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, he hurried to retrieve it and presented it before Dumbledore. He then respectfully introduced Harry and Dudley, recounting the events that had just transpired. In his fervor, Hagrid wished to draw Harry and Dudley closer to converse with Dumbledore, only to find Harry steadfastly standing by Dudley, refusing to budge. Dudley, engrossed in his own affairs, paid no heed to Hagrid. "Oh, it was my mistake. I should not have revealed Harry's identity." Sensing Harry's resistance, Hagrid felt a pang of sorrow. "Do not be disheartened, Hagrid. They will forgive you. Let them have a moment of peace," Dumbledore reassured him. However, Dudley was not inclined to grant anyone peace. Right before Dumbledore's eyes, he pulled out 3 empty blood bags wrapped in tinfoil and cotton from his clothing and began to open them. Wielding the wand of Mr. Diggory from the Order of the Phoenix, he cast a simple levitation spell, drawing forth a considerable pool of Hagrid's spilled blood and channeling it into the bags for safe collection. Once he had gathered Hagrid's blood, Dudley approached the stalactite where Quirrell's wand was lodged and attempted the shattering spell several times, successfully retrieving the cracked and damaged wand. After completing this task, he moved to the remains of Quirrell, now reduced to ash and tattered black cloth, searching in vain for anything of value before ultimately abandoning the effort. As Derry's gaze shifted to the scattered gold nuggets, he observed, to his dismay, that they were gradually reverting to mere stones. Save for the minuscule traces of base metals that had transformed into pure gold, remaining untouched by this metamorphosis. Pure gold. Without a moment's hesitation, Derry seized the opportunity. For even the smallest morsel of sustenance is valuable, especially when it comes to gold. The specks of gold dust shattered their rocky confines and soared upwards, converging in the palm of Derry's hand. Empowered by immense strength, Derry raised his wand and cast a spell he had co-created with Harry, uttering incantations in ancient Latin, meticulously crafted for this very purpose. The gesture of his wand was a simple outline of a clenched fist. A crimson light flickered, and perhaps buoyed by the essence of its creator, Derry succeeded magnificently on his first attempt at this spell. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, he was profoundly satisfied. This was far more exhilarating than the magic Harry had previously wielded on his behalf. Derry turned to fixate on Dumbledore, who had settled on a nearby stone, their gazes locked in a steady confrontation. With a forceful grip, his left hand crushed a small handful of gold dust into a singular mass. Ding! Encounter with Albus Dumbledore, unlocking current regret events. The untimely death of parents, level. Details. Albus Dumbledore's father was imprisoned for attacking 3 Muggle children during Albus's youth and subsequently perished in Azkaban. His mother succumbed to the tragic explosion caused by his sister Ariana. Accidental killing of Ariana, level. Details. Albus Dumbledore's sister, Ariana, died amidst a chaotic confrontation involving him, his brother Aberforth, and his then-lover Gellert Grindelwald, the original Dark Lord. Though no direct evidence exists, Albus harbors a deep-seated awareness that his spell was responsible for his sister's demise, a haunting nightmare he fears to confront. The forbidden love of the dark and light wizards, level. Details. In his youth, Albus Dumbledore fell in love with the extremist Gellert Grindelwald, who was obsessed with dark magic and the legend of the Deathly Hallows, believing that wizards should dominate Muggles. Their relationship fractured due to ideological differences and the catastrophic duel that ensued, leading to a permanent rift where one became the victor and the other a prisoner. Rendant une réconciliation impossible. Having silently absorbed the newly unlocked regret events, Derry's mood and countenance grew increasingly grim. None of these were issues he wished to resolve, nor were any within his capacity to address. Harry, let us depart, Derry declared abruptly, turning on his heel. Without hesitation, Harry, who had been closely trailing Derry, quickly followed suit. Although he could not fully comprehend the reasons behind his cousin's fury, he felt no need for understanding. He would unwaveringly stand by Derry's side, regardless of his own inability to attend Hogwarts and learn magic. Dumbledore and Hagrid had been abandoned. Hagrid, it appears that the rather opinionated Mr. Dursley has formed some misconceptions about me. Dumbledore rose to his feet, reassuringly stating that there was no need to worry, for they likely did not harbor any ill feelings towards you. The wise old wizard, despite not employing legilimency, had discerned the situation clearly. Oh, how could this be? You came to our rescue. Dudley is a clever child. He should not have treated you in such a manner. Hagrid's head was large, yet his intellect was somewhat lacking, and he was utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. No, Hagrid. Strictly speaking, I did not save them. They had already triumphed over Voldemort before I intervened. Dumbledore spoke candidly, refraining from embellishing his own contributions. Furthermore, Hagrid, you were correct. Young Mr. Dursley is indeed astute, perhaps even more so than I had anticipated, intelligent and forthright, with no pretense whatsoever. This is splendid. Perhaps a sincere dialogue could dispel his discontent and misunderstandings regarding me. Let us pursue them. They seem to be encountering some difficulties. And additionally, the first-year supplies for the 2 new students remain unpurchased. From a distance, Dumbledore and Hagrid observed Dudley and Harry engaged in a minor dispute with the goblins who had come to rectify the chaos. Oh, very well. Professor Dumbledore, I sincerely hope that you can bond closely with the 2 children. However, for now, please go assist them. I shall follow shortly. Hagrid wiped the tears from his face. The estrangement from 2 new friends, coupled with the loss of 2 little creatures, weighed heavily on his heart. He crouched down and gently cradled the 2 flattened, lifeless dormice, carefully wrapping them in a piece of silk cloth before placing them in a separate pocket. Do not be overly sorrowful, Hagrid, Dumbledore consoled his old companion. I am fine, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid replied, not wishing to burden others with his worries, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In doing so, he recalled a remark Dumbledore had made earlier. Professor, did you say 2 new students? Does Dudley count? Yes. Dudley suddenly manifested magical abilities. He is not a Muggle. Hagrid, still in a state of heightened tension from battle, had hardly had time to ponder Dudley's peculiarities. Now that he reflected upon it, he did not delve deeply. He was simply pleased for Dudley. Chapter 22. The Goblin's Compensation. Dumbledore chose to say little more on this topic, as he too was puzzled by how Dudley had suddenly transformed from a Muggle into a wizard, mastering magic without any formal instruction and becoming an exceptionally powerful sorcerer. He stroked the faux philosopher's stone package that Hagrid had handed him with his aged hands, feeling a trickle of magic seep within, which caused his expression to shift slightly. With his expertise in alchemy, he discerned immediately that this was not a philosopher's stone at all. At best, it was a rather fine natural ruby. Had Voldemort succeeded? Had the goblins switched it? Or was it the remarkable young Mr. Dursley? Dumbledore pondered, and combining the known information, the answer to this enigma seemed rather easy to surmise. Just as unmistakable as the fervent sounds nearby. Is this truly how you manage security at Gringotts? Your vaults are as permeable as a sieve, allowing terrorists to come and go at will. Employees scurry away like frightened mice at the slightest hint of danger. And what the dragon guardians and fairy squads? Utterly laughable. A mere spark could thwart your defenses? What are you doing with your time? With so many families in the magical community, the annual fees for vault management are essentially tossed into the Irish Sea with barely a ripple. Do you comprehend how close we came to disaster? My cousin, my stout friend, and I nearly perished. Those in the know would assume we were merely withdrawing money from the bank, while the uninformed might think we were storming a terrorist stronghold. Before the fairies laboring to clean up the aftermath in the underground vaults, Derry passionately took the microphone, his fervor eclipsing even Hagrid's towering presence. The fairies, ashamed, bowed their heads, avoiding his gaze. A leading fairy manager, summoning his courage, stepped forward to seek reconciliation. Esteemed guest, we at Gringotts express our sincerest apologies for your unfortunate experience. Apologies? Derry immediately interrupted. What is the value of your apologies in galleons per ounce? Do you think a mere touch of your wrinkled upper lip against your lower lip suffices to dismiss this matter? I was subjected to the cruciatus curse, the most tormenting of all curses. How do you account for my suffering? How do you account for our terror? What a life-threatening ordeal we endured. If you fail to provide a satisfactory resolution today, I shall expose your abysmal security to the Daily Prophet, revealing your true nature to all wizards. And I will withdraw all our assets from you, leaving not a single canute behind. The fairies were horrified. Their ancestors had been defeated by wizards and stripped of their right to wield wands. Their only hope now was gold and treasure. A mass run on the bank would be tantamount to a death sentence for them. 3,000 galleons? Plus a permanent waiver on the Potter family's vault management fees. The fairy manager offered, visibly pained by his proposal. I believe further negotiation is unnecessary. Harry, withdraw all the money from the vault, and we shall head straight to the Daily Prophet, securing a year's worth of headlines. Derry's expression turned icy, feigning a desire to leave. No, please don't. Very well. You win 10,000 galleons, along with a permanent waiver on vault management fees. The fairy manager collapsed in a heap upon the stone steps, as if struck by a soul-sucking curse, feeling utterly drained. I demand 100,000, not a single galleon less. Derry revealed his sinister smile, determined to get his way. No, that is impossible. The fairy manager seemed to jump as if burned by the steps, leaping up in panic. The other fairies echoed his sentiments, feeling as though the proposed price had slashed at their very lifeblood. With a derisive smile, Dudley fell silent, employing a silent yet chilling psychological assault against the fairies. The fairy manager, beads of sweat forming on his brow, felt the immense pressure bearing down on him. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly retreated a step. 50,000 galleons. Truly, we cannot offer more, he stammered, wiping his forehead. This is the utmost we can provide, considering the esteemed Harry Potter and Professor Dumbledore. As Dumbledore and Hagrid approached, the fairy manager, sensing an opportunity for a favor, felt a shiver of hope. However, the mere mention of Dumbledore's name invigorated Dudley further. Are you implying that Hagrid and I are not worth a single galleon, that we lack the right to even be mentioned? Dudley bellowed, his magical powers surging. Should those of no renown perish? The fairy manager, overwhelmed by Dudley's menacing presence, stumbled back, stammering, "No, that is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "Huh." Dudley pressed on. "Gringotts must make amends." At that moment, Dumbledore stepped forward, his tone grave. "You sought to cover up a scandal, preventing me from accessing the vault, believing you could manage alone, yet you nearly led an innocent to their demise." "Be silent," Dudley retorted sharply at the old man, recognizing Dumbledore's attempt to defend him, to clarify, to both himself and Harry. Yet, such a defense felt feeble. How did the parasitic Quirrell's Voldemort learn of the situation and rush to Vault 713 to seize the Philosopher's Stone? This was a plot from the original story. A calculated scheme by the old man. There was no escaping it. Moreover, how long had the old man been watching? Could the fairies truly restrain him? 50,000 galleons. The Potter family vault will incur no management fees permanently, plus 2 injured Norwegian Ridgeback dragons, 1 male and 1 female. Amidst the astonished gazes of the fairies and Hagrid, Dudley disregarded Dumbledore and firmly presented his final offer to the fairies. "Let us finalize this transaction." The fairy manager's mind went blank, yet instinctively, he understood that refusing someone who had confronted Dumbledore directly was unwise, so he awkwardly acquiesced. Once he regained his composure, he realized the gravity of the situation and hastily inquired, "The Ministry does not permit private ownership of dragons. They must be slaughtered?" Dudley glared fiercely. "I meant to ask, where should we deliver the 2 dragons?" The fairy manager once again felt the weight of his heart. 50,000 galleons. Deposited into the Potter family vault. The 2 Norwegian Ridgebacks must be healed, and then await my instructions. When my letter arrives, ensure they are delivered precisely as directed, without any discount. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Dudley retracted his menacing magical aura, taking Harry's hand as they leaped onto another pristine little cart summoned by the fairies. With a flick of his wand, they departed, proclaiming, "Do as he says." Dumbledore uttered a concise statement to the goblins before linking arms with Hagrid. With a flicker of orange flames, they activated the disapparation charm, spiraling away into oblivion. Once everyone had departed, the goblin manager remained silent for a moment before abruptly bellowing at the other goblins. "What are you still doing here? Activate the repair spells. Furthermore, enhance the anti-disapparation charms. I refuse to allow anyone to access our vaults freely." Chapter 23. Shopping in Diagon Alley, Hagrid's long-awaited dream of raising dragons. Inside Gringotts. In the main hall, Dudley and Harry rode in a small cart, retracing their steps to this chaotic scene. A multitude of people had gathered, being calmed by a new wave of goblins. These individuals could be categorized into 2 groups, reporters and aurors. The previous explosion spell cast by Quirrell had disrupted the spatial geological structure of the underground vaults, sending tremors throughout Diagon Alley and attracting the curious. Reporters from the Daily Prophet surrounded the perimeter, brandishing magical cameras and relentlessly interrogating the goblins about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the aurors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic formed an inner circle, engaging in serious discussions with Dumbledore, who had arrived promptly. Hagrid stood alone at the periphery, shielded from the reporters and overlooked by the aurors, who were preoccupied with Dumbledore. He remained undisturbed. Dudley guided Harry swiftly to Hagrid's side. "Dudley, Harry, you should not be entangled in Professor Dumbledore's affairs," Hagrid began in a hushed tone. "Listen up," Dudley instructed, first attempting a few wand movements to cast a privacy charm before earnestly explaining, "Hagrid, as an adult, you should comprehend that a friend of a friend is not necessarily your friend. Our matters with Dumbledore do not concern you, and you need not fret over them. Simply recognize this truth. Dumbledore is your friend, and so are we. That is all that matters. These 2 relationships should remain distinct." "Oh, Dudley, Harry, you still consider me a friend. How wonderful. You do not blame me for revealing your identities to Voldemort, do you?" Hagrid exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, momentarily disregarding the source of his distress to focus on what truly mattered to him. Dudley, unaffected by Hagrid's fervor, continued, "Everyone has their flaws. You did not intend to expose us. Even if you hadn't revealed our identities today, Voldemort would have pursued us solely for the treasure. Moreover, And most importantly, today's incident did not result in any severe consequences. Thus, I can forgive your lapse in judgment this time. Cousin forgives you, and I do as well, Hagrid. Harry chimed in. This is splendid news. I was quite terrified just now, Hagrid exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. However, Hagrid, you must learn from this experience. Dudley's expression grew increasingly grave. If today's events were to cause irreparable harm to either Harry or myself, then, despite your unintentional involvement, we could no longer consider ourselves friends. You ought to endeavor to safeguard your friend's secrets and cultivate the ability to discern situations. Otherwise, in our future interactions, both Harry and I would inevitably harbor reservations towards you, and quite substantial ones at that. Hagrid's expression also turned complex, a blend of guilt and determination. I understand, Dudley. I will strive to do better. That is all I need to hear. Dudley's tone softened somewhat. Now that we've procured the funds, it is time to acquire the school supplies. This is something you promised us. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Oh, I would never go back on my word. Hagrid's spirits lifted once more as he glanced towards Dumbledore, gesturing towards the side door of Gringotts. Dumbledore, diverting a portion of his attention, nodded at Hagrid. Only then did Hagrid turn back, intending to shield Dudley and Harry as they made their escape from the throng of frenzied reporters surrounding Gringotts. To his surprise, Dudley had already bent low, protecting Harry, and had found a goblin to guide them to a secluded exit. Wait for me. Hagrid hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Meanwhile, Dumbledore imparted his final words to the team of Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic. Inform Fudge that Voldemort, that dreadful Dark Lord, is poised to return. The Ministry must prepare for battle. With that, he silently exited Gringotts, discreetly following in the wake of Dudley and his companions. The Aurors present were left in a state of shock at Dumbledore's proclamation. Had it been anyone else, they would have drawn their wands and subdued the individual, sending them to St. Mungo's for psychiatric evaluation. But now, those words came from Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century and the uncrowned king of the British magical world. They had no choice but to heed his warning. The Aurors exchanged glances and promptly disapparated back to the ministry to report to Minister Fudge. Following a minor seismic incident, despite the lack of visible disruption in Diagon Alley, an underlying sense of fear rendered the area noticeably more subdued than when Dudley and Harry had first arrived. However, this served to facilitate their shopping experience. At the apothecary, they purchased the necessary vessels for potions class, acquiring 4 or 5 complete sets. At Slug Jiggers, they gathered various ingredients for potion making, buying not only the items listed on their acceptance letter, but also a plethora of additional materials. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they selected numerous wizarding robes, and formal were tailored to fit both Dudley and Harry, opting for those with automatic ironing and repairing features, purchasing a dozen sets. At Flourish and Blots, they acquired 2 complete sets of standard textbooks for Hogwarts from 1st to 7th year, while Dudley also picked out a collection of intriguing spells, curses, and alchemical tomes, intending to enrich the shelves of his bedroom. In the Owl Emporium, Hagrid took the initiative to spend his own money to purchase a snowy owl for Harry, a gift among friends, and Dudley did not object. True to the original tale, Harry named the snowy owl Hedwig. Initially, Hagrid had intended to buy Dudley a pet as well, but Dudley declined. Dudley, do you really not want a pet? That gray owl seems quite splendid, Hagrid remarked, feeling somewhat glum in the shop, believing Dudley's refusal stemmed from lingering resentment towards him. The owl is hardly impressive. We only need one for delivering messages. Having more is unnecessary. Dudley scoffed, dismissing the notion. He added that apart from his cousin's Hedwig, Hogwarts had an owl postal service, so he would never be lacking an owl when school started. Hagrid, don't forget the compensation the goblins from Gringotts promised me. A dragon would be a far more thrilling pet. After leaving the Owl Emporium, Dudley candidly shared his true thoughts with Hagrid. Didn't you say that your dream was to raise a dragon? Once we're settled, I'll write to the goblins to have them send you 2 dragons. You can take care of them, and any eggs they produce will be yours. What? Hagrid exclaimed, astonished. But Hogwarts forbids the raising of dragons. Expand your horizons, Hagrid. When the dragons arrive, just give them a makeover and claim they're winged fire lizards. No one will question us, Dudley suggested nonchalantly. Hagrid, realizing the implication, felt a new world of possibilities unfold before him. Had he known such alternatives existed, He would have raised ordinary spiders that had grown large from consuming growth potions rather than the acromantula he had previously cared for. Unlocking early. Hagrid's longing to raise dragons. Level. Details. Hagrid has always dreamed of raising a dragon, but is constrained by Hogwarts regulations. In the original story, he was deceived by Quirrell, trading the weakness of the three-headed dog Fluffy for a dragon egg, which eventually hatched into a Norwegian ridgeback he named Norbert. To prevent detection by the school, Harry and his friends ultimately transferred Norbert to Charlie Weasley, who specialized in dragon care in Romania. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Dumbledore in the streets. Unlocking a currently feasible regretful event. Dudley was quite pleased. He understood that raising dragons at Hogwarts was not as simple as he had claimed. It required a network of connections, financial bribes, absolute power for intimidation, along with authority and prestige as leverage. The Ministry of Magic, under Cornelius Fudge's rule, would still uphold the wizarding laws and regulations without these means. However, Dudley was confident that, depending on future developments, he would find targeted strategies to achieve his goals. In contrast to Dudley's confidence in undermining the rules, the elderly Dumbledore, trailing behind him, had furrowed his brow in concern. The great wizard discovered that Dudley completely disregarded the rules, embodying pure lawlessness. He pondered deeply on how to guide Dudley back onto the right path, for he wished not to witness the rise of another Voldemort in his lifetime. As Dudley and Harry were about to enter the final stop of their shopping journey, Ollivander's wand shop, Dumbledore suddenly appeared before them. He called out to Dudley and Harry, producing an acceptance letter from his cloak and handing it to Dudley, saying, "Dear Mr. Dudley Dursley, I, Albus Dumbledore, in my capacity as the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, am delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts to attend alongside Harry Potter." Dudley halted in his tracks, gazing at the seemingly wise yet foolish, brave yet cowardly, and aged wizard before him. A sly smile, laced with coldness, spread across his face. "You claim to be delighted? To what extent? And who told you I intended to attend Hogwarts?" He continued, to be frank. "Prior to today's incident, I held a degree of respect for you and was prepared to attend Hogwarts with Harry. However, if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will compel my parents to relocate me and Harry to another country. We could study at Ilvermorny in America, Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in the north, or even a magical sect in China. Wherever we go, I am confident that Harry and I will become powerful wizards, even stronger than you." He added, "Then, I shall return here and make the wretched Voldemort, who lacks a nose, and everyone who harmed my Aunt Lily's family suffer, punishing those deserving of it." Dudley's voice was as cold as the bitterest wind, instilling fear even in Hagrid, while Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply in shock. This sense of troubled astonishment intensified after Harry unconditionally echoed Dudley's sentiments. "I will listen to my cousin. Wherever he tells me to study, I shall go. My parents' grievances will be avenged," Harry declared, his voice trembling yet resolute. Around them, a hazy barrier had already formed, shielding their extraordinary discourse from the ears of the ordinary wizards. After a lengthy contemplation, Dumbledore could no longer resist subtly casting a legilimency spell on Dudley, discovering that Dudley's words aligned perfectly with his true thoughts. The realization of this mental invasion elicited a sneer from Dudley, who was firmly convinced that Dumbledore had become petty and genuinely aged. The thoughts Dumbledore had just gleaned were indeed reflections of Dudley's authentic intentions. Despite encountering considerable peril today, in terms of outcome, Derry has undeniably achieved a significant success in his endeavors, possessing now the audacity to act decisively. He has integrated the Philosopher's Stone, acquiring the magical prowess equivalent to that of a distinguished professor, and he is destined to grow even stronger in the future. By mastering various incantations of both light and dark magic, he plans to transfer the weakened wizard's bloodline, obtained through the fusion with Harry's blood, to his mother, teaching her several spells, thereby minimally achieving the resolution of the rejection of the magical world by Petunia, which will grant him an opportunity for the fusion of a magical artifact of a higher caliber, coupled with his current inventory, 2 of one grade, 2 of another. This will enable him to synthesize a magical item of superior quality. By merging Quirrell's broken wand, a pinnacle magical artifact, he would instantly elevate himself to an elite professor proficient in numerous light and dark spells. It is noteworthy that had Quirrell's wand not been damaged, it could have been classified as a premier magical item by the system. The spells Quirrell cast throughout his life, along with those performed during Voldemort's possession, would be entirely inherited by Derry upon fusion, allowing him to master them comprehensively. In such a scenario, Derry would possess the foundation to establish himself within any magical realm. And even if he chose not to pursue further unresolved incidents or meet other characters from the original narrative at Hogwarts, it would not be entirely unacceptable for him. He could easily protect his beloved family, distancing himself from conflict, while observing the intellectual duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort unfold. When he attains sufficient strength, he could return and vanquish Voldemort and his Death Eaters in one fell swoop. This newly devised simulation plan faces little opposition, save for Dumbledore standing before him. Unless Dumbledore were to succumb to complete darkness and attempt to eliminate him, forcibly altering Harry and Hagrid's memories to restore order. Such actions would render Dumbledore no different from Voldemort. The beliefs he fought for over the years would be dismantled by his own hands. Dumbledore would not act thus, just as Derry would rather wager his life than submit to another's manipulation. What say you? Have you devised an impenetrable explanation after establishing the barrier and contemplating for so long? Derry spoke with an air of calm, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of others, entirely uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old boy. Finally, Dumbledore responded, weariness and wear etched in his eyes. You are an exceptionally astute young wizard. You must realize I sought to refine Harry. Huh. Derry chuckled. Of course, I can see you wish to refine Harry. But is that the crux of the matter? The crux lies in your utter lack of the ability to orchestrate a proper plan. Yet you insist on setting a rudimentary and perilous trap, disregarding the lives of others. Why did Voldemort know that the Philosopher's Stone was in Gringotts? And why did he head directly for Vault 713? You concealed the Philosopher's Stone within Gringotts, while simultaneously allowing Hagrid to lead Harry and me to retrieve it. Yet, you prematurely disseminated this information, thereby attracting the ever-hungry Voldemort. Is that not true? Harry is safeguarded by the protective magic bestowed by Aunt Lily, making it impossible for Voldemort to kill him. However, he can still inflict torment upon him. Can you truly bear to subject an 11-year-old child to the agony of the Cruciatus Curse? You dare to label this as training? I am but a stranger to you. In your initial perception, I was merely an inconsequential Muggle, my existence likely of no concern to you. This I can comprehend. But what of Hagrid? Hagrid, who places such unwavering trust in you, who venerates you almost as a deity. Did you ever contemplate his well-being? In the underground vault, had Voldemort chosen to cast the killing curse instead of the shattering curse upon him, you would now be gazing upon a lifeless giant of 3 meters and 5 centimeters. Within the barrier, Dudley unleashed a furious tirade against Dumbledore, each word piercing the heart. Harry's face paled as his regard for Dumbledore diminished further. Hagrid trembled, his lips quivering, his large eyes fixed on Dumbledore, fervently hoping he would counter Dudley's accusations. Dumbledore, besieged by Dudley's relentless inquiries, felt an unsettling anxiety, an emotion that should not have manifested within him. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he realized he had not considered the implications with sufficient depth. I truly did not anticipate your confrontation with Voldemort at Gringotts. I misjudged the timing. Ultimately, he could only utter this single phrase. A look of remorse and guilt etched upon his aged features, his gaze averted from Hagrid. Yet Dudley's fury remained unabated. Chapter 25. Actively erasing unwanted memories. You did not foresee this? Dudley sneered. I think you are suffering from cognitive decline, perhaps even dementia. What are you thinking? Let me guess. You intended for Hagrid to lead us to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone first, allowing Voldemort to be left empty-handed. Then, you would lure Voldemort to Hogwarts. Subsequently, you would conceal the stone within the school, set up a series of challenges, and provide Harry with clues to guide him through these trials, thereby fortifying him against Voldemort. Is this your notion of training Harry? Dudley succinctly dissected Dumbledore's devised plan, leaving the old wizard in a state of astonishment. He had anticipated Dudley to be intelligent, yet he had not expected him to be this astute. Dumbledore fell into a deep chasm of self-doubt. Is my plan so easily discerned? Could such a foolish scheme truly be so transparent? Dudley's words, sharp as a blade, left Dumbledore feeling cold and disheartened. Let's momentarily set aside this foolish scheme. I wish to pose a question. If you did not wish for us to confront Voldemort at Gringotts, why did you allow news of the stone's presence there to circulate? Could you not have simply announced that the Philosopher's Stone was already secured within Hogwarts? Is it impossible to keep such information concealed? If you cannot conceal it, why not retrieve it yourself? Could you not foresee the perils that lie along this path? You intend to exploit Hagrid's inability to keep secrets, leaving Harry breadcrumbs concerning the Philosopher's Stone, thereby laying the groundwork for your so-called trial upon the commencement of the school year. Am I correct? You are manipulating Hagrid's trust in you. That loquacious giant, throughout our journey, disclosed to Harry and me the vault number where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden, as well as the note you had given him. Yet he never revealed that the treasure itself is the Philosopher's Stone. Due to his admiration and trust in you, he has borne the burden of this secret, utterly oblivious to the fact that you had already leaked it, and even more so, that you had turned it to your advantage. Dumbledore, how magnificent you are! How astute! Dudley has articulated the truth and its converse, each word steeped in genuine emotion. This, Dumbledore, who has long employed the art of legilimency, comprehends all too well. He understands it to the extent that he feels a pang of bloodlust. It is only upon reflection that he realizes he has sunk to such depths of hypocrisy, and he has been blissfully unaware of it all along. Hagrid, forgive me. Harry, Dudley, I apologize to you both. Today, I have come to the disheartening realization that I have become a self-righteous old fool. Tears of regret streamed down Dumbledore's face. Wait, do not rush to tears. Dudley persisted, refusing to relent in his pursuit of Dumbledore. Let me ask you again. Your arrival at Gringotts today was not due to your awareness of flaws in your plan, was it? Rather, it was through the Hogwarts acceptance book and the acceptance quill that you saw my name inscribed upon the enrollment list, prompting you to investigate further, contemplating how to manage and educate me thereafter. Moreover, do you truly believe you were thwarted by the goblins, delaying your arrival until the very last moment at the underground battlefield? Your timing in casting spells was rather impeccable, was it not? Had you been a moment longer, Voldemort would have escaped with the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone. You wish to observe Harry and me in our moment of glory, to gauge our abilities to challenge us. Thus you remained a spectator until the end, correct? You are not mistaken, Dudley. I apologize. Dumbledore acknowledged his shortcomings, choosing to no longer veil the truth. Having lived for over a century, he had encountered many who could read minds, yet he had never met anyone as astute as Dudley, who, upon discerning the reality, approached matters with such forthrightness, piercing straight to the heart of the matter. He now comprehended that Dudley's character and resolve had matured beyond measure, rendering him impervious to external influence or admonition. Conversely, it was he, the centenarian, who required education and guidance. You need not apologize any further. If apologies were truly effective, this world will be devoid of regret and remorse. Dudley exclaimed passionately, his fervor waning in response to the mere simple and honest apology. An aging sage, possessing formidable power and a disposition inclined towards benevolence, had garnered the adoration and following of numerous mediocre wizards, accustomed to guiding and leading others. Yet constrained by his limited perspective and nature, he fell short of perfection. Yet, there exists a peculiar kind of half-hearted fortune that often leads to the attainment of goals, albeit at the cost of one's own strength. Dumbledore is a good man, yet he is not an effective leader. Should he choose to remain in the shadows, acting as a clumsy puppeteer, guiding Harry's growth without enacting any change, then Dudley would undoubtedly alter the original plan, ensuring that neither he nor Harry would attend Hogwarts. You have made use of my Philosopher's Stone, Dudley declared. Observing Dumbledore's silence, Dudley lost interest in continuing his tirade and decisively stated, "Consider this a token of apology for the unwarranted risks you have imposed upon Harry and me. Harry, let us depart and procure wands." With a straightforward declaration, Dudley turned to leave, only to be startled by a voice from behind exclaiming, "Obliviate!" Dudley immediately cast a shield charm to protect himself and Harry, and by sheer fortune, he succeeded, yet he felt no impact upon his invisible barrier. Upon turning, he discovered Hagrid aiming his umbrella wand at his head, the white light at the tip just dissipating. The forgetfulness charm had been cast upon him by Hagrid. Dumbledore, your charisma is indeed formidable. Realizing the unfolding events, Dudley could not resist directing a sarcastic remark at Dumbledore. Clearly, Hagrid could not accept the blemish Dumbledore had left upon his perception, so he had taken it upon himself to erase that segment of memory. Dumbledore was equally astounded. He trusted Hagrid with his life and believed in Hagrid's unwavering loyalty, yet he had never anticipated that Hagrid would go to such lengths for him. Hagrid, I am truly sorry. Professor Dumbledore, what are you saying? What have you to be sorry for? What is this barrier about? Have you reconciled with Dudley? Hagrid, now devoid of his memory, asked in bewilderment, deepening Dumbledore's guilt. Dudley, however, had little interest in prolonging the encounter. He seized Harry and strode through the soundproof barrier Dumbledore had erected, turning back to say to Hagrid, Hagrid, please watch over the items we purchased earlier. We are off to select wands. Oh, very well, Hagrid responded. By this point, Dumbledore had dispelled the sound barrier and stood beside Hagrid next to 5 carts brimming with magical goods, helplessly watching as Dudley and Harry entered Ollivander's wand shop. Just then, as the great wizard known for his wisdom and resourcefulness was at a loss, contemplating how to remedy his blunders, a group of 5 or 6 wizards arrived at Diagon Alley via apparition. Leading them was none other than the most powerful figure in the British magical community. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. Chapter 26. Minister Fudge, flustered yet resolute. Minister Fudge was in a state of panic. However, this anxiety did not stem from Voldemort's return as recounted by Dumbledore, but rather from Dumbledore himself. In his perspective, Voldemort had been dead for nearly a decade, rendering any notion of his resurgence utterly implausible. Dumbledore was undoubtedly indulging in alarmist rhetoric. This old man, despite his age, remained as ambitious as ever. The positions of headmaster of Hogwarts and chief warlock of the Wizengamot no longer sufficed for him. He was attempting to fabricate a crisis and concoct lies to usurp the authority of the Minister of Magic. Consequently, upon receiving a report from the Aurors, he hastily convened with his trusted confidants to devise a strategy and made his way to Diagon Alley without delay. The Aurors had failed to gather detailed intelligence, leaving Minister Fudge uncertain whether Dumbledore had conspired with one of the goblins from Gringotts or had indeed instigated the rumor of Voldemort's return. He was equally uncertain whether Dumbledore had leaked this horrifying falsehood to the reporters of the Daily Prophet. Thus, Minister Fudge's purpose in arriving at Diagon Alley was twofold: to silence the goblins and to compel the Daily Prophet to speak in accordance with his will. However, upon his arrival, he realized a third task awaited him. Minister Fudge spotted Professor Dumbledore standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, accompanied by a half-blood giant with a criminal record. A tumult of fear, anger, panic, and resentment surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a resolute determination for power. He leaned toward his secretary clad in a pink coat and whispered a few instructions, delegating the task. He then watched as his once humble yet audaciously proud confidant, accompanied by 2 Aurors, swiftly proceeded towards the Daily Prophet and Gringotts, feeling a slight sense of relief. He straightened his attire and instructed the remaining Aurors to disperse the few lingering wizards on the street, then strode purposefully towards Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation. As he approached within a few steps of Dumbledore, Minister Fudge seized the initiative, his tone serious and accusatory. You wish for an explanation? Dumbledore felt a surge of irritation. While he could tolerate the rebukes of earnest young wizards, he had no desire to entertain the provocations of a politician. What is your attitude, Dumbledore? I concede your formidable power, yet you must remember that I, Cornelius Fudge, am a Minister of Magic. Upon hearing Dumbledore's impatient retort, Fudge's defenses crumbled, and he nearly erupted in fury. Very well, Fudge, you're the minister. Of that I am well aware. Dumbledore endeavored to calm himself and adjust his demeanor, though his tone remained somewhat sharp. However, you should not be here. Your place is at the ministry. Your colleagues, indeed the entire wizarding community of Britain, must be alerted. Voldemort has returned. You speak nonsense. Minister Fudge's countenance was a canvas of skepticism and discontent. Do not toy with us, Dumbledore. The Dark Lord has long since perished. He cannot return, I assure you. Unable to tolerate the doubts cast upon Dumbledore, Hagrid spoke up, believing himself to be a credible witness in this matter. Minister, this is true. In the underground vault of Gringotts, I witnessed Voldemort attach himself to the back of a wizard's head. I would never mistake that horrid face. He even cast a curse upon me. Upon hearing someone dare to contradict him, Minister Fudge's ire intensified. He turned to Hagrid and launched a personal attack, What credibility does a despicable wizard like you, burdened with a murder charge, possess? If the Dark Lord truly cursed you, would you still be alive to lie to me? If it weren't for Dumbledore's protection, I would have you imprisoned in Azkaban. Enough fudge. Dumbledore interjected, visibly angered. Feeling guilty towards Hagrid, he could not bear to witness Fudge's insult. Hagrid is a good wizard. You cannot speak of him in such a way. At this moment, Hagrid's face flushed with anger as he recalled the injustices he had suffered over the years, tears welling in his eyes. I did not kill anyone. Aragog did not kill anyone. Hagrid exclaimed vehemently. All of this is Voldemort's scheme against me. He opened the Chamber of Secrets. He is the one responsible for the deaths. He has already confessed to me in the vault. Upon hearing Dumbledore's defense and Hagrid's fervent rebuttal, Minister Fudge, in a fit of rage, clapped mockingly. Oh, splendid. Is this how we're playing it? It seems the great Professor Dumbledore not only wishes to use the deceased Dark Lord to unseat me, but also intends to pin another crime on him, all to exonerate your foolish giant of a subordinate. He sneered. The dead cannot refute you. What a clever strategy. No, Fudge, you're overly sensitive. I believe Hagrid speaks the truth. Voldemort has not perished. Before long, he shall return. You must ensure that the wizarding world is sufficiently vigilant. Dumbledore implored sincerely. However, Fudge dismissed his words entirely. He thrust his face, noticeably younger than Dumbledore's, close to the latter's ear and hissed venomously. Stop the theatrics, Dumbledore. I see through everything. If you wish to avoid disgrace and prevent your foolish giant from being sent to Azkaban, it would be wise to refrain from spreading such ridiculous and alarming news. This is a warning from the Minister of Magic. With that, Fudge turned sharply, disregarding any further discourse from Dumbledore and Hagrid, striding toward the Daily Prophet. Two Aurors remaining behind promptly followed him. The scene was quite dramatic, albeit marred by the slight tremor in Fudge's legs as he distanced himself. Fortunately, no one noticed. Left behind, Dumbledore felt an even heavier weight of sorrow in his heart. He never anticipated that, merely a day later, his seemingly flawless plan would unravel into a tangled mess. What was to be done next? Without delving into Dumbledore's guilt and melancholy, Dudley and Harry entered Ollivander's wand shop, finding themselves in a distinctly different situation. Let us rewind to the moment when the cousins first stepped into the wand shop. The establishment was enchanted with soundproofing magic, rendering the cacophony of the street outside inaudible upon their entrance. This tranquility was essential for the meticulous craft of wand-making. As they entered, they found the counter deserted. The towering wooden shelves, laden with boxes of wands, immediately captivated Dudley and Harry's attention. For wizards, wands are as crucial as firearms are to muggles. This quaint room, brimming with wands, resembled a wizard's armory, both magnificent and magical. However, to Dudley, these wands presented a different spectacle. Chapter 27. System Exploration. The Wand Selection Process. Acacia Wand, level, compatibility 48. Apple Wand, level, compatibility 53. Ash Wand, level, compatibility 71. Walnut Wand, level, compatibility 9. Dogwood Wand, level, compatibility 37. Under Dudley's scrutiny, the system assessed the wands in sight and, based on Dudley's exceptional wizarding bloodline, determined the corresponding compatibility data. His earlier speculation proved accurate. The unclaimed wands were all rated at level. Only after acknowledging a master would their rank elevate through the nurturing of magical energy and the casting of spells. An exception may exist, represented by the ancient wand in Dumbledore's possession, which is rated at level, one of the Deathly Hallows. It is said to be a powerful wand crafted by Death himself. It remains uncertain whether it possessed its level upon creation or if it ascended from level to level through the blessings of Death's power. This remains a cryptic enigma, and Dudley harbored only a fleeting curiosity. His paramount concern was to discover the wand that resonated most harmoniously with him among the myriad of choices. Currently, he possessed two wands. The first was a level Diggory wand, with a compatibility of 62, a figure steadily increasing due to his superior magical prowess over Diggory's. After a rigorous infusion of magical energy and spell casting, this wand, previously resistant to a new master, had embraced its new allegiance. Aside from innate compatibility, powerful wizards can often mold their wands to their own essence, provided that the seized wand is not overly obstinate. Some wands, with a high degree of loyalty, may reject any wizard other than their original master, resulting in diminished spell efficacy or unintended consequences. Such was the case when Harry utilized Hagrid's umbrella wand. The second was a damaged, level coral wand, with a mere compatibility of 23, making its use perilously unpredictable, leaving him uncertain when a spell might mutate or backfire. The wand holds a value of fusion for Dudley, while its practical utility is negligible. Thus, to save on both time and fusion costs, it is prudent for him to fuse the wand at minimal expense when opportunities for fusion abound, thereby acquiring the flawless ability of wandless magic. Nevertheless, Dudley must still procure a wand of high compatibility from Ollivander's wand shop, should he ultimately decide against attending Hogwarts and forego new opportunities for fusion. This new wand may well become his primary magical instrument in the future. What did I see? Harry Potter, you have arrived. Thank goodness for your presence. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. As Dudley searched for a new wand that resonated with him, Harry, filled with curiosity, scanned the surroundings. Then, an elderly wizard with silvery eyes peered from the narrow back room of the shop. The recent minor tremor had prompted the esteemed wand maker, Garrick Ollivander, to retreat momentarily to a more secure area within the shop. Earlier, he had encountered Dudley and Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. Knowing that the renowned savior was expected to visit his wand shop, an establishment that holds a monopoly in the wizarding world of Britain, to purchase his very first wand. The unexpected tremor had caused him concern, but thankfully, the savior still arrived. Harry glanced at his cousin, observing that Dudley was hesitant to speak. So he took the initiative to respond. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander. My cousin and I are here to purchase wands." "Of course," Ollivander exclaimed. "Most wizards who come to me are here for the same purpose. Come, let me take your measurements." As he spoke, Ollivander brandished a retractable measuring tape, maneuvering around the counter to stand beside Harry. The tape began to automatically measure Harry's arm length, leg length, height, and even the distance between his eyes. "Mr. Potter, which hand do you prefer to use?" "The right hand, sir," Ollivander inquired, posing a question that was far more pertinent than mere measurements. Who knows why selecting a wand necessitates such intricate measurements? Harry, intrigued, asked why, only to learn that it was a unique technique belonging to the Ollivander family. After gathering an array of seemingly useful data, Ollivander ascended a ladder to search among the numerous wand boxes on the wooden shelves, selecting and handing wands to Harry for trial. Upon receiving unsatisfactory feedback, he continued his quest for a suitable wand. It must be noted that, although the principles were unclear, none of the wands Ollivander selected for Harry had a compatibility rating lower than 75. Dudley, through the system, could ascertain the compatibility of the weakened wizard bloodline he bore with various wands. This bloodline, derived from Harry's essence, offered a compatibility rating that could roughly reflect Harry's own compatibility data. While focusing on Harry's trial with the wand, Dudley's comprehensive search yielded results. Without troubling Ollivander, he identified his target and with a powerful leap, seized a wand box from the highest shelf on the east side. A white poplar wand level, with a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 13 inches in length, boasting an affinity of 98 with its wielder. No wand could surpass this affinity. A calculation based on the fusion of the Philosopher's Stone, resulting in the exalted wizard bloodline. The Philosopher's Stone is an alchemical item, not derived from the blood of wizards or magical beings. The wizard bloodline obtained through the Philosopher's Stone is not only extraordinarily powerful, but also remarkably pure. Should Dudley possess an innate wizard bloodline, it is highly probable that this wand would be the one to resonate with him. With an affinity of 98, nurturing it with magical energy for a few days would elevate it to a perfect 100. At that point, further fusion could bestow Dudley with flawless, wandless magic capabilities. Meanwhile, Dudley had secured his desired wand, and on the other side, Harry's destined wand had also been selected. The Holly wand, with a phoenix feather core, measures 11 inches in length. Ollivander, observing the wand in Harry's hand, which was emanating golden sparks, introduced it with a mixture of astonishment and excitement in his silvery eyes. "It is powerful and perfectly suited for you, Mr. Potter. Moreover, it possesses a twin, crafted from the same phoenix feather, which resides with a wizard whose name is best left unspoken. That wizard is malevolent, yet exceedingly formidable." "Are you referring to Voldemort?" Harry inquired, furrowing his brow without hesitation. Chapter 28, Ollivander's Generous Sponsorship. Ollivander was taken aback and cautiously advised, Mr. Potter. Individuals in the magical community typically refer to that person as the Dark Lord. You need not say more. I do not want this wand. Please find me another, Harry declared, setting aside the wand. Unlike the original narrative where he was oblivious and excessively forgiving towards his family's nemesis, this version of Harry, influenced by Dudley, possessed a clear and straightforward moral compass, firmly rejecting anything associated with Voldemort. Do not be hasty, Harry. As Ollivander found himself somewhat flustered, Dudley stepped forward. Cousin, this wand. Harry pouted, his small face reflecting confusion. Dudley patted Harry's tuft of hair reassuringly, stating, we should first inquire with Mr. Ollivander about the significance of twin wands before we make a decision. I'm Dudley Dursley, Dudley proclaimed, providing his name. During their previous visit to the Leaky Cauldron, everyone had focused on Harry, leaving Dudley unnoticed, so Ollivander was unaware of his full name. Announcing one's name is customary in this establishment. The names of those who purchase wands and the wands they acquire are meticulously remembered by Ollivander. No matter how much time has passed, Ollivander can articulate the corresponding information with clarity akin to a computer. Mr. Dursley posed an insightful question. Ollivander relishes engaging with wizards who possess knowledge of wands, provided they do not encroach upon his core wand-making craft. He explained, twin wands are remarkably unique. If their bearers are allies casting spells against a common foe, the potency of their enchantments is amplified tenfold. Conversely, should the wielders of twin wands find themselves adversaries, their spells will neutralize each other. For the wands refuse to harm their brethren. They possess their own preferences. Understanding dawned upon Dudley, who then glanced at Harry, who immediately grasped his cousin's implication. I understand, cousin. I shall take this wand. Thus, Mr. Ollivander, we have selected our wands. But I would also like to trouble you with a few more matters, Dudley asserted decisively to Mr. Ollivander. Please, wait a moment, Mr. Dursley. Ollivander finally noticed a wand box clutched in Dudley's hand. What an assertive customer, choosing a wand independently. This simply wouldn't do. The Ollivander family would never sell a wand to a wizard who is not suited for it. Mr. Dursley, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Do you comprehend? The selection of a wand is a serious matter, Ollivander stated sternly, yet he faltered mid-sentence. This was due to Dudley opening the slender box and retrieving the white willow wand. With a gentle flick, silver sparks erupted. Soft, resplendent, and compliant. How could this be? Ollivander was astounded. Dudley had not employed their family's techniques. He merely glanced around and managed to select from thousands of wands one so perfectly suited to him. He had even chosen it through the wand box. Please, do share your secret with me. Ollivander, brimming with excitement, grasped Dudley's hand, his silver eyes reflecting a fervent thirst for knowledge. It is not difficult for the discerning, Mr. Ollivander. Dudley earnestly fabricated. As you mentioned, the wand chooses the wizard. Therefore, by attuning ourselves to their essence, we can accurately select the wand that resonates with us. Their existence is a creation of you and your ancestors. Logically, you should be able to connect with their hearts more readily, should you not? If you could communicate with the wand's sentiments, then in the future, selecting wands for wizards would not require measuring tapes. One could simply inquire which wand appeals most to the visitor. The workload would be substantially reduced. Is that truly how it is done? Ollivander found himself momentarily lost in thought, continuously pondering Dudley's newly concocted theory, which seemed increasingly plausible. Indeed, it made perfect sense. Ollivander, overwhelmed with joy, began to dance in place, visibly elated. Do not rush to dance just yet. I still have matters to discuss with you. Dudley hastily grasped Ollivander's shoulder, the force of his grip rendering Ollivander immobile. Enough. Understand. Thank you, Mr. Dursley, for imparting such a significant secret to me. There's no need for you to settle the bill. I shall gift you both wands. Ollivander's spirits lifted, and he generously offered his kindness. That sounds splendid. Might you bestow upon us a few more wands? Dudley, with unabashed audacity, grinned as he spoke. Ollivander was taken aback, pausing momentarily before continuing. A single individual may only possess one wand at a time, and one cannot replace it until it is damaged. This is a regulation established by the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, our family staunchly upholds this rule. We cannot treat wands as mere commodities to be casually sold in bulk. Indeed, we are not so frivolous. Look out the window, Dudley whispered, as if conveying a clandestine message. Startled, Ollivander peered through the window at the entrance of the shop. He beheld Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, alongside the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who turned away with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps Ollivander began to suspect something deeper. "Shoo, do not speak of it," Dudley cautioned mysteriously. "Very well. If that is the case, what other wands do you desire? Who will wield them?" Ollivander, yielding, believed he was now partaking in an event that could reshape the landscape of the British wizarding world. "That one, and that one," Dudley exclaimed, deftly brandishing the newly acquired white willow wand, effortlessly casting 2 levitation charms to retrieve 2 boxes of wands from a shelf. One of the wands resonated with the latent wizarding blood within him, its materials for the shaft and core akin to those of the wand in Harry's possession, albeit sourced from different trees and phoenixes, thus not a twin wand. The other was crafted from oak, with a unicorn tail hair core, identical in material to Hagrid's umbrella wand, intended as a gift for his father, Vernon. In the subterranean vault, he had taken Hagrid's spilled blood, clearly not out of boredom. "I am taking these 2 wands. As for who shall wield them, that is a secret. Mr. Ollivander, for your own safety, it is best you remain uninformed," Dudley asserted gravely, adopting a demeanor of concern for Ollivander's well-being. Ollivander, indeed, fell for the ruse, retracting his head and refraining from further inquiries. "Very well, they are yours. One more thing," Dudley declared, tucking the 2 new wands into the specially sewn inner pocket of his coat. He retrieved Quirrell's cracked wand and presented it before Ollivander. "You must help me ascertain to whom this wand belongs, and provide a certificate." Chapter 29. Why not appoint a more obedient minister? The wand of sycamore, with a unicorn tail hair core, measures 9 inches in length. Ollivander fixed his gaze upon the wand and immediately discerned its material composition, simultaneously revealing the identity of its owner. This wand belonged to Quirinus Quirrell, who, it was rumored, had been appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. How could his wand possibly be here, and in such a state of disrepair? Fortunately, it was not beyond salvation. Ollivander held the wand in utmost reverence, unable to bear the sight of its damage. He contemplated taking Quirrell's wand to devise a restoration plan. However, to his surprise, Dudley snatched the wand back and tucked it away into his coat pocket. Absurd. If the wand were repaired, its rating would plummet. The cost of fusion would soar. How could I possibly complete my spell-casting crash course now? "Mr. Ollivander, all I require is a simple certificate. This wand is entangled in a significant matter, and there is no need for restoration." Dudley assumed a rather official demeanor, leaving Ollivander with little choice but to retreat behind the counter, where he retrieved a piece of parchment to begin sketching. A master wand maker possesses commendable skills in both carving and illustration, a fact evident from a myriad of uniquely crafted wands within the shop. Even wands made from similar materials are endowed with their distinct appearances by Ollivander. In no time, Mr. Ollivander, relying on his memory, skillfully illustrated the cracked Quirrell wand on the parchment, capturing its likeness with remarkable accuracy. He annotated the wand's material composition and the name of its owner, signing it with his own name and embellishing it with a touch of magic to include a personal family crest. Thus, a document both simplistic and elegant was completed. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ollivander." Dudley swiftly seized the parchment, his movements as quick as lightning, before casually uttering his thanks and turning to leave with Harry. When Ollivander regained his senses, the 2 brothers had already opened the shop door and departed. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he recalled Dudley's remarks about technique. He closed his eyes, striving to connect with the life and intent of the thousands of wands within the store. 1 minute passed, then 10, half an hour. Whether Mr. Ollivander achieved a communion of thoughts with the wands remained of no concern to Dudley. After all, he had secured the benefits without expending a single canute. Upon exiting the wand shop, he and Harry encountered Hagrid, whose face bore a mournful expression, alongside a pensive Dumbledore. "What is the matter, Hagrid? Did you lose your money?" Dudley jested, his spirits lifted after a vigorous verbal exchange and a fruitful deception. However, happiness seemed a constant, for where there was laughter, there was also sorrow. "No, Dudley, it is far more serious than that. Minister Fudge does not believe me or Dumbledore. He is a fool, refusing to acknowledge that Voldemort has returned. And he does not believe I am innocent." Hagrid lamented, his mood heavy with discontent, having purged the blemish of Dumbledore from his heart. The pitiful half-blood giant remained ensnared in a melancholic gloom. Is Minister Fudge truly formidable? Might he surpass the great Dumbledore? Darley remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm, while retrieving a pristine suitcase gifted by a robe shop from one of the parked magical carts. Oh, Darley, certainly not. No one possesses greater power than Professor Dumbledore. Not even Voldemort would dare claim such, Hagrid replied without hesitation, harboring an unwavering reverence for Dumbledore within his heart. What of his renown? Does Minister Fudge wield more influence than the illustrious Dumbledore? Darley continued, having now opened the suitcase and brandishing a white willow wand that resonated with him, directing it towards the interior space of the case. That is utterly unfounded, Hagrid exclaimed. Professor Dumbledore commands unparalleled influence both domestically and internationally. Then why do you linger here? Sullen and contemplative? Have you lost your wits? If this minister cannot heed reason, then seek one who can, Darley stated calmly, yet provocatively. He found it incomprehensible how Dumbledore's mind operated. On one hand, he adhered to the law, yet frequently bent the rules with his might and stature, such as forcibly safeguarding the wronged Hagrid or permitting the goblins of Gringotts to compensate Darley for a living dragon. To characterize him as capricious would be misleading. At critical junctures, he often faltered in decisiveness, wielding great power yet opting for compromise, leaving himself vexed, his allies disheartened, and his foes emboldened. Afforded time and opportunity to grow cunningly formidable. This is unacceptable, Darley. I cannot condone such behavior. Dumbledore, lost in introspection, was taken aback by Darley's audacity. He quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other wizards were nearby, then instinctively rejected Darley's notion, attempting to correct the wayward thoughts of this rebellious young wizard with words of reason. However, Darley, not hearing the affirmations he sought, disregarded Dumbledore entirely and cast a spell, interrupting the headmaster's discourse. Nonverbal extension. Darley waved his wand at the suitcase, reciting the incantation, mimicking Hagrid's earlier casting. The nonverbal extension charm was an advanced spell, regulated by the Ministry of Magic, and the spellbook Mr. Diggle had procured for Darley contained no relevant instructions. Thus, this was Darley's first attempt at practice, bypassing theoretical understanding to engage directly in practical application. Crackle. A burst of static crackled forth as Darley's wand emitted a spark of black smoke that quickly extinguished, clearly indicating his failure. Darley, your pronunciation is flawed, and your wand movement is incorrect. Dumbledore, now eschewing trivial topics, appeared to have an epiphany, observing Darley's execution and assuming the role of a mentor. This time, Darley did not ignore Dumbledore. He earnestly committed himself to learning. He is a pragmatist, unwilling to relinquish opportunities for self-improvement due to trivial matters such as pride and emotions. After a round of guidance, Dudley successfully executed the concealment extension charm, causing the interior of the suitcase to expand dramatically to 100 cubic meters, resembling a modestly sized room. However, perhaps due to a lack of proficiency or insufficient skill, the expanded space could not be maintained permanently, lasting only a week, which fell short of Dudley's expectations. Dumbledore discerned Dudley's intentions and, without hesitation, wielded his Elder Wand, tapping the suitcase in midair. Concealment extension, weight reduction, preservation, spell stabilization. A seamless series of incantations flowed effortlessly. Dudley watched in astonishment as an ordinary suitcase instantaneously transformed into a highly advanced magical artifact. Its interior not only stabilized a vast space of 1,000 cubic meters permanently, but also ensured that the items stored within would not decay over time, without affecting the suitcase's weight. It was truly a masterpiece of storage magic. Well done, Dudley exclaimed, promptly stowing away 5 fully laden magical trolleys into the suitcase, containing all the belongings he and Harry had procured, except for Hedwig, who was confined in her cage. Harry, concerned for his pet and messengeress comfort, chose to carry the cage in his hands. Once everything was packed, Dudley grasped the magical suitcase and turned to Dumbledore, issuing a parting ultimatum. Chapter 30, Dumbledore. A grim tidings. Having completed our shopping, Harry and I are heading home. Mr. Dumbledore, if I'm not mistaken, Aunt Lily and Uncle James once allied with you in the fight against Voldemort, correct? Therefore, as relatives of the wizards who sacrificed their lives under your command, we believe we are entitled to pertinent information. I request that you visit 4 Yew Tree Lane in Little Whinging by midnight tomorrow to inform us of the circumstances surrounding the demise of Aunt Lily and Uncle James. Furthermore, if you have any additional requests, we can discuss them tomorrow. Please do not fail to show up before the day after tomorrow dawns. I will make a decision regarding whether my family will remain in England or venture abroad. This is not a threat. Your attendance is not mandatory. However, should you choose not to come upon my and Harry's return, whatever you say or do will no longer hold any sway over us, not even in the slightest. Dudley spoke with utmost seriousness, disregarding Dumbledore's increasingly troubled expression. He sought to provide Harry with clarity, to give himself an opportunity, and to offer Dumbledore a chance for resolution. The butterfly had already stirred the tempest. The future had become uncertain, so he might as well embrace the storm with greater fervor. Dudley, I must disagree with your assertion. Lily and James are my allies, my comrades, not mere followers. Very well, I shall attend the meeting tomorrow. There are matters for which I too require answers, a direction. As for the matter of venturing abroad or attending Hogwarts, I sincerely hope that both you and Harry will deliberate with utmost care. Dumbledore wore a troubled expression, his countenance reflecting a myriad of complexities. It seemed that merely a few hours had aged him a decade. His heart felt weary, yet unbeknownst to him, it was about to grow even heavier. I eagerly await your arrival. Dudley, with an impassive demeanor, politely uttered a remark before handing over the document penned by Mr. Ollivander. This is your remuneration. I express my gratitude for your breach of the Ministry of Magic's regulations in assisting me in crafting an unregistered large-space suitcase. Dudley's words were laced with veiled sarcasm, a retort to Dumbledore's earlier implication of separating him from Harry. Moreover, even if Dumbledore declined to modify the suitcase, Dudley would still present the document to him. The rationale was straightforward. He wished to add to Dumbledore's burdens, which would aid in the negotiations on the morrow. After delivering the document, Dudley turned on his heel and sauntered away, remarking, "Hagrid, your old coat will be dry by tomorrow, and I will trouble Mr. Dumbledore to return it to you. Also, let us keep in touch, our friend." "Ah, very well, I shall write to you," Hagrid responded, his demeanor somewhat foolish but cheerful, as he suddenly realized that as long as Dudley and Harry did not entirely align themselves against Dumbledore, their friendship would remain unaffected. With this thought, his heart felt less entangled, and he grew more cheerful. However, Dumbledore beside him could not share in this lightness. In the underground vault, he had witnessed Dudley extract the cracked one of the murderer from the boulder. At that moment, the murderer had already turned to ash, rendering identification impossible. He had given it little thought, assuming Voldemort had merely possessed an unfortunate wizard. Little did he know, this unfortunate wizard was none other than Quirinus Quirrell, an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw, whom he had specially invited to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor that year. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had long been cursed by Voldemort, making it impossible to find a candidate who would not meet with misfortune within a year, either meeting a tragic end or suffering paralysis. Yet, Dumbledore had never anticipated that Professor Quirrell would perish even before officially commencing his duties. This individual had already become Voldemort's host and was not exempt from the curse. Dumbledore felt a profound sense of distress. Quirrell was dead, and Hogwarts was set to commence its term in a mere month. He needed to find another wizard of comparable repute or capability, willing to accept the position of this year's unfortunate soul. Oh no, the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he and Hagrid observed Dudley and Harry traverse the back wall of the Leaky Cauldron, entering the pub and departing from Diagon Alley. He then sighed, placing his aged hand on Hagrid's arm, and performed the disapparition spell. Both he and Hagrid needed to return to Hogwarts, quietly. Dudley and Harry boarded the returning Muggle train. The time had passed noon, and Harry's 11th birthday was indeed filled with peril, excitement, and richness. "Cousin, you need not ponder so much. It is not your style to waste time," Harry remarked, stroking Hedwig's feathers aboard the train, suddenly expressing his inner turmoil. "You are the one overthinking it, Harry." Dudley chuckled. "Today has been eventful. We all need to digest it. It is not merely due to your birthday that the conversation with Dumbledore has been postponed." "I knew it," Harry scoffed. "I am quite resilient. Moreover, the situation has become abundantly clear. A prophecy has compelled Voldemort to unleash a relentless massacre, reaching my former home and claiming the lives of my parents, only to encounter me, his destined nemesis, leaving him half alive, neither human nor ghost. Dumbledore wishes to mold me in his image, aiming for me to vanquish Voldemort entirely. However, his plans are fraught with flaws and overly mundane, which you would not appreciate, cousin. Quite astute. Dudley smiled, ruffling Harry's untamed hair, then assuming a serious demeanor. This outlines the main thread of events. It must be correct. Yet, there are certainly numerous details that require clarification. At that time, Voldemort was a ruler. He would not act alone, but would undoubtedly have many vassals and accomplices. Dumbledore may overlook these individuals, but we must not let them escape justice. Revenge must be executed with elegance. Both the instigator and the accomplices deserve their due fate. Indeed, I will seek retribution against the villains who harmed my parents. Harry's expression was equally grave. Having grown up alongside Dudley, he was no meek soul. So, cousin, what is your perception of Dumbledore? After today's events, I find myself somewhat bewildered. Harry queried. My parents fought against Voldemort alongside him, and logically, we should stand by his side, yet his actions are perplexing. Do you recall the first name Dumbledore uttered upon entering the battlefield? Dudley did not directly answer Harry's question, but instead highlighted a detail. Harry pondered briefly before responding. He first called my name, then Hagrid's, inquiring about our well-being. Today, you and Dumbledore effectively met for the first time. His instinctive priority was your safety, rather than that of Hagrid, with whom he shares a nearly intimate bond. Why is that? Remember, Hagrid had just been rescued from unconsciousness, while you remained unscathed and alert throughout. Dudley guided him thoughtfully. This indicates that, in Dumbledore's eyes, I hold greater importance than Hagrid? Harry logically deduced. Precisely. Dudley wholeheartedly agreed, then continued, but why does Dumbledore place such significance on you? Because I am Voldemort's nemesis. He needs me to obliterate this great menace. Harry swiftly arrived at the answer. Dudley nodded in agreement, affirming exactly. Dumbledore seeks to ensure that the so-called justice triumphs over darkness, maintaining stability within a magical realm and preserving the status quo in the relationship between wizards and muggles, allowing for mutual non-interference. To achieve this noble objective, he meticulously orchestrates his plans, regarding you as the pivotal instrument of victory, directing the majority of his attention towards you. In pursuit of this goal, he is willing to permit a measure of sacrifice, whether it be Hagrid, myself, or any other companions, even to the extent of sacrificing himself, if necessary. Yet, he embodies the essence of a benevolent and amiable elder, albeit one prone to moments of imprudence. Thus, I find myself both admiring and despising him, simultaneously drawn to and repulsed by him, ultimately desiring to reshape him. Is it truly this intricate? Harry, momentarily bewildered by such complex emotions, gradually begins to grasp the profound implications contained within. Humanity is inherently multifaceted. Every individual possesses numerous facets. Therefore, Harry, refrain from hastily forming rigid conclusions about others, and do not expend excessive energy on those who are ultimately unnecessary. Dudley imparts his life insights to his cousin, exemplifying that if tomorrow's meeting with Dumbledore does not yield satisfactory results, he will promptly categorize him as one of those unnecessary individuals, rendering any thoughts of reform futile. Our family shall swiftly depart from England, journeying to foreign lands to study magic, strengthening ourselves while diligently addressing the issue of your forehead scar, until we have become formidable enough to develop a spell capable of countering Voldemort's characteristics, after which we shall return in a crushing manner. My forehead scar. Is there a problem? Harry seized upon the pivotal phrase. Indeed, your scar is a remnant from Voldemort's touch a decade ago. For years, it has remained dormant. Yet today, it has suddenly pained you. At that moment, I sensed something amiss, and subsequent events confirmed my suspicions. Voldemort has returned. His proximity, or rather his attention towards you, has triggered a response in your forehead scar. Dudley, having perused the original tale, possessed the answers, and the deductive process was straightforward. His analysis rational and substantiated. My scar can sense Voldemort? Harry felt a surge of excitement. This could be advantageous. In this way, Voldemort would be unable to ambush us. To a certain extent, one could posit this assertion. Dudley recognized that this sensing capability is not infallible and carries greater risks, he cautioned, reminding Harry that matters possess dual aspects, and one must not solely focus on the benefits while disregarding the perils. Consider why this scar can sense Voldemort. More accurately, it perceives the essence of Voldemort's soul. The Voldemort we encounter today is parasitic within a wizard named Quirrell, possessing only a soul while relying on another's corporeal form. Harry fell into contemplation, yet he lacked sufficient theoretical knowledge to fully comprehend. Harry, do you recall what I mentioned? Upon the passing of your 11th birthday, your childhood has come to an end. Suddenly, Dudley adopted a stern demeanor, assuming the role of a strict elder brother. In the past, your approach to studying and reading lacked dedication. Often, you were content with minimal effort, relying solely on your innate talent to scrape by. To ensure your childhood was somewhat comfortable, I refrained from imposing too much pressure. However, starting tomorrow, such behavior will no longer be tolerated. You must earnestly learn the knowledge and skills that can empower us, broaden our horizons, and enrich our wisdom, transforming them into your own. Otherwise, do not even contemplate avenging your grievances. Do you understand? Harry was taken aback. The bloodline's inherent pressure sharpened his senses, prompting him to respond promptly. Understood, cousin. Upon returning home, ensure that you thoroughly examine the Hogwarts textbooks purchased today, as well as the esoteric and psychological tomes from my bedroom shelf. Focus your studies on practical content, beginning with spells, followed by magical theory, and then potions and herbology. Do you comprehend? I do, Harry replied decisively, yet an intangible pressure enveloped him. Cousin, could you please tell me why my scar can sense Voldemort's soul? Dudley revealed the answer without hesitation. Only a soul can sense another soul. Harry, do not forget how Voldemort became the weakened soul he is now. Cousin, are you implying that Voldemort's soul resides within my forehead scar? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. So, the protective charm that rebounded Voldemort's attack rendered him a soul and trapped a fragment of his essence within me. The conclusion seemed inevitable, but it was unlikely due to Aunt Lily's loving protective charm, which was meant to safeguard you and should not have left such a significant vulnerability. Dudley analyzed. I am inclined to believe that Voldemort practiced some form of malevolent dark magic related to soul splitting. In a moment of unexpected peril, he unconsciously cast it. Voldemort was unaware that he left behind a fragment of his soul in your scar and could not sense it. Otherwise, he would not have needed to rely on subtle cues to ascertain your identity today in the underground vault. Furthermore, this fragment of soul within your scar likely lacks independent consciousness and cannot influence your mind. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused adverse effects over the years, drawing Dumbledore's attention. So, by this analysis, the soul fragment in my scar doesn't pose a significant negative impact on me, Harry optimistically remarked. However, Dudley dismissed this optimism. That is still a part of Voldemort, Harry, unless this fragment is destroyed. Once the main soul of Voldemort perishes, he could potentially be reborn through this piece of his essence residing within you. At that point, you might become the second Quirrell. No, I certainly do not want a monstrous face sprouting from the back of my head. Harry was alarmed by Dudley's assertion. Therefore, we must devise a means to extract or destroy the soul fragment within your forehead scar without causing you harm. Dudley's tone softened as he comforted Harry. Do not worry, Harry. I shall succeed. Cousin, I believe in you. Furthermore, I am not afraid. A surge of strength filled Harry as his fears dissipated completely. The scenery outside passed by at a leisurely pace, and the brothers' conversation remained undetectable to any Muggle, thanks to the earplug charm. With a long whistle from the train, Dudley and Harry returned to Little Whinging, boarding a taxi home. Chapter 32. From Tin Can to Golden Goblet, A Vision for the Future. Number 4, Privet Drive. The Dursley residence. The dilapidated wooden door and frame remained unchanged. A gust of wind blew through, causing the half-open door to sway back and forth, a rather pitiful sight. Harry, pay attention to my pronunciation and gestures. Taking advantage of the surrounding solitude, Dudley raised Diggory's wand towards their front door, restore it to its former glory. A brilliant light flashed, and the wooden door and frame seemed to reverse time. Splinters and shards would flew up and adhere to the door, while the frame straightened itself back into place. In no time, the Dursley's front door was as good as new. Dudley's spellcasting lesson was flawless, succeeding on the first attempt. Harry observed intently, silently taking notes. I remember this morning when you bumped into the living room ceiling, leaving a dent. You will fix it later. Dudley assigned his homework. Indeed, cousin, Harry responded promptly. At that moment, two familiar voices emanated from behind the restored door. "Listen, our dear son has returned. Sweetheart Dudley and Harry, you have finally come back," Vernon and Petunia called out, rushing to the door to greet Dudley and Harry. They had not stepped outside all day, lacking the inclination even to hire a repairman for the door and ceiling. Vernon had taken the day off to accompany his wife, anxiously awaiting the return of his son and nephew from the perilous magical realm. Seeing his son unscathed before him finally allowed him to release the tension in his heart. Once reunited with family, Dudley and Harry instinctively refrained from mentioning the dangers they had encountered that day, wishing not to overly concern Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Additionally, Dudley was reluctant to extinguish the newfound desire of his parents to learn magic and become wizards with a bucket of cold water that would scare them back into their timid state. The family cheerfully entered their home. In the living room on the first floor, under Dudley's guidance, Harry also used Diggory's wand to perform the repairing charm, proudly mending the damage to the ceiling. The reason for using Diggory's wand was that the Ministry of Magic prohibited underage wizards from casting spells in Muggle areas. The new wand purchased from Ollivander's wand shop contained a peculiar tracking mechanism known as Trace, which allowed the Ministry to monitor the locations of underage wizards casting spells and regulate their activities. The trace would automatically dissipate once the owner turned 17. Thus, adult wizards' wands would no longer be monitored. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Dudley reluctantly decided to let Mr. Diggory's wand serve its purpose once more, utilizing it as a tool for practicing spells with Harry at home. After all, Mr. Diggory's wand was not particularly choosy about its master. Observing Harry wielding the wand to cast spells, Vernon and Petunia's expressions shifted with subtle fluctuations, though they were not overly astonished, as they were well aware that Harry was a naturally gifted wizard. Their resistance had also diminished, as they had begun to alter their perspectives regarding wizards and magic. However, the moment they witnessed the golden light dancing at their son's fingertips, the Dursleys could no longer maintain their composure. Dudley rummaged through the storage room and retrieved several discarded iron cans of little value, and without the wand, he simply placed his hand upon them. A flash of golden light ensued, transforming the dull, rusty cans into gleaming vessels of pure gold. "The iron cans have turned to gold," Vernon exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Petunia, equally astonished, had never anticipated that Dudley could acquire such extraordinary abilities merely from a visit to the wizarding world. "Is this magic? If I had known it could do this, I might not have resisted wizards so vehemently before." Vernon picked up one of the golden cans to examine it closely, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily set the can down, concern etched on his features as he turned to Dudley. "Dudley, my dear boy, tell me the truth. Transforming into gold like this won't have any adverse effects on your health or lifespan, will it?" Petunia's heart raced at his words, and she quickly glanced at her son, anxiously awaiting his response. "Of course not. There are no side effects. Just a limitation on how much I can transform at once. No more than 100 ounces every 7 days, Dudley replied with a grin, pulling out a handful of magical gold dust from his coat pocket that had been generated in the underground vault and depositing it into one of the golden cans. 100 ounces is quite a lot, and it's weekly. Soon our family will be among the wealthiest. Hearing that there would be no negative impact on his beloved son, Vernon once again succumbed to his obsession with gold. "Let us keep this under wraps, Mom and Dad. Not every wizard can achieve this. We must keep it a secret and amass our fortune discreetly," Dudley cautioned. "Dad, you could actually quit your job at the drilling company. From now on, wherever we go, we can lead a life of affluence." "Dudley, are you suggesting that you and Harry 1T be attending Hogwarts?" Petunia's long-standing curiosity about various matters had honed her sensitivity to verbal cues. "Let us decide tomorrow." Dudley did not conceal his thoughts. "Tomorrow, we will have a special guest visiting our home, and Mom, you used to correspond with this guest via owl when you were young. You were pen pals." "What?" Petunia was taken aback. "Darling, are you saying that Dumbledore is coming?" She remembered her childhood regret, having never forgotten his name. Indeed, Dudley solemnly addressed his parents, stating, "Tomorrow, Harry and I will negotiate with Dumbledore. If we can reach an agreement on certain matters, we need not relocate, and Harry and I will proceed as planned to attend Hogwarts. Should we fail to come to terms, we will have to consider traveling abroad." He then turned to his mother, "And mother, prepare yourself, for I have become a wizard, and you shall soon fulfill the dreams of your youth." "Are you saying that I too shall become a wizard?" Petunia's heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of excitement and bewilderment. Despite Dudley having mentioned this before, she had not harbored much hope. Yet now, the tangible evidence of Dudley's transformation left her no room for disbelief. Dudley, what about me? What about me? Vernon's mindset had completely shifted, now vying to become the wizard he once loathed. I apologize, Father. As for your becoming a wizard, I cannot yet ascertain timeline. It depends on the outcome of my negotiations with Dumbledore tomorrow. If all goes well, you may join Mother in wizardry, but if not, you may have to wait several years, Dudley said with a hint of regret. Oh, it is quite all right. My son, I am not in a hurry. I can wait, Vernon graciously assured. Upon returning from the magical realm, the conversations within the Dursley household remained harmonious and fluid, filled with love and understanding. Everyone supported Dudley's decision. As always, as the evening grew late and after a sumptuous dinner, Harry's 11th birthday was drawing to a close. Dudley, in his bedroom, took stock of his resources and meticulously planned, eventually drifting into slumber. Tomorrow held the unknown, with a fierce battle awaiting him. Chapter 33. The Compromise Faction, You Disappoint Me. The prelude to August heralded the arrival of Leo. On the evening of August 1st, 1991, the day after Harry celebrated his 11th birthday, an elderly lion was invited to visit the Dursleys. Unlike a decade prior, this time the old lion could no longer rely on a letter to address the families of sacrificed comrades. Dumbledore rapped on the wooden door of number 4, Privet Drive with his aged fingers. In the sitting room, the Dursleys received him, and after a rather awkward exchange of pleasantries, following the protocol Dudley had established earlier, Petunia guided Dumbledore upstairs to Dudley's bedroom, deftly closing the door behind them. You have indeed aged. Your legs are less spry, arriving only in the evening. In the bedroom, Dudley and Harry were seated, engrossed in their studies. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, Dudley unabashedly mocked him, rising to gesture with his wand, moving a chair for Dumbledore. Dumbledore appeared considerably improved compared to yesterday, wearing a smile and showing no signs of anger due to Dudley's remarks. He settled into his chair with sincerity, justifying himself. Dudley, please forgive an old man who has long been self-assured. I require more time for reflection and to untangle my emotions. Dudley scrutinized Dumbledore's facial expressions and body language, chuckling softly. As a guest, would you prefer coffee, black tea, or orange soda? Orange soda? Is it a Muggle beverage? If it's sweet, I will be delighted to try it. Dumbledore chuckled as well, sensing that Dudley was perhaps more agreeable today than the previous day. Orange soda is indeed sweet and slightly tangy, Dudley remarked, striding toward the corner where his refrigerator stood. He retrieved a can of orange soda, then feigned disappointment, saying, Alas, the orange soda is all gone. Dumbledore's eyes twitched. He couldn't fathom Dudley's thought process, nor did he wish to pry into the mind of a child burdened with guilt. He simply reminded Dudley, you're holding. Oh, that is the last can. Harry wants it. Dudley grinned widely, then tossed the can of orange soda directly to Harry, who had just set down his book without a word, opening the can and drinking heartily. The black tea is quite good too, Dumbledore conceded. We've run out of tea leaves, Dudley said with a mischievous grin. Then coffee will suffice. Could you add a bit of sugar for me? Dumbledore retreated a step further. I don't drink coffee, so I haven't prepared any, Dudley replied honestly, as he seldom lied. Dumbledore was utterly speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. In truth, I am not particularly thirsty. We could simply engage in a candid conversation. Not at all. You are the guest, and you must drink. Dudley's smile grew increasingly wicked, refusing to let Dumbledore decline. He retrieved several colorful containers filled with liquids and an empty cup, placing them on the desk before Dumbledore and began mixing them with great enthusiasm. Add a bit of lychee juice, a touch of honey, and a splash of whiskey. Dudley muttered to himself, concentrating on concocting the drink. His hands gradually glowed with a red hue, culminating in a flourish of dazzling magic. Done. Here you go. Observing the oddly hued concoction, which had been infused with Dudley's unknown magic, float before him, Dumbledore hesitated momentarily, then glanced at Dudley and Harry before accepting the cup and downing its contents in one go. Ah, delightful. It resembles fruit wine and tastes exquisite, Dumbledore exclaimed, a look of genuine enjoyment upon his face. However, across from him, Dudley's expression turned cold. It seemed that Mr. Dumbledore had squandered a precious day without deriving anything of value from his reflections, remaining a man of compromises. Dumbledore was genuinely taken aback this time. Hesitation and reluctance clouded his demeanor, retreating time and again, leaving me profoundly disappointed. "Derry," he said calmly, his gaze reminiscent of a fathomless, frigid pool. "Had the magic I just employed been a potion of poison or a curse, I wonder if you, Mr. Dumbledore, would still be able to smile. Your assessment of me is quite astute, Derry. I shall endeavor to make the necessary changes." Dumbledore grasped the intent behind Derry's earlier actions, feeling deeply moved. Yet, he also presented his perspective. "However, I firmly believe you would not resort to poisoning me without reason. I have witnessed much in my life. My eyes do not deceive me, Derry. Though you harbor audacious thoughts, your essence remains fundamentally kind." Derry was well aware of his own nature. He needed no validation from others. He brushed aside Dumbledore's sincere praise, instead waving his wand to return the various jars and bottles to the refrigerator, then plopping back into his original chair. "Mr. Dumbledore, unlike yesterday, you refrained from employing legilimency against me, and your demeanor has been quite sincere. You make for a commendable guest. Thus, I shall permit you to pose the first question today, and I assure you I will respond truthfully. Likewise, when Harry and I inquire later, I ask that you share all you know." Dumbledore did not anticipate that in less than 15 minutes, Derry would once again unsettle his composure. He felt utterly exposed before Derry. His mastery of legilimency was unparalleled, aside from natural-born masters. No one could read minds better than he. Yet, here was a fledgling wizard, untrained in any magical academy, who could perceive his legilimency with remarkable clarity, truly astonishing. However, with the conversation reaching this juncture, Dumbledore seized the opportunity. "Honest dialogue is precisely why I am here." He laid the groundwork, affirming Derry's earlier suggestion, and then formally commenced his inquiries, leading with his most pressing question. "Derry, how did you transform from a Muggle into a wizard? Furthermore, how did you acquire abilities akin to those associated with the Philosopher's Stone?" "This is an innate gift I possess," Derry replied. "Through certain experiences, tragic events that became beautiful, I have gleaned a unique strength. This power allows me to merge with magical artifacts, thereby gaining their abilities. Yet, this power is difficult to attain, and its application comes with numerous limitations." Derry rephrased his explanation, offering a rather rough outline of his extraordinary capabilities. He was unafraid of revealing his uniqueness to Dumbledore. If he could persuade this wise old lion today, he would have a formidable ally for addressing future regrets. Conversely, should he fail to convince him, Dumbledore's character would likely prevent him from divulging Derry's secrets. Moreover, following their conversation today, regardless of the outcome, he intended to compel Dumbledore to swear an unbreakable oath of secrecy. Chapter 34. Resolving Horcruxes with Horcruxes? Such a remarkable gift exists? Dumbledore was astonished by Derry's response and endeavored to interpret the origins of this talent through his extensive knowledge. "Derry, perhaps one of your ancestors was adept in alchemy. Or even more likely, one of your forebears was skilled in human transmutation, a practice deemed taboo and long lost to time. Just as a natural master of legilimency must have ancestors proficient in mental magic, or a gifted metamorphmagus must come from a lineage skilled in transfiguration. Yet, it stands to reason that possessing such a formidable gift should not be the case for a Muggle. Who can say?" Derry shrugged, remaining non-committal to Dumbledore's speculation, urging him to proceed with the next question. "Ah, very well." Unexpectedly calm, Dumbledore had anticipated Derry's interest in the topic, but was met with a setback. He was compelled to continue with his original line of inquiry. "Derry, how did you discern that Hagrid was to procure the Philosopher's Stone for me, and prepare this red gem as a substitute?" As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a dark red gem, resembling candy, from his pocket. It was indeed the very stone that Derry had previously switched with Hagrid's jacket pocket. Upon hearing Dumbledore's question, Derry felt a surge of frustration. This was the most significant oversight from his actions the previous day. A false Philosopher's Stone, which could not vanquish Voldemort's primary soul at the time, could have simply been surrendered to him, allowing for a false sense of triumph. That elderly man with white hair and beard had to meddle with the all-encompassing spell and end up with this predicament to explain. Derry mentally berated himself, contemplating how to respond. He was not inclined to lie, yet neither would he divulge the whole truth. "It is an innate premonition. I possess some knowledge of potential future events. Of course, not all, and not necessarily accurate." "Derry, you are a born prophet? Do you have such ancestry?" Dumbledore was once again taken aback. In the past 2 days, he had been astonished more than in the previous decade combined. All right, I know what you are about to say. Not a single word I wish to hear. Derry interrupted Dumbledore's meaningless conjecture. Please understand, I am asserting my own prowess. What does it matter if you praise my ancestors? They cannot hear you. Dumbledore replied, let us move on to the next question. Or have you finished asking? No, I have several more inquiries. Dumbledore stifled his disbelief and continued. So, in the vault beneath Gringotts, did you alert Hagrid beforehand because you foresaw Voldemort's presence nearby? However, that is not the case. I have discussed this matter with Harry. Let him explain it to you. Dudley, having grown complacent, turned to Harry, instructing him to elucidate to Dumbledore the significance of the scar on his forehead, the remnants of soul fragments, and the connection to Voldemort's essence. Without hesitation, Harry articulated the situation with succinct clarity. Dumbledore listened intently, yet with each passing moment, the furrows on his brow deepened, and by the time Harry finished, a heavy shroud of foreboding enveloped his thoughts. A Horcrux. Voldemort had learned to wield this most malevolent form of dark magic. No wonder he had grown so powerful, and why eradicating him proved so formidable. Dumbledore abruptly rose, pacing back and forth in Dudley's bedroom, his composure utterly forsaken. If the fragment of soul within Harry's scar was indeed inadvertently created by Voldemort, it was certain he had already fashioned other Horcruxes, perhaps even more than one. Given Voldemort's madness, this was almost beyond doubt. Dumbledore muttered half in explanation, half in self-reflection. Please remain calm, Mr. Dumbledore, Dudley interjected soothingly. No matter how many times you pace, Voldemort's Horcrux will not present itself for destruction. I apologize, children. I have lost my composure. Dumbledore halted, wishing to regain his tranquility. However, confronting the intricacies of Horcruxes proved overwhelmingly daunting. What exactly is a Horcrux? Harry inquired hastily as Dumbledore resumed his seat. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Harry, it is a dark and malevolent magic that necessitates an act of murder for its execution. Through the heinous act of murder as a ritual, one can fracture their own soul and encase the severed fragment within an object, thus creating a Horcrux. Consequently, even if the wizard's corporeal form meets its demise, the primary soul extinguished, the Horcrux allows for the resurrection of the soul, achieving a form of immortality. Dumbledore explained in a profoundly serious tone, and upon detailing the nature of Horcruxes, he solemnly cautioned Dudley and Harry against the perils of such dark magic. Never attempt this sorcery. It is cruel, and fragmenting one's soul is an exceedingly foolish act. A fractured soul can drastically alter one's temperament and diminish one's perception. As Dumbledore imparted this earnest warning, Dudley, suddenly struck by a revelation, proposed with unbridled enthusiasm. Now, since Voldemort's soul fragment resides within Harry's scar, it is already intertwined with Harry's essence. Could we not have Harry learn this dark magic, eliminate one of Voldemort's accomplices, conduct the ritual, and thereby sever and destroy Voldemort's soul fragment? Dumbledore's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly filled with terror. Abandon that dreadful notion, Dudley. How could you even consider teaching Harry to commit murder? Dudley's expression hardened. Do away with your absurd moralizing, Dumbledore. You guided both Harry and Voldemort to Hogwarts, did you not, with the intention of having Harry eliminate Voldemort, thus ridding the magical realm of a significant threat? How is it that you can steer Harry towards murder, yet when I bring this matter to light, you cannot endure it? Harry and I are resolutely determined to avenge Aunt Lily and Uncle James. Our enemies must ultimately be vanquished. While we do so, why not utilize the opportunity? Or do you possess an infallible method to assist Harry in severing Voldemort's soul fragments? No, Dudley, you are oversimplifying the situation. The creation of Horcruxes is an exceedingly malevolent form of dark magic, one that divides the soul of the caster. Harry cannot employ this method to extract Voldemort's soul fragments. Such an action would only lead to the destruction of Harry's own soul. Dumbledore explained with a tone of stern urgency, clearly apprehensive. The risks are far too great, and the feasibility is insufficient. Therefore, it must be shelved. Dudley regained his composure. He had no intention of recklessly endangering Harry, and even if he were to consider such a method, he would first seek 2 test subjects. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, recognizing that while Dudley might be a good person, he was certainly not a conventionally good one. However, They indeed required a safe method to resolve the issue of Voldemort's soul fragments within Harry. This was a formidable challenge, and one of the reasons for Dumbledore's growing sense of foreboding. Chapter 35. The Lovestruck Turn to the Light. I shall devise a safe method. Harry and Dudley, I assure you. Dumbledore spoke earnestly after a moment of silence. You would do well to add another assurance, Dumbledore. Dudley replied sternly, expressing his desire for Dumbledore to communicate any ideas directly to them for discussion, rather than arrogantly implementing them unilaterally. You may assess my methods, and I too must evaluate yours. Do you understand? I will consult with you, Dudley, I promise. Dumbledore answered succinctly. Now, please proceed with your inquiries. Dudley leaned back in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. I have no further questions, having understood your intent and capabilities, and unexpectedly gleaned vital information on defeating Voldemort. The other minor concerns are insignificant. Dumbledore adjusted his posture, wearing a compassionate expression. And now, it is your turn to question me. Very well. Dudley waved his wand, summoning 3 bottles of juice from the refrigerator. The caps of the glass bottles automatically popped open and flew to Dumbledore, Harry, and himself. Dudley took a refreshing sip of juice, quenching his thirst and calming his mind. Before continuing, our questions are quite simple, with only 2 overarching themes, one regarding the past and the other concerning the future. First, we wish to inquire about the past. Mr. Dumbledore, Harry, and I need to understand the circumstances surrounding Voldemort's actions that led to the deaths of Aunt Lily and Uncle James. What prompted Voldemort to target the Potter family? What were his motives? Due to a prophecy concerning the vanquisher of Voldemort. Dumbledore responded without hesitation. What did the prophecy entail? The vanquisher of Voldemort hails from a family that defied him thrice and was born on the last day of July, possessing a mysterious power that Voldemort could not comprehend. Whose lips uttered this prophecy? It was Professor Sybil Trelawney, who, at the time of making this prophecy, was submitting her application to teach divination at Hogwarts. Dudley and Dumbledore engaged in a rapid exchange of questions, to which Dumbledore replied with remarkable ease and candor. Until the next inquiry arose. How did Voldemort come to know of this prophecy? Who informed him? Was it possible that Professor Trelawney, unable to suppress her desire to boast, spoke of it indiscriminately? As Dudley posed his question, his gaze bore down on Dumbledore, closely observing his micro-expressions and gestures. No. Professor Trelawney made this prophecy at the Hog's Head and while interviewing for the divination position, and at that moment, the room contained only her and me, Dumbledore replied. No longer directly, but rather with a slow, indirect response. Dumbledore, Dudley suddenly shouted, startling Dumbledore and interrupting his hesitant thoughts. Then, with a piercing gaze, Dudley admonished. Please answer honestly, Mr. Dumbledore. When you paused in your speech just now, your lips pressed into a straight line, indicating an attempt to conceal something. Furthermore, while you were responding, your eyes focused momentarily on the lower left, then shifted to the upper right, suggesting your thoughts were oscillating between the realms of memory and imagination in your mind. You are concocting a tale to shield someone from culpability, are you not? Dumbledore felt a twinge of panic, unable to meet Dudley's aggressive eyes. He diverted his gaze, only to encounter Harry's expression of disappointment, which pierced his heart sharply. I apologize, Dudley and Harry. I merely wished to prevent you from forming an irrevocable negative impression of someone based on preconceived notions. Dumbledore sighed deeply and said, Dudley, you are remarkably perceptive. I have never encountered such a professional interpretation of those signs. This belongs to the realm of Muggle psychology, a science known as micro-expression psychology. Mr. Dumbledore, therefore, please refrain from deceit and trickery in my presence. It is neither wise nor fair. Just now, Harry and I answered your questions truthfully. Dudley glared at Dumbledore with a warning glint in his eyes, adding, furthermore, please restrain your inherent tendency to make decisions for others. Your sole responsibility is to convey the truth, while our interpretation is up to Harry and me. Now, tell us, who conveyed the prophecy to Voldemort? Severus Snape initially eavesdropped on a conversation between Professor Trelawney and myself at the Hog's Head Inn, where he overheard the first 2 lines of a prophecy and subsequently divulged this secret to Voldemort. Although Dumbledore spoke the truth, he quickly added further explanation. At that time, Snape was infatuated with dark magic, pursuing formidable power and affiliation, which led him to join the Death Eaters and become a subordinate of Voldemort. Upon learning this information, Voldemort conducted an extensive investigation in the magical community, ultimately identifying two individuals who fit the prophecy, one being Harry and the other Neville Longbottom from the Longbottom family. Snape had known Harry's mother, Lily, since childhood and had harbored feelings for her. His enduring love for Lily filled him with profound remorse when he realized that his betrayal had placed Harry's family on Voldemort's kill list. Seeking redemption, he discreetly approached me to explain the situation, requesting that I protect Harry's family, to which I consented. Pause for a moment, Mr. Dumbledore, Dudley interjected, interrupting Dumbledore's lengthy explanation. The situation had become quite clear. This Snape was indeed an accomplice of Voldemort, albeit with a hint of romantic folly and a desire for atonement. By the standards of Muggle law, he would surely face a sentence of no less than 10 years. Mr. Dumbledore, you cannot excuse him simply because he acted as your informant. Your light remark about Voldemort's extensive investigation represents the demise of numerous wizarding families. Hagrid mentioned to Harry and me yesterday that Voldemort and his Death Eaters have slain many esteemed wizarding couples. He could name several examples. These individuals need not have perished, all due to Snape's treachery. Furthermore, from your account, it is evident that Snape did not come to realize his errors. He is merely entangled in his obsession with Aunt Lily. If Harry did not meet the conditions of the prophecy, would Voldemort have spared Harry's family? Ask your innermost convictions. Tell me, would he? Dumbledore remained silent, pausing for a moment before responding with difficulty. He likely would not. Chapter 36. The Revelation of Truth and Inaction. Thank you for your honesty, Dudley remarked coldly, turning to his cousin Harry. Harry, remember this name. Harry did not respond verbally, but instead chose to act. Dumbledore observed with a complex expression as Harry produced a pristine black notebook, placing it on the table to begin writing. Thanks to his relatively healthy spine and natural height, even while seated, Dumbledore could clearly see what Harry inscribed within the notebook. Severus Snape, the despicable informant, a villain with inappropriate intentions towards my mother, given his desire for atonement. He may escape the death penalty, but shall not evade the consequences of his actions and must endure significant retribution. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore lamented the fate that awaited Severus Snape. Enough with the sighing. Where's Snape now? Is he alive or dead? Derry showed little regard for Dumbledore's sorrow and promptly initiated his inquiry into the criminal. He is alive, currently serving as the potions master at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied candidly. Your kindness is indeed excessive, Mr. Dumbledore, allowing a criminal to thrive so comfortably. Derry's words dripped with disdain. Dumbledore felt a twinge of helplessness, which intensified when he noticed Harry, without any prompting from Derry, jotting down Snape's address and position in his notebook. There's no need to be so troubled for others, Mr. Dumbledore. Now it is your turn. The cold, unfeeling words of Derry pulled Dumbledore from his emotional mire, only to plunge him deeper into despair. Now tell me, given that you received advance warning from the spy and you assured their safety, how did my Aunt Lily and Uncle James end up dead? Upon hearing Derry's inquiry, a profound sadness washed over Dumbledore's face. I suggested that the Potters place the Fidelius charm on their home in Godric's Hollow, and they complied. It is a powerful and secretive protective enchantment. A house under this charm becomes invisible to both wizards and muggles, as long as the location is not disclosed by the secret keeper. Thus, even if Voldemort were close at hand, he would not be able to find the Potter residence. So, to which fool did you entrust such a vital role as secret keeper, resulting in yet another traitor siding with Voldemort? Derry pressed sternly. Lily and James initially considered me as the secret keeper, but ultimately, they chose their mutual friend, Sirius Black, Dumbledore replied with a hint of regret. That imbecile Black was the one who led Voldemort to Harry's home? Derry remarked, his tone dripping with mockery. I'm not entirely certain. Sirius Black is an astute and powerful wizard, and he shared a close bond with the Potters. Logically, he would never disclose information to Voldemort. Yet, the fact remains that Voldemort breached the protection of the Fidelius charm and entered the Potter home. Dumbledore expressed his own doubts, sharing all he knew. Is he alive or dead now? Did you not inquire about him after the incident? Derry questioned Dumbledore's lack of initiative. After the tragedy, Sirius mourned amidst the ruins of Harry's home for an extended period, unable to heed anyone's questions. He later left, causing a significant explosion on a Muggle street, resulting in the deaths of 12 Muggles, as well as the Potters and his other friend, Peter Pettigrew. The individuals within the Ministry of Magic believe that Peter Pettigrew was ultimately slain by Sirius Black during the latter's pursuit. Consequently, they imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban and posthumously awarded a Medal of Honor to the deceased Pettigrew. Dumbledore elaborated on the events that transpired during that time. One must see the living and the dead. Has this Peter Pettigrew truly perished? Just yesterday, the Minister of Magic adamantly insisted that Voldemort was dead as well. Yet, what is the reality? Have you seen the corpse of Pettigrew? The only remnant left at the scene was a single fingertip. The devastation of the explosion was so severe that no other parts or remains of Pettigrew were found. Do you comprehend the magnitude of an explosion that could obliterate a person to the point of leaving no trace of flesh or blood? Could it be that Pettigrew was clutching several kilograms of explosives? Dudley's face was etched with disdain for the ignorant and those who willingly remain ignorant. I have observed that you wizards lack even a modicum of scientific inquiry, yourself included. The explosion spell, which Harry and I witnessed just yesterday in the vaults of Gringotts, possesses a power that could never annihilate a person to the extent of leaving only a fingertip behind. If Sirius Black was not at least tenfold more powerful than that wizard named Quirrell, there is no way he could have reduced a person to mere dust, leaving just a finger. Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar, even suspicious, that all of Pettigrew's bones were obliterated while that one fingertip miraculously survived? Is it possible that Merlin himself was safeguarding that fingertip? What of the 12 Muggles who perished at the scene? Did they too leave behind merely a fingertip? Well, perhaps these Muggles were situated further from the epicenter of the explosion and thus suffered less severe injuries. What about the buildings at the center of the explosion? Has the extent of their damage been assessed? What magnitude of energy could render a structure such as that in ruins? And could such explosive energy truly annihilate a person to the point of leaving no remnants of flesh? When lives are at stake, have you wizards conducted a thorough investigation? Has the case been hastily closed and treated with indifference? Surely, the memories of the Muggles in the vicinity were altered by the Ministry afterward. You wizards do not investigate, nor allow the Muggle constables to do so. The lives of 12 ordinary individuals were lost under such ambiguous circumstances. I surmise their demise was perhaps due to a gas explosion. How utterly absurd. Dudley's rapid-fire, logically sound inquiries left even Dumbledore momentarily dumbfounded. This was a procedural approach that the venerable wizard, who has lived for over a century, had never envisioned. The advancement of Muggles is indeed remarkable, as they are now capable of discerning truth without the use of magic. In contrast, wizards appear increasingly antiquated, arrogant, and ignorant. Your analysis is quite astute, Dudley. It now seems that Peter Pettigrew must have faked his death to escape. At that time, it was not Pettigrew who pursued Sirius out of vengeance for the Potter's deaths due to his betrayal. The reality may well be the opposite. The explosion was orchestrated by Pettigrew, and the secret of the Fidelius charm was also divulged by him. Sirius did not hold the position of secret keeper. Rather, he ceded that role to Pettigrew. Following the tragedy that befell Harry's family, Sirius sought out Pettigrew for retribution. Dumbledore meticulously clarified his thoughts and unveiled the truth through his analysis. This renowned and illustrious wizard indeed possessed great wisdom, grasping concepts with ease. However, it was evident that he had not employed such intellect in the past. Could it be? Could it truly be, Mr. Dumbledore? You are still following my line of reasoning. I once encountered a potion in the Complete Potions Handbook, known as Veritasrum. It has been nearly a decade. Sirius has languished in Azkaban for almost 10 years and has not perished. Did you never think to inquire? If he remains silent, why not administer Veritasrum and compel him to speak? It seems you are utterly indifferent to the truth behind the demise of my Aunt Lily and Uncle James. All these years, have you been solely preoccupied with devising schemes to arrange for Harry to vanquish Voldemort? Dudley was genuinely at a loss for words. In his previous life, as he read books and watched films from a godlike perspective, he seldom pondered the intricacies of these narratives. Now, immersed in this tangible world and embodying the role of a participant, he found it intolerable to accept Dumbledore's inaction and misguided actions. Chapter 37. Dumbledore's Self-Reflection. Veritasrum is inhumane and unregulated. Dumbledore instinctively sought to justify himself, attempting to salvage his image in the eyes of Harry and Dudley. However, once the words escaped his lips, he regretted them and hastily fell silent. He was not one to adhere strictly to the rules. Wielding regulations as a shield would only backfire, revealing to Harry and Dudley his continued narrow-mindedness and lack of introspection. It is my fault, a grievous error, one that has plagued me from the very beginning. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore spoke, and upon uttering this confession, he seemed to unburden himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Dudley, Harry, perhaps I have never been the person capable of making the right arrangements. Mistakes have accompanied me throughout my life. In my youth, driven by a fleeting infatuation, I harmed my family and aided those who ought to have been forsaken, inadvertently fostering the first Dark Lord. As I matured, I introduced Voldemort into the magical realm through inappropriate means, allowing a being who disregarded life and could never comprehend love to master formidable magic, thus becoming the second Dark Lord. I had personally imprisoned the first Dark Lord, gaining unwarranted fame and adulation, which only inflated my arrogance and shackled my perceptions. I yearned to atone for my misdeeds, to vanquish the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, and restore stability to the magical community. This obsession consumed me, driving me to madness, causing me to overlook details, to speak lightly of sacrifice, to face repeated setbacks, to retreat into solitude, to question myself, and to place the burden of responsibility upon Harry. I have transformed into someone unrecognizable, or perhaps I have never truly discovered my own self. Under Dudley's relentless questioning and provocation, Dumbledore shed all defenses, critically examining the majority of his life from an extreme perspective, engaging in a heartfelt soliloquy. Harry's gaze was intense, profoundly affected by Dumbledore's revelations. Dudley exhibited genuine admiration, nodding in agreement. Upon reaching a certain age, one's perceptions and thoughts tend to solidify, rendering the acceptance of new ideas and concepts exceedingly challenging. I must concede, Professor Dumbledore, that you are an extraordinary individual. At the venerable age of over a century, you have summoned the courage to overturn your past and undergo a transformation into a renewed self. For this reason alone, you embody greatness. This is the first time I have sincerely employed this term in its true essence to describe you. Dudley's acknowledgement somewhat quelled the intense emotional turmoil that Dumbledore struggled to contain following his self-reflection. Harry, Dudley, do you forgive me? Dumbledore inquired, his eyes glistening with tears. The truth is nearly evident. To be fair, the tragedy befalling Aunt Lily and Uncle James cannot be solely attributed to you. They chose to ally with you based on their own beliefs, standing against Voldemort. After the implementation of the Fidelius charm, they, adhering to their convictions, rejected your offer to serve as their secret keeper, entrusting their family's safety to Sirius Black. Whether Sirius truly betrayed them to Voldemort or naively passed the role of secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew, thus indirectly revealing their location, it is clear they placed their trust in the wrong individual. Aunt Lily and Uncle James were adults and should bear the consequences of their decisions. Thus, I believe, Professor Dumbledore, you bear no culpability in this matter. At most, it was an unfortunate circumstance that prevented you from fulfilling your commitment to Severus as the secret keeper. This is not a matter of whether Harry and I forgive you. Dudley articulated his perspective candidly, and then turned to Harry, who nodded in agreement. Kind-hearted Harry would naturally not be unreasonable. It was indeed fortuitous for Dumbledore to find some solace in their thoughts, but Dudley, seizing the moment, continued to assert himself. Just as Dumbledore began to feel a glimmer of happiness, Dudley interjected once more. What you truly seek is our forgiveness concerning the events that transpired after the tragic incident. Professor Dumbledore, Aunt Lily and Uncle James willingly followed you in the fight against Voldemort while they were alive. That was their own affair, and there is little to discuss. However, after their sacrifice, as their leader, you were obligated to provide Harry, my mother Petunia, and indeed myself, with a proper explanation and compensation for our loss. Yet, following the tragedy, you neither sought to uncover the complete truth, nor did you clarify matters directly with my parents to convey your sentiments. You allowed the infant Harry, after enduring the agony of losing his parents, to be whisked away by Hagrid on a flying motorcycle for half the night, only to leave him on our doorstep for hours in the cold, accompanied solely by a flimsy note outlining the situation. You did not even deem it necessary to knock on our door to alert my parents before departing. You should consider yourself fortunate that Privet Drive was relatively safe that night, and that my mother had the habit of rising early to fetch the milk. Had Harry been abducted by human traffickers at that time, I cannot fathom the horrific tragedy that would have ensued. Returning to the letter you left. I have perused it and found the expressions of remorse therein to be scant, while you emphasize the necessity of my parents adopting Harry, with an undertone of veiled threat. Such a tone is wholly inappropriate when addressing the family of a victim. My parents have treated me well, yet it is undeniable that they are not benevolent individuals. My mother, Petunia, has harbored long-standing discord with Aunt Lily due to issues surrounding magical aptitude, and my father, Vernon, is an exceedingly disdainful Muggle who detests wizards. Surely, you are aware of this, Mr. Dumbledore. I am cognizant of it, yet Dumbledore's expression revealed discomfort. But what? You knowing all this, still entrusted Harry to them without any preparatory context or understanding. The protective magic born of a mother's love can only endure in a place where blood relatives reside and can be called home. The thoughtless wizards of the magical realm have exalted Harry as a savior, and you wish to spare him a childhood steeped in adulation that might distort his character. Is that what you intend to convey? Dudley's pent-up resentment had begun to dissipate in light of Dumbledore's candid self-reflection, yet upon the mention of his parents and Harry's upbringing, his ire surged once more. I indeed harbored such thoughts, though I failed to account for the intricacies involved. I shall extend a sincere apology to the Dursleys shortly. Dumbledore hastily admitted his fault, perceiving the resurgence of Dudley's anger. Failed to consider the details? Dudley scoffed, Mr. Dumbledore, while you may overlook other matters. This when you have undoubtedly contemplated with clarity. You were fully aware of my parents' dispositions and behaviors, yet you still entrusted Harry to their care. Were you not envisioning a childhood filled with exclusion and oppression for Harry, only to introduce him to Hogwarts at the age of 11, this very year, when he would be ripe for your gentle and enigmatic presence, effortlessly winning the affection of an orphan deprived of love, thus facilitating your orchestration of his future development, ultimately shaping him into the sword foretold to combat Voldemort. Chapter 38. An unbreakable alliance of offense and defense. I had not subjectively considered this layer. Dumbledore's mind raced to recall his initial thoughts, and as his reflections deepened, he suddenly recognized that perhaps, subconsciously, that was indeed his intention, something he had failed to notice. Dudley, your analysis pierces my soul like a sharp blade, Dumbledore remarked, his embarrassment dissipating and his self-analysis crystallizing. As I mentioned earlier, I have been presumptuous for far too long. I harbor many shadowy thoughts concealed beneath the noble pursuit of combating Voldemort and saving the magical world, much like shadows cast by sunlight, so apparent, yet so easily overlooked. Indeed, these are my transgressions, Dudley and Harry. Should you choose not to forgive me, I have no further words to offer. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to atone for my actions towards both you and the Dursleys. Upon concluding his apology, Dumbledore found Dudley enveloped in silence, his gaze shifting towards Harry. Harry discerned his cousin's intent. Dudley wished to honor his opinion, refraining from presuming to forgive or condemn on his behalf. After a moment of contemplative reflection, Harry addressed Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, irrespective of your intentions, it is undeniable that you provided refuge for my parents. Additionally, I am grateful for your decision to bring me here, allowing me to grow up alongside my cousin. Thus, I harbor no significant resentment towards you, and I shall endeavor to forgive you. Excellent. Harry, your words bring me great solace, Dumbledore replied, tears welling in his eyes. Dudley, having steadied his emotions, spoke under Dumbledore's expectant gaze. Mr. Dumbledore, I am a pragmatic individual. Words lack the potency of action. Therefore, my forgiveness hinges upon your future deeds. Furthermore, Harry and I cannot decide for my parents. Once we conclude our discussion, I trust you will fulfill your promise to apologize to them. I will, Dudley. Dumbledore assured him earnestly. Now that we have addressed the past, let us turn our attention to the future. Dudley focused intently, contemplating his forthcoming remarks. The success of their negotiation rested on this pivotal moment. Speak, Dudley. Present your and Harry's requests, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Dumbledore was evidently at peace with the situation, suggesting he had genuinely reflected on his past actions. Dudley felt a flicker of joy. Though the negotiation had yet to formally commence, he had already achieved a measure of success. Now, I shall officially pose my inquiries regarding the future. Mr. Dumbledore, can you assure me that from this moment forth, you will no longer presume to secretly guide Harry's development? Yes, Yes, you. From now on, any matters concerning Harry will be discussed with you both, and you shall decide whether to proceed. Mr. Dumbledore, can you guarantee that you will not interfere and even support Harry and me in our quest for vengeance against Voldemort and his accomplices? Yes, I guarantee it. Eliminating Voldemort and his followers is indeed my objective. Mr. Dumbledore, if Harry and I were to attend Hogwarts, can you ensure the safety of our family, particularly my parents, the Dursleys? Yes, you. I will never allow the tragic fate of Lily and James to repeat itself. Good. Excellent. Marvelous. Dudley suddenly rose, approaching the tearful and emotionally stirred Dumbledore, and solemnly extended his right hand. Mr. Dumbledore, will you pledge to heed the counsel of this 11-year-old advisor in our future endeavors and battles, and enter into an alliance with me? Dursley, you have left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. He sensed that Dursley was orchestrating an intricate game of wizard's chess. Bestow upon me your power and renown, Dumbledore. Allow me to serve as your second brain, for a life of beauty and stability, to eradicate regrets, to attain pure strength, for our shared ambition, and for an ideal future. I hope that this decision will not lead to further errors. After contemplating solemnly for several seconds, Dumbledore extended his aged hand, clasping Dursley's right hand firmly. Two magnificent and fantastical strands of twisted light materialized out of thin air, entwining around their wrists, followed by a flicker of brilliance that vanished without a trace. They forged an unbreakable pact. At this moment, Dumbledore could scarcely conceive the unprecedented and thunderous actions he would undertake alongside Dursley's allies. He could not fathom the monumental transformations this covenant would bring to the magical realm in the future. At this instant, Dumbledore's most fervent thought was that Dursley and Harry had finally accepted him. In his centenarian years, he had found two cherished comrades, friends across generations. Cousin, are we truly leaving a mark here? Harry, who had witnessed the formation of the pact between Dursley and Dumbledore, could no longer contain his curiosity after the magical strands dissipated. Indeed, Harry, now that we have the greatest wizard of the 20th century as our ally, why will we wander in foreign lands? Dursley remarked with a victorious smile. However, before Dumbledore and Harry could celebrate, Dursley swiftly transitioned into a serious mode of operation. Dumbledore, there is less than a month until the school year ends. We must take action. Action? Dursley, what kind of action do you mean? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat perplexed. Various aspects. Dursley's mind raced, with the most pressing being the resolution of the insubordinate Minister of Magic. Dumbledore, you have read today's Daily Prophet, have you not? If my assumptions are correct, there was not a single mention of Voldemort in it, was there? Upon hearing this, a look of resignation immediately crossed Dumbledore's face. Indeed, he said, as he retrieved a folded newspaper from his pocket. Dursley took it and unfolded it before himself and Harry. The front page boldly proclaimed, yesterday, Gringotts conducted a special security drill in the underground vaults. The tremors in Diagon Alley were merely an accident. Gringotts goblins solemnly assure that no vault's assets were harmed. Please rest assured. Chapter 39. Dursley's scheming and heavy tasks. I knew it would be thus. The media narrative has been manipulated. Under the duress of foolish politicians, and with your tacit approval, Dumbledore. Dursley handed the newspaper to Harry, and then unabashedly commented, Dursley, I did not instruct Fudge to act in this manner. I warned him. It is not my fault. Dumbledore hastily defended himself, feeling that he could not be blamed for this situation. Is it his unilateral decision? Dudley interjected, Dumbledore, I believe you ought to reflect on this. At times, you could be excessively naive and weak. Yesterday, in Diagon Alley, while Harry and I were purchasing wands, Minister Fudge raised his voice at you and Hagrid, didn't he? He may have even threatened you. Am I wrong? He has already bullied you, yet you allow him to roam freely. Is that not tacit approval of his actions? How much longer will you compromise? I truly cannot comprehend why you would not deal with such a person swiftly. Are you intending to let him linger until Christmas? Upon hearing Dudley's words, Dumbledore was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Dudley, I doubt Fudge is in any mortal peril. What are you suggesting? Dudley widened his eyes. Don't cast me in such a negative light. Dumbledore, I merely wish for you to oust him. This power-drunk fool should not remain in the position of Minister of Magic, for he poses a threat to all wizards in Britain. Ah, is that so? Dumbledore sighed with relief. finding the prospect of merely removing Fudge far more palatable than contemplating his demise. Yet, how could Fudge be removed? Would it require me to employ magic and my reputation? Such actions would undoubtedly encounter substantial resistance. Agreeing with Dudley's sentiment, Dumbledore pondered how to execute the plan. There was no need for force. Such methods are too burdensome and crude. To act thus would render you akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dudley began to strategize for Dumbledore. You have faced Voldemort head-on for nearly 2 decades. There must be allies within the Ministry who support you, correct? There are few, Dudley. How do you envision proceeding? Dumbledore inquired. Have your allies unearth evidence of Minister Fudge's illegal activities. A person so entranced by power that they deny reality must have savored the intoxicating allure of authority. Is it conceivable that he has not accepted bribes or engaged in corrupt practices? Dudley, calm and composed, exuded an air of strategic prowess. Have your people act swiftly, or, Dumbledore, you could personally delve into Fudge's memories and swiftly identify his transgressions. Subsequently, have your allies present the evidence to the Wizengamot to formally impeach Fudge. After that, as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, you can impartially adjudicate Fudge's corruption case, thereby justly removing him from office and appointing an adept wizard who will heed your guidance to lead the Ministry of Magic. To be frank, in the British magical community, you control 2 of the 3 major power institutions: administrative, judicial, and educational. Your reputation is unmatched. I cannot conceive of any overt challenges that could thwart you. Dudley, thankfully you have chosen to stand on the side of justice. Otherwise, I shudder to think what you might become as you mature. Dumbledore was astounded by Dudley's proposal. Dumbledore, you are mistaken. I do not stand for justice. I stand for family. However, to ensure their safety and well-being, I require a magical world that adheres to a semblance of just order, regardless of which side I stand on. The deeds I shall accomplish in the future are beyond your imagination. Dudley spoke with an unwavering confidence, and I have no doubt about this. Dumbledore did not perceive Dudley as merely boasting. Thus, he promptly set about his task. Voldemort has resurfaced, and I must ensure that the wizarding world is alerted in due time. By the way, here are the tickets you and Harry will need for your journey to Hogwarts. At platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station in London, aboard the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore rose, placing 2 train tickets on Dudley's desk before preparing to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Dudley called out to him. Why the rush? Dumbledore, at over a century old, why do you bustle about like a young whippersnapper? Have you forgotten what I just mentioned? This month, there is much for you to accomplish. This month? I presumed other matters would be addressed after the term began. After all, the transition of the Minister of Magic is a monumental task that hardly allows for a month's time. Dumbledore, reflecting upon himself, rekindled the youthful vigor he had possessed as a Gryffindor lion, yet the sudden shift left him momentarily disoriented, losing some of his erstwhile composure. Sit still for a moment. Time is like water in a sponge. You can always squeeze a little more out. The ministerial change will require your presence only during the memory retrieval and the court proceedings. Mundane affairs can be entrusted to others. With Fudge's fall from grace, he and his cronies will vacate numerous positions, which is a tremendous advantage for the wizards working on your behalf. They will be diligent in their tasks. Dudley articulated his thoughts clearly, and he was soon to clarify Dumbledore's responsibilities. Dumbledore, aside from dealing with Fudge, you need to make a trip to Azkaban this month. Utilize Veritasrum or the Pensieve to extract the last lingering doubts regarding the demise of Aunt Lily and Uncle James from Sirius Black. If Sirius has betrayed Voldemort, then incapacitate him and bring him before Harry and me. If he was merely deceived by Peter Pettigrew, coax from him every minute detail about Pettigrew, particularly those traits that would aid in his concealment. Then, if Sirius did not intentionally cause my parents' deaths, Professor Dumbledore, I implore you to rescue him from Azkaban. He has languished there for nearly a decade, and coupled with his self-recrimination, his punishment has more than sufficed. After Dudley intentionally paused, Harry instinctively continued. For this was a matter concerning his parents, and the resolution of their adversary required a definitive stance. Harry's sentiments echoed my own. Dudley continued, and furthermore, if Sirius is to be released, Dumbledore, do not reveal the likelihood of Pettigrew's feigned death to him, lest he act rashly and jeopardize our efforts. It would be prudent to wait until a month after Harry and I commence our studies before granting his release. Let him find a place to reflect and regain his composure. The Dementors of Azkaban possess a remarkable ability to torment individuals, and after such prolonged confinement, one cannot help but succumb to madness. I understand. Dumbledore acquiesced, yet his demeanor revealed a hint of hesitation as he stammered, "Dudley, I sincerely hope you refrain from exposing Harry to the gruesome realities of life too soon. The matter of Harry's exposure to such violence is not for me to decide. Dumbledore, fate has a way of toying with us, and we must confront our challenges, becoming steadfast and valiant warriors." Dudley forcefully dispelled the nascent pity and weakness that had begun to form in Dumbledore's mind, adding with a grin, "We witnessed with our own eyes in the vaults of Gringotts how the two-faced fiend transformed into gold and then into ash. That scene was no less harrowing than any bloodshed. Do not perceive us as feeble children. Thus, temper your compassion, Dumbledore. Allow me to assign you the next task." Chapter 40. Such presentation. Do you fear? Hearing Dudley's intent to revisit old grievances, Dumbledore fell silent, dutifully awaiting Dudley's next words. I read in recent wizarding events that after Voldemort vanished 10 years ago, his Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban. Before issuing a directive, Dudley posed a pertinent question. Most were confined to Azkaban, though some Death Eaters claimed they were cursed by the Dementor's kiss and did not genuinely wish to align with Voldemort. This cohort paid hefty fines and evaded imprisonment, Dumbledore replied. Were they interrogated with Veritaserum? Not all. Veritaserum is a sophisticated potion, concocted only by a select few masters. It cannot be mass-produced. For reasons of privacy and humanitarianism, it is generally not employed in interrogations. Furthermore, most of these individuals hail from influential pureblood families, being core members of their respective clans, and are not staunch followers of Voldemort. I see, the duplicitous elite. It appears the Wizarding Society has not evolved significantly. Dudley nodded in understanding. However, I must caution you, Dumbledore, should you announce Voldemort's return to the magical community, this faction may become restless. You must exert sufficient psychological pressure on them in advance. You're correct, Dudley. A considerable number of antiquated pureblood families severely impede the progress of the magical world. Their ideologies are both decayed and extreme, necessitating a firm reprimand. I shall issue them a warning. Dumbledore wholeheartedly concurred with Dudley's perspective, yet struggled to conceive a suitable rationale for enacting this course of action. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to relying on external intellect. "What should I do, Dudley?" Dumbledore inquired. Dudley had been anticipating this question. With a sinister smirk, he proclaimed, quite simply, eliminate the entire batch of Death Eaters confined in Azkaban. What? Dumbledore gasped in utter disbelief. Are you suggesting we kill them all? Indeed, Dudley's tone was unwavering, and amidst his resolve, he even found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's immense reaction. Dumbledore, this matter should have been addressed long ago. I fail to comprehend why you are so astonished. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. How simple a principle. Each of those die-hard Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort is stained with the blood of innocence. By Muggle law, they would have faced execution long ago. You, as a wizard of the old era, exhibit excessive leniency, bordering on foolishness. The Death Eaters have slain ordinary wizards, your comrades who fought valiantly for justice, without facing any consequence. Is that equitable? If we do not eliminate them now, when Voldemort regains power and orchestrates a grand escape from Azkaban, these Death Eaters, tormented by Dementors for nearly a decade, will wreak havoc upon the wizarding world once again. Have you considered this? Allowing enemies to strike allies is the epitome of folly. By executing these Death Eaters now, we can instill profound fear in the wavering traitors while significantly diminishing Voldemort's living forces. Additionally, we can extract information from their memories regarding Voldemort's vulnerabilities, notably those unknown Horcruxes. This is a multifaceted advantage. Is there truly any reason for hesitation or astonishment? Simply follow through. Daryl, your reasoning is sound. Yet many of these Death Eaters are of pure blood, and if one were to scrutinize closely, they are often related to the majority of wizarding families. The thought of exterminating them all is difficult for me to accept, let alone for other wizards. Dumbledore remained somewhat hesitant. Not to mention, there are only about 3,000 wizards in all of Britain. Who among them is not somehow connected? The Death Eaters never considered familial ties when they murdered your kind. By sparing them now, the only ones who will perish in the future will be you. It is entirely possible that we could lose half of our 3,000 wizards. Daryl's poignant words ultimately convinced Dumbledore. After much contemplation, Dumbledore, understanding the nature of Dementors, recognized that without intervention, there was a significant likelihood that the Death Eaters would escape. And Voldemort might even lure the inherently malevolent Dementors to his side. Should such a scenario unfold, he could endure it, but the other wizards would certainly not. Very well, I shall take care of this. Dumbledore's hand tightened around the old wand concealed within the sleeve of his robe. Noticing Dumbledore's newfound resolve, Daryl softened his tone. Dumbledore, your concerns are not without merit. A mass slaughter, even if for the sake of justice, will inevitably instill fear in the ignorant and mediocre wizards, thereby tarnishing your reputation and standing, which would be detrimental to our future endeavors. Dumbledore found it challenging to keep pace with the discourse. It is you who wishes to eliminate the Death Eaters. It is you who harbors concerns. I have already made up my mind and begun to cultivate a desire for retribution, yet you speak in contradiction. What exactly do you wish for me to do? Daryl discerned the confusion within Dumbledore's eyes and elucidated. What I mean is that you cannot act directly. This endeavor must be presented in a manner that is palatable. How should it be packaged? Dumbledore inquired directly. The situation unfolded thus. Minister Fudge, embroiled in corruption and bribery, faced trial and was dismissed for investigation. Harboring resentment, he fled to Azkaban. There, he deceived the Dementiguards and released imprisoned Death Eaters, intending to leverage their power to reclaim his position as Minister of Magic. This audacious conspiracy was thwarted by Professor Dumbledore, who arrived to visit Sirius Black. In this critical moment, to avert damage to the wizarding world, Professor Dumbledore was compelled to take decisive action, unleashing a mysterious and potent spell that swiftly quelled the rebellious Death Eaters. Subsequently, the apprehended Minister Fudge, overwhelmed by a series of devastating blows to his life, suffered a mental collapse, resulting in total amnesia and a decline in intellect. Ultimately, under the compassionate arrangements of the benevolent Professor Dumbledore, he was confined to a mysterious prison devoid of Dementiguards to live out the remainder of his days. Dudley recounted the tale with such eloquence that it resembled not a mere fabrication, but rather a meticulously crafted news report. Dumbledore listened in astonishment, while Harry was equally taken aback. Well, Dumbledore, with this narrative spun, the majority of wizards will only further acknowledge your strength and authority, harboring no negative sentiments towards you. The wavering double agents will be intimidated by you. Even if Voldemort's soul were to approach them, they would hesitate to align with him, and may even resort to reporting to you, betraying Voldemort. Chapter 41. The Injustice and the Mature Student. I understand, Dudley. I shall proceed as you suggest. Dumbledore, emerging from a state of shock, did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to Dudley's proposal. His perspectives and methodologies were undergoing a profound transformation. There was another matter to address. With Dumbledore's consent, Dudley swiftly initiated the next topic. Dumbledore, Hagrid has suffered unjustly for far too long. You must expedite his exoneration and prove his innocence. This is also to atone for the mistakes you committed in the past. As the chief wizard of the Supreme Wizarding Court, you wield the power of justice. Yet you exhibit a severe deficiency in investigative capabilities and accountability. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. A mysterious creature emerged, resulting in the death of students within the school, and simultaneously, Hagrid's clandestine rearing of the Acromantula was inadvertently exposed. Can these mere facts suffice to implicate Hagrid in murder? Dudley's inquiries plunged Dumbledore into reflection. At that time, Voldemort, known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, was an exemplary fifth-year student at Hogwarts, renowned for his exceptional magical talent and striking appearance, garnering considerable respect among his peers. Voldemort proclaimed to the Ministry of Magic investigators that he had witnessed Hagrid's spider cause Moaning Myrtle's demise, and his followers echoed his claims, significantly undermining the judgment of the Ministry's wizards. Moreover, Hagrid is unable to prove that the Acromantula did not commit murder. Thus, I am powerless to exonerate him or prevent his expulsion. I can only forcibly ensure his continued presence at Hogwarts as a caretaker of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore recounted the history of that fateful event, seemingly reminded of Hagrid's recent decision to erase his memories, his countenance betraying sorrow and guilt. However, Dudley was not inclined to coddle Dumbledore. He immediately approached the matter from a rational perspective, analyzing the actions Dumbledore could have taken at the time. I am utterly astounded by you wizards. How can your judicial system be so archaic? Do you comprehend the concept of innocent until proven guilty? When you suspect someone of being a murderer, sufficient evidence must be gathered to substantiate that claim. How can you expect the accused to prove their own innocence? The notion that the inability to self-validate equates to guilt is utterly absurd. Dumbledore, you believe your failure to absolve Hagrid stemmed purely from a lack of thought. No magic or potions are required. I could present a method to demonstrate Hagrid's innocence in the murder charge. Your historical tomes clearly state that Salazar Slytherin was a proponent of blood purity. Would he have left behind a chamber that could be accessed by a half-blood born of a wizard and a giant? If that argument lacks persuasion, may I inquire whether an autopsy was conducted on the deceased moaning myrtle? The acromantula would either suffocate its victim with silk, inject venom to corrode, or pierce and bite with its appendages. Is there any corresponding evidence on Myrtle's corpse? Can it be linked to the acromantula Hagrid tended? Even if the young Voldemort took precautions to obscure any traces on Myrtle's body, thorough and meticulous examination would reveal the truth. After death, blood ceases to circulate, and any toxins from wounds sustained during life would be starkly distinct from post-mortem evidence. Furthermore, there is a crucial clue. I heard from Hagrid that moaning Myrtle became a ghost after her demise. Did you not think to inquire what caused her death? Had she ever encountered Hagrid's acromantula? The juvenile acromantula lacks the capacity to deliver a fatal blow to a wizard if a spider were the culprit. It is implausible that Myrtle would remain oblivious. Therefore, was it truly so difficult to demonstrate Hagrid and his spideress innocence at that time? Dumbledore, had you taken such actions, not only could you have cleared Hagrid's name, but you would have also exposed the young Voldemort's deception. At the very least, you could have charged him with false accusations, potentially unveiling that Voldemort was the one who opened the chamber and committed murder, resulting in his imprisonment in Azkaban. In such a scenario, could Voldemort have ever risen to become the Dark Lord that plagued the wizarding world? Even if he did, the cost would have been far greater. Dudley's incisive analysis left Dumbledore once again astounded. Dudley, you possess a sharpness surpassing any Ravenclaw I have encountered. Had I possessed your acuity and wisdom in my earlier days, or if you had graced this world a century sooner for me to meet you earlier, the tragedies I experienced would have been significantly diminished. Dumbledore was enveloped in a tumult of emotions, guilt, self-reproach, regret, and a profound sense of loss, as tears welled up in his eyes once more. However, Dudley, the regrets of the past have already unfolded. The absence of capability and the intricacies of fate have shaped this outcome. All we can do now is strive to make amends. I shall expedite Hagrid's exoneration and demonstrate his innocence to all wizards. Dumbledore vowed. That is not sufficient. Hagrid dropped out in his third year due to this incident. I hope you can spare some time to tutor him, to bolster his magical abilities and combat skills, and to compensate for his regret of leaving school. Dudley elaborated on his request. Very well. Ever since I assumed the role of headmaster, I have not taught personally for many years. You and Harry are welcome to attend as well. Dumbledore assented without a moment's hesitation. Not just Harry and me, but also my parents, the Dursleys. Dumbledore, would you mind accommodating 2 mature students? Dudley unabashedly added to Dumbledore's considerable workload. Dumbledore, having been thoroughly astonished throughout the day, felt little emotional fluctuation upon hearing Dudley's latest outlandish request, and simply nodded in agreement. He was intrigued to see how Dudley would transform 2 fully grown muggles into wizards. As the hours of extraordinary conversation slipped away into the depths of night, the Dursleys awaited on the ground floor, having prepared a sumptuous dinner. Following their lengthy discourse, Dudley, Harry, and Dumbledore gathered their composure and descended the staircase from Dudley's expansive bedroom to the Dursleys' living room. Before Dudley and Harry, Dumbledore solemnly apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, particularly to Petunia, earnestly seeking their forgiveness for his past indiscretions, while expressing his respect and fond remembrance of the Potters. This left Petunia and Vernon somewhat bewildered, and it was only after Dudley provided clarification and reassurance that they grasped Dumbledore's intentions. Petunia reminisced about the moments spent with her peculiar sister, and overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed into Vernon's embrace, weeping profusely. Once her tears subsided, the Dursleys forgave Dumbledore, no longer regarding the wizard with the same fear and distance as before, thus accepting him as an unfamiliar yet ordinary friend. At an opportune moment, Dudley announced to his parents that the family would no longer need to travel abroad. And before Dumbledore, he extended both hands to grasp his parents' arms. A miracle was about to unfold. Chapter 42. Dumbledore's little classroom commences. As they exited the bedroom, Dudley lingered behind to retrieve Hagrid's blood, which had been chilling in the refrigerator for much of the day. Utilizing a fusion opportunity, he merged it, acquiring the weak bloodline of a half-blood giant wizard. Coupled with the weak wizard bloodline he obtained yesterday from merging his blood with Harry's on the Gringotts tram, the stage was set for extraordinary developments. At this moment, both of his parents were unexpectedly elevated to the extraordinary upon the unremarkable touch of Dudley upon them. Dumbledore was astonished to discover a faint surge of magical energy emanating from Petunia and Vernon. Suddenly, blossoms erupted from the floor of the Dursleys' living room, and the furniture within trembled slightly. Petunia and Vernon experienced a magical upheaval, albeit a rather feeble one. Meanwhile, the acceptance book and quill at Hogwarts stirred once again. But this commotion was exceedingly subtle, subsiding without alarming anyone. The reason was straightforward. The Dursleys had long surpassed the age of 17, thus disqualifying them from Hogwarts admission criteria. Upon detecting this, the quill lost all desire to inscribe. Petunia and Vernon had become wizards, despite being mentally prepared for this revelation. Witnessing such a scene that challenged the very understanding of the wizarding community caused Dumbledore's eyes to gleam with wonder. Indeed, however, my parents lacked the potential for significant advancement. At most, they could learn 5 spells, and certainly not of the more advanced variety, Dudley replied, having bestowed upon his mother Petunia the weak wizarding bloodline acquired from Harry, and upon his father Vernon the weak half-giant wizarding bloodline acquired from Hagrid. In comparison, the latter was somewhat superior, allowing the learning of 5 spells while also bestowing greater physical strength and a modicum of magical resistance. The Dursleys, now successfully transformed into wizards, were exhilarated, bouncing about the living room, gesticulating wildly, eager to cast spells, only to find they were missing a crucial element compared to true wizards. "I have prepared this for you," Dudley exclaimed with a smile, producing 2 pristine wands gifted by Ollivander from his coat pocket and handing them to his parents. The Dursleys joyfully accepted. Vernon grasped the oak wand akin to Hagrid's, while Petunia held the holly wand similar to Harry's. As they waved their wands, gentle yet radiant golden-red sparks erupted from their tips. The wands had recognized their masters, achieving an exceptionally high compatibility, simultaneously, as the owners were adult wizards. The silver threads embedded in the wands dissipated without a trace. How marvelous indeed, Dumbledore mused, struggling to find the words to describe such a miracle. Better left unsaid. "This is something you must keep confidential." Dudley, unable to fully comprehend the awe his revelation had instilled in Dumbledore, pulled him to sit at the dining table. "Stop standing there, let's eat." A full stomach is essential for work. Dumbledore's journey to Privet Drive had been a resounding success. Yet he had also taken on a formidable burden. After departing the Dursleys' home clad in Hagrid's old coat, he estimated the workload for the coming month would surpass all he had accomplished in the last decade combined. However, he did not resent this busyness. With a clear goal and plan, he found joy even in the fatigue. On the night of August 1st, as the clock approached the early hours of August 2nd, Dumbledore executed a disillusionment charm and swiftly transported himself to the lair of Minister Fudge. Cloaked in invisibility, he stealthily infiltrated the minister's slumbering chamber and extracted Fudge's memories pertaining to illicit activities. After comprehending the insights gleaned from these memories, Dumbledore, guided by their revelations, effortlessly pilfered the incriminating ledgers and evidence concealed within Fudge's residence. Subsequently, he restored the memories and, clutching the evidence, materialized at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, where his brother Aberforth awaited. Dumbledore swiftly penned several concise letters, directing his owl messengers to deliver them to his trusted allies within the Ministry of Magic. The weary old lion was invigorated, rekindling his fighting spirit. A transformation was imminent within the magical realm. On August 2nd, the Ministry of Magic in Britain was rocked by significant news. Led by the esteemed Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, several mid-level officials presented an overwhelming array of detailed evidence, formally impeaching the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, for accepting bribes and abusing his power. The present head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Bones, a witch of integrity and fairness, did not shy away from the challenge posed by the allegations against her superior. Faced with the compelling evidence before her, Ms. Bones, despite the earnest counsel of her deputy, resolutely accepted the case and expedited its submission to the Supreme Wizarding Court of Wisengamot. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had returned to number 4, Privet Drive, alongside Hagrid, magically expanding the Dursleys' living room to establish a small magical classroom. The curriculum primarily encompassed spells and casting techniques, interspersed with elements of transfiguration. Given the Dursleys' limited capacity to master only 5 relatively simple spells, Dudley and Dumbledore meticulously curated a list of skills for them to learn, enabling the formation of fundamental combat strategies. Penny, endowed with the weaker wizarding bloodline inherited from Harry, had her highest learning goal set on the well-known disarming charm, Expelliarmus. Although this was an advanced spell, Dudley believed that, with Harry's innate magical lineage, their mother had the potential to grasp it. Furthermore, considering the necessities of offense, defense, healing, and everyday utility, the remaining 4 spells for Penny to learn included the Summoning Charm, to bring large object for defense against lethal curses; the Calming Charm, a collaborative creation by Dudley and Harry, now optimized into a fixed spell that could diminish a dark wizard's murderous intent, making it challenging for them to cast lethal spells; the Shield Charm, providing conventional magical defense; and the Healing Charm, capable of remedying moderate injuries. Vernon, the father of Dudley, inherited the weaker half-blood giant wizarding bloodline from Hagrid, with a natural inclination toward the fields of transfiguration and strength. Consequently, the 5 spells that Vernon needed to master included the basic Transfiguration Charm, which could transform ordinary objects like stones into spikes, allowing for remote attacks when combined with the Movement Charm; the Movement Charm, which could synergize with the Transfiguration Charm to create combination techniques, possessing a slight utility akin to the Summoning Charm, enabling the manipulation of objects for defense; the Strength Enhancement Charm, a powerful magic developed collaboratively by Dudley and Harry, optimized into a fixed incantation to amplify strength, allowing for closer engagement with adversaries in melee combat, particularly beneficial for wizards who often lack physical prowess; the Disengagement Charm, which could weaken foes, compelling them to relinquish their held items, and when used in conjunction with the Strength Enhancement Charm, yielded exceptional results. When applied to inanimate objects, it could cause structural collapse through internal repulsion, effectively breaking chains; and the Ironclad Charm, serving as a standard magical defense. Chapter 43. Stepping Down. Clearing one's name. The news is made public. With a learning plan established, Dumbledore swiftly assumed his role and commenced the lesson. The curriculum encompassed spell theory, pronunciation, wand movements, and the mental focus required for casting, gradually delving deeper into the fundamentals, supplemented by practical exercises, demonstrating his earnest dedication. Dumbledore possessed considerable expertise in magical instruction, having previously served as the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts for many years before becoming headmaster. This significantly alleviated the learning difficulties for the 5 students, who listened intently, driven by their aspirations and the desire for self-improvement. Teaching at the Dursleys was a continuous endeavor. During this period, Dumbledore also had to manage his time effectively, orchestrating several significant matters according to Dudley's plans. On August 5th, Minister Fudge, under surveillance due to corruption charges, sought to conspire with his confidants to reclaim his power. The Aurors, led by Kingsley, deliberately let him escape, tracking him down and capturing him in a comprehensive sweep. Fudge's influence had waned, and the pureblood families that had supported him abandoned him. The judicial process accelerated considerably. On August 6th, Dumbledore personally applied numerous protective charms to the Dursley residence and imposed the unwavering loyalty charm on the master bedroom, where Mr. and Mrs. Dursley rested, designating Dudley as the confidential protector. When necessary, the protective scope of this charm could expand to encompass the entire structure of the Dursley home. Additionally, within the safeguarded master bedroom, Dumbledore arranged for the installation of a special fireplace for transportation. This fireplace utilized a fixed-route secret passage, allowing entry and the scattering of flue powder without the need to specify a destination, providing direct access to a concealed room in the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore had already coordinated with his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, the proprietor of the Hog's Head, regarding this arrangement. Although the relationship between the 2 brothers had grown strained due to the tragic misdeed involving their sister, They managed to maintain amicable communication when it came to matters of great importance and altruism. On August 8th, the Wisingamat officially commenced hearings regarding the corruption case against Minister Cornelius Fudge, presided over personally by the Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore. Faced with detailed and irrefutable evidence, Fudge could not deny his culpability and was left with no choice but to confess. He was immediately dismissed from his position as Minister of Magic, never to be reinstated. Following the announcement of the verdict, Fudge succumbed to despair, vehemently denouncing Dumbledore, the presiding judge, with the lament, "You are indeed intent on usurping my power." Reluctantly, Fudge relinquished his office. His loyal subordinates also faced demotions or termination based on circumstances. The rotund and power-hungry witch Dolores Umbridge, known for her penchant for pink attire, found her position entirely stripped away, relegated to the lowest rank within the Ministry of Magic, tasked with the registration of wand information for visitors entering and exiting the ministry. After the conclusion of the trial, Dumbledore proposed that the esteemed Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt be appointed as the next Minister of Magic. Among the attending elite wizards of the magical community, 40% expressed immediate agreement, while 30% withheld their opinions, and the remaining 30% requested further discussion of potential candidates for a voting election. On August 9th, Dumbledore convened another meeting of the Wisingamat, focusing on the reconsideration of a campus injustice from 49 years prior and announcing the momentous news regarding Voldemort's survival and return to malefaction. With Dumbledore's formidable charisma, wizards from across the United Kingdom gathered to witness the proceedings. Hagrid extracted a silvery thread of memory from his mind and placed it into a large pensieve. Through the vivid recollections displayed within the pensieve, the assembled wizards were transported back to the harrowing events that transpired in Gringotts' underground vault on July 31st. Voldemort slowly approached Hagrid and Harry, revealing the truth about the betrayal that once ensnared Hagrid. Nearly a decade had passed, yet the sight of that fearsome countenance, even when seen on another's head, instilled terror within the gathered wizards, who held their breath in anticipation. Dumbledore seized the moment, utilizing Voldemort's own confessions from the memory, alongside the recent testimony from the ghost of Moaning Myrtle, who had witnessed before her demise. A pair of horrifying yellow slit-pupilled eyes instead of the 8 orbs of the Acromantula. This revelation utterly exonerated Hagrid, restoring his honor. Hagrid was to receive compensation from the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingamat, along with the reinstatement of his rights to wield a wand and practice magic. Subsequently, Dumbledore presented the memory of a spell that had struck Voldemort's fragment of soul, revealing that the injured fragment had escaped using a key fashioned from Quirrell's turban. This announcement heralded both good and bad news for the magical community. The dire news of Voldemort's return necessitating vigilance among wizards. The good news is that Voldemort is currently in a weakened state, reliant on inhabiting the bodies of other beings to sustain his existence. Should any wizard discover Voldemort's whereabouts, it is imperative to notify the Ministry of Magic's Aurors and Dumbledore immediately. During the meeting, Dumbledore specifically cautioned those members of pure-blood families who had previously served as Death Eaters against attempting to provide assistance to Voldemort. Otherwise, they would face consequences far beyond their comprehension. These opportunists, ever swayed by the prevailing winds of power, would not dare to act recklessly while Dumbledore held sway, and they all eagerly offered verbal assurances. However, what lay in their hearts and what clandestine machinations they might be plotting remained shrouded in mystery. Dumbledore, not being a natural legilimens, could not overtly delve into the minds of the hundreds of wizards present. He could not afford to lose face. Yet, he did not require the ability to read thoughts to surmise their intentions. He had already devised a flawless action plan. Regardless of their sinister designs, they would soon find themselves subdued. On August 10th, the Daily Prophet published the contents of the previous day's meeting, plunging the entire British wizarding community into shock and mild panic. The international magical community also experienced tremors of concern. Concurrently, the students of the Dursley household's magical class achieved notable milestones in their studies. Vernon and Petunia each mastered 2 simple spells. Additionally, Dumbledore acquired 2 precious protective garments from his friend, the alchemical master Nicholas Flamel, who had lived for over 6 centuries and entrusted them to the Dursleys. These protective garments were rated highly in their ability to withstand typical offensive spells, though they could not shield against killing curses. This served as yet another layer of security for the Dursleys' personal safety. To recharge the protective magic of maternal love surrounding Harry, the Dursleys could not relocate abroad. They needed to maintain the essence of number 4, Privet Drive. Clearly, if only Dudley and Harry remained, it could not truly be called a home. Thus, in a bid to ensure his parents' safety to the greatest extent possible, Dudley presented several requests to Dumbledore, in addition to the already established unbreakable vow and protective garments. He also wished for Dumbledore to provide the Dursley household with 2 house elves, so that in the event of an unforeseen incident while his parents were out, they could swiftly return to number 4, Privet Drive. Chapter 44. The Soaring Bicolor Phoenix. House elves are a subspecies of fairies, having been meticulously domesticated by wizards over generations, ensuring their ingrained servitude and loyalty. Furthermore, house elves possess remarkable magical abilities, and their innate capability for apparition far surpasses that of wizards. They can perform it even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, where it is strictly prohibited. With such 2 loyal companions secretly safeguarding his parents, Dudley could feel considerably more at ease. However, house elves are not easily obtained commodities. Only prestigious pure-blood families possess them, and they are typically not available for sale to outsiders. Hogwarts indeed houses over 100 house elves, yet their allegiance lies solely with the institution itself, rendering them a communal asset of the school. Dumbledore is unable to repurpose them for private endeavors. Consequently, he resorts to discreetly acquiring them within the magical realm, hoping to procure his own. However, days have passed without any news. On August 11th, Cornelius Fudge, now devoid of any official position, made an unexpected visit to Azkaban, the wizarding prison situated on a solitary island amidst the ocean. The Dementors stationed there, oblivious to Fudge's dismissal, continued to regard him as the formidable minister of magic. Reluctantly, they executed the outrageous orders issued by Fudge. They swirled through the air like specters draped in tattered gray rags, locating the cells that housed the most devoted Death Eaters. Initially, they approached the dazed and numb prisoners, sucking away the fleeting moments of joy that they had managed to cultivate before unlocking the prison doors. The Death Eaters, having been drained of their strength by the Dementors, lay sprawled on the ground, momentarily unable to comprehend their newfound freedom as the doors creaked open. It was not until the Dementors emitted eerie sounds to drive them forth that the Death Eaters realized they were on the brink of liberation. Ah, the Dark Lord. The great Dark Lord has returned. We are free. They roared with exhilaration, their weakened bodies invigorated by a fresh surge of adrenaline. They sprang up like ravenous wolves, racing out of their confines. In the open spaces of the island, they congregated, howling with delight as they shared the exhilaration of their freedom, fantasizing about reclaiming dominion over the magical world. Boldly, they even commanded the Dementors to release their shackles and return their wands. The Dementors, already disheartened by the prospect of losing a significant portion of their source of joy, were further incensed by the audacity of these prisoners. Not only did the Death Eaters dare to issue commands, but they also reveled in their exuberance before the very beings that had sustained them. This was intolerable. In an instant, a swarm of tattered rags with small, dark claws dove swiftly downward, abruptly halting the Death Eaters' revelry. At that moment, a venerable wizard, his beard and hair as white as snow, clad in a dark purple robe and sporting half-moon spectacles perched upon a crooked nose, appeared beside them. His aged right hand raised an ancient wand, gnarled with knots, aiming it at the feasting Dementors and the unwitting Death Eaters. A blinding light erupted. On August 12th, the front page of the Daily Prophet was dominated by a large, animated image. The central scene depicted 2 vividly alive magical phoenixes, devastating the world with their mighty presence. A fiery phoenix of a vibrant orange hue incinerated a multitude of Death Eaters into ashes, while a silvery guardian phoenix purified a significant number of Dementors into mere wisps of smoke. In the lower left corner of this image, a vague, aged silhouette can be discerned. Despite the blurriness of the scene, few within the British magical community would fail to recognize the identity of this figure. Indeed, who else could possess such formidable power but Albus Dumbledore, the most illustrious wizard of the 20th century? The British magical realm was ablaze with excitement. The common wizards, who had been gripped by panic at Voldemort's resurgence just days prior, were now filled with courage. With Dumbledore present, what could the parasitic Voldemort truly amount to? Their sentiments shifted to the Dark Lord. Huh, should we lay our hands on him? We would not hesitate to report him. A hush fell over the British magical community. The silence enveloped the former Death Eaters among the pure-blood wizards, who understood all too well that the timid Fudge, with his sole focus on wealth and power, would never entertain the reckless notion of liberating Death Eaters from Azkaban to undertake grand schemes. Dumbledore, the once gentle old lion, had revealed his fangs and embraced cunning. This was nothing short of terrifying, possessing unparalleled strength within the British and even the international magical community. Dumbledore now wielded an equally adept political acumen. Until Voldemort returned in his full, formidable state, these duplicitous individuals would have no choice but to behave as law-abiding wizards. All pure-blood wizards contemplating mischief upon receiving this news promptly cease their schemes and maintain a low profile. Furthermore, the whispers of Dumbledore's private acquisition of house elves garnered the attention of these two-faced wizards. Previously unwilling to part with their elves, they now eagerly sought to give them away for free. On August 13th, Dumbledore visited the Dursleys' residence to conduct lessons, bringing along two house elves, a male elf named Dobby, generously gifted by Lucius Malfoy, and a female elf named Winky, acquired at a bargain for Barty Crouch. It seemed that the effects of his actions were quite promising. Dudley beamed as he observed Dobby and Winky pledging their loyalty to the Dursleys, and he remarked on the impressive display of power, and indeed he was right. Thank you for your praise. Soon enough, you shall master it too. Dumbledore's mood mirrored the success of his efforts against evil. Both were exceedingly good. To prevent Voldemort from exploiting the powers of Azkaban, he had not only obliterated the Death Eaters, but had also decimated the Dementor population by 70%. The justification provided was that the Dementors conspired with the former Minister of Magic to rebel with nefarious intentions. Now, the remaining Dementors in Azkaban had become utterly subdued, unable to derive joy from their tormenting of prisoners. There are matters I must discuss with you and Harry. After a moment of levity, Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he guided Dudley and Harry upstairs. Dobby and Winky busily endeavored to please their new masters, Petunia and Vernon, while Hagrid stood nearby, elucidating the characteristics and advantages of house elves to the Dursleys. Chapter 45, The Deluded Godfather. The Cup Horcrux. In the Dursleys' second-floor bedroom, a familiar setting with familiar faces once again convened. Speak, Dumbledore, what have you discovered? Dudley inquired. Dumbledore gathered his thoughts, carefully selecting his words before responding. Firstly, I have verified the initial truth with Sirius. As we had analyzed, Sirius Black is not an accomplice of Voldemort. Rather, it is Wormtail who bears that title. In a moment of misguided inspiration, Sirius believed that his timid and inconspicuous friend, Wormtail, was better suited to be the Potter's secret keeper, and thus he approached James with the suggestion to transfer the responsibility to Wormtail, who agreed. Unbeknownst to them, Wormtail had already succumbed to fear and betrayed them to Voldemort, leading to the tragic fate of the Potters. Upon hearing this, Dudley exhibited little reaction, merely reflecting on Sirius' foolishness. Harry, however, felt a tumult of emotions, despite his foreknowledge. It was only at this moment that he fully grasped the specifics of his parents' demise. Make a note of this, Harry, Dudley urged, prompting Harry to retrieve his black notebook. Underneath his previous notes regarding the accomplice Snape, he added entries for Wormtail and Sirius. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, the despicable traitor responsible for my parents' deaths. Unforgivable. He must pay a bloody price for his betrayal. Current whereabouts, unknown. Sirius Black, the foolish friend of my father, whose unintentional misjudgment indirectly wrought tragedy, can be forgiven, although he must be regarded as a stranger for now. Dumbledore, you must have gleaned more from Sirius, haven't you? Dudley pressed, observing Harry's notes with certainty. I inquired further. Sirius mentioned that Wormtail had, with the assistance of him, James, and Lupin, mastered the art of animagus transformation, allowing him to assume the form of a rat. I suspect that in the years since, Wormtail has concealed himself using this very ability, Dumbledore replied. It seems our search should focus on a rat missing a toe. Without a clear direction, it truly is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Dudley mused, already formulating a plan in his mind. By the way, this is a photograph Sirius provided me. It was torn from a group picture of their student days. Dumbledore produced a small, animated magical photograph from his pocket, evidently torn from a larger image, depicting the rat-like features of a younger Wormtail. Dudley took a glance at the photograph. silently committing it to memory before passing it on to Harry. Dumbledore, you didn't inform Sirius about the possibility that little Peter is still alive, did you? And you have retrieved Sirius from Azkaban? To where have you taken him? As you mentioned, I did not disclose this to him. I questioned Sirius solely to assist in his exoneration, and he harbored no suspicions. Dumbledore replied, Sirius is in a dire state, emaciated and pallid. I brought him back to the ancestral home of the Blacks, at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, an ancient edifice concealed by magic. There resides a house elf named Creature who can tend to him. I informed him that until he is formally vindicated, he must remain there and not venture outside, to which he acquiesced. However, Sirius expressed a fervent desire to meet Harry, to apologize for his past transgressions. What did he say? Dudley inquired, sensing Dumbledore's hesitance, his brow furrowing in anticipation of unwelcome news. Sirius mentioned that if Harry is unhappy living with the Dursleys, he can come and stay with him. He also stated that when Harry was born, the Potters had made an agreement with him to be Harry's godfather. Observing Dudley's increasingly grim countenance, Dumbledore hastened to articulate his words, stepping back 2 paces, anticipating an imminent eruption of fury. How naive! What a fool to utter such nonsense! As expected, Dudley exploded in rage, leaping to his feet and bellowing, Godfather? He still wishes to be Harry's godfather? Let him have his delusions. I will never allow a dim-witted imbecile to be Harry's godfather. No one shall serve in that role. Harry does not need a godfather. Let the concept of godfathers be damned. Witnessing Dudley's emotional outburst, Dumbledore was taken aback, this astonishment starkly contrasting the rational and wise surprises Dudley had previously evoked in him. It was an inexplicable, peculiar astonishment. Harry's eyes widened as well, but he soon discerned the source of his cousin's fury. Dudley was unwilling to let an outsider take away his family. Rest assured, cousin, I am quite content and happy at home. I shall not seek out Sirius. Harry vowed. Dudley inhaled deeply, striving to calm his agitated spirit before responding, No, when the opportunity arises, I shall accompany you to confront this fool. If I do not berate him until his face is ashen, he will never comprehend why the clouds are so white. Now, Dudley, let us discuss another matter. Dumbledore astutely redirected the conversation, sensing the tense atmosphere. Dudley exhaled slowly, regaining his composure and resuming his seat. Dumbledore, please continue. It pertains to the Death Eaters and Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore stated gravely. I have uncovered a clue regarding one of Voldemort's Horcruxes within the memories of his most fervent Death Eater, the witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort transformed the exquisite golden cup, once belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, one of the founders of Hogwarts, into a Horcrux. He confided in Bellatrix that it was an immensely precious artifact to him, prompting her to securely store the cup within the vault of the Lestrange family at Gringotts. What a splendid endeavor, Dumbledore. When do you plan to retrieve it? Dudley inquired. Regarding Voldemort's other Horcruxes, he had intended to gradually disclose them to Dumbledore after the term commenced, collecting each one for a different purpose. However, with Dumbledore having already uncovered a lead, the pace of gathering hastened, leaving Dudley with additional tasks for the month. I have retrieved it, Dumbledore proclaimed proudly, a gleam of triumph illuminating his aged visage as he produced a resplendent, intricately designed cup with 2 handles from his pocket, placing it upon Dudley's desk, resembling a playful old rascal. What? Dudley exclaimed, glancing between the golden cup and Dumbledore's beaming, flower-like countenance, utterly astonished. He had anticipated Dumbledore's visit to inquire about the proper means of accessing another family's vault, but instead, the old man had acted decisively without prior consultation. Chapter 46. A most unfortunate incident. You didn't attend class yesterday. Not only did you engage in trade with house elves, but you also ventured to Gringotts? Dudley attempted to regain his composure through a seemingly obvious remark. Indeed, I accomplished even more, Dumbledore replied, grinning widely and bursting into hearty laughter. Witnessing Dudley's astonishment brought Dumbledore a joy surpassing that of consuming Felix Felicis. The delight was unparalleled. As the greatest wizard of the 20th century, it was time for roles to be reversed. With a cheerful demeanor, Dumbledore elaborated, yesterday, under the guise of liquidating the assets of deceased Death Eater families, I boldly entered Gringotts, compelling the goblins to grant me access to the Lestrange family vault. The Hufflepuff cup had been enchanted with replication and fire spells. causing it to replicate uncontrollably and become searing hot upon contact. However, it posed no challenge for me. The Horcrux was easily acquired. Moreover, I confiscated the assets of all Death Eater heirs, redistributing them for the benefit of Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. I intend to utilize this substantial fortune to enhance the lives of the Order's members, particularly those facing financial hardships. Dudley, your previous remarks have enlightened me to pay attention to the details. I have come to realize that the members of the Order follow me out of a sense of justice and trust. I cannot merely issue commands, but must also ensure their quality of life. They should not risk their safety without due recompense. Furthermore, I plan to establish a scholarship from these funds to support outstanding students across all grades at Hogwarts, providing additional aid to young witches and wizards hailing from impoverished Muggle families. Dudley fell silent, uncertain whether to express his disdain or admiration. He truly did not anticipate that Dumbledore, that old bee, had previously only cared for his own sweet indulgences, offering no treats to his subordinates. Granting benefits and commissions to his underlings is something even a child in a primary school would comprehend. Yet, this esteemed wizard of the 20th century, now over 100 years old, only recently grasped this notion and put it into practice. It is utterly outrageous, an absurdity of the highest order. Is this not a form of bullying against the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who are, after all, honest individuals? They toil without compensation and labor tirelessly. Such a realization is utterly astonishing. Someone like Dudley, an ordinary person, cannot fathom this. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore, as long as you are pleased. In the end, Dudley could only utter this phrase. Well, let's not dwell on these trivial matters. Dumbledore, noticing Dudley's lack of enthusiasm for the prior topic, took the initiative to broach a more challenging subject. I have meticulously examined this Golden Cup Horcrux. The fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded within it is infused with a plethora of frenzied and chaotic negative emotions. Moreover, it is imbued with potent dark magic. I could destroy it using the Fiendfire Curse and other unconventional powerful means, but I have refrained from doing so for the time being. There are two reasons for this. First, until we devise a proper method to address the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry's scar. We can utilize this Horcrux and any other we may discover in the future as experimental subjects to test various effective methods of soul fragment extraction. Second, this cup is a relic left by the founders of Hogwarts, holding extraordinary significance for both the school and Hufflepuff House. Thus, I am reluctant to destroy it unless absolutely necessary. Dumbledore, your reasoning is quite sound, Dudley remarked, his gaze fixed upon the Hufflepuff cup resting on the desk. The system had rated this item as exceptional, an undoubtedly high rating, one so lofty that Dudley could not even entertain the notion of merging with this ancient magical object at his current stage. Furthermore, the utility of this exceptional magical item appeared rather trivial, offering a low cost-to-benefit ratio. Transforming water into wine, enhancing the flavor of food, transporting food to designated locations, providing refuge for the loyal, upright, and kind-hearted. It is said that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff, was particularly adept at food magic, and it now seems that the rumors hold a considerable degree of truth. Dudley reached out to grasp the cup, preparing to examine it closely. However, the moment his hand made contact with the handle of the cup, an alert sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have touched a special item. Unlocking a unique special regret event. The lost treasures of the Hogwarts founders. Details: the four founders of Hogwarts each left behind a treasure as a legacy for their esteemed magical school. Yet, through the passage of millennia, apart from the Sword of Gryffindor, the other three treasures have been lost. In recent times, the malevolent Voldemort unearthed these three lost treasures, only to madly transform them into Horcruxes, tainting them with his vile soul. Special reminder: the resolution of this unfortunate event is divided into two phases. Phase 1. Restoration of the lost treasures. The host must locate all three lost treasures and, without causing any harm to them, remove the fragments of Voldemort's soul attached to each item. Finally, the treasures must be placed alongside the Gryffindor sword in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Upon completion of this phase, a fixed reward will be granted, one opportunity for the conceptual enhancement of a spell designated type. Phase 2. Spiritual legacy. The host is required to create magical legacies that align with the distinctive traits of the founders for each of the 4 Hogwarts houses and impart them as a special course to the students, benefiting future generations of Hogwarts attendees. Successful completion of this phase will yield a fixed reward, an opportunity for the fusion of the 4 Hogwarts relics without consumption. For every magical legacy created for a house that reaches a certain level of instruction, the host shall receive a corresponding opportunity for the non-consuming fusion of that house's relic. Treasures may be lost, their functions may appear feeble. Only through transformation into a legacy can they benefit posterity. This unique, unfortunate event offers only fixed rewards, with no additional incentives. Daryl stood motionless, clutching the Hufflepuff cup, lost in thought for an extended period until he absorbed the lengthy system notification. Once he digested this substantial amount of information, he quickly grasped the most crucial point and silently inquired within his mind. What is the opportunity for conceptual spell enhancement? What does designated type mean? The opportunity for conceptual spell enhancement is a rule-level, conceptual, extremely idealistic, and profoundly transcendent spell strengthening ability. Utilizing this opportunity allows the host to enhance one spell they have already mastered into a conceptual spell. Conceptual spells are unbound by any rules, requiring no consumption or cost upon use. Any effect that can be explained through spell-related concepts can be realized. Designated type refers to the fact that upon obtaining this opportunity, the host may specify one spell they have mastered for conceptual enhancement according to their own will. After understanding the system's explanation, Daryl's thoughts surged, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. He eagerly inquired within, if I enhance the repair spell, can it restore the deceased to their former state? Chapter 47. Contemplations on Conceptual Spells and Transactional Doubts. Yes, conceptual spells can indeed restore any entity to its state at any point in the past. Thump, thump. Daryl's heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement. If he were to obtain this reward, it would be a complete transformation, reviving loved ones, vanquishing foes. No one could stand his way. Harry's parents, Dumbledore's family. The return of a deceased would no longer be a mere dream. Should Voldemort dare to show himself before him, he would simply restore that loathsome creature to the womb, and as for immortality, he would ensure a swift demise. As Darley's imagination surged, a cascade of novel ideas leapt forth from his mind, invigorating him immensely. Cradling a golden chalice, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, a silent and somewhat sinister grin that rendered him rather unsettling. From early on, he had suspected that the incidents involving levels and regrets harbored some hidden intricacies, and indeed, his suspicions were validated. In the original narrative, no means existed to resurrect the dead. The so-called resurrection stone was merely a trinket capable of summoning a hollow semblance of the deceased, recounting the beauty of the afterlife to lure its users into self-destruction. Yet, Darley's system had unlocked numerous regretful incidents that could only be resolved by reviving the deceased, undoubtedly providing him with an extraordinary advantage. Now, with the resurrection sheet at hand, everything came full circle. Calmly, he pondered, when suddenly Dumbledore, wielding his ancient wand, cast a calming charm upon Darley. Observing Darley's foolish grin while clutching the golden chalice, he and Harry initially suspected that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the chalice was at play. However, upon closer examination, they realized it was merely Darley's own exuberance. Consequently, Dumbledore decided to cast a spell to help Darley regain his composure. "Cousin, are you all right?" Harry inquired with concern as Darley's expression returned to normal. "I am perfectly fine," Darley replied gently. Casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, he retorted, "Dumbledore, have you never seen someone in high spirits? What need was there for a calming charm? How dull." I guided Harry in developing this spell primarily to counter the killing curse, not to subdue anyone's merriment. "Very well, Darley, that was my oversight. I merely thought your laughter was a bit excessive and feared you had unwittingly fallen prey to a nefarious curse." Dumbledore chuckled, sensing Darley was not genuinely angry. "You've misjudged. I'm not cursed. I'm merely fortunate," Darley exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over once more. However, he quickly recollected himself and continued, "Dumbledore, do you have other matters to attend to? Nothing of great import. You must hasten back to Sirius's home and locate the house elf creature. Convince him to hand over the locket of Slytherin, for I have a strong premonition it is yet another Horcrux of Voldemort. Retrieve it and like the Hufflepuff chalice. Do not destroy it. Bring it back to me, and I shall keep it safe until we devise a foolproof method for severing the soul. We can discuss it further then. Splendid. Darley, it appears you have just experienced a surge of prophetic blood. While Professor Trelawney's prophecies are characterized by trembling and head-shaking, yours manifests in peculiar laughter, truly remarkable. Dumbledore exclaimed with delight, momentarily at a loss for words, as anything that could weaken Voldemort ignited his fervor. Rising to take action, he paused, recalling a few additional matters, and sat back down. Darley, there are several more things I must quickly discuss. You have compelled me to eradicate the Death Eaters imprisoned within Azkaban. Though I have not entirely succeeded, as Bellatrix met her demise, yet lingered in a spectral form, haunting the desolate Isle of Azkaban, unable to depart or be vanquished. I must attribute this oversight to my use of a sophisticated form of magic, a fusion of the fire-making spell, the conflagration charm, and transfiguration, rather than the killing curse. It is only through the killing curse or the kiss of a Dementor that one can ensure no ghostly remnants remain in this realm. I neglected this crucial detail at the time. As for the Spectre, the reasons for its formation merit exploration. Though there is no rush, we may discuss it later. If that Death Eater has become a ghost, so be it. She can no longer wreak havoc, so let her wander within Azkaban for now. Darryl contemplated for a moment before dismissively replying. Furthermore, let us address the matter of the two house elves I have brought with me. Lucius Malfoy, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, is a wealthy and influential aristocrat, a former Death Eater, adept at gauging circumstances, as you aptly described him, a double-crosser. Having witnessed the display of my abilities, he presented me with a house elf as a gesture of goodwill, which is quite logical. However, it is peculiar that Bartemius Crouch, a fervent opponent of Voldemort, the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the current director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, approached me with an offer to trade a rare house elf at a low price. He is not a Death Eater, having consistently stood on the side of justice, upright and traditional, which does not suggest a propensity for gift-giving to forge connections. The only rationale I can surmise is that during his tenure as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he unjustly imprisoned Sirius without trial. Now that I have liberated Sirius from Azkaban as a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, he may have received word of my actions and sought to present a gift to absolve himself of any potential repercussions. Yet, the charge against him is not severe, for Sirius remained silent throughout his imprisonment, never defending himself, and the trial yielded no conclusive results. I had no intention of seeking retribution against Bartemius. He is an honorable old wizard, unafraid of conflict, even sending his own son to judgment when he became a Death Eater, consigning him to Azkaban without hesitation. Thus, I cannot quell the lingering suspicion regarding his seemingly uncharacteristic offer to trade a house elf at a reduced price, and I hope, Darryl, that you might assist me in analyzing the situation. During your transaction yesterday, did you not employ legilimency to discern his thoughts? Darryl inquired. Dumbledore, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, Darryl, I am not a voyeur. I cannot simply invade the thoughts of everyone I encounter with legilimency. Moreover, Bartemius possesses considerable magical prowess and may have mastered the art of mental occlusion. Even if I attempted legilimency, I might not ascertain the truth, and he could detect my intrusion, jeopardizing our rapport. I wish to avoid such an approach, especially since he has come to me in goodwill. Darryl nodded in understanding before posing another question. You mentioned that his son is a Death Eater and was imprisoned in Azkaban. Did you, during your rampage in Azkaban 2 days ago, happen to kill his son? Certainly not. His son perished in the cage long ago. If Barty were to extend goodwill towards the very individual who had just slain his son, no matter how noble he might be, it would defy all logic. Albus Dumbledore stated with utmost reason. Chapter 48. The Malfoys, Barty, all secrets unveiled. If one seeks to validate this matter, there exists a swift method, one that has been presented to us directly. You mean? Precisely. Dudley smiled faintly, then clapped his hands twice, calling out, Dobby Winky. With a swish and a whoosh, 2 diminutive house elves materialized in Dudley's bedroom. Master, how may we serve you? Both house elves, clad in tattered garments, bowed deeply to Dudley. Tell us, what unspeakable secrets did your former master possess concerning Voldemort and the Death Eaters? Dudley inquired with a stern visage. Dobby knows, but Dobby cannot speak. The former master commanded Dobby not to reveal. Dobby drooped his pointed ears, a visage of conflict and distress, swiftly morphing into guilt. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby must punish himself severely. Dobby knelt upon the ground, thudding his head against the floor repeatedly. Enough. Cease this self-punishment and stand upright. Dudley, unable to bear the sight, commanded. Dobby promptly rose, standing straight, tears of self-reproach streaming down his face. Although Dobby had not consciously betrayed Lucius Malfoy, he had inadvertently substantiated that the Malfoy family was indeed involved in dubious affairs. At that moment, Winky interjected. No, Master, the Crouch family I served previously was quite reputable, with no connections to the Dark Lord or the Death Eaters. She pondered for a considerable time, unable to recall any pertinent details from her memories. It seemed the one with issues was Lucius, not Barty. Albus Dumbledore's eyes flickered with insight, leading him to believe he had unraveled the truth. No, Dumbledore. You are overlooking essential details. The suspicion surrounding Barty Crouch cannot be dismissed, Dudley stated bluntly. Oh, however, as Dumbledore's words escaped his lips, he perceived a flaw in his reasoning, immediately falling silent. Dudley continued his inquiries towards Winky. You have pondered for quite a while. Barty Crouch is a high official in the Ministry of Magic. He must not spend much time at home during the day, correct? Indeed, Master, Mr. Crouch returns home quite late, Winky replied. Then over the past decade, who was your primary charge during the day? Was it Barty Crouch's wife or his son? Dudley pressed on methodically. Mr. Crouch's wife passed away nearly 9 years ago, and his son has been imprisoned in Azkaban. For the past decade, I primarily served. Winky hesitated, realizing her memories from the past 10 years were quite hazy, punctuated by vast expanses of blankness. Strangely, she recalled very clearly the memories of Barty Crouch's son, young Barty Crouch, prior to his incarceration. I forgot. Shan failed to answer her young master's question, disappointing his expectations. Bewildered, she exclaimed, realizing she could not respond to Dolly's inquiry, and burst into tears. Enough of the tears. I've already gleaned what I wish to know. You may go now and assist my parents with the household chores. Dolly waved her off, releasing Shan. He turned to Dumbledore and remarked, it seems Mr. Barty Crouch's obliviate charm lacks finesse. An impressive deduction, Dolly. Both Lucius and Barty harbor secrets, which I had not anticipated. Yet how can we uncover their concealed truths? Dumbledore mused. If the commands given to house elves are not revoked by their masters, their memories instinctively resist the probing of other wizards. Forcing such an inquiry could render Dobby catatonic. As for Shan, her memories have already been erased. Dumbledore found the situation rather intricate. A pure-blood aristocrat and a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic would require more than mere subtlety to navigate. This is not overly challenging, Dumbledore. The current state of the magical world places you in a position of dominance, while Voldemort remains in a diminished state. These two individuals possess both power and influence, and the incriminating evidence they wish to conceal from you is likely to fall into 3 categories. First, they may be safeguarding a Horcrux for Voldemort. Second, they could be harboring unpunished Death Eaters. Or third, they might be protecting Voldemort's primary soul, which is on the run. Dolly sent Dobby away as well, then logically analyzed. So, which of these scenarios do you believe applies to Lucius and Barty? Dumbledore fell into contemplation, pacing while he analyzed. Lucius fears Voldemort. If Voldemort were to confront him directly, he might resort to any of those 3 situations. However, if Voldemort were indeed forcing his hand at this juncture, both he and Lucius would likely strive to remain hidden, reducing their visibility in the magical realm, rather than presenting me with house elves as gifts. Hence, it is unlikely that Voldemort has approached Lucius. The secret Lucius conceals is most probably the first scenario, during Voldemort's ascendance. He could have entrusted a Horcrux to Lucius for safekeeping. This matter is exceedingly clandestine and easily concealed, which explains Lucius's audacity in seeking to curry favor with me. As for Barty, it is improbable that he is involved in the first or third scenarios. He has openly defied Voldemort, previously aiding in the capture and trial of many Death Eaters, making it unlikely for him to align himself with Voldemort. His demeanor does not suggest he has been subjected to the Imperius curse, and given that he has erased a significant portion of Shan-Chan's memories over the past decade, the most plausible conclusion is that young Barty Crouch is not dead. Barty orchestrated a false death for his son, keeping him imprisoned at home under Shan-Chan's watchful care all these years. Dumbledore's analysis proved remarkably astute, ever since Dolly had elucidated the matter of Peter's feigned demise. He had grown increasingly sensitive to the possibility of false deaths when encountering suspicious fatalities. Fortuitously, he had deduced correctly this time. Dumbledore, your reasoning is as splendid as mine. Dolly applauded. However, there is one thing that perplexes me. Since Barty sold Shiny to me, who will continue to care for his son, could it be that his son has escaped? Dumbledore suddenly speculated. Upon hearing this, Dudley felt a weight of seriousness in his heart. He did not dismiss this possibility. Although in the original narrative, young Barty would remain under old Barty's control for another 3 years, the plot has indeed undergone a profound transformation. It is entirely plausible that he could have escaped prematurely. This possibility cannot be ruled out, Dumbledore. The only scenarios I can conceive are either that Shiny is too soft-hearted and easily manipulated by young Barty, prompting Barty to sell Shiny in order to sever his son's aspirations, while simultaneously ingratiating himself with you to secure his future position, or your aforementioned scenario, that young Barty has already fled. Dudley analyzed. So what shall we do now? Dumbledore inquired, accustomed to Dudley's strategic insights. Chapter 49, New Fusion. Wandless Magic. Portable Space. Coerce Malfoy, Monitor Crouch. Dudley pondered briefly before offering a suggestion. Lucius is a coward, Dumbledore. If you feign a little pressure, he will likely comply and hand over Voldemort's Horcrux. As for Barty, we must first investigate and then monitor. You should personally go and ascertain whether young Barty is still alive and if he is hiding at home. If so, gather a few formidable and capable subordinates to keep him under surveillance. If Voldemort's main soul remains elusive, we may need to use young Barty as bait. If he has already escaped, we can only resort to the brute force of sending people to search for him everywhere. Understood. I shall take action immediately. Dumbledore turned to leave. Wait, Dudley called out to him. Upon seeing Dumbledore turn back with a look of confusion, Dudley solemnly reminded him, Dumbledore, you have transitioned towards being decisive, straightforward, and uncompromising, which is commendable. Yet, please retain a measure of humility and caution alongside your confidence, lest it devolve into arrogance. You are indeed powerful, but you are not without vulnerabilities. Do not act recklessly in matters where you lack complete certainty, particularly concerning Voldemort and the collection of Horcruxes. If time permits, please consult with me. I do not wish to be the one to collect your remains, nor do I want to see the tremendous advantages we have painstakingly built crumble to dust. From Dumbledore's unilateral decision to seize the cup Horcrux at Gringotts, Dudley sensed a looming crisis. In the original tale, this old Dumbledore was ensnared by the Resurrection Stone while attempting to retrieve the ring Horcrux embedded with it, desiring to resurrect his loved ones, only to fall victim to the dark magic left by Voldemort, drastically reducing his lifespan to a mere year. Thus, Dudley felt compelled to caution this old Dumbledore against swinging from one extreme to another, risking hubris and a misstep. I understand, Dudley. Thank you for your concern. I will be fine, at least until I witness your complete transformation of the magical world. Dumbledore, lost in thought, looked at Dudley with a comforting smile before vanishing in a blink. Did that old man truly grasp my meaning? Dudley murmured softly, gazing at the spot where Dumbledore had disappeared. What did you say, cousin? Harry inquired curiously from beside him. Nothing of consequence. Harry, you should head downstairs and assist Hagrid with reviewing the spells my parents have already learned. I need to attend to a few matters and shall join you shortly. Dudley had formulated a plan in his mind and conveyed it to Harry. All right, cousin. I must inform Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, as well as Hagrid, that Dumbledore cannot attend all his classes today. Harry tucked away his small notebook and textbooks and descended the stairs with a slightly buoyant step. Once Harry had left, Dudley retrieved his perfectly attuned white poplar wand, nourished by his own magical essence, and held it in his hand. He approached the bookshelf and lifted the magically emptied, spacious suitcase. Mirje. Dudley commanded the system with his thoughts. In an instant, the white poplar wand and the suitcase vanished, transforming into two ethereal waves that melded with Dudley. Command executed. Consumed 1 fusion opportunity, 1 fusion chance. Current remaining magical item fusion opportunities, 1 time. Congratulations, host. You have merged with a finely crafted wand that perfectly matches your essence. You have acquired the ability to cast spells without a wand. From this moment forth, Your body and soul possess the functionalities of a wand, enabling you to cast spells with unparalleled ease. Moreover, unlike other wizards who learn wandless magic through practice, your wandless spells will still benefit from the inherent magical enhancements of the white poplar wand. You have acquired the ability to track targets with thread magic. You now possess the capacity to construct, place, and detach threads of magic. You can sense in real time the targets upon which you have cast these threads, provided they have not removed them. You have gained partial knowledge and skills in wand making. You are now familiar with the fundamental principles of wand crafting and have learned the secret techniques of the Ollivander family regarding the handling of white poplar and dragon heartstring materials. Congratulations, host! You have merged with a magical suitcase with a capacity of 1,000 cubic feet. You have obtained a personal storage space, 1,000 cubic feet. You can open a spatial passage at any time to store or retrieve items that fit within this storage space, whether they are living or non-living. The weight of items stored in your personal space will not burden you, and the decay, deterioration, or rusting of non-living items will be significantly slowed. If you wish to store living creatures without causing them distress, do not forget to concurrently store the essentials for their survival, such as air, water, food, etc. In the future, you can expand the capacity of your personal storage space or add other special effects by casting spells on yourself or merging with other spatial magical items. The host has integrated a spatial magical artifact, and the personal storage space has automatically acquired system spatial properties. The system's spatial characteristics are as follows. It is indestructible. Unless the host's will and spirit are completely extinguished, the system space will remain intact. It is isolated from the outside. No entity or object may enter or exit the system space unless permitted by the host's conscious intent. The host has also acquired certain spell-casting techniques for the creation of spatial magical items. Mastery of advanced spells, such as the Spatial Expansion Charm, Weight Reduction Charm, Preservation Charm, and the Constant Spell has been attained. Daryl closed his eyes, savoring his current state. Remarkable. It felt so clear. He casually waved his hand and uttered the incantations for the Levitation Charm and the Summoning Charm. A large wooden box containing Harry's hair. The Hufflepuff cup resting on his desk, a wilted branch of a tree guardian hidden under the bed, a feather from a divination bird, along with a substantial amount of galleons and gold coins, all floated into the air before him. Daryl then traced a large circle in the air, and a somewhat irregular circular spatial passage materialized instantly. With another gesture, the floating items eagerly dove into his personal storage space. Once this batch was securely stored, Daryl retrieved the cracked wand of Quirrell and Diggory's wand from his coat pocket and tossed them into the spatial conduit as well. Subsequently, the spatial passage automatically closed and vanished, conforming to his will. Ever since aligning with Dumbledore and acquiring a powerful ally to assist him, Daryl had postponed his plans to integrate Quirrell's cracked wand and swiftly gain an abundance of black and white spellcasting techniques. A new integration plan was devised. Recently, Dumbledore had unexpectedly brought back one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Hufflepuff cup, an item of significant importance, and his own wand, made of willow, had reached maximum compatibility. Without further hesitation, he executed the new integration plan. After all, it was far more prudent to carry important items with him. To his surprise, after integrating the magical briefcase, the system bestowed upon him an unexpected boon. Now, the safeguarding of the Horcrux was even more secure. Chapter 50. The Sealing and Destruction of a Horcrux. Returning fully loaded. The storage space is isolated from the outside. Placing the Horcrux inside ensures that Voldemort cannot utilize it for his resurrection, essentially rendering it annihilated. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. If I were to store all the other Horcruxes in the storage space, leaving only Harry outside, should Voldemort's primary soul inadvertently perish outside, he would undoubtedly be reborn within Harry, thus endangering him. Conversely, if I allowed Harry to enter the storage space, it would not be feasible to eliminate Voldemort's primary soul without any Horcruxes available, and subsequently retrieve both Harry and the Horcruxes. This scenario would be exceedingly precarious. The likelihood of Voldemort's resurrection upon extracting the Horcruxes would be alarmingly high, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root of the problem. After securing the items, Daryl stood in his bedroom, lost in contemplation. After a period of contemplation, he realized that if he did not allow Harry to enter the portable storage space for refuge, each time he stored another Horcrux of Voldemort, the likelihood of Voldemort being reborn upon Harry's forehead after death would increase. Damn Voldemort. Once I acquire the diary Horcrux, just wait and see how I engage with your younger self, my friend. Dudley seethed with indignation, eagerly anticipating the completion of the first phase of the newly unlocked regret event, which would grant him the opportunity to elevate that immensely powerful conceptual spell. Possessing foresight, he had compelled Dumbledore to act prematurely, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon gather the 3 lost treasures. But how could he eliminate the fragments of Voldemort's soul without harming the artifacts? The methods in the original story were all brutally destructive, using the basilisk's fangs, stabbing and slashing with a Gryffindor sword imbued with basilisk venom, or employing the Fiendfire curse, all while shielded by the protective love magic to redirect the lethal curse's damage. What insights could be gleaned from these methods? After pondering for a moment longer, Dudley gradually formed a few vague directions in his mind. He did not linger. He exited the bedroom and descended the stairs. Upon seeing his parents fervently discussing spells with Harry and Hagrid, a smile graced Dudley's face. He called his cousin over and requested that Harry produce his holly wand. Without hesitation, Harry immediately handed over his wand. Dudley accepted it with his right hand, extending his left to grasp the wand from a distance, extracting a white, translucent, ethereal thread. It was the trace from Harry's wand. Dudley, clutching this trace monitored by the Ministry of Magic, gave it a vigorous shake, dispersing it into nothingness. He then summoned his magical power, conjuring 4 new red traces, each one infused into the bodies of Harry, his parents, and Hagrid. This is my conjured trace, allowing me to sense everyone's whereabouts at any given moment. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, Dudley explained, just be mindful not to destroy it with magic, although generally it goes unnoticed. Traces are inherently subtle. Only the most powerful wizards can detect or dispel them. To emphasize this point, Dudley created conspicuous red traces for his family, should he wish to discreetly target someone. He could even craft completely transparent traces. After introducing the function of the trace, no one, including Hagrid, objected. They were intrigued for a moment before diving back into their intense spell discussions. It was evident that Dudley's previous remarks had a significant impact, as the Dursleys were diligently studying magic. Hagrid was also earnestly engaged, as the teacher providing their lessons during this time was none other than his beloved Dumbledore. Notably, Vernon had not resigned from Grunnings. Instead, he had taken an entire month off to focus on intensive learning. At present, Voldemort's power has significantly waned, with nearly all of his loyal Death Eaters eliminated. The danger faced by the Dursley family is notably diminished. Coupled with the security of their safe house, protective charms, house elf assistants, and their own magical abilities, the Dursleys find it relatively effortless to maintain their usual lifestyle without prematurely retreating into seclusion. Amidst their concentrated studies, time passes swiftly, and before they know it, dusk approaches on the evening of August 13th. The weary Dumbledore returns, and Dudley promptly offers him a cup of sweet tea to soothe his throat and catch his breath. Dumbledore accepts the tea, drinking it down in one go, letting out a satisfying belch. Ever since his pact with Dudley, he has operated like a finely tuned antique machine, running at full capacity. All right, having finished your drink, quickly update me on the situation. Have you secured the items? Were they watched? Dudley urged, knowing that the matter concerned a significant loss in Voldemort, which demanded his utmost attention. Dumbledore wiped his mouth with his sleeve, casting a glance at Dudley before retrieving 2 items from his pocket. One was an octagonal pendant box with silver chains and edges, within a transparent prism glass depicting a serpent. The other was a weathered, yellowed, gray notebook, firmly bound by a shimmering magical chain. You were indeed correct in your predictions, Dudley. The Slytherin pendant box was found in the ancestral home of the Black family. Initially, the house elf creature was reluctant to surrender it and refused to divulge the story behind this Horcrux. It was only under force from Sirius, his master, that he finally relented. According to Creature, it was his master's brother, Regulus Black, a Death Eater who had a change of heart, who later found the cave where Voldemort hid the pendant box Horcrux. He retrieved it at the cost of his life, overcoming the protective measures set by Voldemort. Regulus' body remains entombed in that cave to this day. Dumbledore recounted this revelation with a mix of astonishment and sorrow. Now you see, Dudley, to return to the light without expectation of reward, without ulterior motives, solely driven by genuine intent. Regulus represents the true essence of redemption. Truly a hero who has turned from darkness. In comparison, your prized Severus Snape is but a mere shadow. Dudley exclaimed earnestly. We must find a time to visit that cave together and retrieve Regulus' remains. We cannot allow a hero to rest in such darkness. I concur, Dumbledore promptly replied, regarding Snape with a sense of resignation, opting instead to follow Dudley's lead and shift the topic. I am aware of the cave's location and history. When I went to the orphanage to bring Voldemort to school, the staff informed me that he had once lured 2 orphaned children into a coastal cave, which is the very cave where the Horcrux is concealed. Moreover, through this incident, combined with Voldemort's haughty, arrogant, and deranged character, I suspect that he has concealed some Horcruxes in locations of great sentimental value to him. For instance, this seaside cave, as well as Hogwarts or the ancestral home of the Gaunt family. Chapter 51. The Useless Resurrection Stone and the Potent Resurrector. Dudley listened in astonishment to Dumbledore's analysis. It seemed the old man had truly sparked his intellect. His mind was remarkably agile. You haven't already visited the Gaunt house, have you? Dudley inquired, eyeing Dumbledore warily, afraid that the old wizard had already procured the Gaunt ring embedded with the Resurrection Stone and donned it. Noticing Dudley's gaze, Dumbledore, slightly puzzled, naturally replied, I have yet to go. Did you not say you would return with clues to discuss with me? That's good. Dudley thought he had finally persuaded a powerful ally, only to worry that this old man would retire after less than half a month. Fortunately, Dumbledore seemed to heed his advice. Dudley, have you foreseen something else? You appear rather peculiar. Dumbledore inquired curiously. You were correct in your earlier analysis. Indeed, both Hogwarts and the Gaunt house conceal a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. Dudley, disregarding the notion of prophecies, candidly confirmed Dumbledore's previous conjecture. With such a formidable ally, it would be impolite to withhold information any longer. Splendid. I shall first search the Gaunt house. Upon hearing Dudley's words, Dumbledore was invigorated, eager to set off immediately. Wait, Dudley shouted, halting the advancing old man. Just hold on a moment. This isn't a matter of urgency. I still have crucial information to share, and you have yet to fully disclose the results of your earlier endeavors. Very well. You speak first. Dumbledore acquiesced, returning to his chair. I will begin, Dudley stated. The Horcrux stored in the Gaunt house is the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, which has been ensnared with immensely powerful dark magic by Voldemort. Even you, should you unwittingly wear the ring, would fall victim to its perilous effects. Dudley hastened to underscore the seriousness of the matter. Dudley, your words seem to underestimate my capabilities. Dumbledore replied with a childlike, arrogant grin. Why would I wear that ring? I would surely dispel the dark magic upon the Horcrux first. However, Dudley did not share in Dumbledore's mirth. Instead, he spoke with grave seriousness, because that ring is set with the Resurrection Stone, the very same stone that is one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, standing alongside the Elder Wand you hold. With that emphatic declaration, the smile faded from Dumbledore's face. Dudley, is that truly the case? The Resurrection Stone is in the Gaunt house. Dumbledore lost his composure, his face betraying a mix of excitement, longing, and trepidation. Cousin, what is the Resurrection Stone? Can it bring the dead back to life? Harry, who was eavesdropping nearby, also lost his composure and eagerly pressed for answers. Upon witnessing the expressions of his cousin and Dumbledore, Dudley could not help but feel a pang of sympathy and apprehension. He quickly dispelled their illusions. Though it may seem harsh, I must solemnly remind you that the Resurrection Stone cannot bring the dead back to life, just as there are no stars in the dish of gazing at the night sky. What? Dumbledore exclaimed, his fervent emotions instantly doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Is that so? Harry murmured dejectedly, though his reaction was far more composed than Dumbledore's. Growing up in the Muggle world, he had never entertained high hopes regarding such fantastical notions as resurrection. Dudley, why do you say that? Do you foresee the true nature of the Resurrection Stone's power? Dumbledore persisted, unwilling to relent. The Resurrection Stone merely conjures false images of departed loved ones. Whether these apparitions are generated from the user's memories or simulated from the souls of the deceased, I cannot ascertain. However, I can assure you that these images are entirely fictitious and are not the true souls of the departed. When summoned before the user, they evoke profound warmth and joy, leading the user to entertain the thought that the afterlife is far more beautiful, thereby guiding them towards self-destruction. Those with wavering resolve who wield the resurrection stone may find themselves not resurrecting others, but rather losing their own lives. Dudley elaborated on the stone's capabilities, observing Dumbledore's look of despair mingled with disbelief. He continued, "Dumbledore, this is painfully obvious. If the resurrection stone were truly effective, would Voldemort have willingly abandoned it in his old home? Given his character, would it not be reasonable for him to resurrect a host of formidable pure-blood wizards from history as his Death Eaters? Why would he not carry it with him, ready to resurrect his fallen followers in an instant? If the resurrection stone truly held power, the Gaunt family, who possessed it, would be thriving, rather than leaving behind only an empty house." Familiar, interrogative reasoning pierced through the fog of Dumbledore's fantasies like a sharp blade. "You are correct, Dudley. I have lost my composure. Please forgive an elderly man who has lost several family members. As one grows older, one invariably yearns for familial bonds, especially in recent times. Observing your interactions with Harry and the Dursleys here." Dumbledore struggled to regain his composure, reflecting with tears in his eyes. "There is no need for such remorse," Dudley replied softly. "Wishing to revive departed loved ones is a natural human desire. There is nothing to apologize for. Harry and my mother also wish to see Aunt Lily and Uncle James brought back, do they not? I simply want you to maintain your rationality and not place your hopes upon a worthless, crumbled stone. While I may not possess a foolproof method to resurrect loved ones, I appreciate your understanding." Dumbledore wiped away his tears, attempting to compose himself, and instinctively offered a gesture of gratitude. However, as he continued to dab at his tears, a sudden realization struck him. "Dudley, what was your last statement?" His cousin proclaimed that he had devised a method to resurrect the deceased. Beside them, Harry, filled with excitement, echoed Dudley's assertion. "Indeed," Dudley affirmed with a nod. Dumbledore, now agitated, stammered his inquiry. "What method?" Dudley explained that he had discovered a way to locate the unscathed Horcrux itself and the fragments of Voldemort's soul, and to liberate the 3 treasured artifacts of Hogwarts founders, which had been tainted by Voldemort's malevolent spirit, restoring them to Hogwarts. "Once this is accomplished, my innate abilities will harness an immensely powerful force, enabling me to transcend the boundaries of life and death, resurrecting whomever I desire," Dudley proclaimed, rising with an infectious confidence, painting a vivid picture of hope for Harry and Dumbledore. "I will endeavor to find a solution." "Absolutely," Dumbledore replied with unwavering determination. Observing Dumbledore's intense demeanor, Dudley stepped forward, adopting a gesture learned from Hagrid, and gently patted Dumbledore's broad shoulder, offering reassurance. "Now, this undertaking cannot be achieved in haste. Let's proceed step by step, focusing first on the immediate matters at hand. Dumbledore, your emotions are tumultuous. Perhaps we should postpone the trip to the Gaunt residence for the Ring Horcrux and the Resurrection Stone. For today, please recount to me the tasks you've been engaged in, such as the locked diary Horcrux and the situation regarding young Barty Crouch." Chapter 52, Surveillance Actions New Minister, and Regrettable Projections. As we analyzed with precision, Lucius Malfoy indeed safeguarded a Horcrux for Voldemort. Initially, he provided substantial funding to Voldemort, establishing a degree of trust. Lucius's resolve was feeble. Upon my initiative to visit Malfoy Manor, he exhibited a hint of panic. With a few guiding words, I easily compelled him to relinquish this rather extraordinary Horcrux. Unlike the other Horcruxes containing fragments of Voldemort's soul, the one within this diary harbored the complete memories and consciousness of Voldemort from his youth. It even emitted psychic waves, enticing wizards to engage in communication by inscribing their thoughts upon its pages. It constructed a mental illusion for interaction, using his youthful, handsome visage, profound knowledge of dark magic, and linguistic charm to lower the defenses of those seeking to converse with him, ultimately achieving a terrifying effect akin to the Imperius Curse, manipulating his interlocutors. After acquiring the diary, the youthful Voldemort refused to communicate with me. I resorted to various methods to forcibly initiate dialogue, uncovering the secrets of this Horcrux. This was likely the first Horcrux Voldemort created, crafted before he had even graduated from Hogwarts. A grave oversight on my part. Dumbledore slowly recounted the process of acquiring the diary Horcrux and the insights he had gleaned. "What the magical chains?" asked Dudley. "It is I who have imposed them. These chains inhibit the young Voldemort's perceptions of the outside world, rendering him incapable of mischief. Possessing this Horcrux entails considerable risk. Lucius has kept it locked in a large chest for many years. Now that we have acquired it, we must ensure adequate protection, replied Dumbledore. What if I wish to engage with the young Voldemort within? Dudley inquired, relishing the thought of having a target to torment. He has numerous significant experiments for which I require the assistance of the young and handsome Mr. Tom. Dudley, can you guarantee that you will remain unaffected by Voldemort's lingering essence? Dumbledore expressed his concerns. Though your magic is formidable, your inexperience is a factor. First, teach me how to dispel the magical chains, Dumbledore. I will unlock them only when I am thoroughly prepared, Dudley asserted. Very well, Dumbledore acquiesced. Now, tell me about Barty and little Barty. Is the latter still alive? Did he manage to escape? After discussing the diary Horcrux, Dudley posed another question. He is alive and has indeed fled. Dumbledore replied succinctly. Dudley furrowed his brow. But has he been located? Ah, but he did not succeed in his escape. Dumbledore interjected, abruptly shifting the conversation. This left Dudley perplexed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What on earth is going on? Ha! Merely jesting. It serves as a fine means of emotional regulation. Dumbledore's demeanor had brightened considerably as he explained, when I operate near the Crouch residence. I chanced upon little Barty fleeing from the house, attacking his father, Barty. Just as Barty seemed on the verge of succumbing to his son's assault, I discreetly cast a few silent spells to assist him, enabling Barty to overcome his son and bind him before escorting him home. Barty must have sensed assistance, yet he could not perceive me. Thus he had no choice but to relent. I remained nearby, dispatching a message to the renowned Auror Moody and to Remus Lupin, a dear friend of Harry's father, urging them to arrive and take over the surveillance of little Barty. Both are exceptionally powerful wizards. Moody, in particular, has incarcerated over half of the dark wizards in Azkaban. With their presence, we can rest assured that little Barty will remain within our grasp. Dudley pondered this, recalling that in the original tale, little Barty and Wormtail had barely managed to capture Moody. Now, with little Barty alone and Moody accompanied by the werewolf Lupin, the odds were decidedly in their favor. Nonetheless, exercising caution, he advised Dumbledore it might be prudent to assign additional trustworthy ordinary wizards for backup. This is a long-term surveillance task, and Moody and Mr. Lupin may not be at their peak 24 hours a day. They may need to take shifts. Dudley, your foresight is commendable. Dumbledore found merit in Dudley's words and began to contemplate several names of fiercely loyal companions, preparing to write to them shortly. As dusk settled, he refrained from dining at the Dursleys' residence. After Dudley had bestowed upon him a tracking charm and imparted the incantation to dispel magical chains, he promptly operated back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore informed Dudley that he would need to interview several candidates in the coming days to select a successor for Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts professor for the current year. Professor McGonagall had been assisting him in screening a number of distinguished wizards. Among them was a young witch who had recently returned from the American magical community to settle in Britain. Her formidable abilities and extensive knowledge of dark magical creatures rendered her exceptionally suited for the position. Moreover, the following day would witness the election assembly for the new Minister of Magic, which Dumbledore was tasked to preside over. The workload was substantial, and the venerable centenarian needed to exert considerable effort. On August 14th, at the ministerial election assembly held at the Ministry of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, not particularly aged, disregarded the constraints of seniority and, solely on the basis of his loyalty to Dumbledore, was elected as the new Minister of Magic with resounding support. A staggering 98% of the participating wizards cast their votes in favor of Kingsley. This left the other candidate, the seasoned Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, relegated to the role of a mere participant, as he watched Kingsley, who was once his junior, ascend to the exalted position of Minister of Magic. That evening, after overseeing the election and visiting the Gaunt residence, Dumbledore returned to the Dursleys' home. Thanks to Dudley's earnest warning, he did not encounter any unforeseen incidents. Unlike in the original tale, he successfully retrieved the Horcrux, the Ring of Marvolo Gaunt, along with the Resurrection Stone set within it, which had undergone magical sealing. The Resurrection Stone, much like Dumbledore's Elder Wand, was rated as a supreme artifact. Dudley, intrigued by the seemingly incongruous stone, removed it from the Gaunt ring and began to toy with it, only to receive a system notification. detected host contact with one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, triggering system alert. Gathering all 3 Deathly Hallows may unlock a special level event, the Curse of Death from the Deathly Hallows. Completion of this event is exceedingly difficult, requiring multiple confrontations with genuine life-threatening crises. It is advised that the host proceed with caution. Chapter 53. Level Event Completed. Fusion Level Wand. Dudley was one to heed advice. Given the system's warning, he curbed his curiosity regarding this unprecedented level event. Although the other 2 Deathly Hallows, the Invisibility Cloak and the Elder Wand, were in Dumbledore's possession, obtaining them to unlock the event's details did not seem insurmountable. Nonetheless, he chose not to broach the subject with Dumbledore for the time being. The Invisibility Cloak is a legacy of the Potter family, destined to be bestowed upon Harry by Dumbledore in due time. Ultimately, what belongs to Harry shall come into his possession. However, the fate of the Elder Wand remains uncertain. Presently, Dumbledore, though advanced in age, possesses an indomitable spirit and remarkable vigor. The Elder Wand, which significantly amplifies magical prowess, still holds immense value in his hands and may not necessarily be entrusted to Dudley. Dudley has already reaped considerable benefits by relying on Dumbledore's efforts to gather most of Voldemort's Horcruxes. To request such a formidable weapon now might cause even the most affable Dumbledore to adopt a stance of caution. Thus, it would be prudent to set this matter aside for the time being. A significant regretful incident has placed both him and Dumbledore in a challenging predicament, the resolution of which remains uncertain. Given the explicit emphasis on the difficulty of this regretful event, it is apparent that its completion would be exceedingly arduous. It would be wise to await the opportune moment or a time of desperation to unlock the situation. Dudley resolved to let this matter rest for now. He secured the Resurrection Stone and the Horcrux of Slytherin's locket within his personal storage space, while the restricted diary and Gaunt S ring were fastened with a small iron chain and carried on his person. Aside from the 3 Horcruxes crafted from the treasures of Hogwarts founders, Dudley intended to keep the remaining Horcruxes close at hand, lest Voldemort's primary soul inadvertently perish outside, compelling a rebirth solely through Harry, thus endangering him. On August 16th, Dumbledore conducted interviews for several professorial candidates at Hogwarts. Ultimately, it was decided that the position of defense against the dark arts professor for the 1991 academic year would be held by the distinguished witch, Ekris Hunter, returning from abroad. Should this exceptional witch manage to endure the year under Voldemort's curse and scathe, she would be eligible to continue in the role the following year. On the same day, during his visit to the Dursleys for lessons, Dumbledore presented Dudley with the Ravenclaw diadem, hidden within Hogwarts' Room of Requirement. Dudley promptly secured it in his personal space in Dumbledore's presence. Thus, only one of the Horcruxes, the Great Serpent Nagini, remains unattained, according to the original narrative. Following the timeline of the original story, Voldemort would not transform Nagini into his Horcrux for another 3 years. This implies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes are presently in Dudley's possession or vicinity. Dudley refrained from disclosing this uncertain yet potentially advantageous information to Dumbledore, opting instead to maintain a degree of tension and vigilance within the old wizard. In response, Dumbledore meticulously shared all the information he possessed regarding Voldemort, discussing Dudley's lineage, past experiences, deranged temperament, methods of operation, and life objectives, in hopes of uncovering further weaknesses and the whereabouts of any unknown Horcruxes. The enigmatic soul artifacts remain beyond analysis. However, regarding Voldemort's vulnerabilities, which mirror the shared weaknesses of many malevolent dark wizards, Dudley harbored some thoughts on countermeasures based on these very flaws. He joyfully shared his insights with Dumbledore, eager to devise an actionable plan together. In the subsequent days, Dumbledore devoted more energy to instructing the Dursleys. It must be noted that the ironclad curse and disarming spell posed considerable challenges for the Dursleys, who possessed merely a diluted wizarding bloodline. In contrast, Dudley, Harry, and Hagrid had become exceedingly proficient in these spells. During Dumbledore's absence, they embraced the spirit of mentorship, patiently assisting the Dursleys in their studies. Time passed steadily. On August 27th, Hagrid concluded his educational endeavor at the Dursleys' residence and returned to his quaint abode outside Hogwarts Castle. Dudley had already penned a letter to the goblins at Gringotts, requesting that they, as agreed, deliver a male and female adult Norwegian ridgeback dragon to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid needed to prepare a spacious area for the dragon enclosure before the school year commenced, ensuring no students would be present to disrupt the process. Dumbledore had duly informed the Ministry of Magic, guaranteeing that, with his prowess and renown, the dragons would pose no threat to others. The Ministry, under Kingsley's leadership, readily acquiesced to Dumbledore's entreaty, bringing Hagrid's dream of dragon keeping closer to fruition. On the same day, Dudley received a system reward at home. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the regrettable incident of the half-blood giant's wrongful expulsion. The host, with incisive viewpoints and sharp rhetoric, provoked, guided, and transformed the illustrious wizard Albus Dumbledore of the 20th century. He shifted from gentle compromise to resolute determination, employing formidable measures to dismiss the recalcitrant Minister of Magic, establishing his own authority and silencing most dissenting voices, thus becoming the true White Lord. Following his ascendance, the White Lord, motivated by the host's requests and his own guilt and compassion towards Hagrid, publicly exonerated him, alleviating years of injustice. Subsequently, at the host's behest, he conducted private classes to teach Hagrid spellcasting, rectifying Hagrid's educational interruptions. This regrettable incident has been perfectly resolved. Special issuance, fixed reward, 1 opportunity for level fusion. Additional reward, 1 opportunity for level fusion. Current holdings, 3 opportunities for magical item fusion. Upon receiving the system's notification, a smile illuminated Dudley's face. In truth, he could have claimed the reward for this regrettable incident much earlier. However, had he done so prematurely, Hagrid would not have fully embraced Dumbledore's teachings, thereby preventing the incident from achieving a flawless resolution. Thus, the additional reward would not have reached its apex. Today was indeed the most opportune moment to claim it. The system merged 3 secondary fusion opportunities into 1 primary fusion opportunity and fused with Chilo's cracked wand. Dudley commanded the system with his mind. The cracked wand, a magical item stored within his personal space, instantly transformed into an intangible wave and vanished from sight, merging with Dudley himself. Command executed. Consumed 1 primary fusion opportunity. Current remaining fusion opportunities, none. Chapter 54, True Power. The Blessing of Strength. Congratulations, host. Acquired a plethora of black and white spellcasting techniques. You have learned the black and white spells wielded by the esteemed wizard Quirinus Chilo throughout his life, as well as a limited number of advanced dark spells cast by Voldemort during his parasitic possession of Chilo's body. Acquired a delayed and unstable wandless casting ability. The system has automatically restricted it, due to the cracked and damaged state of the wand fused and its low compatibility with the host. The wandless casting ability obtained is flawed and has been restricted, rendering it ineffective. Acquired partial knowledge and memories of wand making. You have deepened your understanding of wand crafting principles and learned the secrets and skills passed down by the Ollivander family regarding the handling of willow and unicorn hair materials. Dudley felt a surge of memories flooding his mind, and as he waved his hands, sparks of magic danced at his fingertips, instilling him with an overwhelming sense of power. At this moment, he had truly become an elite professor-level powerhouse. Both his magical prowess and spellcasting abilities were exceptional, a cut above the rest. Coupled with the wizarding combat skills he had acquired from Dumbledore, Dudley mused that if he were to unleash his full strength, he might not literally knock Snape down, but he could certainly break the old bat's wings. Ha ha ha! Dudley erupted into a chilling laughter within his bedroom. This laughter was so deeply infused with magic that even the young remnant of Voldemort residing in his diary, completely oblivious to the outside world, trembled involuntarily, as if sensing an ominous event looming on the horizon. August 29th. Dudley and Harry ventured out to gather the core members of Dudley's gang for a meeting on future developments in a CAF's private room. Throughout their years at Little Whinging Primary School, as echoed in the original story, Dudley had deeply impressed 4 Muggle boys with his bravery. They were Pyre, Moken, Danny, and Gordon. Among these 4, while Pyre was notably small in stature, Moken, Danny, and Gordon were robust children, all sharing a remarkable strength that surpassed their peers. Despite Pyre's diminutive size, he possessed the greatest strength among them and was the most trusted by Dudley. Unlike the original narrative during their primary school years, Dolly did not lead his four companions in bullying other classmates, but rather directed them to confront those who bullied their fellow students. With four loyal underlings as the backbone, they gathered a multitude of mischievous elementary school children, establishing and expanding the Dolly Gang. Its influence soon transcended the confines of a single primary school, extending to other schools in the Shall We Gold district. During their free time away from school, they tasked the gang members with tackling the various troublesome errands faced by the residents of Shall We Gold district, such as searching for lost pets, running errands, and investigating petty thefts. This not only generated funds for the gang, but also allowed Dolly to collect items related to magic. Initially, even these trivial tasks were deemed too trivial for the foolish adults to assign to children. However, once Dolly showcased his skills, the Dolly Gang's business gradually flourished and grew. Boss, is this meeting to discuss the gang's development plan at Smelting Secondary School after the school year begins? Asked the diminutive Pyerpasis, his face alight with excitement as he addressed Dolly in the CAF booth. No, Dolly, clad in the Smelting Secondary School uniform, replied nonchalantly, prodding the floor with his smelting staff. This would be the last time he donned this outfit, procured through his parents' connections. For what purpose, then? Pierre questioned, puzzled. Harry and I will not be attending Smelting Secondary School. We are set to explore a wondrous new world, Dolly declared. The reason I called you here is to inform you of this and to present you with a special gift. From now on, Pierre will succeed me as the second leader of the Dolly Gang. Furthermore, you must ensure that the gang members refrain from seeking me out, from approaching my home, and that during our activities, you maintain a considerable distance from Eugene Road. What? The four, Pierre, Moken, Danny, and Gordon, were left stunned by Dolly's words. Their youth and limited intellect rendered them incapable of grasping the concept of the wondrous new world Dolly spoke of. All they comprehended was that he was bidding them farewell. Boss, are you abandoning us? Pierre's voice trembled on the verge of tears. What? Is what I said ineffective? Dolly's expression hardened as he emphasized his words. From now on, Pierre is the leader, and you must keep the gang's members away from me, away from Eugene Road. Do you understand? Understood. The four instinctively stood at attention, responding in unison. Good. Now do not move. Close your eyes. Do not open them until I say so, and do not stir. Dolly continued, his tone stern. Yes. The four promptly closed their eyes, placing their unwavering trust in Dolly. At that moment, a flicker of sadness passed through Dolly's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously, as he radiated a brilliant light. At the same time, the tip of Harry's wand, just drawn, glimmered with the same hue. Power amplification. As the two nearly simultaneous incantations were uttered, Dolly and Harry unleashed their full strength, bestowing immense power upon Pierre and the other three. Subsequently, Dolly employed the technique of constant spells obtained from the fusion magic suitcase to solidify the powers bestowed upon the four members of Pierre. This was akin to a blessing of strength. From that moment onward, the Blessed Quartet would possess an amount of strength equivalent to that of an adult bull, along with a corresponding degree of control over this power. Furthermore, it would only begin to wane gradually after they reached the age of 60. Additionally, to maintain the stability of the gang and to indulge in personal favoritism, Pierre Boches received a notably greater share of power compared to the other three. Now, open your eyes, Dolly said calmly, as Harry also sheathed his wand. The four opened their eyes, astonished and exhilarated by the overwhelming sensation of strength coursing through their bodies. Filled with joy. Boss, have we become like you? Pierre asked incredulously. Not quite. You simply have a bit more strength, Dolly replied bluntly, then solemnly warned, promise me. Do not flaunt this power, and certainly do not misuse it for wicked deeds, or you will meet a dire fate. I'm not attempting to frighten you. This world is far more complex than you perceive. Should you find yourselves in trouble in the future, do not expect to rely on me, as before, nor anticipate my intervention to protect you. Do you understand? We understand. The four exclaimed tearfully in response. That's good to hear. Dolly resumed his seat in the booth, filling a coffee cup with pure water while sipping it and issuing his final directive. Now, line up facing me, and swear to the deity you believe in to keep this secret and act accordingly. Then, return to your homes and families. I shall not seek you out, and you must not come looking for me. After the four little brothers had taken their oaths, Dolly handed each of them 2,000 pounds, sending them on their way. This parting would likely last several years. There was no choice Caution is the mother of safety. With Voldemort still alive, his heart remained uneasy. After leaving the CAF, Dolly took Harry and deliberately hailed a taxi to a suburban pet supply store to purchase some items that might be needed for school, discreetly stowing them in his personal storage space. Upon returning home, he had Dumbledore, who was currently instructing Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, take a moment to reinforce a large iron cage with a powerful sealing spell. Once the cage was modified, it too was placed into Dolly's personal storage space. On August 30th, Hagrid, far away at Hogwarts, sent a letter via owl to inform Dolly and Harry that the two fire dragons, compensated by Gringotts goblins, had arrived. They successfully settled into the newly constructed dragon enclosure, secured with a magical iron chain, and exhibited a temperament akin to that of a large dog, interacting with him in a friendly manner. Aside from their advanced age and a slight reluctance to move, they displayed no faults whatsoever. Dudley expressed skepticism regarding the matter, for as a half-blood giant, Hagrid found every magical creature to be irresistibly charming, engaging in delightful interactions rather than brawls, save for the cats that triggered his allergies. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to intervene and resolved to wait until school commenced in a couple of days to further investigate. That afternoon, within the confines of the Dursley household classroom, the esteemed wizard Dumbledore, perched at the pinnacle of the British magical community, donned a smile of unrestrained joy, a bliss that even eclipsed the moment he discovered Voldemort's Horcruxes. At last, he had succeeded in guiding Mr. and Mrs. Dursley to grasp the fundamentals of 5 spells they had meticulously planned from the outset. Though their proficiency was still lacking and the spells lacked potency, they were finally capable of utilizing them. Observing Petunia and Vernon standing opposite each other, one casting a disarming charm and the other conjuring a shield charm, Dudley and Harry shared in their delight, reveling in the happiness of their family. Subsequently, Dudley received a system reward, albeit this time it was not issued at the highest tier. Congratulations, host! You have successfully resolved the regretful event concerning the magical world's rejection. By transferring your own fusion abilities, you have transformed your parents from Muggles into wizards and secured the esteemed Dumbledore as their tutor, allowing them to learn magic. This realization fulfilled Petunia's childhood dream and enabled her beloved husband, who reciprocates her affections, to accompany her in the magical realm, bringing her unparalleled satisfaction. However, you did not grant Petunia the innate magical talent of a typical wizard. This regretful event has been satisfactorily resolved. Specially issued, fixed reward, 1 opportunity for tier-level fusion. Additional reward, 1 opportunity for tier-level fusion. Current available magical item fusion opportunities, 1 at tier level. 1 at tier level. Upon receiving the system notification, Dudley's elation remained undiminished. Although it appeared on the surface that he had expended 2 opportunities for tier-level magical item fusion to resolve this regret, ultimately receiving only 1 opportunity for tier-level fusion and 1 for tier-level fusion, resulting in a net loss of 2 opportunities, he firmly believed that such a calculation was misguided. The transformation he had facilitated in his parents, bringing them peace, joy, and strength, was a tangible and profound gain. On August 31st, the little classroom at the Dursleys was disbanded. On this day, Dumbledore did not visit the Dursleys. Instead, he remained at Hogwarts, preparing for the commencement of the new school year. While Professor McGonagall was present, requiring no preparations from him, he found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure amidst his busy schedule. Within the Dursley household, Dudley organized the majority of the supplies he and Harry had procured in Diagon Alley into his personal storage space, preparing for the upcoming school year. Meanwhile, the Dursleys experienced a wave of melancholy, saddened by the impending long separation, especially when Dudley informed them that they need not drive him and Harry to London the following day. The sentiment of parting grew even more profound. Petunia, wiping away her tears, pulled Dudley and Harry aside, imparting her limited knowledge of the magical realm and even mentioning the children's quest for vengeance against the adversaries who had wronged her sister. Petunia desired for those who had harmed her sister's family to face retribution, yet her foremost wish was for Dudley and Harry to remain forever safe and unharmed. Dudley confidently asserted that there were few wizards in the magical world he could not contend with, and with Aunt Lily's protective magic in place, he and Harry would never be in peril. After much persuasion, he managed to soothe his mother's anxiety, yet Petunia remained troubled, bringing up a figure she had long feared and avoided. "Dudley dear," and Harry, if you venture into the magical realm, you may encounter a wizard named Severus Snape. Long ago, Lily and I, along with our parents, resided in a house in the town of Cokeworth, where we met this formidable boy living nearby in Spinner's End. He was solitary and possessed magical abilities, often playing tricks on me, instilling fear within me. I loathed him and was terrified of him, yet he shared a close bond with Lily. Later, he and Lily attended Hogwarts, and Lily once mentioned to me that he was exceptionally talented and powerful in magic. Thus, should you meet him at Hogwarts or within the magical world, perhaps you could leverage his connection with Lily to seek his assistance. A mother's love for her children leads her to profound considerations. Petunia racked her brain for the few wizards she knew, hoping to add an extra layer of protection for her son and nephew, unaware that Snape had already secured a place on Dudley and Harry's list of adversaries. Upon hearing his mother speak of Snape's past torment of her, Dudley felt a surge of indignation. The passage of time had blurred the details of Petunia and Snape's childhood grievances, which Dudley had previously overlooked. Fortunately, it was not too late to recollect the full story. "Aunt, this Snape," Harry sought to caution Petunia, asserting that Snape was not a benign figure, but rather their foe. However, Dudley interrupted, suppressing his anger, and turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, rest assured, Harry and I will be well taken care of by Mr. Snape." For a moment, Petunia was taken aback, relieved by her son's assurance. It was only after their conversation concluded, as Dudley and Harry ascended the stairs to their bedroom, that she realized the implications and called out, "Little Dudley, it's him who should be looking out for you, not the other way around." "Don't worry, Mother. It's all the same," Dudley replied without looking back. Chapter 56. The Blind Coward Clear the Path. September 1st, 1991. On the day of Hogwarts commencement, Dudley and Harry donned their wizarding robes early, freshened up, and enjoyed a breakfast prepared by the house elf. After embracing and bidding farewell to the Dursleys, they stood in the living room of the Dursley residence, under the affectionate gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Dudley held a cane resembling a walking stick in one hand, while raising his other arm. Harry instinctively placed his hand upon Dudley's. "Take care, Mum and Dad, Aunt and Uncle." Together, they uttered their parting words, and in an instant, their figures morphed into a swirling spiral, converging at a central point, vanishing from sight. Moments later, they arrived at King's Cross Station in London via apparition. The wizarding apparition spell allows one to teleport only to locations vividly recalled, and the distance cannot be overly vast for longer journeys. One must rely on the Flynn network or port keys. Moreover, traversing platform 9 3/4, boarding the Hogwarts Express, and then crossing the Black Lake by boat to reach Hogwarts Castle. This entire process constitutes a magical rite of passage into Hogwarts. Therefore, Dudley and Harry had no intention of taking shortcuts directly to Hogwarts. Instead, they followed the customary route, arriving in London to validate their tickets and board the train. In a relatively secluded corner of King's Cross Station, Dudley and Harry each cast a Muggle-repelling charm. Dudley then traced an irregular oval in the air, opening a spatial portal from which he retrieved 2 magical trolleys from his personal storage space. One trolley was laden with a portion of the school supplies that Dudley and Harry had purchased, while Harry's trolley also held Hedwig's cage. It felt rather conspicuous for the 2 newcomers to be empty-handed. Blending in would be more prudent. Additionally, Harry did not wish for Hedwig to remain cooped up in the dim confines of the storage space for too long, despite Dudley having ensured ample air, water, and food within it, and knowing that Hedwig, as an owl, preferred darker environments. "Let us go, Harry," Dudley said softly as he tucked his cane into the gap in his trolley. "All right, cousin," Harry replied, pushing the laden trolley alongside Dudley toward the station. "Cousin, it seems Professor Dumbledore forgot to tell us where platform 9 3/4 is," Harry inquired, puzzled along the way. Dudley sighed and explained, "Harry, you must learn to apply logical reasoning. This is merely a simple mathematical problem. 9 3/4 is a mixed number, greater than 9, yet less than 10. Thus, it is evident that this special platform lies between platforms 9 and 10 at the station. We shall follow the signs to find it." "Right? You always think so quickly, cousin," Harry praised with a smile. Dudley could only chuckle, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. After walking for a while, Dudley spoke up again. He reminded Harry, "By the way, Harry, we may encounter that one-toed rat today. Be mindful of your expression. Do not reveal anything. Just follow my lead." "Cousin, are you saying that little Scabbers?" Harry's eyes betrayed a flicker of disdain. Shoo, just keep it to yourself and manage your expressions, Dudley interrupted his cousin. Yes, cousin. I understand. Harry hurriedly composed his face, regaining his calm. Unlike the original story, Dudley and Harry set off early, arriving at the station via apparition, with a clear destination in mind. Thus, when they reached the brick wall between platforms 9 and 10, they did not encounter the Weasley family. Instead, they found themselves amidst a throng of Hogwarts students arriving at the station. Observing the students pushing their trolleys and colliding with the wall, Harry's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly tugged Dudley into the queue. To his surprise, upon seeing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, the small wizards and their adult guardians recognized Harry as the boy who lived and promptly recoiled from him and Dudley as if they were venomous creatures. With furrowed brows, they distanced themselves from Harry and Dudley. Harry was astonished. Previously, during their visit to Diagon Alley, he had been warmly welcomed and admired at the Leaky Cauldron. Why now? Did they seem to avoid him like the plague? What had transpired? Dudley, too, was momentarily perplexed, but after overhearing a few hushed whispers from the crowd, he quickly grasped the situation. With a scornful glance at the assembled witches and wizards, he spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Harry, do not be confused. The masses are blind. This lot of wizards, having only heard rumors, can firmly believe that a mere infant vanquished Voldemort, imposing upon you the title of Savior. At the mention of Voldemort's name by Dudley, the wizards instinctively gasped, their faces betraying their alarm. Fortunately, last month, Dumbledore had taken decisive measures to re-establish the authority of the White Lord, which prevented their panic from escalating into sheer terror. Witnessing the wizard's cowardice only fueled Dudley's disdain. He raised his voice further and continued, Now, these wizards, upon hearing news of Voldemort's return, can conjure an image of you as a cunning, deceitful freak, attributing to you the blame for Voldemort's incomplete demise. Harry, do not let this bring you down. It is not worth your sorrow over a bunch of mindless fools. Dudley's unabashed contempt and scorn ignited a commotion among the wizards present, some already preparing to draw their wands to cast curses. However, with his cousin's guidance, Harry had come to terms with the situation. He promptly drew his wand, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dudley. Harry, there is no need to fret. They are merely rubbish, and it is time to clean house. Dudley, with a swift motion of his hand, summoned forth a whirlwind. In an instant, 6 fierce miniature tornadoes materialized, whisking away the hesitant wizards along with their carts, scattering them haphazardly into the distance. Thanks to the influence of the Muggle repelling charm, the Muggles in the station remained blissfully unaffected, standing far from the chaos. Harry, let us depart. With no obstacles ahead, the two brothers could seamlessly traverse the brick wall and enter platform 9 3/4. Indeed, cousin, Harry responded exuberantly, his tone brimming with excitement. Chapter 57, The Opinion Leader, a first encounter with the Weasleys. With a nod from Dudley, Harry took the lead, pushing the cart through the wall. Dudley followed closely, ready to fend off any foolish wizards who might retaliate. Yet, none did. The inept ones had yet to recover. The brothers passed through the brick barrier effortlessly, spotting the sign for platform 9 3/4, along with a gleaming vintage steam train nearby. The Hogwarts Express does not appear to be particularly swift, Dudley remarked as he and Harry approached the train, where they presented their tickets to the conductor and casually chose an empty compartment to board. As it was still early, most compartments were vacant, and they would have to wait a while before departure. Dudley and Harry settled side by side in their compartment, sharing snacks purchased from the Muggle world, engaging in light conversation as they awaited their journey. The repercussions of the earlier incident were evidently far from resolved. As the departure time drew near, an increasing number of young witches and wizards boarded the train. Those unfortunate souls who had been caught in Dudley's whirlwind soon became the subject of malicious rumors that spread swiftly throughout the Hogwarts student body, further demonizing the reputations of Harry and Dudley. Several groups of young wizards, while searching for empty compartments, inadvertently opened the door to Harry and Dudley's compartment. Upon recognizing Harry, they gasped and quickly shut the door, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Such occurrences inevitably dampened the spirits of both Harry and Dudley. Harry felt disheartened by the unfounded judgments of others, while Dudley was frustrated by the discomfort caused to Harry. Without a moment's pause, Dudley waved his hand to keep the compartment door ajar, magically inscribing their names in midair with a floating crimson script positioning it directly outside the door as a warning. Now, no unwitting young wizard would dare disturb them. "Cousin, have we encountered a grave predicament?" Harry inquired of Dudley within the compartment. Dudley gently ruffled Harry's hair, opting not to respond directly, but instead patiently elucidated. Regardless of whether one is a Muggle or a wizard, once a group is formed, the individuals within that group inevitably become influenced by the collective cognition, which imposes norms and constraints, leading them to forsake their own thoughts in favor of conformity, either remaining silent or voicing opinions that align with the majority. I believe that among these wizards, there are indeed those with clear minds. However, due to widespread ostracism, few dare to speak on our behalf, standing in opposition to the group's prevailing perception. Over time, this collective cognition will profoundly affect everyone within the group, establishing a certain cognitive iron law. Even if this collective understanding is erroneous, it remains unchanged. For instance, the taboo against uttering Voldemort's name and the belief that a baby could vanquish him. Harry, only partially grasping Dudley's words, couldn't help but let his expression fall. "Cousin, if that is the case, we are indeed in quite a predicament. Perhaps, in due time, the wizarding world will come to perceive us as the infamous duo of demon brothers." Dudley burst into hearty laughter. "If we rely solely on our current state, resolving this issue would indeed be exceedingly troublesome. We need to demonstrate our strength, engage with influential opinion leaders to forge alliances, gradually accumulate renown, and alter the public perception of us. If that is the case, we might as well disregard it all and let these wizards speak as they wish. The collective is both blind and forgetful. Once something more sensational occurs in the wizarding world, they will forget about us. However, at present, we have the greatest opinion leader in the wizarding community as our ally, which simplifies matters considerably." "Cousin, are you referring to Dumbledore?" Harry suddenly realized. "Precisely. Dumbledore has likely been too preoccupied of late to notice the emergence of this detrimental narrative against you within the wizarding community. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, if we inform him of this matter and he publicly supports us in the Daily Prophet, the tide of public opinion will swiftly turn and the issue will be resolved." Harry, contemplating Dudley's proposed solution, fell into deep thought. Observing Harry's silence, Dudley refrained from interrupting, wishing to nurture Harry's capacity for independent thought. After a considerable pause, Harry seemed to have a revelation and inquired of Dudley, "Cousin, what is an opinion leader?" "In simple terms, they are individuals of renown and charisma, whose words command the trust of many and can influence public discourse," Dudley explained. "Then could I not become such an opinion leader? After all, the wizarding world has regarded me as its savior for many years. Many people know and acknowledge me." Harry's eyes suddenly sparkled with a new idea. Dudley, somewhat taken aback by his cousin's enthusiasm, sensed a glimmer of Harry's thoughts. Yet, considering the current situation, he felt compelled to temper his cousin's hopes. "Harry, you are not entirely mistaken. However, do not forget that you are now reviled and scorned by those who once supported you." "I understand, cousin." Harry's gaze grew resolute, for they remained oblivious to the truth, and I could demonstrate it to them. Just as Dumbledore had once vindicated Hagrid, Dudley wished to articulate something, but was rendered speechless. In his view, self-justification was the most impotent of retorts. Who among us is free from reproach? Who is not subject to criticism? The opinions of a band of mediocrities warrant disregard. As long as one exhibits sufficient strength, these dullards may point fingers. Yet they would not dare do so in Harry's presence, resorting instead to whispering behind his back. Were it not for the concern that Harry might be adversely affected in his social interactions by these simpletons, thereby imposing psychological pressure on himself, he would not even entertain the thought of involving Dumbledore to mediate. But now, Harry had formulated his own thoughts, devised a plan of action, and determined a direction for handling matters, which was hardly misguided. This was a positive development, and as a cousin, Dudley ought to offer his unwavering support. "Pursue your desires. Harry, I shall support you unconditionally," Dudley declared after a brief pause. "Oh, splendid, cousin," Harry exclaimed joyously. Just moments ago, he had contemplated relinquishing his own ideas due to Dudley's hesitation, but thankfully his cousin was in his corner. Knock, knock. Just as Harry reveled in his excitement, a polite rap sounded at the doorframe of their compartment, accompanied by a bashful voice that said, "I apologize for the interruption. May I sit here with you?" Dudley and Harry turned to see a small boy with red hair and freckles, struggling with a large suitcase. Ron Weasley, the sixth son of a financially troubled pureblood family, which, despite being open-minded, upright, and loving, suffers from severe poverty. Throughout his life, Ron has rarely possessed first-hand belongings. His robes, formal wear, textbooks, and even his wand and pet are all hand-me-downs from his brothers. This has, to some extent, impacted his self-esteem as he longs for first-hand personal items, if only to alleviate his sense of embarrassment. Chapter 58. Mice deserve poison. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of us? Harry inquired curiously, observing the red-haired boy standing at the door. It was the first time he had encountered a young wizard who displayed kindness towards him and Dudley. I am Ron Weasley, and I am not like them, Ron replied earnestly, albeit somewhat awkwardly. My mother has told me that Harry Potter is a gift from heaven to the wizarding world. Without you, who knows how long Voldemort would have ruled? I do not understand why others have suddenly ceased to express gratitude towards you. Voldemort's survival is not your fault. At least you provided the wizarding community with a decade of peace, did you not? Harry was overjoyed upon hearing Ron's words. He glanced at Dudley, who nodded in affirmation that the young wizard spoke the truth. Instantly, he rose to assist Ron with his suitcase, inviting him into the compartment to take a seat. My cousin is right. There are indeed those in the wizarding world who can discern right from wrong. Ron, it is a pleasure to meet you, Harry exclaimed, feeling a surge of confidence in his plans. He enthusiastically introduced Ron to Dudley, saying, Ron, this is my cousin Dudley Dursley. Dudley nodded and smiled at Ron in acknowledgement. Wow, I know. I heard about it. Your cousin blew away a lot of wizards at the platform wall with a strong gust of wind, including several adults. That is simply amazing. Ron gazed at Dudley with admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he added indignantly, most of those people were Slytherins or had Slytherin parents. They are quite dreadful, spreading nasty rumors about you on the train. Dudley sensed the exaggeration in Ron's words. The tendency to go along with the crowd was not confined to any particular house. He clearly recalled seeing the emblematic decorations of all four houses, lion, badger, eagle, and snake, on the small wizard's carts, although it was true that there were indeed more from Slytherin. Enough of that. Ron, if you don't mind, please enjoy some Muggle snacks. Harry and I would be delighted to share. Dudley gestured towards the plethora of unopened snacks on the table. That sounds wonderful. I certainly don't mind. Our family isn't like those wizards who believe in pure blood supremacy. I'm quite hungry, and my sandwich from Mom has gone cold. Thank you for snacks. Ron eagerly grabbed 2 chocolate bars and began to munch on them with considerable delight. Outside the window, the scenery began to blur as the Hogwarts Express set off. The bond between Harry, Dudley, and their new friend grew increasingly warm. Ron, do you come from a wizarding family? Are both your parents wizards? Do you have any siblings? Harry inquired, his enthusiasm buoyed by the prospect of a kindred spirit. Ron responded with equal enthusiasm, but a hint of exasperation crept into his voice as he mentioned his 5 brothers and 1 sister. Harry, you cannot imagine how terrifying it is to have 5 brothers. It means that new things are forever out of my reach. The robes I wear belong to Bill, my wand is Charlie's. And even my pet is one that Percy didn't want, a plump, old gray rat. As he spoke, Ron produced a sleeping rat from his robe pocket, oblivious to the flicker of complex emotions that crossed Harry's face at the mention of the creature. His name is Scabbers, and he has been with our family for nearly 10 years now, which makes him quite elderly for a rat. He spends his days napping, only becoming active at mealtime. Ron continued to introduce his pet, placing Scabbers on the table. When he noticed the rat had yet to awaken, he picked it up again and gently patted its face. Hey, Scabbers, wake up. It's time to eat. Ron called to his pet, while forcefully offering the half-eaten chocolate bar to the rat. Ahem. Dudley lightly cleared his throat, capturing Ron's attention, and explained, Ron, mice cannot consume chocolate. It contains theobromine, which is toxic to them. A flush of embarrassment colored Ron's face, and he quickly added, I know, I was hoping to let Scabbers have the biscuit inside the chocolate bar. He is quite clever. At that moment, Scabbers, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, was roused from his stupor by his master's intentions of poisoning him. Startled, he wriggled free from Ron's grasp and fell onto the table in the compartment. Oh, how clever he is. He even knows how to evade, Dudley exclaimed. May I touch him? I have pet food here, originally meant for Harry S. Hedwig. Dudley, feigning astonishment, spun a tail with an expression reminiscent of an innocent child enamored with pet rodents, radiating goodwill. One hand slowly reached toward Scabbers, while the other naturally delved into the deep pocket of his robe, creating a small circle as he retrieved a packet of specially crafted jerky. Of course. Go ahead and touch him. Ron, under the impression that Dudley genuinely adored Scabbers, generously remarked, and even warned his pet, "This is my friend. You mustn't bite him, Scabbers." Squeak. Scabbers emitted a rodent's cry, suddenly catching a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent, his gaze fixated on the already unwrapped, tempting jerky in Dudley's hand. Wizards, upon transforming into an animal through animagus magic, inherit the abilities of that creature. Thus, transformed into a mouse, Scabbers possessed the keen sense of smell typical of rodents, along with their predilection for certain scents. Consequently, he found it impossible to resist the package of jerky, seasoned with a Muggle's special rodent bait, especially when Dudley's friendly demeanor masked any hint of danger. Squeak. Scabbers leapt onto Dudley's outstretched hand. He perceived this young wizard as a good person, having just warned his foolish master against feeding him chocolate, and now offering such delectable food. Encountering such kindness made for a truly fortunate day. Cradling the diminutive Scabbers, whose form was that of a gray mouse with a missing toe, Dudley's eyes beamed with delight. With his other hand, he gently widened the opening of the special pet food bag and tenderly placed Scabbers' little head inside. With the delicious morsel so close, Scabbers could no longer suppress his hunger. He promptly opened his mouth and, with his tiny teeth, began to feast in utter satisfaction. Ron remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that Dudley had stopped him from administering poison to Scabbers only to personally feed him the medicine. After all, it seemed quite reasonable for a mouse suffering from narcolepsy to consume a bit of rodenticide. Chapter 59. 20 galleons for the life of an enemy. Dudley gazed intently at the cheerful gray mouse consuming the rat poison, a smile gracing his face, radiating warmth, while his hands concealed a latent, magical power. Beside him, Ron engaged Harry in a discussion about magical spells. Harry feigned enthusiasm, his previous eagerness significantly waning, as his thoughts were consumed by the fate of the Tolles mouse and his cousin's impending actions. Years spent in close proximity to his cousin had imbued Harry with a subtle understanding, although he could not match Dudley's seamless performance. He recognized that he must avert his gaze from a mouse to avoid drawing the attention of his adversary. "Harry, I recently learned a spell that can turn objects yellow. I couldn't execute it yesterday, but I plan to try again today. Perhaps I will succeed." Ron rambled on, oblivious to Harry's hidden concerns, his mind set on showcasing his magic. He scanned the surroundings until his gaze fell upon his pet, Scabbers, who was still nibbling on the jerky. "I need an object for my spell. Ah, this gluttonous fat little mouse will do." With that, Ron seized Scabbers by the tail and yanked him from the pouch of jerky. Dudley made no attempt to intervene, as the mouse had already consumed a sufficient amount of poison. Prior to Ron's action, Scabbers' chewing had slowed to an almost imperceptible pace. The poison had taken effect. Scabbers, now utterly exhausted, felt no sensation as Ron tugged at his tail. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of his peril. Years of being a pet had dulled his instincts, reducing him to a simple routine of eating and sleeping. Feeling tired merely meant it was time for another nap. He hoped his silly young master would save some of the delectable treats for him to enjoy upon waking. Oh, look, this foolish mouse has fallen asleep again. After pulling Scabbers closer, Ron noticed the mouse lay motionless, sleeping more soundly than usual, and he could not resist a quip. "Perfect. Let me change his gray fur to yellow." He tossed Scabbers back onto the table and retrieved his worn wand, its tip frayed and revealing unicorn hair. Preparing to cast a color-changing spell he was unsure would work. "Wait, Ron. Something seems amiss with Scabbers," Dudley suddenly exclaimed, a note of urgency in his voice, as if he had detected something troubling. "What?" Ron asked, puzzled. Dudley extended his hand, brushing over Scabbers' body, quietly casting a hardening charm. After completing the incantation discreetly, he lifted the mouse and, with his other finger, swiftly checked for breath at the mouse's snout, feigning concern. "Oh no, he is not breathing. Scabbers is dead," Dudley exclaimed in shock. "Dead?" Ron paused, momentarily stunned, and poked the mouse in Dudley's grasp with his finger. It would not budge. The body had already stiffened, confirming the grim reality. He sensed an incongruity, yet swiftly dismissed the thought. Good riddance. Ron had long desired a new pet, Although he had developed a modicum of affection over the years, it was ultimately the gluttony of Scabbers that led to its demise, choking on its own excess. This was evidently the will of fate and Merlin himself. It was hardly their fault. Besides, a rat that had lived nearly a decade had certainly paid its dues. No matter, Ron proclaimed with remarkable magnanimity. Now, my mother has no reason to deny me a new pet. I've always wanted a gray owl. This reaction momentarily stunned Dudley, who had expected Ron to exhibit at least a hint of sorrow. Harry, hand over 20 galleons to Ron. Since the matter's principal was so forthright, Dudley, not one to shy away from a task, promptly urged his cousin to part with the money. What? Ron exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated any form of compensation for the incident. His eyes widened in astonishment as Harry produced a handful of gleaming gold coins from his pocket. Yet Ron hesitated, insisting, no, it's unnecessary. Scabbers was simply greedy. You need not compensate me. Take it. Dudley insisted. A rat that has lived for 10 years is indeed a rarity. Since it choked on the meat I provided, compensation is appropriate. Otherwise, I would feel quite remiss. Keep the money. Use it to procure a new wand and a new pet. Dudley spoke swiftly, casting a significant glance at his cousin. Harry stood up immediately, forcefully thrusting the galleons into Ron's hands, leading to a playful tug-of-war between them. Seizing the moment, Dudley hastily concealed himself behind Harry, making a small gesture that opened a spatial portal, through which he cast Peter Pettigrew into his personal storage space. The portal he had opened led directly to a magical prison cage within the confines of his space, and in an instant, Peter became a mere shadow of his former self within the cage. This magical prison had been meticulously altered by Dumbledore himself, ensuring that even if Peter transformed back into human form, escape was utterly impossible, let alone fleeing from Dudley's personal realm. Moreover, Peter was currently in a profound stupor, incapable of reverting to his human shape. A wizard who has mastered Animagus transformation must visualize their human form in their mind. The unconscious Peter was clearly incapable of such concentration, unable to resist Harry's enthusiasm, and fueled by his own yearning for a new wand and pet. Ron eventually blushed and reluctantly accepted the 20 galleons. As Harry returned to his seat, Ron, unsure whether to feel elated or not, noticed the absence of Scabbers' body. Where had Scabbers gone? Had it not truly died and simply run away? Ron's heart raced as he hurriedly bent down to search beneath the table and chairs for Scabbers' remains. Indeed, he was fixated on the notion of a corpse. Ron thought that if Scabbers was still alive, the prospect of a new pet and wand would vanish, and he would have to return the galleons. Stop looking, Ron. Darcy found himself in a rather amusing predicament, as he discerned everything from Ron's anxious expression. However, he chose to keep his insights to himself, valuing their friendship. With great thoughtfulness, he continued, I have disposed of the remains of Scabbers using the vanishing spell, so you won't have to endure the sight of his corpse, which might dampen your spirits as the new term begins. Oh wow. Ron's heart, previously burdened with worry, was now lifted. The demise of Scabbers was a relief. He rose to his feet, gazing at Darcy with astonishment. The vanishing spell, that is an exceptionally advanced technique. My brother Charlie could only perform it in 5th grade. Darcy, you are truly remarkable. What a pity I missed it. Not to worry, I can perform it again. With the capture of their nemesis, Peter, Darcy felt a surge of elation. He cast a confirming glance at Harry, signaling that matters were resolved, and then, in front of Ron, pointed to an empty snack wrapper, preparing to demonstrate the vanishing spell. However, just then, a proud girl's voice echoed from the corridor outside. Look, Neville. That compartment has magically marked the names of Harry Potter and his cousin. We should go check it out. Perhaps your toad has found its way there. Chapter 60. Hermione. Neville, and a tracking spell. The little girl moved with the same swiftness and fervor as her thoughts. Before Hermione Granger could finish her sentence, she had already dashed to the open compartment door, spotting Darcy, Harry, and Ron within. Naturally, the attention of Darcy and the others was drawn to the girl, who stood with her chin raised, an air of arrogance about her long curly hair framing her face. Hermione Granger, the bullied know-it-all. Details of the unfortunate incident. Hermione Granger, hailing from a Muggle family, faces discrimination and bullying from wizards with pure-blood supremacist ideologies. The original narrative illustrates this well. Draco Malfoy and his pure-blood clique often seize opportunities to insult Hermione with vile language and actions, although Hermione effectively counters such bullying in the original story. Supported by her friends, the emotional scars she bears are not easily healed by mere retaliation or a few punches. Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad? Hermione Granger, brimming with pride, inquired as Darcy processed the system notifications. A toad? No, we haven't seen one, Harry replied, having learned to discern expressions and gazes from his cousin. Sensing that this suddenly appeared little, which bore them no ill will. No toad, but we do have a mouse, albeit deceased. Ron quipped with a dark humor. Dead. Following closely behind Hermione, Neville, panting heavily due to his corpulent frame, rushed forward, eager to catch his breath, when he vaguely heard the dreadful words that escaped Ron's lips. He feared that his toad had perished, and tears streamed down his face in desperation. Oh no, that was my pet, my Trevor, gifted to me by Uncle Algy. Neville lamented. Observing this scene, Harry and Ron hastily stepped in to explain and comfort their overly sentimental classmate. Dudley watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, as a new notification echoed in his mind. Neville Longbottom's parents driven mad by suffering, level. Details of the tragic event, as another wizarding family that fits the first two lines of the prophecy, Neville's parents. The Longbottoms were captured and tortured by Death Eaters approximately a decade ago, following Voldemort's downfall. They were driven insane by the extensive Cruciatus curse inflicted by Bellatrix Lestrange and remained bedridden at St. Mungo's Hospital from magical maladies and injuries, never having recovered in the original story. Neville Longbottom's excessive benevolence and forgetfulness, level. Details, having endured immense psychological torment since childhood due to his parents' madness. Neville Longbottom's upbringing was fraught with anguish, in an effort to spare her grandson from the pain of growing up in such a troubled environment. Neville's grandmother repeatedly cast forgetting charms on him. This led to Neville erasing portions of his suffering while also becoming exceedingly forgetful, leaving him with severe aftereffects. Poor child. Dudley silently sighed to himself after processing the system notification. He then stood up, ready to take charge. To the two uninvited classmates. If you harbor no prejudice against Harry and me, I would be more than willing to assist you in locating the toad, named Trevor. Dudley stated calmly. After we exchanged names, of course. With Dudley stepping forward to take the lead, Harry and Ron felt a wave of relief wash over them, having already clarified the situation to Neville, whose tears had finally ceased. Seeing Dudley's demeanor comparable to her own, Hermione's eyes lit up, and she tilted her head back with even greater confidence. Everyone is equal, and I bear no bias against anyone. Furthermore, I detest those who harbor unfounded prejudices. I am Hermione Granger. Me too. I am Neville. The timid Neville responded shyly from the side. Excellent. Dudley praised with a nod, then formally introduced himself to Hermione and Neville alongside Harry and Ron. What do you plan to do to help Neville find his toad? Will you use magic? Hermione inquired eagerly, her expression still somewhat haughty after the exchange of names. Absolutely, Dudley replied decisively, raising his left hand, causing the smelting stick resting on the luggage rack to soar into his grasp. This display left Hermione, Ron, and Neville momentarily astonished. Isn't that a stick used by Muggles? I've seen similar equipment among middle school students near my home. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it customary for wizards to wield shorter, more manageable wands when casting spells? I believe a staff is far more convenient. With a confident grin, Dudley declared, Please make way, for I am about to cast a spell. Hermione immediately took Neville's arm, retreating to the corridor outside, clearing the doorway of the compartment, eager to observe how a Muggle staff could conjure magic. Reveal the trail. Show me the way. Dudley gently tapped the Smeaton staff against the floor of the carriage, uttering the incantations with assurance. Instantly, a shimmering blue arrow materialized before him, pointing down the left corridor. Follow this arrow to locate the toad's trail, Dudley explained, leading Harry and Ron out of the compartment. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville, already positioned in the corridor, had turned their gaze toward the direction indicated by the arrow as soon as it appeared. In the distance, a series of flickering blue toad apparitions revealed the path that Lufo had traversed. Excellent magic. Hermione praised, then inquired, which textbook contains these two spells? I shall master them. Chapter 5 of the Third Year Charms textbook, Tracking and Counter-Tracing Spells, Dudley replied effortlessly. You've already previewed the third-year curriculum. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. for she had never encountered a peer as studious as Dudley. At this statement, Dudley merely smiled in silence. However, Harry, brimming with pride, interjected, "What as third year? My cousin knows more spells than all the charms from first to seventh year combined." "Enough, Harry, don't exaggerate on my behalf. You ought to emulate Hermione's dedication to learning." Dudley gently chided his cousin. Once Harry complied, he continued addressing the group. "Let us follow the magical guidance and see what we can find." Chapter 61. The Toad-Bruise Conflict, the Malfoy Trio. In the adjacent carriage corridor where Dudley and his companions were located, a haughty young boy with slick-back golden hair, attempting to embody the demeanor of a nobleman, was leading two stout lackeys, striding briskly. If they continued in their current direction, they would soon encounter Dudley and his group, who were out searching for Lufo the Toad. "Crabbe, Goyle, hurry up. Harry Potter is in the next compartment. I can hardly wait to befriend him," the golden-haired boy urged excitedly, his short legs moving even faster. This left his two pudgy companions struggling to keep pace. "Malfoy, why do you want to be friends with Harry Potter? He's not exactly popular right now," questioned Crabbe, the lackey following closely behind. "And his monstrous cousin, he used magic to knock over so many people. Won't we get into trouble if we approach them?" Goyle chimed in, voicing his concern. Hearing the doubts expressed by his two lackeys behind him, Draco Malfoy felt a twinge of displeasure and abruptly halted his steps. Crabbe and Goyle, unable to stop in time, collided with Malfoy, causing him to stagger forward for a couple of paces before regaining his balance. Malfoy's irritation deepened, with a scowl. He turned to glare at his two innocent-looking companions and sighed, explaining, "This is my father's intention. He believes that by befriending Harry Potter, I can bridge the gap between our pure-blood lineage and Dumbledore. As for Harry Potter's cousin, how could you possibly believe he could repel so many wizards? It's absurd. A Muggle born with a surname I've never even heard of, capable of wielding such formidable magic? My father couldn't do that at 11. It must be mere rumor." Faced with Malfoy's rebuttal, Crabbe and Goyle could only nod submissively, their demeanor visibly compliant. However, their expressions suddenly morphed into one of terror. "Malfoy, your shoulder," his lackeys stammered, unsure of how to alert their leader. "What now?" Malfoy replied, exasperated, tilting his head to inspect his right shoulder. "Shoulder? There's nothing there. You're making a fuss over nothing." Turning his gaze to his left shoulder, he inadvertently locked eyes with a toad. "Quick, quick! Someone remove this wretched creature!" Malfoy yelped, startled, his lips quivering, yet he dared not move a muscle, fearful that the toad might leap from his shoulder onto his handsome face. "Huh!" Hearing Malfoy's command, Crabbe and Goyle were initially taken aback, hesitating for several seconds before remembering to draw their wands. This was unlike bullying other young wizards. Facing a slimy, cold-blooded creature was a different matter altogether, and at 11 years old, they lacked the courage to confront such a challenge. At that moment, Malfoy regained some composure and, quicker than his followers, drew his wand, aiming at the toad on his left shoulder. "Toad, be gone," he incanted, casting a simple spell designed to repel unwanted objects away from the caster, creating a forceful effect. "Leviosa!" Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from behind Malfoy, just as the light from his wand was unleashed. In a flash, Malfoy's spell failed to hit the toad, which sensed the impending danger and leaped off his shoulder, evading the incantation. However, the spell did not go astray. It traveled in a straight line and struck Neville, who was rushing over to rescue his pet. Poor lad. He failed to save his pet and ended up being the collateral damage. Struck by Malfoy's spell, Neville was immediately flung backward, much to the shock of his friends, who were caught off guard and unable to intervene. Only with determination did Dudley exert force through his ankles, launching forward with great speed, extending his right hand to unleash a gentle wave of energy that pressed against Neville's back. This act dissipated the impact of the expulsion charm that had been cast upon Neville, allowing him to land safely and avoid the embarrassing fate of a graceless fall. "Are you all right, Neville?" Hermione, Ron, and Harry rushed over, surrounding Neville and bombarding him with inquiries about his condition. "I'm fine, but save my toad, Trevor," Neville gasped, leaning on Dudley for support, eager to rise and make another attempt. "Just take a break," Dudley replied, exasperated. The corridor of the carriage was far too narrow for any effective maneuvering, and given Neville's earlier reckless charge, Dudley had refrained from intervening to avoid inadvertently harming a teammate. "You're right, Neville. Rest a moment. I'll retrieve Trevor for you." Just as Dudley prepared to act, Hermione stepped forward, ready to defend Neville. The proud Miss Granger brandished her vinewood wand, intent on confronting the trio of Malfoy. Wait a moment, Hermione, it was Neville's toad that leapt onto their shoulder. It was merely an accident. Dudley rubbed his forehead, halting Hermione, while simultaneously gesturing with his hand, summoning the air. Not far away, Trevor, who had landed on the corridor floor, suddenly felt ensnared by a large gust of air, and before he knew it, he was lifted off the ground, soaring towards his young wizard's hand. Before Hermione could take 2 steps, Trevor flew past her, landing securely just above Dudley's right hand, suspended in midair. Without hesitation, Dudley promptly tossed the toad, which he found quite unappealing, into Neville's hands. To be honest, having a snake would be preferable to keeping a toad. Dudley couldn't understand it, but he respected Neville's peculiar fondness. Overjoyed, Neville cradled his toad, affectionately stroking it with his chubby fingers, while Hermione stepped back. It seemed the situation had been perfectly resolved, and they could return to their compartment. However, the winds of trouble were far from stilled. The arrogant Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 henchmen, approached with an air of superiority. Malfoy's arrogance was clearly of a different nature than Hermione's. It stemmed from a misguided sense of superiority regarding bloodlines, lineage, and status, whereas hers emanated from confidence in her knowledge and abilities. So, are you planning to leave just like that? Malfoy began, launching into a scornful inquiry, first directing his disdain at Neville. You must be the foolish Longbottom. Keep a watchful eye on that filthy toad of yours. You're embarrassing our pureblood family. Soda. Neville stammered, lowering his head in shame. Who do you think you are? How dare you treat Neville like that? You just blasted him away with a spell. You owe him an apology. Hermione stepped forward once again, standing up for her friend. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, one of the 28 pureblood families. My father is a governor at Hogwarts. Why should I apologize to a foolish brat who has offended me? Chapter 62. The Chatterbox Malfoy, mercilessly beating and capturing. The arrogant Draco Malfoy, incessantly boasting of his father, managed to amuse Ron, who was nearby. This only fueled Malfoy's fury. Temporarily sparing Hermione, he turned to Ron and spat. Are you mocking me? Just look at your red hair and tattered robes. Another impoverished Weasley, the disgrace of a pure-blood family. Wait until your family's earnings keep pace with your breeding. Then you can grin with those big teeth. Ron could no longer find humor in the situation. His face and neck flushed crimson, matching his hair as he retorted, Malfoy, what did you just say? Before Ron could unleash his sharp comeback, the valiant Hermione acted decisively. Without a wand, she delivered a swift punch directly to Malfoy's nose. The impact was profound. Tears and blood streamed from him as he clutched his face, wailing in agony. How dare you strike me? Strike my face? What is your name? I will make sure my father expels you from Hogwarts. Malfoy, in a fit of rage, jumped up and, after chastising Hermione, shouted for his dim-witted bodyguards to cast dark spells. I am Hermione Granger. If Hogwarts is governed by scoundrels like you, I would rather not attend. Facing Crabbe and Goyle, who were poised to retaliate, the resolute Hermione stood her ground against the trio. Granger? Never heard of you. You truly are a filthy mudblood. Draco Malfoy, his face slightly less painful, could not contain his vitriol. Just as he was about to hurl the most despicable slur at Hermione, he was suddenly struck by Harry's powerful punch. This blow landed squarely in Malfoy's gut. Unlike Hermione's light punches, Harry's strike was reinforced with immense force, employing the rotational technique he had learned from Dudley. The spinning momentum sent Malfoy airborne, propelling him backward, inadvertently taking his 2 henchmen along for the ride. Luckily, those 2 clumsy, rotund followers cushioned the impact, allowing Malfoy to land relatively safely after flying several meters. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they had their ample flesh to thank for absorbing the brunt of the collision. Unexpected yet entirely predictable, Dudley mused. In just a few exchanges, a minor disagreement escalated into a violent confrontation. The wickedness was unrelenting, while the goodness remained ambiguous. Draco Malfoy, you insufferable serpent, how can your tongue be so reckless? And yet you wish to befriend Harry. What a farce. Draco Malfoy's friendship with Harry Potter, which began and ended in an instant, is marked by a series of unfortunate events. Initially, Draco was eager to befriend Harry, possibly due to admiration for Harry's fame or under the influence of his Death Eater father. However, the deeply ingrained belief in pure blood superiority that Draco held instigated an immediate aversion from Harry upon their first encounter. Furthermore, Draco's disparagement of Harry's friend, Ron, severed any potential for camaraderie between them. Consequently, what began as affection swiftly morphed into animosity, leading Draco and his entourage to constantly oppose Harry and his friends throughout their school years. It was only when Voldemort and the Death Eaters regained power that Draco exhibited a reluctance to fully align with the Dark Lord, subtly offering assistance to Harry's side, which gradually altered Harry's perception of him. After vanquishing Voldemort and establishing their own families, they ultimately reconciled and forged a genuine friendship. This regretful event, unlocked by the system, posed a dilemma for Dudley, who was resolute in his refusal to facilitate a hopeless friendship for the sake of rewards. However, he recognized that Draco Malfoy was not beyond redemption. Reflecting on his past experiences watching the original films, Dudley felt a twinge of sympathy for Draco. He decided to let the situation unfold naturally. Contemplating the prevailing ideology of pure-blood supremacy in the magical realm, he resolved to take decisive action. This was not only to resolve Hermione's regretful event perfectly, but also to cultivate a more harmonious magical community, uniting all possible forces to collaboratively explore magic and confront Voldemort and other opposing dark wizards. During this process, if he could instigate a complete transformation in Draco Malfoy and the Malfoy family's mindset, he would seize the opportunity to see if Harry might acknowledge this newfound friend earlier than expected. If not, he would abandon the regretful event, bringing closure to the matter. As Dudley pondered these thoughts, he remained focused on the reality before him. He observed Draco and his companions clutching their abdomens, unsteadily rising from the floor of the corridor, scrambling to retrieve their fallen wands, uncertain whether they would retaliate or strategically retreat. At that moment, the sound of the Hogwarts Express attendance call echoed from behind Dudley and the others, announcing the sale of snacks and drinks, a familiar occurrence on the train. Both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds offered such refreshments, though the latter featured more peculiar treats. "Cousin, what should we do?" Harry queried, grasping the precariousness of their situation. "Stay calm and watch my move," Dudley replied, maintaining his composure as he fixated on the trio of Malfoys poised to reclaim their wand, quietly incanting, "Bind swiftly, silently." In an instant, 3 sturdy ropes materialized out of thin air, binding the trio of Malfoy tightly, rendering their cries and shouts utterly silent, as if muted by an invisible force. Subsequently, Dudley raised his Smeaton-esque wand and cast a transfiguration spell. The wand, with its elongated and straight shaft, instantaneously sprouted 3 longer tendrils, extending forward with the grace of serpents. First, it deftly coiled around the wands of the Malfoy trio, and then ensnared the very individuals who were already bound. "Let us go back to the compartment," Dudley declared, turning on his heel. Harry and his companions watched in astonishment as the Malfoy trio was hoisted into the air by the elongated tendrils, their desperate flailing and silent pleas utterly futile. As they could not utter a sound, they could only sway with Dudley's movement, elevated by the tendrils. The group hastily followed in Dudley's wake, eager to discern how he intended to deal with the increasingly suspicious snack vendor ahead. They did not have to wait long. Anticipating the vendor's impending outburst, Dudley promptly recited another spell, Confundus. The vendor was immediately bewildered, swaying and dancing erratically in a daze. Thus, Dudley guided his companions through the chaos surrounding the disoriented vendor, deftly swiping 2 golden galleons from the snack cart, which conjured a plethora of magically floating snacks to join their procession. Chapter 63. The Secluded Compartment and the Captives. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey toward Hogwarts. In the corridor of the carriage, the snack vendor, now regaining his senses, glanced around, utterly perplexed, unable to recall the events that had just transpired. Upon looking down, he noticed 2 galleons resting on the cart, with a significant portion of snacks mysteriously missing. Strange. Did I actually sell that many snacks? And did I receive too much money? The vendor, bewildered, accepted the galleons and continued on his way, calling out to the compartments. Meanwhile, Dudley and his entourage had returned to the compartment previously occupied by Dudley, Harry, and Ron, now containing the 3 captives. The compartment was cramped, initially unable to accommodate so many individuals, but Dudley effortlessly resolved this with a nonverbal expansion charm. Not only did he enlarge the space within the compartment, but he also nullified the warding charm placed outside the door and secured it firmly. Once the door was closed, he cast a locking spell, reinforcing the entire compartment to prevent any unwelcome interruptions. Coupled with the inherent soundproofing magic of the train compartments, whatever transpired within would remain unheard and undetected by outsiders. Inside the compartment, Dudley, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville divided into two groups, seated on opposing plush benches. Between the chairs, a table had been magically enlarged several times over, piled high with the magical snacks that Dudley had recently acquired, alongside the leftover Muggle treats. Meanwhile, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle were tightly bound by vines conjured from their wands, slumped on the spacious floor that had been expanded by a non-detectable extension charm, their eyes reflecting a mixture of rage, fear, and helplessness. Dudley toyed with the wands of the three captives before carelessly tossing them into the heap of snacks, then pointed a finger and lifted the silencing charm that restricted Draco. Let me go at once. Collaborating with Muggleborns is the shame of purebloods. I'll have my father hang you up and beat you, Draco exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation, spewing insults and profanities without pause. Now that the silencing charm had been lifted, his words echoed throughout the expansive chamber. Hearing this, no one among the seated company, except Dudley, could maintain their composure. All were visibly indignant. Yet, when they noticed Draco's taunts were accompanied by blood trickling from his mouth and a severe nosebleed, their expressions shifted to concern. "Cousin, did I hit him too hard?" Harry asked, a hint of panic in his voice. "Perhaps a bit, but it's no great matter," Dudley replied with calmness. "Everyone wishes to remain composed, yet anger is a natural response. Harry, it's not your fault. Blame only young Mr. Malfoy for his poor timing and foul mouth." "Harry!" Draco shouted in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The suddenness of the earlier conflict overwhelmed him, and he now glared in accusation. "You're Harry Potter? The infamous Harry Potter?" "Indeed, it is I," Harry responded, perplexed by Draco's reaction, as they had never before encountered one another. "Why did you strike me?" Draco's agitation intensified, nearing a frenzy. He felt utterly innocent and unfortunate. "I came specifically to befriend you. Why did you hurt me so badly?" "Why? Who would want to be your friend?" Harry shot back, his face a mask of disdain. "And why did I hit you? Haven't you hurt my cousin? Your mouth is far too foul. You had it coming." Harry's retort was sharp and decisive. Since his cousin had deemed Draco's injuries inconsequential, he felt no anxiety. "You're all mad. You've all lost your minds." Draco nearly broke down, overwhelmed by the situation. "Harry Potter, along with Weasley and Longbottom, you're all insane, aligning yourselves with Muggleborns and heeding their words against pure blood wizards." With a thud and a clap, Harry, upon hearing Draco's blatant insult towards his cousin, rose without hesitation. He strode purposefully to Draco and delivered two sharp slaps to his face. Draco's already bloodied visage quickly became swollen and bruised. At this point, he dared not utter another word, merely gazing at Harry with a mix of indignation and tears welling in his eyes. Dudley raised his hand to his forehead, comprehending his cousin's actions and anger, and felt a sense of solace. However, when he heard Malfoy insult him as a mudblood, he felt no sting from the words. In his previous life as a Han Chinese, such derogatory remarks held no weight. The term mudblood implies a lineage deemed filthy and inferior. In China, only pets such as cats and dogs are categorized by their pedigree. Nevertheless, the term mudblood bore no significance for Dudley, but it certainly held power over Hermione. Having just transitioned from the Muggle world to the wizarding realm, her understanding of wizards and magic stemmed solely from the textbooks purchased in Diagon Alley, and she was unaware of the term's meaning. However, ignorance was inconsequential, as Hermione embodied the spirit of inquiry. When Harry struck Malfoy, she promptly inquired about the term's definition from Ron and Neville, with Ron primarily providing the answer. Upon grasping its meaning, Hermione inevitably became angry and saddened, desiring revenge against Malfoy, but Harry had already taken action, and she had previously confronted Malfoy herself. Malfoy was now in a rather unfortunate predicament, leaving Hermione uncertain whether to feel sorrow or satisfaction. Dudley observed his friend's reactions, particularly Hermione's. He could have intervened to stop Malfoy's foul language, but he chose not to, recognizing that such a measure would only address the symptoms rather than the root of the issue. He could not follow Hermione or Malfoy indefinitely, and students like Malfoy were not in short supply at Hogwarts. Therefore, for Hermione, or any young wizard from a Muggle background, it was nearly impossible to avoid bullying or insults from those who espoused pure-blood supremacy at Hogwarts. Dudley understood that resorting to violence repeatedly would not resolve the fundamental problem. This was not the appropriate approach to remedying the grievances faced by victims of bullying. Instead, his goal was to help Hermione unravel her emotional turmoil and to broaden Draco Malfoy's perspective, enabling them to discern the true intentions behind the decaying pure-blood ideology hidden within the terms mudblood and pure-blood supremacy. He aspired to elevate his companions' understanding, allowing them to differentiate between genuine villains, the brainwashed fools, and those malevolent individuals who willingly played the fool. In doing so, they could truly release the weight of such derogatory terms and respond to bullying with a more composed mindset. All right, Harry, come back. I believe we need to have a thorough discussion with this young Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 64. Pure-blood supremacy? Utterly absurd. Upon hearing his cousin's call, Harry temporarily spared Malfoy and returned to his seat. At that moment, young Master Malfoy bore a swollen, bloodied face, his expression a mixture of fear and reluctant defiance. Noticing Dudley's gaze, he attempted to hurl an insult, but, upon encountering Harry's piercing stare, swallowed his words, ultimately emitting only a disdainful snort. Dudley felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, yet he restrained himself. Commence the incantation. Swiftly heal, renew, and refresh. Calm the spirit. A formidable magical aura radiated forth with the incantation. The healing and cleansing spells enveloped the trio of Malfoys, first mending the majority of their injuries and subsequently cleansing their faces and bodies of bloodstains. The final calming charm enveloped all present, soothing their spirits as much as possible. You must be Harry Potter's cousin. I never imagined you were indeed as powerful as the rumor suggested. What do you wish to discuss with me? When shall you release us? Malfoy, having regained his composure, began to speak in a normal tone, his expression complex as he regarded the perpetually composed Dudley, as if his understanding had been shaken, tinged with a hint of reluctant submission. Do not worry, Malfoy. We are your classmates, not kidnappers. We shall not keep you bound indefinitely. If you can sincerely apologize for your previous words and deeds, you shall soon regain your freedom, Dudley stated with a calm smile. Fine. I apologize. I'm sorry. Is that sufficient? Release me and Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy exclaimed, his face darkened, speaking rapidly and perfunctorily. That will not suffice. It is far too insincere. Dudley shook his head. What do you want from me? Malfoy, feeling agitation rise within, retorted angrily. You were the ones who provoked me first. I cannot agree. Dudley remained composed, explaining, initially, it was indeed Neville's toad that leapt onto your shoulder, causing you distress. However, that was an accident, and most a lapse on Neville's part, akin to your miscast expulsion charm that inadvertently struck him. The toad jumped from your shoulder. I caught Neville before he fell, and no one was harmed, which should have been the end of it. Yet you came before us, demanding an apology from Neville, calling him foolish, resorting to personal attacks. Personal attacks? You have attacked my character, Malfoy argued, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet stubbornly defending himself. I struck you because you insulted Ron's family. Hermione interjected. I hit you in the stomach for your slander against Hermione. Harry added in agreement. The subsequent blow to your face was for the insults directed at my cousin and all of us. You all mocked me first, Weasleys. Then you kidnapped us. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Malfoy, stimulated, vehemently countered Hermione and Harry's assertions. Enough. Dudley, exasperated, cast the calming charm once more to soothe the children. Indeed, as the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Observing Malfoy's obstinate and unreasonable arguments, he was reminded of one of Dumbledore's commendable traits, the old headmaster's ability to reason, his willingness to acknowledge his mistakes, and his openness to counsel. Far more amenable to reform than Malfoy, Darcy collected his thoughts and began to strike with fervor. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Malfoy. Each individual harbors a scale of judgment within their heart. You might ponder your own conscience. Which party between us has acted more egregiously? Say what you will. Malfoy's tone initially faltered, but after a moment's pause, he weakly expressed his defiance. Stubborn fool. Darcy shook his head and directly addressed the matter at hand. Malfoy, have you ever counted how many times during a trivial conflict among classmates you have hurled the term Mudblood Dan attacked others' families and bloodlines? Upon hearing Darcy mention bloodlines, Malfoy regained his bravado. Pure-blood wizards are inherently superior to those of Muggle descent. You and that Hermione are born lowly. Well, my insults. You deserve it. Even the ever-composed Darcy could no longer endure Malfoy's venomous words. He pointed at Malfoy's pristine, pale face and cast a stinging curse. Ah! Malfoy let out a pained cry, as a searing sensation engulfed his face. Before long, his visage was marred with unsightly welts, rendering him unrecognizable. One must concede, if 1s could be quantified as strength, you would indeed be formidable. Having vented his frustration on Malfoy, Darcy continued his reasoning. Do you genuinely believe in the ideology of pure-blood supremacy? Stop deceiving yourself. Both my parents and Hermione's are Muggles, and you deride us as mudbloods. Ron is pure blood, yet you mock his family's impoverishment, labeling them a disgrace to purebloods. Neville is also pure blood, yet you deride him as foolish, intimidating, and bullying him. Harry's parents are both wizards, but his mother hails from a Muggle family. Technically, Harry is a half-blood, yet due to his fame, you seek his friendship. Is this adherence to pure-blood supremacy? No, it is not. You merely wield the concept of pure blood to elevate your own status, to validate the Malfoy family superiority over other wizards as a matter of course. You and your decaying pure-blood faction fear the rising tide of Muggle-born wizards encroaching upon your interests, threatening your dominion within the magical realm, undermining your lofty position. Thus, you concoct a doctrine of pure-blood supremacy to cloak yourselves while denigrating others. You speak nonsense. Pure blood is noble. It is indeed noble. My father has taught me thus. Malfoy retorted, enduring the pain and discomfort etched upon his face. Earlier, Darcy had intentionally spared Malfoy's mouth from the curse's effects, allowing him to continue speaking. It was evident that Malfoy's spirit and ideological framework had suffered a severe blow. Instinctively, he opposed Darcy's assertions. Yet he could not uncover any logical fallacies within Darcy's words, rendering him emotionally unstable. Huh, your father? Do you truly believe he subscribes to this pure-blood supremacy? If he were a steadfast believer in pure-blood superiority, he would not have served Voldemort as a lackey. Dudley continued to speak passionately, his words unrestrained and bold. Voldemort, the offspring born of a rebellious witch's enchantment upon a Muggle, dares to ascend over your pure-blood families, casting disdain and filth upon you. What grounds do you have to proclaim pure-blood superiority? It is utterly ludicrous. Chapter 65. The interest behind pure-blood ideology. The companions on both sides were taken aback. Among the 8 individuals in the room, aside from Dudley, Harry maintained his composure, while Hermione appeared somewhat relieved. The others exhibited signs of anxiety. Ron felt a mix of fear and excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a juicy revelation, while Neville appeared confused amidst his trepidation. Crabbe and Goyle, the silenced lackeys, displayed their hostility towards Dudley, evidently having been thoroughly indoctrinated by their foolish Death Eater parents. Malfoy was visibly shaken, yet his astonishment was tinged with stubborn skepticism. Clearly, Dudley's portrayal of Voldemort did not align with the limited information he had absorbed from his parents and the fence-sitting pure-blood circles throughout his upbringing. How dare you insult my father and misrepresent the powerful Dark Lord? After a prolonged pause, Malfoy stammered, "The Dark Lord is the staunchest supporter of pure-blood ideology. He cannot possibly have such a disgraceful origin." Dudley erupted into a chilling laugh. "Oh, poor ignorant Malfoy. Do you truly believe that Voldemort adheres to pure-blood supremacy? It is merely a ruse to ensnare you, the decaying pure-blood aristocrats unable to relinquish your status and interests, to serve as his dogs and aid him in his dominion over the wizarding world. Voldemort supports pure blood? Dream on. That is but a facade. His mind is consumed only with power, immortality, and slaughter. Your father, along with the fathers of your 2 foolish lackeys and the surviving double-dealing Death Eaters, are either brainwashed fools adhering to pure-blood ideology or self-serving individuals who exploit Voldemort's might to fortify their own positions, or simply cowards who succumb to his tyranny and join the ranks of the corrupt. Which category do you believe your father belongs to? And which do you, as a scion of a Death Eater, fall into? In the future, should Voldemort manage to reclaim his power, will you willingly or unwillingly become one of those? Have you ever contemplated these questions?" Malfoy's pockmarked face betrayed no emotion, but the flickering of his eyes revealed his inner turmoil. At merely 11 years old, despite being somewhat more astute than his peers and having received an upbringing steeped in wizarding aristocracy, he struggled to fully grasp the treachery and convoluted interests articulated by Dudley. He could only remain silent. Noticing this, Dudley turned his gaze towards Hermione, observing her deep contemplation. She appeared to comprehend Dudley's sentiments more than Malfoy, yet it was evident that she too had not reached complete understanding. Daryl could comprehend this predicament. No matter how astute a child may be, they remain a child. Unless they're a fellow time traveler like him, or an heir groomed from a young age. It is challenging to fully grasp the depth of his words without sufficient life experiences. Well then, if the nuances of humanities are lost on you, let us delve into the realm of sciences. Very well, Malfoy, if you find yourself perplexed, jot down your thoughts and consult your father. Perhaps he too is a bit muddled. It will be prudent to peruse historical texts, preferably those of Muggles, as the tomes on magical history lack substance. Reflect on the events of the past. Why did they unfold as they did? How did historical figures navigate their challenges, and were their resolutions effective? I perceive a glimmer of introspection in your eyes. You are not beyond redemption, unlike your stubborn companions who seem thoroughly indoctrinated. Daryl's tone softened. His words were not solely directed at Malfoy, but also intended for Hermione. As for Ron and Neville, Daryl held no illusions that they would absorb this wisdom. One has awakened, yet remains indifferent to learning, while the other is still ensnared by the effects of the forgetfulness charm. Who would bother to read Muggle history? With a hint of encouragement from Daryl, Malfoy regained his arrogance, proclaiming, after all, that one cannot alter the inherent superiority of pure-blood wizards. If those pure-bloods of your had not acted foolishly, intermingling with Muggles and diluting their lineage, there would be no mudbloods like you today. The wonders of magic would remain forever beyond your reach. Thus, pureblood families are rightfully entitled to a status above yours and deserve your respect. Daryl regarded Malfoy with surprise. He had not anticipated that the arrogant boy could articulate such a seemingly rational fallacy. It aligned perfectly with Daryl's intention to counter the pureblood ideology through a scientific lens. He chuckled and applauded Malfoy, which elicited a flicker of apprehension in Malfoy's small eyes. What are you scheming now? I warn you, do not strike me again or cast dark spells upon me, lest my father, Malfoy, loses his composure, he retorted. Spare your father, Malfoy, Daryl interjected, shaking his head in exasperation. Do you still believe that the Malfoy family retains the same grandeur as before? A decade ago, Voldemort's catastrophic defeat, coupled with the recent execution of Death Eaters following the failed rebellion in Azkaban, has diminished your once mighty pure-blood lineage to its historical nadir. Now, you can barely keep your heads above water, and yet you seek to create enemies for your father? You are leading him to ruin. Malfoy's expression turned frantic as he recalled his father's recent troubled demeanor and the admonition to befriend Harry Potter and cultivate a rapport with Dumbledore. He lapsed into silence once more. It seems you are quite perceptive. Through Malfoy's gaze, Dudley discerned his innermost thoughts and returned to the main topic, continuing. You were partially correct in your earlier assertion. Had the original batch of pure-blood wizards refrained from intermingling with Muggles, magic might indeed have remained estranged from the Muggle community. Malfoy, astonished by Dudley's unexpected agreement, exhibited a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Clearly, he lacked an understanding of the art of strategic discourse and the potency of the conjunction, but, with a smile, Dudley remarked, however, under such circumstances, the wizarding community would have long since faded into the annals of history. Even now, the number of wizards in the British magical realm is merely 3,000. Oh no, it's even less now, only around 2,005 or 600. It is evident how rare the so-called pure-blood wizards who once thrived in this land must have been. If the initial pure-blood wizards had chosen not to marry Muggles, but rather to confine their unions within their own circle, it would not take long for them to become consanguineous over generations. I wonder if you young wizards from wizarding families have studied genetics and comprehend the dangers of inbreeding? I do. Hermione interjected suddenly. Chapter 66. The Fainting Malfoy. Muddy attire attending. I have perused the works of geneticist Mendel, and it is well established that inbreeding can lead to genetic mutations and physical deformities in offspring, with only a slim chance of producing individuals of exceptional intelligence and talent. However, in the long run, If successive generations continue to intermarry, it will inevitably result in deformities and an escalating mortality rate, ultimately leading to extinction. Hermione fully embraced her role as the know-it-all, imparting wisdom to her peers in the wizarding world. Indeed, Dudley cast an appreciative glance at Hermione and added, thus, "Young, pure-blood wizard Malfoy, do you comprehend? The wizarding bloodline, akin to what Muggles refer to as genes, necessitates diversity and richness. Should wizards never intermarry with Muggles? While there would be no hybrid wizards, wizards themselves would become an endangered species. In this day and age, absolute purity of blood no longer exists. Every wizard, including you, Malfoy, possesses some degree of Muggle lineage, and that is a fact." Dudley's words pierced Malfoy's tender defenses like a blade. Yet in truth, Dudley's earlier statement was somewhat flawed. There exists, in fact, one truly pure-blood wizard in this world, and that is Dudley himself. His wizarding lineage was derived from the Philosopher's Stone, much like the original pure-blood wizards, whose magical bloodlines were likely not inherently theirs, but rather acquired inadvertently from magical beings. The evidence supporting this notion is glaringly clear. Wizards are human, and so are Muggles. Biologically, they belong to the same species. Why should wizards possess magic while Muggles do not? The most plausible explanation is that the original wizards were, in fact, Muggles. They are the elite or the fortunate among humanity, having acquired some wondrous substance or power from the magical beings or materials that naturally exist within this world. Through relentless procreation and intermingling with others, they have disseminated the bloodline of wizards. To this day, perhaps within the genes of every Muggle lies a latent magical gene. However, the magical gene is recessive, while the non-magical gene is dominant. When a Muggle possesses both the non-magical and magical genes, the express trait corresponds to the dominant non-magical gene, resulting in a lack of magical ability, rendering them unable to become wizards. This explains how two Muggles can produce a wizard. Both parents may pass on their magical genes to their offspring, who may then inherit solely the magical gene, devoid of the non-magical gene, thus expressing the recessive trait of possessing magic and the ability to cast spells, ultimately becoming a wizard. I refuse to believe it. Upon hearing Dudley's conclusion, Malfoy erupted once more. His worldview and values were profoundly shaken, instinctively repelling and denying Dudley's assertions. "I am pure blood. The Malfoy family is pure blood. The 28 sacred families are all pure blood. You two mudbloods are spouting nonsense. I will not believe you. I will not believe you." Observing Malfoy's almost deranged demeanor, Dudley lost interest in further debate. His objective had been achieved. Hermione now understood the concept of what it means to be pure blood. Thus, when Malfoy insulted her as a mudblood, she could remain unperturbed, regarding it as the lamentations of a madman. Dudley was also poised to claim the system reward for resolving the grievous incident of bullying against the ever-resourceful Miss, but he opted to delay, as he had not yet attained the level of a perfect resolution to qualify for the highest reward. Perhaps Hermione would need to independently address several more instances of bloodline discrimination and bullying during her forthcoming tenure at Hogwarts to solidify her newly formed understanding. As for Malfoy, Dudley was convinced that his prior statements had left an indelible impression on Malfoy, fracturing his perceptions of pure blood. It would not be long before this young Malfoy, still possessed of a flicker of kindness, gradually came to accept the truth. With this in mind, Dudley contemplated casting a little magic on Malfoy and his companions to further engrave the lesson in Malfoy's memory. Unexpectedly, Ron, seated across from him, spoke up. The Weasley and Longbottom families are also among the so-called 28 sacred families. However, the Weasley family does not subscribe to the notion of pure blood supremacy. Malfoy, if you cannot comprehend this, do not drag us into your confusion. Ron's eyes glinted with a touch of mockery as he addressed Malfoy. We, the Weasley family, are indeed one of the 28 sacred families, but we certainly have intermarried with Muggles. Only you obstinate pure-blood families refuse to acknowledge this. Hence, the Weasley family is a disgrace to pure blood. How could Malfoy allow the Weasley, whom his family held in contempt, to confront him, no longer consumed by obsession? He instantly retorted. Ron's face flushed with anger. In order to maintain his dignity before his newly acquired friends and uphold his family's honor, he impulsively exposed the Malfoy family's secrets. It is you Malfoys who are the shameless hypocrites. Don't think I am unaware. Although your family tree appears to be replete with the names of wizards every couple of generations, your family is intermarried with a Muggle born to improve the very bloodline that Dudley and Hermione just mentioned. Furthermore, it is widely known in pure blood circles that your ancestor, Lucius I, once courted a Muggle queen and failed, and yet you still dare to claim pure blood status? You have the audacity to insult and bully others with your superiority complex? I'm ashamed for you. Ron's revelation of familial gossip became the final straw that broke Malfoy's spirit. Overwhelmed by the successive blows, Malfoy fainted. The remaining occupants of the compartment turned their gazes toward Ron, who panicked, exclaiming, "It's not my fault. It's Malfoy's own incompetence." Dudley gave Ron a thumbs up, which steadied his nerves, before pointing at the trio of Malfoys. Forget all. A blinding white light enveloped Crabbe and Goyle, rendering these two hopelessly dim-witted boys oblivious to everything that had transpired in the compartment. They only recognized that Dudley had dragged them in and given them a beating. Transform now. Keep the spell constant. Subsequently, a powerful transfiguration spell cloaked the robes worn by the Malfoy trio, transforming their garments into filthy, muddy rags, leaving them covered in rancid muck, as if they were draped in the decayed mire of a swamp. Moreover, Dudley ensured that this transformation would remain permanent, making it impossible for the Malfoys to remove the filth. Crabbe and Goyle, their silencing charm lifted by Dudley, felt the disgusting, sticky, and foul-smelling mud on their bodies and retched, further staining their already filthy garments. If you throw mud to insult others, be prepared to become the muck yourself, Dudley declared firmly, waving his hand to conjure a large bubble, shielding himself and his companions from the foul odor, while simultaneously lifting the magical barrier blocking the compartment door. Take your boss and get lost. Dudley hurled the wands of the Malfoy trio into the corridor outside, angrily admonishing them. Chapter 67. This time we bear the burden. Next time, it's your turn. Dudley released the vines and binding spells that had ensnared the Malfoy trio. Crabbe and Goyle dared not show any sign of resistance. They bore the discomfort and nausea brought on by their muddy attire, and slowly rose to their feet, assisting the unconscious Malfoy, who was similarly enveloped in filth, his face marred by unsightly lumps, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Trembling, they exited the compartment. Subsequently, Dudley lifted the non-traceable expansion charm he had cast within the compartment and performed a cleaning charm anew, clearing away the refuse and foul odors, restoring the compartment to its original state. Everyone, stop dawdling. The matter is resolved. Let us indulge in some snacks. Don't let them go to waste. Dudley cheerfully beckoned to his newly acquainted companions to share the treats, his tone and demeanor a stark contrast to the reprimand he had just given to Malfoy as cronies. Ron, Neville, and Hermione were momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished by Dudley's swift change in demeanor. However, they quickly adjusted, as Harry took the initiative to begin snacking and enthusiastically engaged in conversation with his newfound comrades. Dudley observed the reactions of the three new friends intently, then tore open a package of chocolate frogs, swiftly grasping a leaping frog leg to consume. He sensed a slight distance from Ron, seemingly intimidated by his ruthless methods. Neville exhibited a similar hesitance, yet his more naive and introverted nature rendered his discomfort more subdued as he avoided eye contact with Dudley, appearing timid and fearful. In contrast, Hermione did not harbor any feelings of alienation or fear due to Dudley's earlier behavior. Instead, she displayed a look of gratitude and admiration, akin to a fan encountering an idol. Dudley welcomed this adulation, perceiving it as the acquisition of yet another intelligent ally or subordinate. He understood that Hermione was captivated solely by his knowledge, abilities, and way of thinking, and not by him personally. A strong-willed woman like Hermione would likely seek a partner akin to Ron, who possessed a nurturing demeanor, whereas Dudley himself was resolutely focused on becoming stronger, avoiding the pitfalls of romantic entanglement. Which house do you all hope to be sorted into? I most desire to be in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. As darkness enveloped the sky outside, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogwarts, Ron suddenly broached the subject, piquing the interest of his companions. Harry expressed his own wish to be sorted into Gryffindor, citing Hagrid and Dumbledore as former students of the house, adamantly stating his desire to steer clear of Slytherin, wishing to distance himself from the decay of pure-blood elitism. Hermione and Neville chimed in with similar sentiments, all expressing a strong aversion to Slytherin. Dudley remained aloof regarding the discussion. According to the original narrative, apart from him, all in the compartment were likely destined for the lioness house. Cousin, which house do you wish to join? Dudley remained silent, yet Harry proactively inquired, it would be best if we could be in the same house. Dudley smiled faintly, replying, any house will do. After all, the curriculum is the same across all 4 houses. There's no difference. Our journey to Hogwarts is rooted in the pursuit of magic and the honing of our abilities. Placing excessive emphasis on which house we belong to is a trivial matter, devoid of significance. Upon hearing this, my companions were momentarily taken aback, particularly Ron, who had never contemplated the issue in such a manner. His family was almost entirely associated with Gryffindor, and his long-standing desire had been to join that house. But cousin, if we are not sorted into the same house, won't we be separated? Harry inquired with a sense of urgency. What does it matter? Do you truly believe these so-called house rules can confine me? Dudley dismissed such trivialities with indifference. Given his current prowess and his connection to Dumbledore, he felt that at Hogwarts, apart from the girls' dormitories and restrooms, he could reside wherever he pleased, even in the restricted section of the library if he so desired. Indeed, Harry felt a wave of relief. Yet, the others found themselves at a loss for words, succumbing to an awkward silence. Hermione hesitated, contemplating raising the topic of the school rules she had memorized prior to their arrival, but upon reflection, realized that they had already violated numerous rules before even stepping foot in Hogwarts, and thus swallowed her words. Ding dong. The train's announcement system chimed, informing passengers that they would soon arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 5 minutes, and to please set down their belongings in preparation for disembarkation. This announcement shifted the atmosphere in the compartment back to one of joy and tension. The joy stemmed from the anticipation of reaching their destination and encountering the enigmatic Hogwarts, while the tension arose from the uncertainty of whom they would meet and what events would unfold upon their arrival, eliciting a sense of trepidation towards the unknown. We're about to disembark. Cheer up. Hogwarts won't devour us. Let's share the remaining snacks. Dudley reassured them with an air of composure, waving his hand to divide the leftover treats into 5 equal portions. Moreover, should the trio of Malfoy foolishly choose to report us to the Hogwarts professors and headmaster, feel free to cast the blame upon Harry and me. That simply won't do. I was involved too. I shall not shift the responsibility onto my friends. Hermione promptly rose, her voice filled with fervor. Indeed, Dudley, we shall face any repercussions together. I have a pair of twin brothers who frequently find themselves in trouble at Hogwarts. The punishments are usually limited to tidying up the trophy room or enduring detention in the professor's office. Nothing of great consequence. Ron chimed in, clearly inspired by his 2 exemplary siblings. I feel the same, Neville stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately managing a tentative agreement. Excellent. In light of this camaraderie, we shall be good brothers and partners from now on, Dudley exclaimed with newfound exuberance, gently patting Ron, Hermione, and Neville on the shoulders, warming their hearts. However, before the trio could respond, Dudley added, since we are good partners, let's not stand on ceremony. It is certainly preferable for 2 individuals to face punishment rather than 5. This time, I shall shoulder the burden alongside Harry. In the future, you may take your turn as well. Huh? Ron and the others were momentarily stunned. There will indeed be a next time? Dudley, displeased, wore a look that suggested they underestimated him. This is merely the beginning. There will undoubtedly be a next time, and even a time after that. Fear not. From now on, I shall protect everyone. As long as our cause is just, we must not cower. Let's bravely combat evil. If trouble arises, I shall bear the consequences. Dudley pounded his chest confidently, relishing the chaos, utterly unburdened by any sense of responsibility. He had meticulously devised plans, acquired formidable powers, which were not meant to be mere ornaments, but tools to be wielded. Moreover, he speculated that Voldemort's main soul would likely come to Hogwarts in search of the Philosopher's Stone to rejuvenate his life force and orchestrate his resurrection. Collaborating with the main characters blessed by fortune in the original tale, they would have multiple perspectives and avenues to explore, potentially uncovering clues related to Voldemort's soul. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 68. The turmoil and frenzy above the Black Lake. A long whistle and the sound of the train's brakes emanated from the open compartment door, breaking Ron and the others from their reverie. We have arrived. Let us disembark. Dudley adjusted his robe, grasping the smelting stick, stepping forth as if leading a band of rogues on a leisurely outing, confidently departing the compartment first. Harry followed closely behind. The remaining trio of Ron exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Passengers from the train began to exit their compartments and make their way to the open space on the platform. The number of Hogwarts students was relatively modest, with approximately 40 per grade, summing up to around 300 across 7 grades. At this moment, within this group of 300, 2 distinct spaces had formed. One was occupied by Dudley and his entourage of 5, as the young wizards, intimidated by Dudley's strength, instinctively distanced themselves from Harry's tarnished reputation. Naturally, there were those who did not perceive Dudley and Harry as particularly fearsome, but this group, swayed by the collective, chose not to oppose the majority and approach Dudley's group at such a time. Ron's older brothers noticed their younger sibling standing with Dudley and Harry, giving Ron a thumbs up from afar in admiration. The other cleared space featured 3 masked little figures, covered in mud and exuding an unpleasant odor akin to biological weapons, causing others to steer clear. These 3 little figures shrouded their faces with spare clothing, bowed their heads in silence, huddling together for warmth, clearly wishing to keep their identities concealed. However, this only intensified the whispers and stares from others. The Slytherin students were particularly vocal in expressing disdain, scorn, ridicule, and even insults. This made the 3 little figures tremble with indignation, their heads bowing even lower. Yet, the mud upon them quivered but refused to fall away. "Hey, first-year students, follow me." The towering figure of Hagrid approached, holding a lantern aloft. At first glance, he noticed Dudley and Harry, offering them a smile, completely oblivious to the disdain with which the other young wizards regarded Dudley and his companions, as was his customary oblivion. Upon encountering Hagrid, Dudley took the lead without hesitation, guiding Harry and their newly acquired friends to the front of the line, trailing behind Hagrid. Meanwhile, the trio of the Mudblood Malfoy group slinked along at the rear of the first-year cohort. It was a rare sight to see the orderly procession divided into 3 segments. The older students observed the Mudblood trio's presence at the end of the first-year line, pointing and whispering. Their curiosity piqued about which individuals could make such a spectacle at such a pivotal moment in their lives as entering Hogwarts. However, the answers to their inquiries would remain unknown for the time being. Students from the 2nd to 7th years did not share the same path with the first years. They would take a shortcut under the guidance of their respective house leaders, heading directly to the Hogwarts dining hall to await the newcomers. In contrast, the first years, led by Hagrid, approached the edge of the Black Lake before the majestic, mysterious, and towering Hogwarts castle, which loomed in the distance, captivating the hearts of the new arrivals. They were required to form groups of 4, each boarding a small boat to traverse the Black Lake and arrive at the castle for the sorting ceremony. Without hesitation, Dudley waved his wand, commandeering 2 boats. He transformed 2 stones from the lakeside into chains, linking the 2 boats together to create a tandem vessel. On board, Dudley beckoned his companions, adhering to a 3 in front, 2 in back arrangement as they boarded the connected boats. Dudley, Harry, and Ron occupied the front boat, while Hermione and Neville settled in the rear. Hagrid, accustomed to Dudley's antics, focused on his duties, unable to engage in hushed conversation with his friends. He assisted the other newcomers in boarding before taking a boat by himself at the forefront to navigate. The boats, propelled by magic, were also equipped with oars. The Mudblood trio, clad in their grimy attire, naturally shared a boat at the back of the flotilla. No one dared to share their vessel or draw near them. "Malfoy, should we jump into the Black Lake for a bath? Perhaps we could wash off this filthy muck," Crabbe suggested in a hushed tone from their boat. Goyle's eyes brightened at the thought as he eyed the water, ready to leap overboard. Malfoy quickly seized him, hissing in a low voice. "Are you trying to get us killed? There are vicious merpeople and enormous squids in this lake. And in these filthy clothes, can we even swim? We'd drown if we jumped in. What shall we do then? Once we reach the opposite shore, the sorting ceremony will commence. And we cannot present ourselves looking like this." With a pitiful whimper, Goyle emitted a sound of distress. Malfoy was equally troubled upon awakening. He brandished his wand at the trio's soiled garments, casting numerous countercharms to no avail. The prospect of forcibly removing the garments was equally futile. Once the train arrived at its destination, the only recourse was to obscure their faces with spare clothing. a rather ineffectual solution intended to preserve the Malfoy family's dignity for a brief moment. Goyle and Crabbe were idly paddling their small boat, while Malfoy, seated at the bow, cast a glance at the lead row of boats, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Paddle faster. Accelerate. Catch up to Harry Potter and his cousin's boat. After a prolonged internal struggle, Malfoy made a decisive command to his two dim-witted lackeys. What? Upon hearing his words, Crabbe and Goyle not only failed to increase their pace, but instead ceased rowing altogether. Malfoy, are you mad? Getting closer to that terrifying freak could cost us our lives. The fear instilled in Crabbe and Goyle by Dudley had seeped into their very bones. You two fools. If we want to avoid making a scene and humiliating our families, our only option is to seek out Dudley Dursley and apologize discreetly. Only by having him lift the spell he cast upon us can we attend the sorting ceremony with any semblance of dignity. Do you wish to make a spectacle before the entire school? Malfoy, in a state of agitation, fervently paddled the boat while urgently explaining the rationale to his lackeys. How could his companions be so dim-witted? Malfoy felt utterly exasperated. The thought of Dudley's formidable might and his formidable companions weighed heavily on his heart. Oh, is that so? Goyle and Crabbe, as if awakening from stupor, quickly resumed their paddling, working in unison to hasten the boat. However, they had already fallen behind and had squandered precious time. The hope of catching up to Dudley's lead boat before reaching the opposite shore seemed increasingly futile. Chapter 69. A swiftly departing lifeline. The Black Lake, situated to the south of Hogwarts Castle, is home to a myriad of magical creatures. The primary inhabitants include a group of unsightly merfolk and an enormous squid. The merfolk, possessing grotesque features that bear no resemblance to the legendary sirens, exhibit boorish behavior and a temperamental nature. Yet, they are bound by a magical covenant with Hogwarts, residing in the Black Lake for generations and serving as its southern defense, ensuring no harm comes to the students of Hogwarts. As for the colossal squid, despite its size, it is a gentle creature. Should a young wizard fall into the lake, it will extend its massive tentacles to rescue them and return them to shore. Hence, Malfoy's concerns regarding the act of bathing in the lake were somewhat exaggerated. However, he was correct in one regard. Plunging into the lake would not resolve their predicament. The art of transformation that Dursley employs is not merely a matter of rinsing with water. "Dursley, look behind you," exclaimed Hermione, who, positioned on the rear vessel of the linked boats, noticed a disturbance in the water and hastily relayed the message to the front. At that moment, Dursley had already caught wind of the hurried and chaotic splashes from the rear and, with a knowing smirk, cautioned his companions. "Hold on to the edge of the boat and brace yourselves. We are about to accelerate." With that, he gave a light tap on the linked boat, unleashing his magical energy. In an instant, the vessel carrying the five of them shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, generating a high spray of water as it sped towards the distant destination, leaving the other boats far behind. This sudden burst took Hagrid by surprise as well. He chuckled helplessly, producing his oak wand, which no longer required the cover of an umbrella, and waved it twice, hastening the pace of the other first-year boats. However, to ensure safety, Hagrid's charm was no match for the speed enhanced by Dursley, as even the splashes from the linked boat could not reach his own. Meanwhile, the trio of Malfoy, situated in the central part of the fleet, gazed despondently at the rapidly departing linked boat. "Is Dursley truly intent on making this unbearable?" Malfoy exclaimed in frustration, but then recalled Dursley's outrageous remarks made earlier in the compartment, transforming his ire into a long, resigned sigh. "Should we pursue them, Malfoy?" Crabbe inquired quietly. "Pursue? They clearly wish to humiliate us. Not only can we not catch up, but even if we did, we would only find ourselves in deeper trouble." Malfoy lamented. Their only recourse was to seek the assistance of a Hogwarts professor, hoping that the welcoming faculty would respect their privacy and transport them to a secluded spot to break the enchantment. "Why have you stopped rowing?" Malfoy suddenly asked, leaving Crabbe and Goyle perplexed. Earlier, when Malfoy had declared not to pursue, they ceased their paddling, relying solely on Hagrid's charm to maintain a steady course. "But didn't you say we weren't pursuing?" Crabbe queried in confusion. "We are not pursuing, but we must first find a Hogwarts professor to break the spell." Malfoy snapped. "You two fools, start rowing again." Ultimately, the trio of Malfoy was unable to gain the upper hand, for they were not the only ones with hands. Other first years, who initially admired the distant castle's nighttime scenery and eagerly anticipated the upcoming sorting ceremony, found their spirits dampened by the three foul little creatures. Consequently, everyone began employing their own methods to hasten their boats, striving to leave Malfoy's group far behind to escape the noxious odor carried by the wind. As a result, a tug-of-war ensued between Malfoy's group and the others. As everyone hastened forward, the trio of Malfoy, burdened by their injuries, could hardly hope to be at the front of the pack. Their ability to persist without falling behind was largely thanks to the ample strength provided by the corpulent forms of Crabbe and Goyle. After an exhilarating rowing competition, the trio found their soiled garments clinging to them even more, saturated with sweat and exuding a more pungent odor. Upon reaching the shore, they were met, as anticipated, with a barrage of floral and avian grievances, accusations, and insults, which nearly pushed their tempers to the brink. Meanwhile, Dudley and his band had already made it ashore, grinning as they awaited Hagrid to lead the other first-year students. This beaming countenance only intensified Malfoy's simmering resentment. Yet, he found himself powerless against Dudley, opting instead to continue burying his head in the sand alongside Crabbe and Goyle, enduring the harshest of slurs without daring to retort, lest their true identities be exposed and their family's reputation tarnished. Hagrid had evidently taken note of the three little mud-covered figures in the group and had intended to intervene. However, upon seeing Dudley's smirk, he quickly deduced that these three had incurred Dudley's wrath. It was clear that any child who had offended Dudley was no good, and perhaps a little hardship would serve them well. With this thought, Hagrid decided to disregard them, knowing that once they reached the Great Hall, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore would handle everything. Thus, he feigned ignorance and led the throng of new students toward the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. The procession once again fell into a familiar formation, Dudley's group at the forefront, Malfoy's trio at the rear, with the other first years sandwiched in between. The new students had arrived at the castle's underground dock through a dark tunnel. Here, a pathway of gravel ascended, leading them through a rocky tunnel carved into the mountainside. At last, they emerged onto a sprawling expanse of grass. Not far ahead, ascending a series of stone steps, loomed the mysterious and magnificent entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid, lantern in hand, approached and rapped on the door with a resounding knock. The door swung open, revealing a tall, middle-aged witch with black hair, wearing square spectacles and a pointed wizard hat, draped in a resplendent emerald robe. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her keen eyes bore a serious expression. It was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the current deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. She first nodded to Hagrid, inquiring if all the new students had arrived. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she prepared to take over and lead the new arrivals into the castle. However, as she casually scanned the line of students, she noticed the three isolated, mud-streaked figures lingering at the end. "Oh my goodness! By Merlin's beard! What is this? Are you three new students? Who has transformed your clothes into such a state?" Professor McGonagall navigated through the parting crowd of students, braving the odor to reach Malfoy's trio, her concern palpable. She refrained from using a charm to block the stench, believing that such an action would only serve to further undermine the dignity of the three children. "Can you take us somewhere else and help us break the curse?" Malfoy squeaked, straining to alter his tone, humbly beseeching Professor McGonagall with an exceedingly respectful and pitiable demeanor, utterly devoid of his usual arrogance. Professor McGonagall instantly grasped Malfoy's desire to save face and readily agreed to assist them, albeit with the stipulation that she first ascertain the identity of the culprit behind this mischief. The Principal McGonagall would never condone such egregious acts of bullying within the student body. "Tell me, which upperclassman cast the transfiguration upon you?" McGonagall assumed it was a student from Slytherin harassing the first years, yet refrained from explicitly mentioning Slytherin House due to her position. It wasn't an upperclassman, it was Crabbe. Emboldened by the presence of a professor, attempted to report on Dudley and his cohorts, but was swiftly silenced by Malfoy, who covered his mouth with a firm grip. "Be quiet," Malfoy sharply reprimanded his follower. His mind was in turmoil. On one hand, Dudley's words had struck a chord, prompting him to question the validity of his long-held beliefs in pure-blood supremacy. On the other hand, he was genuinely intimidated by Dudley, his strength, the ruthless wisdom emanating from his words, and his insights regarding the current state of the Malfoy family instilled a profound fear within him. Thus, he wished to avoid further antagonizing Dudley. For even if the professor were to lift the curse this time, there was no guarantee Dudley would not seek him out later, subjecting him to further humiliation and disgrace. What are you doing? There is no need to be afraid. I will ensure justice is served. Professor McGonagall observed Malfoy's demeanor with a furrowed brow, her expression grave as she pressed on. If it's not an upperclassman, could it be an outsider, an adult wizard? Tell me, who is responsible? The implication of an adult wizard being involved escalated the seriousness of the situation. Stop guessing, Professor. It was me. A calm, authoritative voice suddenly emerged from behind, interrupting McGonagall's inquiries. She turned to see a robust young wizard, oddly wielding a cane rather than a wand, accompanied by a small boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and striking green eyes, leisurely approaching her. Are you Harry? Harry Potter? Like others within the magical realm? McGonagall recognized the renowned savior at first glance, rather than Dudley. Yes, Professor. I am Harry, and this is my cousin, Dudley Dursley. Harry promptly replied, introducing his cousin. Upon hearing Dudley's name, McGonagall's frown deepened. Her former superior, who had been idle for nearly a decade, had recently undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming extraordinarily busy and embroiled in unprecedented affairs, seemingly due to this young boy named Dudley. A month ago, I recall the fierce conflict between the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance, and the miraculous essence it represented. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss as to how to confront Dudley. You are Dudley? I am familiar with you. What did you just say? Did you transform these 3 students into the state? The time for contemplation was brief, yet Professor McGonagall resolved to focus on the present matter at hand. With a furrowed brow, she sought to confirm Dudley's recent statements, for they were utterly unbelievable. Professor, you heard correctly. These 3 little mud people are indeed my creation, Dudley proclaimed, gripping his wand as he approached Professor McGonagall and the trio of Malfoy. However, unlike the considerate McGonagall, he cast a bubblehead charm over himself and his cousin as he drew nearer. Why did you do that? Upon hearing Dudley's response and witnessing his effortless wandless magic, McGonagall's expression grew increasingly serious, tinged with disappointment and disdain. That is naturally because someone has taken to hurling insults with mud, and not just once. I'm not the only one who has been subjected to such abuse. Dudley's penetrating gaze traversed past McGonagall, locking onto the shrunken, fearful eyes peeking from Malfoy's collar. At that moment, Malfoy felt his heart leap into his throat, terrified that Dudley might publicly disclose his true identity. What? After listening to Dudley's explanation, McGonagall's tone ascended an octave, and she turned her gaze toward Malfoy. You are mere first years who have not even begun your studies. How dare you use such vile language to insult your classmates? It is fortunate you have not yet been sorted into houses. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to deduct 20 points from each of you. After reprimanding Malfoy, Professor McGonagall redirected her attention to Dudley. Dudley, you too. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not cast such malevolent curses on your classmates. Impuyed autentique transfiguration, Professor. Of course, I used a curse as well, but he shielded himself with his clothing. Dudley candidly confessed his actions, causing Professor McGonagall's complexion to pale several shades. She could already envision another troublemaker emerging at Hogwarts. Having uttered this, Dudley disregarded McGonagall and took 2 steps forward, advancing toward Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle recoiled in fear. Yet Malfoy maintained his last vestige of defiance, gritting his teeth and refusing to retreat. Though ensconced in muck and obscure by clothing, one could still ascertain Malfoy's identity from his stature alone. What more do you want? I had no intention of reporting you. You chose to step forward yourself. Malfoy stammered, his voice quaking. Yet Dudley eschewed trivial discussions of accusations, fixing his gaze upon Malfoy and calmly inquired, How have you felt throughout this journey? What? Malfoy was taken aback by Dudley's unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. I ask you, how does it feel to be isolated, despised, scorned, and insulted by your classmates along this path? Dudley raised his voice, solemnly reiterating his question. At this moment, Malfoy snapped back to reality, reflecting upon his tumultuous journey. After a prolonged silence, he replied in an unusually bitter tone, I feel enraged, humiliated, distressed, terrified, and tormented. Louder! Dudley bellowed coldly. Malfoy was taken aback. his body trembling as if he might leap out of his skin. With great effort, he managed to compose himself. "I am furious, ashamed, uncomfortable, anxious. I am in agony." Malfoy summoned all his strength to shout these words, which had previously seemed foreign to him, liberating himself from the negative emotions he had suppressed throughout his journey. In that moment, he gained clarity. He recalled his past arrogance, the innocent souls he had once belittled due to his lineage, and the immense oppression inflicted upon others in the name of pure-blooded glory. In that instant, he was reborn, as if shedding his former self. Chapter 71, New Regrets, The Wayward Hogwarts. Very good, quite spirited. Dudley's tone softened, yet he continued to gaze at Malfoy, as if he could see into the depths of his soul. Malfoy, having shouted himself hoarse, was now gasping for breath. Yet he still refrained from removing the cloth that covered his face. His pride remained intact, holding his personal and family honor in high regard. However, unlike before, he had developed empathy, learned to reflect, and understood the circumstances and emotions of others. "It appears you have undergone a transformation," Dudley remarked to Malfoy. "I do not expect you to completely abandon over a decade of preconceived notions in just a day. I only hope that in the future, when you seek to insult others, you will first consider whether you hold the moral high ground." Malfoy attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Dudley. "You need not assure me of anything. Your future actions will speak for themselves." Dudley shifted his gaze from Malfoy, turning to face the more than 30 first-year students who stood frozen in astonishment, as well as Professor McGonagall, whose mouth hung open in shock and disbelief. Then, he quickly chanted a spell, Mist and Fog. Dudley cast a variant of a weather charm, enveloping the area where the first-year students stood in a thick, white fog. "This time, I shall grant you some grace and refrain from being absolute," Dudley stated coldly. "But should there be a next time, you shall have no opportunity left." Smeaton's wand tapped the ground, releasing a white magical aura that brushed over Malfoy and his companions like a gentle breeze. The muddy garments transformed back into wizarding robes. The cloaks covering their heads vanished, and the welts from Malfoy's face, inflicted by the stinging spell, quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, the trio returned to their original forms. Malfoy was utterly astonished, reaching up to touch his face, finding no blemish at all. Just as he was about to express his gratitude and concede, he heard Dudley's voice. "Don't just stand there. Hurry into the mist." Understanding the stakes, Malfoy immediately grasped the situation, pulling Crabbe and Goyle into the cloud of fog that Dudley had just conjured. Within the mist, a few timid first-year students had already begun to scurry about, and the trio seamlessly blended into the crowd. Confounding perception. With another 2 incantations, Dudley dissipated the fog. The first-year students, with the exception of Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Malfoy's trio, experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. By the time clarity returned, the mist had completely cleared, leaving their recollections of who was present in the crowd hazy. It was impossible to distinguish Malfoy's group as newcomers, and thus they could not connect them to the earlier incident involving the small, foul-smelling boy. Dudley Dursley. The fog he conjured did not obscure Professor McGonagall's line of sight. Throughout Dudley's spellcasting, Professor McGonagall had been vigilantly monitoring him, ready to intervene should he cast any malevolent spells. Seeing that Dudley had successfully managed the situation, she intended to impart some wise counsel from her position of authority. However, Dudley interrupted her with calm and assertive words. "Professor McGonagall, I believe I have been informed about you by Dumbledore. I commend your kindness and sense of justice. Yet I must remind you that admonishing both parties in a conflict does not truly resolve the dispute. In fact, it may exacerbate tensions and lead to counterproductive results." With a wave, Dudley lifted the jinx from his and Harry's heads and, accompanied by Harry, strolled back to the line of new students with deliberate ease. Professor McGonagall was left momentarily stunned, held in place by Dudley's remarks. "Professor McGonagall, it is time to escort the new students to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony." Hagrid, who had been silently observing the entire scene, timely reminded the bewildered professor. He then quietly departed to his hut and dragon enclosure to tend to his beloved creatures, remaining modest about his contributions. Finally, Professor McGonagall set aside her thoughts and resumed her stern demeanor, regrouping the scattered first-year students and leading them through the grand doors of Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering, they were greeted by the expansive entrance hall, with a great hall and dining areas situated to the right, accessible through a pair of double doors. At that moment, the first-year students could already hear the lively chatter emanating from the Great Hall, where upperclassmen awaited the sorting and a meal. Professor McGonagall did not immediately lead the newcomers into the hall. Instead, she directed them to a small room opposite the Great Hall, asking them to wait momentarily while providing a brief overview of the sorting process, which primarily involved two essential matters. One matter pertains to the names of the 4 houses at Hogwarts. Another concerns the fact that after sorting, the students' performance will influence their respective house scores, culminating in a house cup awarded to the house with the highest score at the end of the academic year. Having conveyed this, Professor McGonagall departed for the Great Hall to report to Dumbledore about the arrangement of the new students. To Dudley, the so-called house cup seemed merely a glorified accolade, boasting significance, yet ultimately lacking practical value. Furthermore, Dudley was presently preoccupied, indifferent to the house cup and the impending sorting ceremony. From the moment he stepped through the grand doors of Hogwarts Castle, his external system began asserting its presence in his mind. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have engaged in benevolent discourse at the castle gates and within the realm of Hogwarts, including the Hogwarts Express, receiving recognition from the collective consciousness of Hogwarts. Special Hidden Regret Event Unlocked. The misaligned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Details of the Regret Event. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was established over a millennium ago by 4 distinguished wizards. Its purpose was to provide young witches and wizards with the opportunity to learn magic, fostering a legacy of magical knowledge and strengthening the wizarding community under proper guidance. However, early disagreements among the founders regarding student selection, compounded by the prevailing bloodline prejudices of various eras, sowed seeds of discord within Hogwarts magical education. 1,000 years ago, young wizards from Muggle backgrounds were regarded as symbols of wonder and innate talent. Salazar Slytherin, with his preference for pure-blood students, became an outlier, clashing with his 3 closest friends, ultimately leading to the creation of the Chamber of Secrets and his solitary departure. A millennium later, pure-blood wizarding factions dominated the magical realm, propagating the ideology of blood supremacy, which ignited a new wave of bloodline conflict, poisoning generations of wizards. The divergences arising from bloodline ideologies, moral dichotomies, ambition, and desire transformed Hogwarts into both a cradle for white wizards and a breeding ground for dark wizards, deviating from its original educational mission. Graduates of Hogwarts inevitably divided into factions of light and dark wizards, engaging in mutual hostilities and fratricidal conflicts, which not only caused countless lives, but squandered immense educational resources. The progression of the magical world has declined with each generation, the pool of talent becoming increasingly shallow, and the transmission of magical knowledge waning. Recent graduates are markedly inferior in skill compared to their ancient predecessors, lacking the spirit of innovation and dedication to the craft, desperately necessitating a transformation. Chapter 72. Resonance of the Collective Consciousness. Phase tasks and castle permissions. Do you truly wish for me to eradicate all disputes among wizards and establish an idyllic realm of harmony? As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Dudley could not help but inwardly critique and silently question. For in his view, wizards, no, humanity, and indeed all sentient beings in existence, could never entirely eliminate conflict. Certainly, if one were to engage in a hard confrontation, it could lead to the annihilation of all others, leaving only a single entity. However, setting aside whether Dolly is capable of such an act, even if he were, he would not resort to it. His disposition lacks such obsession. Moreover, this extreme scenario of confrontation evidently does not align with the aspirations for fostering and expanding the talent within the magical realm. Thus, what is it that you truly desire from me? Dolly silently lamented within. Meanwhile, the system conveyed its mechanical voice with unhurried precision. Special notice. The resolution of this regretful incident is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1. Unity of the 4 houses. The host must cultivate a clear and widespread collective consciousness among the students of Hogwarts, moving beyond the malignant rivalry, comparison, and opposition between houses and individuals, and instead fostering a peaceful and constructive competitive relationship. Based on this, an admirable campus ethos should be established, creating a fixed set of positive principles that will naturally and subtly influence generations of Hogwarts students and their parents in the future. This will comprehensively enhance the stability and order of the magical community. Upon completing this phase, a fixed reward will be granted. One opportunity for the conceptual enhancement of a spell, random type. Phase 2. Inheritance and innovation. The host must profoundly strengthen Hogwarts' capacity to cultivate talent, striving to elevate the baseline of strength and knowledge among its graduates. The aim is to deepen the students' passion for magic, enabling them to innovate continuously while embracing the legacy of previous magical traditions. This will ultimately enhance the overall level of wizardry within the magical realm. Completion of this phase will yield a fixed reward, one opportunity for the conceptual enhancement of a spell, switching type. This special regretful incident offers only fixed rewards, with no additional incentives. Note, the random type conceptual enhancement opportunity allows the host, upon acquiring this chance, to randomly enhance one spell that the host has already mastered. Note, the switching type conceptual enhancement opportunity enables the host, upon obtaining this chance, to switch one spell that has not yet undergone conceptual enhancement after a certain period, resulting in the relinquishment of the enhancement effect of the switch spell. The duration between switches, whether it is determined randomly by the system or specified by the host, and whether the host can decide to switch at the designated time, will depend on the effectiveness of the completion of the Phase 2 task. The better the task is completed, the fewer the restrictions on switching, allowing the host to determine the timing of reward acquisition. After hearing the system's explanation regarding the two-phase tasks for resolving this regretful incident, Dudley found himself uncertain whether to feel elated. The challenges of task completion are indeed formidable, yet the rewards are undeniably enticing. Furthermore, he had come to Hogwarts to be a student, not to assume the roles of a professor or headmaster. To address this regrettable incident, it is evidently the principal's responsibility. Is this not compelling him to don a mantle of authority? Alas, what a torment! As Derry found himself overwhelmed with thoughts, contemplating how to tackle these formidable tasks, he suddenly sensed a subtle resonance with the enigmatic castle in which he resided. The ancient Hogwarts, steeped in a millennium of tradition, had granted him certain exceptional privileges. He could traverse any room within the castle, aside from the headmaster's office and the Chamber of Secrets. He had the capacity to rationally modify and control the hourglasses representing the 4 houses in the Great Hall. He could, to a certain extent, command the Sorting Hat, the Book of Admittance, the Quill of Acceptance, and the Poltergeist. He could summon Hogwarts' defensive forces when necessary, including the alchemical combat automatons within the castle and the allied creatures beyond its walls. He was poised for takeoff. Hogwarts was swiftly becoming his domain. While Derry maintained a composed exterior, his heart swelled with joy, and his previously wavering thoughts crystallized into resolution. If others honored him, he would reciprocate in kind. He was determined to rectify Hogwarts' lingering regrets. First-year students, follow me into the Great Hall for the sorting. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged from the hall, beckoning the new arrivals who had been waiting to proceed inside. Derry, without hesitation, gripped his wand and walked at the forefront of the procession. His cousin Harry appeared somewhat anxious, hastily trailing behind, discreetly squeezing Derry's elbow and whispering, "Cousin, I wish to use this sorting ceremony to clarify the misconceptions about us in the wizarding world. Say no more, proceed as you wish. I shall support you wholeheartedly. And if things go awry, it matters not." Without a second thought, Derry assured his cousin, "But do not delay the sorting. Wait until it concludes." "All right, cousin." Derry's words undoubtedly infused Harry with newfound courage, alleviating his anxiety and filling him with vigor. He closely followed his cousin as they stepped through the grand double doors into the Hogwarts Great Hall. The floating candles, gliding specters, resplendent starry ceiling, and the spacious, brightly lit interior were indeed a sight to behold. The Hogwarts Great Hall was nothing short of extraordinary. For long tables, designated for the 4 houses, were populated by students from 2nd to 7th year, all guarding their empty plates while eagerly gazing at the first years who had just entered, walking along the central aisle. They remained silent, their eyes darting between Derry and Harry, as they searched for the 3 small mud men they had encountered on the platform. Regrettably, by the time all the first years had entered the hall and the doors closed, they had failed to locate the comedic sight they sought. Among the first-year line, Malfoy noticed the ill-intentioned glances and could not help but feel a tinge of gratitude towards Derry. If Dudley were to withhold his respect and fail to shield him, even with Professor McGonagall's assistance in secretly breaking the spell, it would be inevitable for him to be exposed by the other first-year students through the process of elimination. In such a scenario, Both his dignity and that of his family would be left in utter disarray. Naturally, Dudley was oblivious to Malfoy's musings. Leading the new students, he followed Professor McGonagall to the far end of the 4 house tables, where a long strip of empty space awaited. Beyond this space stood a platform of moderate height, adorned with the 4 houses score hourglasses and the horizontally arranged faculty seating. Among these seats sat a certain disgraceful individual, one that both Dudley and Harry had long been contemplating. Chapter 73. Snape's Regret. The sorting begins. Dumbledore occupied the central position of the faculty seating, his demeanor warm and benevolent. The moment Dudley cast his gaze upon a faculty, he immediately spotted him. Dumbledore deliberately offered Dudley a mysterious smile, as if he had prepared a special surprise for him. Dudley did not dwell on this. His attention shifted directly to the left of old Dumbledore, an action mirrored by Harry. Dumbledore's expression flickered with urgency as he subtly gestured to Dudley, signaling him to maintain decorum and refrain from acting out in such a significant moment. Dudley understood the gravity of the situation. He had no intention of acting out at that moment, but this did not hinder him and Harry from memorizing the target's appearance. Severus Snape, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed like a bat's wings, exuded an air of ostentation. His greasy, short, and curly hair gleamed as though it had never encountered shampoo, rendering him quite repulsive. His pale, sullen visage seemed perpetually drenched in gloom, as if everyone owed him a debt, which was dishearteningly evident. He was easily recognizable. Dudley effortlessly pinpointed the target amidst the throng of Hogwarts faculty without the need for introductions. Harry, too, managed to do so, albeit through different means. Unlike Dudley, Harry relied on the process of elimination based on age and gender, along with the fleeting glance Snape directed at him, which he pretended was unintentional. This individual, recorded in Harry's little black book as his foremost adversary, appeared particularly attentive to Harry's gaze, while his eyes remained calm and indifferent when meeting others. They softened and grew complex upon locking eyes with Harry. His emerald green eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his mother, Lily Potter. This man, who harbored inappropriate feelings for Harry's mother, was evidently searching for her reflection within him. This thought sharpened Harry's gaze, now filled with a fierce animosity. Encountering such a look, Snape felt as though he had been brutally stabbed in the heart, the pain nearly suffocating. He seemed to envision his beloved Lily glaring at him with intense loathing, a torment difficult to endure. Fortunately, he then noticed the similarities between Harry's face and that of the detestable James, which offered him a modicum of solace, as if James had once again tormented him. Severus Snape consoled himself with the thought of continuing to gaze into Harry's emerald eyes, hoping to discern whether the inexplicable animosity within them had dissipated. Unexpectedly, an exceptionally robust freshman, radiating hostility, obstructed his view of Harry with an impenetrable barrier. Ding! First encounter, unlocking Severus Snape's regrettable events of the current period. The fading white moonlight, level, details Severus Snape's lifelong beloved, the childhood sweetheart Lily Evans, indirectly perished due to the prophecy he revealed. This became an enduring agony that haunted Snape throughout his existence. The elusive position of defense against the dark arts professor, level, details Snape harbored an intense desire to obtain the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. However, in the original narrative, Dumbledore consistently denied his application for the sake of Snape's safety. It was not until Harry's 6th year that Snape was appointed to this coveted role. By then, Voldemort had regained power, and Snape was preoccupied with his double agent duties and executing Dumbledore's sacrificial countermeasures, rendering this once-dreamed position insignificant. The misunderstanding of the Savior Trio, level, details in the original tale, during Harry's first year, he was unaware of the entangled history between Snape and his parents. Due to the scant information available, the trio, led by Harry, formed various misconceptions about Snape. Congratulations, host! Successfully resolving the level regret event. The misunderstanding of the Savior Trio. Thanks to the host's foresight and ongoing efforts, Snape has been comprehensively understood by Harry, rendering the likelihood of significant misunderstandings by the new trio towards Snape virtually negligible. This regret event has been perfectly resolved. Special award. Fixed reward. Level Fusion Opportunity X1. Additional reward. Level Fusion Opportunity X1. Current magical item fusion opportunities. Level 2x2. level 1x1. As Dudley focused his attention on Snape, the system began to announce new regret event information. Serendipitously, Dudley had unwittingly resolved one of Snape's regret events perfectly. Nevertheless, the system's rewards did not alter Dudley's perception of Snape. He recalled the animosity directed towards Harry and remembered how Snape had once tormented his mother, fueling his ire. Dudley positioned his sturdy frame to obstruct Snape's view of Harry, quietly cast a calming spell upon himself, and managed to temper his anger. He shot a fierce glare at Snape and threw Dumbledore a look of begrudging respect before diverting his attention elsewhere. "Harry, just remember his face. Don't stare or reward him," Dudley whispered to Harry behind him, silently preparing for the significant matter he was about to undertake. "Yes, cousin," Harry quietly responded, calming his emotions as he shifted his focus away from Snape and began to compose a speech in his mind. Not far away, Professor McGonagall had already produced a four-legged stool and the crumpled, grimy sorting hat, preparing for the ceremony. This magical artifact, the sorting hat, with its rounded edges and pointed top, appeared ancient and worn, patched up, and seemingly crafted from an unknown leather. Once placed upon the stool by Professor McGonagall, the creases on the hat formed the semblance of eyes and a mouth, and it began to sway as it commenced its song. The lyrics conveyed that it was very old yet remarkably discerning, possessing keen insight and the ability to read minds, thereby assigning students to their respective houses. It then sang of the distinctive traits of each of Hogwarts' four houses: Gryffindor, where courage prevails; Hufflepuff, loyal and fond of feasts; Ravenclaw, with minds as sharp as blades; and Slytherin, ambition needs no introduction. In conclusion, the song reassured, "Do not fear, do not panic. Wear it, for it is safe, as it possesses thought." As the melody came to an end, the sorting hat bowed to the long tables of the four houses, prompting thunderous applause within the Great Hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the first-year students, Ron sighed with relief, having been kept in the dark about the actual sorting process by his family, who had led him to believe it was a perilous endeavor, only to discover it was merely about donning a hat. At that moment, Professor McGonagall gestured towards the four house tables, silencing the applause that resonated throughout the Great Hall. Then, with a serious expression, the deputy headmistress turned her gaze towards the first-year students, producing a parchment scroll inscribed with their names, indicating that when she called a name, that students should step forward to sit on the stool, don the hat, and be sorted. Thus, the 1991 Hogwarts sorting ceremony officially commenced. The first name called by Professor McGonagall was, as expected, Hannah Abbott. Chapter 74, The Forced Adjustment of Order, The Sorting Controversy. The Queen of the Sorting Hat took her throne, as Professor McGonagall personally crowned her. After a brief contemplation, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." Hannah Abbott swiftly vacated the throne and, amidst the cheers of the older Hufflepuff students, dashed toward the Hufflepuff table. Following this, Professor McGonagall called the first years in alphabetical order by surname, ascending to their thrones, receiving their crowns, being distributed, cheered for, and then stepping down. Soon, it was the turn of Dudley Dursley, whose surname began with a letter positioned near the front of the list. However, unlike the other first years, Dudley did not obediently approach to take his place. He fixed his gaze on the sorting hat and invoked the special authority recently granted to him by Hogwarts' collective consciousness. "Sorting hat, I want to leave Harry Potter for last. You may sort the other first years first." At Dudley's declaration, the Great Hall fell into a profound silence. This unprecedented display of audacity had left both the faculty and students of Hogwarts in stunned disbelief. What an extraordinary occurrence. In a profound silence, the sorting hat, astonished, began to speak hesitantly. "Very well. Since it is your request, I shall comply." The sorting hat acquiesced, yet Professor McGonagall was reluctant. The stern vice principal, known for her serious demeanor, was quite displeased with Dudley's repeated transgressions of the rules. However, she had to concede that Dudley's earlier words at the castle's entrance held a modicum of truth. "Dudley Dursley, please adhere to the rules. Hogwarts is not your home. You cannot act as you please." Professor McGonagall scolded, her expression stern. In response, Dudley merely smirked. "Professor McGonagall, you did not address us first years in such a manner in the small room across from the Great Hall." Professor McGonagall's face stiffened as she recalled that. In her eagerness to welcome the new students, she had assured them, "Hogwarts is a home for all. There is no need to be anxious. Relax and await your sorting." Now, however, those very words had become a lever for Dudley to manipulate her. Professor McGonagall found herself in a predicament. Perched in his high seat, Dumbledore sensed the awkward atmosphere and McGonagall's discomfort, promptly intervening to quell the discord. "Minerva, let us proceed, as the Sorting Hat suggests. We ought to respect the legacy left by the 4 founders of Hogwarts." Dumbledore's words were artfully crafted. He did not overtly side with Dudley, but rather utilized the authority of the Sorting Hat to offer McGonagall an escape route. "Professor Dumbledore, are you quite well?" McGonagall was taken aback by his stance, perceiving the underlying implication of his words. He was indeed siding with Dudley. In that moment, she even entertained the ludicrous notion that Dudley had somehow ensnared Dumbledore with a spell. Yet this thought was quickly dismissed. It was simply implausible. One could only wonder what charm this unconventional child possessed to command such deference from her esteemed colleague, the greatest wizard in the magical realm. With a resigned sigh, Professor McGonagall acquiesced to Dumbledore's suggestion, resumed her task with a list of new students, bypassed Dudley's name, and continued the sorting process. Justin Finch Fletchley, a young boy, stepped forward, taking a seat on the stool amidst the lingering awkwardness, and was sorted into Hufflepuff. The familiar applause and cheers were sparse, as many remained baffled by how the recent upheaval had been so effortlessly brushed aside. Particularly those young wizards who had been taught a lesson by Dudley's magical whirlwind at platform 9 3/4, still hoped that Professor McGonagall would vindicate them. Yet reality did not unfold as they had envisioned. Maintaining her composure, Professor McGonagall continued to announce the next student's name, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Subsequently, in line with the original narrative, the Sorting Hat deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately placing Neville into Gryffindor. In a surprising departure from the original narrative, the serene-faced Malfoy did not find himself sorted into Slytherin before even having the Sorting Hat touch his head. Instead, the hat hesitated, and it was only under Malfoy's incessant murmurs that it reluctantly placed him in Slytherin. Although the outcome remained unchanged, the journey to that conclusion was distinctly altered. Following this, Professor McGonagall called out the names of the new students. When it was Harry Potter's turn, she lifted her gaze and cast a disapproving glance at Dudley, seemingly reproaching him for leading his cousin astray. Nevertheless, she bypassed Harry's name and continued with the next student. According to the original roster, only 3 students remained after Harry, with Ron positioned second to last. Ron, avoiding any indecision on the Sorting Hat's part, was seamlessly sorted into Gryffindor. After Ron, the last student on the list was assigned to Slytherin. At that moment, the Grand Hall's entrance quietly swung open. Dudley, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed Hagrid had arrived. Hagrid had just fed his 2 large pets some raw meat, and now it was his turn to dine. He timed his entrance perfectly, as the feast had yet to commence, and the sorting of Dudley and Harry was still pending. He sauntered down the left aisle of the hall towards the staff table, deliberately keeping quiet to avoid disturbing anyone. "Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter, you are the last 2. Who'll go first?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her tone impatient as she lowered her arm holding the newcomer's list. "Harry, you go first," Dudley declared. Without hesitation, Harry nodded at Dudley and approached, allowing Professor McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon his head. At that moment, Hagrid had taken his seat at the staff table, looking on with delight as Harry's sorting began. He had feared he might miss the ceremony for his 2 friends, but serendipitously, he was just in time. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat, after a moment of contemplation and a whispered discussion with Harry, finally proclaimed the name of the Lion House. Upon hearing that Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, Ron, Hermione, Neville, as well as Hagrid, Dumbledore, and even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, could not help but smile with joy. In the audience at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, erupted in exuberant cheers, rallying their fellow Gryffindors to celebrate the moment. However, the response was notably sparse. Harry removed the Sorting Hat and placed it back on the stool, silently returning to his previous spot beside his cousin, rather than proceeding directly to the Gryffindor table to find his place. Dudley gently patted his cousin's shoulder in a gesture of consolation and temporarily handed him his smelting stick for safekeeping. Subsequently, he walked towards the Sorting Hat, which was making excited, peculiar sounds. Chapter 75. All 4 houses, I want them all. The students from the 4 houses anxiously focused their gaze upon Dudley's movements. A significant number among them wished to avoid being placed in the same house as a violent little wizard they deemed unbeatable. The wildly circulating and increasingly exaggerated rumors surrounding the Platform 9 and 3/4 incident, combined with Dudley's audacious request to alter the sorting order, led the Hogwarts students to form a profound misunderstanding of him. To them, Dudley, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, was far more terrifying and intimidating than the fallen idol, Harry. This fear and aversion stemmed from rumors and the unknown. "Oh, come forth, Dudley Dursley, a unique existence acknowledged by Hogwarts. Let me see to which house you shall be assigned." The Sorting Hat twisted and danced upon its stool, expressing its excitement in a tone reminiscent of an aria, both singing and speaking its fervor. This peculiar creation was infused with the thoughts of Hogwarts' four founders, existing solely for the purpose of the magical school. Now, the burgeoning consciousness of Hogwarts Castle had unexpectedly recognized a little wizard who was not the headmaster, granting him numerous privileges. Such an occurrence had not transpired in millennia. How could it not provoke excitement? Alas, the Sorting Hat remained unaware that this individual, who stirred its exhilaration, was a character who played by his own rules. A thorough cleansing. As Dudley walked, he raised his hand to cast a spell, deliberately unleashing a surge of immense magical power to give the Sorting Hat a robust cleaning. Oh dear, not like that. How ticklish. The Sorting Hat, enveloped by Dudley's magic, quivered and jumped, feeling both itchy and pleasant. The entrenched grime rooted in its leather and patches was most reluctantly extracted by the magic. Once the spell dissipated, the Sorting Hat was renewed, sparkling and gleaming, albeit a bit drained of energy, with its tip drooping lazily. "What are you doing?" The Sorting Hat mumbled in exasperation. "It has been far too long. It was time for a wash, whether it be you or Hogwarts." Dudley spoke calmly, amidst the astonished gazes of Professor McGonagall and the other faculty members seated nearby. Subsequently, Dudley reached out and took hold of the now pristine Sorting Hat. The invigorated Sorting Hat, dismissing the forced bath incident, still looked forward to sorting Dudley. After all, he was recognized by the consciousness of Hogwarts, and such a distinction was warranted. Do not rush to announce the result. First, let us conduct the test and deliberate. Dudley, in the presence of Professor McGonagall and several nearby staff members, made his request to the Sorting Hat with an air of nonchalance. "No problem. I have always respected the personal wishes of young wizards." Without waiting for Dudley to take action, the Sorting Hat bent its brim, gathering strength in the palm of Dudley's hand, and then leaped high into the air like an antelope. Under the gaze of the entire assembly in the grand auditorium, I placed the hat upon Dudley's head. Surprisingly, after a refreshing bath, I felt considerably more sprightly. Typically, I would not be able to leap so high. The Sorting Hat shared its musings on high jumping before delving into an exploration of Dudley's character traits. As expected, he was indeed exceptional and challenging to categorize. You possess the audacity to defy conventions, unwavering loyalty to family and friends, intellect and strategy that surpasses the ordinary, and behold, a formidable ambition. You embody the qualities of all four houses, yet I would suggest you belong to Slytherin. The Sorting Hat murmured in surprise, its conclusion aligning closely with Dudley's expectations. Unlike the wizard's legitimacy, the Sorting Hat could not only read thoughts, but also probe deeper into one's character attributes. "Your suggestion poses a dilemma," Dudley grumbled in response. "Since I possess the traits of all four houses, why must I choose? I desire them all." "Pardon? What did you say?" The Sorting Hat was bewildered, utterly astonished. "Is my intent not clear? I wish to embrace all four houses. Simply place me in Hogwarts." Dudley clarified. "This contravenes the rules. Furthermore, being placed in Hogwarts would negate the purpose of sorting altogether. I am the Sorting Hat. How could I not sort?" The Sorting Hat was displeased, struggling to comprehend Dudley's reasoning. "Read my thoughts again." Dudley anticipated resistance, yet he remained resolute, urging the Sorting Hat to continue reading his mind. He elaborated, "Initially, I was indifferent to which house I was sorted into. Slytherin would suffice. However, upon entering Hogwarts, my perspective necessitated a shift. Sorting Hat, do you not find it curious why Hogwarts has chosen me, granting me such significant authority? It is because Hogwarts requires an educational revolution, and I am the catalyst for this change. Therefore, I cannot merely join one house. Doing so would impede my ability to guide and influence the other three houses, creating substantial obstacles for my future endeavors." The Sorting Hat paused, captivated by Dudley's lofty aspirations swirling in his mind. It had always recognized that although it categorized the wizards of the British magical community into 4 houses, ultimately, the students from these houses would evolve into 2 opposing factions of dark and light wizards, engaged in a fierce rivalry. At times, it pondered whether sorting was truly essential, planting the seeds of conflict among wizards during their formative years, potentially harming them and the entire magical realm. Yet, the sorting hat was created for this very purpose. It was a tradition of Hogwarts, and it lacked the courage to overturn it, fearing for its own existence. Now, Hogwarts had identified a potential agent of change in Dudley. Through its mind-reading capabilities, the sorting hat discerned the rudimentary outline of Dudley's envisioned plan, a process that was rather abrupt yet promised a splendid outcome. Moreover, this arrangement shall not render him unemployed. So why not grant Dudley an opportunity, along with himself, in Hogwarts? Hogwarts, the sorting hat, having reached an epiphany, proclaimed in its most resounding voice the most extraordinary sorting result in history. After its declaration, amidst the astonished expressions of the faculty and students, it added, "I announce, Dudley Dursley shall simultaneously join Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. His sorting result is Hogwarts. You shall be proud of this decision." Dudley beamed, removing the sorting hat from his head. From the very beginning, he had possessed unwavering confidence in persuading the sorting hat. A confidence rooted not only in the authority bestowed upon him by Hogwarts' collective consciousness, but also in the fact that the sorting hat in the original tale had previously contemplated the intricacies of sorting. In that story, the year Voldemort regained his corporeal form and reclaimed power, the sorting hat was notably lackluster during the sorting ceremony. The song it sang before the sorting was unlike any before, referencing the schism that occurred a millennium ago between Salazar Slytherin and his 3 comrades. Questioning whether its sorting decisions have been misguided, one could argue that the sorting hat is indeed a remarkable creation, inheriting the wisdom of Hogwarts' 4 founders, possessing strategic insight that surpasses that of most wizards. This year's work for the sorting hat was complete, yet the Great Hall erupted into chaos. Professors whispered among themselves, while students engaged in fervent discussions. Among the 4 houses, those young wizards who believed the rumors were utterly disheartened. Now, they thought, the plague-bearer could no longer escape. They were all doomed together. Unbeknownst to them, the plague-bearer's cousin was preparing to unite with him for another lesson. Chapter 76. Harry Potter is not the savior. Dudley rose, placing the sorting hat back on the 4-legged stool, and amidst the clamor, glanced towards his cousin Harry at short distance. Harry, too, was taken aback by Dudley's sorting result. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, it was preferable, as at least his cousin could be considered a member of Gryffindor. He quickly set the matter aside and hastened to Dudley's side, where the 4-legged stool was located. This position was situated in the center of the aisle before the staff seating, which could be considered a place of significance. Professor McGonagall was currently lifting the sorting hat, gently shaking it, inquiring whether it had been compromised by Dudley, as it seemed to be spouting nonsense. What an absurdity it was for the sorting to result in Hogwarts. If that were the case, what technical difficulty would future sorting entail? The sorting hat might as well retire, dazed by Professor McGonagall's questioning. The sorting hat had no choice but to emphasize that Dudley was an exceptional case recognized by Hogwarts' collective consciousness, assuring her that such a situation would not recur. This was the only way Professor McGonagall could reluctantly accept it. Silence. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore, seated in the golden chair at the center of the staff section, rose silently. With a powerful vocal charm, he amplified his voice, quelling the disturbances within the Grand Hall. The auditorium fell into an immediate hush. Dumbledore then addressed the assembly. "Let us dispel any unfounded speculation. Hogwarts has conveyed its intent to me. This ancient castle, which has stood for a millennium, has recognized Dudley Dursley. The sorting hat's decision regarding him is both genuine and valid. Dudley Dursley is now a member of one of the 4 houses and may reside in any male dormitory and dine at any house table." Dumbledore used his esteemed reputation to silence all dissenting voices. Just as he was about to reveal the surprise he had prepared for Dudley and Harry, he noticed Dudley signaling to him from a distance. Without hesitation, he cast a thought-reading charm. This was one of the arrangements Dudley and Dumbledore had made over the past month. In situations where they could not converse openly, Dumbledore could use this charm to glean Dudley's thoughts promptly, facilitating a swift response. By interpreting Dudley's carefully curated surface thoughts, Dumbledore quickly grasped the desires of both Dudley and Harry. He paused momentarily, then shifted his focus. Recently, news of Voldemort's resurgence has instilled a sense of panic within the magical community. Upon hearing Dumbledore mention the Dark Lord, the faces of Hogwarts students turned pale, and a wave of anxiety washed over them. However, in Dumbledore's presence, this unease was short-lived. The reason was simple. Dumbledore's decisive actions over the past month had indeed infused the magical world with immense courage and resilience. Furthermore, this panic had begun to evolve in a misguided direction. Dumbledore continued. Some absurd rumors have started to circulate within the magical community regarding Harry Potter. Now that Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley Dursley have arrived at Hogwarts, I believe it is imperative that we hear their accounts and discern for ourselves the veracity of these rumors. He emphasized the need for Hogwarts students to develop their discernment rather than propagate hearsay. Dumbledore's words elicited varied reactions among the students. Those who had always believed in Harry's innocence displayed expressions of joy, while the skeptics reflected thoughtfully. Those who had exaggerated and maligned Harry and Dudley were visibly embarrassed and anxious. The words of the greatest wizard of the 20th century indeed carried weight. "Harry, the floor is yours." Dudley seized the moment, retrieving the smelting stick from Harry and pointing toward the four-legged stool designated for sorting. The stool underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a small stone platform with 3 steps. Harry glanced at his cousin, summoned his courage, and decisively ascended the stone platform. Facing approximately 300 students from the 4 houses, he began slowly. "I, Harry Potter, am not the savior. In times past, in the present, and in the future, it shall not be." Harry's opening remarks resonated with clarity and conviction, causing a stir among all present in the hall. "The title of savior has been thrust upon me by you and your forebears," Harry continued, recounting the events of nearly a decade ago when Voldemort invaded my home and took the lives of my parents while I was but an infant cradled in a bassinet. At that tender age, I was oblivious to the existence of Voldemort and entirely unacquainted with the powers of magic. It was solely through my mother's selfless sacrifice that a protective charm was cast upon me, deflecting Voldemort's lethal curse, allowing me to survive. Thus, it was not I who vanquished Voldemort, but rather my mother's sacrifice that triumphed over him. It was Voldemort himself who ultimately defeated his own corporeal form, leaving only a fragmented soul to drift away. Ever since that fateful day, unbeknownst to me, the wizarding world has heralded me as the savior, celebrating with joy and fervor, without ever inquiring about my sentiments. Recently, as Voldemort's spirit has possessed other wizards and returned, you and your parents have labeled me a charlatan, a fraud, believing I have shamelessly claimed the title of savior without having vanquished Voldemort. Do you deem this fair to me? Harry's logical and coherent speech profoundly moved the majority of the students in attendance. The professors seated at the back were visibly moved to tears, gazing at Harry's silhouette with compassion. Even the usually stoic Snape could not maintain his composure. He forced himself to avert his gaze from Harry, only to inadvertently meet Dudley's scrutinizing eyes. Dudley, with his astute understanding of micro-expressions, easily discerned the anguish and guilt reflected in Snape's eyes, a depth of emotion that was unforgettable. "Humph." Dudley let out a barely perceptible scoff. "What of guilt? Guilt does not absolve you of your sins. Just wait. You'll get your comeuppance, you wretched bat. Unfair. Unfair." At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George, the twin brothers of the Weasley family, with reddened eyes, rallied their brother Percy and their fellow Gryffindor classmates, vociferously echoing Harry's sentiments. This time, a multitude joined in the chorus. Over 90% of the Hufflepuff students, more than 85% of the Gryffindor students, 60% of the Ravenclaw students, and 30% of the Slytherin students immediately joined in. The entire hall reverberated with chants of "unfair, unfair." With the majority leading the charge, the remaining students were swept up in the fervor, joining the outcry, though a faction of Slytherin students did so with evident reluctance. Upon witnessing the magnificent spectacle before him, Harry on the stage could not help but shed tears of profound emotion, as the pent-up frustrations within him were entirely released. After a moment of exhilaration, Harry extended his hands into the air, invoking a calming charm without a wand. "Everyone, please take a moment to compose yourselves. I have more to say." Chapter 77, Proving Oneself. The Successful Speech. At this juncture, Harry's magical prowess was still not particularly potent. His wandless calming charm could not encompass a vast area, thus affecting only a limited number of students. Observing this, Dudley immediately lent his assistance, raising his hand to cast the calming charm as well. His formidable magical energy radiated outward, merging with Harry's, significantly amplifying the charm's reach. Wherever this magical force flowed, the excited young wizards from the four houses felt an immediate sense of tranquility, their emotions settling. However, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was exceedingly vast, with the four long tables stretching nearly 100 meters. The students were seated quite dispersely. Given Dudley's elite professor-level magical capabilities, he could indeed cover a considerable area, but the exertion was taxing and the magical diffusion towards the back was somewhat sluggish. Noticing this predicament, both Dudley and Dumbledore, who stood behind Harry, unhesitatingly intervened to assist. "Calm your hearts." Old Dumbledore, not wielding the Elder Wand, pointed his right index finger forward. In a breath, an invisible magical force swept across the hall. Instantly, everyone present, professors, school staff, and students from all four houses, experienced a profound sense of calm, enabling them to confront the impending events with a more rational mindset. Seeing the opportune moment, Harry on the stone platform continued his speech. "Though I do not seek to be a savior, Voldemort has slain my parents. He is my mortal enemy. And that is an inalterable truth. My cousin and I will utterly vanquish Voldemort. This is not for the safety of the wizarding world, but purely to avenge my parents. We are resolute in this purpose." Harry spoke passionately, voicing the most genuine thoughts of his heart. Upon concluding, in a bid to affirm his determination and to deliver a powerful rebuttal to the deceitful rumors, Harry withdrew his holly wand from the sleeve of his robes. Pressing its tip against the area near his temple, channeling his magic, he slowly drew forth a silvery thread of memory. "Cousin, assist me," Harry said, lowering his head slightly towards Dudley, who stood beside the stone platform. Dudley understood instantly, nodding in response, raising his right hand high towards the ceiling of the hall. Clear water, as from spring. With the incantation uttered, a torrent of clear water surged forth from Dudley's fingertips, suspended in midair, flowing gracefully and rapidly coalescing into a sizable sphere of water. Memory revealed. Images presented. After conjuring the large water sphere, Dudley cast 2 additional spells upon it, endowing this orb with a temporary meditative basin effect. Without hesitation, Harry cast the memory thread he had just pulled from his mind into the floating water orb above. In the next moment, fragments of his birthday memories were revealed through the orb. Within the Great Hall, the faculty and students of Hogwarts beheld a vivid scene. In the dimly lit underground vault of Gringotts, Dudley's magical outburst unleashed a torrent of golden energy, surging towards Voldemort, who was parasitically inhabiting Quirrell's body. Voldemort's movements abruptly froze, his grotesque, noseless visage gradually suffused with the golden light, while Quirrell's wand, held in his right hand, began to emit a sickly green glow. Harry, invoking his inner strength, struck Voldemort's monstrous face with his right fist, while his left hand reached for Quirrell's wand. In that instant, the disarming spell unleashed by Dudley sent Quirrell's wand flying, and the body of Quirrell, host to Voldemort, gradually disintegrated into ash under Harry's touch. The onlookers in the Great Hall were struck with awe and terror as they witnessed the memories unfold within the water orb. For the majority of the young wizards, it was their first encounter with Voldemort's terrifying visage and the exhilarating chaos of battle. Despite Harry's denials, most of the young wizards unwaveringly accepted his identity as the savior. Did they not see Harry reduce Voldemort to mere ash with a single punch? If he is not the savior, who else could claim that title? Had it not been for the final image of Voldemort's soul exploding from Quirrell's half-destroyed head, clutching a garlic-scented turban as it fled, many might have believed Dumbledore's earlier proclamations were mere fabrications. At the Slytherin table, several students exhibited expressions of disbelief. Their worldviews shattered before them. Their pure-blood Death Eater parents had instilled in them the notion of Voldemort's invincibility, leading them to believe the so-called savior was a mere ruse, an illusion. They had thought the Dark Lord's decade-long absence was a prelude to a grand scheme that would upheave the world. The evidence now lay stark before them. They realized that the rumors of the savior were not entirely false, yet they were undeniably true. The professors at Hogwarts were equally astonished, marveling at the undeniable prowess of the savior, who at merely 11 years of age could wield magic they had never witnessed, vanquishing a wizard possessed by Voldemort. Even Dudley's extraordinary cousin, Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw with a lineage of fairy descent, found it outrageous. Believing that 11-year-old Dudley Dursley's abilities could rival his own, he felt there was little he could impart to such a remarkable student. Dudley, blissfully unaware of Flitwick's thoughts, would not take them to heart even if he knew. His potential for growth was immense, allowing him to exhibit confidence, yet he would never succumb to arrogance. With Harry's speech concluded, he had successfully fulfilled his plan, proving himself to the entire Hogwarts community. As Harry utilized his wand to retrieve the threads of his memory and restore them to his mind, Dudley waved his hand to dissipate the levitating water sphere. The guests in the hall gradually emerged from their state of shock. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted, ignited by an unknown individual. Harry's face flushed with excitement as he bowed to the audience below, descending the steps from the stone platform conjured by Dudley. With a light tap of his wand on the floor, the stone platform, having fulfilled its purpose, instantly reverted to its original form as a four-legged stool. Professor McGonagall, clutching the sorting hat and a scroll of the new students' names, stood on the opposite side of the platform. She gazed appreciatively at Dudley's remarkable transfiguration, tempted to award him some house points. However, upon reflection, she realized that granting points to Dudley would consequently benefit all four houses, rendering the gesture ineffective. Thus, she cast a complex glance at Dudley, who was embraced by his cousin in shared jubilation, and prepared to depart with the sorting hat. Following protocol, after the sorting ceremony concluded, she needed to return the hat to the headmaster's office before rejoining the feast in the Great Hall. Minerva, wait! At that moment, Dumbledore rose once more, calling to the departing Professor McGonagall while gesturing for the students to quiet down. He then proclaimed, Chapter 78, The Miracle Spell, Honors to be bestowed. It appears that the truth of the matter is now clear to all. Harry Potter is innocent. Furthermore, I believe you all comprehend the events that transpired this morning at the barrier of Platform 9 3/4. Dudley Dursley acted to protect his cousin from the slanderous whispers of those maligning Harry Potter. And this matter has been thoroughly investigated and resolved by the Ministry of Magic's Soars, who have informed me of their findings. I hope that the students involved take this to heart, enhancing their discernment and refraining from being swayed by rumors. Dumbledore's words elicited varied expressions among the young wizards who had been caught in the whirlwind earlier that morning. Some felt shame. Others perceived themselves as blameless, while a few believed Dumbledore was showing favoritism toward Dudley. Regardless of their sentiments, they wisely refrained from rising to contest Dumbledore's statements. Before Voldemort's rise to infamy, Dumbledore's strength and greatness had already been deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. This strength and greatness had been further reinforced over the past month, leading the young wizards, particularly the pure-blood Death Eater descendants from Slytherin, to exhibit extraordinary deference in Dumbledore's presence. Dudley's transgressions were summarily absolved, and the young wizards involved tacitly accepted this outcome. Just as they thought they could finally commence their meal, Dumbledore continued, I sincerely apologize for delaying your dining experience, but I have one exceedingly important announcement to make. This matter is of utmost significance to you all, to the entire magical community, and indeed to the wizarding world at large. It can be regarded as a momentous event of historic proportions. Dumbledore's carefully chosen words heightened the anticipation among the entire school, leaving them too preoccupied to enjoy their meal. Professor McGonagall understood Dumbledore's intention in summoning her. He evidently did not wish for her to miss this significant announcement. But what could be of such importance? Could it be related to the secret meeting he had attended at the Wisengamot the previous day? Dudley and Harry, intrigued by Dumbledore's suspenseful lead-in, shared a curiosity about this momentous revelation. What groundbreaking event could this be? How could old Dumbledore have kept it from them until now? Dumbledore was pleased with the reactions of the crowd, particularly the look of confusion that flickered in Dudley's eyes, which brought him a sense of delight. It seemed there were matters beyond Dudley's comprehension. This momentous news pertained to a spell, a miraculous incantation. With a beaming smile, Dumbledore continued, a spell whose effects you have just experienced. Just experienced? Murmured the students of the four houses, who began to murmur amongst themselves. They had surmised the outcome, but had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the professors at Hogwarts, especially the heads of the four houses, had already caught on, their eyes widening as they glanced from Dudley to Harry, then back to Dumbledore, eagerly awaiting the final clarification. Indeed, it appears you have all deduced it. Dumbledore amplified his voice, unveiling the mystery. This miraculous spell is the calming charm that Harry Potter, Dudley Dursley, and I have just cast upon you. The calming charm was a collaborative creation of Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. Its effect was to soothe beings, quelling intense emotions such as agitation, anger, sorrow, and resentment, thus allowing the mind to attain a state of tranquility for a time. While this effect may seem modest, it serves as a formidable counter to the majority of dark magic. For to unleash dark magic effectively, one must summon powerful negative emotions to accompany the magic and incantation. Take, for instance, the three most infamous unforgivable curses. The Cruciatus Curse requires overwhelming hatred, the Imperius Curse demands a malicious desire to control others, and the Killing Curse necessitates a frenzied intent to kill. Without sufficient negative emotion, even the most fearsome of these curses lose their potency. The Cruciatus Curse fails to inflict pain, the Imperius Curse cannot dominate the mind, and even the Killing Curse falters in its lethality. Thus, the calming charm is undeniably the bane of dark magic. Upon hearing Dumbledore's declaration, the Great Hall erupted once more, with the majority of young witches and wizards cheering with exuberance, casting adoring glances at Harry and Dudley. Conversely, a faction of upperclassmen, particularly the pure-blood students from Slytherin who had delved into dark magic through family legacies or other means, wore expressions akin to having lost a fortune, their faces marred by resentment and gloom. Dudley, for his part, felt neither particularly good nor bad. He remained remarkably composed. He had known from the outset that the calming charm could counter dark magic, because he harbored the intention of abolishing the Killing Curse and other dark magic. He conceived and guided young Harry in the development of the calming charm. Dumbledore's decision to make this matter public undoubtedly aimed to bolster the reputations of both Harry and Dudley, much like in the original narrative, where he would annually announce the House Cup winners at the end of the school year, extolling the significant achievements of Harry and his companions to generously award points to the lower-ranking Gryffindor house, thereby enhancing Harry's status as the savior. Naturally, Dumbledore also envisioned the widespread dissemination of the calming charm as a means to combat dark magic and dark wizards. Dudley did not oppose this notion. The charm, as its name suggests, if widely adopted, would surely mitigate the disturbances caused by dark magic within the wizarding world, fostering stability. This would contribute to societal harmony and assist Dudley in addressing certain regrettable incidents. As for the possibility of the charm being appropriated by ill-intentioned individuals and turned into a weapon against Dudley, he was untroubled. He had already devised a counter-charm before teaching the calming charm to Dumbledore, which he had confided solely to Harry, instructing him to keep it secret. Standing at the center of the faculty seats, Dumbledore initially felt delight upon observing the enthusiasm of the students and professors. However, he became somewhat unsettled when he noticed Dudley's expression was one of remarkable calm. Fortunately, he had not yet finished speaking and had further revelations to share. Dumbledore signaled for quiet and continued. The calming charm not only proves remarkably effective against dark magic, but also possesses a unique function. The older students should be aware that our world is home to werewolves and vampires, special beings that can infect and assimilate wizards. Many wizards transformed into werewolves or vampires lose control during the full moon, becoming frenzied beasts, inflicting damage and destruction they never intended. With the calming charm, these unfortunate wizards can cast it upon themselves repeatedly before their minds are completely overtaken by savagery, allowing them to maintain their sanity and endure the harrowing nights of the full moon. Currently, I have enlisted a familiar werewolf wizard to attempt navigating the madness of the full moon with the calming charm, and he has succeeded remarkably, providing us with tangible evidence. Although this method is not a cure, it undeniably significantly alleviates the plight of werewolves and vampires within the magical community. Therefore, in recognition of the monumental contributions made by Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley in creating the calming charm, I, Albus Dumbledore, do hereby, in my capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, formally convey the highest regard on behalf of the Wizengamot and the entire magical community, and present them with the First-Class Order of Merlin Honorary Medal. Chapter 79. Becoming an Assistant. Subconscious Schemes. As Dumbledore solemnly announced his intention to award Dudley and Harry the honorary medal, all the professors and staff in the faculty seats stood in appreciative recognition. With the demonstration and encouragement from the professors, the students from the 4 colleges rose to their feet in unison. At that moment, the gaze of all the faculty and students at Hogwarts was directed towards Dudley and Harry. Harry felt a surge of exhilaration, his face betraying an undeniable excitement. Dudley, too, displayed a faint smile, albeit shallow. He held little regard for the Order of Merlin, which he deemed a trinket of no substantial worth. Its practicality was negligible. After all, his captive, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, had been posthumously awarded one as well, and it bore the same rank. This accolade was neither edible nor could it be spent. Its sole function was to elevate one's status during prosperous times. Such prestige might assist Dudley in mitigating resistance when he sought to instigate an educational reform at Hogwarts, which perhaps explained his willingness to feign a smile. Dudley and Harry remained rooted in their original positions. Dumbledore, with a face blooming with joy, extended a gnarled hand, delicately holding 2 resplendent golden medals adorned with green ribbons. The Order of Merlin, established by the esteemed Wizard Merlin during the Middle Ages, was founded on the principle of fostering harmony between wizards and muggles, maintaining order while prohibiting the use of magic against muggles. In contemporary times, the organization has devolved into little more than a nominal title, with its responsibilities having been transferred to the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot. The first-class Order of Merlin Medal is awarded to distinguished wizards for their exceptional bravery and significant contributions to the magical community, with its green ribbon representing the house colors of Slytherin. According to legend, Merlin himself was a Slytherin, and the design of this medal's ribbon draws inspiration from that legacy. Under the watchful eyes of the entire school, Dumbledore descended from his golden throne and approached Dudley and Harry. With a gentle push of his aged hand, the 2 golden medals floated gracefully towards their chests, the pins fastening themselves onto the fabric of their robes. In the next moment, Dumbledore led the applause, and the Great Hall of Hogwarts erupted in thunderous clapping. Once the applause subsided, the venerable headmaster refrained from calling the feast to commence and instead announced a special appointment. Here, I wish to share another piece of news. In light of Dudley Dursley's recognition by Hogwarts Castle, his commendable magical prowess, and his remarkable contributions to the magical community, I, as the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would like to appoint Dudley Dursley as an assistant teacher to impart magical knowledge to the students. The assistant teacher may aid in other professors' classes, proactively request to teach in empty classrooms, and exercise the rights of a professor, adjusting house points based on the student's performance. I hope Mr. Dursley will, alongside his own studies, assist the students of the 4 houses in their collective progress. I wonder if Mr. Dursley would be willing to accept this appointment? In front of the entire faculty and student body, Dumbledore presented Derry with a remarkable surprise, or perhaps more accurately, a shock. Much like previous occurrences, old Dumbledore had not conferred with Derry beforehand. As Derry gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, he perceived the encouragement and plea reflected within them, causing a tumult of thoughts to surge within him. This evening, Dumbledore was not merely honoring him with an award. He was also elevating him to a position of prominence. Though the intentions behind this act were far from innocent, having collaborated amicably with Dumbledore for a month, and provided him with the precious hope of resurrecting loved ones, one would expect Dumbledore to treat him with utmost reverence. Yet, unexpectedly, Dumbledore was willing to risk the emergence of discord between them by firmly placing him within the ranks of the White Wizards, apprehensive that he might become the next Dark Lord and plunge the magical realm into chaos. To uphold the order of the magical world, Dumbledore was truly prepared to sacrifice anything. He fervently promoted the efficacy of the calming charm and appointed Derry as an assistant teacher to instruct others in its use. While this appeared to be a gesture aimed at elevating Derry's reputation, the underlying motive was to ensure that Derry stood resolutely against the Dark Wizards. I shall accept the position of assistant teacher, Derry declared with a decisive and resounding affirmation, casting a deep glance at old Dumbledore. Regardless of whether he was overthinking the situation or whether Dumbledore's actions were intentional or inadvertent, he would not allow this to cause a rift between them. Human nature is difficult to alter, and Dumbledore's calculations were entirely in line with Derry's perception of him. After all, Derry had never intended to assume the role of a malevolent Dark Lord. Dumbledore's actions had indeed proven to be beneficial to him. He had been troubled by the lack of identity and position to advocate for educational reform at Hogwarts, and this assistant role was one he would have sought out, even if Dumbledore had not offered it. Upon hearing Derry's prompt acceptance, Dumbledore's joy was palpable. His original intention was simply to surprise both Derry and Harry. He understood that, given Derry's character, he would undoubtedly instigate numerous events during his time at school, a fact that had already been validated today, should Derry only hold the status of a student. Dumbledore feared he would be unable to manage the potential tumult that Derry might create, complicating his role as headmaster. Thus, by appointing him as an assistant teacher, he preemptively laid the groundwork for a safety net. Of course, to suggest that Dumbledore harbored no subconscious thoughts similar to those analyzed by Derry would be a fallacy. Over the years, he had thoroughly ingrained the belief in maintaining order within the magical realm into his consciousness. The strategies and actions he undertook would inevitably be influenced by this principle, a reality he often failed to recognize without prompt. Derry's role as an assistant teacher was swiftly solidified amidst the numbed astonishment of the entire school. Dumbledore merrily returned to his golden throne, exclaiming a series of nonsensical incantations that heralded the commencement of the feast. The resounding clinks of wands tapping against empty plates echoed through the grand hall, as the hungry students and faculty eagerly anticipated their meal. In the kitchen below, the house elves, receiving the signal, hurriedly conjured up steaming platters of delectable British cuisine, magically transporting them to the vacant plates scattered across the dining tables above. Unaware of the later-than-usual meal time, the elves diligently continued to prepare fresh dishes, ensuring that the wizards above would be served the finest delicacies at a moment's notice. In the grand hall, the tables were soon laden with a magnificent array of food. Roasted chicken legs, sweet corn, hot dogs, smoked meats, fried fish, pizza, and mushroom soup tantalized the appetites of all present, who dined and conversed in lively camaraderie. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became more relaxed. Dudley and Harry made their way to the Gryffindor table, joining Ron, Hermione, and Neville, alongside the supportive Weasley brothers Fred, George, and Percy. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the friends openly expressed their admiration for Dudley and Harry. However, Dudley's mind was not solely focused on the meal and merriment. He periodically scanned the room, vigilant for any signs of anomaly. He harbored a suspicion that Voldemort's fragment of soul was, at that very moment, lurking within the hall, parasitically inhabiting one of the wizards present. Chapter 80. Persons of Suspicion. Swift verification. Dudley's gaze swept across the hall. He spotted the elderly caretaker, Argus Filch, standing ominously at the entrance with a sullen demeanor, silently observing the diners, and received a low-level revelation from the system regarding this individual. He also noticed a strikingly beautiful young witch at the faculty table, exuding warmth and charm, effortlessly engaging with the diverse professors around her. Initially overlooked, Dudley now recognized her exceptional social skills, which set her apart from the rest. Although she did not don a headscarf, her presence was undeniably significant. In contrast, the perpetually grim-faced Snape seemed unimpressed by her. Inquiring of Percy, Dudley learned that this enchanting, which was none other than the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Eclis Hunt, a character absent from the original narrative and shrouded in suspicion, especially after observing the expressions of other professors and staff without identifying any issues. The doubts surrounding this captivating witch intensified. Given that Voldemort's fragment was currently quite weak, it was improbable that he would possess a student. Whether to siphon life force and magical energy, or to minimize mobility constraints while seeking the Philosopher's Stone. However, the professors of other subjects at Hogwarts, most of whom possess considerable strength and are well acquainted with one another, present a formidable challenge for anyone wishing to infiltrate their ranks. It is not only difficult to cling to their coattails, but also quite easy to expose any weaknesses. The only exception lies with the frequently changing defense against the dark arts professors, who possess authority, magical prowess, and vitality, while remaining relatively unfamiliar to the other faculty members, making them the most suitable candidates for such endeavors. With this in mind, Dudley promptly beckoned his cousin. Harry, take a look at that young female professor seated among the staff, and keenly sense whether the scar on your forehead is subtly throbbing. Yes, cousin. Harry complied, turning his gaze towards the staff table. After staring for a considerable time, he found that his scar did not ache, but rather his irritation was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Severus Snape, that old bat, seemed to believe that Harry and Dudley were scrutinizing him, as he hardly touched his food, merely sitting there, engaging in a rather distasteful staring contest with the two cousins. "Enough, Harry!" Dudley halted Harry's actions. "This tactic is ineffective. Once the meal concludes, I will find an excuse for us to meet this enchanting professor." "All right, cousin." After some time, everyone had eaten their fill, and the remnants of their meals had vanished, whisked away by the house elves from the kitchen. Dumbledore rose once more to impart his final words of wisdom for the evening. In summary, he cautioned, "The Forbidden Forest is perilous and must be avoided. At the request of Caretaker Filch, magic is prohibited in the corridors. Students wishing to become Quidditch players should consult Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, as assessments will take place in the second week of term." Having delivered these messages, Dumbledore, undeterred by the disapproving expressions of the other professors, jovially instructed everyone to sing the Hogwarts school song. He conjured a long, colorful ribbon that floated in midair, twisting and transforming into a series of English lyrics to serve as a prompt. In an instant, a cacophony of discordant voices erupted, each singing their own tune, producing a chaotic medley. Many students merely joined in for the sake of it, singing anything but the school song. The mischievous twin brothers, Fred and George, took it even further, belting out a mournful dirge instead. Dudley found himself at a loss for words. After listening to the chaos, Dudley concluded that the melody he had led Harry in singing, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," was undoubtedly the most delightful. As the song came to an end, Dumbledore finally announced the conclusion of the feast, instructing the heads of houses to escort their students back to their dormitories for rest. However, Dudley did not comply. Instead, he stood up, beaming as he led Harry toward the professors, who were also rising to return to their offices. "Professors, I have become a teaching assistant, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Come, let us all become acquainted," Dudley exclaimed enthusiastically, swiftly approaching the staff table and, adhering to proximity, promptly bent down to shake hands with the diminutive Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick was in high spirits, eager to share a word with Dudley. However, before he could utter a sound, Dudley released his hand to greet other professors. Following closely behind, Harry quickly seized Flitwick's hand, bashfully justifying Dudley's exuberance, claiming his cousin was simply overwhelmed with joy that day. In this manner, Dudley and Harry executed their roles with precision and alacrity. Before Professor Dumbledore and the assembled faculty could fully comprehend the situation, Dudley had already successfully clasped the hand of the enchanting defense against the dark arts professor. To his relief, there was no backlash from the weakened love protection spell, indicating that she harbored no ill intentions towards him. If Voldemort were to be residing within her, he would surely be in a dormant state at this moment, or else unforeseen calamities would have arisen. Dudley, with his thoughts racing, maintained a facade of calmness as he swiftly released her hand and reached out to the next professor, while simultaneously keeping an attentive eye on Harry's interaction with the esteemed woman. 2 seconds later, all appeared normal. Harry's authentic maternal love protection charm remained untriggered, and his scar did not throb. Given their proximity, Dudley pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. His musings were abruptly interrupted as his gaze fell upon Snape's distasteful visage, which wore a forced smile that could no longer be sustained. Dudley scowled and disregarded the old bat, moving on to greet the next professor. Snape, whose hand had been outstretched, found it suspended awkwardly in midair. Following Dudley, Harry also snubbed Snape, avoiding any acknowledgement of his presence. Enraged, Snape lowered his hand, his already sullen expression growing even darker. Hogwarts offered a curriculum of 8 compulsory subjects and 5 electives, totaling 13 courses, each helmed by a respective professor. However, Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, being a ghost, did not partake in the Great Hall meals, leaving a total of 12 professors present. Dudley and Harry quickly and effusively greeted them all. To lend an air of legitimacy, they also exchanged pleasantries with Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, and Madame Pants, the librarian. After a fist bump with their good friend Hagrid and a nod to Dumbledore, they turned to depart. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness, as the students of the 4 houses had yet to fully vacate the Great Hall. Dudley and Harry hurriedly jogged to catch up with Percy and the Gryffindor contingent, leaving the bewildered Hogwarts faculty in a state of disarray and confusion. Chapter 81. Peeves in the Interrogation Room. The Gryffindor Common Room is situated on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, adjacent to Gryffindor Tower. To reach that location from the Grand Hall on the 1st floor, one must ascend numerous flights of stairs, traverse several drapes, and concealed doors. What is even more whimsical is that the staircases within Hogwarts possess a peculiar character. They move at will, appearing and disappearing as they please. Were it not for Percy, the head boy, and the guidance of the upperclassmen, the first-year students would undoubtedly become lost. Along the way, the Gryffindor newcomers curiously examined the portraits adorning the castle, exchanging nods and gestures with the animated figures within the frames. Midway, a peculiar creature emerged, launching a surprise attack on the Gryffindor group, indulging in mischief. This was none other than Peeves, the poltergeist, a being that, while not truly a ghost, could coalesce into a tangible form and interact with physical objects. Dressed in a garish striped suit and a tall top hat, Peeves floated about, clutching a cache of projectiles. Upon sighting him, the expressions of some upperclassmen in Gryffindor shifted dramatically, clearly indicating that they had been frequent victims of Peeves' antics during their previous years at school. Percy, as the head boy, had no choice but to invoke the name of the Bloody Baron to intimidate Peeves, for the Baron was the only ghost that Peeves feared. However, Peeves was unfazed, chuckling mischievously as he hurled the projectiles from his grasp. A deluge of water balloons and broken wooden wands rained down like a sudden hailstorm. The Gryffindor students scrambled to evade the onslaught, yet they could not fully escape, facing the imminent threat of becoming drenched and bruised. It was then that Dudley sprang into action. With a flick of his wand, he cast the levitation charm, halting all the water balloons and broken wands mid-air before gently lowering them to the ground. "Peeves, cease your antics," Dudley admonished softly after neutralizing the poltergeist's assault. Peeves halted his barrage, his peculiar eyes locking onto Dudley. Once he confirmed that this young wizard had recently been granted special privileges by Hogwarts, he begrudgingly ceased his mischief, exclaiming, "Oh, how infuriating! Consider yourselves lucky." With that, Peeves departed, and Percy cast a grateful glance at Dudley before leading the group onward. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination, a corridor adorned with the portrait of the Fat Lady, marking the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room. Percy exchanged the password with the Fat Lady, who swung open the portrait to reveal a circular passage. The Gryffindor students eagerly filed inside. Dudley and Harry trailed at the end of the line, and once everyone else had entered the common room, Dudley turned to survey the 8th floor, his mind racing with schemes. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Dudley and Harry reached the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, locating their newly assigned room. The belongings they had left on Hogwarts Express, including Hedwig's large cage, had already been delivered to this location by the house elves. The space is quite spacious, featuring 5 grand wooden beds adorned with columns, canopies, and crimson drapery, accommodating 5 individuals. Apart from Dudley and Harry, the remaining 3 roommates are the fiery-haired imp Ron Weasley, the future swordmaster Neville Longbottom, and the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan. After a long day on the train and expending much energy and emotion in the Great Hall, Ron, Neville, and Seamus quickly climbed onto their wooden beds, drew the drapes, and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Dudley and Harry, who had also pretended to sleep, synchronously opened their eyes. Mustering their courage, they quietly descended from their beds, donned their robes, and stealthily slipped out of the dormitory without disturbing anyone. Upon exiting the dormitory, Dudley immediately cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Harry, causing their forms to rapidly fade, blending seamlessly into their surroundings as if rendered invisible. The disillusionment charm is a crucial incantation for wizards seeking to conceal their presence and create conventional invisibility cloaks. This spell does not render one completely invisible, but rather bestows the qualities of a chameleon, allowing individuals to merge with their environment to achieve the desired concealment. It is, without a doubt, an essential charm for nocturnal escapades. Having cloaked themselves, Dudley led Harry away from the Gryffindor common room, in search of a mysterious location also situated on the 8th floor of the castle. As they traversed the castle corridors, Dudley suddenly felt an inexplicable intuition guiding him toward their destination. Hogwarts' collective consciousness truly is considerate. Dudley felt a flicker of joy within. This would enhance the efficiency of their endeavors. Before long, Dudley and Harry found themselves standing in the midst of a relatively secluded corridor on the 8th floor of the castle. Two walls flanked them, one adorned with a tapestry depicting a giant who appeared to be striking a grown man with a large bone club. However, the true essence of the tapestry lay in the fact that the so-called foolish man, named Barnabas the Barmy, was actually attempting to teach the giant ballet. Dudley did not linger on the tapestry. Instead, he instructed Harry to stand aside while he paced back and forth near the wall opposite the tapestry, his mind racing with thoughts. I require an interrogation chamber that is isolated, for which no prisoner can escape, equipped with sturdy execution racks and chains. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a stone door suddenly materialized on the previously bare wall. The room of requirement had responded to Dudley's request. Dudley, with a look of astonishment on his face, ushered Harry through the door, which led into a darkly styled interrogation chamber. In the center of the room stood a towering blood-stained crucifix, surrounded by numerous ancient and rusty iron chains and shackles. Upon witnessing the room's grim apparatus, Harry swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, he quickly cast a calming charm upon himself, forcing his demeanor to remain composed. "Cousin, I am ready," Harry stated with steadiness. Dudley observed Harry, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. Rather than allowing hatred to fester within, it is far better to unleash it in full. Dudley approached the crucifix, extending his finger to trace a large circle in the air. A furtive adult wizard with a rat-like visage, who had lost a finger, immediately tumbled out of the circle. This was none other than the infamous Peter Pettigrew, a rare find purchased for 20 galleons from Ron by Dudley and Harry. Awakening in Dudley's spatial confinement that evening, he had finally sensed something amiss, reverting from his animagus form back to human shape. However, the residual effects of the rat poison still left him weak and incapacitated. Chapter 82. The Punitive Crucifix. The Tormented Gray Mouse. "Who are you?" Peter Pettigrew mumbled, his eyelids drooping, his voice lacking strength. "Do you take me for a fool, Pettigrew? Have you forgotten why you became a rat? You are Harry Potter." With Dudley's subtle prompting, Peter recognized Harry by his striking emerald eyes and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Dudley ceased his verbal exchanges, sneering as he directed a surge of magic toward the crucifix and chains, causing Peter to be firmly bound to the blood-stained cross by the animated shackles. At the moment he was affixed to the crucifix, Peter let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, startling even Dudley. "What are you doing? We haven't even begun." Dudley raised his hand and struck Peter forcefully with his wand, a sharp crack echoing as 3 of Peter's ribs shattered, internal injuries causing blood to trickle from his mouth. His cries morphed into muffled groans. Agony etched across his face as beads of perspiration erupted from his forehead. Something was amiss. This reaction was not as anticipated. Dudley handed his wand to his cousin and approached the crucifix to investigate. As he focused his attention, the system's assessment results promptly materialized before him in a translucent panel. Crucifix of painful punishment, level, item description, a medieval instrument of torture crafted by wizards. Any living being bound to this crucifix will endure excruciating pain, subjected to relentless torment. The executioner can infuse magic to adjust the agony level of the crucifix. Such a marvelous item? Dudley was astonished. The room of requirement truly delivered. Not only did it provide free lodging, but it also gifted him an antique treasure. Without further ado, Dudley infused the crucifix with magic, randomly adjusting the pain level. Peter immediately erupted into a cacophony of wails. Ah, 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 hiss, gasp. Dudley was reveling in the symphony of screams when, unexpectedly, Peter fell silent. "Cousin, he has fainted from the pain," Harry remarked as he checked for Peter's breath. "Utterly useless. Did you think I would spare you just because you've lost consciousness?" Dudley, with his head drooping over the cross, addressed the small rat-like figure hanging there, urging it to heal swiftly and revive promptly. As 2 potent healing and revival spells took effect, the small creature gradually regained consciousness. At that moment, Dudley had already ceased the torment inflicted by the punishing cross. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The awakened rat-like figure, filled with sheer terror, disregarded its injuries, toxins, and pain, exhausting every ounce of strength to plead for mercy. "To hell with you." Harry, Witnessing the rat's desperate pleas, seized the smelting stick that Dudley had previously handed him and began to strike the rat's rodent face with ferocity. With each blow, tears streamed down his face as he cried out in accusation. "It's all because of you! It's all because of you! Voldemort invaded my home and murdered my parents. How dare you beg for mercy? Do you even recognize your wrongs? My cousin has long told me, scoundrels like you, when caught by the victims, plead not out of remorse, but out of the knowledge that death is imminent. I'll hit you. I'll beat you to death." Dudley, standing to the side, watched as his cousin unleashed his fury, feeling a mix of emotions but remaining active, continuously casting healing and revival spells to mend the rat's wounds and prolong its life. Such a traitor deserved swift punishment, and a few blows would be too merciful. The rat's face was battered into a grotesque state, only to be restored repeatedly by Dudley's magic for over 50 rounds, until Harry finally paused, panting heavily. The rat's once prominent rodent teeth had been completely shattered, its cheeks swollen and raw, bloodied beyond recovery even by potent healing spells. Furthermore, Dudley's smelting stick was rendered in 2 pieces, lying on the ground. "Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. The Dark Lord is terrifying. I didn't want this." The rat, Peter, filled with a desperate will to survive, despite being reduced to such a pitiful state, continued to plead with its gnarled mouth. Devoid of teeth, Dudley couldn't help but admire its tenacity. A coward like he was sorted into Gryffindor? It seems even the sorting hat can falter at times. Dudley felt no sympathy for the rat. He pointed at the broken smelting stick on the ground, returned to its original state. Instantly, the fractured wand mended itself and soared into Dudley's grasp. "Harry, take a moment to rest. We have plenty of time ahead. The rat is still begging for mercy, not for death, which indicates our work is not yet complete." A wicked smile adorned Dudley's face as he gently swayed the wand in his right hand, transforming it into a metallic mace. The rat's eyes widened in horror as it beheld the gleaming spikes reflecting from the mace in Dudley's hand. Unleashing a desperate cry, "Don't come any closer." An hour later, the punishment cross had been thoroughly stained crimson, and a large pool of blood lay upon the ground. Peter Pettigrew, the diminutive figure, was devoid of any good flesh, barely clinging to life. Dudley summoned his magical prowess, engaging in his most formidable state, and unleashed a series of 10 potent healing spells upon the frail creature, rescuing this rat of a life once again from the brink of oblivion. Note: in the Harry Potter universe, the realm of the dead is referred to as the world beyond the veil, governed by the Grim Reaper. Harry, who observed Dudley's execution throughout, felt a significant release of the hatred and frustration within him, experiencing a sense of grim satisfaction. Dudley judiciously reminded him, "Harry, while vengeance is justified, remember not to let this torturous pleasure consume your spirit and erode your mind. You must cultivate an unwavering will that remains impervious to disturbance. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Harry cast a few calming spells upon himself, restoring his composure. He then nodded earnestly at Dudley. "I understand, cousin. That is well." Dudley shifted his gaze towards the now somewhat stabilized Peter Pettigrew. "The warm-up is complete. It is time to practice spells on this little gray rat. Legilimens." Dudley extended his finger, tracing a specific trajectory in the air, meticulously applying the spell-casting techniques he had learned during the holidays from Dumbledore, probing into Peter's mind and memories. Due to Quirrell's lack of proficiency in legilimency and occlumency, and Voldemort not having utilized Quirrell's wand to perform corresponding magic, Dudley, having merged with Quirrell's wand, had not acquired the requisite skills. Thus, to master the advanced art of legilimency, he needed to engage in further practice. In the interrogation room, beams of white light crisscrossed. Dudley focused on the rat-like head of Peter, practicing legilimency for over an hour. He finally grasped the essence of the spell, becoming acquainted with this advanced enchantment. Peter could no longer emit even a scream, reduced to incoherent mumbling. His mind was clouded, nearly driven to madness by Dudley's unrefined legilimency. Fortunately, Dudley was prudent. He had no intention of tormenting a fool, so he would cease whenever he sensed Peter nearing his breaking point, granting him a moment to breathe, lest he truly devolve into madness. Despite the sporadic casting, over the course of an hour, Dudley managed to extract all of Peter's hidden secrets. Excluding the chaotic memories that held no significance for Dudley and Harry, the most valuable secret in Peter's mind was his knowledge of Voldemort's wand's whereabouts. Years ago, amidst the ruins of Godric's Hollow after the destruction of Harry's parents' home, Peter had arrived there before being pursued by Sirius. Discovering the U-wand left behind from Voldemort's corporeal demise, and had concealed it in a secret location. In the original tale, the identity of Wormtail was revealed, and after escaping from the Screaming Shed, he set out to search for the lost fragment of Voldemort's soul, retrieving the specially concealed U-wand and returning it to Voldemort. However, the secret of the wand's location had already been intercepted by Dudley. Ha ha ha! Clap! Clap! Dudley laughed heartily, exhilarated, and playfully smacked Wormtail twice. "Cousin, have you discovered something?" Harry inquired curiously, aware that whenever Dudley bore such a grin, it signified that he had either gained some advantage or learned of potential benefits. "Indeed, Harry, it seems you need not worry about your holly wand clashing with its twin," Dudley explained cheerfully, drawing a small circle in the air with his right hand, from which he summoned a syringe filled with a potion from his personal space. The syringe was labeled in English, "Adrenaline injection, veterinary use." Subsequently, Dudley skillfully removed the protective cap and injected the serum into Wormtail. With the injection, Wormtail's beady eyes bulged and then contracted, veins protruding as he stammered and groaned. Fainting once again, yet his blood pressure soared, his heart regained strength, and his vitality surged slightly. "Let this evening's vengeance conclude here, Harry," Dudley declared, reopening the spatial portal to return the unconscious Wormtail to the sturdy cage within his personal space. He also magically gathered the pools of Wormtail's blood that had spilled onto the cross and the ground, storing it away as well. The blood of a wizard, especially that of a moderately powerful one like Wormtail, constituted a valuable material for future use. Dudley led Harry away from the interrogation room created by the all-answering room. Returning to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, the fat lady at the entrance did not even inquire for the password as she allowed the two brothers to pass. Such was the efficacy of Dudley's special privileges. "Harry, it's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow marks the first day of classes. You must be alert," Dudley whispered reassuringly. Harry silently changed into his pajamas and obediently climbed into his wooden bed, falling into a deep slumber without inquiring about Dudley's plans for the latter part of the night. For he held immense trust in his cousin. "Safekeep," Dudley murmured once more as he exited the Gryffindor common room, casting a powerful protective charm over their dormitory before departing. The Safekeep enchantment could delineate a protective boundary, causing any offensive spells cast by hostile targets within that range to veer off course and miss their mark. The fat lady at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room yawned in exasperation, watching as the almost transparent figure of Dudley slipped out once again. Honestly, whose young wizard is out wandering twice in a single night, especially on the very first night of the school year? Even more outrageous is the fact that Hogwarts has granted this young sorceress special privileges, compelling her to doze off while keeping the door open for Dudley. Dudley, indifferent to the lingering resentment reflected in the portrait of the fat lady, once again ventured out into the night, undoubtedly with a necessary purpose and reason. "Hogwarts, guide me. I must find a caretaker, Filch." Dudley silently affirmed this intention within himself, and once again he felt an unseen guidance. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, he followed the beckoning direction, descending from the 8th floor of the castle. As he traversed, the ever-shifting and disappearing staircases of Hogwarts cooperated remarkably, allowing Dudley to reach the hunchbacked and elderly caretaker's location with utmost efficiency. At that moment, Filch was patrolling the 4th floor corridor, lantern in hand, while his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, strolled nearby, keeping him company. Argus Filch, the lonely squib. Incident details. Argus Filch is the loyal caretaker of Hogwarts Castle, a stringent enforcer of its rules, and a solitary squib. His life has been devoted to Hogwarts, yet he is unable to wield magic like the others within its walls. Filch is acutely aware of this deficiency. He forbids students from casting spells in the corridors, as they are his domain. He takes pleasure in tormenting those who violate school rules, punishing them by forcing them to perform tedious tasks without magic, thus feeding his envy. He declines to dine at the staff table in the Great Hall daily, for he lacks a wand and cannot simply tap an empty plate to summon the delectable dishes provided by the house elves. Instead, he resorts to fishing in the Black Lake, secretly frying the catch in his office, sharing his meager meals with his cherished pet, Mrs. Norris, seeking solace from his loneliness. Dudley concealed himself at a distance from Filch and Mrs. Norris, silently observing them while reflecting upon the system's earlier prompts. To be honest, he held no strong opinion of Filch, let alone any affection. He was a common man filled with pride and jealousy, devoid of a moral compass, inclined towards malevolence. He obeyed whoever held the position of headmaster, regardless of the reasonableness of their commands. In the original narrative, when Umbridge, the pink toad, served as headmistress, Filch was exceedingly pleased, willingly acting as her lapdog, simply because she permitted him to torment students at will. However, Filch was not devoid of affection. He despised the magical students, but held a deep love for the castle of Hogwarts, a bastion of magical education. Furthermore, he invested much emotion in his pet, Mrs. Norris, viewing her as a source of emotional solace. Thus, as long as Filch posed no threat to himself or his family and friends, Dudley was willing to resolve Filch's lingering regrets at minimal or no cost, solely for the sake of system rewards and gaining an additional subordinate. With this thought in mind, Dudley sprang into action. Regarding the transformation of a squib into a true wizard, he has formulated a hypothesis which now requires validation. Chapter 84. Do you wish to become a genuine wizard? In the desolate corridor of the fourth floor, a mysterious gust of wind suddenly swept past Filch. With a sharp intake of breath, Filch glanced at the back of his hand that clutched the lantern, where he noticed a slender wound inexplicably oozing a trickle of blood. Who is it? Who is it? I see you. Come out at once. Filch, instantly alert, scanned his surroundings and bellowed, attempting to project an air of authority. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he was certain that the recent wind was no natural occurrence, but rather the mischievous antics of a wayward student employing magic to torment him. He would not permit such a student to evade justice. As he shouted, Filch called upon Mrs. Norris, hoping his feline companion could assist in uncovering the lurking troublemaker. A cat's sense of smell and acuity undoubtedly surpassed that of a human, although Mrs. Norris appeared emaciated due to prolonged malnutrition. It did not hinder her ability to aid Filch in his quest. Before long, her keen eyes pinpointed the area where Dudley was stealthily concealed. He had not strayed far. Filch shared an unspoken understanding with his pet. Upon Mrs. Norris identifying the location of the culprit, a sinister grin spread across his lecherous face. Ha ha ha. My suspicions were indeed correct. However, Filch's smile faltered as he was startled by Dudley's sudden maniacal laughter, nearly dropping the lantern in fright, while Mrs. Norris puffed up her tail in alarm. Dudley dispelled his invisibility charm, revealing himself before Filch and Mrs. Norris. One hand grasped the smelting stick, while the other was slightly raised, a droplet of Filch's blood glistening on his fingertip. Just moments ago, he had used his robust physique to dash past Filch, discreetly drawing a drop of blood with his fingernail, and subsequently focused his attention on having the system analyze this blood. The results indicated that this droplet contained inert magical blood, distinguishing it from non-magical substances that eluded identification. This revelation aligned perfectly with Dudley's prior conjecture. He had long understood that although a squib could not wield magic, they differed from muggles. Squibs could perceive certain magical creatures invisible to ordinary muggles, such as dementors. They were also unaffected by muggle-repelling spells, possessing some enigmatic traits absent in muggles. This evidence suggested that squibs were, in fact, incomplete wizards. The system's analysis of Filch's blood corroborated this notion. The blood of a squib contained magical essence, albeit inert, meaning it could not be actively utilized or manifested as magic. In contrast to a true wizard, the magical traits expressed by a squib's genetics were incomplete, lacking the capability to release and manipulate magical energy. To address this dilemma, one must bestow guidance upon the mute canon, harnessing the prowess of magic. For others, this endeavor may seem insurmountable, yet for Derry, it is remarkably effortless. When he previously amalgamated the fractured Chilo wand, he acquired a delayed and unstable wandless casting ability, which was subsequently sealed by the system. This ability is of little value to Derry. However, to the mute canon, it is akin to a treasure. After all, even delayed and unstable magic is still magic, far superior to the inability to cast at all. Transferring this ability to the mute canon would be tantamount to equipping its magical gene with a fractured wand, akin to infusing stagnant water with vitality and creating an outlet for flow. Thereafter, the mute canon could intermittently wield magic, and if paired with an actual wand of high compatibility, it would be nearly indistinguishable from a conventional wizard. Why, you are the newly appointed assistant to Headmaster Dumbledore. Filch, recovering from his shock, rudely raised the lantern close to Derry's head, trembling as he inquired. Upon realizing that the one toying with him was no ordinary student, Filch's demeanor softened considerably. Derry, wearing a disdainful expression, pushed Filch's lantern aside with his wand, then revealed a devilish smile, his voice resembling a demonic whisper. Mr. Filch, would you like to bask in the astonished gazes of the Hogwarts faculty and students? Do you wish to sit openly at the staff table in the Great Hall, conjuring food with your wand? Would you like to receive the recognition of others, no longer tasting the bitterness of solitude? Do you aspire to be a wizard capable of wielding magic? What? Upon hearing Derry's words, Filch was struck with a shiver, his aged eyes momentarily betraying an insatiable longing. However, this fleeting glimmer quickly dimmed, replaced by an uncontrollable fury. He sternly questioned Derry. Assistant Dursley, are you jesting with me? Your prank is hardly clever. Do not forget that while you are an assistant, you are also a student. As a student, you are subject to school rules and my authority as the caretaker. If you do not believe, so be it. Derry's expression shifted to one of indifference as he turned to leave. Mr. Filch, you have just squandered the greatest opportunity of your life. Prepare to remain mute until your dying day. Watching Derry's retreating figure, Filch's emotions abruptly halted, his threats faltering, and his heart twisted with anxiety, as if an invaluable opportunity were slipping away. Wait! Filch could not suppress his inner turmoil and attempted to call out to Derry. However, upon hearing Filch's voice, Derry did not halt. Instead, he quickened his pace. Do not leave. Assistant Dursley, please stop. Overwhelmed by an immense wave of regret, Filch's psychological defenses crumbled swiftly. He emitted a trembling cry, employing honorifics, and hastily shuffled his aged legs to catch up with Dudley, positioning himself directly before him. I beseech you, I implore you, forgive my earlier disrespect. Grant me another chance. Just one more opportunity, if you would be so kind. I am willing to pay any price to become a wizard. Bowing deeply with his hunched back, Filch appeared both sincere and humble. He had yearned to be a wizard his entire life, and now, having finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, he could not bear to relinquish it. He recalled that this individual before him was no ordinary young wizard. He was the cousin of the Savior and a recipient of the prestigious Merlin's honor, having invented magical spells to combat dark sorcery. Such a person, he reasoned, would not deceive or mock him like the infamous Weasley twins. Oh! Upon hearing Filch's words, Dudley's face broke into a sinister grin. Are you suggesting that you are willing to pay any price? As Filch's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly remembered his beloved Mrs. Norris and the Hogwarts castle, where he had resided for most of his life. I apologize, Professor Dursley. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion. I cannot leave Hogwarts, nor can I lose Mrs. Norris. Aside from that, I am prepared to pay any price to become a wizard. Chapter 85. Subduing Filch and assigning tasks. Excellent. I am pleased to see that you possess such awareness rather than engaging in mere grandiloquence. Dudley's tone and expression returned to a state of calm as he articulated his demands. I do not require you to pay a tremendous price. My request is quite simple. As long as you establish a magical oath, pledging your loyalty to me, and perform some feasible tasks within Hogwarts, that will suffice. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a difficult position. Is it truly that simple? Filch was taken aback, given Dudley's previous demeanor. He had anticipated that Dudley would demand his life force, leaving him as a wizard for merely a year or so. Indeed, it is that simple, Dudley replied nonchalantly, raising his hand to sketch the magical contract in the air. This technique, learned from Dumbledore, was distinct from the conventional irrevocable vows. The modified magical contract imposed less stringent requirements on witnesses, yet its binding efficacy remained undiminished. Let your Mrs. Norris serve as the witness to this contract. Upon completion of the magical contract, it shimmered in midair, emanating a mysterious and formidable power. Drawn by the radiance, Mrs. Norris approached willingly, prompting Dudley to make a decisive choice. Filch cast a worried glance at Mrs. Norris, but after Dudley assured him that the contract would not affect the cat, he hesitated no longer. He pressed his aged right hand against the magical contract suspended in the air. The magical contract transformed into a multitude of glowing points, swiftly vanishing, thus birthing a connection and bond shrouded in the unknown. Do not call me master. I am not that twisted individual Voldemort, Dudley retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Filch. Observing the panic that flickered across Filch's face, Dudley sighed, foregoing further pleasantries. Stand still and steady your mind. Prepare yourself. I shall assist in your transformation. Here? Filch exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, upon meeting Dudley's calm and unwavering gaze, a sense of reverence washed over him, prompting him to respond, "Oh, very well. Please proceed." Assistant Professor. Without further ado, Dudley extended his finger and gently tapped Filch on the forehead, lifting the seal on the delayed and unstable non-wand magic ability and transferring it to him. Initially, Filch felt nothing amiss, but a moment later, he was suddenly acutely aware of the immense power surging within him. A dazzling violet light erupted uncontrollably from his being, fluctuating in intensity and radiating outward. This old squib, once buried beneath the weight of his limitations, had instantaneously transformed into a wizard, with magical strength and power levels surpassing those of novice wizards. It is essential to note that a wizard's magical prowess grows with age until it reaches the limits of their bloodline. Remain composed. Noticing signs of Filch's magic spiraling out of control, Dudley swiftly cast his most potent stabilizing charm, calming Filch's tumultuous emotions. You must master your magic, rather than allowing it to control you. Look at your cat, Mrs. Norris. Her fur has turned purple, under the combined influence of Dudley's charm and words. Filch gradually regained control over his magic, and the violet glow dissipated. The first thing he did upon returning to normalcy was to check on his cat. He lifted Mrs. Norris, inspecting her closely, and upon realizing that only her fur had changed color while everything else remained normal, he began to relax. You're now scarcely different from an ordinary wizard. Steal away some time to audit a charms class, and borrow a couple of books from the library to familiarize yourself with magical theories and practice your control over magic. After a while, I shall provide you with a wand that resonates with you, and at that point, you shall be able to dine in the Great Hall openly as a wizard. Dudley reminded the now elated Filch, maintaining a stoic expression. I have noted that. Thank you, Assistant Professor Dursley. If you have any further instructions, please share them with me. I will strive to fulfill them, Filch declared earnestly, bowing in gratitude as he set Mrs. Norris down. Dudley, unperturbed by the gratitude, proceeded with his directives. First, concoct a plausible explanation for your transformation from squib to wizard, no matter how far-fetched it may be. Under no circumstances should you disclose to anyone that I assisted you, nor should you reveal the nature of our relationship without my explicit command. Secondly, my cousin Harry, along with my companions Ron, Hermione, and Neville, must not be subjected to any undue hardship. Should they err and you discover their transgressions, if the consequences are not severe, you shall overlook them. However, if they are grave, you must inform me and refrain from punishing them independently. Thirdly, beginning tomorrow, I require you to diligently gather information regarding incidents of animosity and rivalry among the students of the four houses, as well as cases of pureblood students discriminating against half-blood and Muggle-born students, regardless of their magnitude, and maintain a comprehensive record for my regular review. Fourthly, I wish for you to closely monitor the daily life of Professor Severus Snape, the potions master, documenting any instances of him berating or physically punishing students, as well as unjustly deducting house points from students of other houses, and submit these records to me periodically. Fifthly, I need you to keep a watchful eye on the unusual behavior of this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Icrisdes Hunt. Observe discreetly, without getting too close, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. For now, these 5 directives will suffice. Do you understand? I understand, Filch immediately replied, but soon a look of distress crossed his face. The other tasks are manageable, but Professor Snape is a formidable character. What if he discovers my surveillance? Dudley smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. It would be best if he loses his composure and casts a spell on you. Then I would have a legitimate reason to retaliate against him. That would be splendid. Filch was taken aback, a hint of bitterness etched on his features. Fear not. The current Snape will not take your life. Furthermore, I shall not allow you to suffer in vain. Considering your age, your years are numbered. If you diligently serve my interests, I can procure for you a potion of longevity, granting you an extended lifespan, allowing you to remain the Hogwarts caretaker for many more years. Dudley, sensing Filch's trepidation, promptly announced an incentive. Upon hearing this, Filch's eyes lit up with renewed vigor. All fear dissipated, and he fervently assured Dudley of his commitment to fulfill the tasks. Dudley chuckled softly, grasping his smelting stick, and strode back to his dormitory. He paid no heed to Filch's promises. What he truly sought were tangible results. Chapter 86. The First Class at Hogwarts. Meeting Hagrid. At 3:30 in the morning, Dudley finally lay in bed in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, drifting into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he cast a protection charm in the dormitory as a precautionary measure and used a calming spell on himself to soothe his mind, quickly entering a deep state of rest. He aimed to alleviate the fatigue of the day and night in the shortest time possible. Approximately 3 hours later, as dawn broke, the explosive genius Seamus was the first to awaken, rousing his roommates. It was now September 2nd, 1991, a Monday at 6:30 in the morning. According to the schedule, the first-year Gryffindor students had a herbology class today, an early lesson requiring them to venture to the greenhouse behind Hogwarts Castle for instruction at the break of dawn. Dudley and Harry awoke at an opportune moment, aided by a calming charm that rendered them less drowsy. With renewed vigor, they set off alongside their roommates. The inaugural lesson at Hogwarts unfolded smoothly, devoid of any turbulence. The herbology class was conducted by Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, a modestly dressed, stout elderly witch with a head of gray curls. Her demeanor was exceedingly gentle and kind, and she exhibited a remarkable sense of fairness in her dealings. Her teaching prowess was exceptional, enabling students to deepen their understanding of the herbology textbook through practical engagement, thus solidifying their knowledge of various magical plants in preparation for future potions lessons. Dudley and Harry approached the subject with diligence, executing the cultivation and transplantation of herbaceous specimens with great finesse. Magic encompasses not only spells and incantations, but also the realms of herbology, potions, and alchemy, which are vital components of the magical arts. Although Dudley had already memorized the herbology textbook, witnessing magical plants firsthand and engaging in hands-on cultivation was a novel experience that greatly excited him. By the end of the lesson, Dudley had accrued points for all 4 houses. Naturally, due to the contributions of Harry and Neville, Gryffindor received an even greater share of points. Upon the conclusion of class, Dudley promptly urged Harry to head to the library for some self-study, adding that he would join him shortly. Hermione, upon hearing of Harry's library visit, eagerly accompanied him. This left Ron momentarily bewildered. He had intended to invite Harry to explore the castle and unwind, only to find that his perfect plan had fallen flat before he could voice it. Observing the situation with a furrowed brow, he stomped his feet in frustration, but ultimately exhaled a resigned sigh and trudged after Harry and Hermione. After all, what could he do? He was a loyal friend indeed. It was certainly not because he felt lonely wandering the castle alone. Once separated from his cousin, Dudley made a beeline for the stone cottage outside the Forbidden Forest, intent on seeking out Hagrid. After 20 minutes, he rapped on the large wooden door of Hagrid's abode. Inside, Hagrid was tending to sausages roasting over the fireplace. "Oh, it's Dudley. What brings you here? Today is your first day of classes, isn't it? Where's Harry? Didn't he come with you?" Hagrid expressed surprise at Dudley's unexpected visit. "The lessons have concluded for today. Harry is at the library studying," Dudley replied, getting straight to the point. "I have some important matters to discuss with you, and I need your assistance." As he spoke, he affectionately scratched the head of Hagrid's pet dog, Fawn. "Look, Fawn really likes you." Hagrid beamed at Fawn, who was wagging his tail at Dudley. "Dudley, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. I am Professor Dumbledore's most trusted ally, and no task can daunt me. There are 5 matters in total." Hagrid agreed eagerly, and Dudley proceeded with his requests. "First, I need you to inform the unicorn herd in the Forbidden Forest to remain clustered together or to hide for the time being, as they should be wary of dark wizards seeking to siphon their blood. Should any individual among them unfortunately fall victim to an attack by a dark wizard, it would be prudent to inform you at the earliest opportunity, after which you may relay the information to myself and Dumbledore." "What? A dark wizard is planning to ambush unicorns in the Forbidden Forest to extract their blood? Who could be so cruel?" Hagrid stood up in utter shock, momentarily forgetting his intention to fetch some rock cakes for Dudley. Surely, this person must be mad. To forcibly extract the blood of a unicorn would invite a curse upon oneself. Unicorns are sacred creatures. Their blood cannot be utilized unless they willingly offer it. "I apologize." Hagrid, but I cannot disclose the identity of this individual. Dudley replied candidly, as you can understand. I do not wish for this matter to circulate within Hogwarts. Hagrid's face turned crimson, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Dudley, I will keep the secret. I await your word. But I do hope you refrain from speaking to anyone other than me, Harry, and Dumbledore for at least the next 2 months, and perhaps drink less alcohol. As this concerns a grand plan, Dudley earnestly advised, and also, be wary of someone using Polyjuice Potion to assume the likeness of Harry and me. Let us devise a code word for our meetings. Hagrid's eyes widened. He discerned the gravity of the situation from Dudley's words and cautious measures, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious. Dudley, wait. How will you prove you're Dudley? Hagrid suddenly posed an astute question. This took Dudley by surprise. Hagrid, you too must prove yourself. Your mind is exceptionally sharp today. Hagrid was rendered speechless. Moments later, Dudley and Hagrid confirmed each other's identities through shared memories from their studies at the Dursley household, establishing a memorable yet intricate code word. Very well, I have noted this matter. I shall not speak of it to outsiders. Hagrid assured, thumping his chest. Now, let's discuss other matters. Dudley nodded. The second matter, once we conclude our discussion, I must accompany you to check on the 2 Norwegian Ridgebacks. I have an unsettling feeling about them. Dudley's concerns were not unfounded, as his system panel indicated that his aspiration as a dragon keeper had yet to reach its optimal resolution, precluding him from receiving the highest rewards. I have noticed it too. Hagrid concurred with Dudley's assessment. They are excessively docile and seem lethargic, lacking any spark of connection between them. At Dumbledore's behest, I am still unable to unchain them, denying them the freedom to soar through the skies. Dumbledore is indeed correct. Hagrid, Dudley said solemnly. Not every wizard possesses your formidable strength and magical resilience, let alone the young wizards within the castle. Dragons and acromantulas may appear as lovable pets in your hands. Yet to most wizards, they are formidable beasts that cannot be vanquished. Should they lose control, it would spell disaster. This is a crucial point you must always remember. I am aware. Dumbledore has warned me. Hagrid appeared somewhat aggrieved. Must I always chain them? The 2 dragons, now aged, may never again experience the freedom of flight in their lifetime. Solutions do exist, however, Derry pondered before speaking slowly. Chapter 87. The Great Hagrid and the Fishing Plan. What solution? Hagrid inquired eagerly. Create a powerful taming spell that compels magical creatures as formidable as dragons to follow your commands wholeheartedly and without reservation, while simultaneously unlocking their physical chains, binding them instead with a mental shackle. Derry proposed an initial idea. Me? Invent a spell? Hagrid recoiled. I cannot accomplish that. Derry, you must understand, unlike you and Dumbledore, I am not skilled in spell creation, nor do I believe most wizards are. Then concoct a potion that achieves the same effect. Derry suggested further. Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemed even more improbable. I am utterly ignorant when it comes to potions. Beyond Dumbledore, only Snape at Hogwarts might possess such capabilities, yet I have little rapport with him. Furthermore, I observe that neither you nor Harry holds Snape in high regard. Derry, is there truly no method within my reach? Let me think. Derry feigned deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he suddenly clapped his hands. I have it. There is one way that only you can achieve. What is it? Hagrid's interest was piqued once more. Use your profound love for magical creatures to persuade and inspire those powerful beings to willingly enter into a magical contract with you, becoming your companions and following your commands henceforth. After laying the groundwork, Derry revealed the true method he wished Hagrid to undertake. Can I truly accomplish this? Hagrid felt some confidence in this method, yet still harbored doubts. What am I to say to you? You underestimate yourself far too much, Hagrid. Derry shook his head in exasperation. In present-day Hogwarts, if one were to discuss the knowledge of magical creature behaviors, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn could rival you. However, when it comes to nurturing a bond with powerful magical beings and demonstrating genuine care for them, only the seasoned magical creature expert, Newt Scamander, could match your prowess. Hagrid, you are truly exceptional, brimming with potential. I firmly believe you can achieve the groundbreaking feat of establishing master-servant contracts with magical creatures, refining it into a comprehensive ritual, and even earning Dumbledore's commendation with a first-class Order of Merlin. Once you accomplish this, You will irrevocably transform the dynamics between wizards and magical beings. In the past, wizards could only repel, collectively hunt, or engage in limited breeding of perilous magical creatures, maintaining a predominantly adversarial relationship. However, after you have accomplished this feat, these formidable magical beings can transform into loyal companions and allies for wizards, becoming their most potent support. You shall emerge as an insurmountable benchmark in the realm of magical creature protection. Future generations of wizards will remember you. Your name will be etched in history, becoming a significant point of study in the annals of magical education, and you shall achieve greatness, shining brightly like Dumbledore. Hagrid was overwhelmed by the emotional crescendo of Derry's praise, his heart swelling with excitement, making it impossible for him to remain seated while consuming his sausage. Rising from his towering height of 3.5 meters, he could hardly contain himself, his eyes sparkling brighter than the flames dancing in the hearth, his voice faltering and fragmented, failing to form coherent sentences. Never before had he received such exalted recognition. In this moment, his self-esteem soared to unprecedented heights, and his confidence expanded beyond measure. He was now utterly convinced that he could bring Derry's vision to fruition. He was prepared to inscribe his name into the annals of magical history. "Tell me, Hagrid, can you do it?" Derry, sensing the moment was ripe, stood up and delivered a decisive question. "I can do it. I will certainly succeed." Hagrid's voice quivered for just an instant before he steadied himself, proclaiming his resolve with fervor. Beside him, Fong, his loyal dog, was swept up in his master's enthusiasm, barking joyfully. "Excellent. Splendid. That is the spirit. As long as you have faith in yourself, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Your will and magic will construct the ladder to your success." Derry remarked with a satisfied smile. If Hagrid could assemble legions of fire dragons, giant spiders, three-headed dogs, and unicorns, the spectacle would be beyond imagination. Derry returned to the chair Hagrid had prepared for him, grasping the freshly cooked sausage and using a softening spell on Hagrid's specially crafted rock cakes, indulging in their deliciousness while allowing Hagrid to gradually calm his earlier excitement. After a while, noticing Hagrid had settled a bit, Derry was about to discuss the next 3 matters when Hagrid eagerly interjected. "Derry, please tell me the remaining 3 matters. I wish to dive into learning and practice immediately. I want to borrow books on magical contracts and rituals from the library and consult Professor Dumbledore, then return to communicate with the fire dragons." All right, Derry replied, bemused, and continued, "The next 3 matters are equally important, yet not overly challenging for you. The 3rd matter, did you not mention to me that you had raised that giant spider in the Forbidden Forest years ago? That colossal arachnid has since spawned countless smaller offspring, has it not?" "Indeed," Hagrid replied with pride that Aragog was thriving in the Forbidden Forest, where he and his wife, Mozag, had produced a multitude of spider offspring. "That is splendid. I intend to consult with Dumbledore and enlist the collective expertise of the professors to transform Aragog's territory into a perilous treasure maze, serving as a practical training ground for 6th and 7th year students. You will need to communicate and assist in pacifying the Acromantula to ensure the renovation proceeds smoothly. And once the maze is complete, the giant spiders will serve as its guardians." Darryl, with some reservations, spoke the truth to Hagrid. His primary motivation for facilitating the construction of this maze was not merely to provide training for upper-year students, but to lure out Voldemort's fragmented soul and his unfortunate new host using a faux philosopher's stone. He still harbored suspicions regarding this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Eccleshunt, believing she might be connected to Voldemort's essence. Additionally, he aimed to take this opportunity to diminish the population of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, as they posed a significant threat to the local fauna. Aragog was not a benevolent creature. In the original tale, even Harry and Ron, who approached him as friends of Hagrid, were not spared from his wrath. The offspring he spawned, if ever they were to wander beyond the confines of the Forbidden Forest, could inadvertently harm some young wizards, which would surely provoke Dumbledore's ire. Thus, a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was conceived. Chapter 88, The Understated Tycoon, A Visit to the Fire Dragon. Absolutely. I will enlist Aragog's assistance. Once Professor Dumbledore finalizes the schedule with you, we shall venture into the Forbidden Forest together. Hagrid readily acquiesced, not delving deeper into the implications of the plan, offering his unwavering support to Dumbledore and Darryl. What are the other 2 matters? Hagrid inquired. "The remaining two are personal affairs, and I require your assistance." Hagrid, "Of course. I'm always willing to assist a friend." The exchange between Darryl and Hagrid seemed to forge an unequal pact. Darryl then rose with agility, surveying the furnishings within Hagrid's quaint abode. He approached a corner, lifted a filthy blanket, dusted it off to reveal its pristine white underside, and asked, "What is this? A dirty blanket? Is there a problem?" Hagrid responded, perplexed. "I meant, what is this blanket made of?" Darryl pressed, aware that Hagrid was not feigning modesty. He genuinely regarded the object as insignificant. "Oh, you mean that? It's made from the hair of a unicorn." Hagrid enlightened him. "And this?" Darryl pointed to a large, dusty ornament hanging on the wall. Hagrid entered into a knowledgeable mode, promptly responding, "That is a piece of hoof material I trimmed from a centaur, fashioned into a small toy. And this bedsheet, that is woven from the silk spun by the acromantula. What is this small broom? The short handle is the horn left behind by a naturally deceased unicorn, and the bristles at the front are made from the tail hair of a nocturnal steed. And what of this small brush? It is crafted from the stiff fur found on the limbs of the Aragog." Approximately 20 minutes later, utilizing the system's identification function, Derry astutely discerned numerous inconspicuous, everyday items made from materials derived from magical creatures, all gathered within Hagrid's humble abode. This left Hagrid somewhat perplexed. "Derry, why have you amassed these items? They are of little practical use." "Of little use?" Derry's voice rose with excitement. "My dear Hagrid, these seemingly trivial items, if seen by those dabbling in potions, alchemy, or wand-making, could incite fierce competition. If you sell these, you could easily exchange them for tens of thousands of galleons." "How much? Did you say how much?" Hagrid was astonished. "Have I been selling them a loss? Those dark wizards in Nocturne Alley truly are unscrupulous. And you sold them at a discount." Derry felt a pang of anguish, taking a few deep breaths to regain composure. "I have sold a few for pocket money, but not many. These items were not collected with intent. They abound in the Forbidden Forest. If you desire more, I shall gather them for you." Hagrid appeared remarkably composed, resembling a grounded billionaire. "That sounds splendid. Gather more for me. I have grand plans for them." Derry, with no semblance of modesty, continued, "Furthermore, I require what's suitable for crafting wand shafts. Keep an eye out for trees in the Forbidden Forest that are inhabited by tree guardians. Those trees are perfect for wand making." "No problem. Consider it done. Crafting wands requires minimal wood. I can saw off sturdy branches from larger trees for you. You can create as many wands as you wish." Hagrid was exceedingly generous. The Forbidden Forest was his domain, and as long as the magical creatures remained unharmed, he could procure as much material as he desired. Derry was thoroughly satisfied and promptly gestured to open a spatial portal. He first retrieved a gold nugget from his personal space and handed it to Hagrid, subsequently collecting all the valuables from Hagrid's home. "Derry, what is the meaning of this?" "I do not need your gold. Dumbledore recently granted me a substantial sum of galleons. I am not short of funds." Hagrid declined. "Take it, Hagrid. This nugget pales in comparison to the value of what you have provided me. Use it to furnish a new set of furniture in Diagon Alley." With ample resources at his disposal, Derry was not one to shy away from generosity. If not for his newfound transmutation of gold, which had only been in his possession for a little over a month, he would have intended to gift Hagrid several larger gold bars. "I will repay you when I have more gold," Derry silently resolved. While Hagrid reluctantly accepted Derry's kindness and began to inquire about the final matter Derry wished to discuss. "The final matter is as follows. I require you to visit a certain location today and retrieve a wand for me. Just make haste and return swiftly. Do not inquire further, for the stakes of this task are exceedingly high." With a serious expression, Dudley entrusted Hagrid with the mission of obtaining Voldemort's wand. This errand was merely a matter of running an errand. Provided there were no unforeseen incidents along the way, it would pose no danger, making Hagrid the perfect choice for the job. Currently, at Hogwarts, Dudley's most trusted individuals, aside from Harry, were Hagrid, even placing Dumbledore a step behind. He felt assured that Hagrid would handle this task competently. Once the arrangements were finalized, Dudley and Hagrid departed from the stone cottage and made their way to the dragon enclosure Hagrid had constructed. Hearing is believing, and seeing is indeed convincing. Dudley was eager to discover what the goblins of Gringotts had sent him in compensation. The dragon enclosure was not far from Hagrid's cottage. After a brief walk, they beheld a stone fortress, partially open to the sky, emitting faint wisps of black smoke, which was twice the size of Hagrid's own abode. "Blonde, Nori, I have come to see you," Hagrid shouted from afar, having already renamed his 2 dragons, his tone brimming with warmth. In response to Hagrid's call, the enclosure echoed with 2 lethargic, guttural dragon roars. To Dudley's ears, these roars were scarcely more impressive than the sound of a leopard's growl, rather underwhelming. After a short while, they finally arrived inside the dragon enclosure. It was the first time Dudley had laid eyes on the compensation the goblins had provided. 2 lethargic, aging Norwegian ridgebacks languidly sprawled on the ground. Those conniving goblins! Only when a knife is to their throat would they part with such pitiful remnants. Dudley thought to himself as he cast a protective shield charm, boldly approaching the dragon securely locked within the semi-open compartment of the enclosure. "Dudley, be cautious," Hagrid hurriedly warned. "No worries, I am aware." With audacity befitting his skill, Dudley meticulously observed as he transformed his smeding wand into an oversized back-scratcher, proceeding to scratch the sensitive areas of the 2 dragons, their wing joints, necks, abdomens, and the base of their tails for quite some time. The most significant reaction from the 2 dragons was merely to rise and lazily flap their grotesque wings, reminiscent of oversized bats, and emit small plumes of fire towards the ground. They seemed resigned, enduring the treatment without protest. Was this truly the fierce Norwegian ridgeback? Dudley could not help but criticize. Yellowed teeth, dull claws, worn tails, and scars remaining on their wings, aside from the prominent black ridge along their backs. There was little resemblance to the majestic Norwegian ridgeback. Indeed, those goblins must have treated Blonde and Nori with utter cruelty, inflicting deep wounds that dulled their spirits. Hagrid, possessing a profound empathy for magical creatures, was already shedding tears for the 2 dragons. It appears that these formidable dragons have become somewhat redundant. It is time for them to produce a progeny. Dudley gazed intently at the 2 lethargic fire dragons, formulating a plan in his mind. "Dudley, are you suggesting that Bruin and Nori should have dragon offspring?" Hagrid inquired, having grasped Dudley's intentions. "I am aware, you have mentioned this before, and I am indeed prepared," Dudley replied, casting a mischievous glance at the 2 aged fire dragons. "Hagrid, assist me in restraining them. I need to employ a few tactics." Dudley, please do not harm them." "Rest assured, Hagrid, I am fully aware of what I am doing." Under Dudley's pressing insistence, Hagrid had no choice but to comply. He approached the 2 dragons, signaling them to lie down. The Norwegian ridgebacks, having been playfully teased by Dudley, were already somewhat fatigued. With Hagrid's reassuring presence, they readily resumed their previous languid resting position. Hagrid glanced back at Dudley, noticing his eager demeanor, and reluctantly extended his robust arms, encircling the necks of the 2 dragons under his armpits. The dragons, somewhat unaccustomed to this action, exhibited signs of unease. "Stay calm. Sleep deeply." Faced with this situation, Dudley swiftly channeled his magical energy, casting a calming charm and a slumber spell upon the 2 dragons. The magical resistance of dragon skin surpassed that of giant skin, rendering Dudley's spells only mildly effective. However, given that his targets were 2 disheartened old dragons, this degree of efficacy sufficed. Seizing the opportunity as the dragon's eyelids drooped and they drifted into a drowsy state, Dudley swiftly maneuvered to their side, targeting a relatively vulnerable area on the flank of one dragon, and cast another spell, Separation. A slender, elongated wound materialized on the dragon's abdomen, from which blood gushed forth, collected meticulously into a large blood storage bag that Dudley had just produced. "Dudley, what are you doing? If you desire dragon blood, I can assist you in procuring some," Hagrid implored, as Bruin, the dragon being bled, began to stir restlessly. "Be still," Dudley reiterated, casting another calming charm and slumber spell upon the dragon. He then half-jokingly explained to Hagrid, "This is a necessary procedure. Moreover, allowing a controlled bloodletting aids in promoting the dragon's circulatory system and metabolism." As he elaborated, he proceeded to bleed the other female dragon, Nori, and collected a substantial quantity of dragon blood into his spatial pouch. Following this, Dudley retrieved 2 large boxes of veterinary hormonal syringes from his spatial pouch, designed by Muggles to induce estrus in boars and sows. According to the Muggle shopkeeper, this medication was remarkably potent. A single injection would result in a flurry of piglets. Employing the levitation and movement spells, Dudley manipulated the 2 boxes of syringes, unwrapping them and suspending them in the air, categorizing them into two distinct groups based on gender. Then, under Hagrid's astonished gaze, he suddenly waved his hand. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. The two large syringes danced in midair, precisely piercing the wounds that Derry had just inflicted on the bellies of the two fire dragons, injecting the contents into their bodies. Heal swiftly, revive quickly. Derry skillfully cast powerful healing and revival spells on the fire dragons, and subsequently, he imbued the fresh water in the dragon's troughs with a longevity potion. Hagrid, we must retreat, Derry called out, as Hagrid struggled to control the two thrashing fire dragons. He immediately released his hold and retreated alongside Derry out of the dragon enclosure. For more than an hour, the dragon house trembled, the roars of the fire dragons deafening. Fortunately, Derry had timely cast a silencing charm. Otherwise, half of Hogwarts would have been awakened by the cacophony. Outside the dragon house, one could distinctly see pillars of fire shooting skyward in various directions, flames soaring with tremendous intensity. Derry and Hagrid patiently waited for the dragon house to return to calm before re-entering. Derry aimed to ensure that the longevity potion was fully consumed by the fire dragons, leaving no chance for Voldemort's hidden soul to benefit from any remnants. Upon re-entering the dragon house, the scene that met their eyes was unsurprisingly chaotic. The two fire dragons lay collapsed on the ground, smoke emanating from their jaws. Had it not been for the rise and fall of their chests, they would have appeared as lifeless as dead dogs. Derry noticed that the large stone troughs had been trampled and destroyed, yet there were no signs of liquid flowing around. It was unclear whether the fire had scorched it dry or if the dragons had consumed it all. Derry leaned towards the latter possibility, believing that the two aged dragons would not waste the precious water that could sustain their lives. Blonde, Nolly, how are you? Are you all right? Hagrid approached anxiously. Derry quickly called out to him, Hagrid, what they need most now is nourishment. Go fetch some food for them. If they eat their fill, they should recover. Hagrid, realizing the validity of the suggestion, hurriedly departed. Derry then leaned in to observe the two frail fire dragons, administering some nourishing beast medicine and casting several healing spells until he nodded in satisfaction. The side effects of hormone-based medicines were still considerable. Perhaps a love potion would yield better results, but regrettably, he could not concoct one at present. Derry sighed, just as Hagrid returned, carrying a large box of fish and dragging two hefty live pigs. Upon seeing the food, the weakened fire dragons brightened, laboriously raising their heads to tear into the raw meat. Hagrid, they're fine now. When they lay dragon eggs in some time, remember to call me and Harry to see them, Derry stated, sensing the situation was under control. You should hurry and attend to that matter. Remember not to linger on the road, nor engage in conversation with others. No problem, Dudley. I shall ride the nightmare chariot and return before dinner. Chapter 90, The Nightmare, The Whomping Willow, and Self-Study in the Library. Hagrid, reassured by the fire dragon's safety, released a sigh of relief and exited the dragon enclosure with Dudley, turning to make his way towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest alone. There, he tended to a few nightmares, which, unlike the privately kept acromantulas, were entirely legitimate and compliant for use in Hogwarts. In more formal and traditional settings, the faculty and students of Hogwarts occasionally resorted to the somewhat antiquated mode of transport that is the nightmare chariot. However, it had been quite some time since Hagrid had encountered a situation necessitating the use of the nightmare chariot. Dudley gazed at the four jet-black, winged horses, harnessed to a substantial flatbed cart, as they soared into the sky from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, donning protective goggles, gripped the reins with his large hands, sitting upon the flatbed cart with great delight. Within mere moments, this unique vehicle became a distant black speck in the far-off sky. This illustrates the extraordinary speed of the nightmares. Their strength was remarkable, as they could propel Hagrid, despite his considerable weight, at such breathtaking velocity. Dudley silently withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. He was not perplexed by his ability to see the nightmares, for he had already borne witness to death. Without delving into his own past experiences with mortality, he recalled that just a month prior, he and Harry had conspired with Voldemort to bring about Quirrell's demise. While it may seem peculiar to phrase it thus, it was not entirely inaccurate. Strolling beyond the confines of Hogwarts Castle, Dudley did not hasten to join Harry in the library. Instead, guided by the latent consciousness of Hogwarts, he ventured alone towards the domain of another peculiar creature. A quarter of an hour later, he espied a robust, flourishing willow tree, the very destination of his journey. As Dudley approached, the great willow sprang to life, thrashing its branches with ferocity. No, it was not mere thrashing, but a wild flailing of its limbs, each resilient branch producing a resounding crack as it swung, creating an imposing spectacle. Dudley had anticipated this encounter. Thus, he promptly cast aside his smithing wand, transforming it into a diminutive mouse mid-air. The small creature adeptly evaded the willow's strikes, slipping through the defenses of its branches, and with its tiny paws, directly pressed upon the willow's great boil, its vital weakness. At that moment of contact, the willow lost its capacity for movement, becoming subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Dudley transformed the mouse back into a long saw, guiding it deftly to sever the branches of the whomping willow, adhering to the principle of cutting one while leaving another. He harvested over 100 stout willow branches, including several that were as thick as a bowl. Adhering to his usual practice, he stored them within his personal space and departed contentedly. With this task complete, he now turned his attention to the library, ready to immerse himself in the pursuit of knowledge. The whomping willow conceals a secret passage that leads directly to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, a protective measure devised by Dumbledore specifically for the werewolf wizard Remus Lupin, allowing him to reach the shack unimpeded during the full moon. However, this facility has since lost much of its significance. The magical branches of the willow could be harvested for use by Dudley. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, Dudley made his way to the second-floor library, encountering various students along the way who regarded him with a mix of respect, resentment, and defiance. Some earnest Hufflepuff students even bowed slightly in acknowledgement, referring to him as Professor Dursley. In contrast, a group of older Slytherin students mocked him from a distance, mimicking his gait as he walked with a wand. A mere gesture from Dudley sent them scattering like frightened birds. They soon collided with the air wall he had conjured ahead of them, resulting in quite a few bumps on their heads, and Dudley deducted points from their house. He was not angered, merely shaking his head in resignation at their foolishness. They did not yet comprehend him. Were it not for unavoidable circumstances, Dudley would have exacted his revenge without delay. This situation, however, offered Dudley a clearer insight into the current state of Hogwarts students. He aspired to implement educational reforms, but given the multitude of responsibilities weighing upon him, the task proved to be extraordinarily challenging. He resolved to approach it step by step. Continuing his stride, Dudley soon entered the library, inhaling the rich scent of ink and beholding the vast collection of magical tomes, with nearly 1,000 shelves housing tens of thousands of books and documents. This was the largest repository of magical literature in the entire British magical community, the primary source of knowledge that had nurtured generations of powerful wizards and witches. The methods for creating Horcruxes, Aunt Lily's protective love through ancient magic, and Dumbledore's profound understanding of magic all originated from this very place. Dudley had long yearned to explore this treasure trove, but he understood that haste would not yield fruitful results. Despite his excitement, he recognized the importance of priorities and promptly inquired with Madame Pants, the librarian, about the location of books pertaining to alchemy and wand-making. At this moment, his foremost concern was not to locate and eliminate Voldemort's primary soul, but rather to discover a flawless method for extracting the fragments of Voldemort's soul without damaging the Horcrux itself. Other endeavors were merely secondary tasks to be undertaken alongside this vital pursuit. Naturally, Dudley hoped to draw inspiration for harm-free extraction of the soul fragments while addressing other matters. Currently, his greatest strength in the realm of magic lay in his mastery of spells, followed closely by alchemy and wand-making techniques. He was determined to leverage his strengths and explore the innovative ideas he had previously conceived. Once he achieved preliminary results, he would consult Dumbledore to align their progress. Dudley cradled a substantial stack of books on alchemy and wand-making techniques as he approached the reading area, where he joined Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Among the trio, Hermione was the most engrossed in her reading, while Harry exhibited a slightly lesser degree of concentration. As for Ron, he fidgeted restlessly, unable to absorb any material. Had it not been for the presence of his friends, he would have struggled to remain seated. Dudley chose not to disturb them. Instead, he set down his books and attentively perused one page after another, initially focusing on the foundational theories of alchemy. The knowledge acquired from the Philosopher's Stone was excessively advanced and narrowly focused, pertaining solely to the creation of the stone itself. To truly master alchemy, he needed to solidify his understanding of the basics. Conversely, although he only grasped a few advanced techniques related to wand crafting, he was well versed in the fundamental principles, allowing him a considerable chance of success should he attempt to create a wand, albeit with uncertain quality and potency. Naturally, Harry and his companions noticed Dudley's arrival. Observing that Dudley had no intention of speaking and mindful of the library silence policy, they refrained from engaging in conversation. Time passed steadily. Just as Ron felt as if he could no longer bear the discomfort of remaining still, the sound of the lunch bell resonated from the Great Hall. Lunchtime commenced at noon and continued until 2 in the afternoon, during which students could enjoy the meals prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts, allowing them to decide their dining time according to their schedules. Ron immediately cast a pleading glance at Harry and Hermione, signaling that he had had enough of reading and was eager for a chicken leg. It was the first day of school, and with no exam pressures, he found their diligence perplexing. Chapter 91. News and Apology Letters. The Loyal Diggory. Ron's wish was granted. Upon receiving Ron's beseeching gaze, Harry and Hermione turned their attention to Dudley. Dudley, understanding the unspoken message, did not insist, recognizing that reading on an empty stomach would yield little benefit. They had not yet reached the stage of losing themselves in their studies. He set aside his book, claimed his seat, and together with his friends, they made their way to the Great Hall. Unexpectedly, shortly after they entered, a multitude of owls swooped in, entering through the specially reserved windows in the hall's ceiling, heading directly towards Harry and Dudley. One by one, they eagerly dropped letters in their direction. Harry, momentarily perplexed, retracted his wand, which he had intended to use to summon food, and instead began to examine the letters. Dudley assisted in sifting through the envelopes, discovering that most were from unfamiliar wizards. Amidst his curiosity, he stumbled upon today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Prominently featured on the front page was a striking illustration, a magical animated photograph taken a month prior at the Leaky Cauldron during a fan meeting, captured by an unknown wizard in a secluded corner. The protagonist of the scene is naturally Harry, who shyly smiles while engaging with his fans. However, there are also figures of Dudley and Hagrid present, albeit Dudley occupies a corner of the frame, blending into the crowd and far less conspicuous than Harry. The editor of the Daily Prophet has been rather considerate, as Dudley is also one of the main subjects of the headline story. Thus, they have circled the smirking yet unamused Dudley with a conspicuous black circle, lest readers fail to recognize him. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Dudley feels somewhat speechless internally and shifts his gaze to examine the content of the article. As expected, it extensively covers Harry's heartfelt speech in the Great Hall last night, as well as the joint development of the counter curse against dark magic, the Stability Charm, by Dudley and Harry, culminating in the award of the First-Class Order of Merlin honor bestowed personally by Dumbledore. This effectively dispelled the absurd rumors circulating in a magical community for the past half-month that labeled the savior a fraud. Harry's renown has ascended to a new height, ensuring that the name Dudley Dursley is firmly etched in the memories of British wizards. After all, Hogwarts has never produced an 11-year-old assistant, nor has the magical realm seen such young recipients of the First-Class Order of Merlin like Dudley and Harry. The conclusion of the report states that, in order to maintain the normal teaching rhythm and not disrupt students' learning, Headmaster Dumbledore declined the Daily Prophet's request for an exclusive interview and photographs of Dudley and Harry at Hogwarts. The accompanying images for this article were graciously provided by the enthusiastic fan, Mr. Daedalus Diggle. The swift publication of this report undoubtedly indicates Dumbledore's behind-the-scenes influence. Perhaps he considers this a delightful surprise he has been crafting for several days. Harry's remarkable speech last night greatly enhanced Dumbledore's promotional plans. Dudley, having discerned the underlying logic, set it aside and glanced once more at the familiar name at the end of the news article. This rather unremarkable Mr. Diggle is indeed an exemplary fan. Yet, Dudley distinctly remembers that Mr. Diggle did not possess a magical camera that day. Dudley's skills in pilfering, while not reaching the zenith of mastery, are certainly extraordinary. Among 100 thieves, it would be rare to find one with his level of finesse. On that day, when he stealthily took Diggle's wand, he did not come across any camera-like object. Quite puzzling. Could it be that this photograph was purchased by Diggle from another wizard and provided to the Daily Prophet merely for the sake of attribution? Cousin, most of these letters are apologies from those wizards who spread the rumors, expressing their regret towards me. There are also those extending blessings and admiration towards you and me, hoping that we can teach the stability charm to the students at Hogwarts, thereby disseminating it throughout the magical community to suppress the arrogance of dark wizards. After perusing 8 or 9 letters, Harry remarked, with Ron and Hermione assisting him in sorting through some of the correspondence. "Is there a letter from Mr. Diggle?" Dudley suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Is it the letter from Diggory? I just came across that name." Hermione immediately responded to Dudley's question, rummaging through the stack of letters she had organized, exclaiming, "Here it is. I found it." Upon seeing Dudley nod in affirmation, Hermione swiftly handed over Diggory's letter. Dudley took the letter, opened it, and after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "This Diggory fellow truly seems to be a genuine soul. Gloomsily enduring, wonderfully nave." It evokes a twinge of compassion within me. Dudley then passed the letter to Harry, who displayed a look of curiosity. It turned out that Mr. Diggory indeed did not bring a camera to the fan meeting. However, after learning that someone had surreptitiously taken photographs at the pub that day, he managed to contact the wizard, who captured the images through connections and paid a substantial sum to acquire both the photographs and the rights to their publication for his personal collection. Subsequently, when Dumbledore revealed that Voldemort was not dead, unfavorable rumors about Harry began to circulate within the wizarding community. Initially, Diggory was completely skeptical, even engaging in debates with other wizards, but as the rumors proliferated, he found himself harboring a modicum of doubt. Nonetheless, he never participated in spreading the rumors alongside others. In his letter, Diggory expressed that it must have been Merlin who foresaw his eventual lack of sincerity and wavering convictions, prompting him to reclaim the wand he had used for many years. Now that Harry has been vindicated, Diggory is immensely pleased and has voluntarily offered the photographs to the Daily Prophet free of charge, while also writing to seek Harry's forgiveness. He mentioned that he had acquired a new wand from Ollivander's shop, noting that the wand selection process has been significantly simplified, and he finds the new wand quite comfortable to use, assuring Harry and Dudley that they need not worry about him. He believes that Merlin has forgiven him. After reading the letter, Harry felt a hint of embarrassment. On that fateful day, his cousin had foreseen danger and had preemptively taken Mr. Diggory's wand, a precaution that ultimately proved wise when it was used against Voldemort, who was possessing Quirrell. Harry was aware of this. Later, he and his cousin had practiced spells with Mr. Diggory's wand for a while. Although the circumstances were justified, reflecting on it now made him feel somewhat awkward. "Cousin, about Mr. Diggory's wand," Harry began. "Fear not. I have a plan. This weekend, could you ask Hagrid to make a trip?" Dudley instantly grasped his cousin's meaning and responded without hesitation. Times have changed. Now Mr. Diggory's wand holds little significance for Harry and me, merely collecting dust in our possession. He resolved to utilize his alchemical skills and wand-crafting expertise to enhance and modify Diggory's wand as a form of restitution. He would also pen a letter explaining the situation, requesting Hedwig to deliver the wand along with the letter to Diggory. "By the way, Ron, you haven't had a chance to replace your wand yet, have you? Whether for one sheep or two, the effort remains the same." Since he was contemplating modifying a wand, Dudley immediately thought of Ron's damaged wand, which had originally belonged to his brother. "Having missed the opportunity to replace my wand, I plan to visit Diagon Alley with my mother during the Christmas holiday to procure a new wand and a pet." Ron replied with a hint of confusion, as he and Hermione did not fully grasp the specifics of the conversation between Dudley and Harry, only knowing it pertained to wands. At that moment, when Dudley inquired about his wand, Ron could only respond with bewilderment. "In 2 days, after completing this week's Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts classes, you shall hand me your wand, and I will enhance and repair it for you, ensuring it becomes even more formidable than a brand new one." Chapter 92. The Wand is in Hand. A new nightly adventure. Dudley quickly got to the point. Assisting Ron in modifying and repairing his wand would simultaneously improve his own wand crafting skills. Truly a win-win situation. "Dudley, are you confident in your abilities?" Ron was somewhat skeptical of Dudley's assertion. In Britain, wizards like them generally place their faith in the craftsmanship of the Ollivander family. Had he not witnessed Dudley's prowess, he would never have believed that a peer could repair a wand. "Rest assured, Ron, my cousin assured me he can accomplish it, and he surely will." Before Dudley could respond, Harry interjected to support his cousin. "Do not worry. If it breaks, I will take leave and personally escort you to Diagon Alley to purchase a new one from Ollivander." With Dudley's assurance, Ron felt reassured and readily agreed, expressing his gratitude in advance. After gathering a mountain of apology letters, the group of friends navigated through the pre-lunch interlude, using their wands to tap on empty plates, summoning their meals to commence lunch. Afterward, Ron reluctantly accompanied the three academic achievers back to the second-floor library to resume his studies. Dudley remained intensely focused, continuously employing the calming charm to maintain a rational state, actively engaging his mind to comprehend and absorb the alchemical knowledge contained in the texts, while simulating the process of alchemy in his mind. He remained in this scholarly state until the dinner bell tolled, signaling the end of his studies. Upon leaving the library, Dudley also arranged to borrow some unfinished books from Madame Pants, intending to continue his reading during the evening's practical session. As the castle illuminated with candlelight, Dudley and his companions returned to the Great Hall. Upon entering, Dudley noticed Hagrid waiting near the entrance. Upon seeing Dudley, Hagrid's face broke into a proud grin, clearly pleased with Dudley's successful completion of the task he had entrusted to him. Dudley felt a surge of happiness and hurried over to Hagrid, who extended his large hand to present a slightly yellowed, somewhat sinister-looking white wand. Wand of You, infused with exceptionally powerful dark magic. Level. Item description: 135 inches long. Crafted from yew wood, with a core of phoenix feather. Its original owner was Tom Marvolo Riddle, known as Voldemort, who nourished it with his formidable magic for many years, casting both white magic and an array of profoundly advanced dark magic, resulting in an elevated rating, with attributes leaning towards darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for others to tame. The Holy Wand of Harry Potter, a twin to another wand, when wielded in battle, enhances the power of the spells cast by both wands tenfold. Should they engage in mutual attacks, the magical energies they unleash will either cancel each other out or be stored within the wands themselves, leading to a high probability of mutual destruction after repeated confrontations. What a marvelous artifact! Such a treasure has found its rightful owner in my hands. Dudley cackled inwardly, unconcerned about his temporary inability to tame the wand. After expressing his gratitude to Hagrid, he deftly drew a small circle in the cuff of his robe, securing the precious wand within his personal space. Having completed the exchange, Hagrid merrily made his way to the staff table to dine, exchanging glances with Dumbledore, who had already taken his seat, conveying his eagerness to share his thoughts after the meal. Dudley was indifferent to Hagrid's conversation with Dumbledore. If Hagrid were to keep his mouth shut, he might very well explode from the pressure. Furthermore, Dudley hoped that through Hagrid, he could remind Dumbledore to arrange traps in the Forbidden Forest, specifically in the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider. During dinner at the Gryffindor long table, Dudley routinely surveyed the room. He noticed that the rather attractive Professor Eclipse was still embodying the traits of a socialite, engaging amiably with other professors who had come to dine. Notably, she seemed to have a rapport with the dark-skinned astronomy professor, Madame Aurora Sinistra, as they discussed matters of celestial phenomena. Could it be that I was mistaken? Has Voldemort's main soul truly been frightened away and has not even come to Hogwarts? Perhaps it has not taken residence in any of the professors? Dudley's thoughts swirled. Professor Eclipse displayed behavior and expressions that were entirely normal, and having just returned from abroad, her suspicion was significantly diminished. However, despite these reflections, Dudley refrained from jumping to conclusions. With defense against the dark arts class scheduled for the following morning, he intended to observe her more closely. Dudley then shifted his focus to the older students at Hogwarts, particularly the heads of the four houses and the presidents of the Hogwarts Student Council. Yet, his observations revealed that everyone appeared normal. The facade of normalcy did not necessarily indicate genuine normality. Rather, it suggested that abnormalities were deeply concealed. Dudley maintained his vigilance. Voldemort was not one to relinquish his pursuits easily, and this venomous serpent warranted caution. After dinner, the heads of houses led their respective groups back to their common rooms, and tonight they returned earlier than usual. Dudley and his friends chose not to rush back to their dormitory for rest. Instead, they settled into the armchairs of the Gryffindor common room and resumed their reading. Ron, feeling exasperated, remarked that if this continued, he would surely turn into a bookworm. Dudley, adhering to his habit of not pressuring others, suggested to Ron that he could head back to the dormitory to rest. Yet Ron hesitated and remained. This left Dudley utterly speechless. He pondered, why subject oneself to such torment? Unable to delve into his studies or part ways, He decided to disregard Ron and immerse himself once more in the vast ocean of alchemical knowledge. During this period, Hermione, intrigued by Dudley's book, picked up one he had previously read. Occasionally, she would engage Dudley in discussions about perplexing questions, displaying her insatiable thirst for knowledge. Dudley found himself preferring such a companion. After all, excluding the element of luck, the most reliable allies were those like Hermione, who possessed both courage and wisdom. Time flew swiftly while they were engrossed in their studies. As night deepened, they split into two groups to return to their dormitories. Dudley and Harry, just as they had the previous night, cast the disillusionment charm after their roommates had fallen asleep and stealthily exited the Gryffindor common room to embark on a nocturnal adventure. This night, their objective differed from the last. Dudley led Harry through the long-abandoned classrooms of Hogwarts Castle, capturing a sack full of live mice and insects with magic. They then entered the interrogation chamber conjured by the Room of Requirement, where they once more secured the battered Peter Pettigrew to the crucifix of punishment, binding live mice and insects to various parts of his body with ropes. Chapter 93. Ultimate Torment, Practice of the Killing Curse. Peter, still nursing old wounds and missing teeth, had not sufficiently feasted on pet food during the day in his cage. Now, tormented by insects and mice, he squealed in agony, thoroughly terrified and in a most pitiful state. Dudley, with a heart of stone, showed no compassion. Instead, a malevolent smile crept across his face as he ominously declared, "Harry, tonight you have but one task, to ensure this wicked rat's survival. Do not let him perish. You must continuously cast healing and revival spells on him, and administer the Muggle grade potion as needed. He still has much use ahead. If we accidentally kill him, we may never find such a suitable specimen again." "Yes, cousin," Harry quickly replied, feeling a dark satisfaction at Peter's plight. Although he would not personally administer punishment tonight, he knew that Peter's suffering would far exceed that of the previous evening, for Dudley's methods were far more ruthless than his own. As Harry prepared, he was taken aback when Dudley, with a sinister expression and an air filled with murderous intent, unleashed the incantation of the killing curse. A brilliant green light shot forth, striking the live mouse bound to Peter's left arm. With a brief, mournful squeak, the mouse met its end, and Peter's toothless mouth erupted with blood as his wide, horrified eyes fixated on the lifeless creature now dangling from his arm. The diminutive figure immediately rolled his eyes and fainted, as a foul-smelling liquid pooled beneath his tattered robe, rendering the scene quite repugnant. "Heal swiftly, revive promptly, cleanse thoroughly," Harry recalled his cousin's words, quickly overcoming his fear of the killing curse-esque green light. He seized his wand and commenced a rescue and cleansing operation on the small figure. The control over the intent to kill is inadequate. More practice is essential, Dudley murmured, observing the copious blood that had just erupted from the small figure. Precise control over the target of the killing curse is imperative, striking at the core while sparing others. This was one of Dudley's hypotheses regarding the separation of Voldemort's soul fragment from the Horcrux without inflicting harm. The primary principle of the killing curse lies in forcibly thrusting the target's soul into the realm of death beyond the veil. This explains why wizards slain by the killing curse cannot transform into ghosts. Of course, should the caster's intent to kill be insufficient, the released curse may inflict varying degrees of physical harm instead of threatening the target's soul. Dudley envisioned a sudden assault on the soul fragment within the Horcrux using the killing curse, ensuring that Voldemort's fragment would be caught off guard, unable to retaliate or damage the Horcrux itself, thus achieving the objective of separating the Horcrux and the soul fragment without injury. While this method, if employed alone, presents significant challenges and a high risk of mishap, it possesses considerable feasibility when combined with other suitable techniques. Therefore, Dudley resolved to hone his killing curse to a level of mastery, capable of striking with pinpoint accuracy, ensuring that his command over life and death did not harm the innocent. He intended to practice on the small figure first, before advancing to target the Diary Horcrux and the Ring Horcrux for further testing. Avada Kedavra! Seeing that the small figure had been revived by Harry's spell, Dudley wasted no time unleashing another wave of deadly green light. This time, his target was a large beetle clinging to the small figure's right thigh. The small figure's vision was engulfed by the green radiance, and he let out a desperate scream. In that moment, he found Dudley to be far more terrifying than the Dark Lord. At the very least, Voldemort had never tormented anyone with the killing curse in such a manner. The horror of this torment did not stem from physical harm, but rather from the extreme psychological distress of teetering on the brink of death. Under the blinding green light, the small figure often feared that Dudley's curse would miss its mark, leading to his demise. Yet there were fleeting moments when he thought it might be better to simply die, thus sparing himself from such agonizing suffering. Harry, inject him with a veterinary stimulant. My powers are not yet fully realized. How can the target harbor thoughts of death? Dudley discerned a clue from the small figure's gaze and hastily offered Harry advice. In the recent encounter, he targeted a smaller beetle, presenting a greater challenge, and the ensuing backlash of the killing curse was significantly more potent, resulting in an increased amount of blood from the unfortunate dwarf star, who was in dire need of medical attention. With deftness, Harry swiftly followed Dudley's instructions to locate the appropriate syringe and delivered a precise injection directly to the dwarf star's heart. Simultaneously, he continuously cast healing spells, harmonizing both Muggle and wizarding magic to remarkable effect. Before long, the dwarf star's neck veins were prominently visible, overwhelmed with excitement, as he observed Dudley unleash 3 killing curses to eliminate 3 small mice without a flicker of hesitation. Excellent. This fervor is precisely what we need. Dudley felt a sense of satisfaction, finding increasing ease with the killing curse as his intent to kill became more adeptly controlled. Thus, Harry administered the medication while Dudley practiced his offensive spells, and they continued their sporadic training until the early hours of the morning, eventually ceasing to return the pitiful yet alive dwarf star to the confines of their portable prison. Dudley transfigured Smeaton's wand into a chair, sitting down to meditate, gradually alleviating the inexplicable negative emotions that had arisen within him. Harry, remember this. When practicing dark magic, it is essential to fortify one's mental resolve and not allow the negative emotions provoked by dark magic to tarnish our character. As Dudley concentrated in meditation, he imparted this wisdom to his cousin. I believe many dark wizards may not have been beyond redemption initially. Their lack of mental fortitude led them to be swayed by dark magic, ultimately becoming its puppets. Understood, cousin, Harry replied, nodding in comprehension. However, he soon pondered another question. Cousin, why don't you use the calming charm to soothe your mind and dispel the negative emotions generated from practicing the killing curse? Dudley chuckled lightly. Harry, you must understand that while the calming charm is a useful tool, it is not a panacea. The power and precision of dark magic rely on the caster's ability to control their negative emotions. After spending half the night mastering the killing curse, it would be a waste of my efforts to forcefully suppress that feeling with a calming charm. I must process this negativity myself and transform it into a source of strength. Only by practicing in this manner can I gradually mold dark magic into a finely tuned instrument of my will. I understand, cousin. In the future, when practicing dark magic, I will be bold yet meticulous, steadfast in my resolve, Harry affirmed, recognizing Dudley's earnest intent. Chapter 94. Dudley's original creation, the Whomping Willow Wand. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to specifically practice dark magic. Mastering white magic and unleashing one's creativity to devise more practical white spells is sufficient to meet the demands of daily life and combat. Dudley conveyed this to Harry, expressing that he held no particular bias towards dark magic. Ultimately, whether dark or white, it all hinges upon emotion, will, and magical prowess. As long as one's will is steadfast, magical ability profound, and emotions aligned, white magic can likewise achieve breathtaking magical effects. There's no need to worry about being influenced by negative emotions. Dudley and Harry engaged in a discussion about magical knowledge, during which Dudley gradually alleviated the negative emotions stemming from practicing the killing curse. Subsequently, Dudley allowed Harry to return to the dormitory alone for rest while he summoned the Room of Requirement to transform it into a dedicated workshop for wand-making and alchemical endeavors. Upon observing the additional workbenches and magical instruments, along with the alchemical notes and wand-making manuscripts left by predecessors, Dudley was filled with immense joy. He retrieved a series of materials from his personal space, including Harry's hair, dragon blood, branches of a whomping willow, the withered remnants of a bowtruckle, unicorn hair, and the down from an acromantula's legs, and commenced his inaugural wand-making endeavor. He soaked Harry's hair in dragon blood and employed alchemical fusion techniques to enhance its magical properties, utilizing it as the core of the wand. He carefully carved a slender hollow rod from a portion of the Whomping Willow branch to serve as the wand's body. Concerned that the Whomping Willow might not be suitable for wand making, he incorporated a third of the withered bowtruckle's limb into the wand body through alchemical means, thereby imbuing it with additional characteristics. Finally, employing the secret wand-making techniques of Ollivander, he combined the unique core and wand body to create the wand. With a resounding bang, Dudley's first wand exploded, leaving him covered in soot and his hair smoking, perhaps due to an incompatibility. The notion of crafting a wand using Harry's hair as a core for confronting Voldemort was temporarily set aside. Dudley resolved to wait until Hagrid could procure a greater variety of wand woods before attempting again. He had initially intended to leverage Harry's status as Voldemort's destined nemesis, utilizing Harry's hair to craft a wand specifically designed to vanquish Voldemort's soul fragments. Such a wand would undoubtedly enhance the precision and potency of the killing curse against the Horcruxes. Given Harry's inherent goodness, he would never harm the innocent. Thus, using his hair as the core would maximally ensure the safety of the Horcrux itself. Currently, constrained by the lack of suitable materials for the wand body, Dudley could not immediately realize this vision and had to temporarily set it aside. However, Dudley did not relent. Instead, he sought an alternative core material and continued his attempts at wand making. As dawn broke, Dudley exited the room of requirement after a night filled with vigorous magical endeavors. He had expended nearly half a bowl of dragon blood, numerous Whomping Willow twigs, a section of a branch, a tuft of Harry's hair, all of the bowtruckle's withered limbs, 3 unicorn hairs, 5 strands of acromantula down, and a small piece of centaur hoof. At last, he succeeded in crafting a wand of considerable potency from the Whomping Willow. This wand measured 95 inches in length, featured a core of acromantula down, and was intricately constructed from 7 intertwined Whomping Willow twigs, into which he had infused 10 grams of centaur hoof and a third of the bowtruckle's withered limb through alchemical means. The hooves of centaurs bestow a stabilizing quality upon the wand crafted from the striking willow, while the withered limbs of the tree guardian imbue the wand with a gentle potential. This peculiar wand, shaped by Daly's existing alchemical knowledge and wand-making skills, was born of a stroke of serendipity. Daly intended to present it to his subordinate, the administrator Felch, who, unlike the former Dumbledore, understands that to ensure a horse runs swiftly, it must first be well fed. From the very moment he crafted this wand, Daly felt a compelling sense that it would be exceptionally suited for Felch. The wildness of the striking willow, the ferocity of the 8-eyed giant spider, the steadfastness of the centaur, and the softness of the tree guardian melded perfectly together. Was this not a reflection of Felch's character? Daly did not return to the Gryffindor common room. Instead, he hurried to Felch's office on the first floor, rousing Felch from his slumber and presenting him with the wand. Felch, bewildered, accepted the wand. In an instant, the wand's tip shimmered with violet light, projecting images of twisting, thrashing whips, showcasing its remarkable affinity with Felch. A wave of uncontainable joy surged through Felch as the previously erratic flow of magic transformed into a steady stream. In terms of spellcasting ability, he was now akin to any ordinary wizard. "Thank you so much, assistant. I am exceedingly grateful. I shall fulfill all the tasks you assign." The stooped and frail Felch trembled with gratitude as he expressed his thanks to Daly. Overcome with excitement, he leaped beside the purple-haired Madame Loris, rousing her from her brief slumber. Madame Loris cast a disapproving glance at her inept servant before shifting to another position and curling up to sleep once more. "Congratulations, host, on successfully resolving the regret incident of the lonely mute cannon. The host has granted Felch the ability to cast spells, transforming him into a wizard, and has personally crafted a striking willow wand with an initial compatibility score of 95, fully addressing Felch's proud, yet fragile self-esteem. He can finally convince himself to genuinely integrate into the Hogwarts wizarding community, escaping loneliness. This regret has been perfectly resolved. Special reward. Fixed reward. 1 fusion opportunity. Additional reward. 1 fusion opportunity. Current available magical item fusion opportunities. 2 level 1, 3 level 2, 1 level 3. Enough of the jumping. Daly called out to the exuberant Felch after receiving the system's reward notification. Find time to attend some charm classes to enhance your spellcasting abilities. Do not tarnish my wand. Of course, assistant. Felch promptly replied, bowing his head in eagerness. Then, he cautiously glanced at Dolly, and, noticing no sign of displeasure from him, added, well, esteemed assistant, I must confess something to you. In truth, during my previous stint as a mute, I have intermittently eavesdropped on the charms and defense against the dark arts classes for decades. Last night, in my excitement, I neglected to mention this to you. Dolly was taken aback. This was a development he had never anticipated. No wonder that last night, with his assistance, Felch was able to effortlessly harness an immensely powerful surge of magic upon awakening. A mute who yearns for magic, silently observing young wizards and their lessons for years. How reasonable. How utterly reasonable. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Felch, it seems I might consider bestowing upon you additional responsibilities in the future. Chapter 95, A Nighttime Adventure Exposed. The first defense against the dark arts class. After parting from Felch, Dolly returned to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, where he found Ron already awake. This fiery-haired lad. Upon seeing Dolly return from outside the dormitory in his robes rather than his pajamas, surmised something was amiss, and, with wide-eyed astonishment, eagerly inquired, Dolly, did you go out for a nighttime escapade? Indeed, Dolly replied nonchalantly, brimming with confidence. Next time, take me with you. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fred and George have been regaling me with tales of their nighttime adventures. I've been longing for a taste of it myself. No, that is not permissible. Before Dolly could respond, the sleepily disoriented Neville, just roused from slumber, stammered, timidly countering Ron's bold proposition. It was evident that Neville had summoned considerable courage to voice this objection. Ron's expression fell instantly as he muttered, surely a single nighttime outing isn't too much to ask. Dolly has already done it. I am an assistant, Ron, Dolly interjected, though I have yet to assist in a class. My restrictions are certainly less stringent than those of an ordinary student. Understood, Assistant Dursley, Ron replied, his youthful emotions fluctuating rapidly. Having just been rebutted by Neville, and now hearing Dolly's words, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and retorted somewhat petulantly. Dolly, undeterred, shifted the conversation, stating, however, should you choose to sneak out for a nighttime adventure, I shall not hinder you. Upon hearing this, Ron's spirits soared once more as he exclaimed, I knew it. You're not as dull as Neville. Dolly chose not to respond further to Ron, but turned to the slightly embarrassed Neville and remarked, Neville, your perspective is not without merit. Adhering to proper rules is indeed a virtue. Pointing out your friend's missteps is a sign of courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 2 points. At this proclamation, both Neville and Ron were left in stunned silence. Although they were aware that Professor Dumbledore had granted Dudley the authority to add or subtract points, witnessing their roommate wield this power like a professor for the first time left them utterly astonished. How could a fellow student, residing in the same dormitory, legitimately alter our final grades? Nearby, on the wooden bed, Seamus was roused from his slumber by Dudley's antics concerning the points. Points? What points? Seamus murmured, grasping at the key term in his drowsy state. Oh, nothing much. Just get up, wash up, and prepare for class. Let us earn some points for Gryffindor. Dudley chuckled lightly, managing to rouse Ron, Neville, and Seamus, while he himself sank back in a bed, falling asleep almost instantly. This morning, there were no classes, allowing him to snatch an extra hour of sleep. Meanwhile, Harry, who had stayed up late, remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly beside Dudley. Ron and the others exchanged glances, noted the time, and decisively returned to their beds for a few more moments of slumber. On the second day of the new term, all members of Harry's dormitory were tardy, arriving 10 minutes late. Fortunately, their first class that morning was herbology, and the affable Professor Sprout did not make a fuss over it. She merely deducted a point and moved on. Logically, as a teaching assistant and a member of the Four Houses, Dudley was not bound to the fixed class schedule. He could attend whichever classes he desired, and even propose a new course of his own. However, during the first week of school, he chose not to seek special treatment and decided to accompany the Gryffindor students through the full array of Hogwarts' 8 core subjects. He believed it prudent to gain first-hand experience before establishing further plans and discussing educational reforms with Dumbledore. Herbology classes were held 3 times a week, with sessions on Monday through Wednesday. The Monday class was a practical session in the herbology greenhouse during the early morning, while the Tuesday and Wednesday classes were theoretical, conducted in the castle classrooms during the first period. Even though the theoretical lessons involved textbook study, Professor Sprout's engaging storytelling made them enjoyable. Occasionally, she would present a pot of magical herbs for the students to examine, enhancing their memory of the material. In Dudley's eyes, Professor Sprout was certainly an exemplary herbology teacher, an industrious and capable gardener. After the herbology class, the first-year Gryffindor students eagerly rushed to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Compared to the relatively dry subject of herbology, they were far more excited about defense against the dark arts, especially with this year's instructor being the enchanting and mysterious Professor Eclipse Hunter. Dudley blended into the crowd, his demeanor calm, yet tinged with a sense of gravity. He was about to formally encounter the rather ordinary Professor Hunter and hoped she might bring a touch of unexpected delight. Professor Hunter was known for her punctuality. By the time the Gryffindor students arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom, she had already prepared her teaching materials and was waiting for them. In this lesson, the students of Gryffindor found themselves in the company of their Hufflepuff counterparts. Upon entering the classroom, they were greeted by Professor Eccles, adorned with a deep crimson wizard's hat. As she busied herself with an object cloaked in red fabric, which appeared to be a large rectangular cage. Within, sounds of something striking the iron bars echoed, causing the red cloth to quiver ominously. Most students were captivated by this intriguing spectacle prepared by the female professor, while Darius's attention was subtly drawn to the pointed hat atop her head. Given past experiences, he pondered whether the professor might be subjected to a sudden ambush by Voldemort, and if her hat bore any resemblance to the garlic-scented turban worn by Quirrell. As the students settled in, she declared, "Since everyone is here, I shall forego the roll call. Let's commence our lesson. Please turn to page 5 of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection. For today, we shall explore a rather noteworthy dark creature." As Darius contemplated this, a series of melodious tones emanated from Professor Eccles, instantly quieting the previously noisy classroom. It was undeniable that she possessed a certain charm, her teaching style reminiscent of a nurturing kindergarten teacher from Darius's past life. The essence of the defense against the dark arts course did not primarily revolve around the mastery of advanced curses and countercharms, but rather aimed to familiarize young wizards with the myriad dark creatures that populate the magical realm, both formidable and feeble, and to equip them with the appropriate methods and spells to defend against them. Most of the curriculum focused on how to confront dark beings of moderate power, whose vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. For creatures as powerful as dragons and thunderbirds, ordinary wizards could not rely on clever spells alone, but would require the assistance of others or the strength of allies. At this moment, Professor Eccles was elucidating the characteristics of a widely distributed dark creature known as the Red Cap, prevalent in Northern Europe. Chapitre 96, Combat Démonstration. Meticulously designed, the Red Cap is an exceedingly elusive and treacherous dark creature, known for its penchant for lurking in blood-stained red locales, striking unsuspecting passers-by with a wooden club. As she narrated the nature of the Red Cap, Professor Eccles waved her wand and lifted the red cloth obscuring the large iron cage. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff first years craned their necks, peering into the cage, only to behold a pool of crimson blood splattered across the iron floor within. Upon observing this, Professor Eccles extended her wand and cast 2 silent movement charms, causing the large cage to tremble. Suddenly, a diminutive creature, entirely crimson and resembling a fairy yet significantly shorter, emerged from the bloodied pool, wielding a large wooden club stained with blood, and began to strike ferociously against the iron bars of the cage, creating a cacophony of sound. Dudley observed with clarity that the Red Cap did not emerge from the pool of blood, but rather lay quietly amidst it, camouflaged by its own hue, akin to that of the blood itself. Following a sudden provocation, it sprang forth with ferocity, wielding its club to strike. Would any brave student be willing to step forward, with my assistance, to confront this Red Cap? Professor Eccles pointed at the creature within the cage, addressing the audience of young witches and wizards who had yet to attend a charms class, proposing a rather audacious classroom challenge. The Hufflepuff first years gazed at the ferocious Red Cap, relentlessly battering against the bars, devoid of any desire to fight, and instinctively averted their eyes from the professor's gaze. The Gryffindor newcomers were equally perplexed. Neville quickly lowered his head, feigning humility, while Ron appeared conflicted, contemplating raising his hand but ultimately recalling his meager abilities, resigning himself to silence. Harry, aware of his cousin's wariness towards the professor, chose to remain discreet. instead seeking a cue from Dudley. Only the spirited Hermione raised her hand high, her expression brimming with enthusiasm, eager to showcase her abilities. "Very well, let us allow this assistant to take a turn," Professor Eccles declared, deeming the risk posed by the red cap too great for the first years. Just as the professor seemed poised to call Hermione to the stage, Dudley stood up, seizing the opportunity. Hermione, her cheeks puffed in frustration, reluctantly lowered her hand, glaring at Dudley's retreating figure. Professor Eccles regarded Dudley, who had stepped forward with an air of surprise, and then nodded in agreement. "Since Dudley is willing to assist in the demonstration, that is splendid." With a forced smile, Dudley nodded, leaning on the smelting stick, and approached the iron cage with measured steps. He bore himself like a miniature adult, devoid of any childish demeanor, prompting Professor Eccles to regard him as an equal in wizardry, free from any sense of condescension. As Dudley reached the front of the stage, the professor could not help but inquire, "Dudley, are you prepared? Will you not use a wand? Or is your wand concealed within that cane?" "Prepare to open the cage door, Professor Eccles," Dudley replied, maintaining his disingenuous smile. He glanced at the professor, releasing the smelting stick into the air beside him, where it hovered effortlessly, as if supported by an invisible stand. He then stood, empty-handed, turned to face the cage door, his gaze fixed upon the red cap, and slowly proclaimed, "I am the wand." Professor Eccles was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment lingering for 2 seconds before she regained her composure. In her 28 years of life, she had never encountered such audacity and pretense in a young wizard. Today, she felt her eyes had truly been opened. She hesitated no longer, deftly waving her wand to unlock the iron cage door from a distance, simultaneously casting a protective enchantment that enveloped herself, Dolly, and the little red hat in a perfectly sized barrier of defense, standing vigilant. As the iron door creaked open, the diminutive, crimson-clad little red hat erupted with a cacophony of excited squeals, brandishing a large red wooden stick as it charged towards Dolly. Fully aware that stealth was no longer an option and that a frontal assault was its only recourse. In response to the charging little red hat, Dolly refrained from casting any long-range spells. Instead, he merely bent slightly forward, poised to strike. With a decisive clap, Dolly's right hand glowed a fierce red as he firmly intercepted the wooden stick that the little red hat hurled at him. An overwhelming force coursed through the stick, abruptly halting the little red hat's advance. Its body became rigid as it attempted to retract its wooden weapon, yet found itself powerless, as if it were trying to uproot a mighty tree. With a disdainful smirk, Dolly grasped the little red hat's stick and flung it forward, sending both the hat and its weapon crashing back against the large iron cage. The little red hat tumbled to the ground, howling in pain, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards and Professor Eccles, who were taken aback. They had anticipated Dolly might employ spells or transformations, but never did they envision he would resort to sheer brute strength. "Do not be surprised. This, too, is magic," Dolly declared, his gaze fixed on the little red hat as it struggled to rise. "When confronting an adversary, we must keenly observe their gaze and movements, anticipate their attack range, and swiftly devise a counter-strategy, aligning it with our own capabilities. Fear not, panic not, act swiftly and decisively." As he spoke, Dolly lightly tapped the ground, executing a rapid sidestep to evade the little red hat's renewed assault with its stick, then bent low, drawing near to the little red hat's form. In the face of its astonished eyes, Dolly raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, the force so great that it sent the little red hat's foul teeth flying. Subsequently, the unfortunate little red hat found itself propelled in a specific direction by Dolly's calculated kick, its tiny frame soaring away, while the large red wooden stick slipped from its grasp and hurtled towards Professor Eccles's pointed wizard hat. "Watch out, Professor!" Dolly shouted, his voice booming within the hemispherical barrier, creating a thunderous echo that rattled Professor Eccles's senses. The sudden cacophony overwhelmed her, causing her to miss the opportunity to defend against the oncoming wooden stick. It struck, sending her deep red wizard hat flying, her long, flowing hair cascading down chaotically, lending her an unexpected allure amidst the disarray. Darryl, however, was indifferent to the beauty of the female professor. His sole concern lay in whether her crown was devoid of hair, and if it bore the grotesque visage reminiscent of Voldemort. This was the very essence of his meticulous design. Chapter 97. Ongoing Probing. The Courageous Professor. Are you alright, Professor? Is everything fine? Darryl disregarded the slight commotion among the two new students, his expression tinged with guilt as he rushed towards Professor Eclis. Simultaneously, he pointed a finger, and a large crimson wand that struck the professor's pointed hat transformed instantaneously into a robust rope, eagerly ensnaring the distant, ethereal dark creature adorned with a red cap. The deep crimson, pointed hat that had been knocked to the ground by the impact soared back into Darryl's grasp. He presented the hat to the professor, his gaze wandering over her exquisite hair and head. Her locks were smooth, exuding a pleasant fragrance. The roots were dense, well-distributed, and adorned her entire scalp. There was not a hint of baldness, let alone any trace of a green-skinned, noseless, red-eyed monstrosity. Professor, are you all right? I am truly sorry for the fright you endured. Darryl maintained his expression of sincere apology, though the formidable magic coursing through him began to settle. Had there been even the slightest misstep, the smitten wand he had set aside would have transformed into an immense stone wall, barricading the space between the new students and the podium. At that moment, Darryl executed a hard control while Harry charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he pressed his hand to the back of the professor's head, delivering a significant backlash of damage to Voldemort's primary soul. This was the plan Darryl had silently signaled to Harry when he had previously risen from his seat. However, with everything now normal, the plan had lost its purpose. I'm fine, Assistant Dursley. Professor Eclis accepted the wand Darryl offered, adjusting her hair and donning the hat once more. She then rubbed her ears, which still resonated with a buzzing sensation, feeling quite perplexed. Yet, her cultivated social grace compelled her to smile warmly, speaking gently to Darryl. It was merely an accident. You need not blame yourself excessively. Upon hearing this, the guilt on Darryl's face gradually transformed into concern as he sighed earnestly. Professor Eclis, this may not be an accident at all. Alas, the professor was taken aback. What did this mean? If it was not an accident, could it have been intentional? Confused, she watched as Darryl simply shook his head and turned away. With a face full of questions, she retracted the protective barrier she had set and observed Darryl reclaiming his wand and returning to his seat. During the latter half of the class, Professor Eclis, burdened with thoughts, reassured the new students from both academies, advising them against attempting Darryl's overtly forceful defensive measures without adequate skill. Subsequently, she utilized the lifeless, rope-bound red hat as a teaching aid, managing to impart the specialized defensive incantation against the hat to her students just before it breathed its last. After class, Professor Eclis inevitably stopped the departing Darryl, voicing her lingering curiosity. Mr. Dursley, you previously mentioned that the disturbances in class were not mere accidents. What did you mean by that? Darryl feigned mystery, glancing around to ensure no one was observing them, before quietly confiding in the professor. Professor, I wonder if you have heard the rumor regarding the position of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Eclis was taken aback. What rumor? Although I am of British descent, I grew up in America and am not well versed in the affairs of the British magical community. I only heard from Headmaster Dumbledore, upon my successful application, to exercise caution and remain vigilant for potential unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Darryl continued, observing the subtle expressions on her face. The reason Dumbledore cautioned you is due to a powerful curse placed upon the position of defense against the dark arts professor, a curse cast by the most fearsome dark wizard, Voldemort. Darryl solemnly revealed this semi-public secret, emphasizing the name Voldemort with particular weight. What? You mean the mysterious figure who ruled the British magical community for a decade, whose name is too dangerous to utter? Professor Ecris's face was etched with astonishment. Darryl discerned the nuanced emotions reflected in her expression, unlike many other British wizards. Her reaction to the name Voldemort was predominantly one of pure surprise, with significantly less fear and panic. This response aligned with that of a foreigner encountering the name of a terrorist from another country, as she had not personally endured that dark period and relied only on hearsay, which understandably did not elicit the same level of terror as it would for a local. Was he perhaps overthinking it? Darryl pondered this internally, but maintained his composure, continuing to probe. Yes, Voldemort, though now merely a fragment of a soul. He remains a formidable threat, lurking like a demon in the shadows. Even Dumbledore cannot contend with him, as long as Voldemort lives. The curse on the defense against the dark arts position will persist, and thus your peril, Professor Ecris, will remain ever present. Today it may be a stick that knocks off your wizarding hat. Tomorrow, it could be a troll that mercilessly strikes your back. Ekris fell into a momentary silence. After a brief pause, she turned to Darryl and replied earnestly, "Mr. Dursley, thank you for your warning. However, I shall not be intimidated by a mere phantom curse. This position is one I have painstakingly secured, and I cannot abandon it midway. I am determined to ascertain whether the enigmatic individual is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest, and whether the curse he has cast is truly insurmountable." Dolly silently raised his thumb in admiration for the courageous professor and nodded in approval before preparing to take his leave. After probing for much of the day, he had yet to discern any peculiarities about her. Although a definitive conclusion could not be drawn at this moment, his suspicions regarding her had certainly diminished significantly. Noticing Dolly's intent to depart, Professor Eccles exhibited signs of displeasure and called out to him, "Assistant Dursley, you misused a term in your earlier statement." Dolly's countenance reflected confusion. Professor Eccles, growing increasingly irate, elevated her voice and retorted, "I am not old, nor is my waist an old waist." With that, she dramatically twisted her torso, deliberately showcasing her figure before briskly turning away. Dolly smirked, somewhat at a loss for words. "I concede you possess some charm, but you are clad in a wizard's robe. Not a form-fitting garment. What is there to flaunt? One might just as easily injure their spine." He shook his head and waved to collect the already suspended red hat from the classroom into his personal space. If the professor found it unworthy, then he, as her assistant, would graciously accept it. Chapter 98. Shadows of Night. The other side of Eccles. On Tuesday afternoon, with no classes to attend, Dolly once again ventured to the library, a sanctuary for books. Within its confines, he diligently studied alchemical texts for approximately 4 hours. After rising and leaving, he made his way to the school hospital located on the second floor of the castle. Under the guise of his assistant role, and in the name of evaluating healing potions, he procured from Madame Pomfrey 2 vials of bone essence, 3 vials of scabious elixir, 4 vials of standard antidotes, 3 tubes of tranquilizers, and 1 vial of revitalizing tonic, all at a modest price. These provisions were intended for the beleaguered house elf, whose limits were being tested. Relying solely on Muggle hormonal concoctions was not a sustainable solution. In the evening, Dolly paid a visit to Hagrid, retrieving several substantial branches of wand-making wood that Hagrid had felled from the Forbidden Forest earlier that day. Hagrid informed him that Professor Kettleburn, who was left with only 1½ limbs, had taken the initiative to examine the conditions of 2 elderly dragons in the dragon lair during his free time. He reported that the dragons were exhibiting a commendable vitality, with signs of bodily functions reviving, and after a period of close companionship, they might indeed lay eggs. Later that night, after dinner in the Great Hall, Dolly returned to his dormitory and enjoyed a restful sleep for the better part of the night. Ron, having awoken 3 times to check, was unable to spot Dolly's departure and, begrudgingly, succumbed to slumber, temporarily extinguishing his adventurous spirit. It was only in the latter half of the night that Dolly stealthily arose, opting not to rouse Harry, and ventured alone to the room of requirement. There, he first administered various healing potions to the almost unrecognizable house elf before fervently engaging in the process of crafting a special wand from Harry's hair. Dolly, methodically adhering to his own plan, remained oblivious to the fact that Professor Eccles, who had alleviated much of his skepticism, returned to her office that night and, like him, did not rest in earnest. In the depths of the night, within the confines of the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Eccles Hunt magically sealed the door and lit candles, utilizing their glow to navigate to a corner where she retrieved a suitcase. With a flick of her wand, she tapped thrice upon the constellation engraved on the suitcase, which promptly revealed a hidden zipper. Gracefully extending her delicate, pale hand, she unzipped the suitcase and extracted an exquisitely adorned slender glass vial, within which silvery threads of memory shimmered. With utmost care, Professor Eccles opened the memory vial, guiding the threads with her wand, and meticulously drew them all back into her mind. Moments later, a subtle transformation occurred within her demeanor. Her previously gentle, beautiful, and approachable aura now bore an additional hint of the bewitching and the sinister. Unbeknownst to all, Eccles had assimilated the concealed memories and, with her wand directed at a vacant space in the room, incanted a spell. An unusually long serpent, measuring 5 to 6 meters, emerged from the tip of her wand. Had Dudley and Harry been present, they would have immediately recognized the origins of this serpent. On June 23rd, Dudley's birthday, the Dursley family had visited the zoo, where Harry, inadvertently tapping into the parcel tongue inherited from Voldemort's fragmented soul, conversed with a Brazilian python in its enclosure. The serpent lamented its longing for home, and Harry, through a surge of magic, assisted it in escaping from the thick glass that had been rendered akin to a vanishing spell. He commanded the python not to harm anyone and subsequently allowed it to flee. Little did they know, this unfortunate serpent had not escaped the clutches of fate and was now summoned by Eccles in the dead of night. Moreover, the serpent's countenance had transformed. It was no longer merely itself. Master, upon releasing the peculiar giant python, Eccles tucked away her wand, bowed her head submissively, and addressed the serpent with a profoundly disgraceful title. How goes the matter? Have you discerned the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone? From the rear of the python's head, a grotesque, menacing human visage emerged, its mouth gaping beneath the scales, unleashing a long, forked tongue as it spoke in a chilling tone. Master, clues have already surfaced. Eccles replied with a sycophantic lilt. Earlier this evening, Dumbledore privately convened several of us professors, stating that next week, he intends to construct a labyrinth in the Forbidden Forest specifically for upper-year students to hone their practical skills. We professors will be needed to assist in setting up the challenges. He also mentioned that there would be rewards placed within the labyrinth, with the Philosopher's Stone being the ultimate prize at its deepest point. With a chilling hiss, the parasitic essence of Voldemort once more intoned ominously. You must procure the Philosopher's Stone for me at once. I am in dire need of the elixir of life to replenish my vitality. Furthermore, within 3 days, I require some unicorn blood. Eccles, upon hearing this, displayed a troubled expression. Master, the Forbidden Forest is vast, and I must attend classes daily, contending with those troublesome professors and students. I may not have sufficient time. I will not entertain excuses. I demand results. Voldemort's essence glared at Eccles with its serpentine red eyes, dark magical smoke seeping from its scaly form, a sight most unsettling. If I do not drink unicorn blood in 3 days, I shall have no choice but to inhabit your body. Eccles trembled slightly and hastily replied, I will surely accomplish the task you have entrusted to me. However, what? Voldemort's gaze turned even more menacing. However, as far as I am aware, unicorn blood, unless freely given, harbors a powerful curse. Consuming it may yield dire consequences. Eccles spoke rapidly, her tone brimming with loyalty, portraying a considerate demeanor towards Voldemort. Ha! Voldemort's essence twisted its serpentine body, emitting a derisive laugh. The unicorn's blood is meant for this serpent, not for me. I merely desire the life force contained within it. As for the curse, let the serpent bear that burden. Eccles's heart sank. She had not anticipated such cunning from a second Dark Lord. It seemed she could not evade the arduous task of procuring unicorn blood. Is there anything else? I must return. That old fool Dumbledore has recently displayed erratic behavior, having slain a significant number of my loyal subordinates. This is his domain, and until my form is restored, I must tread carefully. As Voldemort spat his resentment, he extended the serpent's head to touch the tip of Eccles's wand, returning to his temporary refuge within a concealed forest. Eccles's wand had previously been modified by him through dark magic, endowing it with a unique function akin to a key. Master, I may have discovered the reason behind Dumbledore's drastic change. Eccles's words caused Voldemort's serpentine form to halt momentarily. Speak quickly. Chapter 99, Conspiracy. All is conspiracy, prompted by Voldemort. Eccles dared not delay. She swiftly divulged her thoughts. Dumbledore seems particularly concerned about your adversary, Harry Potter, and his cousin, Dudley Dursley. On the first night of term, he publicly awarded them the Merlin Medal, elevating their status, and even appointed Dudley as a teaching assistant, indicating a sense of protection towards them. This is quite unusual. If Dumbledore's regard for Harry Potter stems from the prophecy that jeopardizes you, what, then, account for his attention toward Dudley Dursley? In light of the recent display of prowess, intelligence, and acumen by Dudley Dursley, I am compelled to surmise that he has been covertly instigating Dumbledore, devising strategies to inflict significant losses upon your forces. The Dark Lord Voldemort's essence coiled and rotated, gradually forming a serpentine spiral. He pondered deeply, contemplating whether Ecris's analysis bore any truth. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort's essence arrived at an unwavering conclusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a deliberate conspiracy orchestrated by Dumbledore. Ecris, taken aback, questioned the nature of this supposed conspiracy, baffled by her inability to perceive it. Voldemort relished the astonished expressions of his subordinates, basking in the superiority of intellectual dominance, a sensation both intoxicating and exhilarating. After a brief moment of indulgence, he flicked his serpent-like tongue and elucidated. That insipid little fat boy named Dudley, whom I've encountered, possesses undeniable talent. However, to suggest he could strategize for Dumbledore is akin to positing that you could instruct Merlin himself. You have not grown up in England, and thus remain oblivious to Dumbledore's formidable prowess. This ancient relic has navigated the international magical realm for decades. His strength and wisdom are unfathomable. He is merely a shade inferior to me. What could an 11-year-old child possibly contribute in terms of strategy? Only a fool would believe such a notion. Dudley Dursley is merely a pawn Dumbledore has thrust forward to protect Harry Potter and divert my attention. Yet this Dudley Dursley, alongside Harry Potter, has indeed pioneered the stabilization charm against dark magic. His spellcasting ability is remarkably potent. He can even cast spells without a wand. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Redcaps, Ecris, unwilling to accept the label of fool, promptly presented counter-evidence, arguing her case vigorously. The stabilization charm is indeed a nuisance. Previously, in the depths of Gringotts' vault, Harry Potter utilized this very magic to interrupt Quirrell's pathetic killing curse. Truly, he is a formidable adversary, possessing some merit. As for the little fat boy's impressive spellcasting ability, it is merely a consequence of his innate talent, surely aided by Dumbledore's clandestine machinations to disguise his true capabilities. At 11 years of age, casting spells without a wand? Does he imagine he is the reincarnation of Merlin? How could that be? With such remarkable talent, he still engages in hand-to-hand combat like a lowly Muggle, indulging in eccentricity, which only serves to underscore that the little fat boy is merely a manufactured facade of inadequacy. Voldemort's essence spoke slowly, his grotesque red eyes brimming with wisdom and disdain. Are you suggesting that the stabilization charm was conceived solely by Harry Potter? That the narrative of the brothers jointly creating the spell is a concoction fabricated by Dumbledore? Ecris discerned the underlying implications in Voldemort's words. Indeed, otherwise, when we previously confronted them in the Gringotts vault, why was it not the more magically potent fat boy who employed this spell against me and Quirrell? Moreover, at that time, the little boy was wielding a wand. Reciting the incantation thrice may not guarantee the spell's accurate release. Such a novice wizard, in the span of merely a month, could abandon his wand and cast spells without it? It is undoubtedly a deceptive illusion meant to fool me. As if I were a fool. Cursed Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort's principal soul arrived at his conclusion with utmost confidence. He remained oblivious to the fact that at that moment, Dudley had just awakened to his wizarding lineage and was not yet adept in the art of spellcasting. Observing that Harry's calming charm could not vanquish the formidable malevolence, the situation became dire. Thus, in the ensuing battle, he refrained from employing the charm's auxiliary functions, realizing it would be futile. So, it was Ecris gradually acquiesced to Voldemort's assertions. Master, what is your perspective on this calming charm? Is it possible to unravel its effects? I fear that in future endeavors, dark magic may prove ineffective. Fool! Worthless! Voldemort's principal soul dismissed Ecris's concerns with disdain, rebuking her vociferously. That calming charm is merely a clever trick. It is of no consequence to those of mediocre talent. As long as your murderous intent is resolute and your malice pure, that charm cannot impede your use of dark magic. Furthermore, do you not comprehend the strategy of striking first when confronted? Those self-righteous wizards often indulge in idle chatter before combat. If you lack confidence, why not strike decisively? Ecris, stung by Voldemort's reprimand, felt her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Internally, she harbored her grievances, thinking, do you truly believe everyone is as deranged as you? To summon murderous intent and malevolence so easily, and to claim it is so pure? Moreover, While it is true that the righteous are verbose, it does not imply that they're slow to react. If one provokes an opponent beyond their means, taking decisive action could lead to one's own demise. However, Eccres dared not voice these thoughts in Voldemort's presence. Instead, she focused on employing her mental shielding techniques to fabricate a facade of false memories as a cover. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, who was engrossed in recollections of his aspiration to teach defense against the dark arts, he felt a surge of pedagogical fervor and continued to impart valuable insights into the study of magic. Magic relies on both magical power and the mind. The ceiling of magical capacity is determined by one's bloodline, which is generally challenging to transcend. However, the strength of the mind can be augmented through diligent practice. Whether it be dark magic or certain unique forms of white magic, to unleash their full potential, one must cultivate intense emotional turmoil. Those self-satisfied white wizards who believe that the calming charm renders them invulnerable to dark magic, thereby neglecting the power of the mind, are on the path to their own demise. In ordinary circumstances, the reason dark wizards surpass the average white wizards is not that dark magic is inherently superior, but rather that the majority of dark magic requires the cultivation of profound negative emotions, thereby significantly fortifying the dark wizard's mental prowess. When imbued with the potency of the mind, dark magic, saturated with malevolent emotions, is not something that ordinary white magic and white wizards can contend with. Do you comprehend this, Eccres Hunt? Do not be intimidated by an innocuous white charm devoid of offensive capability. Amplify the darkness within you. Do not be shackled by hypocritical morals and regulations. As long as your malice remains unwavering, the stabilizing charm will be utterly ineffective. Chapter 100. A single tree cannot support a forest. Voldemort's sinister whispers infiltrated Eccres's mind, amplifying the dark thoughts that festered within her. Indeed, the Dark Lord of the Second Generation spoke with undeniable logic. Dark magic, without a heart steeped in darkness. What right does one have to wield such power? I have never been a virtuous soul. I returned to England in accordance with my mother's dying wish, solely to eliminate all obstacles and reclaim what belongs to our lineage. Dark thoughts surged within Eccres, her aura growing ever more ominous. It was only when she recalled the distressing news she had learned from Dudley that she regained a semblance of composure amidst her encroaching madness. Master, I have heard that you placed a powerful curse upon the position of the defense against the dark arts professor that I currently occupy. Eccres steadied her mind, stuttering as she posed the question. Voldemort's soul emerged, the grotesque head of a serpent gazing deeply at Eccres for several moments before he replied slowly. Indeed, it was my original masterpiece, a miracle, one that even I find difficult to replicate. Upon hearing this, Eccres felt a chill envelop her. Do you possess any means to exempt me from the curse's effects? Eccres persistently inquired. Voldemort's soul laughed, mocking Eccres's naivety. Seeing Voldemort's laughter, Eccres allowed a flicker of hope to surface on her face, believing salvation was at hand. However, in the next moment, Voldemort ceased his mirth, fixing Eccres with a cold stare as he pronounced mercilessly, "There is no way. If miracles could be easily altered, could they still be called miracles?" Eccres's smile vanished, her face paling as despair settled in her heart. She found herself serving Voldemort as a mere pawn, devoid of wealth, stripped of freedom, perpetually wary of the watchful eyes of the entire school, and now she had to bear the sting of betrayal from her master. This was no task for a human. Had she known, she would never have ventured into that forest, nor Novelli imagined she could harness Voldemort's power and influence. Eccres felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, driven by her instinct for survival, she quickly began to devise a subsequent strategy. Observing Eccres's despondent demeanor, Voldemort easily discerned the concerns of his novice subordinate. With a twisted grin, he hissed, "Thus, you must hasten to procure the Philosopher's Stone for me, concoct the elixir of life and the potion of resurrection, aiding me in restoring my physical form and reclaiming my former glory. At that point, you shall have nothing to fear. You need not concern yourself with the position of defense against the dark arts professor any longer." A hushed laughter escaped as Eccres felt a surge of indignation from Voldemort's derogatory remarks. Yet, she dared not reveal a hint of her discontent. In her state of inner turmoil, she suddenly grasped a fleeting insight. "Master, I have discerned that Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter seem to harbor a profound dislike for Professor Severus Snape, the potions master. On the very first night of the term, they greeted all the faculty members, yet they conspicuously neglected Snape, even refusing to offer him a semblance of smile. Their disdain appears deeply rooted. Might we exploit this to sway Snape to our side? An additional ally could hasten your acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, wouldn't you agree? Acreles felt overwhelmed, realizing her solitary efforts were insufficient. Thus, the notion of forming alliances crossed her mind, absurdly targeting the double-agent Snape. Voldemort's essence fell into a brief silence before he resolved to impart a sliver of insider knowledge. Your judgment is commendable. Snape has always been one of my own. Is that truly the case? Acreles exclaimed, elated, for this revelation spared her considerable effort. Had it not been for the formidable challenge of subterfuge, she would have rather not forced herself to curry favor with a disheveled, unkempt man who treated her with indifference. Now, however, it seemed fortuitous that he was indeed her ally, and she could command him directly under Voldemort's authority. Acreles envisioned a promising collaboration. Yet Voldemort's essence was not inclined to ease her burden. He continued, although Snape was once my operative embedded within Dumbledore's ranks, and I do have some faith in his loyalty, a decade has elapsed, and human hearts are fickle. Given the signs you observed, it is conceivable that Harry Potter and his cousin have become aware of Snape's past disclosures of the prophecy to me, fostering animosity towards him. Snape may have already compromised his cover, becoming yet another bait to draw me out. Acreles' expression fell, her heart sinking. Do you have any other trustworthy individuals at Hogwarts? None. Voldemort replied curtly. Trust, for him, was an extravagant luxury. No one could earn his complete trust, especially in a time when his power was waning. With his current magical prowess, maintaining control over Acreles was already a daunting task. To also manage a more formidable and cunning Snape was utterly implausible. He would never gamble with his own life. It appeared she would have to rely solely on her own resources. Acreles, on the verge of tears, adopted a pitiful demeanor, hoping to evoke sympathy from Voldemort and garner additional assistance. Yet, to Voldemort's essence, this display was merely a manifestation of weakness and cowardice. Spare me the theatrics. If you cannot accomplish your tasks, your existence becomes redundant. The chilling words of Voldemort's essence swiftly silenced Acreles, compelling her to regain her composure and poise. Upon witnessing this scenario, Voldemort slightly softened his tone. Although your recent demeanor was of no consequence to me, it may prove effective with Severus. As far as I know, Severus is quite the romantic, particularly drawn to the delicate allure of green-eyed beauties. You might consider leveraging this aspect, engaging with him using your own identity to entice him into assisting you. However, refrain from disclosing any information pertaining to me, lest you attract Dumbledore's scrutiny. Do you comprehend? Voldemort, devoid of any understanding of love, failed to grasp Severus's feelings for Lily. In his eyes, Severus merely fancied beautiful women akin to Lily, believing that any woman of similar beauty could ensnare Severus's affections. Thus, he proposed such a misguided scheme to Acreles. Understood, master. Acreles promptly responded. Yet she recalled the cold indifference in Severus's gaze towards her over the past few days, leading her to doubt the feasibility of Voldemort's suggestion. Furthermore, the situation had taken a turn. To gain an ally, she would need to compromise herself, employing seduction. Truly, Voldemort was ineffectual. Chapter 101, Harry's Nightmare, Dudley's Awakening. While Acreles inwardly condemned Voldemort with fervent disdain, she maintained an outward demeanor of submission and compliance. Simultaneously, she activated her mental shielding to guard against Voldemort's invasive thoughts. Voldemort was pleased with Acreles' performance and shamelessly assigned her additional tasks. Without jeopardizing the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, you may seek an opportune moment to eliminate Harry Potter, along with his insufferable cousin. Voldemort spoke coldly, still haunted by his destined adversary and by Dudley's insolent remarks in the underground vault, which had thwarted his attempts to torment Harry. Yes, master. Acreles agreed without hesitation, as she had no intention of following through. Her current obligations were already daunting enough. It would be madness to complicate matters further. After all, Voldemort had not enforced this demand, and she could always claim she had failed to find the right moment. Oblivious to Acreles' hidden intentions, Voldemort, seeing no further matters to address, slithered away. his deformed serpent head brushing against the tip of Eccres's wand before twisting into a spiral and vanishing from sight. Once Voldemort had departed, Eccres sat on the office sofa, her expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty. After a prolonged period of silent reflection, she devised a plan for the coming days, then retrieved a memory vial. Selectively extracting portions of her memories, carefully bottling them for safekeeping, and ultimately placing the vial back into the concealed pocket of her suitcase, employing magic to obscure the zipper. On Wednesday morning, Dudley stealthily returned to the dormitory, arriving slightly earlier than usual, careful not to disturb any of his roommates. In the latter half of the night, within the confines of the wish-fulfilling chamber that he had fashioned into a wand-crafting studio, Dudley successfully forged a half-wand from Harry's hair. This half-wand was a defective creation, appearing intact, yet lacking in potency. Dudley understood that the issue stemmed from the incompatibility between the wand's wood and Harry's hair, necessitating Hagrid's return to the Forbidden Forest for new materials. This endeavor could not be rushed. It required numerous trials and errors, and was to be approached as a long-term undertaking. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dudley was preparing to change into his pajamas and return to slumber when he noticed some unusual movement in Harry's bed. He hurriedly rushed over to draw back the curtains, anxious to ascertain Harry's condition. There lay Harry, drenched in sweat, his eyelids fluttering, limbs thrashing as if he were ensnared in a nightmare. Remain calm. Dudley promptly cast a calming charm upon Harry. Gradually, Harry's condition improved. His limbs ceased their erratic movements, and he slowly opened his emerald green eyes to see Dudley standing by his bedside, a hint of concern etched upon his face. "Cousin, I believe I just had a nightmare. I dreamed of that Brazilian python I released at the zoo," Harry exclaimed. It seemed to be in great distress. With a grotesque tumor beneath the scales at the back of its head, a fissure, forked tongue, and a pair of those familiar malevolent red eyes that resembled Voldemort's. Harry struggled to recollect the details of his dream, narrating his fragmented memories to Dudley. Dudley furrowed his brow upon hearing this, deducing from Harry's account that Voldemort's fragment of soul had latched onto that very Brazilian python. Furthermore, it was highly probable that this python, now possessed by Voldemort, had made its way to Hogwarts. "Harry, think again. Where was the python in your dream? Was it in the castle or the woods?" Dudley inquired, posing a critical question. Harry fell silent, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, feeling a dull ache in his scar, he still could not conjure a clear image. "I'm not quite certain, cousin. I vaguely remember seeing candlelight beside the python, and there seemed to be a shadowy figure moving with the flickering light. The figure was too indistinct to discern any features. I couldn't make it out clearly." Harry slowly divulged the fragments of his knowledge. This further deepened Dudley's frown. "All right, Harry, don't force yourself to recall any further. I have gleaned some insights. The presence of candlelight indicates it was night, indoors. The presence of a figure suggests that Voldemort has found new followers and is plotting something. This noseless, bald-headed creature with red eyes has likely infiltrated Hogwarts, possibly aligning himself with a professor, a head of house, the student council president, or a particularly skilled young wizard adept at nocturnal escapades. The meeting you dreamt of must have taken place in a secluded chamber. Only such individuals could venture into a private room at night to conspire with Voldemort." "Cousin, that is quite an expansive range." Harry sighed. "Indeed, it is," Dudley replied. "Moreover, I have been observing these individuals over the past few days and have found no anomalies. This Voldemort, the wretched creature, has become quite cunning. He has chosen not to directly parasitize wizards, but instead resorts to remote manipulation." Daryl's eyes were glazed as he quietly analyzed the situation. "Voldemort's chosen minions are formidable adversaries. Have I overlooked individuals? Or could it be the brain closure spell? No, the brain closure spell cannot obscure micro-expressions. Could it be that he has extracted his own memories?" Daryl suddenly recalled a possibility he had previously dismissed, and his expression grew grave. Well, although the magical community is small, the number of those skilled in subterfuge is ever increasing. At this moment, Daryl remains uncertain who within the castle is aligned with Voldemort, but his doubts regarding Professor Eccles have resurfaced. "Harry, remain vigilant in the coming days. Keep your wand at the ready and be prepared for battle." Daryl advised his cousin and reinforced the dormitory with 2 additional protective spells before returning to his bed for some much-needed rest. On Wednesday, the day comprised 2 classes, the last herbology class of the week in the morning and a history of magic class in the afternoon. With no haste, the occupants of Harry's dormitory were punctual for herbology. The class was, as usual, vibrant and enriching. However, the first history of magic class in the afternoon was an eye-opener for Harry and his peers, akin to a dismal experience. Darryl acknowledged that Professor Binns, who seemed to teach with an unwavering dedication, was indeed unparalleled in his commitment. Yet his lectures were as lifeless as his ghostly presence suggested. The textbook for history of magic was already tedious and devoid of interest, having been sanitized and simplified by generations of wizarding authorities. It lacked the rich historical context, catalysts, significance, and reflective insights found in the history textbooks from Darryl's previous life, which could truly broaden students' perspectives and establish a cultural foundation. In his lectures, Professor Binns merely regurgitated the content of the textbook in his antiquated, ghostly monotone, offering no expansion of his viewpoints. One could say that the history of magic class served solely as a means of inducing slumber, rendering the act of learning utterly unnecessary. Darryl endured approximately 20 minutes before he could bear it no longer. This was an utter waste of life. He abruptly stood up in class. "Harry, let us go to the library for self-study." "Yes, cousin." Chapter 102, Skipping History of Magic. Encountering a Ghost. Harry, unable to endure any longer, was emboldened by his cousin's support and followed suit without a hint of hesitation. Professor Binns, akin to a malfunctioning audio player at the podium, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Having taught history of magic for countless years in life and beyond, he had rarely encountered students who enjoyed his lectures, yet never had anyone dared to so brazenly abandon his class mid-session. At the very least, one could fabricate an excuse of a headache, fever, or stomachache before departing. Why such a lack of respect towards me? Professor Binns, attempting to summon the ethereal faculties of his mind, endeavored to concoct a few reprimands for Dudley and Harry. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Dudley had already escorted Harry to the classroom door. "Professor Binns, I am the teaching assistant, and I need to take Harry Potter to class alone. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely not." Professor Binns yearned to voice his discontent. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Dudley had whisked Harry away. Helpless, he reflected on his advanced age, oblivious even to his own demise in slumber, believing merely that he had forgotten to bring his corporeal form to class, becoming instead a specter with a mind that occasionally faltered. He stared vacantly at the open classroom door and, before long, seemed to have forgotten about Dudley's departure with Harry. "Students near the door, please shut it. Let's continue our discourse." In the Middle Ages, there was an eccentric wizard named Ulrich, who hailed from Ravenclaw, donned a jellyfish as a hat, and kept over 50 augury birds, even sleeping alongside them. The young witches and wizards in the classroom were left agape, particularly the Gryffindors. They whispered among themselves, while Professor Binns remained oblivious, entirely focused on his lecture. "How cool. Dudley is just too cool. Why didn't he invite me to study in the library with him? Merlin's old sweater. I would rather read in the library than listen to Professor Binns." Ron exclaimed animatedly to Neville and Hermione nearby. "Because Dudley knows you can't concentrate on your studies." Hermione retorted mercilessly, "And I don't think skipping class is cool. We must respect knowledge and the classroom. History of magic is a core subject at Hogwarts. When the end-of-year exams come, Dudley and Harry will surely regret it." "You're so dull, Hermione," Ron muttered, then turned to Neville. "What do you think, Neville?" "I think Hermione is right," Neville replied, mustering some bravado. Ron scoffed, noticing that Hermione and Neville were engrossed in their notes, diligently following Professor Binns' lecture. He scanned the room, only to discover another brave soul among the first-year Gryffindors. Dean Thomas, the sole first-year who did not share their dormitory but was instead placed with upperclassmen, stealthily rose and crept towards the classroom door. Clearly, Dudley had set a poor example. "Halt!" Just as a significant portion of the young witches and wizards were eyeing Dean Thomas, eager to witness his potential escape, the sluggish Professor Binns suddenly spoke with unexpected acuity. "Dean Thomas, are you also a teaching assistant? How dare you disregard the classroom? 5 points from Gryffindor." Dean froze, incredulous as he turned to regard the suddenly astute Professor Binns, his face a mask of dismay, and he sheepishly returned to his seat. The other young wizards, witnessing Professor Binns wielding his penalty spell, extinguished any inappropriate thoughts and dutifully continued to listen to his hypnotic lecture, delivered in an almost melodic tone. As they made their way to the library on the second floor, Harry, filled with excitement and sharing Hermione's thirst for knowledge, pondered a pressing question. Cousin, what will happen to our end-of-year exams if we skip History of Magic class? The ordinary wizarding level examinations in the 5th year will also encompass this subject. Dudley turned to Harry and inquired with a smirk, Harry, why are we at Hogwarts? To learn magic. Harry responded, as if it were self-evident. But will studying history of magic enhance our magical abilities? Dudley pressed on. It seemed not. Harry appeared to grasp the crux of the matter. Isn't that settled then? If history of magic doesn't improve our magical prowess, what is the point of studying it? Dudley bluntly expressed his thoughts. However, cousin, I heard Hermione say that the exams at Hogwarts will influence job placements after graduation. Only by achieving certain grades can one work at the Ministry of Magic. Harry acknowledged Dudley's implication, though his perspective remained somewhat limited. Dudley, seizing the moment, elucidated, Harry, why do people work? For aspirations, and for wages, of course. Harry contemplated this and replied, That's true. People work primarily to earn money to sustain their bodies. On a higher plane, they seek to realize their life's value through their work. Dudley gently guided him. But do we lack money? You have a vast treasure, and I can conjure gold bars. Why should we force ourselves to earn? As for your desire to fulfill your aspirations through work, there's no need for concern. Once you graduate, whether you wish to join the Ministry of Magic or teach at Hogwarts, our current reputation and accolades will more than suffice. What if we submitted a blank history of magic exam paper? As long as your magical prowess is formidable, no one would dare look down upon you. In fact, it might even enhance your reputation as a so-called strong individual, turning into words of praise. I understand now, cousin, Harry exclaimed, his perspective broadened by Dudley's insights. In the original tale, during his 7th year, Harry was harried by Death Eaters and unable to complete all his examinations, thus hindering his graduation. Nonetheless, he was later exceptionally recruited by the Ministry as an Auror, thanks to his fame and accomplishments. Ultimately, whether in the Muggle realm or the wizarding world, it all boils down to the power of one's abilities. The History of Magic course neither elevates a student's magical skills nor enhances their intellectual awakening. Bearing the weight of educational reform at Hogwarts, Dudley is determined to rectify this oversight, strategizing to have Dumbledore overhaul the course entirely. As Dudley and Harry walked through the castle corridors, both were deep in thought about these matters. Unexpectedly, from a distance, they beheld the vividly attired Peeves soaring through the air, dutifully bowing to a ghost with vacant eyes, a blood-stained robe, and murmuring incoherently. It was Bloodman Barrow. Harry exclaimed, recalling Percy S. words that only Bloodman Barrow could compel Peeves to exhibit such decorum. Dudley also directed his gaze towards the middle-aged ghost, who bore an expression of profound despair. He was aware of this ghost's tragic tale. Bloodman Barrow was a figure from a millennium ago, a fervent admirer of Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts. After his unrequited love drove him to madness, he tragically took Helena's life. Unable to bear the weight of his own actions, he succumbed to guilt and took his own life. Among the Slytherins, Bloodman Barrow was far more deranged and repulsive than Snape. At the very least, when Lily rejected Snape in favor of James, Snape did not let his love turn to hate and resort to violence against her. Thus, Dudley, who even Snape looked down upon, naturally harbored no fondness for Bloodman Barrow. Contemplating Peeves' purpose, he stepped forward and inquired of the floating poltergeist, Peeves, do you wish to remain forever overshadowed by Bloodman Barrow? Chapter 103. Bloodman Barrow, One Move to Conquer. Peeves was utterly petrified by the sudden appearance of Bloodman Barrow. His mind was consumed with thoughts of bowing in submission. Eager to rid himself of this harbinger of doom, little did he expect Dudley, the master of provocation, to emerge from behind him. Naturally, how could Peeves, the invincible poltergeist of Hogwarts, willingly submit to Bloodman Barrow? Yet, despite his discontent, he knew he was no match for him. Although Bloodman Barrow often appeared lost in thought and silent, his strikes were merciless when he was alert. He could become invisible and wield a ghostly sword. An impressive feat indeed. Did this little wizard believe that gaining recognition from Hogwarts granted him the audacity to disregard Bloodman Barrow? While ghosts wield limited harm against wizards, an incorporeal specter could not be easily subdued. If you provoke Bloodman Barrow and walk away unscathed, it would be I who suffers the consequences. Peeves, in a state of heightened anxiety, observed that Bloodman Barrow remained fixated on a single point, gliding slowly without any signs of disturbance. He promptly descended towards Dudley, whispering urgently, "For the sake of Hogwarts, allow me to warn you to flee. If Bloodman Barrow awakens and sets his sights on you, you shall undoubtedly be transformed into a frozen statue." Peeves, I had thought you possessed a modicum of courage, but it appears I misjudged your spirit. Dudley disregarded Peeves' warning, continuing to provoke him instead. Peeves, infuriated yet intimidated by Bloodman Barrow's presence, prepared to flee. However, Dudley added one final taunt. "Watch closely. Today, I shall open your eyes and enlighten you. The Bloodman Barrow is nothing more than a paper tiger, a deranged killer who cannot withstand the slightest challenge." What? The poltergeist, startled, quickly retreated a distance, settling upon the armor of a castle guard to observe the unfolding drama. On the other side, Bloodman Barrow was on the verge of drifting away in despair. However, a particular word spoken by Dolly struck him deeply, abruptly awakening him. He turned sharply in mid-air, casting an enraged glare at Dolly in the corridor below. "Little wizard, what did you just say about me?" For the first time, Bloodman Barrow spoke, and, astonishingly, his silver-white, semi-transparent, ghostly form began to shift towards a blood-red hue, his aura swelling with a wild intensity. The source of this crimson hue was the splatters of blood staining his robe. Unfazed, Dolly casually waved his hand, prompting Harry to retreat without uttering a word. Then, with a scornful smile, Dolly defiantly met Bloodman Barrow's gaze. "Am I mistaken? Are you not the murderer of Lady Helena?" Upon hearing the long-forgotten name, Bloodman Barrow's breath hitched, sorrow flooding his heart. Aye, I'm sorry, Helena. Why weep now? Regretting your actions too late?" Dolly taunted mercilessly. "If you possess any courage left, come and face me." Bloodman Barrow, thoroughly provoked, succumbed to a frenzy. He radiated a blood-red aura, a ghostly hand plunging into the ancient robe of a bygone era, swiftly drawing forth a blood-red dagger that emitted a chilling wail as it sped towards Dolly. The display was formidable. The observing poltergeist began to mourn for Dolly. Even he had never encountered Bloodman Barrow in such a state. Yet, as Bloodman Barrow charged forward, Dolly wore a cunning smile, as if his scheme had come to fruition. Without flinching or casting a spell, Dolly simply extended his hand and traced a large circle in front of him, opening a portal to his personal space. Bloodman Barrow, already disoriented and propelled by his reckless charge, could not adjust his course in time and plunged headfirst into the dark void of the portal. However, Dolly had no intention of allowing him to enter fully. With a thought, Bloodman Barrow became ensnared at the threshold of the portal, his upper body inside while his lower body remained outside. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge the portal even slightly. Moreover, with his upper half trapped within Dolly's personal space, as long as Dolly prevented sound waves from escaping, no one outside could hear Bloodman Barrow's words. Conversely, unless permitted by Dolly, external sounds could not penetrate the confines of that space, leaving Bloodman Barrow unable to hear anything from the outside world. Is this truly the end? In the rear, the specter known as Peeves gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. To his eyes, the upper half of the bloodthirsty barrow had been consumed by an ominous black vortex, leaving only its lower half flailing helplessly in the air, a most peculiar and disheveled sight. "It's over," declared Dudley with a sense of rightful authority. "Do you expect me to engage in a lengthy battle with such a worthless foe?" "And no, I certainly do not wish for that," exclaimed the young wizard. "No, I mean, yes, indeed, esteemed Professor Dursley. You are truly wise and formidable, unmatched in the realm. I dare say, even Headmaster Dumbledore would be hard-pressed to contend with you." Peeves fluttered closer to Dudley, lavishing him with exaggerated flattery. Observing Dudley's effortless handling of the frenzied barrow and emboldened by Dudley's newfound authority at Hogwarts, Peeves had become an ardent admirer, filled with unrestrained reverence. Enough of this empty pleasantry. Let us repay grievance with grievance. Dudley stepped aside, gesturing towards Barrow's lower half. "Fear not, he cannot hear you now." Initially apprehensive, Peeves, upon hearing Dudley's assurance, transformed into a state of exuberance, trembling with barely contained laughter. He approached Barrow's lower half, shouting, "Curse Barrow, your day has come. Prepare to meet your end. Behold my ultimate, invincible whirlwind kick." Peeves shifted his ethereal state and unleashed a merciless assault upon Barrow's posterior, leaving it in a pitiful state. Dudley, with a vacant expression, pondered deeply, allowing Peeves a full 10 minutes of punishment before finally speaking. That should suffice, Peeves. At the sound of Dudley's voice, Peeves promptly halted and flitted to Dudley's side. Esteemed Professor Dursley, what are your commands? Dudley scanned the vicinity, ensuring no outsiders were present. He then cast a silencing charm to prevent eavesdropping, before addressing Peeves. Starting tonight, I need you to discreetly patrol the offices of various professors, the common rooms of the prefects and student council president, as well as the vacant rooms throughout the castle. Look for a gigantic serpent with a grotesque, tumor-like face. Should you encounter it, do not act recklessly. Return to me with the utmost speed. This task must remain confidential, carried out in secrecy, without the knowledge of others or the ghosts. Do you understand? Chapter 104, Assigning Peeves. Filch showcases his skills. Understood. Peeves promises to accomplish the task. At this moment, Peeves was riding high on the satisfaction of exacting revenge on Barrow, elated beyond measure. Given Dudley's instruction to keep watch, Peeves would not hesitate, even if tasked with self-detonation. For Peeves was immortal, born from the academic pressures of generations of students at Hogwarts. As long as Hogwarts endured, so would he. Dudley recognized this truth. He did not fully trust Peeves' assurance, but added an element of coercion. Peeves, fulfill your duties diligently, and you shall have ample opportunities to take revenge on Barrow henceforth. Should you falter in your endeavors or approach your tasks with insouciance, you shall find yourself in an unfortunate role reversal with the spectral Barrow. The ghost, upon hearing this, trembled in fear, casting a glance at the battered form of Barrow, whom he had previously vanquished. Instantly, the gravity of Darren's mission surged to the forefront of his mind. Esteemed Assistant Professor Dursley, please place your trust in me. I, Peeves, shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. Very well, proceed. Darren responded with a nod of satisfaction, permitting Peeves to depart. Darren then cast a dispassionate glance at the grotesque lower half of the spectral Barrow before redirecting his attention to his cousin, who had approached in silence. Let's be off, Harry. Of course, cousin. 20 minutes later, Barrow was expelled from the spatial portal, having endured the sight of several Hogwarts students passing by, oblivious to his plight. Thankfully, he had altered his hue in advance, rendering his lower half unrecognizable. Otherwise, he would have quickly become a figure of ridicule within the halls of Hogwarts. As Barrow emerged from the portal, he beheld the inky round passage vanish before his eyes, leaving him in a state of hollow confusion. Trapped in absolute darkness for over half an hour, he howled in vain, met with no response. The oppressive solitude, compounded by the searing pain in his posterior, left him momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, the diminutive star was confined within a magical iron cage, isolated from the sounds and conditions outside. Barrow stood dazed in the corridor, the crimson hue of his form gradually fading. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Ah, such cruelty from a mere wizard. I long for Helena. I'm so very sorry. Initially, he intended to utter a few harsh words, but as he continued to shout, his thoughts drifted back to the sins he committed a millennium ago. He gazed longingly towards the Ravenclaw Tower, lost in contemplation, his heart consumed by a twisted affection and overwhelming guilt. The blood-red coloration dissipated entirely, reverting him to his silvery, spectral form. The damage inflicted upon his posterior by Peeves was rectified as he transferred spectral energy from other parts of his being. This day marked the first time in his 1,000-year existence as a ghost that he had suffered such an unwarranted calamity. However, it did not alter the essence of his life. He remained in a daze, still unable to depart from Hogwarts, and too fearful to approach the Ravenclaw Tower, where the ghost he both adored and felt immense guilt for resided. Darren and Harry spent the afternoon studying in the library, during which Hermione approached them, offering her meticulously crafted notes from their history of magic class. However, the brothers politely declined her offer, for her notes were no different from a textbook, and the content did not pique their interest. Frustrated by their stubbornness, Hermione puffed out her cheeks in exasperation. Upon witnessing the scene, Derry found the child's innocence exceedingly amusing. He took out the notes he had written while self-studying the fundamentals of alchemy over the past 2 days and shared them with Hermione. Hermione glanced at the notes, and her anger dissipated almost immediately. As evening approached, everyone proceeded to the Great Hall for dinner, where they were treated to a rare spectacle. Argus Filch, the long-serving caretaker of Hogwarts, unexpectedly altered a habit he had steadfastly maintained for years. Instead of standing guard at the entrance of the Great Hall, serving as the watchful eye, he donned an exquisite, vintage purple robe. During the height of the dining hour, he cradled the now purple-haired Madame Pomfrey in his arms. Standing tall and proud, striding towards the staff table with an air of self-importance while wielding a peculiar, elegantly twisted wand made from a whomping willow. To the astonishment of all, he gradually took his seat at a table that was rightfully his, yet one he had never occupied before. With a resounding clang, Filch relished the astonished gazes directed at him, raising his wand and striking it heavily upon the plate before him. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, or perhaps due to inexperience, or even intentionally, the resilient wand he held shattered the plate into two pieces. Laughter erupted from the four house tables, resembling the sound of clanging weights, with particularly raucous laughter emanating from Slytherin and Gryffindor students. They believed it was as if the sun had risen in the west, and the Black Lake had floated into the sky. They thought the old curmudgeon Filch had become a wizard. In reality, it was merely the irksome old man pretending to wield a wand made from a peculiar branch, embarrassing himself in front of the faculty. Yet, the professors at the staff table did not join in the laughter. Some were simply not predisposed to mirth. Others maintained their composure out of inherent dignity, while a few sensed the underlying truth and found no humor in the spectacle. Seated at the center, Dumbledore undoubtedly belonged to the latter group. He lowered his head slightly, peering over the crescent-shaped glasses, his gaze fixated on the wand in Filch's hand, a sense of curiosity and astonishment stirring within him. He recognized that the wand was genuine, crafted from the very whomping willow branches he had once planted himself. Unfazed by the laughter surrounding him, Filch casually directed his gaze towards the Gryffindor table, catching sight of Derry, who remained composed, before hastily moving on. He then lifted the whomping willow wand, pointing its tip at the shattered plate, murmuring incantations, restored to its former state. A faint white light flickered from the repair spell, erasing all doubts and mockery. In an instant, Filch's plate was restored to its original condition, appearing as flawless as it had before. Filch gently rapped the dinner plate twice, and in an instant, the sumptuous meal prepared by the house elves materialized within the restored plate, emanating a fragrant warmth. The students below, unaware of the circumstances, were rendered speechless, akin to having their throats gripped. Those who had mocked Filch moments ago now stood in astonished silence. Wands may be disguised, but spells cannot deceive. Filch, the longtime squib, had truly become a wizard. Chapter 105. The Secret Art of Hardship, Pursuit and Pursuit again. After a moment of stunned silence, the Great Hall erupted once more. But this time it was not a uniform mockery. Rather, it was a cacophony of heated debate. Everyone speculated how Filch had transformed from a squib into a wizard, a miraculous feat that seemed as absurd as Merlin parading in floral trousers. At the Gryffindor table, the expressions of Fred and George Weasley darkened. They had long considered Filch their nemesis and frequently engaged him in games of hide-and-seek. In the past, their clever pranks and magical toys had ensured Filch's utter failure, often leaving him humiliated, even raiding his office lair. Possessing a treasured Marauder's map only bolstered their confidence, making them feel invincible. Yet now, with Filch wielding a wand and possessing magic, their advantage had significantly diminished. Surely, he couldn't know that many spells, could he? Perhaps we should test him tonight. The brothers, sharing a deep understanding, whispered their thoughts in unison, each completing the other's sentences seamlessly. In no time, they devised a plan of action. Meanwhile, the reactions of the students from the four houses were but a fraction of the astonishment felt by the adult wizards seated at the staff table, including Dumbledore, who had already surmised the answer. Hagrid, seated adjacent to Filch, had never enjoyed a particularly amicable relationship with him, but curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to approach Filch. Filch, how did you come to be like this? Hagrid's words were jumbled and unclear, yet they elicited a triumphant smile from Filch. He relished the moment and reveled in his newfound status. No one dared to ask him directly, and he was hesitant to flaunt his transformation further without prompting. Dumbledore had suggested he concoct a reason to appease the crowd, but Filch, being a man of discernment, found it impossible to fabricate a mere excuse. After much contemplation over the course of 2 days, Filch finally devised what he considered a flawless explanation. Seizing the opportunity presented by Hagrid's inquisitive nature, he spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, shrouded in mystery. In truth, I have always been a wizard. For all these years, I feigned being a squib, refraining from using my powers as part of a rigorous discipline. Do you understand the concept of hardship? It is an ancient secret art that has been passed down from Asia. As Hagrid heard this, he inhaled sharply, utterly convinced. Gazing at Filch with awe, he unconsciously resorted to formal address. Mr. Filch, have you dedicated yourself to rigorous training from your days as a young wizard until you became an elder? Why have you ceased your arduous studies now? Are you, perchance, nearing the end of your days? Filch, visibly irritated, retorted, I have achieved the culmination of my arduous training. My secret arts have been successfully mastered. There is no need for further toil. Do you comprehend? Ah, I see. That secret art of yours appears quite life-draining, to have only succeeded at such an advanced age. Hagrid remarked, taking Filch's words at face value. His curiosity piqued. He yearned to discuss other intriguing matters with Filch, but abruptly recalled Dudley's prior admonition and stifled his words. Filch had not lowered his voice while speaking. Thus, the nearby Hogwarts faculty overheard their conversation. The astonishing revelation of Filch's concealed identity and his years of clandestine toil swiftly circulated among the staff. It was only a matter of time before this gossip spread throughout Hogwarts Castle and indeed across the entire British wizarding community. Filch was quite pleased with this turn of events. When he had been a mere squib, he had been secretive and timid. Now, as a wizard, he could not afford to remain so, lest his wizardry be rendered meaningless. After dinner, Dudley chose not to linger in the Great Hall to observe the unfolding events. Instead, he and the other first-year Gryffindors made their way to the astronomy tower. At midnight on Wednesday, they were to attend astronomy class under the tutelage of Professor Aurora Sinistra. Unlike divination, astronomy was a core subject at Hogwarts, requiring students to observe the night sky under their professor's guidance. Utilizing several antiquated yet remarkably effective magical telescopes, they would study the movements of celestial bodies, learn the names of stars and constellations, and discern the patterns of their trajectories. To be candid, Dudley could not discern the connection between this course and magic. However, he had learned from his text that the movements of celestial bodies foretold the threads of destiny, allowing for a degree of prophecy. It was said that the Centaur clan excelled in divination through the stars. Moreover, stars have historically symbolized mystery. From a wizard's perspective, they were imbued with considerable enigma. Thus, Dudley did not find himself skipping astronomy class as he had with history of magic. Like his fellow students, he gazed through the telescope at the stars, unable to grasp their significance, but enjoying the night's scenery as a form of relaxation amidst his studies. While Dudley was unwinding, Professor Eccles, burdened by Voldemort's relentless command, found no respite. Within 3 days, she was to acquire unicorn blood, plenty of it. Without diligent effort, she knew she would become the next Quirrell or Basilisk. She had no choice but to remain focused. Professor Eccles was aware that Dudley had been following the Gryffindor first years to their classes. She had previously reviewed the schedule for the Gryffindor first-year students and knew that they were to attend astronomy class at midnight. This presented an opportune moment for her to evade Dudley, the bait for Voldemort, as well as Harry, the bane of Voldemort, thus avoiding drawing Dumbledore's attention. To her delight, that evening, Filch orchestrated a grand spectacle of silent transformation into a wizard, captivating the attention of most of the Hogwarts staff and students. In such an atmosphere, her actions would be even less conspicuous. Truly, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, during dinner in the Great Hall that evening, Professor Eccles, noticing Dudley depart shortly after the Gryffindor first years, rose naturally and followed suit. To the onlookers, it seemed she had simply finished her meal and paid her departure no mind. Save for Filch, who had been instructed by Dudley to monitor Eccles's unusual behavior. Filch dared not forget his orders. Upon witnessing her leave, he hastily concocted an excuse to patrol and withdrew. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor long table, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, exchanged glances upon observing Filch's exit and followed him out of the Great Hall. They found a secluded corner of a corridor, produced a folded, yellowed parchment, and unfurled it. With their wands in hand, they chanted, "We solemnly swear that we are up to no good." Chapter 106. Unexpected Developments. The Daring Eclipse. As the Weasley twins recited the spell to activate the Marauder's map, A series of ink marks began to materialize on the blank parchment, gradually outlining the entire structure of Hogwarts Castle. This map detailed most of the castle's secret passages and displayed the names and locations of all witches and wizards within its walls in real time. They quickly located Filch's name. "Hey, it seems Filch is tracking Professor Eclipse," George Weasley exclaimed, astonished by his discovery. Fred, too, noticed that Filch's name was trailing closely behind Eclipse's. Indignant, he declared, "Filch is truly a scoundrel. No matter how beautiful Professor Eclipse may be, he cannot simply stalk her. Let us show him the power of our newly concocted dung bombs." With a sense of righteous determination, the Weasley twins, guided by the Marauder's map, took a shortcut directly towards the intersection ahead of Filch. On Filch's end, he had already discerned Eclipse's peculiar behavior. Initially, there seemed to be no issue. The professor had finished dinner and returned to her office to rest. Yet, how could she have slipped out again while her office door was not fully closed? Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, was she truly returning to her office? She had returned, yet not entirely. It was as if she never had. What was the matter? Was she indulging in some childish whim, venturing out at night like an upperclassman? Would a professor with a clear conscience act in such a manner? The disillusionment charm does not render one completely invisible. Do you think I, the seasoned castle caretaker, Wizard Filch, am oblivious to that? Even if I cannot perceive it, the Lady Loris in my embrace can certainly detect it. A sinister smile crept across Filch's mind as he sensed that a momentous achievement was within his grasp. The elixir of life, here I come. Hee. Clad in a purple robe and cradling a purple cat, Filch followed the elusive Eclipse from a distance. Those under the influence of the disillusionment charm are exceedingly difficult to track. Drawing upon his lifetime of experience, Filch concentrated all his energy and synchronized his movements with the guidance of Lady Loris, managing to trail behind Eclipse without being detected. They proceeded slowly back to the first floor, one following the other. Filch remained wholly focused, stealthily observing the distant, distorted scenery. He paused after every few steps, and as he descended the final staircase, he failed to notice two small, brownish-yellow spheres had quietly rolled to his feet. Boom! The Weasley twins shouted in unison, their excitement palpable. In an instant, Filch, adorned in his new attire, found himself enveloped by a foul stench and filth, caught completely off guard. Lady Loris leaped from Filch's arms with a meow, also affected by the noxious odor, her keen sense of smell temporarily compromised. "Weasley, it's you again," Filch bellowed, his anger surging amidst the pervasive stench. He was not merely incensed by the prank that had befallen him, but was equally enraged at having lost track of Eclipse and botching the task assigned by Dursley. Filch was about to disregard all caution and pursue the Weasley twins to exact his revenge, but a flicker of reason returned to his mind as he stepped forward. The Weasley twins had already fled too far to catch up with them, and even if he did, it would be futile. Furthermore, he had lost Eclipse, deducing only from her path that she was likely headed straight for the castle's main entrance, presumably to venture outside for some unknown purpose. Clean slate. Filch drew his willow wand and cast a cleansing spell upon himself, banishing the stench and filth that clung to him. He then employed magic to clean Lady Loris, who had scampered away to groom herself. Subsequently, he retrieved a large notebook filled with various records from his pocket, tore out a blank page, and took out a quill to inscribe a series of words. Folding it, he placed it into Lady Loris's mouth. "Quickly, my dear, go to the astronomy tower and find Assistant Dursley. Deliver this to him and give him a heads up." Lady Loris cast a reluctant glance at Filch, but nonetheless set off with feline grace towards the astronomy tower, executing her unfortunate master's command. In the distance, the Weasley twins paused in a hidden passage of the castle, puzzled. Strange. Why isn't Filch pursuing us relentlessly today? Has he grown timid upon becoming a wizard? Whether Filch had truly become timid was uncertain, but his combat prowess had certainly not diminished. We need not worry. Indeed. By the way, George, did you just catch a glimpse of Professor Eclipse? How is it that her name appears on the map, yet her presence remains elusive? Surely, she must have utilized the disillusionment charm to remain unseen after discovering the insidious Filch was trailing her. Professor Eclipse is indeed quite gentle, refraining from directly confronting Filch. Fred and George exchanged remarks, convinced they had unraveled the intricacies of the situation, unaware that none of their deductions were accurate. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Eclipse felt a twinge of unease. She had certainly heard the explosion of a dung bomb, followed by Filch's furious outcry. It was evidently a delightful prank, a typical occurrence where troublesome students harassed the peculiar caretaker. Although Ekris had not been at Hogwarts for long, she had heard whispers of the Weasley twins' notorious reputation for mischief. Thus, the recent events could be deemed quite ordinary, though the proximity of the incident to her location warranted caution. However, she had been utilizing the disillusionment charm, making it unlikely for anyone to spot her. At that moment, two conflicting thoughts battled within Ekris' mind. One thought asserted that the incident was merely an unrelated accident, allowing tonight's plans to proceed. The other felt that the circumstances were rather suspicious, suggesting that tonight's endeavors should be abandoned. The latter gradually lost ground as the former gained prominence. Her recollection of the past few days made it clear that failing to procure unicorn blood within 3 days would lead to dire consequences. She was reluctant to resort to leveraging her allure to entice Snape. Moreover, even if she attempted to charm Snape immediately, time would not be on her side. She could not guarantee that her allure would sway a cold, middle-aged man into willingly venturing into the Forbidden Forest to retrieve unicorn blood for her. Thus, relying solely on her own resolve, Ekris firmly grasped her wand and set her course for the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to her, she had chosen the wrong path. A vast web was quietly being woven behind her. Chapter 107. Thunderous Action, Rallying the Troops and Raiding the House. Dudley was peering intently through the astronomical telescope, gazing at the stars. Suddenly, his keen senses alerted him to an approaching presence. Prior to the astronomy class, in an effort to sharpen his vision and remain vigilant for unexpected occurrences, he had cast an enhanced senses charm on himself and Harry. This spell temporarily amplified all 5 senses, proving to be quite effective. At this moment, the charm worked wonders. Dudley was the first to notice the door to the classroom gently creaking open, revealing Madame Loris stealthily tiptoeing towards him. He immediately gestured for her to step back outside. Subsequently, Harry, who had also sensed something amiss, stood up and addressed Professor Sinistra, the black-skinned professor of astronomy. Professor Sinistra, I suddenly recalled that Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to speak with Harry and me this evening. I apologize for the interruption. Although Dudley uttered words of apology, his expression bore no trace of contrition. Fortunately, Professor Aurora Sinistra, engrossed in the mysteries of the stars, paid little heed to Dudley's demeanor. Without further contemplation, she readily acquiesced. Since it is the will of Professor Dumbledore, you may go. However, it is regrettable that tonight the ruling star of Aquarius shows signs of dimness, rendering your observations unattainable. Dudley dismissed Sinistra's words, merely nodding before departing the classroom with Harry. Upon exiting, Dudley approached Mrs. Norris, who was crouched beside the door, and retrieved the note clamped in her mouth. Upon unfolding it, he found it contained information about Eklis's clandestine escape from the castle in the dead of night. Hidden so well, yet so quickly exposed, was it merely an innocent coincidence? Or was it the work of a true infiltrator weaving a web of deception? Or perhaps Voldemort's insatiable appetite compelled his cautiously developed subordinate to take reckless risks. A torrent of thoughts surged within Dudley as flames flickered in his hand, reducing the parchment to ashes. What's happening, cousin? Harry, noticing Dudley's silence, could not restrain his curiosity. Perhaps the source of your nightmares has revealed itself. Let's go. Harry, Dudley responded while formulating his next course of action, resolved to strike at the heart of the matter. Before long, Dudley and Harry encountered a breathless Peeves, who hurriedly approached them. Eager to clarify the note's contents and fearing Dudley might issue further commands, Peeves followed Mrs. Norris, making his way to the astronomy tower. Upon seeing Peeve arrive, Dudley commanded without hesitation, "Go, find Dumbledore with the utmost speed and relay your findings to him. Also, inform him about Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest, and the unicorn." "Yes, Assistant Dursley," Peeves promptly replied, disregarding his fatigue, scooping up Mrs. Norris, and dashing toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Once Dudley and Harry descended from the astronomy tower, Dudley assigned his cousin another task. "Harry, Hogwarts has informed me that Peeves is currently roaming the 4th floor of the castle. Go find him and instruct him to come to Eklis's office to meet me. After delivering the message, you may return to the tower to continue your astronomy class." "Yes, cousin." Harry, upon hearing Dudley's directive, refrained from questioning the rationale and proceeded to act, trusting that Dudley would elucidate the situation later. Dudley did not pause for a moment. His legs glowed with crimson energy, bestowing upon him tremendous strength, resembling a brisk walk but in truth a swift run. Soon, guided by the innate awareness of Hogwarts, he arrived at the threshold of Eccles's office. The door, enchanted with a reverse unlocking spell by Professor Eccles, was typically impervious to the average wizard. However, upon Dudley's intention to enter the office being revealed, it swung open effortlessly, as though influenced by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, without requiring Dudley to lift a finger. Once inside, Dudley surveyed the room and observed that Professor Eccles was a person of discernment, with items artfully arranged in a manner both orderly and harmonious. Yet, in stark contrast, Dudley was hardly a connoisseur of aesthetics. With a cacophony of sounds, bang, clang, crash, Dudley, wielding his wand with reckless abandon, turned the office upside down. Each object and container was scrutinized, and anything deemed unworthy was discarded carelessly. After a mere 15 minutes, the once pristine office lay in utter disarray, personal belongings strewn haphazardly, shattered and ruined. The scene resembled a battleground, more chaotic than an ambush by brigands. Even Peeves, who arrived midway, could not help but marvel at Dudley's destructive prowess, which surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Following an exhaustive search, Dudley's keen eye fell upon Professor Eccles's exquisite suitcase, which naturally could not escape his notice. "Reveal your secrets. Unveil yourself," he commanded, pointing his finger at the constellation etched upon the suitcase, sensing an echo of residual magic in that very spot. In an instant, a burst of silvery starlight erupted from the suitcase, counteracting Dudley's casting of the revealing charm. It appeared that the universal revealing charm was inadequate to unearth the hidden secrets of this particular suitcase. Realizing the predicament, Dudley understood that he would require Dumbledore's assistance. With a flourish, he conjured a circle in the air, and to Peeves' wide-eyed horror, he banished Eccles's suitcase into his personal space. He was now reasonably confident that the concealed compartment within contained memories that Professor Eccles would prefer to keep hidden. Should he be mistaken and unjustly accuse an innocent, he would simply call upon Peeves. "Dudley Dursley, at your service." Peeves responded eagerly. Having witnessed the daunting black circle dissipate, he hurriedly positioned himself before Dudley, ready for orders. "Remain here and wait. If I and Dumbledore return before dawn, you shall have no further involvement. However, should Professor Eccles return first, you will undoubtedly find yourself in a predicament. You must embrace your true nature and brazenly inform her that you disapprove of her, and thus ransacked her sanctuary. If she inquires about the whereabouts of the suitcase, you shall claim that you burned it, shredded it, or tossed it into the Black Lake. I trust you require no further guidance on the art of mischief." Dudley, with remarkable composure, orchestrated a contingency plan through Peeves. The poltergeist hesitated momentarily. He had always been the one to ensnare others in his pranks. Yet now he found himself in a peculiar position of potentially ensnaring someone else. However, the peculiar feeling was insufficient to compel him to defy the formidable yet awe-inspiring Professor Dursley. "I understand, Professor Dursley. I shall not disappoint you," Papigi exclaimed, bowing deeply to Dursley in reverence. Dursley nodded in satisfaction and swiftly departed from Eccles's office, making his way to the grand entrance of the castle on the first floor. Chapter 108. A leap into the unknown, unveiling the truth. As Dursley ran, he attuned himself to the tracking spells he had implanted on Hagrid and Dumbledore, aiming to pinpoint their real-time locations. Through this sensing, combined with his familiarity with the Hogwarts terrain over the past few days, Dursley deduced that Hagrid and Dumbledore had joined forces, venturing into the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest in search of Eccles's whereabouts. Dursley passed through the castle doors that Filch had graciously opened for him and stepped outside, gazing into the distance towards the Forbidden Forest. His expression turned serious, and his legs began to emit a brilliant crimson glow. Empowered by immense strength, he leaped 3 meters high, landing firmly upon a slanted, solid air brick he had just conjured with transfiguration, propelling himself towards the forest. The air brick, suspended in midair, was a creation of Dursley's recent spell work. At that moment, he radiated a red luminescence, his body leaning forward as he soared through the air. He moved with the grace of a master martial artist from a legendary tale, conjuring an air brick approximately every 30 meters. using it to propel himself forward with uncanny speed, akin to a fleeting specter. Dursley, ever meticulous, employed a silencing charm to muffle the thunderous sound of his feet striking the air bricks, ensuring he did not disturb his targets or attract unnecessary attention. Such an extraordinary mode of travel naturally afforded him remarkable speed. Before long, he had entered the realm of the Forbidden Forest. Within the forest, towering trees and numerous obstacles impeded his flight, yet they did not overly hinder him. In fact, they alleviated the trouble of continuously conjuring air bricks. He adeptly utilized the great trees of the forest for landing, leaping and flying with an elegance reminiscent of the light-footed heroes in martial arts novels. Dursley possessed exceptional composure. As he leaped seamlessly through the tranquil, shadowy woods, he remained entirely unfazed. Following the guidance of the tracking spells, it was not long before he spotted Hagrid, wielding a large dog and a half-giant holding a lantern, alongside the serious expression of the old beekeeper clad in a nightgown. Dursley leaped down from the towering tree, free-falling, and just before touching the ground, he cast a cushioning charm, suspending himself in mid-air for a few moments to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully. What a remarkable application of magic. Dursley, you have once again astonished me. Alas, I have grown old and cannot move with your level of grace. Dumbledore had evidently sensed Dursley's approach long before, and as soon as Dursley touched down, he offered heartfelt admiration. As long as you believe yourself ageless, age shall never be your hindrance. Dumbledore, I have faith that you too can embody such elegance as I do. Dudley responded to Professor Dumbledore's admiration with a dose of heartfelt wisdom before swiftly returning to the matter at hand. You are likely aware of the current situation and my thoughts on it, correct? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression grew grave. You suspect that Professor Ekris is the new vessel for Voldemort. Tonight, she used the disillusionment charm to become invisible outside the castle, intending to assist Voldemort in acquiring unicorn blood to replenish his vitality. That is the crux of the matter, yet Voldemort has not taken residence within a human this time. Harry experienced a nightmare, envisioning Voldemort inhabiting a serpent, and simultaneously, Voldemort has recruited new followers who have infiltrated Hogwarts. Dudley elaborated to Dumbledore, expressing his suspicion that Ekris is indeed one of Voldemort's new minions. Dumbledore, still slightly incredulous, remarked that he had not detected any issues during Ekris's interview. This is likely because she had the foresight to extract her sensitive memories in advance for safekeeping. As Dudley spoke, he opened his enchanted space and retrieved Ekris's suitcase, placing it on the ground before Dumbledore and Hagrid. This maneuver not only evaded the spell of legilimency, but also allowed for perfect concealment of her body language and micro-expressions, rendering me unable to see through her. Professor Ekris possesses such meticulous cunning? Dumbledore was taken aback, focusing his gaze on the suitcase that Dudley had just produced. Hagrid promptly moved his lantern closer, illuminating the scene with great thoughtfulness. I cannot yet ascertain whether Ekris truly poses a threat, Dudley replied, his demeanor now serious. We must first unlock this suitcase to draw any conclusions. Dumbledore nodded slightly, withdrawing his old wand and directing it at the constellation design on the suitcase. In the next moment, instead of a violent burst of starlight, a concealed zipper compartment appeared on the suitcase. It is indeed you, Dumbledore, Dudley exclaimed, patting Dumbledore's arm in delight, then waving his fingers to use the summoning charm to draw open the zipper, revealing a stunningly exquisite memory vial resembling a work of art. As they gazed at the silvery strands of memory emanating from the vial, Dudley, Hagrid, and Dumbledore displayed differing expressions. Dudley felt a mix of excitement at having solved the riddle and a lingering uncertainty. Hagrid appeared bewildered, as if contemplating the existence of such absurd individuals capable of secretly storing memories at home. Dumbledore, on the other hand, began to doubt his own judgment. Have I inadvertently passed an interview for yet another of Voldemort's minions? Has the curse from the defense against the dark arts class even affected me, the headmaster? Truly, it is a challenge to be on guard. Enough with the wild speculations. Dudley was eager to unveil the final mystery. Let us discover what secrets Professor Ekris has concealed. In the ensuing minutes, Dolly, akin to Harry during his speech in the Great Hall, conjured a meditative water using clear liquid as a spell, complemented by the vivid imagery of memories, thereby creating a potion of reflection. Together with Dumbledore and Hagrid, he immersed himself in the hidden memories of Eccles. As anticipated, the majority of these recollections were intertwined with Voldemort. Additionally, there were fragmented and disjointed snippets seemingly related to Eccles's familial mission. The memories associated with Voldemort were remarkably coherent, allowing Dudley and his companions to fully grasp the entirety of Eccles's encounters and interactions with him. In contrast, the fragments concerning the familial mission offered little substantive information. It was evident that Eccles placed significant importance on this portion of her memories. However, they were so fragmented and incoherent that only a vague understanding could be gleaned, that Eccles's return to England harbored ulterior motives, accompanied by a deep-seated malice toward a certain ancient family. What do you intend to do next, Dudley? After digesting these profound memories, Dumbledore inquired. Voldemort is exceedingly cunning. He not only ensnared Professor Eccles with dark magic for sensing and control, but also refrained from revealing his exact hiding place to her. Even when she summoned him with her wand, he would automatically assess the surrounding safety. It is not us who should be anxious, Dumbledore, Dudley replied with newfound confidence. Voldemort is evidently more desperate. All we need to do is ensure Eccles is well prepared, and then we can wait in a position of strength for Voldemort to come to us. Chapter 109. Encircle, but do not kill, the insidious Truman plan. Are you suggesting we prevent Professor Eccles from obtaining unicorn blood, and then watch as Voldemort's primary soul takes residence within her? Dumbledore comprehended Dudley's intent. Precisely. We have yet to discover a flawless method for separating the fragments of Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux, nor are we certain if he possesses other hidden Horcruxes. The optimal strategy regarding Voldemort as primary soul is to encircle without killing. We shall draw him into our grasp, using a false philosopher's stone, the elusive unicorn blood he desires, and various other temptations to ensnare him. We shall observe him as he spirals into madness, only to thwart him at a critical moment. We will let him harbor a flicker of hope, allowing him to believe we are oblivious to his schemes, while he remains a venomous serpent, desperate to strike yet unable to reach his prey. Dudley articulated his nefarious plan with a distinctly sinister tone. This is exceedingly perilous. Dumbledore found it hard to accept. How can we ensure that Voldemort as primary soul will not harm others within the castle? Upon hearing this, Dudley cast a disdainful glance at the old headmaster and retorted without mercy, Dumbledore, without my intervention, your original plan would have been far more dangerous. As long as Harry and the so-called Philosopher's Stone are within Hogwarts, Voldemort will undoubtedly come rushing like a shark drawn to the scent of blood. How can you, according to your original plan, confidently safeguard the more than 300 wizards at Hogwarts? I, Dumbledore, found myself momentarily speechless in the face of Dudley's challenge. Fortunately, he conceived an idea. We could capture Voldemort's primary soul and imprison him, and once we resolve the matter of the Horcruxes, we could eliminate him. All right, Dudley responded decisively. As long as you can ensure that you will successfully capture Voldemort's primary soul without alarming him, and without leaving any room for error. He continued, as long as you can guarantee that you will confine Voldemort's primary soul so securely that he cannot find even the slightest opportunity to escape. As long as you can ensure that Voldemort's primary soul is rendered utterly desperate, unable to resort to self-destruction or any form of explosion, thus preventing him from utilizing the Horcrux to resurrect, thereby eliminating the possibility of Voldemort's revival on Harry's forehead. If you can achieve all this while adhering to your principle of not involving any innocent parties, then I wholeheartedly support your direct action against Voldemort. Dumbledore was once again left dumbfounded by Dudley's words. He indeed could not provide such assurances. If he could, he would have long since crushed Voldemort into oblivion. He had to concede that he was always a step behind Dudley when it came to matters of detail. But as you say, constantly monitoring Voldemort's primary soul is not infallible. Dumbledore still expressed his doubts. My method does not require perfection, Dudley replied calmly. Once Voldemort's primary soul takes residence in Eccles, we will employ every means at our disposal to ensure that Eccles remains under our watchful gaze, day and night. If necessary, you could personally monitor her around the clock. As long as we ensure that Voldemort's primary soul does not obtain what it desires at Hogwarts, remaining in a state of weakness, and guarantee that neither Voldemort nor Eccles can harm anyone within Hogwarts, it would be acceptable even if they managed to escape temporarily. as long as we discover the perfect method to separate the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux, allowing me to attain that unparalleled power. At that point, regardless of where Voldemort flees, or how many Voldemorts may exist in this world, I need only to raise my hand to obliterate him entirely. Dudley's fervent words stirred a passionate response, filled with reckless enthusiasm. Old Dumbledore held no doubts, having personally witnessed several miracles conjured by Dudley. What truly left him at a loss was an earlier remark. You expect a man over 100 years old to keep vigil over a young female professor for 24 hours? Is that not feasible? Dudley feigned confusion. Did you not say that it is imperative to protect the inhabitants of Hogwarts Castle? Is this trivial task beyond your capability? If you are weary or fatigued, why not brew a potion to invigorate your mind? I suggest enhancing the brain-boosting potion and the vitality elixir, merging the two into one, ensuring you remain full of energy and vitality. Indeed, even while tailing, do not forget to meticulously plan your time and ponder methods to separate the soul fragments from the soul vessel. Understand? You are the greatest wizard. Have faith in yourself, for you can surely accomplish this. Dumbledore, having feasted on Dudley's pessimistic musings, reluctantly accepted this task. Naturally, he had no intention of employing Dudley's foolish approach. He intended to research some targeted new spells. Let us proceed according to your thoughts. We must hasten to locate Professor Eccles to prevent her from truly harming the unicorn and acquiring its blood. Noticing the time slipping away, Dumbledore felt a twinge of urgency. As he spoke, he cast a tracking charm using the scent attached to his suitcase, hoping to uncover Eccles's whereabouts. The Forbidden Forest was vast, and even Dumbledore's personal use of the tracking spell might not swiftly lead to Eccles. It would require a stroke of luck. There was no need for excessive haste. Yet Dudley remarked that they were not pressed for time. He turned to Hagrid, who appeared dazed, and asked, "Hagrid, did you inform the unicorn herd to be wary of dark wizards, as I requested?" Hagrid, roused from his astonishment at the grand scheme upon hearing Dudley's name, pondered for a moment and replied, "I have already instructed the unicorn herd to cluster together and conceal themselves. Professor Eccles, being a newcomer to the Forbidden Forest, will certainly struggle to locate the unicorns in a short span. That is reassuring. Dumbledore, come lend me a hand." Dudley then focused on the memory vial in his hand, conjuring a transparent thread of tracking magic that gracefully approached the vial. Dumbledore, understanding Dudley's intent, swiftly employed a powerful concealment charm upon the thread. Dudley infused the almost ethereal thread into Eccles's memory vial, then transformed Eccles's hidden memories back into silvery strands and returned them entirely. Attaching the tracking thread to Eccles posed a risk of detection by Voldemort. Thus, incorporating it into the memory vial was far more secure. This vial contained Eccles's memories, undoubtedly of great significance to her. Should Eccles attempt to flee Hogwarts, she would likely take this vial with her, serving as a subtle safeguard. Dudley placed the tampered memory vial back into the concealed compartment of Eccles's suitcase, allowing Dumbledore to restore the compartment's concealment to resemble its original state. Subsequently, the suitcase was returned to the portable space, ready for Eccles to return to her office ahead of them, restoring it to its former disarray. If Eccles happened to return before them, they would carelessly toss the suitcase into a secluded corner, letting Peeves take the blame and guiding Eccles to retrieve it herself. However, it would be preferable to avoid such a scenario. Eccles was no Voldemort, possessing a sharper intellect, and might discern the inconsistencies and clues. Had it not been for the relentless pressure exerted by Voldemort's fragment of soul, Eclipsia would not have ventured into the Forbidden Forest so hastily, resulting in her exposure. Observing that Derry had gathered his belongings, Dumbledore inquired, "Shall we set forth now? I have an inkling that Professor Eclipsia is situated to our north, and Hagrid mentioned that the unicorns are also concealed in that direction. Before we embark, there is still a matter to attend to." As Derry spoke, he cast a glance at Hagrid. Chapter 110, Aerial Acrobatics and the Unicorn Charge. Upon noticing Derry's gaze, Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then responded, his face flushed and his confidence wavering. "I will keep the secret, if that is agreeable, but I might not manage it. Let me erase that memory instead. Or perhaps I should handle it myself." Dumbledore sighed, halting Hagrid's motion to draw his wand. "My forgetfulness charm is more precise and gentle. Once the dust settles, I shall assist you in restoring that memory." With that, The venerable Dumbledore utilized his ancient wand to cast a memory-erasing spell upon Hagrid. Thus, the trio proceeded northward. During their journey, Dumbledore enhanced the trio's footwear with a powerful levitation charm, alleviating the effects of gravity and significantly accelerating their pace. With magical swiftness, Hagrid led the way, accompanied by the keen-nosed Fong and the assistance of a tracking spell. Remarkably, they did not stray from their path and fortuitously located Eclipsia's whereabouts. Indeed, the ease of their progress was closely tied to the conspicuousness of their target. The enchanting Professor Eclipsia was currently engaging in aerial acrobatics and the gallant charge of a unicorn. Oh, not just any steed, but a silver unicorn. Let us rewind to a little over 10 minutes prior. Professor Eclipsia, having plunged into the Forbidden Forest, found herself aimlessly darting about, wasting precious time with her erratic movements. She encountered a few minor dark creatures, yet not a single trace of unicorns. Exhausted and disoriented, despair began to creep in. Just then, a beam of moonlight broke through the dense canopy of towering trees, illuminating a creature as pure and radiant as the moon itself. A unicorn. Moreover, it was a unicorn blissfully slumbering on the ground. Eclipsia was overwhelmed with excitement. She had thought that the curses from her dark arts defense class had entirely ruined her luck. Clearly, the heavens were still favoring her, suppressing her exhilaration. Eclipsia cast a disillusionment charm and cautiously approached the sleeping unicorn. A gentle breeze rustled, and clouds veiled the moon. Following her recollections, she stumbled forward in the darkness, illuminating a small patch of ground with her wand's glow, fearful of disturbing the unicorn. Fortunately, she was now close enough to her elusive target. Binding Star. Eclipse is a decisive individual. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned the ancestral star magic of her lineage. With unwavering determination, she unleashed her most formidable powers. Brilliant beams of starlight erupted from the tip of her wand, coalescing into a three-dimensional net resembling an oversized water bottle, magnificently ensnaring the unfortunate unicorn. Unsurprisingly, the unicorn was startled awake, attempting to rise and struggle, yet the resilient starlight net firmly restrained it, leaving it unable to make significant movements. At that moment, the illusion spell enveloping Eclipse dissipated, as such enchantments cannot be sustained while casting. She transformed a silk handkerchief she carried into a mask to conceal her identity, and swiftly procured a glass vial imbued with a subtle extension spell, approaching the ensnared unicorn with purpose. "Forgive me, but I have no choice. Your blood shall be mine," Eclipse declared, preparing to cast the conventional severing spell upon the unicorn's abdomen. However, she failed to notice the absence of despair in the unicorn's eyes. The trapped creature emitted a high-pitched neigh. Eclipse dismissed it as the final cries of a dying beast, but in the next moment, a chorus of furious neighs from numerous unicorns resonated around her, rising in intensity. Eclipse's complexion turned ashen, and she hesitated to invoke her cutting spell. Yet, the enraged herd of unicorns harbored no intention of sparing this dark sorceress who dared to siphon their blood. Hagrid's warning had proven prophetic. Fortunately, they were clustered together. Otherwise, a member of their kin would have met a tragic fate today. With a thunderous cadence of hooves, the unicorns swiftly encircled Eclipse, forming a collective charge. The sound of their hooves striking the ground drained the color from her face entirely. These were dozens of powerful unicorns, endowed with formidable magical resistance and strength. One could not underestimate them simply because of their equine appearance and relatively gentle disposition. This was a matter of life and death. Armor of protection. Starlight shield. Eclipse hastily enveloped herself in a protective barrier, then directed her wand outward, using the ensnared unicorn as a shield while vigilantly facing the charging herd of unicorns. Obstacles abound. Legs frozen in place. Alas, Eclipse's hindrance and trip spells could only thwart a single unicorn's charge, yet she faced a multitude of agile unicorns. As one unicorn was ensnared by her spells, 4 or 5 others surged from various angles. The speed of the charging herd far surpassed Eclipse's ability to evade, and moreover, she found herself with little room for escape. In the blink of an eye, Ecris was lifted high by the horn of a charging unicorn. Fortunately, her magical shield protected her. Otherwise, she would have been impaled, her insides shattered. Ecris was tossed around like an oversized ball, caught in a perilous situation as the unicorns used her for their relentless charges and collisions. Below her, the unicorn she had ensnared was liberated by others of its kind. Her starlight chain net proved utterly ineffective against the onslaught of the unicorns. In a moment of despair, Ekris unleashed her most powerful killing curse upon the group of unicorns below, fueled by her utmost magical might and murderous intent. However, just as she had anticipated, her curse was insufficient to send any unicorn directly to the clutches of death. It merely inflicted grievous wounds. Among the unicorns, one unfortunate creature was struck by her curse, collapsing to the ground with a long, lightning-shaped gash on its back, bleeding silvery blood. The coveted unicorn blood hung tantalizingly close, yet Ekris found herself unable to collect it. More critically, her lethal spell had ignited a profound hatred among the unicorns towards her. Half of them continued to batter against her shield, sending her soaring through the air, while the other half halted, their sharp horns aimed directly at her, radiating a dazzling light. As the magical energy atop their horns reached its zenith, the first group ceased their attacks in perfect synchrony. Ekris fell helplessly to the ground, and in that instant, over 20 powerful silver rays shot towards her, filling her vision with brilliant light. Starlight protection. Transform now. In this life-and-death moment, Ekris unleashed her latent potential, swiftly casting her family's most formidable defensive magic and transformation spell. A strand of starlight descended from the night sky, solidifying into a formidable starlight barrier before her. Simultaneously, a nearby tree transformed into a stone wall, crashing down to shield the starlight barrier. However, no matter how swiftly Ekris reacted, she could not outpace the energy rays emitted by the unicorns. Before her newly constructed defenses could fully materialize, the 20-plus energy rays shattered the spherical energy shield she had previously conjured with her iron armor and starlight shield spells, striking her. Fortunately, her two new defenses were completed just in time to intercept the subsequent energy rays. The unicorn's relentless barrage of energy rays continued unabated, overwhelming Ekris's starlight barrier and the solid stone wall she had summoned, which collapsed after barely 3 seconds under the explosive force. Fortunately, Ekris possessed commendable combat skills. In the invaluable span of 2 seconds, she managed to endure her injuries, rolling clumsily on the ground to distance herself from her original position and evade the final onslaught of the brutal energy rays. Yet, Ekris's misfortune for the night was far from over. Although she had dodged the subsequent energy attacks, the shattered stones from the energy beams were not inclined to spare her. A small fragment of rock, dislodged and sent flying, fortuitously struck Ekris on the forehead, rendering her unconscious. Following this, 2 or 3 boulders, each larger than a human head, tumbled and rushed towards the incapacitated Ekris. All hope was not lost. The timely but delayed intervention from Dudley and his companions spared Ekris from being crushed beneath the heavy stones. A sturdy defensive barrier shielded her from the raining debris. It was not due to any lack of heroism on Dudley's part that they arrived late. The events unfolded with alarming suddenness. The trio had spotted Ekris, witnessing her being mercilessly tossed by a unicorn's horn from a considerable distance, 300 to 400 meters away from the herd of unicorns. The dark night, obstructing trees, and their viewing angle had concealed the fact that another unicorn was gathering energy rays, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ekris. They had merely perceived a glimmer of bright white light, mistakenly attributing it to the silver sheen of the unicorns as they galloped. Thus, they had intended to delay their intervention slightly, hoping Ekris would learn a lesson and sustain minor injuries, providing a smoother path for their plans. To their dismay, the unicorn's retribution came swiftly and savagely. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to her aid, it was already too late. Thankfully, it was not too late to prevent irreparable damage. Dudley, Old Dunghead, and Hagrid had arrived on the battlefield, with Hagrid stepping forward to pacify the unicorn herd to prevent further aggression. Dudley and Dumbledore approached the fallen Ekris. Fortunately, she was still alive and breathing. Dudley withdrew his fingers from checking her pulse. Her injuries were indeed severe. Though unicorns are noble and gentle beings, their wrathful attacks bore troublesome curses. This curse, while perhaps not as dire as one resulting from consuming unicorn blood, was likely beyond the capabilities of Madame Pomfrey to handle. Dumbledore assessed Ekris's injuries with his magic and remarked, "We must address this, regardless of the challenge. Dolly replied with a merciless tone. Do you truly wish to transfer her to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies? Who knows what unforeseen events might occur en route? If Madame Pomfrey cannot assist, then let us seek help from your esteemed potions professor, or you must act yourself. Understood, replied Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed, raising his ancient wand to cast a healing spell and a standard counter curse on the unconscious Professor Ekris. He then remarked, I cannot help but feel a twinge of pity for Professor Ekris. After all, she too is a victim. Upon hearing this, Dudley scoffed disdainfully. She chose her own path. If she finds herself in dire straits, it is merely a reflection of her inadequacies, a consequence of her own actions. Moreover, did you not resolve to transform yourself? Why then, at such a critical moment, do you indulge in unnecessary compassion and waver? You are fully aware that the defense against the dark arts class involved curses, yet you still invited her to be a professor. Did you not feel pity for her then? Spare me your hypocritical sentiments and get to work. If we delay any longer, we may find it impossible to save her. Dumbledore, taken aback by Dudley's sharp retort, appeared quite embarrassed. Yet he could not dismiss the validity of Dudley's argument. He fell silent once more, casting another potent healing charm upon the unconscious Ekris, and transfigured a broken branch on the ground into a stretcher, levitating Ekris onto it. Subsequently, the venerable headmaster intended to magically carry her out of the forbidden forest towards the castle. The use of apparition was prohibited within Hogwarts grounds, including the forbidden forest. Even if Dumbledore wished to employ it here, he would need to rely on Fawkes the Phoenix or specially enchanted powerful portkeys. Wait, don't go. Let Hagrid handle it. Dudley called out to the returning Dumbledore. You're not a gamekeeper. What business do you have venturing into the forbidden forest at night to rescue someone? Bringing her back to the castle like this, you would have to impose silence on countless others, ghosts, and portraits along the way. Reluctantly, Dumbledore halted his steps, acknowledging that he indeed struggled with the intricacies of detail. However, absent a fortuitous favor, it is often the minutiae that determine success or failure. Help! Dumbledore! Dudley! A unicorn is gravely injured. You must save it. At that moment, Hagrid rushed back, his eyes brimming with distress. He had quelled the agitation and anger of a nearby herd of unicorns, yet his heart was heavy with concern for the unicorn severely wounded by Ekris's killing curse. Do not worry, Hagrid. The injured unicorn will be healed by Dumbledore. First, take this woman back to the castle and hand her over to Madame Pomfrey, explaining that you found her in the Forbidden Forest. For now, refrain from elaborating. Dudley quickly arranged the plan. Hagrid, filled with unwavering trust in Dumbledore and a measure of faith in Dudley as well, complied. He reluctantly took his wand and assumed control of the levitation charm over the stretcher, casting a lingering glance towards the unicorn herd before escorting Ekris away. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Dudley approached the injured unicorn. Dumbledore had a cordial rapport with the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest, while Dudley, recognized by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, was attuned to the unicorns, who sensed the presence of Hogwarts allies among them. Moreover, as the two of them were friends of Hagrid, the herd of unicorns readily accepted them, allowing them to approach their injured kin. Chapter 112. Return to the castle. The headmaster's consultation. It was a curse of slaughter, but fortunately, the unicorn's magical resistance was substantial, posing no threat to its soul, merely inflicting physical harm. Dumbledore examined the creature and promptly cast several powerful healing spells upon the unicorn. The lightning-shaped wound on its back began to heal immediately, ultimately transforming into an unsightly scar resembling a jagged bolt. Darryl retrieved half a bottle of vitality tonic from his personal space and fed it to the unicorn. Previously, he had made a bulk purchase from Madame Pomfrey at a low price, acquiring a large bottle of the tonic, of which he had already fed a portion to the small dwarf star, leaving just enough for this occasion. The unicorn, being intelligent, recognized the value of what Darryl was offering and consumed it eagerly, quickly finishing off most of the tonic. Subsequently, the unicorn regained its vigor, teetering as it stood up, taking a few steps back and forth before returning to a semblance of normalcy. Upon witnessing the recovery of their kin, the herd of unicorns emitted joyful whinnies. The injured unicorn raised its right front leg and bowed its head in a polite gesture towards Dumbledore and Darryl. Dear brothers and sisters of the herd, we must remain vigilant against potential ambushes from dark wizards. Darryl, leaning on his smelting stick, returned the bow to the unicorns. The unicorns responded with another chorus of spirited whinnies before dispersing, sensing the ominous nature of the area and seeking a new territory in which to rest. Once the unicorns had departed, Darryl promptly used the now empty vial of vitality tonic to collect the cursed blood left on the ground, storing it in his personal space. Darryl, that blood is not something to take lightly. Dumbledore cautioned from his side. You're being short-sighted, Dumbledore. It is not solely the good that holds value. Even the undesirable can prove advantageous at times, Darryl replied cryptically. The vitality within the unicorn's blood was indeed more potent the greater the quantity. Yet the curse within did not share such trait. Even the mere touch of a human lip upon this blood, without any ingestion, would ensure the curse latched onto that individual without reservation. For Darryl, this represented a highly cost-effective negative magical item, an essential tool for ambush and subterfuge. Observing Darryl's cunning smile, Dumbledore sighed quietly, reflecting that those standing opposite Darryl would soon face considerable challenges. However, he refrained from further comment, instead watching as Darryl tossed his wand forward, transforming it into a large floating carpet. Come aboard, my friend, and with your profound magic, let the carpet take flight, Darryl exclaimed, lightly leaping onto the carpet and gesturing to the remaining vacant space for Dumbledore to join him. I must say, Dudley, you always manage to conjure up something novel. Dumbledore did not hesitate. He extended his long, aged legs and took a seat on the flying carpet. With a subtle flick of his ancient wand, he enchanted the blanket beneath him, and it soared into the sky, ascending above the forbidden forest. After discerning the direction, it made a beeline for Hogwarts Castle. Moments later, Dudley and Dumbledore returned to the castle. Dudley hastened to Professor Eccles's office to tidy up the aftermath. He dismissed the ever-watchful Peeves, retrieved Eccles's suitcase, and returned it to its rightful place. Following this, a restoration charm transformed the disheveled office back to its original state, as if Dudley had never intruded upon it. Given that the flying carpet's speed greatly surpassed Hagrid's, even though Dudley and Dumbledore had delayed in treating the unicorn, they still arrived at the castle ahead of Hagrid. Moreover, they did not enter through the main door. Instead, they flew through a high window. Thus, when Madame Pomfrey was awakened in the dead of night and took over the patient from Hagrid, she gravely examined Eccles's injuries, feeling somewhat at a loss and in need of the headmaster's assistance. Fortunately, she was able to locate Dumbledore without difficulty. In the stillness of the night, Dumbledore summoned the heads of the four houses to convene with Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, convening an expert consultation for Professor Eccles. Following meticulous joint investigations and discussions, a treatment plan emerged. Professor Sprout gathered herbs, Professor Snape concocted potions, while Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore together cast powerful countercharms. At last, as dawn broke, they managed to revive Professor Eccles. By this time, Dudley had returned to his dormitory and caught up on several hours of sleep. Upon waking, he followed the murmurs of early morning rumors and, in his capacity as a teaching assistant, joined other professors in visiting the infirmary to check on the patient. Professor Eccles had endured a lengthy nightmare, in which he was trampled into a pulpy mass by numerous enraged unicorns, only to be scorched into a pizza by countless beams of silvery energy. It was bizarre, absurd, and terrifying. When she first awoke, her consciousness was clouded. She vaguely sensed she was in a hospital ward, surrounded by several indistinct figures. With the soothing words of a gentle and robust woman, she once again drifted into a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, her mind was entirely clear, and she recognized her surroundings. She was in the infirmary, with Madame Pomfrey vigilantly by her side. How had she survived the onslaught of the furious unicorns? How had she come from the depths of the forbidden forest to the school hospital, with the nefarious plans that had siphoned away her crucial memories exposed? Could she continue to serve as the professor of defense against the dark arts? Eccles's heart was in turmoil, her complexion pale, as she grappled with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. She could only force herself to remain composed, bracing for the challenges to come. Professor Eccles, you are awake. Splendid. Please have some water while I share this wonderful news with everyone, exclaimed Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, blissfully unaware of Eccles's inner turmoil. Upon seeing Eccles awake once more, her joy was palpable. A teapot and cup on the small table beside the bed floated up, filling a cup with water and presenting it to Eclipse, awaiting her sip. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey rose to open the door to the ward. Outside the ward, in a spacious lounge, the majority of Hogwarts faculty awaited, engaging in hushed conversations. The news of the defense against the dark arts professor suffering grave injuries in the dead of night was alarming, stirring both curiosity and concern. Professor Eclipse has awakened. You may enter to visit, but be mindful. You have only 15 minutes, as the patient requires rest. Madame Pomfrey declared firmly as she opened the ward's door. Within the confines of the infirmary, her authority reigned supreme, even over Dumbledore. Chapter 113. The Psychological and Verbal Duel at the Sickbed. Led by Dumbledore, the Hogwarts faculty entered the ward. Fortunately, the hospital wing's spacious layout could accommodate dozens of patients. Otherwise, the sudden influx of visitors would have necessitated a non-detection extension charm to create more space. Professor Eclipse, how are you feeling now? Dumbledore inquired, as the gathered crowd encircled Eclipse's bedside. Under the scrutiny of so many, especially with her own guilty conscience weighing on her, Eclipse felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Thankfully, her pale visage due to her illness masked her nervousness. Otherwise, her anxiety would have been conspicuous. I feel much better. Thank you, Headmaster, and everyone for your concern. Madame Pomfrey has provided excellent care. Eclipse managed to stammer at first, but gradually found her composure, her words flowing more smoothly. Professor Eclipse, I am not nearly as formidable as you imagine. You were grievously injured and afflicted by a troublesome curse. Had it not been for Headmaster Dumbledore and the deans of the four houses collaborating to concoct potions and lift curses, your situation would have been dire. It is they whom you truly ought to thank. Madame Pomfrey interjected, eager to clarify as she had accompanied the group. Upon hearing this, Eclipse's heart sank, and a lump formed in her throat. It seemed her actions from the previous night could not remain hidden. With so many esteemed figures from the magical community attending to her, it was implausible they would overlook the source of her injuries and curses stemming from a unicorn's beam. Thank you, professors. I am grateful for your treatment. Eclipse timidly expressed her gratitude, embodying the image of a delicate beauty, evoking profound sympathy. She understood that concealing the truth was one matter, while voluntarily revealing it was an entirely different affair. As long as no one exposed the reality, she would refrain from speaking and inviting trouble upon herself. However, it must be noted that if such glaring inconsistencies went unchallenged, Eclipse had reason to suspect that her deeper secrets might also be at risk of exposure. Fortunately, in the next moment, Dumbledore directly interrupted her tumultuous thoughts. Eclipse, the person you ought to be most grateful to is our keeper of the grounds, Mr. Hagrid. Had he not remained steadfast in his duties, patrolling even at night and intervening to halt the herd of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, you would likely have met your end, Dumbledore articulated, intensifying the unease within Eclipse. At that moment, she was fervently ruminating, seeking a plausible explanation, one that could appease the gathered crowd. The surrounding professors and castle staff, oblivious to the circumstances, were rendered astonished by Dumbledore's remarks. They exchanged glances between the towering figure of Hagrid and the ailing Eclipse, whispering and speculating in hushed tones. They simply could not fathom why Eclipse would venture into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night to confront a herd of unicorns. What could possibly drive her to such despair? Even if one contemplated self-harm, surely it would not involve such reckless behavior. Professor Eclipse, do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Why did you venture into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour? What prompted the conflict with the gentle unicorns? Moreover, why did you cast a killing curse that severely injured one of them? Or is there another layer to this story, suggesting that you were not the one who cast the curse? Dumbledore inquired gravely amidst the murmurs of the crowd, his aged eyes scrutinizing Eclipse, awaiting her response. Eclipse was acutely aware of the unfolding situation. She initially contemplated several unrefined excuses, grappling internally with which to present. Unexpectedly, Assistant Professor Darley confidently interjected, diverting everyone's attention toward him, eager to hear his astute commentary. Darley, undeterred, smiled assuredly and boldly proclaimed, Professor Eclipse must have been attempting to capture a unicorn for her lesson. Just 2 days ago in our defense against the Dark Arts class, she captured a boggart for demonstration, so I assume it is now the upperclassmen who wish to learn about unicorns. Upon concluding his statement, Darley unabashedly cast a playful, mocking glance at Eclipsa. In that instant, she comprehended that Darley was not providing her with an alibi, but, akin to Dumbledore, harbored suspicions towards her. He was intentionally presenting such a flimsy rationale to unsettle her, to breach her psychological defenses, compelling her to falter and reveal her vulnerabilities. Just as she prepared to retort, someone else interjected even more swiftly. Professor Dursley, it appears that your meager reservoir of knowledge is utterly unworthy of the accolades you have received. Severus Snape finally seized the opportunity to unleash his venom upon Dudley, having long harbored disdain for the son of his former acquaintance who had either ignored or antagonized him. What audacity! How dare he obstruct Snape's view of Harry? Moreover, he had the gall to encourage Harry to disregard Snape's outstretched hand of goodwill. The person I owe an apology to is Lily, and to Harry Potter, not you, Dudley Dursley. Snape's mind seethed with indignation, and his tongue was equally unrestrained as he retorted with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Unicorns are not dark creatures. They will not feature in the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum, nor are there any specific defensive spells pertaining to them. The topic of interacting with unicorns is covered in Care of Magical Creatures class. I suggest you engage your muscular brain before speaking, rather than regaling us with foolish and ill-timed jests. Dudley's countenance visibly darkened, his sharp, icy gaze directed at the old bat Snape. Gripping his wand tightly, he felt an overwhelming urge to raise it and strike Snape with a golf ball from his greasy, bat-like head. Yet, the almost pleading look from old Dumbledore was not something he could easily dismiss. Weighing his options, he resorted to a verbal retort for the time being. Professor Snape, it seems you are quite well-versed in the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. Have you spent countless sleepless nights poring over it after being rejected for this professorship? Dudley's tone suddenly turned frigid, because your decades-old, unwashed, greasy, and foul-smelling head is so utterly foolish that you cannot discern sarcasm from genuine critique, nor recognize the art of articulating reasonable inquiries. The insolent brat's words ignited Snape's fury, his face a tempest of colors as he prepared to unleash another torrent of venom. However, an unexpected and dramatic turn of events unfolded. Enough, Professor Dursley. You may doubt me, but do not direct your ire at Professor Snape. He is innocent. Eclipsed by concern, Eccles, lying on her sickbed, abruptly propped herself up to a sitting position, her tear-filled eyes reflecting earnestness and urgency. Anyone could discern the steadfast protection she extended towards Snape. The verbal skirmish between Dudley and Snape momentarily ceased, and both parties, in unison, turned their astonished gazes towards Eccles. Yet, Dudley quickly grasped Eccles's intentions. He had glimpsed her hidden memories and was aware of the seductive schemes offered to her by Voldemort's fragment of soul, though he had not anticipated that she would resort to such a tactic at this juncture. He had clearly provided Eccles with a rationale, claiming that he ventured into the Forbidden Forest to capture dark creatures for class, only to inadvertently encounter a herd of unicorns, resulting in a misunderstanding and subsequent conflict. Why could she not see the simplicity of this explanation? The workings of her mind eluded him entirely. Meanwhile, Severus Snape found himself perplexed by Eccles's inexplicable reaction. At that moment, he remained unaware of the underlying circumstances, unable to comprehend her motives or predict her forthcoming words and actions. All he could do was furrow his brow and fix her with a cold, indifferent stare. Eccles, why are you making such a commotion? Derry interjected, having discerned some of Eccles's intentions. Yet this did not inhibit his penchant for sharp retorts. He understood that the more suspicion he and Dumbledore expressed towards Eccles, the more she would believe that her hidden secret remained undisclosed, allowing her to continue lurking in the shadows with ease. Among the faculty present, aside from Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Filch, the others harbored disdain for Derry's crude remarks, instead feeling a surge of sympathy for Eccles, who appeared delicate and frail. An exception was Snape, who felt no particular emotion towards Eccles, but harbored significant contempt for Derry. It is a common human tendency that those who seem weak and pitiable, appearing as victims, often evoke the sympathy of the uninformed. Moreover, if the seemingly weak individual possesses beauty and grace, the effect is magnified. Eccles was acutely aware of this truth and adept at exploiting it. At this moment, her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions: sorrow at Derry's crude words, the shy embarrassment of youthful infatuation, and the inner turmoil of whether to reveal the truth. She had successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. "Professor Eccles, please feel free to share the truth. Do not hesitate. If the situation is justifiable, we will believe you." Dumbledore timely supported Eccles's performance with assurances. However, he felt a growing weariness, eager to conclude this farce. This morning's elaborate charade was a collaborative effort between him and Derry, devised to allay Eccles's suspicions, as it appeared the most natural and discreet approach. Little did they know, the performance was veering off course. Eccles hesitated, casting a shy glance towards Snape that sent chills down his spine, before timidly responding, "Professor Snape and I are not blood relatives, but I sincerely hope to spend the rest of my life with him." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. The revelation left everyone stunned, including Derry, who felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In this atmosphere, Eccles continued to speak. "The reason I ventured into the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour was to gather some precious magical herbs or valuable materials left by magical creatures, intending to present them as a token of my affection to Professor Snape. Being an instructor of potions, I presumed you would appreciate these items. Little did I anticipate stumbling into the territory of unicorns, and even more so, my foolish greed led me to desire some of their hair, which resulted in the unicorn misunderstanding my intentions as malevolent, thus inciting a tumult among the herd. Dozens of unicorns launched a lethal assault upon me. I was utterly terrified, employing every defensive spell at my disposal, yet I could not escape my predicament. In a moment of desperation, I recklessly unleashed a killing curse. In my dazed state, I never envisioned that this curse would not only fail to liberate me, but would further enrage the unicorns, who retaliated with a collective beam attack laden with curses, inflicting severe injuries upon me. Subsequently, a stone flew from an unknown source and struck my forehead, rendering me unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself here. I truly did not wish for this. My affection for Professor Snape overwhelmed my judgment, leading me to make a grave error. Headmaster Dumbledore, please punish me." Eccles concluded her meticulously crafted monologue amidst the silence of the assembly. The silence lingered before erupting into a torrent of discussion, whispers and exclamations filling the air, entirely oblivious to Snape's sullen visage, which seemed as if it could bleed. Both Dudley and Dumbledore feigned astonishment, though their performances required little effort, even with prior mental preparation. They were inevitably taken aback by Eccles's half-truths and fabrications, which reshaped their perceptions of reality. Eccles observed their expressions with great satisfaction, reveling in the notion that even the most esteemed wizards of the British magical community could be so easily deceived, manipulated at her whim. Yet, despite her inner triumph, the cautious Eccles did not forget to construct false memories in her mind, meticulously aligned with her narrative to thwart any probing from Dumbledore's legitimacy. What she remained unaware of was that Dumbledore had no intention of employing legitimacy on her, as it was entirely unnecessary. Instead, it was Snape with a darkened countenance, who silently executed his most refined magical techniques, utilizing his strongest legitimacy to delve deeply into Eccles's memories and thoughts. The revelations he uncovered left him utterly bewildered. This woman, spouting madness, was she truly serious? How could it be that, despite his disheveled appearance, a woman of such beauty would harbor any interest in him? What could she possibly desire from him? His age? His unkempt hair? Severus Snape was utterly bewildered. Without uttering a word, he disregarded the boisterous crowd, abruptly turned, and with a flourish of his specially designed cloak that resembled bat wings, departed with a stern countenance. This sudden departure caused the professors and castle staff, who had just savored the juicy gossip, to fall into a hushed silence, for one party directly involved was now absent. The missing party seemed to disapprove of the marriage. Yet this revelation only served to enhance the intrigue surrounding the matter. Chapter 115. A man 3 years older relying on wealth? A plot to monitor. The dramatic scene before the sickbed concluded unexpectedly. With the words spoken by Eclipsa, all uninformed Hogwarts faculty, including the unsuspecting Snape, found themselves convinced. However, the degree of belief varied among them. Observing this, Dumbledore's gaze towards Eclipsa gradually shed its scrutinizing nature, revealing a commendable performance. As he prepared to take his leave, the centenarian was compelled to adopt an official tone befitting his position as headmaster, Professor Eclipsa, the situation is now clear to all, and you must not shoulder the entire blame. There is no need for punishment. However, I must remind you to refrain from employing the 3 unforgivable curses indiscriminately. Furthermore, while your feelings for Professor Snape are beyond our interference, you must exercise caution in your conduct at Hogwarts, ensuring that it does not disrupt the normal educational environment. Do you understand? I shall be mindful of my actions, Headmaster Dumbledore. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to everyone for not mocking my affections, Eclipsa sincerely replied. Her performance so exquisite it could rival that of an Oscar-winning actor. Professor McGonagall was evidently moved by this display of artistry, having been kept in the dark. She believed she had witnessed a genuine love story and was deeply touched. She approached Eclipsa slowly, taking her pale hand and offering a heartfelt reassurance. Professor Eclipsa, no love should ever be ridiculed. Rest assured, although Professor Snape may appear dour and reluctant to engage with others, he is exceptionally talented, powerful in magic, and possesses vast knowledge, a good man indeed. Your choice is not misguided. You must pursue your feelings boldly. Minerva, the visiting hours established by Madame Pomfrey have concluded. Professor Eclipsa requires rest, and we should not disturb her further. Dumbledore interjected, providing a rationale that, while valid, did not reflect his true sentiments. In reality, he could no longer bear to listen. Eclipsa watched as everyone departed the infirmary, a cold smirk forming within her heart. Unexpectedly, Dudley lingered behind and turned to her, whispering, "It seems I misjudged you, Professor Eclipsa. Please do not make things difficult for me in class from now on." "Not at all, Assistant Dursley. Your skepticism is entirely reasonable, and had our roles been reversed, I would have made the same choice." Eclipsa responded with gentle politeness, her emotional intelligence unwavering. "That is reassuring." Dursley's audacity remained as unyielding as ever. He offered no apologies and swiftly moved on from his previous confrontation with Eclipse. This provoked a subtle twitch in Eclipse's face, yet she, bound to maintain her persona, could only respond with a forced smile. Suddenly, Dursley turned abruptly, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he inquired, "Professor Eclipse, how old are you this year?" Assistant Dursley, "That is hardly gentlemanly. A lady's age is a closely guarded secret," Eclipse replied, unsure of Dursley's intentions. When he fell silent, she thought to let it go. However, Dursley turned his back, employing a tactic of cold indifference. Eclipse felt frustration wash over her, her mood darkening as she hesitated before raising her voice slightly, declaring, "I am 18, or perhaps 28. Dursley halted, a grin spreading across his face. 28, splendid. Severus, born in 1960, is just 31 this year, 3 years your senior. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a man 3 years older relies on a mountain of gold. Professor Eclipse, fortune smiles upon you. You are destined for great wealth." With that, Dursley left with a peculiar laugh, leaving Eclipse bewildered and seated on the hospital bed, her mind swirling with questions. Little did she know that Dursley harbored another notion more aligned with her and Severus's future connection. A man 3 years older stirs up chaos. Dursley eagerly anticipated the day Eclipse would vex Severus, throwing him into disarray. With a sinister chuckle, he exited the ward, where Filch awaited with keen insight. A glance at the hospital door and a subtle gesture were enough for Filch to respond with a knowing smile, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, Dursley hurried to catch up with the distanced Dumbledore, who was making his solitary way to the headmaster's office. Upon noticing Dursley, he slowed his pace and silently cast a soundproofing charm. "Twice now, I have granted you 2 chances, Dumbledore," Dursley began, his tone stiff. "I understand, but you must be mindful of the occasion," Dumbledore replied, exasperated. "I shall be mindful of the occasion, but you must promise me one thing, regarding Eclipse's background. You cannot divulge it to Severus until it is absolutely necessary. I suspect Eclipse will prove to be an exquisite instrument of torment." "Very well, I concede." Dumbledore sighed deeply for Severus's sake, acquiescing to Dursley's request. Pleased, Dursley nodded and shifted the conversation. "For the time being, I have tasked Filch with monitoring Eclipse. But this cannot be a permanent solution. Filch lacks stealth and has other duties to attend to. Nearly headless Nick requires no sleep, making him more suited for this surveillance. However, his ability to remain undetected is also questionable, and he may not evade Voldemort's keen senses. What are your plans?" Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at Dudley. He had anticipated the presence of Filch, but Peeves? Goodness! Dudley, having been at school for less than a week, had managed to tame the two most despised characters within the castle? Dumbledore harbored serious doubts, fearing that if this continued, Dudley might very well overshadow him as headmaster. Since you have managed to subdue Peeves, I find myself with a few ideas. Despite his astonishment, Dumbledore remained focused on the matter at hand. Please instruct Peeves to visit my office. I shall modify him, enhancing his capabilities to ensure he can fulfill this role effectively. With a suitable candidate, no, a ghostly candidate, Dumbledore relished the prospect of a quieter existence. He certainly would not don an invisibility cloak to follow the young female professor around for 24 hours. This task, while feasible, was not one easily articulated, nor was it particularly pleasant to discuss. Very well, it is settled then. Peeves will make his way to the headmaster's office shortly. Dudley had faith in Dumbledore's magical prowess and methods. For the time being, this troublesome issue seemed resolved. After a brief conversation, Dudley and Dumbledore parted ways. To an outsider, they appear to have merely walked a short distance alongside each other, following the intuitive guidance of Hogwarts. Dudley soon located Peeves and directed him to the headmaster's office for his transformation. He then returned to the Gryffindor common room, where he joined Harry and the other housemates for breakfast in the Great Hall. After their meal, they proceeded to the Charms classroom. It was Thursday, and the Gryffindor first years were scheduled for Charms and Transfiguration classes in the morning, followed by flying lessons in the afternoon, a rather packed agenda. Chapter 116, The Levitation Charm or the Summoning Charm. A little over 10 minutes later, Dudley and his companions settled into their seats in the Charms classroom on the 4th floor of the castle. This lesson would be shared with the Slytherin first years. The Slytherins were engrossed in discussions about their head of house's latest romantic escapades, while Ron and Seamus, both fond of gossip, pressed Dudley to recount the morning's events. Such sensational tidbits were highly coveted in both the Muggle and Wizarding communities, spreading like wildfire. Dudley embellished his story to entertain his friends, his keen eyes scanning the room, where he caught sight of the Malfoy trio across the aisle. Crabbe and Goyle remained as foolishly brash as ever, but they exhibited a palpable fear of Dudley, one turning away and the other shifting his gaze, too intimidated to meet Dudley's eyes. Malfoy, however, was considerably bolder. He did not shy away from Dudley's penetrating stare, but rather met it with a conflicted gaze. In Malfoy's eyes, Dudley discerned a mix of awe, relief, a yearning to prove himself, and a hint of pride and defiance. "Look at you, Malfoy, you've grown." This thought flickered in Dudley's mind before he averted his gaze. Beside the lectern at the center of the classroom, an absence of occupants prevailed, save for several towering stacks of books intended to elevate Professor Filius Flitwick. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the diminutive professor, a champion duelist of Fey lineage, arrived at the last possible moment before class commenced. Having been roused from slumber in the dead of night to lift a curse from Eccles, he had not enjoyed a restful night as sleep. To muster the energy for the first lesson of the morning, he sought out the irritable Professor Snape, obtaining a vial of peppermint draught to invigorate his spirits, nearly jeopardizing his punctuality. "All right, students, we shall officially begin our lesson," announced Professor Flitwick, his short legs bouncing with unusual agility as he leapt onto the elevated platform formed by the stacked tomes, quieting the raucous classroom. "Today marks the inaugural lesson in Charms, where we shall delve into the foundational spell of significant utility for wizards, the Levitation Charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Pay attention to the pronunciation and the accompanying wand movement. Let us all attempt to make the feather on your desks levitate." Without further ado, Professor Flitwick proceeded directly to the substance of the lesson, albeit with a somewhat arid approach. Approximately 21st-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin grasped their wands, emulating Professor Flitwick's pronunciation and wand movements, endeavoring to cast the Levitation Charm. Harry succeeded on his first attempt, having already mastered the spell, earning himself a commendation from Professor Flitwick. Mere moments later, Hermione also succeeded in casting the Levitation Charm, her feathers soaring even higher than Harry's, eliciting astonishment from Professor Flitwick and an additional 5 points for Gryffindor. Seated adjacent to Hermione, Ron, witnessing the two feathers in a spirited competition above, perhaps driven by a surge of competitiveness or some inexplicable emotion, felt an uncharacteristic agitation rise within him. He waved Charlie's tattered and worn wand erratically, uttering the incantation with increasing urgency and discordance. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Initially, Ron's mispronunciations yielded no effect. But just as Hermione was about to intervene with guidance, the final incantation, he shouted, unexpectedly activated. A distortion of spatial waves rippled forth from the tip of Ron's damaged wand. Nearby, Dudley, who had been keenly observing Ron's erratic state, sensed an ominous shift and, in a flash, activated a strengthening charm that enveloped him in a radiant red glow. With a mighty leap, he vaulted over the desks, approaching the source of the spatial anomaly. In an instant, a black bull charged forth from the disturbance, colliding directly with Dudley's glowing palm before anyone in the classroom could react. In the following moment, the robust bull was forcibly halted by Dudley's strength. The collective gasp of the classroom finally erupted. The wild bull emitted a frenzied bellow, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment and halted mid-charge by an unknown formidable creature. It had succumbed to madness. The sound was truly unmelodious. Dolly's expression turned icy, his right hand radiating a fierce crimson glow as he exerted his strength once more, forcefully pressing the bull's head down. Simultaneously, his left hand clenched into a fist, also emanating a red light, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The brief yet forceful sound of shattering bone resonated, and the maddened bull fell into eternal silence, unable to utter another sound. Dolly casually grasped one of the bull's horns, effortlessly tossing the massive carcass to the more spacious corner by the classroom door. He then turned to face Ron directly. Ron, your heart is in disarray. The levitation spell has been misused as a summoning incantation for this bull. I realize my mistake. Ron stammered, still shaken by the earlier scene, his face a canvas of dread on the verge of tears. However, Dolly shook his head in response. No, you are not at fault. Your efforts were simply misdirected. You must gain clarity of heart, understand what you truly desire, and contemplate the proper course of action to attain your aspirations. Ultimately, you must remain humble, graciously accepting all offers of assistance and not isolating yourself. Dolly, your words are too profound. I don't comprehend, Ron replied, his initial terror significantly diminished. Yet his features remained scrunched in confusion, evidently grappling with Dolly's fiery admonishment. You will understand, and I hope it is not too late when you do. Dolly added a couple more philosophical remarks, not wishing to simplify matters too much, for some feelings and issues dwell in a nebulous, nascent stage. The individuals involved were merely 11-year-old children, whose emotional resilience could hardly match that of adults. If he were to lay bare his speculations and assumptions, it would likely lead to discord among friends. Oh, good heavens! Merlin's beard. Assistant Dursley, are you all right? With the sudden crisis resolved, Professor Flitwick finally seized the opportunity to interject. His response had lagged slightly behind Dolly's. By the time he realized he ought to intervene, Dolly had already taken control of the situation. Thus, he refrained from interrupting the confrontation between Dolly and the bull, fully confident in Dolly's abilities. On the first night of school, in the Grand Hall, he had already discerned Dolly's extraordinary nature. I am fine, Professor Flitwick. It was merely an ordinary bull, which conveniently provides an additional meal for the kitchen, Dolly replied casually, inadvertently showcasing his nonchalance once more. Chapter 117. The Assistant's Discourse on the Soul and the Tools. That is a relief indeed. Assistant Dursley, it is fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, a student might have suffered an unfortunate injury today, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his short arms gesturing animatedly. After expressing his gratitude towards Dolly, he immediately turned his gaze sternly towards Ron. Ron Weasley, I find myself in a quandary, unsure whether to commend or chastise you. The last individual to inadvertently employ the bison summoning charm was a wizard named Barufio many years ago. However, Barufio did not mispronounce the levitation charm. He merely uttered an incorrect sound while casting a different spell, a sound that is not present in the incantation for the levitation charm. How utterly absurd and careless you must be to have transformed the incantation for the levitation charm into such a ghastly form. Even more astonishing is your audacity to conjure the bison summoning charm, a spell evidently infused with spatial magic, within the confines of Hogwarts, where apparition is strictly prohibited. In a sense, one might consider you a genius. Yet, no matter how brilliant you may be, summoning a bison in class is entirely unacceptable. Given that your actions were not intentional, I shall deduct 10 points from Gryffindor. Return to your parchment and compose a 10-inch essay on the levitation charm, to be submitted to my office before the next class. I understand, Professor Flitwick. Ron mumbled, his head drooping in despondency, fighting back tears. Hermione quickly reached out, gently patting Ron's back in consolation, disregarding the feather that floated aimlessly down. Observing this, Harry cast another levitation charm, guiding both his and Hermione's feathers to settle gracefully back onto their desks. Let's continue practicing the levitation charm. Remember, precision in pronunciation and wand movement is paramount. Now, repeat after me. Professor Flitwick resumed his teaching, his approach as rigid and dogmatic as ever. Unable to remain silent any longer, Dudley interjected, "Please hold on a moment. Professor Flitwick, I believe your teaching focus may be somewhat misplaced." This statement astonished the students in the classroom. Professor Flitwick, taken aback, redirected his gaze towards Dudley, who stood calmly amidst the desks. Rather than expressing anger, Flitwick appeared genuinely perplexed. "Dudley, what do you mean?" Dudley, composed, began to pace slowly in the space between the rows of desks, fulfilling his role as a teaching assistant. "What fundamentally enables a wizard to cast spells? Is it the incantation? If so, why then are there techniques for silent spells?" Without uttering any incantation, Dudley waved his hand, causing the bison carcass near the door to levitate effortlessly, swiftly circling the room, leaving the first-year student from Gryffindor and Slytherin visibly pale with fright. "Is it the wand? Then why are there techniques for wandless magic?" Dudley continued, his thoughts commanding the floating bison carcass to expand massively, resembling an elephant, dominating the classroom's upper space, before it shrank down to the size of a mouse, hovering above Dudley's palm like a miniature toy model. With a series of probing questions paired with this astonishing display of magic, Dudley thoroughly bewildered the first-year students from both houses, simultaneously piquing their curiosity. "Dursley, silent spells and wandless magic are advanced techniques typically reserved for upperclassmen. It is far too early for first years to engage with such matters," Professor Flitwick interjected. He held a deep admiration for Dolly's prowess, yet he found himself perplexed by Dolly's intention of imparting such profound concepts to the new students, believing it akin to hastening growth prematurely. "No, Professor Flitwick," Dolly refuted the professor's perspective, asserting that even introducing these ideas to first-year students was rather belated. "Wizards conjure magic through their magical essence, guided by the strength of their minds and wills. As for spells and wands, they are merely tools. Otherwise, how could Harry and I have invented the levitation charm without a wand or any spellbook? Professor Flitwick merely teaching the techniques of spellcasting, with an emphasis solely on incantations and wand movements, is insufficient. It is imperative that students are made aware of the significance of mental strength from an early age. Before casting a spell, they should harness their mental power to clearly envision the desired outcome of their magic, solidifying their intent in their minds before uttering the incantation. This approach ensures that even if a spell is mispronounced, it would not lead to absurdities, such as a levitation charm mistakenly transforming into a summoning charm for wild cattle. Your excessive focus on the roles of incantations and wand gestures has caused students to concentrate solely on the pronunciation of spells and the motions of their hands. This is tantamount to relinquishing the power of spell casting to mere syllables and a wand, rendering them slaves to magic rather than its masters. The understanding that the mind holds greater weight than tools must be imparted to students early on. Otherwise, they will traverse many unnecessary paths in their learning. Some wizards of average talent may never grasp this concept, spending their lives shackled to the spells of their predecessors, thereby stifling their own creativity. The current magical community is experiencing a dearth of talent, and the decline of its traditions is, frankly, inextricably linked to such rigid and dogmatic teaching methods. Humans are born with the innate ability to swim. If they do not receive training after birth, they will gradually lose this skill. Wizards are inherently capable of magic. During their childhood, they undergo magical surges, achieving their desires without wands or incantations to a certain extent. However, upon entering school at the age of 11, they pick up wands, recite spells, and neglect the power of their minds, adopting a dogmatic and rigid approach, completely forgetting the extraordinary sensations experienced during magical surges. Casting aside exploration and practice, ultimately descending into mediocrity. Professor Flitwick, have you never noticed this issue? I believe young wizards require guidance in harnessing their mental strength, rather than mere rote memorization, especially in the realm of spellcraft. Professor Flitwick stared blankly at the impassioned Dolly, his mind a tumult of emotions. He had indeed never contemplated this matter. His comprehension of nonverbal spells and wandless magic had remained at a level of rote skill acquisition. He had always acknowledged the power of the mind and will, but had taken it for granted. He recognized that most adult wizards in the magical community were similarly oblivious. In that moment, he suddenly understood where he, as an accomplished wizard, and those like Dumbledore, the pinnacle of wizardry, diverged. Apart from the innate limitations imposed by one's talent, the conscious and deliberate application of mental prowess is a significant factor that contributes to the disparity in abilities. I must admit that I have previously underestimated the importance of mental strength and must reflect on this oversight. I am profoundly grateful for the invaluable insights shared by Assistant Professor Dursley. They hold immense significance for both my pedagogical development and my personal growth and power. I believe it is incumbent upon all of us to bow in respect to him and to internalize the words he has imparted. Professor Flitwick, with sincerity, descended from the towering pile of books, approached Dudley, and bowed gravely. The first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin obediently rose to pay their respects to Dudley. However, among them, very few truly grasped the meaning and importance of Dudley's earlier remarks, nor could they assimilate and transform that wisdom into a source of personal empowerment. This situation mirrors the dissemination of a peerless tome, yet the adept practitioners remain scarce. The truly perceptive individuals are exceedingly few. Chapter 118, Professor Flitwick's Supplement, A Thunder's Classroom. From Dudley's observations, aside from his direct instruction to Harry, only Hermione and Malfoy's expressions indicated that they fully comprehended his words. Although Ron appeared to be in deep thought, the recent events had evidently impacted his state of mind, leaving him in a state of partial understanding. Dudley did not harbor the unrealistic expectation that a single statement could instantly elevate the magical abilities of the first years. However, he hoped to plant a seed of strength within them, one that would take root and flourish imperceptibly over time, ultimately yielding rewards. As for whether this initiative might inadvertently assist some of the Slytherin first years, who were deeply entrenched in pure-blood ideology, in becoming potential adversaries, Dudley harbored no concerns. The significance of the mind is not an original concept of his own. Moreover, compared to those obedient and mediocre white wizards, the pure-blood dark wizards, enamored with dark magic, are evidently more attuned to this principle. Even if they do not consciously understand it, they will inevitably harness mental power while practicing dark spells. After all, no dark magic exists that is devoid of negative emotions, and emotions, whether positive or negative, constitute genuine mental strength. Thus, even if Dudley were to remain silent, the pure-blood aristocratic wizards would eventually elucidate this principle, intentionally or inadvertently, while teaching their children dark magic. Dudley calmly accepted the bows from both the professors and students in the classroom, but subsequently, he returned the gesture to Professor Flitwick. For wizards are not deities. They cannot create magic solely through mental power. The theories and legacies of their predecessors remain of paramount importance. Dudley still has much to learn from Professor Flitwick regarding magical knowledge, and returning a bow is but a matter of courtesy. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was quite exhilarated to see Dolly bowing to him. He raised his hands and leaped in an attempt to assist Dolly in straightening his bent upper body, but his efforts were in vain due to his height disadvantage. "There is no need to concern yourself with such formalities, Dolly," he said. "It was merely my humble opinion, and if there are any oversights, I would appreciate your guidance in addressing them. Please, continue with your lecture." With that, Dolly returned the carcass of the buffalo to its original position and gracefully leapt back to his previous seat, reclaiming his esteemed smetting staff. "Very well. Since Assistant Dursley has expressed his thoughts, I shall emphasize some profound knowledge to ensure that there are no misunderstandings among you." While speaking, Professor Flitwick ascended back to his elevated lectern. Indeed, Assistant Dursley is correct. Prior to casting spells, having a clear understanding of the magical effects we intend to invoke significantly enhances our chances of success. The power of the mind does indeed augment our magical prowess. However, this does not imply that incantations and wands are dispensable. The pronunciation of incantations has its roots in ancient Latin. It is rumored to be one of the languages utilized by the earliest practitioners of magic. inherently imbued with mystery and magical significance. Incantations assist in stabilizing our mental state during spell casting and concurrently amplify the potency of our spells. A wizard who has mastered the art of silent casting will find that the magical efficacy of their spoken spells far surpasses that of their nonverbal counterparts. As for wands, they are indispensable. It is generally challenging for an ordinary wizard to release their magical energy smoothly and consistently without one. A compatible wand makes a remarkable difference, facilitating a seamless casting experience. Moreover, wands can enhance a wizard's spell casting strength. Certain wands, due to their unique materials and affinities, may specifically bolster magic in particular realms, granting their rightful owners a natural affinity for those domains. Similarly, even a wizard adept in wandless magic experiences a distinct disparity in capabilities when wielding a wand versus not. In summary, while I encourage you to employ the mental techniques suggested by Assistant Dursley during your spellcasting, it is equally vital not to overlook the significance of incantations and wands. The correct pronunciation of spells and the appropriate wand movements remain essential, at least until your spellcasting skills and magical abilities reach a certain level. Professor Flivvy's rigorous discourse garnered applause from the new students. Dolly, without any pretense, joined in the applause, exerting himself heartily, despite being well aware of the common knowledge shared by Professor Flivvy. In both combat and daily life, he naturally adapted his approach based on the circumstances, deciding whether to verbalize incantations to enhance his magical strength. Furthermore, his wandless magic was a fusion of the abilities conferred by his wand. He was essentially a wand himself, consistently benefiting from the enhancement provided by his white poplar wand. The limitations of ordinary wizardly knowledge could not confine him. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick resumed instructing the first-year students on the levitation charm. This time, he encouraged them to envision the image of a feather floating gracefully before uttering the incantation. Indeed, the success rate among the students significantly improved. Soon, the feather before Malfoy began to levitate, earning points for Slytherin House and eliciting a self-satisfied smirk from him. However, the moment of triumph was short-lived. From a seat in the Gryffindor section, a blinding flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, causing Malfoy to lose focus and relinquish control over the feather. When he glanced over, he beheld his heart's desire, Harry Potter, seated beside the disheveled Seamus Finnegan, whose face was now as black as coal, hair frizzed like a hedgehog, and whose wand emitted black smoke from its tip, a pristine feather lying on the table, its charred end the only remnant. Upon witnessing Seamus's unfortunate plight, Malfoy instinctively felt a chuckle rise within him, but stifled it just before it escaped his lips. He recalled the humiliation of being mocked while clad in tattered clothing. Knowing all too well the pain of derision, he could not bring himself to partake in such cruelty. Yet, while Malfoy managed to suppress his laughter, his two minions, Crabbe and Goyle, along with other Slytherin first years, lacked such restraint and erupted into raucous laughter. Even within the Gryffindor ranks, two female newcomers could not help but display amused expressions. Malfoy promptly delivered a sharp rap to both Crabbe and Goyle's heads, compelling them to cease their mockery. As for the other first years, he could not manage them at that moment. Enough. Dudley stood up, speaking coldly. The Slytherin newcomers quickly covered their mouths in fear. While they might not recall all of Dudley's teachings and secrets, the vivid image of him delivering a lethal punch to a rampaging buffalo would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. There exists a crucial tenet in pure-blood families. One must know when to show humility. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick interjected, "The failures of others are not a source of amusement." He then turned his gaze towards the disheveled Seamus. Harry had already cast a cleaning charm on Seamus, removing the layer of soot and feathers from his face. "Seamus Finnegan, did you not envision the feather floating before casting the spell? How could it have gone awry?" Professor Flitwick inquired, puzzled. "I did think of it, Professor," Seamus retorted, feeling quite aggrieved. "Then let us see you attempt the levitation charm once more." Professor Flitwick, undeterred, moved another spare feather to the table before Seamus. Dudley, seated to Harry's left and sandwiched between Harry and Seamus, nudged Harry as he sensed Seamus, the explosive talent, was about to try the spell again. Harry understood immediately and hastily cast a shield charm around himself, having been a fraction too slow earlier and sustaining a smudge of soot on the side of his ear. Though fortunately, he had not been injured. Professor Flitwick, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly waved his wand to clear the table before Seamus, allowing him to demonstrate in the open space. With a pout, Seamus picked up a feather in his wand, reluctantly making his way to the center. He placed the new feather on the ground, concentrated for a moment, then waved his wand and recited the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. A resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a familiar flash of light, deafening even Professor Flitwick. Unsurprisingly, Seamus found himself covered in soot once again. This shouldn't be happening. Regaining his composure, Professor Flitwick was perplexed. The incantation was correct, the wand movement precise, and with the guidance of intent, how could it still explode? This was a levitation charm, not an explosion spell. Professor Flitwick knew Seamus was undoubtedly one of those exceptionally gifted wizards, with a particular flair for a specific area. Derry couldn't help but speak up, remarking that Seamus' magical affinity was excessively volatile. Without proper training, any spell he attempted might end up as an explosion charm. What? Seamus, his face smeared with ash, couldn't contain his dismay. Am I to only use explosion spells from now on? Not necessarily, Derry replied with a measured tone. If you're fortunate, after a few more explosions, you might successfully cast the intended spell. He recalled Dumbledore's past remarks and kindly reassured, Seamus, this is a positive sign. Your explosive talent indicates you must have an ancestor who is a master of demolition. Seamus was taken aback. An ancestor? A demolition master? Even demolition masters had to live, didn't they? Surely they couldn't just blow things up all the time, though that might indeed be quite thrilling. Is there truly no way to resolve this issue? Seamus asked, his face a mask of despair. Professor Flitwick pondered for a moment before replying, Seamus Finnegan, you must strengthen your will and harness your intense magical energy with mental fortitude. This is a challenging task that requires considerable practice over time, but it may be the most effective solution. All right, Seamus responded with difficulty, struggling to accept the outcome. This was his first spell class, a moment he had long anticipated, only to be informed that his talent had gone awry, rendering him unable to use numerous spells and relegating him to mere explosions. How disheartening. Yet, despite his sorrow, as a proud Gryffindor, he possessed the courage to overcome adversity. He resolved to secretly practice, determined to conquer his magical prowess. In truth, there existed a clever workaround, though not quite a shortcut. Derry, seeing Seamus' woeful expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Considering their shared dormitory, he decided to reveal the idea that had just come to him. Seamus turned his hopeful gaze toward Derry, while Professor Flitwick also awaited his suggestion with anticipation. Dolly paused momentarily and remarked, since Simon possesses an exceptional talent for explosions, he might as well harness this gift, utilizing the power of explosive spells to simulate the effects of various other incantations. For instance, if he struggles with the levitation charm, he can adeptly control the force of an explosion, executing miniature, successive detonations to elevate a feather without causing it any harm. As Dolly spoke, he extended his finger toward the feather he had yet to employ. In the next instant, a series of faint explosions ensued, creating exceedingly subtle chain reactions that abruptly sent the feather soaring. What exquisite control of magic! Professor Flitwick couldn't help but exclaim. Observing this spectacle, Simon's eyes sparkled with realization. He sensed that managing the force of explosions was far simpler than forcibly taming volatile magic for other purposes. Although this method could not replicate numerous spell effects, it served as a commendable transitional strategy for Simon in mastering his own magical abilities. Dolly had demonstrated a fresh perspective, and this rather eventful charm class was drawing to a close. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Dolly genuinely embraced his role as a teaching assistant. In the previous defense against the Dark Arts class, his demonstration of repelling the Red Cap had ulterior motives primarily aimed at testing Eclipse. Following the conclusion of the charm class, Professor Flitwick willingly took on the task of delivering the carcass of the buffalo to the kitchen in the castle's lower level, as he intended to have the house elves prepare a special meal for him. He had missed breakfast that morning while seeking Snape for a potion to awaken his senses. Attending the first class on an empty stomach was quite a feat. Dolly, along with Harry and a group of new Gryffindor students, hurried to the Transfiguration classroom on the first floor of the castle to study the art of transfiguration under Professor McGonagall, with Dolly leading the way. The moving staircases of the castle obediently guided them, eliminating any risk of getting lost. The Gryffindor students swiftly arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, where they beheld a gray tabby cat perched upon the desk. The patterns on this cat were remarkably peculiar, resembling a pair of spectacles around its eyes, clearly indicating it was no ordinary feline. Cousin, that must be an animagus, right? Is it Professor McGonagall? Having personally avenged himself against Scabbers, Harry possessed a newfound understanding of animagi and no longer regarded the cat as merely a common pet. Indeed, Harry, when wizards transform into their animal form as animagi, they can change their clothing and small accessories along with them, but they cannot carry their wands during the transformation. The patterns around the cat's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the outline of the spectacles Professor McGonagall typically wore, leaving no doubt in Dolly's mind. His confidence stemmed not only from his knowledge of the original story, but also from his understanding of animagi. Such keen observation and rich knowledge. In light of Harry Potter's performance, I shall bestow 5 points upon Gryffindor. The tabby cat on the desk leapt gracefully, transforming directly back into Professor McGonagall, who strode sternly towards Dudley and Harry, stating with utmost seriousness, "The principled head of the Lion House, known for her fairness, awarded merely 5 points for a detail of a animagus transformation, knowledge so intricate that even upper-year students might not be acquainted with it." Dudley, unfazed, was about to find a nearby seat alongside Harry when, unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall extended an invitation directly to him. "Dudley Dursley, your proficiency in transfiguration is quite commendable, as I believe everyone can attest. Hence, in this transfiguration lesson, I hope you will assume the responsibility of assisting me in teaching." Chapter 120, A Demonstration of Transfiguration, The Exhausting Guidance. As Professor McGonagall praised Dudley and invited him to contribute, her expression remained as stern and earnest as ever. One might assume she harbored a grievance against Dudley, seeking to undermine him. However, those in the know were aware that her discontent was indeed directed towards him. Yet, true to her character and kindness, she would never purposely cause harm to anyone. Dudley was utterly convinced of this and obediently stood beside Professor McGonagall, feeling an unspoken thrill within. Although she evidently disdained him, she was compelled to acknowledge his capabilities. This sentiment was exquisitely delightful, a feeling difficult to articulate. "What would you have me do, Professor McGonagall?" Dudley inquired. "Please, Assistant Dursley, first demonstrate your understanding of transfiguration, after which I shall elaborate on the lesson's content. And finally, we will together monitor the classroom, assisting the students in executing the simplest of transfiguration spells." Professor McGonagall's plan was clear. Having an assistant would significantly enhance her teaching efficiency. "Very well. I shall express myself freely and perform to the best of my ability." Dudley readily agreed, recognizing that the process of teaching others would simultaneously deepen his own knowledge and skills. As his imagination and mental fortitude expanded, his mastery of magical knowledge and techniques would likewise enhance, and he could sense that his magical prowess had increased by approximately 1/3 since his initial fusion with the Philosopher's Stone. The spellcasting skills acquired during his encounter with Quirrell's broken wand had played a significant role in this development. As he pondered, Dudley grasped the Smeaton wand and swiftly approached the vacant space beside the podium, commencing his explanation and demonstration. Transfiguration, as the name suggests, is the magic of transforming one object into another. There are 3 critical elements in this process: the output of magical energy, precise imagination, and a thorough understanding of the object in question. For instance, if I wish to transform this sturdy wooden wand in my hand into a sword of iron, with a flick of his wrist, the Smeaton wand morphed into a finely wrought iron sword adorned with exquisite patterns, its blade gleaming with a sharp, cold light. During this process, I consistently emanated a surge of magical energy, which enabled the staff to maintain the form of sword for a duration of 10 minutes. Concurrently, prior to the transformation, I envisioned the sword's shape, size, material, and various intricate details within my mind. This necessitated a precise imagination and a comprehensive understanding of swords, steel, and related concepts. If I had never encountered steel or had no knowledge of what a sword is, no matter how profound my magical abilities, I would find it exceedingly difficult to conjure such a sword accurately. Therefore, for those wishing to adeptly wield the art of transformation, it is imperative to engage in keen observation and to immerse oneself in the diverse array of objects in daily life, committing these impressions to memory as material for spellcasting. Of course, Magic is inherently subjective. There is no need for an in-depth understanding of the composition of various materials or the intricate principles governing complex objects. A fundamental conceptual grasp suffices for successful transformation. For instance, while I may not comprehend the specific mechanical workings within a pocket watch, I do recognize it as a timekeeping instrument, thus enabling me to conjure a fully functional pocket watch. As Dolly spoke, he waved his hand once more, transforming the sharp sword into a golden pocket watch, its hands ticking rhythmically. Similarly, I may not possess comprehensive knowledge of the internal organs, blood, or skeletal structure of a lion, having only seen it in documentaries, yet I could still manifest a lion that appears vibrantly alive. Dolly tossed the pocket watch forward, and it morphed into a majestic lion, roaring towards the heavens, eliciting spontaneous gasps of awe from the students below. However, it is crucial to note that we are not creators. The beings conjured lack souls. Furthermore, if I do not continuously channel magical energy to control this lion, it will merely repeat the few actions predetermined during the transformation until the magical energy sustaining the form is depleted, reverting to its original state as my staff. Indeed, the lion Dolly conjured continued to lift its head, open its mouth, and roar in a repetitive cycle, until Dolly infused it with further magic, allowing the lion to close its mouth and roam about. Additionally, I must remind everyone that transformation magic cannot transmute inedible substances into consumable food. For instance, if I were to transform my staff into a cake, it would merely appear enticing, yet remain inedible. Dolly pointed into the air, and the wandering lion transformed into a strawberry cream cake, floating gracefully, tempting the appetites of the newcomers, before gently descending back into his hand, reverting to the original form of the smithing staff. Dolly then thrust the staff into the ground, producing a dull thud, and concluded, stating, "When learning transformation magic, one should start small and progress from simple to complex. Begin with small objects, first attempting shape alterations, such as transforming a wooden stick into a wooden sword, then progressing to material changes, like turning a wooden sword into an iron sword. As one's magical prowess improves, one may venture into transforming inanimate objects into living ones, and vice versa." After Daly concluded his speech, Professor McGonagall could no longer maintain her serious demeanor, leading the applause for him. Her gaze towards Daly was laden with admiration and astonishment, mingled with a tinge of lament for his imperfections. It was evident that Professor McGonagall held great appreciation for Daly's prowess and talent, yet found his brusque and discourteous manner off-putting. Daly, however, was indifferent to her perception of him. Upon finishing his remarks, he nodded towards Professor McGonagall, yielding the podium to her. I found myself at a loss for additional commentary. As assistant professor, Dursley's exposition was both vivid and succinct, encapsulating the essence of transfiguration. As a supplementary note for beginners, I emphasize the importance of aligning one's magical energy with the intended transformative effect, while also suggesting the use of an incantation to facilitate rapid transformation. In this session, the task for everyone was to use the box of matches on their desks to transfigure a needle. Ideally, a metallic needle would be preferred, but simply achieving a clear needle shape without altering the material would also earn bonus points. Professor McGonagall approached the podium, imparted further knowledge, and then assigned the in-class task, collaborating with Daly to delineate areas for supervision and guidance. Instructing the children in spellcasting proved far more challenging than merely demonstrating haphazard transformations on stage. Initially, Daly did not perceive this as particularly daunting, until he encountered certain individuals from the Gryffindor and Badger houses. Some exceptionally demanding students tested his patience and resilience, ultimately leading to significant personal growth. After painstakingly guiding a few students to manage even a rudimentary wooden needle transformation, the transfiguration lesson finally came to a close. In Chapter 121, the results of Filch's information gathering revealed that Harry and Hermione had successfully transformed their matchsticks into patterned, functional metal needles, earning praise from Professor McGonagall. In contrast, Daly, despite his tireless efforts throughout the lesson, received only a few verbal accolades from her. Daly had come to realize that, thus far, with the exception of Professor Sprout in herbology, none of the other professors seemed inclined to award him points, possibly viewing him as a colleague rather than a student. It could also be that awarding him points would inadvertently benefit all 4 houses, having no impact on the end-of-year House Cup standings, leading them to withhold points altogether. As for Professor Sprout's rationale in awarding him points, Daly privately speculated that it was to enhance the overall performance of Hufflepuff House, which, despite housing several talented and capable students, often displayed a lack of initiative in class participation, resulting in fewer opportunities for points. Consequently, Hufflepuff frequently occupied the lower rankings in the House Cup standings. Professor Sprout observed this with concern, yet, true to her gentle nature, remained patient in her approach. As Dudley pondered, he strolled alongside Harry and his companions towards the Grand Hall, for it was time for lunch. Additionally, there were matters that required his attention and arrangement. Along the way, Ron handed Dudley his battered, shabby wand, which he had received from his brother Charlie. With only a day and a half of classes remaining this week, and no lessons necessitating the use of wands, Dudley felt unperturbed. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, he caught sight of Dumbledore, sharing a fleeting glance that conveyed the successful completion of Peeve's transformation and his newfound role as a watchful observer. Although the specifics of Dumbledore's methods remained elusive, Dudley felt reassured. Later, he and his friends settled for a rather mediocre lunch. The grilled bison steak on the table remained untouched, its uncastrated nature emanating a pungent odor that was quite off-putting. The culinary magic of the house elves evidently fell short, warranting a poor review for the waste of the ingredients he had generously provided. During the midday break, Dudley made his way to the vicinity of the hospital wing to relieve Filch of his surveillance duties over Ekris. The old caretaker was notably dedicated, having skipped the meal in the hall to share a burnt fish with Mrs. Norris in a secluded corner. Upon inquiry, Dudley learned that Mrs. Norris had personally fetched the fish from the edge of the Black Lake, coaxing it from a docile giant squid, which Filch then roasted with a fire spell. Never straying far from the hospital wing. You needn't keep an eye on that woman for now. Just be mindful during her daily activities, Dudley instructed. Yes, Assistant Professor. Filch replied. By the way, how is the information I requested coming along? All compiled in this large notebook. Assistant Professor, please take a look. Dudley cast the Muffliato charm to inquire about the progress. Filch promptly produced a sizable notebook from his robes and handed it to Dudley. Upon examination, Dudley discovered that Filch had not only chronicled the events of the week, but had also recorded numerous incidents from recent years based solely on memory, filling many pages with his accounts. Assistant Professor, incidents of pure-blood students discriminating against Muggle-born students occur frequently, averaging 2 or 3 incidents each week. However, conflicts between the houses are comparatively rare. Typically, tensions arise between the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor, where minor classroom frictions escalate into malicious curses and rather unpleasant pranks after class. Moreover, these incidents tend to follow a pattern. When Gryffindor students incur significant point deductions for breaking school rules, Slytherin students can hardly resist the urge to mock them, leading to further skirmishes. As the academic year draws to a close, Gryffindor's house points often lag behind those of other houses, particularly in comparison to the leading Slytherin house, which exacerbates tensions and results in increased conflicts. As for Ravenclaw House, its members are generally engrossed in their studies and literature, exhibiting a degree of pride and typically refraining from causing trouble, as they consider it a waste of time. However, there are instances of isolation and subtle bullying among them, where many might ostracize an introverted, socially awkward student who appears to act peculiarly. Such occurrences are not exclusive to Ravenclaw, but they are more pronounced within this house. On the other hand, Hufflepuff House is the most reassuring, as its students exhibit the highest level of respect for school rules. Yet they often suffer the most during campus conflicts. Students from other houses may hurl insults or cast curses at them, but rather than retaliate, they seek the professors for resolution. Of course, there are times when Hufflepuff students do erupt, particularly when their house is insulted or when food is involved. Filch meticulously informed Dudley about the various houses at Hogwarts, prompting frequent nods of acknowledgement from Dudley. The conflict between the brash Gryffindors and the ambitious Slytherins is readily comprehensible. While it is natural for honest individuals to refrain from crossing boundaries to avoid confrontation, as for the intelligent, those of average cleverness often feel threatened by the silent. True geniuses, leading them to isolate and undermine others to reach a fragile psychological equilibrium. This form of cold bullying rarely occurs in Slytherin, where members are inherently connected through a shared hierarchy as part of the pure blood interest group. It seldom happens in Gryffindor, as the reckless are oblivious to subtlety and soon escalate to overt aggression, and it is generally absent in Hufflepuff, where the honest tend to be introverted, maintaining a demeanor that is already akin to cold bullying through their usual interactions. Dudley, while perusing the extensive notes in his large notebook, reflected deeply on these observations. He then stumbled upon the section detailing Snape's habitual insults and corporal punishment of students. Alas, there was quite a bit. However, it seemed that insults were more prevalent than physical reprimands. The old bat still maintained a modicum of restraint, even if it was rather scant. As a half-blood wizard, his unwavering protection of the pure-blooded Slytherins, coupled with his bias against Gryffindor, indicated a deep-seated animosity towards the so-called plunderers, to the point of misdirecting his ire at others. What I detest most about his approach is that vengeance should be targeted. To lash out indiscriminately is hardly a mark of competence. Dudley voiced his disdain for Snape vehemently. Subsequently, he closed the large notebook, returning it to Filch, and issued a new directive to reorganize the information and provide him with a copy during dinner the following evening. Yes, Assistant Master. Chapter 122, Rewarding the Subordinates. A disturbance in flying class. Filch, having received the notebook, was about to take his leave when Dudley called him back. For your loyal service and efficient work, a reward. Noticing that no one was around, Dudley gestured with his hand, conjuring a large glass from the air, and then silently recited the incantation for clear water, filling the glass to the brim. With a surge of magic emanating from his palm, he transformed the cup of water into a clear liquid imbued with the potency of longevity, which he then presented to Filch. Drink it all. Not a single drop should remain. It will extend your life by at least half a year, Dolly remarked nonchalantly, causing Filch's aged eyes to brighten like light bulbs, his wrinkled face breaking into a radiant smile. Thank you, esteemed assistant. Filch clasped the cup of longevity potion in his hands, reverently bringing it to his lips and sipping with great care. As he reached the last quarter, a thought seemed to strike him, halting his drinking. He turned his gaze toward the purple-furred Mrs. Loris at his feet. Esteemed assistant, I do not wish to impose, but it is imperative that you drink it all now, before my very eyes. Dolly, perceiving Filch's intent, casually responded while effortlessly transforming the tall glass into a broader bowl. Filch expressed profound gratitude with a glance at Dolly, then crouched down, offering the remaining potion to Mrs. Loris. Upon seeing the bowl, she looked up at Filch's wrinkled visage, let out a haughty meow, and lowered her feline head into the bowl, licking eagerly. Dolly patiently waited until Mrs. Loris had consumed every last drop of the longevity potion, and then waved his hand to revert the glass bowl back into thin air. Leaning on the smelting stick, he strode away, just a wall apart. Within the confines of the infirmary, Eccles lay in bed, her face pale and troubled, enveloped in despair. She remained oblivious to the fact that she had once been so close to Voldemort's coveted potion of immortality. Unbeknownst to her, a completely invisible, ethereal entity floated silently above her, monitoring her with silent grimaces. She was acutely aware, however, that her current condition made it impossible to recover fully within 2 days to re-enter the Forbidden Forest and procure unicorn blood. Moreover, she was entirely unaware of the dire consequences that would arise from failing to acquire the unicorn blood within the stipulated time, as she had concealed that memory within a memory vial. Her future appeared exceedingly bleak. Eccles's mind raced as she desperately sought a solution. Yet she found herself at an impasse. Having navigated the suspicions of Hogwarts higher-ups with Snape's assistance, she now struggled to find a way to overcome the unknown trials that lay ahead. Anxious and fraught, she felt utterly lost. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Dolly, accompanied by the new Gryffindors, arrived at the expansive grounds outside Hogwarts Castle. The flying lesson instructor, Madame Rolanda Hooch, along with the first-year Slytherins, was already in position. On the open grassy field lay 2 rows of over 20 flying broomsticks, brand new and not the worn-out brooms from the original tale. It is evident that Dumbledore utilized the substantial wealth of a pure-blood family to acquire new educational tools for the school. While not the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, he procured a pristine version of the older Nimbus series broomsticks. With everyone gathered, they formed 2 lines, standing beside a broomstick, naturally extending their hands downward, aimed at the brooms lying on the ground, and shouted in unison, dressed in a flight suit. Madame Hooch exhibited an air of decisiveness as she swiftly addressed the matter at hand. The freshmen from both houses were visibly excited and obediently followed her instructions. They positioned themselves beside the broomsticks, leaning forward with outstretched hands, clamoring loudly in hopes of summoning the broomsticks to their grasp, eager to mount them and experience the exhilaration of flight. However, nearby, Draco displayed little enthusiasm for the notion of riding a broom. Despite the existence of an invisible cushioning charm that rendered the experience far more comfortable than it appeared, he still felt that flying on a broom lacked prestige. He yearned to soar freely through the skies without reliance on any external objects or techniques. For him, mastering this skill was not a daunting task. It merely required the integration of a flying apparatus. Draco had already devised a plan in his mind. He dismissed the outdated broomsticks, even if it meant expending a slightly higher-level fusion opportunity to obtain a superior flying tool, perhaps a firebolt or something of that caliber. As Draco contemplated this, a commotion erupted nearby. He turned to see Hermione, frantic after her repeated attempts to summon a broom, only managing to shake it slightly. Meanwhile, Neville, who had somehow managed to mount a broom, was now hovering 2 or 3 meters off the ground, his face ashen, gripping the broomstick tightly. Neville struggled to control the broom, which seemed to have a will of its own, swerving left and right, causing the Gryffindor students and Madame Hooch to watch anxiously. Neville, do not be afraid. I am here. Nothing will go awry. Just fly freely. If you fall, I will catch you. You will be unharmed. Draco shouted encouragingly, confident in his ability to uphold this promise. Harry chimed in, That's right, Neville. Show your courage. With my cousin here, you will surely be safe. Yet, Neville's fear was palpable. Trembling, he managed to utter, But I'm still scared. And in that moment, the broom seemed to respond to his trepidation, abruptly soaring upwards, taking him skyward. Help! Neville's voice echoed from above, sending Madame Hooch into a flurry of concern. Without hesitation, she prepared to mount her broom to pursue him. However, the situation on the field took another turn. Hermione, frustrated by her inability to summon a broom, was ignited by her proud and competitive nature. She unexpectedly brandished her wand and cast a levitation charm on her broomstick, forcibly drawing it into her grasp. Without hesitation, she mounted it, determined to rescue Neville. However, to her astonishment, the broom proved far more unruly in Hermione's hands than in Neville's, darting wildly to and fro, soaring high and diving low, ultimately whisking Hermione away to a distant horizon. Chapter 123. The Alliance of Lion and Serpent. A turbulent rescue mission. Mrs. Hooch, witnessing the chaos, felt an urgent pang of anxiety as her gaze quickly focused on Dudley, whose legs were beginning to emit a crimson glow. As she mounted her own broomstick, she spoke rapidly, Dudley, I entrust Mr. Longbottom to you. I shall go to the aid of Miss Granger. Understood. Dudley replied immediately, his eyes fixed on Neville, who was flailing in the air. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward, aiming to position himself just beneath Neville, ready to cast a cushioning spell to catch him at the crucial moment. Yet, not long after he surged forth, he spotted 2 figures streaking overhead. It was 2 young wizards mounted on broomsticks, soaring skyward towards Neville. Dudley recognized them clearly. Leading the charge was Malfoy, clad in green robes, closely pursued by Harry. Unlike Neville and Hermione, who struggled to control their brooms, the 2 were adeptly maneuvering in tandem, clearly displaying remarkable talent. Moreover, some of the techniques Malfoy executed bore the hallmarks of prior training. Cousin, Malfoy may attempt to bully Neville. We must pursue, Harry Potter exclaimed, soaring high on his broomstick, his voice resonating in the air. He was closing in on Malfoy, gaining ground with each passing moment. Dudley harbored doubts about Harry's concerns. During their spell class, Malfoy had refrained from mocking a disheveled Seamus, and had even interrupted Crabbe and Goyle's jeers. Dudley had taken note of these actions, and suspected that Malfoy exhibited signs of reform, rather than being the type to kick someone when they were down. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from behind Dudley. He glanced back to discover the remaining Gryffindor and Slytherin first years had divided into 2 rival factions, creating quite the uproar. One group cheered for Harry, while the other rallied behind Malfoy. Settle down, all of you. If anyone dares to mount a broom and take to the skies again, I shall suspend them from the castle's 8th floor for 3 days and nights. Dudley bellowed, his voice ringing out with a chilling authority. The first years from both houses were taken aback, hastily discarding their broomsticks and covering their mouths, fearful of inciting Dudley's wrath. While other professors might have been perceived as jesting, Dudley's words left no room for doubt. Once he had quelled the commotion among the newcomers, Dudley resumed his flight, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the tumultuous scene unfolding above with Neville. Malfoy swiftly soared to Neville's side, executing a deft maneuver akin to a dragon's tail, momentarily hovering in midair as he reached out to grasp Neville's elbow. However, the already panicked Neville, upon realizing it was Malfoy attempting to seize him, was further overwhelmed with fear, instinctively sidestepping and causing Malfoy's rescue attempt to fail. At that moment, Harry approached, observing Malfoy tugging at Neville and instinctively suspecting malice. Drawing on his innate talent, he imitated Malfoy's earlier move, performing a similar dragon's tail maneuver that left Malfoy caught off guard, resulting in a mouthful of broom bristles. Spitting them out in a fit of rage, Malfoy exclaimed, "Harry Potter, aren't you going to save your cousin's sidekick?" "What?" Harry's bewilderment escaped his lips. He was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look, he saw Malfoy pressing down on the front of his broom, rapidly diving after the swiftly plummeting Neville. Realizing the urgency, Harry also dove downward, propelling himself towards Neville with a speed surpassing Malfoy's. "Neville, pull up on your broom. Steady yourself," shouted Dudley from below, already positioned. He had no intention of casting a stabilizing charm. He hoped Neville would muster the strength to rise to the occasion independently, rather than wait until the moment of confronting Nagini to prove himself worthy of the title of Gryffindor Swordmaster. As Neville descended at high speed, the fierce wind rendered his eyes nearly shut. Amidst the haze, he heard Dudley's voice and, grasping at the lifeline, he exerted all his strength. With both hands tightly gripping the front of the broom, he heaved upward. In that instant, Malfoy and Harry, hurtling downward, beheld a spectacle. Neville, shrieking and crying, eyes closed, surged upwards between them, careening towards the distant outer wall of the castle. "Oh no!" Malfoy, Harry, and Dudley shouted in unison, swiftly taking remedial action. Malfoy and Harry maneuvered their brooms to pursue Neville, while Dudley propelled his smelting stick upwards with all his might. The stick shot forth like an arrow, and upon reaching its target, transformed into a broad, sturdy flying carpet that enveloped Neville, resisting his and the broom's momentum. With Dudley's intervention, Neville's speed diminished just enough for Malfoy and Harry to seize the opportunity, flanking him on either side and gripping the edges of the carpet. Together, they executed a synchronized dragon's tail maneuver, exerting force in the opposite direction. Ultimately, amidst the tension, they managed to halt their forward momentum mere 5 or 6 meters from the castle's outer wall. Dudley had already extended his hand, preparing to transform the air in front of the outer wall into a soft, cushioning barrier. Only when he saw Neville successfully halt the vehicle did he gradually lower his hand, observing Draco and Harry gently lowering Neville, wrapped in a flying carpet, to a smooth landing. Professor McGonagall, whose attention had been captivated by the shouts from outside, witnessed the latter half of this swift rescue. An inclination to recommend Harry for a special place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team blossomed in her mind. As for Draco, though his skills were commendable, Professor McGonagall remained discreet. She upheld her sense of fairness. Her allegiance to Gryffindor did not compel her to create unnecessary challenges for her own house. With this thought, she promptly exited her office and made her way towards the castle grounds. Meanwhile, outside on the grounds, Harry and Dudley were supporting the weak-legged Neville towards the first-year assembly point. Draco, on the other hand, cast a haughty glare at Harry, maintaining a distance from the trio, exuding an air of aloofness as he strode ahead alone, brandishing his broomstick. "Cousin, I believe I may have misjudged Draco. You once told me that people have many facets and should not be judged by a single impression. I'm only now beginning to grasp this deeper truth." Harry mused quietly to Dudley, supporting Neville with his right hand. In our encounters with others, we often let first impressions cloud our judgment. We are but ordinary individuals. As long as we reflect upon our actions before any serious consequences arise, we should be content. Perhaps, when a moment is right, you could offer Draco an apology. Dudley's words helped to lighten Harry's spirits significantly. After walking a short distance, they spotted Madame Hooch approaching with a group of new Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Among them was Hermione, who, despite her pale expression, held her head high, displaying an air of determination. Chapter 124, Draco's Dominant Response. A fusion of new ideas. I witnessed a commendable rescue operation. In recognition of the bravery exhibited by Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy in their heroic efforts, I shall award 10 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon their gathering, Madame Hooch generously lavished praise upon both houses, adding points without reservation. The difficulty of rescuing Hermione was considerably less than that of saving Neville. Hermione displayed remarkable courage, even when she realized she could not control her broomstick. Helplessly soaring through the air like a runaway roller coaster, she did not lose her composure. Instead, she endeavored to maintain her flight, aiding Madame Hooch in her rescue efforts. Consequently, Madame Hooch swiftly and successfully extricated Hermione, allowing her ample time to observe the ongoing rescue of Neville. Hearing Madame Hooch's commendation brought joy to both Harry and Draco. Draco maintained his usual swagger, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of indifference towards everyone. However, his good mood was soon to be disrupted, not by Dudley or the Gryffindors, but by a betrayal from within his own Slytherin house. During the brief interlude orchestrated by Madame Hooch, where the focus was solely on practicing the art of summoning the enchanted broomstick, a rather unattractive and spiteful first-year Slytherin girl, resembling a lion dog, accompanied by a stout and robust female companion of the same house, approached the trio of Malfoy with an air of hostility. Naturally, Malfoy recognized the two. However, perceiving their aggressive demeanor, he refrained from initiating conversation, merely furrowing his brow in response. Draco, why did you save a Gryffindor? This is a betrayal of Slytherin House and a betrayal of pure-blood families. The leading girl, Pansy Parkinson, unceremoniously confronted Malfoy, adopting a stance that suggested he was guilty of wrongdoing. Call me Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson. Malfoy retorted sharply, his agitation palpable, his presence imposing enough to force Pansy to take a step back. What are you shouting about? Pansy's comeback was noticeably weaker. You betray purebloods. Are you afraid of others speaking out? Silence. As a fellow member of the Sacred 28, allow me to remind you, you fool. Malfoy countered vehemently. The Longbottom family is also among the Sacred 28. Though Neville may be overweight, unattractive, and a Gryffindor, he bears the Longbottom name, which alone grants me ample reason to save him. Do you understand? Go back and study the lineage of pure-blood families rather than confronting me, the esteemed heir of the Malfoy family, with your illogical questions. You. Pansy completely lost her resolve to confront Malfoy, retreating a step and inadvertently colliding with Millicent Bulstrode, who stood behind her. There are no buts. Malfoy remained unyielding. Although he had begun to acknowledge some of what Dudley had previously asserted regarding pure-blood ideology, the weight of his family's pure-blood legacy prevented him from fully opposing all pure-blood families, at least for the time being. At present, he could only align himself with the tenets of pure-blood superiority, utilizing this stance to rationalize his seemingly irrational actions. Malfoy, while you may be in the right, you cannot treat Pansy this way. We are girls, and your behavior is exceedingly ungentlemanly. You do not embody the gentility expected of a refined, pure-blood aristocrat. Millicent Bulstrode, standing behind Pansy, interjected, her own family, the Bulstrodes, also belonging to the Sacred 28. You too, be silent, Millicent Bulstrode. The essence of pure-blood nobility is defined by families like mine. The Malfoys, the aristocrats among aristocrats, the purest of the pure. Your Bulstrode family does not wield such authority. With each assertion, Malfoy's confidence surged, as though he were expelling all the frustrations he had endured at Dudley's hands. Under such intensity, even Millicent, who held a physical advantage, found herself at a disadvantage. Malfoy, enough. Millicent, let us depart. Miracin intended to express her thoughts about Malfoy, but unexpectedly, Pansy surrendered with a white flag, dragging her away in defeat. After walking a short distance, Miracin cast a puzzled glance at Pansy, for she noticed that Pansy's face was flushed with embarrassment. What is the matter, Pansy? Are you feeling unwell? Miracin inquired curiously. No, Pansy shyly responded, giving Miracin's sturdy chest a gentle pat. Don't you think Draco Malfoy was incredibly handsome just now? He exudes such an impressive aura. Miracin gasped in surprise. What? Oomph. Observing the retreat of Pansy and Miracin, Malfoy arrogantly lifted his chin and let out a disdainful huff, his demeanor radiating confidence. Even when he caught a glimpse of Dudley's watchful gaze from a distance, he did not soften, he simply averted his eyes swiftly. Crabbe and Goyle, overwhelmed by Malfoy's commanding presence, contemplated offering their allegiance to him, utterly awestruck by his display of dominance. Meanwhile, Harry, witnessing the entire scene from afar, found himself consumed by different thoughts. He whispered to Dudley, "Cousin, I suddenly find myself disliking Malfoy again. Is it possible for me to avoid apologizing to him?" Dudley did not indulge Harry's desires and replied, "Harry, fair is fair. Since you previously misunderstood him, you ought to apologize. Besides, how can you be certain you haven't misjudged Malfoy once more?" He continued, "Remember, Malfoy is different from us. He was born into a pure-blood family that affords him both privilege and prestige, yet also binds him with chains that are not easily cast off." Harry pondered Dudley's words, lost in thought. As this tumultuous flying lesson drew to a close, Professor McGonagall approached with a stern expression, calling out Harry's name from a distance, drawing the attention of Dudley and the others. When Harry stepped forward in response, McGonagall abruptly commanded, "Come with me," and turned on her heel, leaving Harry bewildered. He turned to his cousin, seeking guidance. "Go on, Harry. Professor McGonagall is a good person. Her summons must be for something positive," Dudley encouraged, having already deduced the reason for McGonagall's interest in Harry. It was undoubtedly about Quidditch. The thought of Quidditch led Dudley to envision a flying apparatus perfectly suited to his capabilities. If he could integrate such a device, he would possess unparalleled speed and agility in the air. Chapter 125, The Golden Snitch and a Midnight Soiree. Harry followed Professor McGonagall, and it was not until dinner that he reunited with Dudley in the Great Hall. Unsurprisingly, Harry shared that Professor McGonagall had recommended him to Oliver Wood, the current captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, due to the illness of Professor Eckerlis. The defense against the dark arts classes for all 7 years at Hogwarts had been temporarily suspended. This unexpected turn of events granted Oliver Wood, who was scheduled to teach defense against the dark arts in the afternoon, ample free time to take Harry aside and familiarize him with the rules of Quidditch and the magical equipment required for the game. "Cousin Wood showed me the bludgers, the quaffle, and the golden snitch. The golden snitch flies incredibly fast," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Would mention that I could be a seeker. By capturing the golden snitch during a match, I would help the Gryffindor team secure victory." Harry animatedly shared his enthusiasm with Dudley. Although Dudley had little interest in Quidditch, he was somewhat knowledgeable about the rules. He corrected Harry, saying, "Catching the golden snitch does lead to victory. But there's another essential condition. Your team must not trail the opposing team by more than 150 points. Otherwise, capturing the snitch would actually benefit the other team." "I know, cousin. I am confident that I will catch the golden snitch swiftly and minimize the opposing team's scoring opportunities," Harry replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Dudley noticed that Harry's innate talent, stemming from their shared bloodline, had drawn him into the allure of Quidditch. While this was a positive development, it was not entirely without concern. Dudley wished for his cousin's happiness, yet he also hoped that Harry would not neglect his studies. With a more serious demeanor, he advised, "Harry, you can practice flying on your broomstick and enjoy Quidditch. I have no objections. However, you must not neglect your studies, especially your progress in spellcasting. Tonight, we will visit the Room of Requirement, and I will teach you the Mind Block spell. Additionally, you should practice casting spells while maneuvering swiftly on your broom in midair. After all, Quidditch requires adherence to its rules, but in battle, there are no such constraints." "Absolutely, cousin," Harry responded decisively, his emotions unwavering. He understood that Dudley was looking out for him and felt no resistance to his cousin's guidance. Satisfied, Dudley nodded and smiled before assigning Harry a task. "When you have a moment, write a withdrawal letter and give it to Hagrid, so he can retrieve some galleons from Gringotts in Diagon Alley and purchase a complete set of new Quidditch gear to donate to the Gryffindor team. Also, bring me the golden snitch that the Gryffindor team previously used for training. By the way, that snitch hasn't shown any signs of age or wear, has it?" "No, I've seen it today. That golden snitch is well maintained, very fast, and incredibly responsive." Harry nodded, acknowledging Dudley's task, and further explained, "That's good. I believe that a golden snitch that has been pursued for many years would undoubtedly be more experienced and agile than a brand new one. Nevertheless, just to be safe, have Hagrid buy another new golden snitch for me, so that I can compare the two." Dudley contemplated for a moment before elaborating. He had resolved to merge with a golden snitch, aiming to acquire exceptional flying abilities. While the application of transformation spells and enhancement charms to perform light-footed maneuvers was indeed impressive, it proved exceedingly laborious and energy-consuming. The speed was undoubtedly inferior to that of a flying broom, let alone comparable to the agile and rapid flight of a golden snitch. "All right, cousin," Harry readily acquiesced, resuming their enjoyment of a sumptuous dinner. Earlier, when Dudley had been discussing certain confidential matters with Harry, he had employed a sound-blocking charm to preclude any eavesdropping. However, the hissing sound produced by the spell piqued the curiosity of the nearby Ron, who, instead of inquiring directly with Dudley and Harry, exchanged a meaningful glance with Hermione. Seated opposite him, it seemed they had silently confirmed some significant course of action. Dudley noticed this, but chose not to intervene. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and in most cases, he respected his friend's privacy. Later that night, in the Gryffindor common room, the first-year boys' dormitory, Dudley and Harry, as per usual, rose in unison, changing out of their pajamas into their wizarding robes before slipping out under the invisibility charm. Just before exiting, Dudley sensed a slight disturbance from Ron's bed, but he paid it no heed. As they traversed from the boys' dormitory to the Gryffindor common room, Dudley and Harry were astonished to discover Hermione seated in an armchair, her expression somewhat anxious, as if awaiting someone. They exchanged a glance, remaining silent, and hastened their pace, pushing open the door to the Gryffindor common room and swiftly making their exit. Initially, Hermione did not notice the nearly invisible Dudley and Harry cloaked by the invisibility charm. However, the door swung open, drawing her attention. She sprang to her feet, wanting to call out, but restraining herself, instead whispering, "Is that you, Dudley and Harry?" Yet, Dudley and Harry had already closed the door and slipped away, leaving her without a response. At that moment, Hermione felt a sudden tap on her shoulder, and she instinctively drew her wand, pivoting sharply, the tip of her wand nearly poking Ron's nostrils, startling him to the point of nearly exclaiming, "It's me, Hermione." Ron retreated a step, evading the wand's point. Hermione shot him an irritated glare before lowering her wand. "It's your fault. Why must you sneak around? If you wanted to join Dudley and Harry on their nocturnal escapade, couldn't we have just asked them directly?" Hermione complained. "Now look, it seems someone has cast an invisibility charm or worn an invisibility cloak to slip out. It was definitely them," Ron asserted confidently. "I was awake the whole time. I witnessed their changing clothes, becoming invisible, and opening the dormitory door." Seeing that Hermione still harbored some annoyance, Ron pondered for a moment before adding, All right. As Dudley and Harry passed by you without uttering a word, it was evident that they had no intention of inviting you on their nocturnal escapade. We could very well embark on our own adventure. Otherwise, do you think I would have refrained from hastily dragging you along to pursue them?" Hermione cast another reproachful glance at Ron, her tone softening slightly. "Let us go," she declared, resolutely stepping forward to push open the recently closed door of the Gryffindor common room. This prompted the fat lady outside to stifle 2 yawns in exasperation. Chapter 126, The Cloak Mind, Creative Wand Work, and a Midway Fright. Stepping out of the Gryffindor common room, Hermione and Ron glanced around, finding no one in sight. Their desire to search for Dudley and Harry extinguished, they began to stealthily wander through the castle. Meanwhile, Dudley and Harry had entered the specially constructed room for mind-closing spells within the room of requirement. The chamber was spacious, furnished with several antiquated pensieves and tattered memory vials, clearly untouched for quite some time. Dudley's decision to have Harry practice the advanced art of mind-closing at such an early hour stemmed from his desire to prevent Harry from being scrutinized by Ercles, who might uncover memories and thoughts best left hidden. Although Harry was still unaware of Ercles' concealed identity or the intricate plans that Dudley and Dumbledore were beginning to implement, he was acutely aware of Dudley's deep suspicions regarding Ercles. Furthermore, he knew he could sense Voldemort and had discerned the current state of Voldemort's main soul through dreams. This information must remain imperceptible to Ercles. Thus, Dudley resolved that Harry must either master the mind-closing technique before Ercles' recovery and discharge, or learn Ercles' methods to extract some of his confidential memories into vials for safekeeping within Dudley's personal space, ensuring absolute security. "Harry, I have practiced the mind-closing technique, and it is quite manageable," Dudley proclaimed with unwavering confidence, bolstering Harry's resolve to learn. His words were not overly exaggerated. The wizarding mind-closing technique involves constructing a false memory within one's mind to deceive those who seek to extract thoughts. A similar practice exists among Muggles, known as self-suggestion and self-hypnosis. Mastering this skill can also successfully elude ordinary experts with limited micro-expression analysis capabilities. Dudley had already assisted Harry in grasping part of this technique 6 months prior. Let us begin, Harry. First, try using self-suggestion in conjunction with your magical abilities to create a plausible false memory in your mind, concealing your true memories and thoughts. Once you've formed a rough outline, call for me, and I will use legilimency to help you learn this skill more swiftly should any issues arise during the process. Feel free to inquire during my intervals of modifying the wand. Very well, cousin. Dudley meticulously crafted a study plan for Harry, who promptly closed his eyes to begin meditating. Subsequently, Dudley transformed the smithing wand into a slender work table, opened his personal space, and retrieved the old wand that Ron had given him at noon, commencing the transformation. Technically speaking, the worn wand, previously used by Charlie and then passed to Ron, had not reached a state beyond repair. It merely had a damaged tip that exposed the unicorn hair within. Dudley could easily employ alchemical techniques to infuse some gentle magical materials to mend this flaw. However, such an action would merely restore the wand and not enhance its compatibility with Ron. The unicorn hair core was too steeped in nostalgia and allegiance. With a sigh of contemplation, Dudley set to work, extracting the loyal unicorn hair core from the damaged tip. He then placed the wand upon the work table and procured a new strand of unicorn hair along with a dozen fiery red hairs, proceeding to twist and blend them to create a new wand core. In the original tale, Ron, after his wand had been irrevocably broken, ventured to Ollivander's wand shop to acquire a new one. That wand also featured a unicorn hair core, with the shaft crafted from willow. Hence, for the replacement core, Dudley chose to retain the unicorn hair. The fiery red hairs, naturally, were sourced from Ron's own head. Let there be no misunderstanding. These were not forcibly plucked, but rather casually gathered. A healthy individual sheds between 50 to 100 hairs daily as part of normal metabolic processes. With Dudley's adeptness, collecting a few strands from Ron's shoulder-length wizarding robe or his bed was a trivial endeavor. By merging Ron's hair with the new unicorn hair and employing alchemical power to thoroughly unite the two, the new wand's compatibility with Ron would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. This was an insight Dudley had gained when crafting a wand using Harry's hair. Were it not for the influence of the wand shaft, it would not be impossible for a wand made in this manner to achieve perfect compatibility with its owner. Within the room of requirement, Dudley was engaged in wand crafting while Harry meditated. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron, driven by their adventurous spirits, carelessly darted between the moving staircases and hidden doors, losing their bearings and wandering who knows how many floors up. To their misfortune, upon opening a particular hidden door, they were confronted directly by Filch's coarse, unsightly visage, most regrettably face to face. Filch had already been vaguely aware of the footsteps and was waiting with a lantern in hand, initially suspecting it to be the Weasley twins, whose footsteps had become disordered and chaotic. To his surprise, he was met with 2 little rascals instead. The assistant had expressly stated that he was not to trouble these young children. In the dead of night, they unexpectedly found themselves face to face with Filch. What a predicament! Filch was deep in thought, while Hermione and Ron were understandably startled. After mustering the courage to venture out for a nocturnal escapade, they now encountered the legendary nuisance, Filch, along with his epic, tormenting prowess. What were they to do? Just as they exchanged anxious glances, the ever-watchful Mrs. Norris, patrolling alongside Filch, meowed, prompting a spark of inspiration in him. He lifted his lantern, slowly turned around, and feigned myopia, muttering to himself, "I'm getting old. Past my prime. I can hardly see if anyone's about even with this light. Thankfully, I have Mrs. Norris. By her signal, there seems to be something amiss over there. I must hasten to investigate." With that, the elderly caretaker, despite his frail limbs, trotted off briskly, followed closely by Mrs. Norris, until they soon vanished from Hermione and Ron's sight. "Have we perhaps turned invisible?" Hermione asked, her astonishment evident as she exchanged glances with Ron. "Impossible. You're not Dudley. What would we be hiding from? Didn't Filch just say he was having trouble seeing?" Ron replied naively, genuinely believing Filch's words. Hermione rolled her eyes, feeling as though she were speaking to a wall, and, exasperated, clarified, "I was exaggerating. Do you understand? Just because Filch claims he couldn't see us doesn't mean he truly couldn't. Don't you think he intentionally let us off the hook?" "Ah," Ron exclaimed quietly, quickly covering his mouth. His intellect and emotional awareness had both been exhausted for the day. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "I don't think so. Never mind. Let us continue our exploration." All right. Chapter 127. The Mirror of Erased, reflecting the heart's deepest desires. Hermione and Ron resumed their leisurely stroll through the castle, gravitating towards secluded and neglected areas, places they would never traverse during regular classes, all of which became their targets. Thursday had been rather uncomfortable for both of them. Ron had lost points in Charms class for summoning a wild bull and was assigned an essay. Hermione had been restless in flying class, forcibly mounting her broomstick and causing quite a stir in the air. Thus, when Ron suddenly proposed the idea of trailing Dudley and Harry for an evening adventure, Hermione readily agreed, sensing they both needed a distraction. Ron, lacking a clear goal and yearning to relax, found himself unable to fully detach from his worries. Hermione, on the other hand, had exerted herself to the utmost, only to feel disheartened upon realizing that no matter how hard she tried, she could never quite outshine the overachieving Dudley. Even with Harry, she could barely manage an even contest. In certain areas, such as broom flying, she was utterly outmatched. Sighing, the two ambled along in silence, their minds swirling with thoughts, until a serendipitous discovery abruptly halted their musings. Hermione, with an air of nonchalance, unlocked the door to an abandoned classroom, ushering Ron inside. Their gazes briefly flitted over the commonplace sight of dilapidated desks and dust-laden wastebaskets, only to be abruptly captivated by an unusually large mirror, standing silently against one wall of the forsaken room, starkly out of place amidst its surroundings. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, spellbound by the magnificent mirror. "By Merlin's beard, I have never encountered such an imposing and beautiful mirror. Look, its top nearly grazes the ceiling." Hermione shared his astonishment, and the two hurriedly approached this extraordinary mirror. As they drew nearer, illuminated by the moonlight, they discerned that the mirror was not merely leaning against the wall. Rather, it possessed two supporting claws at its base, the material indiscernible but reminiscent of gilded metal. Hermione cast a Lumos charm with her wand, the tip glowing with a small orb of white light, and as she brought it closer to the mirror, she noticed a long string of characters intricately engraved along the top of the frame. "This appears to be ancient runic, a subject we can only select in our third year," she exclaimed, in the alchemy notes that Dudley shared with me. It was mentioned that ancient wizards often inscribed such texts on their alchemical creations, seemingly to bestow certain special functions, such as stabilizing or enhancing the magical effects of the alchemical items. Hermione meticulously observed the details surrounding the mirror, her intellect shining through as she embodied her reputation as Miss Know-It-All, although she could not yet decipher the meaning of the runes. Recognizing the form of ancient runic in her first year and understanding its potential applications was already remarkable. Yet, her insightful musings received no response from Ron. Puzzled, Hermione glanced sideways, only to find Ron's gaze fixated on the mirror's surface, a silly grin plastered across his face, utterly oblivious to her words. "Ron, what's wrong?" What's so captivating about the mirror? It merely reflects oneself. Hermione struggled to comprehend Ron's behavior, calling out to him, her own eyes inadvertently drawn to the mirror's surface, her speech gradually trailing off. Instead of her usual reflection, she beheld her robes adorned with a multitude of Sir Merlin's honorary medals, from first to third class. Surrounding her were all the professors, including Dumbledore, extolling her scholarly prowess and lauding her formidable capabilities. Even the imperious assistant to the Dursleys was profoundly humbled, bowing in respect. His expression transformed from indifference to one of astonishment and admiration. "Ha ha ha!" Unable to contain herself, Hermione burst into laughter. "This is exhilarating, truly delightful." However, the moment of joy was fleeting, as her laughter inadvertently roused her from the enchantment of the mirror. She became momentarily distracted, abruptly breaking free from the enchanting state of observation. It was only then that she realized what she had witnessed was merely an illusion conjured by the mirror, not reality at all. A sense of emptiness enveloped Hermione's heart, yet her resolve was commendable. She stifled the urge to gaze into the mirror once more and instead approached Ron, shaking his shoulders vigorously in an attempt to rouse him. "Come on, Hermione. I'm the president of the student council and the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You must respect that. It wouldn't look good if someone saw this." Ron was evidently far more entranced by the illusions produced by the mirror of Ariste, reluctant to awaken from its grasp. Hermione, taken aback by Ron's words, initially felt speechless, then recalled that she too had once been in a similar state, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, no one was watching, so she resolved to treat it as if nothing had transpired. "Ron, wake up. There are chicken legs." Hermione intensified her shaking of Ron and employed the tactic of food as bait. "What chicken legs?" Ron finally stirred awake, yearning to prove his worth in front of his family. Heaven knows the pressure of having 5 exceptionally talented older brothers could impose on an 11-year-old who felt his own talents were mediocre. This psychological burden only intensified as he gained 2 remarkable friends and 1 astonishingly gifted companion. Thus, he found himself ensnared in the mirror's allure. After all, the scenes depicted by the mirror of Ariste were irresistibly enticing. There are no chicken legs. You were just ensnared by the mirror. You wouldn't awaken no matter how much I shook you. Hermione, feeling a twinge of pride, conveniently overlooked her own enchantment by the mirror and focused solely on Ron's reaction. "Huh, right. Ron shook his dazed head, but as he was about to gaze once more into the mirror, Hermione swiftly turned his face away. "Ouch, that hurts!" Ron exclaimed in pain. "Good. Do you wish to remain entranced by that false illusion?" "It is not real," Hermione retorted sharply. "I wish it were real. Alas, I cannot make it so," Ron conceded, acknowledging Hermione's point as he voluntarily averted his gaze from the mirror's surface, succumbing instead to a wave of despondency. "So what if you're the student council president and Quidditch captain? You haven't even tried to earn those titles. On what basis do you claim you cannot achieve them?" Hermione, sensing Ron's defeatist attitude, spoke with a tone of exasperation, addressing both him and herself. In Hermione's lexicon, surrender was simply not an option. Regardless of how illusory the mirror's images were, she firmly believed that through her relentless effort, she would eventually transform the false into the real. Hermione understood deeply that without this courage and mindset, she would never become a true champion. Otherwise, the images in the mirror would remain perpetually false. Chapter 128, Ron's Epiphany. Eccles's midnight scheme. Ron was taken aback by Hermione's words, and as he recalled the beautiful images he had seen in the mirror, a powerful, indomitable spirit surged within him. "Indeed, how could I declare defeat without even trying? Professor Flitwick praised me as a genius. If I can summon a bison, what is stopping me from being the student council president and the captain of the Quidditch team? I've never heard of the current student council president and Quidditch captain summoning a bison within the halls of Hogwarts. The fact that I can accomplish what they cannot is a testament to my superiority. Perhaps the reflections in this mirror are not mere illusions, but glimpses of a genuine future." At that moment, Ron felt as if he were embodying Sherlock Holmes, his logic reaching its peak. The more he contemplated, the more his reasoning seemed sound, and he felt invigorated with newfound strength. He proclaimed loudly, "I will surely succeed. My family will cheer for me." "Sure. Do you want to attract Filch?" Hermione exclaimed, taken aback by Ron's impulsiveness as she pulled him toward the door, hastily exiting the abandoned classroom that housed the mirror of Ariste. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say Filch would deliberately let us go?" Ron inquired, seemingly transformed as he sprinted through the empty corridors of the castle alongside Hermione. "That was merely my conjecture. Who can guarantee that Filch is truly as oblivious as he seems?" Hermione replied briskly without glancing back. After her response, she suddenly sensed something amiss, slowed her pace, and turned to ask, "Didn't you previously doubt my insights? I now find merit in your words." Ron acknowledged, having undergone a significant transformation in spirit. "By the way, how did you know that the vision I saw in a mirror involved being the student council president and Quidditch captain?" "You mentioned it yourself," Hermione replied, as if it were obvious. "I didn't say anything else, did I?" Ron asked, a hint of insecurity creeping into his voice. "Not at all." "Sure," Hermione casually responded, not detecting the unease in Ron's tone. However, her eyes caught sight of a figure slowly moving on the distant staircase, prompting her to signal Ron to be silent. They then slowed their steps and altered their course to approach the figure, eager to discern its identity. As they drew nearer, illuminated by the dim light of the corridor, Ron and Hermione recognized the identity of the figure. It was Professor Eccles, who had sustained serious injuries from a nighttime escapade in the Forbidden Forest, bravely confronting a herd of unicorns. They had initially anticipated encountering fellow students wandering at night, but instead, it was Professor Eccles. Ron could hardly contain his excitement as he whispered, judging by her direction, she must be heading back to the hospital wing on the second floor. Despite her severe injuries, she is still out for a stroll. Could it be that she just had a late-night rendezvous with Snape? Don't be ridiculous. Professor Eccles might be conducting rehabilitation exercises, or perhaps she is simply returning to her office for something. Hermione found Ron's remarks somewhat disrespectful and deemed them unlikely. She then proposed her own reasonable conjectures. However, regardless of who was correct, they had no means to verify their guesses, for Professor Eccles was approaching the entrance of the hospital wing with a faltering step, clearly exhausted. It was evident that her nocturnal escapades had come to an end. Similarly, Ron and Hermione's own evening adventures were drawing to a close. Let us go. There's no excitement left to witness, Ron declared. Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, it's late, and if we don't return to rest, we will surely lack the vigor for tomorrow morning's potions class. United in their decision, they quickly oriented themselves and jogged back to the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, each heading to their respective dormitories. Unbeknownst to them, Hermione's earlier conjecture had indeed contained an element of truth. Professor Eccles had returned to her office to retrieve something. After a day filled with turmoil, Professor Eccles had decided to take the risk of returning to her office late at night, burdened by her illness. Upon entering, she meticulously examined her surroundings, relieved to find everything in order, though she remained cautious, aware of the nature of restorative magic. It was only after she opened the hidden compartment of her suitcase and retrieved the intact memory vial, examining it thoroughly without discovering any issues, that a significant weight lifted from her mind. Eccles then repeated a familiar ritual, carefully reintegrating the memories contained within the vial back into her consciousness, thus regaining the complete task information that Voldemort had assigned her. What was she to do? The deadline was tomorrow night. Securing unicorn blood would be impossible now. Would she really allow the grotesque Voldemort to inhabit her beautiful form? Upon realizing the dire consequences of failing her mission, Eccles found herself in an even deeper quandary. She sat paralyzed in her office for over an hour before finally concocting a plan that was less of a solution and more of a desperate stratagem. She resolved to fabricate a substitute. Having witnessed the color and consistency of unicorn blood, and armed with her potion-making skills acquired at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, creating a convincing imitation was not beyond her capabilities. Moreover, she harbored a bolder idea to prevent Voldemort from siphoning life force from the counterfeit. She intended to use a potion with particularly potent properties as the base for her creation. If successful, the outcome might not be as straightforward as who would dominate whom. It was a gamble, turning a chicken into a phoenix. Eccles steeled herself, once more delving in her own memories. This time, she did not extract all memories related to Voldemort. She believed she had gained a substantial amount of trust from Dumbledore and Darius, rendering her previous caution unnecessary. Her mental shielding alone would suffice. Completely extracting the relevant memories would be prudent, but it would also be exceedingly inconvenient for her. Eccles refrained from venturing to Professor Sprout's herbology greenhouse under the cover of night to gather potion ingredients, as she had developed a psychological aversion to nocturnal escapades. Instead, she resolved to approach Professor Sprout the following morning with utmost transparency to request materials for potion making. She crafted a primary justification centered on her desire to cultivate a closer rapport with Professor Snape through shared interests, while her ulterior motive of concocting a restorative potion served as a secondary reason. With a little extra herbal procurement, no one would discern her true intentions. Once Eccles devised her plan, she trudged back to the hospital wing, her frail body a testament to her ailment, just as Ron and Hermione had witnessed. The ever-invisible Peeves monitored her every move, transmitting the events of the night in real time to a specially designed pensive located in the headmaster's office, where it was meticulously recorded for future reference. Dumbledore could access this at any moment, should any unforeseen circumstances arise requiring the old wizard's intervention. Peeves was equipped with appropriate alerting measures to ensure a flawless response. However, Eccles's actions tonight did not warrant such extraordinary measures from Peeves. Chapter 129. Ron becomes a scholar. Dudley enters a pact. The first week of term had come to a close, and Friday dawned. Dudley and Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, specifically to the first-year boys' dormitory. That night, Dudley completed modifications to Ron's wand, while Harry had nearly perfected the rudiments of the mental blocking spell. With a few more days of practice, thwarting Ecris's silent probes would pose no challenge. Upon returning to their dormitory, they prepared to retreat to their beds, casting a calming charm to catch up on sleep. Unexpectedly, Ron emerged from his bed, sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and hurried over to Dudley. Dudley was taken aback, for despite the bruised state of Ron's eyelids and bags, his eyes sparkled with fervor and determination. "Dudley, no, Assistant Dursley, help me become stronger. I aspire to be the student council president and the captain of the Quidditch team. I wish to amass a fortune in galleons. I desire my family to take pride in me, and for everyone to regard me with admiration." Ron's bloodshot eyes were wide with anticipation as he grasped Dudley's hand, shaking it fervently, almost in a frenzy. "Calm down." Dudley and Harry exchanged knowing glances before casting a calming charm on Ron, for his demeanor appeared increasingly erratic. After receiving 2 calming spells, Ron's expression softened. Dudley immediately inquired, "Ron, have you been possessed? Or perhaps cursed? Weren't you out with Hermione last night? Surely you didn't encounter anything unsavory?" "No, Dudley, it wasn't anything unsavory. It was something wonderful. That mirror revealed to me a goal I had long struggled to see clearly. From this day forth, I shall strive to grow stronger, just like you, Hermione, and Harry." Ron had lain awake all night, exhilarated after his nocturnal adventure, eagerly awaiting the return of Dudley and Harry. Even though his emotions and state of mind had been pacified by magic, his thoughts remain unchanged, akin to a surge of adrenaline. A remarkable object? A mirror? Could it possibly be the mirror of Ariste? Dumbledore certainly lacks diligence. He has neglected the arrangement and left the item in disarray. Nonetheless, this object may hold some value. Darryl, with his understanding of the original story, deduced parts of the truth from Ron's words. The mirror of Ariste reflects not the outward appearance of a person, but the innermost desires of their heart. Individuals with weak willpower may become entrapped in the illusions conjured by the mirror, leading them to obsessively gaze into it, day and night, until they lose their sanity. However, judging by Ron's demeanor, it seems he is not in such a predicament. Rather, it appears he has been invigorated by the mirror's visions, igniting his fighting spirit. Perhaps this is a positive development. Do you truly wish to become stronger? Surely you're not merely uttering empty words, only to forget them in a few days? Darryl scrutinized Ron, unable to fully believe that a lethargic fish could gaze into a mirror and, overnight, transform into a spirited koi leaping towards the Dragon Gate. Ron wore an expression that conveyed his determination not to be underestimated, his face radiating a stubborn defiance. "Darryl, you must believe in me. This afternoon, I will join you in the library to study, and this time, I promise to focus." Upon hearing Ron's declaration, Darryl pondered for a moment, considering Ron's previous misfortunes, and arrived at a resolution. "Very well, I believe in you. Let us establish a magical contract. From this day forth, I shall assist you in becoming stronger, provide you with a salary, and even help your family prosper, but you must assist me in return. When I ask you to work, you cannot feign exhaustion. When I urge you to study and train, you must not slack off. When it comes to battle, you must charge forth without hesitation. Should you violate these terms, you shall be afflicted with painful sores and an insatiable appetite, spewing forth 100 snails from your mouth." As Darryl spoke, he extended his finger, tracing a series of crimson words in the air, crafting a seemingly perilous yet captivating magical contract. Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, initially felt joy at the contract's terms, internally praising Darryl for his fairness and kindness. However, upon encountering the consequences of breach, he could not help but swallow hard, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Darryl, don't you think the consequences are a bit harsh? If you are unwilling, then I would rather not exert myself. My time is exceptionally precious, and seeing that you lack talent and perseverance, this investment is likely to yield losses. You may as well continue as you please." Darryl regarded Ron with a look of disdain, as if he had anticipated this response, and turned to retreat to his bed for a nap. Wait. Don't go. I will sign the magical contract." Ron, spurred by Daryl's taunts, combined with the encouragement from the mirror and Hermione's support, felt a surge of determination. After a brief moment of resolve, he made his decision. This is your choice, and no one is coercing you. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Should you regret it later, it will be of no consequence. The contract cannot be undone. Darcy once again intimidated Ron with a few taunts. At that moment, the expression on Ron's face rekindled a sense of familiarity within him. Heaven knows how shocking it was for him to witness a Ron transformed into a fervent whirlwind of enthusiasm so early in the morning. Observing the conflicted expression on Ron's countenance, Darcy was filled with a mischievous delight, reveling in the satisfaction of his prank success. How exhilarating! I have made up my mind. Darcy, there will be no regrets. How shall I sign this contract? In that moment, Ron's gaze was as resolute as the instant before biting into a roasted chicken leg. Darcy recognized that Ron was genuinely serious this time. With a more solemn demeanor, he advised, "Just place your hand upon it." Ron earnestly extended his small hand, imprinting it onto the red character suspended in mid-air, inscribed by Darcy. With a mere thought, Darcy swiftly dispelled the marking magic he had just cast. To Ron, it appeared that as soon as he placed his hand, the contract transformed into sparkling red points of light, coming into effect. In truth, this so-called magical contract was merely a clever ruse concocted by Darcy to frighten Ron. It held no real power and was simply a visual effect. Nevertheless, Ron believed it wholeheartedly and eagerly inquired, "Darcy, how do you intend to train me? How will you make me stronger? What shall we do now?" Darcy waved Harry off to sleep and then turned to the visibly excited Ron, displaying a smile that hinted at unpredictable outcomes. "What shall we do now? Naturally, we shall succumb to slumber." With a flick of his hand, he cast a sleeping charm, forcibly sending Ron into the realm of dreams. With those two dark circles under his eyes, still dreaming of becoming stronger? If he did not catch up on his rest, he would need to contemplate how to navigate the upcoming double potions class this morning. Darcy grasped Ron's small frame and deftly tossed him onto his own bed. He then retrieved Ron's old wand, which had been meticulously refurbished the previous night, now unrecognizable and appearing as good as new, placing it beside Ron's bedside. Subsequently, Darcy cast a protective charm over the dormitory space and turned to leave the Gryffindor common room. 10 minutes later, guided by the pervasive consciousness of Hogwarts, he arrived on the 5th floor of the castle, entering the abandoned classroom that Hermione and Ron had visited the previous night. There, he beheld the erased mirror leaning against the wall. Chapter 130. Acquire the mirror. Potions class awaits. A stir is imminent. A relic of alchemical craftsmanship from the last century. A magical artifact reflecting the heart's deepest desires. Darcy softly murmured the information gleaned from the system about the magical object as he slowly approached the mirror surface. He was curious to discover what this mirror might reveal about him. As Darcy drew near, the surface of the erased mirror gradually unveiled a warm scene featuring himself alongside the Dursleys, Harry, and Harry's parents. Then, the image shifted, showcasing an omnipotent Darcy, capable of manipulating and transforming all things through magic. The visual was vibrant yet profoundly insubstantial, lacking in depth. Compared to the image that Dudley had conjured in his imagination, the reality fell woefully short. The allure was not entirely absent, but it was merely a flicker. He effortlessly liberated himself from the enchanting grasp of the mirror of Erased. While it could evoke memories for a magical photograph or ignite a spark of ambition, its true integration was presently unnecessary, as the cost-benefit ratio was too low. The ability to perceive the innermost desires of the heart was indeed well suited for those in positions of power to manipulate their subordinates and devise targeted strategies for persuasion. Yet success was contingent upon execution. Human nature is elusive and desires insatiable. At 11 years old, Ron aspired to be both the student council president and the captain of the Quidditch team, while an adult wizard's aspirations would likely be far more extravagant. Dudley contemplated the utility of the Mirror of Erased and concluded that, although it had some merit, its usefulness was limited. Nevertheless, he was determined not to relinquish it. If old Dumbledore had no use for it, then it rightfully belonged to him. With a flourish of his wand, Dudley traced a long, flattened oval in the air, opening a portal to his personal space and stowing the mirror within. Despite its considerable size, standing over 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, It fit comfortably within the 1,000 cubic meter confines of his personal space, occupying little room. After securing the mirror of Ariste, Dudley turned and returned to the dormitory for a lengthy slumber. 2 hours later, in the Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory, Dudley and Harry were roused by a clock that Dudley had transformed with his wand, which also stirred Neville and Seamus from their slumber. Only Ron, with his panda-like eyes, remained in blissful sleep until Seamus finally shook him awake. What is happening? I must fulfill the contract. What should I transform? Off to class. Ron's sleepy mumblings were abruptly interrupted by Dudley. Once Ron rubbed the sleep from his eyes and fully awakened, he caught sight of a brand new wand at his bedside. Exquisitely crafted and full of character. He instantly fell in love with it. When he picked it up and waved it, red fireworks erupted from the tip, dazzling and perfectly fitting for him. This is my wand? Indeed, I modified it for you, and it even bears your name, Dudley replied nonchalantly, having inscribed Ron Weasley's name in runes along the handle of the wand, which not only enhanced its stability, but also improved the affinity between the wand and Ron. This is my name? I can't understand it. Ron exclaimed, bewildered. Prompted by Dudley, he noticed the silver inscriptions on the wand, but could not decipher them, only expressing his confusion. That S in runes. If you can't read it, you'll need to learn. Just like now. We're off to learn how to brew potions. If only Snape would teach properly, Dudley remarked. With newfound clarity, Ron nodded in agreement with Dudley's words. However, the deeper implications of Dudley's statements were lost on everyone in the dormitory, except for Harry, who understood only partially. The others paid little heed, bustling about as they washed up, donned their attire, and gathered their potions textbooks, along with the supplies and tools they had procured prior to their enrollment, such as cauldrons and scales. Together, they departed from their quarters and descended to the castle's lower levels. Numerous rooms, including the potions classroom, Snape's office, and the common rooms for Slytherin and Hufflepuff, resided in this subterranean expanse. The atmosphere was dim, cold, and damp. Outside the Slytherin common room windows lay the underwater realm of the Black Lake, where one might occasionally glimpse the formidable tentacles of giant squids and the menacing forms of merfolk. Slightly elevated, the Hufflepuff common room, adjacent to the kitchens, offered a warmer and more inviting ambience. In stark contrast, the Gryffindor common room, perched on the 8th floor, was a considerable distance from the dungeons. Even with the castle's moving staircases and concealed doors presenting no challenges, Dudley and his companions took a significant amount of time to reach their destination. The Slytherin first years attending class alongside them had already gathered, having the advantage of proximity. Seated among the Slytherin newcomers, Malfoy caught sight of Dudley and Harry's arrival, flashing a smug glance laced with a hint of provocation. The other Slytherin first years stirred with agitation upon seeing the Gryffindor students. Had Dudley not been present, it was likely that some among them would have dared to utter a few unflattering remarks. Clearly, the presence of Snape, the head of Slytherin House, instilled a sense of audacity in these newcomers. They seemed eager to seize the opportunity to demonstrate their superiority to the Gryffindor first years, perhaps even seeking to reclaim some lost pride from Dudley. Dudley, however, regarded them with indifference, positioning himself alongside the Gryffindor students as they arranged their cauldrons, scales, and potion materials, patiently awaiting Snape's arrival. It was uncertain whether Snape was intentionally making a grand entrance or if he simply had a penchant for punctuality. In any case, it was not until the designated class time that the greasy-haired, hook-nosed man strode into the potions classroom, his specially tailored robe billowing like bat wings. Upon entering, he waved his wand to close the door and windows, drawing the curtains to further shroud the already dim classroom in darkness, as if he were a vampire avoiding the light. This was not the end of his theatrics. Once at the lectern, he opened the attendance roster and began to call the roll. Upon reaching Harry's name, he remarked in a mocking tone, "The illustrious Mr. Potter. I trust you will shine in potion-making as brightly as you did during your speech in the Great Hall." This elicited a few stifled snickers from the Slytherin first years. Dudley glanced back, and the laughter ceased immediately. He silently vowed, "This time I shall endure." However, after completing the roll call, Snape discovered that Dudley's name was conspicuously absent from the roster. He was well aware of Dudley's unique status, allowing him the liberty to attend any professor's lecture without prior inclusion on the attendance list, yet he chose to exploit this fact. "Oh, isn't that the eloquent assistant of Professor Dursley?" How audacious of you to intrude upon my class without a word of warning. Do you truly believe your knowledge necessitates my guidance? Snape's words dripped with venom, akin to a serpent expelling its poison, as his hollow gaze bore into Dudley, attempting to instill psychological pressure. Dudley, dismissing Snape's petty antics with a scoff, prepared to retaliate. Chapter 131. A Battle of Wits, Dudley Unleashed. Are you truly afraid that I, as your assistant, will uncover your incompetence in guiding students, Professor Snape? Is that why you seek to dismiss me before class begins? Dudley countered boldly, his sharp gaze piercing through the old bat's vacant eyes, mentally noting this as the second instance. What did you say? I mislead students? Snape's expression shifted from emptiness to furious indignation, as if flames were about to erupt. Never had anyone questioned his prowess in potions, so what gave Dudley the right? Calm yourself, Professor Snape. Dudley interjected with a light chuckle. If you possess such confidence, why fear my presence in your class? Professor Snape, do ensure you conduct your lecture properly and guide the students well. Should I uncover any errors, your reputation would be quite tarnished. Snape clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Truly, it was a contest of venomous words, with each barbed retort sharper than the last. Over the years, he had prided himself on his unmatched skill in delivering scathing remarks, only to find himself nearly bested by the formidable Dudley, a powerful rising tide that nearly overwhelmed him. Yet he would not surrender easily. His lectures were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, this audacious boy harbored a significant flaw, one that lay just beside him. Snape's mind flickered with insidious schemes to deduct points, his gaze shifting to Harry at Dudley's side. And then he beheld those emerald green eyes. They reminded him so much of Lily. In an instant, the animosity within Snape began to unravel, overwhelming guilt flooding his heart, nearly causing his typically stoic expression to falter. When he had mentioned Harry's name, he had dared not focus on Harry's eyes, only noting his resemblance to James, maintaining his slightly hostile demeanor. But now, how long must we wait, Professor Snape? If you do not begin your lecture, I shall have ample reason to suspect you are merely a blustering charlatan. Dudley glared at Snape, shielding Harry's eyes with his hand, mentally marking this as the third instance. Snape's mood soured once more. He shot a fierce glare at Dudley, shifting his gaze as he began the lesson with emphasis. Potion making is an exceedingly intricate and meticulous science, one of the most logical realms of magic, where the precise combination of ingredients and the timing of their concoction are paramount. In my classroom, there is no need for you to foolishly wave your wands, nor to challenge the professor as the assistant from the Dursleys does. What you require is to attentively savor the fragrant aromas wafting from the cauldron as the flames simmer, or to listen for the crackling sounds of bubbles rising and bursting. Seize the moment and apply the correct techniques to add each ingredient. As long as you earnestly engage in your studies, I shall teach you how to achieve renown, how to forge legends, and even how to stave off death. However, your minds must be as nimble and sharp as the Dursley assistant's when he dares to confront the professor, and that cleverness must be applied to potion making, not to the foolishness of challenging the professor. Snape's unconventional opening remarks left the Slytherin freshmen struggling to contain their expressions, desperately wanting to follow their head of house's insinuations and mock Dudley. Yet they lacked the courage to laugh in his presence, bowing their heads, covering their mouths, and resting on their desks, suppressing any sound. Only Malfoy, who had no intention of ridiculing others, managed a slightly more natural expression amidst the tension. This spectacle darkened Snape's demeanor even further. Suddenly, Dudley, unburdened by such decorum, let out a derisive snicker at the bat-like visage of the professor. After his laughter subsided, he retorted, Professor Snape, it seems everyone is quite aware of who among us is truly the foolish one. You audaciously boast about teaching us to prevent death. Whom have you actually helped in that regard? Oh, I nearly forgot. You did assist someone. You aided that love-struck, reckless woman, the beautiful professor who braved the forbidden forest and confronted a herd of unicorns, all in the name of love. Indeed, potions hold such power. They merit serious study. Enough. Dudley Dursley, speak of matters unrelated to this class once more, and you shall be dismissed. Out. Snape's fury erupted, recalling the loss of Lily, whom he had indirectly harmed. He was about to succumb to sorrow when Dudley deftly redirected the conversation toward that madwoman, Exelise. Snape grappled with how to manage the troublesome presence of Exelise, only to find Dudley had weaponized his words against him. How could this not drive him to madness? I merely stated the facts. Why does Professor Snape react so vehemently? Could it be that Exili's awakening bears no credit to the potions you concocted? Did Professor Umbridge not, in front of numerous professors and castle staff, strike at Dudley with words as sharp as blades, aiming directly for Snape's jugular? Seemingly poised to reveal explosive secrets before the two freshmen, Snape could no longer maintain his composure. Dudley Dursley, silence. He commanded. Now, I require Mr. Harry Potter to stand and answer the question. At this pivotal moment, Snape forcefully interrupted Dudley's revelation with a series of high-pitched commands, redirecting the focus of the attack onto Harry. Dudley's expression darkened visibly. Harry glanced at his cousin, and in a bid not to hinder him, bravely stood, facing Snape, and confidently declared, "Professor, please ask your question." Unlike in the original tale, this time Harry had diligently prepared by studying his potions and herbology textbooks. Snape regarded the standing Harry, striving to calm his own excitement, and with a complex gaze, posed the classic inquiry. "Potter, what does the addition of powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood produce?" "The elixir of life," Harry promptly replied, his response requiring less than a second of contemplation. And he cast a triumphant glance at Snape, resembling a hero who had vanquished a Dark Lord. Snape was taken aback. He had not anticipated Harry's answer to be so swift and accurate, leaving him momentarily disjointed in his emotions. Just as he was about to pose another innocuous question to further challenge Harry, Dudley, who had remained silent with a dark expression, erupted in fury. "Power boost! Intentional strike!" Dudley roared, incanting his spell and attacking with a flourish. Magical red light enveloping him as he charged towards Snape with a fist filled with hatred aimed directly at the professor's chest. Chapter 132. Uncontrollable Rage, Dudley's Violent Outburst. Everyone in the classroom was stunned, including Snape. He had never expected Dudley to attack him openly, especially at a moment he believed the atmosphere had slightly calmed. Yet, despite his surprise, Snape's defenses were not slow. As a formidable wizard, second only to Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, he swiftly seized his wand from his sleeve just before Dudley's fist could connect, casting a silent, reinforced shield charm upon himself. Bang! Dudley's fist, glowing with brilliant red light, collided with the white protective barrier that Snape had just conjured. The semi-transparent shield strained to withstand the force of Dudley's blow, rapidly becoming riddled with cracks. In the next instant, Snape's shield charm shattered. However, sensing the imminent danger, Snape had already taken the opportunity to sidestep away from the podium. "Dudley Dursley, have you lost your mind?" Snape bellowed as he dodged. "It is you who has gone mad, foul bat. I have endured you for long enough. With Dumbledore absent, do you still dare to provoke me, to torment my cousin? You are simply courting death. Today, I shall ensure you are left incapacitated, destined to spend the rest of your life in the infirmary." A flock of magical birds. Dudley brazenly insulted Snape, summoning a swarm of enchanted birds to harass him. Seizing the opportunity to charge again, his fist aglow with a brilliant red light. "You are utterly unreasonable. Barrier. Armored protection." Snape drew his wand, casting both a barrier charm and a protective armor spell. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not resort to offensive magic against an 11-year-old wizard, especially one who comprised half of the student body. Dudley recognized Snape's restraint, but offered none in return. He leapt into the air, evading the barrier charm's constraints, while Snape's spell thwarted the flock of magical birds he had conjured. Then, he conjured an air brick beneath his feet, using it for leverage to propel himself forward through the air, akin to a soaring bird, swiftly closing the distance to Snape. "You foul bat, do not accommodate me. Such leniency will only hasten your downfall. Dudley Dursley, do you intend to demolish this place and injure both new students from the houses?" Faced with Dudley's relentless advance, Snape found himself with no option but to respond. The potions classroom was rather confined, and Snape, cornered, had potion ingredients behind him, a wall to his left and students' desks to his right. Any further evasion would force him to clumsily plunge into the throng of new students. Of course, he possessed alternative methods of escape, yet as long as he did not cowardly flee the classroom, evasion would merely be a temporary measure. "Oh dear, are you resorting to moral coercion? Is this how a teacher behaves, using students as shields?" Dudley, undeterred in his argument, momentarily halted his onslaught, descending from the air. The terrified Slytherin first years hastily vacated their seats, retreating to a distant corner against the wall, while two clever youngsters appeared intent on fleeing to summon help. Dudley raised his hand and cast a counterlocking charm on the potion's classroom door, blocking the Slytherin students who seemed ready to alert others. Do not be afraid. Do not run. I, Dudley, am clear about right and wrong and never harm the innocent, unlike your old bat of a headmaster. You will be safe. Dudley spoke in an icy tone, attempting to reassure the Slytherin newcomers. However, the Slytherin first years were far from comforted, huddling together in the corner, shivering and too frightened to utter a word, even a glance around. The Gryffindor newcomers also retreated to the opposite side, some timidly observing Dudley, particularly Neville and the female first years, excluding Hermione. Dudley Dursley, what do you truly intend? I shall report you to Dumbledore, seek to revoke your teaching assistant position, and have you expelled from Hogwarts. Snape could no longer tolerate Dudley's extreme arrogance and threatened him in anger. Ha ha ha. Dudley laughed, an eerie sound. You intend to have Dumbledore expel me? Ha ha ha. Go ahead and try. I shall leave you half a life. You are insane. You have completely lost your mind. Snape had never encountered such a situation before, nor had he faced someone as troublesome as Dudley. Observing Dudley's spell-casting skills and the surging magic around him, he realized he had no absolute confidence in subduing Dudley. He found himself in a quandary, unable to act or refrain from action. As for yielding or retreating, he had never considered it. In his life, he had only done so before Voldemort and Dumbledore. Dudley was simply not worthy of that. Do not concern yourself with whether I am insane. Dudley spoke again amid Snape's turmoil. You need only tell me whether your earlier question to Harry bore any deeper significance. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression shifted to one of shock, a revelation of his innermost thoughts. However, this expression quickly faded, replaced by indifference. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do not comprehend? Dudley's demeanor turned even colder. The language of the daffodil signifies death, while wormwood represents regret. Together, they concoct the elixir of life and death. Are you suggesting to Harry that regarding Aunt Lily's death, you harbor a remorse so profound it is akin to a living death? Silencio. Snape's emotions teetered on the brink of chaos upon hearing Lily's name. He could not bear the unveiling of this scar before others. Thus, he immediately cast the silencing spell, ensuring that Dudley's words would not reach the ears of the onlookers. As the originator of this spell, Snape wielded it with utmost efficacy, transforming the voices of Dudley and himself into mere hissing sounds to the ears of the first years, while they could still converse normally. Such a strong reaction? Do you not wish others to know? Witnessing Snape's demeanor, Dudley's fury surged to the brink of explosion. Now you care about your reputation? Why did you not think of that earlier? Why did you foolishly utter that prophecy to Voldemort? Do you have any idea how many lives you have destroyed? You turned Harry into an orphan, and now you dare to confront him with such audacity? You wretched beast. If you had expressed an apology to Harry using that metaphor, you would be nothing more than a loathsome maggot. If that was not even your intention, then you are beneath even a maggot. Enough. Do not speak any further. I command you to cease. Snape waved his wand, conjuring a vibrant green barrier to obscure the view of the first years, then sank to the ground in despair, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. Crying? What purpose does that serve? Will your tears bring back Harry's parents? Will your tears relieve my mother of the agony of losing her sister? Will your tears atone for the harm you have inflicted upon Harry? You foul bat, the more I speak, the angrier I become. I shall crush you. With a fierce roar, Dudley charged once more, advancing toward Snape. He launched a powerful kick, sending the incapacitated Snape soaring into the air before his glowing crimson fist came crashing down onto Snape's chest. This time, Snape neither defended himself nor evaded the blow. He was propelled violently against the wall, his bones shattering, blood splattering in all directions. Chapter 133. The Reconstruction of Glasses, Continuing the Torment. Subsequently, he slid down the wall. Collapsing onto the ground, his internal organs ruptured, blood choking his airway. Driven by a desperate instinct for survival, Snape rolled over and coughed violently, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Stop pretending. Do you think that because you're injured and bleeding, I will feel pity and show you mercy? Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware. Your lack of resistance is solely for Aunt Lily. To you, everyone else is hardly worth a thought. If Voldemort hadn't intended to kill Aunt Lily, you would likely still be by his side as his right-hand man, Professor Snape. Dudley, still seething with anger, gazed at the bloodied Snape and raised his Smeaton wand once more. "Cousin, are you hurt?" Suddenly, Harry's anxious voice broke through from beyond the emerald barrier. Dudley momentarily halted, turning to investigate, only to discover that the green barrier conjured by Snape was a variant of protective magic, not only obscuring vision with its hue, but also serving as a formidable defensive shield. "That foul bat dares to obscure the truth and isolate us, causing my cousin distress?" With renewed vigor, Dudley unleashed a punch, the red light exploding forth, shattering the emerald barrier and revealing the horrific scene within to the first-year students of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Professor Snape, Malfoy, standing at the edge of a cluster of Slytherin newcomers, gasped at the sight of the bloodied and incapacitated Snape. The other Slytherin students turned to gaze in shock, their voices faltering. Dudley cast a glance towards them, observing that all the Slytherin newcomers, including Malfoy, had turned away, unable to meet the horrific sight. At that moment, Harry had reached Dudley's side, relieved to see his cousin unscathed, but his gaze quickly hardened with hatred as it fell upon the fallen Snape. "Cousin, I want to take revenge too," Harry declared, tightening his grip on his wand and preparing to approach Snape. However, Hermione and Neville unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Dudley and Harry. "Dudley, Harry, I understand you have grievances with Professor Snape, but he is already in a dire state," Hermione asserted, her head held high, brimming with courage. "It is wrong to strike a professor." Neville, pale-faced yet summoning his courage, echoed her sentiment. "But Snape indirectly caused my parents' deaths," Harry retorted, his emotions spiraling out of control, the veins in his neck bulging as he shouted. Hermione and Neville exchanged wide-eyed glances, rendered speechless, frozen in place. At this moment, Derry harnessed his formidable magical prowess to violently break the silencing charm cast by Snape, liberating himself from his self-imposed muteness. He first turned his gaze towards Hermione, coldly stating, "Hermione, I hope in the future you can discern the intricacies and ramifications of the situation, as well as your own position, before attempting to protect the so-called weak. Do not squander your courage and intellect on matters and individuals unworthy of such investment." He then shifted his attention to the pale-faced Neville. "Neville, I previously mentioned that correcting a friend's mistakes is a commendable act of bravery. However, this does not justify obstructing a friend based merely on superficial observations. Furthermore, I must remind you that your courage should be directed towards yourself rather than your friends." After addressing his two companions, Derry abruptly extended his hand and commanded, "Step aside." A gentle yet forceful whirlwind materialized, sweeping Hermione and Neville, who stood in front of him, and Harry, back into the ranks of the Gryffindor first years. Among the crowd, Ron, who had been anxiously pondering what to do, quickly caught the swirling Hermione and offered her quiet reassurance. As for Neville, his weight deterred anyone from catching him, and he barely managed to steady himself with the help of Seamus, avoiding a clumsy fall. Derry then patted his cousin's back, helping to soothe his agitation, and remarked, "As for exacting revenge on Snape, there is no need for you to intervene. Your involvement would merely reward him. Stand here and observe my actions." "Understood, cousin," Harry replied, his mood soured by his friend's intervention. He raised his eyes to see Snape, still on the ground, coughing blood while gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, further igniting his ire. "Look, I want you to see," Harry shouted impulsively, swiftly removing his round glasses and pointing his wand at them. "Transform." A flicker of light passed, and while Harry's glasses underwent no significant alteration, a thin, translucent film of a golden hue enveloped the lenses. When Harry donned the glasses again, those looking through them would no longer see his emerald green eyes, but rather a muted olive green, devoid of the original vibrancy. Observing his cousin's transformation, Derry's resentment towards Snape intensified, only to discover that Snape was still fixated on Harry's eyes. In a fit of anger, he cast a hex upon Snape, blinding him momentarily. Despite his pain, Snape stifled any cries of anguish. Derry smirked inwardly, but first enveloped Harry's glasses in a surge of magic. He employed a more advanced transfiguration technique to adjust the hue of the colored film on Harry's glasses. After the adjustment, those who gazed through the glasses would see Harry's eyes not as emerald green or olive green, but in a shade of tawny brown reminiscent of his father, James Potter. After ensuring that Snape had healed his eyes, he turned to Harry, overwhelmed by a sense of despair as if the very heavens had collapsed. Furthermore, Dudley, employing alchemical methods, stabilized the modified state of Harry's glasses, allowing him to perceive the world through tinted lenses without experiencing any peculiar color distortions, thus preserving the original sensations he had before the adjustments. Once all was accomplished, Dudley approached Snape once more, under the watchful eyes of Gryffindor students and the furtive glances of Slytherins. "I truly thought you would formally apologize to Harry," Dudley sneered, "but I give you the chance. And you prove utterly ineffectual." Gripping his wand, he spoke ominously. Yet Snape remained sprawled on the ground, covering his eyes, silent and resolute in his defiance. "Very well. You're full of spirit. Now savor this technique. The Cruciatus Curse." As Dudley uttered these words, he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of potent magic, coalescing into one of the three unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse, which plunged into Snape's being, subjecting him to excruciating torment. Chapter 134. A Cycle of Pain. Nothing unchanged. Snape was engulfed by an immense wave of agony, ultimately unable to suppress a scream. Yet, through sheer force of will, he swiftly stifled his cries. "Endure. I command you to gaze into Harry's eyes. Do you wish to resurrect Aunt Lily?" Dudley, increasingly incensed, cast another Cruciatus Curse. This time, Snape gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure as blood and the sweat born of suffering mingled upon his skin, his struggle becoming ever more desperate. "Still enduring? Then these two curses are for avenging the torment my mother suffered at your hands during her childhood. You wretched creature. You would even bully the Muggle sister of the one you fancy. What atrocities are beyond your reach?" Dudley unleashed two more Cruciatus Curses, his malice palpable. The unleashed magic lifting Snape's body off the ground. At the brink of his limits, Snape finally let out a scream that echoed even louder than before. Dudley relished the moment, ceasing his torment, fearful that another few curses might drive Snape to madness. Snape could not afford to lose his sanity. That would be far too convenient for Dudley. With this thought, Dudley summoned Harry and turned to leave, directly opening the door to the potions classroom and stepping out. "Quickly, Hermione, Neville, Seamus, we must go." After Dudley and Harry departed, Ron, concerned about potential retribution from Snape, was the first to act. He helped Hermione up, gathering their dormitory mates in swift departure. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville, grappling with guilt and remaining silent, were hastily urged by Seamus to follow Ron out of the potions classroom. After Ron's group exited, the remaining students slowly erupted into chaos. The remaining first-year Gryffindors found themselves in a state of indecision, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Meanwhile, Malfoy had emerged as the steadfast leader of the Slytherin newcomers, issuing commands and orchestrating their actions. "Crabbe, Goyle, accompany me to seek out the headmaster. Pansy, rally a few girls to search for Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey." Just then, as the Slytherin first years prepared to follow Malfoy's directives, Severus Snape, who had been writhing in agony beside the podium, regained his composure and, despite his grievous injuries, forced himself to stand. Blinded by a curse, he relied on his memory to conjure a spell that secured the potions classroom door. The Gryffindor first years were petrified, regretting their earlier decision to remain. Wishing they had joined Ron and the others in escape. Observing the scene, they feared the worst outcomes for themselves. The Slytherin newcomers were equally perplexed. If their head of house was so gravely injured, why would he prevent them from seeking assistance? "Professor Snape, are you all right?" Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, rushed to Snape's side, attempting to offer support, but Snape brusquely pushed them away. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved his wand and cast a series of powerful healing spells upon himself, staunching the blood flow and initiating the healing of his internal and external wounds. He followed this with a cleansing charm to rid himself of the bloodstains, rendering him somewhat less disheveled. Next, he directed his wand at his eyes, murmuring the counter curse for the blindness spell. In a short while, his vision cleared enough for him to discern the surroundings. "Professor, are you all right?" Malfoy waved his hand in front of Snape's face, only to be met with a hollow gaze that startled him. Snape did not respond to Malfoy's inquiry. Instead, he surveyed the remaining students in the classroom, and amidst their frightened and bewildered expressions, he pointed his wand at them. Obliviate! A blinding white light swept across the potions classroom, enveloping all the Slytherin first years and the Gryffindors left behind. Once the light dissipated, Everyone had forgotten the harrowing scene of Snape's torment, remembering only that they had just arrived for potions class. "Find your seats. I shall commence the roll call." Snape, enduring the remnants of his injuries and intense pain, feigned nonchalance as he strolled back to the podium, as though nothing had transpired moments before. Malfoy, bewildered, rubbed his head, pondering why he stood so close to the front. However, seeing that their stern head of house was poised to begin the lesson, he led Crabbe and Goyle to the cluster of Slytherin newcomers, returning to his spot, where his cauldron and potion ingredients awaited. The other students, whose memories had been similarly erased, did the same. Each returned to their original seats, still somewhat dazed. At the podium, Snape pretended to read the roster once more, swiftly announcing Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger. 5 students from Gryffindor have been absent. He paused. "Wait, we were not late," before Snape could articulate his intention to deduct points. The door to the potions classroom swung open automatically. Dudley, accompanied by his cousin and a group of companions with varying moods, reappeared before Snape. The expression on Snape's face darkened significantly, especially upon noticing the unusual golden-brown hue of Harry's eyes, which jolted him back to some rather unpleasant distant memories. "Professor Snape, my fellow Gryffindors have already placed the potion-making tools and materials at their seats. We merely stepped out to the restroom. Surely that does not warrant a deduction of points?" Dudley remarked coolly, as he and his friends settled back into their seats as if nothing had occurred. However, the simmering resentment and defiance on Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Seamus's faces betrayed the notion that nothing was amiss. Earlier, after Ron and the others had exited, they were intercepted by Dudley, who had cast a disillusionment charm to conceal their presence. Alongside Dudley and Harry, they returned to the entrance of the potions classroom. Snape's frustrated outburst was heard by all, naturally engendering their dislike for him. This time, Snape refrained from retaliating against Dudley. Instead, he grudgingly accepted Dudley's reasoning and, despite enduring considerable pain, proceeded directly to the lesson, instructing the new students from both houses on how to concoct a simple Scabbers potion. During this time, he sat elevated at the podium, continuing to cast spells to silently heal his eye ailment while compensating for his impaired vision with heightened senses of smell and sound to monitor the students' potion-making endeavors below. If any student faltered, Snape would erupt in fury, vocally chastising them and unleashing a stream of venomous remarks. However, Snape's current state was far from optimal, and the potency of his venom had significantly diminished. Furthermore, he did not resort to physically punishing the errant students, a method he typically employed in his teaching repertoire. As for Dudley and Harry, they were deliberately overlooked by Snape, despite their commendable potion preparation, which earned them no additional points from him. Dudley was left to award points to Harry on his own accord. Chapter 135, Deep Affection 1 Gulp. On Friday morning, Snape managed to endure and complete 2 consecutive potions classes. Due to the significant time lapse, the students who had their memories erased remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. Naturally, they were oblivious to the fact that their class time had been audaciously pilfered by Dudley. After class, on the way to the Grand Hall for lunch, Hermione's spirits were notably low. She felt a profound guilt over her previous interception, which adversely affected her performance in the subsequent potions lesson, leading to several errors in her potion-making process. Neville was in a similarly dismal state, heavily influenced by the side effects of a forgetfulness charm. His emotional response was considerably dulled compared to Hermione's. While he did not feel guilt as intensely, his sluggishness resulted in a series of mishaps during potion preparation. Although Snape refrained from reprimanding Hermione and Neville due to Dudley's presence in class, the guilt and frustration stemming from their mistakes lingered heavily in their minds. Dudley did not intervene with Hermione and Neville. Instead, he assigned tasks solely to Harry and Ron during lunch. He instructed Harry to utilize his free time in the afternoon to visit Hagrid for tea and to relay the task of purchasing Quidditch supplies. He also devised a preliminary study plan for Ron, urging him to find time to self-study in the library. Subsequently, Dudley ventured alone to the interrogation room constructed by the Room of Requirement, using the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who was covered in mice and insects, as a target to practice his precision-killing curse once more. When Pettigrew reached his limit of endurance yet again, Dudley shifted his focus to alchemy and wand-making techniques, including using Harry's hair along with various new types of wood to craft specialized wand for combat, as well as modifying and enhancing Diggory's old wand. Dudley worked diligently, progressing through his tasks with fervor. On the other side, Eccles was equally industrious. This cunning and beautiful professor sought out Madame Pomfrey early in the morning to accompany her to the herbology greenhouse behind the castle, requesting various potion ingredients from Professor Sprout. Her reasoning was precisely as she had planned. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout, much like Professor McGonagall, were completely convinced of Eccles' persona of a lovesick individual and were exceedingly generous and eager to assist her. Thus, Eccles acquired all the materials she desired without any hindrance. Upon returning to the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey, she borrowed a dedicated potion-making room, locked the door, and closed the windows, fabricating an excuse to ensure she would not be disturbed. She then immersed herself in concocting her special potion. This entire operation was broadcast live to Dumbledore in the headmaster's office via a hidden camera linked to the Peeves tracking device. Dumbledore had anticipated that Eccles might devise some clever scheme that could introduce complications, preparing to intervene. However, he was taken aback to see Eccles using such a potion as a base to disguise unicorn blood, which extinguished any thoughts of interference. Unbeknownst to Eccles, her every move was being monitored, and she remained oblivious to Dumbledore's considerations. After successfully brewing the potion she desired, her mood lifted, and she felt confident that her plan of using false blood as a genuine potion was likely to succeed. She prepared several standard healing potions and restorative elixirs as a pretext for dealing with others, then readied herself to leave the potion room. She intended to return to her office later that evening to summon the essence of Voldemort and execute her plan. Little did she anticipate that Voldemort could hardly wait. It was just past 2 in the afternoon when, while still in the hospital's potion room, the wand concealed in the sleeve of her hospital gown began to vibrate inexplicably. Startled, she recognized it as the summons from Voldemort's essence, and, feeling the urgency, quickly composed herself, retrieved her wand, and engaged in a form of long-distance communication with him. This method of conveying messages through the wand's vibrations was limited in its capacity for complexity. Voldemort had established only a few predetermined questions and answers with her. By discerning the rhythm of the wand vibrations, she swiftly understood that Voldemort was inquiring if her task had been accomplished. Taking several deep breaths to stabilize her mental state, she infused her magic into the wand and provided a distant affirmation. Naturally, her response indicated that the task was complete. Voldemort's essence, upon receiving the message, was exceedingly elated and instructed her to find a secure location to summon him. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to take the plunge. With wand in hand, she aimed at the empty space within the potion room and incanted, "Out of the cave, O dragon!" An invisible surge of magic emanated from the tip of the wand, surveying the surroundings for safety before the essence of Voldemort, embodied in a colossal serpent, spiraled into existence. The entire process unfolded with remarkable speed from an observer's perspective. As she completed the incantation, a grotesque, giant python emerged from the tip of her wand. At the instant the serpent materialized, the invisible poltergeist floating in the potion room, along with Dumbledore, who was observing through the poltergeist's eyes, were both jolted into heightened alertness. "Quickly, bring me the unicorn blood. I must drink it." Voldemort's essence urged impatiently with the grotesque face protruding from the serpent's head. He remained oblivious to the presence of an invisible spirit in the room. "Yes, master," Elcris replied weakly, then feigned a grave illness, making a tremendous effort to retrieve a large, elongated flask from the array of vials on the potion table, which she presented to Voldemort's unsettling gaze. The glass vessel was filled to the brim with a silvery, viscous liquid that appeared indistinguishable from unicorn blood. "Is this truly unicorn blood?" Voldemort's essence slithered closer, his blood-red eyes scrutinizing the liquid before shifting to the pale, ailing visage of Elcris. Though he had been ravenous moments before, he now hesitated to drink. A sense of alarm surged within Elcris as she employed her mental barriers to the utmost, responding with a mix of determination and dismay. "Indeed, master, this is the blood of a unicorn, taken from a creature I personally felled. To acquire this vial of blood, I ventured into the forbidden forest under the cover of night, sustaining grave injuries, nearly sacrificing my very life. Ha ha ha! Do not be alarmed, my loyal servant. I merely inquired." Upon hearing Eccles's explanation, the dark essence of Voldemort emitted a cacophonous laugh. Then, with its serpentine mouth split open. It seized the neck of the elongated glass flask held by Eccles, clenching it tightly and lifting it upward. In mere moments, the entire contents of the specially prepared unicorn blood were consumed, flooding into the belly of the Brazilian python. Chapter 136. Naturally immune to the potion of infatuation. Now a parasite within. Eccles watched as the dark essence of Voldemort ingested the potion, her eyes sparkling with elation, her heart swelling with triumph. She was on the brink of becoming the master. However, with success approaching, caution became paramount. She needed to maintain her composure. "Master, how do you feel?" Eccles inquired with an air of nonchalance. With a resounding crack, Voldemort released his grip, the glass flask shattering upon the ground. "How do I feel? I feel splendid. My lovely, come closer and embrace me." The essence swayed within the python's serpentine form, and his crimson eyes, once piercing, now appeared clouded and dazed. "Ha ha ha!" Eccles could no longer contain her laughter, casting aside her disguise. "Voldemort, today is your day of reckoning. You wish for me to embrace you? In your dreams. The time has come for me, Eccles, to assume the role of master." Eccles drew forth a chair and seated herself with an air of haughtiness. Shedding all semblance of humility, she gazed disdainfully at the bewitched Voldemort and commanded with a sharp tone, "Come here and lick the soles of my feet. Release all control over me and submit." "Ah ha ha!" Voldemort's essence fell silent. Initially, he had intended to toy with this ambitious subordinate, but he was taken aback by her audacity and lack of recognition of the jest. His interest waned, replaced by a profound darkness and cruelty. The Brazilian python, in which Voldemort's essence resided, exhibited no violent reactions, merely laughing maniacally. Suddenly, Voldemort's essence fell silent, collapsing to the ground, sweat pouring from his brow. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Eccles's consciousness, overwhelming her. This was not merely a figurative expression. From the moment Voldemort first encountered Eccles, he had cast a deeply concealed and formidable curse within her very spine. With a mere thought, he could render Eccles in unbearable agony, stripping her of the strength to even cry out. "Eccles, you truly possess a remarkable talent for potion-making." As Eccles began to recover from the first wave of intense pain, Voldemort's essence hissed, his eyes devoid of any lingering haze or desire. Eccles's eyes widened in despair. She realized she had lost the gamble and succumbed to defeat. The wild hen could never transform into a phoenix, and now she was to be a host for another. Voldemort's primary soul paid no heed to Eccles's hopelessness, continuing to taunt her, inflicting salt upon her wounds. "Do you not realize that I disdain even the curse contained within unicorn blood? Do you truly believe your love potion could affect me? They could grant you control over my being? What naive notion! I must inform you, I am innately immune to such potions." Voldemort's soul cackled ominously, then unleashed a wave of excruciating pain upon Eccles. In the midst of her torment, as her mental defenses crumbled, Voldemort's soul swiftly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, emerging from the body of the Brazilian python and penetrating directly into Eccles. This time, Voldemort chose a particularly insidious location. Rather than opting for the more obvious area at the back of her head, he took residence within her abdomen. Eccles, incapacitated and racked with extreme agony, remained oblivious to the tearing and distortion occurring within her once smooth and flat belly. This suffering paled in comparison to the curse Voldemort had inflicted upon her. Beneath her hospital garb, red light and black mist intertwined. Eccles's navel tore horizontally, morphing into a grotesque new mouth for Voldemort's soul. Above this new maw, two symmetrically placed blood holes began to emerge, gradually filled with Eccles's blood, transforming into two eerie orbs resembling red glass. As for a nose, Voldemort had no need for such a feature. With the formation of eyes and a mouth, his parasitic alteration was complete. As time progressed, and with Voldemort's soul siphoning Eccles's magical essence and life force, her once fair skin would begin to darken into an ugly, hardened hue starting from the point of infestation. If Voldemort continued to drain her life force indiscriminately, Eccles would age rapidly, much like Chilo had within the underground vault, her body wrinkling and succumbing to death. You truly sought out the unicorn and fell victim to the curse of its horn's beam. It seems I ought to treat you with a modicum of kindness, lest I feel remorse for your fruitless efforts." Voldemort's primary soul emitted an unpleasant sound from the gaping maw formed at Ecris's navel, then ceased its torment. From the tone of Voldemort's words, it appeared he had a pang of conscience, granting Ecris a temporary reprieve. However, in truth, it was due to his realization that Ecris's current physical state was precarious and could not endure further torment. Out of consideration for the sustainability of his current host, he allowed her a brief respite, retreating into a dormant state. Ecris lay on the cold floor of the potion room for an interminable duration. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually regained her strength and began to rise from the ground. She had become acutely aware of an abnormal sensation in her abdomen, her expression darkening significantly. Upon glancing down, she was confronted by the lifeless, grotesque form of a Brazilian python, its body now a nearly blackened mass. Despair enveloped her further, as she envisioned a grim future. The fate of the python mirrored her own impending demise. Ecris gritted her teeth, endeavoring to accept her current predicament, clinging to life in hopes of a potential turnaround in her fortunes. Just as her emotions began to stabilize, she was jolted by the unsettling awareness that her navel seemed to stir, as if it were speaking. "Hurry and heal your wounds. Procure the magic stone for me, and concoct the elixir of immortality and the resurrection potion. The longer you dawdle, the closer you draw to death." The cold, merciless words of Voldemort's main soul yanked Ecris back to the harsh reality. She hastily retrieved the healing and restorative potions she had previously prepared, downing 2 vials in quick succession. Once her condition improved slightly, she used a vanishing spell to dispose of the python's remains, straightened her attire to ensure her abdomen was completely concealed, and adjusted her expression before stepping out of the potion room to seek Madame Pomfrey for further treatment. From that moment forth, the alluring crop tops would no longer grace her wardrobe, and she would have to exercise utmost caution during her treatment to prevent anyone from glimpsing her belly. Chapter 137. The Nightly Discourse Between Snape and Dumbledore. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, with the aid of Peeves' live broadcast and the real-time transmission from the Pensieve, observed the process of Voldemort's soul inhabiting Ecris with remarkable clarity. His heart bore a dual weight of relief and heightened vigilance. The relief stemmed from Voldemort finally falling under his control, while the tension arose from the realization that Voldemort was akin to a ticking time bomb, lurking within the castle, poised to explode at any moment, necessitating careful watchfulness. It appeared that a change in his routine was imperative. Struggling against his injuries, Snape hurried back to his office after delivering a morning's worth of lessons, swiftly locking the door and closing the windows to brew potions. Unlike Ecris, Snape's potion-making was solely for his own healing. However, while physical pain could be alleviated with potions, the guilt and remorse festering within him remained beyond remedy. His will to survive and seek redemption was sustained solely by the desire for vengeance for Lily and the protection of Harry Potter. Of course, his motivation to safeguard Harry was primarily because Harry was Lily's child. He cherished the similarities he saw in Harry that echoed Lily, while simultaneously feeling repulsion towards the traits Harry shared with James. His feelings towards Harry were a tumultuous blend of contradiction and complexity, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to engage with Harry in a manner that was anything less than strained. Indeed, he struggled to communicate openly with most others as well. In a certain sense, he felt that the torment he endured today was not entirely unjust. At the very least, it was a far cry from the feelings he experienced when he was bullied by the marauding trio of James, Sirius, Lupin, and the diminutive Peter. The infamous Dudley was more measured than that group, his strength and brutality far surpassing theirs, and his blows were decidedly more merciless. Severus Snape was compelled to reassess and alter his demeanor when confronting Dudley and Harry, all the while planning to seek an explanation from the appropriate parties. As night fell and dinner concluded, Snape consumed a specially concocted potion that alleviated more than 70% of his injuries. With his customary expression of cold indifference, he ascended to the 8th floor of the castle at a leisurely pace, arriving at the door of the headmaster's office. He uttered an unusual password to the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance, which then granted him passage into the office. Upon sensing the entrance's activation, Dumbledore hastily waved his hand to dismiss the images displayed in the Pensieve, assuming a contemplative pose in his chair while absently indulging in a chocolate frog. Noticing Snape's grim countenance as he entered, Dumbledore felt an unsettling premonition. He recalled that Dudley was supposed to attend potions class with the Gryffindor first years that day, and a rather tactless joke escaped his lips. "Severus, you're not a ghost, are you?" Snape, momentarily taken aback by the comment, quickly connected several dots in his mind, his expression darkening further with a mix of fury and incredulity. "Dumbledore, you truly know everything. Are you doing this on purpose?" Dumbledore, taken aback, appeared to misinterpret Snape's outburst, rising anxiously to approach him. "Dudley assured me he would be mindful." Snape glared at Dumbledore, disbelief evident in his widened eyes as he raised his voice in anger. "Umph. To your dismay, I am still alive." "Precisely." Dumbledore exhaled dramatically in relief. "Precisely what?" Snape seethed with increasing ire. "Do you truly believe that your appointed assistant could best me? That he could take my life in class?" Coughing violently, Snape's pent-up anger exacerbated his still-healing injuries. Witnessing this, Dumbledore immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, withdrawing his Elder Wand to cast a powerful healing charm upon Snape. He spoke with a grave yet gentle tone. "Severus, I cannot be certain that Dudley is truly stronger than you, but I am certain that the one who will suffer injury is you, for you cannot overcome your own inner turmoil." Why did you have to divulge past events to them? Snape's anger subsided slightly, though he remained indignant. Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Severus, Dudley and Harry have the right to know the truth. It is a debt owed to them by you, by me, and indeed by the entire wizarding world. Moreover, I have spared your dignity by not revealing your disgraceful behavior when Voldemort set out to attack Harry's family. Your heart harbors only Ms. Lily, pleading for Voldemort to spare her while tacitly accepting the notion of Harry and James's demise. James, despite having once tormented you, had also saved you from the jaws of a wolf, and he never harbored intentions to take your life. Surely he does not deserve such a fate? Furthermore, what the innocent child, Harry? The love within your heart has always been so narrow. It is high time for reflection. Enduring a beating from Dudley is far better than perpetually suppressing feelings of regret within your heart." Severus, chastised by Dumbledore, fell into a moment of silence before erupting. "It was you. It was you. You promised me you would ensure Lily's safety. Yet what was the outcome? Lily still perished. You broke your word. You did not protect her, and allowed Voldemort the chance to strike. What could I have done? I ask you, what could I have done when Voldemort sought to kill Harry Potter?" Severus cried out, his voice tinged with a hint of anguish by the end. "In my past, I indeed failed to achieve perfection. I should have been more resolute, grasping the position of secret keeper firmly in my hands. This is my fault, and I must reflect upon it and offer you my apologies." Dumbledore's tone grew somber before suddenly ascending again. "However, it was you who divulged the prophecy's content to Voldemort. When you sowed this malevolence, you ought to have anticipated that one day the blade would fall upon those you cherish." Tears brimmed in Severus's eyes, unable to be contained, and he slumped to the floor of the headmaster's office, rendered speechless. Dumbledore, feeling a pang of compassion, softened his tone once more. "If we trace back meticulously, Voldemort's rise is not unconnected to me. Thus, we must remember our own failings and look forward." "Look forward? I see nothing. I see not the end of Voldemort, nor do I find any joy in a world devoid of Lily," Severus cried as he rose. "Trust me, Severus," Dumbledore quickly replied, "I see it. I see the end of Voldemort and the possibility of our loved ones returning to this world." "What?" Severus, momentarily forgetting his sorrow, questioned with grave seriousness. "Are you certain of what you are saying? I do not wish for you to jest with me at any time." Dumbledore gazed steadfastly into Severus's eyes, responding with unwavering conviction. "Severus, I am certain, very certain. Moreover, I am striving for it, and I hope you will join me in this endeavor. I need your wisdom and abilities." Severus looked deeply at Dumbledore and inquired, "What must I do?" Chapter 138. The Modification Techniques of Peeves. Develop a swift-acting potion capable of anesthetizing powerful soul fragments, ideally one that can directly poison them. It should not be ingested, but rather applied externally. The onset should be rapid, and the duration of effect should be as prolonged as possible. In order to swiftly penetrate magical artifacts and directly influence the fragments of souls without inflicting harm upon the objects themselves, a specially formulated potion is required. Dumbledore, without hesitation or pretense, articulated his request with utmost clarity. Upon hearing this, Snape's mind began to race, contemplating how such a potion could be concocted, his furrowed brow deepening with each thought. This is exceedingly difficult, verging on impossible. You can do it, Severus, Dumbledore asserted, his conviction unwavering, even more so than Snape's own belief in his capabilities. I will do my utmost, Snape replied, accepting the task, not merely to try, but to ensure its completion. Time was relatively ample, and it would be preferable to finish before the end of the academic year. If that were unattainable, a brief extension could be negotiated. The sooner the task was accomplished, while guaranteeing its efficacy, the better. Dumbledore reiterated the importance of the task's stipulations. Snape nodded in understanding, then raised his wand, directing it at the multitude of portraits adorning the ceiling of the headmaster's office. What do you think you're doing, you Slytherin scoundrel? One of the former headmaster's portraits shrieked. Obliviate, Snape responded with a memory charm, wishing to avoid the embarrassment of being remembered in a state of disarray, weeping and crumpled on the floor by a multitude of irrelevant portraits. Ah, it's really unnecessary, Dumbledore remarked with a hint of exasperation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Snape restored his impassive demeanor and turned to exit the office. As he traversed the necessary spiral staircase leading out, he sensed something amiss, though he could not quite discern what it was at that moment. While he pondered, he was suddenly tripped by an unseen leg, tumbling head over heels until he crashed into the stone gargoyle at the entrance, fracturing several bones in his arms and ribs. This was a kick from the mischievous Harry, who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Professor Snape, why not brew a couple more batches of bone regrowth potion? Dudley, having dispelled his disillusionment charm, remarked coldly, observing the injured and disheveled Snape before striding into the headmaster's office. He did not spare a glance at Snape's pitiful state as he stumbled away. Inside the office, Dumbledore awaited Dudley's arrival with quiet anticipation. He had already sensed the commotion on the staircase and wore an expression of resigned expectation. Upon Dudley's entrance, he leaned against his forehead and inquired, Dudley, did you hear everything? Indeed, I did. You didn't exactly intend for me to be oblivious, did you? Dudley replied flatly, deeming further discussion on the matter unnecessary, and suggested they return to the matter at hand. Dumbledore's expression turned awkward. Very well. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Lord Voldemort's principal soul. Hold on. I'm not accustomed to scheming under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Dudley interrupted, gesturing towards the array of portraits overhead. You insolent little brat. You must be from Gryffindor, exclaimed the portrait of former headmaster Armando Dippet. Armando, what do you mean by that? What has Gryffindor done to you? On what grounds do you insinuate our house's rudeness? Without waiting for Dudley's retort, a portrait of a former headmaster from Gryffindor, whose generation remains unknown, rebutted him. Subsequently, the portraits of the headmasters began to chatter and argue amongst themselves, inadvertently sidelining both Dumbledore and Dudley. Dudley, these portraits will unconditionally adhere to the current headmaster's commands. They will not divulge any secrets, Dumbledore explained to Dudley. However, Dudley's expression remained unmoved. Consequently, Dumbledore transformed a chocolate frog wrapper into a large black cloth, which he let float to obscure all the portraits on the ceiling. The headmaster's office returned to silence. A bottle of orange soda, please. Dudley boldly summoned a chair from the office to sit beside him, unceremoniously requesting a drink from Dumbledore. How did you know I had some? You guessed the entrance password to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore mused, momentarily puzzled, before realizing the reason, and with an exasperated smile, used a summoning charm to bring forth the soda. As he presented the drink, he explained, forgive this old man for his cravings. While at your home, I didn't have the chance to taste this supposedly sweet and tangy beverage. I went so far as to exchange some Muggle coins and bought several from a Muggle shop to sneakily enjoy. You don't say, it truly is sweet and tangy. Quite delightful, even more so than a heap of cockroaches. By the way, Dudley, would you care for some cockroach pile? No, thank you. Dudley took a large gulp of soda and continued. Let us talk about Voldemort, that tenacious cockroach. Has his main soul taken residence within Ecris? Yes, this afternoon. In the potion room of the hospital wing, the process of possession has been completed. This time, Voldemort's main soul did not reside at the back of the head, but has taken hold in Ecris's abdomen, Dumbledore replied, sipping from his own bottle of orange soda. That noseless creature always manages to concoct something new, Dudley remarked, a light laugh escaping his lips as he envisioned the scene, his spirits lifting slightly, making the atmosphere of conversation with Dumbledore more congenial. He then inquired, "How did you modify Peeves? Can you ensure that Voldemort's main soul will not detect him?" Upon hearing Dursley's question, Dumbledore smiled with confidence. "I am assured of this. I have altered Peeves' spiritual characteristics, allowing him to merge perfectly with one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak. Peeves can now don the cloak and phase through walls, leaving no trace. Even advanced magical forms cannot detect him, ensuring absolute security." "The invisibility cloak? You've given the invisibility cloak to Peeves?" Dursley expressed his astonishment, this maneuver being unexpected. "Indeed, only a Deathly Hallow provides the utmost safety. The invisibility cloak is a treasured heirloom of the Potter family. I merely safeguard it. Once this ordeal is over, I shall return the cloak to Harry," Dumbledore replied. Darcy did not linger excessively on this matter. The invisibility cloak would eventually come into his possession. For the time being, using it to surveil Voldemort proved to be a judicious application. He then inquired about other details. "How do you manage the monitoring of Peeves? And how can you ensure a swift arrival at the scene in a critical moment to subdue Voldemort?" "Observe." Dumbledore gestured towards the pensieve beside his desk, and the water within began to churn, transforming into a three-dimensional mirror that displayed Peeves' live perspective. Upon seeing it, Darcy was indeed intrigued. Currently, Ekris lay in bed, nursing her injuries. Judging by her complexion, her condition appeared to have worsened. "As for my rapid appearance on the scene, that relies on my old companion," Dumbledore continued, signaling with his gaze. Following his direction, Darcy noticed the phoenix, Fawkes, resting with closed eyes on a nearby metallic perch. Beside it stood a shorter rack, upon which rested the tattered sorting hat in a dormant state, and a gleaming, exquisite sword. This was unmistakably the sword of Gryffindor, the only treasure among the 4 founders of Hogwarts that had never been lost. Chapter 139. Plotting against Voldemort and exploring old hypotheses. "Are you suggesting we utilize the Phoenix for instantaneous travel within Hogwarts?" Upon seeing Fawkes, Darcy grasped Dumbledore's intention. "Indeed, our Dumbledore lineage has always been favored by phoenixes, drawing them to our side. I extracted a drop of Fawkes' blood and infused it into Peeves' body. Should any extraordinary events transpire, he will immediately alert me, allowing me to swiftly appear via Fawkes. Simultaneously, I can communicate with Peeves remotely, facilitating my instantaneous arrival at his side," Dumbledore elucidated, demonstrating his dedication to monitoring Voldemort. Such measures were adequate. Voldemort's main soul and Ekris were currently weak and vulnerable. Even if they were to plot mischief, they would likely avoid the bustling daylight. "You should consume more restorative potions during the day, take advantage of the lively atmosphere to catch up on sleep, and remain vigilant at night to monitor the situation. There should be no significant issues." Darcy acknowledged Dumbledore's tactics. After summarizing, he shifted to other pertinent matters, noting that Voldemort's main soul was now under their control, and there was no need to continue watching young Barty Crouch. Let Moody and Professor Lupin handle this potential threat. "Very well, I shall inform them." Dumbledore hesitated momentarily before acquiescing to this request. What is there to hesitate about? Are you feeling compassion for young Barty, or are you lamenting for old Barty? Observing Dumbledore's indecision, Darcy pressed further, emphasizing young Barty is a staunch Death Eater, unflinching in his willingness to kill for Voldemort. He, along with Bellatrix and several other Death Eaters, cruelly tormented Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, to the brink of insanity with the Cruciatus Curse. I also glimpsed a potential future wherein young Barty not only murdered his father, old Barty, but also conspired with Wormtail to capture Mr. Moody, substituting him with Polyjuice Potion, and arrived at Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts for a year, wreaking havoc in the process. Is such a thing possible? Dumbledore shuddered at the thought. It was merely one possibility of the future, and, thankfully, it was unlikely to come to pass. Yet, Barty must die, swiftly and decisively, benefiting our side and sparing old Barty from the anguish of losing a son. Dudley's tone was disconcertingly calm, almost chilling. If one wishes to soften old Barty's heart and spare him the pain of losing his child, perhaps Moody and Lupin could bind the boy and then execute him, making it appear as though young Barty had merely escaped. This would lead old Barty to believe that his tainted son had gone missing rather than met his demise. I understand, Dumbledore sighed, expressing his final lament for young Barty Crouch, the esteemed Hogwarts graduate who had passed all his exams with flying colors. Signaling that this matter had reached a conclusion, he then inquired about another individual mentioned in Dudley's previous remarks. "Dudley, you just mentioned Wormtail. Regrettably, the members of the Order of the Phoenix have still not located him. He has likely fled abroad." Dudley chuckled at this. "I forgot to mention, I've already captured Wormtail, keeping him in confinement, occasionally bringing him out to practice spells. Life has been quite enjoyable." Dumbledore's expression turned anxious. "Spare him for now. He could assist in exonerating Sirius." "Do not worry. I know what I am doing. Moreover, exoneration does not require Wormtail to appear in person, as before. We can merely record a video of Wormtail confessing his misdeeds using the magical camera." Dudley nonchalantly remarked, "I truly do not wish to exert myself on that fool Sirius. I will adjust the magical camera used to film Moaning Myrtle's testimonial for you. Remember to have Wormtail record it when you have the chance." Dumbledore agreed with Dudley's notion, but remained quite concerned, for, to some extent, it was his oversight that led to Sirius enduring 10 years of torment in Azkaban. He then asked, "Dudley, when do you plan to take Harry to Black's ancestral home to meet Sirius? It is not suitable for him to remain confined at home. Sirius eagerly wishes to see Harry, and I fear he may take it upon himself to escape, especially since he is still technically a fugitive." Dudley frowned at this and raised his voice. "Why the rush? It has only been a few days. He has been locked away for 10 years. Can he not endure a few more weeks? Besides, does he think meeting Harry and me will bring any good? I have already stated that I will berate him thoroughly. I have never encountered someone so eager for scolding. You shall compose a letter to him, conveying that we cannot embark until the end of this month at the earliest. Should any unforeseen matters arise, the timeline will inevitably be pushed further back. He must exercise prudence. If he dares to abscond and is captured or harmed, it shall be his misfortune. Should he audaciously intrude upon Hogwarts to disturb Harry, I cannot guarantee that his injuries will be any less severe than those inflicted by Snape. Do not be vexed. I shall pen a letter to Sirius, cautioning him against reckless actions." Observing Dudley's signs of agitation, Dumbledore swiftly redirected the conversation. "Let us refrain from discussing Sirius for now. Regarding the establishment of a trial labyrinth within the domain of the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, using a false philosopher's stone as bait, should we consider postponing it? I had previously informed the professors that it would take place next week. But due to Eclair's current weakened state, a delay is not feasible." Dudley interjected, "Dumbledore, do not forget, our objective is her survival, albeit in a frail condition, to ensure she remains incapable of conspiring with Voldemort's fragment. This will enhance the safety of the Hogwarts community. Rest assured, even if you wish to postpone, for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort's fragment will compel Eclair to comply. We can schedule it for next Friday, allowing Eclair a slight recovery, but not complete restoration. At that juncture, we shall seize the opportunity for the Acromantula to inflict additional wounds upon her, thereby extending her hospitalization. This arrangement will ease our concerns." Dumbledore acquiesced to Dudley's proposal, agreeing to adapt our strategies as circumstances unfold. Dudley nodded, and with a serious demeanor, he broached the next critical topic. "Setting Voldemort aside, let us first discuss the progress of that particular matter. During this time, have you validated our previous hypotheses or discovered new methods? Beyond the notion of the soul-numbing potion you discussed with Snape, I have explored our earlier theories, yet encountered certain difficulties." Dumbledore, upon hearing this, expressed his unease, stating, "I have acquired knowledge of the ancient magic known as the love protection that Lady Lily once practiced. However, this enchantment can only be cast upon one's beloved, with the efficacy of the protection contingent upon the intensity of the love, rather than the quantity or strength of magical power. The stronger the love, the more effective the protection, should one be willing to sacrifice their life. The magic is rendered exceptionally potent. Furthermore, the focus of this magic is nearly immutable. Any transfer must meet similar conditions of affection as the original target. I can invoke this magic based on care for my students. I can extend it to you and the members of the Order through friendship. I can also enact it for my brother, Aberforth, out of familial love, and even in matters of romance." Dumbledore paused momentarily, omitting certain details before continuing. "In essence, my sentiment is that, aside from the Sword of Gryffindor, I possess little attachment to the treasures left behind by the other three founders of Hogwarts, let alone any profound affection. Given that the protective charm of love cannot be transferred, I find myself unable to cast a formidable love-based protection enchantment on those artifacts. Consequently, it is improbable that I could safeguard these treasures, the Horcruxes themselves, against the encroachments of Voldemort's fragmented soul. Moreover, Voldemort's soul fragments are intricately bonded to the Horcruxes, possessing an instinct for self-preservation and imbued with potent dark magic. Even if we wish to apply the love protection enchantment to the Horcruxes, we would have to circumvent the instinctual defenses of Voldemort's soul fragments. This situation starkly contrasts with Harry's experience. He first received the love protection from Mrs. Lily, subsequently fell victim to Voldemort's killing curse, and ultimately fused with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, thereby becoming a Horcrux. The chronological order of events greatly alters the complexity of the task, which is why I have urged Snape to concoct a potion capable of incapacitating the soul fragments. Should Snape's potion prove sufficiently effective, we might even bypass the necessity of casting a love protection spell on the three artifacts altogether, seizing the opportunity to swiftly detach or eliminate the soul fragments while they are subdued. Inspiration has struck me, and I have enlisted the assistance of my old friend, Master Nicodemus, the alchemist, to devise a solution. Although this may impose upon my longtime companion, who intends to conclude his extensive life by year's end, I am compelled to swallow my pride and seek his aid for the sake of resurrecting loved ones and those who should not have perished. By the way, how is your progress faring? Please hold on a moment. Your information is quite extensive, and I need to organize my thoughts. Darryl listened attentively to Dumbledore's discourse and began to summarize his words. Are you suggesting that in order to imbue the Hufflepuff cup, Ravenclaw diadem, and Slytherin locket with a sufficiently potent love protection charm, we must identify individuals with profound affection for these treasures to perform the enchantment? Furthermore, prior to casting the spell, we must first incapacitate the Voldemort soul fragments within these artifacts to prevent them from instinctively resisting during the enchantment process, which could lead to the destruction of the treasures themselves. Additionally, do you wish to bypass the love protection step altogether and, after subduing the Voldemort soul fragments, directly employ some powerful alchemical item to extract them from the three treasures? Precisely. Your summary is remarkably accurate, Dumbledore affirmed with great approval. Darryl pondered for a moment before solemnly expressing his perspective. First and foremost, I believe that the love protection charm serves as a fundamental safety measure, and it would be wise to include it. Otherwise, should there be any misstep in the subsequent process of detaching or eliminating the soul fragments, we may find ourselves without a second chance. If the fragments of Voldemort's soul were to rebel and damage the three treasured relics themselves, all our efforts would be in vain, and the prospects of resurrection would become bleak. We cannot afford to take such a risk. Furthermore, I believe that the protective charm of love we wish to bestow upon the three relics need not stem solely from an affection for the objects themselves. Rather, we can harness a deeper, more profound love that lies behind that fondness. A person who admires an object due to its design, appearance, material, or intrinsic value may not harbor a particularly strong affection for it. Even the most seasoned collectors of a single category may feel this way. However, if an object embodies precious memories or emotions, such as a treasured keepsake from a loved one, a partner's cherished possession, or a comrade's entrusted item, the affection derived from such an object is significantly different. Such items are cherished not merely for their physical attributes, but for the emotional resonance they evoke. Employing this kind of affection to cast a charm of love protection would indeed be compelling, potentially fortifying against the encroachment of Voldemort's soul fragments and safeguarding the relics themselves. Dumbledore gradually grasped Derry's concept, and a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He exclaimed, "Derry, are you suggesting that we utilize our reverence and fond remembrance of the founders of Hogwarts to cast the charm of love protection upon the three relics? Not only that, we can also draw upon the affection and allegiance that Hogwarts students and faculty feel for their respective houses," Derry added. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes brightened, and he quickly rose to his feet, striding purposefully towards the low stand that held the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor. He withdrew his elder wand, aimed it at the sword of Gryffindor, and, channeling his emotions, softly intoned, "Charm of love protection," A powerful, gentle white light emanated from the tip of the Elder Wand, merging into the sword of Gryffindor. The blade shimmered momentarily before settling back into tranquility. Derry immediately focused his attention on the sword of Gryffindor, as the system's appraisal information materialized before him in a panel format. The sword of Gryffindor, enhanced by love, level. Item description: a precious magical artifact crafted by the fairy clan a millennium ago, acquired and transformed by Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. Embodying his courageous spirit. Inscribed upon the blade are the name and runic characters of Godric Gryffindor. This sword is unmatched in sharpness, impervious to dust, eternally pristine, and possesses formidable magical resistance, rendering it immune to the effects of most spells. It can absorb powerful substances or energies, enhancing its own attributes. It senses the call of true brave souls originating from Gryffindor House, and when needed, it can appear in the hands of the recognized hero through the Sorting Hat's transference, assisting them in battle. Currently, it is further empowered by the charm of love protection cast by Albus Dumbledore, increasing its magical resistance to even greater heights. Derry, I can feel it. My magic has successfully manifested. Your idea is indeed feasible, Dumbledore exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With heartfelt admiration and affection, one could bestow protective magic upon the cherished legacy of Gryffindor House, eliciting great joy from the venerable Dumbledore, although he serves as the headmaster. To assert that he harbors no emotional bias towards his own house would be disingenuous. During this academic year's sorting ceremony, the illustrious Harry Potter was assigned to Gryffindor, and the smiles on Dumbledore's and Professor McGonagall's faces were utterly uncontainable. Dudley was acutely aware of this, yet he shook his head at the exuberant Dumbledore, saying, "The idea is feasible, but relying solely on yourself is far from sufficient." Chapter 141. The Comprehensive Guide to the Art of Harmless Separation. I understand that Horcruxes are among the treasures of the other three founders. The professors from the other houses must learn the magic of love to wield it effectively. I shall approach Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape to discuss this matter. Dumbledore's smile faded as he contemplated. That alone will not suffice. Dudley remained dissatisfied. After all, this was nearly our sole hope, and depending merely on a few professors' affection to safeguard the treasures was still precarious. Are you suggesting, Dumbledore's gaze flickered, that we should also rally the strength of the students and the members of the Order of the Phoenix? Precisely. Dudley nodded. However, ancient magic is not easily mastered. The students cannot be expected to learn it extensively in a short period, and most of the Order's members are from Gryffindor, which would limit their assistance. Moreover, I fear that the dissemination of this magic could provoke Voldemort, who has already infiltrated the castle, making him feel insecure and thereby escaping our control. After all, Professor Trelawney's third prophecy clearly alludes to the fact that Voldemort's nemesis possesses a mysterious power that he cannot comprehend, which undoubtedly refers to the power of love. Dumbledore expressed his concerns. We have already discussed this at my home. This magic of love is so potent and effective that it must eventually be promoted to strengthen the power of the White Wizards. Dudley spoke slowly, already formulating a plan in his mind. But as you mentioned, this is not the opportune moment. My proposal is that you, along with a trusted group of professors and members of the Phoenix Order, collaboratively explore and develop new applications and possibilities for the love protective magic. For instance, we could establish methods for collecting and storing love, setting up the banners of the four houses on the wall behind the staff seating in the Great Hall. These banners could serve as vessels to collect and store the affection and recognition that the entire school community holds for their respective houses. We should also organize numerous events to celebrate the legacies of the four founders of Hogwarts, igniting a sense of reverence and nostalgia among students and faculty alike, which could be similarly captured through the banners. Once Snape has developed the potion to incapacitate the fragments of Voldemort's soul, or we devise other means to subdue the soul fragments, we can then take decisive action. The soul fragments of the three treasured artifacts of anesthesia, seizing the opportunity to convert the affection collected from the banners of various academies into protective love magic, will be transferred into the corresponding soul artifacts, thereby safeguarding the treasures themselves. Ultimately, by employing certain means, we shall thoroughly eradicate the soul fragments of Voldemort residing within the artifacts. The affection and reverence amassed in the banners resonate harmoniously with the love required to protect the Founder's treasures, aligning with the transfer conditions you previously articulated. And I perceive a substantial feasibility in this approach. Thus, we need not publicly proclaim the protective love magic throughout this academic year, which might provoke the main soul of Voldemort within Eclipse, while simultaneously addressing our need to safeguard the 3 Founder relics. Upon hearing Derry's words, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically. Let it be so. I am confident in executing your vision. With that, Dumbledore summoned a modest tome using a summoning charm and presented it to Derry. Upon receiving it, Derry discovered that it contained the ancient magical practices related to protective love. He quietly stored the tome and inquired of Dumbledore, "What alchemical item did you request for Mr. Nicodemus? Will it ensure the removal of the soul fragments from the artifact?" The inspiration for this alchemical item arose during my time at Azkaban, when I vanquished those die-hard Death Eaters and gleaned insights from the Dementors. Dumbledore began to elaborate on his thoughts. The Dementor's kiss can extract a wizard's soul from their body, bearing striking similarities to the process of severing soul fragments from an artifact, by using potions to sedate Voldemort's soul fragments, while simultaneously enveloping the soul artifact with protective love magic, and ultimately employing an alchemical item based on the principle of the Dementor's kiss to extract and obliterate the soul fragments. We can flawlessly detach Voldemort's essence from the 3 treasured artifacts. This will bestow upon you miraculous innate powers, enabling the resurrection of our loved ones and allies. This is the concept I have formulated. As for ensuring absolute certainty, we shall have to wait until LeMay constructs the item, after which we can conduct experiments using the Gaunt Ring artifact. I believe the success rate of this method is exceedingly high. Were it not for the challenges in controlling Dementors and the uncertainty of their power, I would have even contemplated capturing one to extract the soul fragments from the treasured artifacts directly. If you could procure a Dementor for me, I would also like to attempt some experiments. Derry found Dumbledore's ideas commendable and expressed his desire to explore this new line of thought. That is acceptable, but Derry, you must first learn the Patronus charm. Without targeted defensive measures, Dementors can be quite perilous. Dumbledore had no objections, as this was a trivial matter for him. He planned to have Mad-Eye Moody deal with young Barty before venturing to Azkaban to select another Dementor from a significantly reduced population and send it to Hogwarts. I will, Derry affirmed. Though he had not acquired the Patronus charm from the fractured wand of Quirrell, he harbored great confidence in mastering the spell. The joyful memories essential for learning it were abundant, nearly inexhaustible. Throughout his life, the emotional value bestowed upon him by the Dursleys and Harry was plentiful beyond measure. And how goes your experimentation with the precise killing curse and the specialized wand for combat? Dumbledore inquired further. Prior to the commencement of the school year, he had conferred with Dudley regarding methods and strategies for harmlessly extracting the soul fragments from Horcruxes, and they had delineated their respective roles. Now, having completed his portion of the task, it was time for Dudley to elaborate on his progress, using Wormtail and the Castle's vermin as targets. My proficiency with the precise killing curse has advanced rapidly. In due time, I shall achieve the ability to control it with precision, allowing me to use the diary Horcrux as a new target, Dudley stated in a calm demeanor, articulating the grim nature of his endeavors without reservation. However, the progress concerning the use of Harry's hair as a core for crafting a specialized wand against Voldemort was somewhat slower. I have tested 7 or 8 types of wood for the wand, none of which have proven ideal. A couple of types barely succeeded in forming a wand, yet the power and accuracy fell short of the mark. I shall persist in my efforts until I create the most perfect specialized wand. I estimate that I will achieve this goal before Christmas. And how do you intend to remove the fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in Harry's scar? Dumbledore pressed on. In response, Dudley's expression grew more solemn. Let us see whether my success precedes that of Mr. LeMay's alchemical creations. Whichever method yields validation first shall be employed. Harry was safeguarded by Aunt Lily's love, ensuring his safety. That is for the best. The sooner we can remove the fragment of Voldemort's soul from Harry's scar, the sooner we can rest easy, Dumbledore stated gravely. Dudley nodded slightly in agreement. Yet he secretly wished to take matters into his own hands to eliminate the threat looming over his cousin. He would never harbor any intent to harm Harry. His wrath was solely directed at Voldemort. It could be said that even without the specialized wand, should Dudley unleash the killing curse upon Harry, the only casualty would be the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, it was best to act when conditions were more favorable. Now that we have concluded our discussion on Voldemort and the Horcruxes, it is time to address other matters. When do you plan to commence teaching the calming charm to the students of Hogwarts? In recent days, I have received a veritable mountain of letters from parents wishing for you to impart this spell. Furthermore, the professors of the 8 core subjects at Hogwarts have expressed mixed reviews regarding your performance this week. As for Snape's potions class, let us not delve into that. However, Professor Binns, who teaches history of magic, has voiced considerable discontent, believing your blatant truancy was an affront to his authority. Professor Sinistra of astronomy expressed regret over your premature departure, which resulted in your failure to observe the movements of the principal star of Aquarius. However, several other professors acknowledged your contributions, particularly Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Dumbledore introduced a new topic, one that was also on Darius's mind. I shall teach the binding charm, Darius replied, but my class is not open to just anyone. As he spoke, he gestured in the air, summoning a copy of the intelligence report given to him by Filch during dinner. With a nonverbal levitation charm, he caused a large notebook to float before Dumbledore. Take a good look, Dumbledore. These are the sordid events that have transpired right under your nose in this very castle. Hogwarts has never been merely a sanctuary for white wizards. It has also served as a breeding ground for dark wizards. Voldemort, the second Dark Lord, will certainly not be the last. Every adult wizard in the British magical community graduated from Hogwarts. They are all alumni. They are all classmates. Yet, after graduation, it is alumni who kill alumni, classmates who fight classmates. Now, we can resolve to eradicate the Death Eaters and cleanse this blight from the magical world. But what comes next? Shall we allow such occurrences to perpetually recur? Change is imperative, Dumbledore. Hogwarts desperately requires reform. A wave of educational and ideological transformation is urgently needed. Darius's tone intensified, his emotions building gradually, imbued with both motivation and conviction. As Dumbledore listened to Darius's words, he perused Filch's meticulously detailed notes, remaining silent for an extended period. Eventually, he sighed deeply and remarked, "Blood prejudice is an age-old tradition within the magical realm, deeply entrenched and difficult to eradicate. As for the rivalry between houses, Hogwarts was indeed divided based on 4 distinct personality traits, and conflicts among them are unavoidable. Human hearts are inscrutable. Differing stances inevitably lead to conflict and division between light and dark. This is not only true of the British magical community, but also applies to other magical societies and even the Muggle world. Having lived for over a century, I have witnessed these matters unfold, yet I find myself powerless to change them. Darius, you excel in creating miracles, but I truly believe this issue cannot be altered solely by human effort." Dumbledore's outlook was decidedly pessimistic, yet Darius held a contrasting perspective. "Dumbledore, you are absolutely correct. Not a word of what you said is mistaken. However, you have overlooked a crucial aspect." "What aspect?" "Quite simply, the issue of numbers. There are only about 300 students at Hogwarts, and the entire British magical community comprises merely 2,000 to 2,500 wizards. The wizarding world is not a vast expanse of millions or billions like the Muggle realm. The limited population offers a glimmer of hope for resolving what seems to be an insurmountable ideological dilemma." Darley, with unwavering confidence, replied, "I do not aspire to completely resolve the conflicts and divisions that plague this world, for that is an impossibility. However, when it comes to the 300 or so individuals at Hogwarts, I remain steadfast in my belief that I can manage them. If I can successfully transform these 300, it equates to shaping the future of the magical realm, and it may also indirectly influence their parents and relatives, thereby rejuvenating the atmosphere of the British magical community, which encompasses 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Dumbledore, you must not succumb to despondency. I still rely on your efforts to reform the educational system at Hogwarts." Upon hearing Darley's explanation, Dumbledore felt as if a veil had been lifted, and a surge of determination ignited within him, dispelling his previous gloom. Although he harbored doubts that even if Darley's reform succeeded, the impact would gradually dissipate over time, he was nonetheless inspired by Darley's conviction. Even if it only ensured a better magical community for a generation or two, it would still be an immensely noble endeavor. He perked up and inquired, "Dursley, what do you intend to do?" "Firstly, the initial step must be to enlighten the students of Hogwarts about what is right and what is wrong," Dursley declared with piercing eyes and a resonant voice. Hogwarts is replete with skill-based courses, yet none delve into the realm of moral education. The Muggle Studies class brushes the surface, but is confined to merely teaching how to interact properly with Muggles and how to blend into their society through disguise. Conversely, the history of magic, which ought to provide students with lessons and reflections from the past, has been rendered a tedious and unproductive exercise under Professor Binns. A sheer waste of energy and time. This is precisely why I took Harry out of History of Magic class. Dursley, are you suggesting that I should dismiss Professor Binns? Reconstruct the History of Magic curriculum? Dumbledore gulped, feeling the weight of the situation. It is crucial to note that Professor Binns has been teaching the history of magic since the founding of Hogwarts a millennium ago. He is, in essence, a living relic of the school. To dismiss such a professor, regarded as a mascot of the institution, is not a decision Dumbledore would take lightly. Moreover, as a ghost, Professor Binns cannot stray far from the place of his demise, which means that even if he were dismissed, he would still remain within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. There is no need for dismissal, Dursley interjected. However, a transformation of the curriculum is imperative. You must persuade Professor Binns to alter his teaching style, and simultaneously invite some truly wise scholars to offer him supplementary instruction. Chapter 143, The Muggle Talent Introduction Program. "Oh, Dursley, do you know such individuals?" Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. "Are they wizards or Muggles?" Casting a glance at the somewhat excited Dumbledore, Dursley responded calmly, "I do not know a single one." "What?" Dumbledore was taken aback. "You don't know anyone? Are you merely jesting with me?" Dolly discerned the unspoken implications beneath old Dumbledore's expression. Without further ado, he continued, "Not recognizing them now does not preclude future acquaintance. You could certainly dispatch someone to seek them out, while we cannot rely on the thousands within the British wizarding community. Do you know the current number of Muggles in Britain? Over 57 million. With such a vast population, is it truly impossible to unearth dozens or even hundreds of benevolent, courageous, experienced, knowledgeable, and wise professionals?" Dumbledore was once again taken aback. Did they truly need to recruit so many individuals to assist Professor Binns? As a ghost, Binns obviously did not require such an abundance of educators. Yet Hogwarts boasts more than just Professor Binns. They needed to find exceptional, fair-minded, and insightful historians to teach him how to appropriately utilize historical facts, guiding students to draw lessons from history and form sound cognitive understandings. They needed to seek out experts in genetic biology to help liberate the professors from the shackles of pure-blood supremacy, ultimately enabling them to reshape the students' perceptions of lineage and gradually eliminate blood discrimination within the school. They needed to identify specialists in sociology, social psychology, child psychology, and educational psychology. These experts could illuminate what a healthy, thriving society should resemble, how to influence students' perceptions on a psychological level, how to engage with students more effectively, and how to better guide them to accept and identify with the educational content. This approach should not resemble Professor Binns' hypnotic pedagogy, nor the doctrinal indoctrination exemplified by the former Professor Flitwick, nor should it echo Snape's oppressive methods. The latter's approach should be applied judiciously, more suitable for those excessively arrogant and haughty children. Snape's indiscriminate use of verbal belittlement and mild corporal punishment could easily render some students insecure and withdrawn, unable to lift their heads for a lifetime. Having slightly digressed, Dolly summarized in essence, "We must seek allies within the Muggle community who can assist us in advancing educational reform. First, we arm your minds, and then you professors can transform the students of Hogwarts." After hearing Dolly's insights, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke with evident hesitation. "Dolly, I comprehend your point. However, there are certain nuanced concerns. If there are issues, speak openly. We shall devise solutions together," Dolly urged, sensing Dumbledore's trepidation. "Very well. I shall proceed," Dumbledore replied, hastening his pace. Introducing Muggles to Hogwarts would directly contravene the statute of secrecy. Even with my assurances, navigating the Ministry of Magic scrutiny would be fraught with challenges and could provoke public discourse within a magical community. With so many individuals involved, complete concealment is implausible. I could concoct a talisman using Peter's blood along with other materials to create a counter-expulsion charm for Muggles. When the suitable Muggle talents are introduced, each one will receive a token to carry with them, and we shall simply declare that they are mute individuals who have grown up in the Muggle world. Dolly was well prepared and answered the first question in an instant. Then, Dumbledore inquired how many new courses Hogwarts would open, who would be the professors, and whether they would select from these Muggle talents or recruit outstanding wizards elsewhere. I do not count the courses I am planning to introduce. You need only to create one new course, aptly named Enhancement of Great Wizard's Awareness. The title alone will have a certain allure, and if we make it a compulsory course, you shall be the one to teach it. Dolly answered without hesitation, swiftly addressing the second question. Me, Dumbledore exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. After many years as headmaster, he had not taught for quite some time, allowing complacency to dull his scholarly instincts. Why are you so astonished, Dumbledore? Do not forget, this pertains to the education of Hogwarts students and the collective intellectual development of the future magical community. In a sense, it surpasses the importance of any other course. Such a crucial subject, and you would entrust it to someone else? Are you certain that others could adequately convey this knowledge to Hogwarts students? Especially the pure-blood scions of Slytherin and the impetuous youths of Gryffindor? You must glean their knowledge and skills from these Muggle talents, and then impart it to the students of Hogwarts through your own understanding. You can select the finest among them to assist in teaching this course and the history of magic as well. The mindset of the magical community largely depends on your influence. You must lead the charge. Professors Binns and Karatababaji from the Muggle Studies course can assist you after they have absorbed the new ideas. Dolly articulated his thoughts completely, plunging Dumbledore once more into contemplation. Dolly, cannot you teach this new course? You seem to possess a thorough grasp of the Muggle knowledge and philosophies you mentioned. If you were to teach, we could avoid seeking so many others. After pondering for a while, Dumbledore contemplated offloading the responsibility onto Dolly. Dolly, unable to restrain himself, interrupted Dumbledore's sentence with a raised voice. Are you out of your mind? I am merely an 11-year-old child. Furthermore, while I have dabbled in that knowledge, do you not fear that entrusting me with a teaching role could lead to a future magical world filled with unruly rogues? Many things in this world are easier said than done, and I am well aware of my limitations. I could wax eloquent and offer grand ideas, but my thoughts and character are ill-suited for a noble educational endeavor. In my spare time, I could teach spells and alchemy to those students of good character, guiding them to harness their talents and develop new spells, but that is the extent of my capabilities. My vision is for you to lead the professors in positive guidance and education, while I take on the role of a stern motivator to spur the students forward. Let us, with our distinct yet complementary roles, collaboratively implement the educational reforms at Hogwarts. This ideological transformation is merely the initial step. Once we have largely eradicated the bloodline discrimination and inter-house rivalries within the school, we must further enhance the overall capabilities of Hogwarts students, allowing the magical realm's heritage to evolve and flourish. Chapter 144, The Weasley Couple Recruitment Task Force. Dumbledore was taken aback by Dudley's fervor. After listening to Dudley's impassioned remarks, he expressed a hint of regret, saying, I apologize, Dudley. Your intellectual acumen, demeanor, and appearance often lead me to overlook your youth. I should not have thought to take the easy route and place the responsibility upon your shoulders. It has been far too long since I last taught, and now I am tasked with imparting knowledge on a novel subject I have never taught before, one that bears little relation to magic. It is only natural that I feel somewhat out of my depth. I shall strive to overcome this challenge, or perhaps devise alternative methods. After his apology, the wise old wizard shifted the conversation, speculating, Dudley, your profound interest in the educational reforms at Hogwarts. Could it be that your miraculous talent allows you to derive extraordinary power from this endeavor? Might you even acquire the ability to resurrect through this process? Indeed, you are correct, Dudley replied. As someone who is not inclined to labor without benefit, I would not concern myself without reason. Completing the educational reform at Hogwarts, akin to the painless extraction of Voldemort's soul fragments from the 3 Deathly Hallows, could bestow upon me unparalleled conceptual power. However, the specific nature of the powers gained from the educational reform is unpredictable, and I cannot ascertain the outcome. While the possibility of acquiring resurrection abilities is not entirely absent, it is slim, we should still place our hopes on the Three Hallows. Now, let us not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Do you have any further inquiries regarding the recruitment of Muggle talents? If not, I would like to recommend 2 individuals adept at this task. Indeed, I was just about to inquire how to identify suitable candidates among a multitude of Muggles, Dudley remarked. It is essential to recognize that most wizards possess limited understanding of the Muggle world, as do my comrades in the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore, regaining his focus, continued with the pertinent question, have Ron's parents, the Weasley couple, joined your Order of the Phoenix yet? Dudley's inquiry was direct, his intentions clear. Are you referring to Arthur and Molly? Dumbledore responded, slightly surprised but quickly grasping Dudley's reasoning. They have not yet aligned with the Order. With their numerous children, and given that they were quite young during Voldemort's reign, they have refrained from overtly joining us in our fight against him for the sake of their family's safety. Nevertheless, they're my dear friends and loyal allies of the Order. Now that we are in a time of peace, I can certainly extend an invitation for them to join. Arthur is an official at the Ministry of Magic, overseeing the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, particularly concerning the misuse of Muggle artifacts. He possesses a remarkably amicable attitude towards Muggles and harbors a deep admiration for their technological innovations, making him exceptionally suited for the task of seeking out reliable professionals in the Muggle realm. This is precisely my intention. Dudley nodded in agreement as you invited the Weasley couple to join the Order of the Phoenix, offering them not only a salary, but also a generous budget for activities. Appointing Mr. Arthur as the leader, he could request an extended leave from the ministry, accompanied by his wife and a group of mild-mannered, diligent members of the Order, to form a talent acquisition team tasked with venturing into the Muggle world. It would be beneficial for Mr. Arthur to visit my home, where my father, Vernon, could utilize his financial resources and connections within the Muggle community to provide assistance. The search for talent should focus on the distinguished educators from Muggle institutions of higher learning and exceptional individuals who have published authoritative papers in the academic fields I previously mentioned. It is imperative to communicate to the participating wizards that the Muggle talents they recruit must not only possess extensive knowledge and expertise, but also demonstrate exemplary character, as this is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the individuals they seek should possess courage and a strong capacity to embrace new experiences, without being rendered incapacitated by the sight of magic or apparitions. Additionally, recruitment should not equate to coercion. It is essential to clearly articulate the situation and obtain their consent before proceeding. What if the Muggles are unwilling to participate, or if suitable candidates cannot be found? Dumbledore pressed further, expressing concern. Dudley remarked that the selection criteria were excessive and stringent, casting doubt on whether there were even 100 Muggles in Britain who would meet the qualifications. Dumbledore, I understand Muggles better than you do, devoid of magical assistance. They encounter numerous life regrets that magic could effortlessly resolve. You must liaise with the ministry to lift the restrictions on magical usage for the talent acquisition team. Provided that it does not contravene ethical standards, team members should be permitted to use magic to assist the Muggle talents we require, thereby securing their agreement. Moreover, there is a simpler approach, financial incentive. Trust me, there are not many Muggles in this world who cannot be persuaded by money. As for your apprehensions about the potential scarcity of qualified candidates, I believe such concerns are unfounded. With over 57 million people, it would be astonishing if we could not gather 100 suitable individuals. If all else fails, you can leverage your reputation and connections within the international magical community to enable the talent acquisition team to seek candidates in other countries. Simply adding a requirement for fluency in English. Dudley shared all the strategies he could conceive and then reminded, we must be selective, prioritizing quality over quantity. Any Muggle talents brought in by the acquisition team must undergo further interviews conducted by you and me, and we may even employ the legilimency spell to glean insights into their memories and thoughts. This matter must also be communicated to the Muggle talent recruitment team to prevent any oversight by team members, thereby avoiding the recruitment of idlers or fraudsters. Dumbledore nodded repeatedly, his doubts regarding the recruitment of Muggle talents now dispelled. They were ready to proceed. Dudley engaged Dumbledore in casual conversation for a while longer and left behind a handwritten letter for his father, Vernon, as a token when Arthur Weasley sought assistance from the Dursley family. Afterward, he took half of Dumbledore's stock of orange soda and exited the headmaster's office. He proceeded to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, where he constructed an interrogation chamber, sipping soda while practicing the precise killing curse with a small star. It was not until dawn that he returned to the Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory to catch up on sleep. Harry did not wander at night. He slept soundly through the night and awoke feeling refreshed. On Saturday morning, following his cousin's instructions, Harry carefully wrapped the apology letter his cousin had written the previous day, along with a modified and enhanced Diggory's wand, in a large piece of parchment and placed it in Hedwig's talons. After enjoying some jerky, Hedwig joyfully spread her wings and flew out of the dormitory window, embarking on her noble delivery mission. Guided by her instincts, she soared directly to the residence of the wizard named Daedalus Diggle. Chapter 145. The Quirky Diggle. The Wand Master becomes renowned. Initially, Dudley had no intention of returning Diggle's wand. The current situation arose solely because of that silly yet endearing letter Diggle had sent on their first day of school. Dudley could not bear to cling to a wand he no longer needed, leaving the not-so-bright Mr. Diggle in the dark. Thus, driven by a tinge of guilt, he modified and enhanced Diggle's wand and wrote an apology letter in response. In the letter, Dudley candidly admitted to his act of theft, but explained that the circumstances were urgent. He sensed that he and Harry would soon encounter Voldemort and the Dark Wizards, which compelled him to take Diggle's wand. Furthermore, he noted that the wand had indeed played a significant role in his subsequent battle against Voldemort. Lastly, he introduced Diggle to the functions of a modified wand and mentioned that if Diggle remained unsatisfied, Dudley would be willing to compensate him with a few more galleons. The letter did not specify the consequences should Diggle remain displeased. However, it was evident that Dudley was not a benevolent individual, nor was he one to make indefinite concessions, despite being the original thief. However, once Hedwig delivered the substantial letter to Mr. Diggle, an unexpected and remarkable development occurred that Dudley could never have anticipated. Diggle was utterly unconcerned about Dudley stealing his wand. Rather, he was thrilled that his old wand had been used against the Dark Lord. It had contributed significantly to repelling Voldemort. Diggle was elated. A monumental event he had never dared to dream of had indeed been partaken by his wand. How could he not feel elated? How could he not swell with pride? After all, he was the one who, on the fateful night of young Harry's triumph over Voldemort, celebrated with such exuberance that he conjured a meteor shower, startling the very denizens of the Muggle world. Thus, during the weekend, Digger took the opportunity to visit friends and relatives, proudly brandishing the wand that Dudley had modified for him, reveling in the glory of having once repelled the Dark Lord. He boasted of his close acquaintance with Mr. Harry Potter, the bane of Voldemort, and Mr. Dudley Dursley, the esteemed first assistant at Hogwarts. On that memorable day, Assistant Dursley immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of his wand, borrowing it for a moment, and indeed, it later inflicted harm upon the Dark Lord, driving him back. Furthermore, with the enhancements bestowed upon it by Assistant Dursley, a mere flick of this wand could vanquish a multitude of dark wizards. In essence, the tall tales grew increasingly extravagant and far-fetched. On the evening of that Saturday, Rita Skeeter, a columnist for the Daily Prophet, sought out Digger for an exclusive interview. The following day, Mr. Digger's wondrous wand graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. When it comes to the art of boasting and fabricating falsehoods, 100 Diggers would pale in comparison to a single Rita Skeeter. It is easy to surmise how absurd the contents of this article would be. Due to Dumbledore's stern warning to the Daily Prophet, Rita was compelled to omit large sections that exaggerated Dudley's character under the strong insistence of the editor. However, the published article still portrayed Dudley as a master wandmaker surpassing Ollivander, suggesting that Dudley could modify and enhance wands produced in Ollivander's shop. Rita Skeeter, an illicit animagus who could transform into a beetle, reveled in eavesdropping and, as a journalist, showed a blatant disregard for the truth of her reports. Her greatest delight lay in tarnishing reputations or using flattery to destroy the standing of wizarding celebrities, igniting conflicts and disputes among wizards. Even without any personal gain, she pursued her twisted enjoyment through false reporting. This time, she aimed to incite a rivalry between the enigmatic and powerful Assistant Dursley and the monopolistic wandmaker, Master Ollivander. Eager to witness their heated confrontation, however, she was met with utter disappointment. Dudley, studying far away at Hogwarts, offered no response to the Daily Prophet, choosing to ignore it entirely. Meanwhile, Master Ollivander, situated diagonally from the Daily Prophet in Diagon Alley, calmly turned away the aggressive reporters and onlookers, stating, Mr. Dursley's understanding of wands clearly surpasses my own. It is no surprise that he can enhance the wands I create. With that, he closed his doors to visitors, inviting only Digger inside for a private discussion. Ollivander's obsession with wands was unmatched, although he believed that Derry, who was capable of proposing the extraordinary theory of attentively listening to the will of the wand, was indeed qualified to enhance his wand. He remained intensely curious about the techniques employed by Derry in this enhancement. He implored Diggo to show him the wand that Derry had fortified. Diggo, having already shared his newfound treasure with many others, saw no reason to refuse. Today, he had accompanied the crowd to gather at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, fearing that Ollivander might utter something detrimental to Derry, allowing him to defend Derry on the spot. Now, witnessing Ollivander's humility in acknowledging his own limitations, he maintained his respect for the master. Upon receiving the wand from Diggo, Ollivander noticed that a vividly animated phoenix design had been added to the wand shaft. The phoenix pattern, a deep crimson, seemed to pulse with a fierce and latent magical energy that could be sensed through a mere touch. This was a brilliant amalgamation of alchemical artistry and spellcasting techniques. It also harbored a significant reservoir of magical power. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Mr. Dursley, you are truly erudite and brimming with ingenious ideas." After expressing his astonishment, he closed his eyes to deeply attune himself to the wand, then turned to Diggo and confidently inquired, "Mr. Diggo, I presume Mr. Dursley has provided you with a method to ensure the fidelity of this affectionate wand? You have implemented it, I trust?" Diggo was taken aback by the master's insight. "Indeed, you are a master. I have not divulged this to anyone. Mr. Dursley instructed me to let my blood fall upon the phoenix design to claim ownership, and I complied immediately after reading his letter. This is fortuitous, as some wands are inherently capricious and cannot devote themselves fully to a single master, which is not ideal for the wizard wielding them." Ollivander sighed with a sense of longing as he returned the wand to Diggo, solemnly advising, "Use this wand wisely. Do not recklessly employ the lethal magic stored within, as its power diminishes with each use and cannot be replenished." "I understand. I shall reserve my new wand's ultimate power for times of peril." Diggo replied, but immediately regretted his words. Chapter 146, Slander and Regret. An apology. This remark reminded Ollivander, the master wandmaker who adhered strictly to the principle of one wand per wizard, of the incongruity of Diggo possessing two wands simultaneously. "Mr. Diggo, since Mr. Dursley has rendered your old wand loyal, I must implore you not to be so fickle as to retain a new wand. Come now, return the wand you recently purchased from me. I shall refund your galleons." Ollivander fixed his gaze upon Diggo, seeking a return of the wand. Diggo's expression stiffened as he hastily laughed. "Oh, I just remembered that I left my door ajar when I departed home. I must hurry back." As he spoke, Diggo hurriedly turned and fled. Ollivander, with his frail limbs, did not pursue him, indicating that he held little hope of retrieving the new wand from Diggo. Wands sold are akin to water poured out. Whether they are evaporated by the scorching sun or absorbed by the earth to nourish flowers is left to the whims of fate. Ollivander had delved into the hearts of the wands, sensing their will and preferences. Yet he remained unable to determine the fate of the wands once they departed from his shop, for wands are meant for wizards, not to languish and mold within the confines of his store. Master Ollivander closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sentiments of the thousands of wands nestled within their boxes on the shelves. He quietly returned to his desk in the back room, setting aside the partially written wand-making manuscript, and drew forth a blank piece of parchment to compose a letter to Dursley. Since he had realized the theoretical understanding posited by Dursley, successfully sensing the wand's faint wishes, he had been wholly engrossed in the endeavor of authoring his work. Had it not been for the incident that transpired today, he might have forgotten to convey his joyful news to Dursley, expressing his gratitude for Dursley's enlightening influence. His initial intention was to meticulously document the method he had discovered for communicating with the wand's wills, from theory to practice, thereby creating a family tome that would enrich their heritage. Subsequently, he planned to publish a concise version of the book, attributing the authorship to Dursley, with himself as the second author, in order to elevate Dursley's reputation as a gesture of gratitude. However, upon reflection, such a significant matter ought to be discussed with Dursley first. He could not undertake this endeavor in secrecy. Meanwhile, on a different note, After fleeing in a flurry from Ollivander's wand shop, Digga encountered a gathering of onlookers and a reporter from the Daily Prophet who had yet to depart. Rita Skeeter, perturbed by Ollivander's recent admission of defeat, immediately concocted a nefarious scheme upon seeing Digga's distressed expression. She raised her magical camera and snapped a flurry of photos, capturing the panicked Digga alongside the backdrop of Ollivander's wand shop. She had already envisioned how she would frame tomorrow's report. The wand master Ollivander, lacking confidence in surpassing the prowess of Dursley, the assistant to the first-class knight of Merlin, publicly acknowledged Dursley's wand-making skills as superior to his own, thus earning a reputation for humility. Yet, behind the scenes, he deceitfully lured Mr. Digga back into the shop, subjecting him to threats and torment to vent his frustrations. The panic etched across Mr. Digga's face served as undeniable evidence. A wicked smile spread across Rita Skeeter's face. She completely disregarded Digga's protests regarding the inaccuracies in her morning report, refusing to hear another word from him as she departed the scene with the rest of the Daily Prophet team. Meanwhile, Digga found himself encircled by a throng of onlookers eager to glean more information from the unfolding drama. Previously, numerous individuals yearned to invest a considerable sum in the old wand, which had been enhanced by Dursley, wielded by the enigmatic figure known as Diggory. Now, even Master Ollivander felt overshadowed, as the value of that wand soared dramatically. A throng of self-proclaimed affluent wizards congregated at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, clamoring to engage in an auction for the wand. Among them were not a few double-faced Death Eaters hailing from pureblood families. They had genuinely succumbed to the allure of Diggory, donning masks and disguises, seeking to procure a formidable weapon capable of resisting the Dark Lord to safeguard themselves at home. At that moment, Diggory experienced a pang of regret. He should not have publicized the matter so recklessly. His actions had escalated the situation, causing not only inconvenience for Dursley and Ollivander, but also backfiring upon himself. "I do not sell wands. This wand belongs to me. It has been specially enhanced for me by Mr. Dursley. You cannot wield it." Enveloped by the crowd, Diggory erupted in fury, brandishing the old wand that Dursley had augmented. "Clear the way. Otherwise, I shall cast a spell that sends you soaring to the rooftops." This was a wondrous wand, capable of injuring even the mysterious one. Those who wish to live should step aside. In a fit of agitation, Diggory commanded attention, and the crowd fell silent, parting to grant him passage. They gazed in awe at the wand he held, adorned with phoenix motifs. Having already succumbed to Diggory's influence and acknowledged the wand's potency, they dared not challenge him. Moreover, the Dark Lord was not in power. The White Lord held dominion. The double-faced Death Eaters, now subdued, had no courage to engage in robbery or tumult in such a public setting, and could only watch as Diggory departed unscathed. At Hogwarts, the precious first weekend of the school year did not afford Dursley any respite. The commotion caused by Diggory's antics and Rita Skeeter's distasteful reports left him exasperated. Yet he remained unfazed. Typically, Dursley showed little regard for discretion, especially given his overwhelming strength and influence at present. He was unconcerned about exposing wand-making techniques, considering them trivial matters. The obnoxious little beetle, Rita Skeeter, would eventually face his reckoning. What truly occupied Dursley's mind was an incident that transpired on Sunday afternoon. In the preceding days, he had not spent time with Harry and his friends, either immersing himself in books at the library or honing his precision-killing curse in the room of requirement, crafting specialized wands, and studying the ancient magic of love protection. Consequently, when Harry sought to apologize to Malfoy for the incident during their last flying lesson, Dursley was not by his side. Hermione and Ron accompanied Harry instead. After 2 days of reconciliation, Hermione, along with Neville, had expressed their apologies to Harry and Dursley regarding the obstruction incident, and the group had mended their friendship. In Dursley's absence, the trio naturally navigated together, and they ventured outside the castle to the courtyard, where they encountered Malfoy and his companions, approaching them with intention. This action caused Malfoy's brow to furrow in surprise, while Crabbe and Goyle instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. The trio of Malfoy scanned their surroundings, glancing left and right, and upon realizing that Dudley was not nearby, they relaxed their tense demeanor and regained their courage. "Oh, is that the so-called savior, Mr. Harry Potter? What brings you here? Are you about to misunderstand me once again?" As the two groups drew closer, Malfoy seized the opportunity to speak first, his tone laced with an undeniable bitterness. Witnessing Malfoy's demeanor, Ron and Hermione's expressions darkened instantaneously, filled with indignation. They were poised to defend Harry, yet Harry raised a hand to stop them. Malfoy, I am not here to quarrel. I have come to apologize. I sincerely regret that I misjudged you during our last flying lesson. Harry offered his apology with heartfelt sincerity, leaving Malfoy momentarily dumbfounded, rendered speechless. While Malfoy stood there in shock, his loyal companions Crabbe and Goyle burst into laughter. Malfoy, did you hear that? Harry Potter is apologizing to you. He has yielded to us. Crabbe and Goyle reveled in their triumph, as if they had stumbled upon a fortune of 100 galleons. Be quiet. Malfoy snapped back to reality amidst their laughter, sharply admonishing his companions to silence. Startled, Crabbe and Goyle ceased their raucous mirth, bewildered. Malfoy then lifted his chin, brimming with arrogance, and addressed Harry. I graciously accept your apology. Do be more cautious next time. Remember, I do not forgive lightly. Though Malfoy outwardly projected an air of superiority, inwardly, he felt a surge of secret delight. He harbored a desire to befriend Harry, and Harry's initiative to apologize was undoubtedly a promising signal. However, Malfoy's haughty retort provoked Hermione's temper beyond endurance. Without waiting for Harry's response, she raised her eyebrows and angrily rebuked Malfoy. Malfoy, what sort of attitude is this? Harry came to apologize to you, and you dare to speak like that? You filthy mudblood. Before Hermione could continue, the sharp voice of Pansy Parkinson, accompanied by her cohort Millicent Bulstrode, interrupted her with unabashed insults. Hermione, Ron, and Harry immediately turned to face the approaching Pansy and Millicent, their fury palpable. The trio of Malfoy also shifted their attention. Malfoy once again furrowed his brow. It was evident that he did not wish for Pansy to intervene on his behalf, nor did he want to hear that unpleasant term that had already begun to irritate him. Yet, his pure-blooded status and position left him unable to refute Pansy's remarks, compelling him to observe the unfolding situation in silence. Another foolish proponent of blood purity. Do you dare to match your true abilities against mine in a wizard duel? Hermione spoke coldly, her gaze directed sharply at Pansy, who had stepped forward. Though anger coursed through her, she felt no sorrow. After thoroughly analyzing and dissecting the essence of pure-blood elitism and blood prejudice during their train journey, she had come to perceive the pitiable nature of those like Pansy, who had been indoctrinated by pure-blood ideology. You foolish mudblood. Pansy, infuriated by Hermione's defiance, retorted with scorn and prepared to accept the challenge. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was struck by a vile curse from Ron, who had little regard for fair play. Slug. Unable to tolerate the incessant insults hurled at Hermione, Ron discreetly brandished the newly modified wand that Dudley had crafted for him and unleashed a simple curse at Pansy. Unlike the incident in their second year, when Ron had defended Hermione against Malfoy with a broken wand, this wand was in pristine condition, perfectly suited to him, even superior to a brand new one. The slug curse did not rebound upon him, but struck Pansy directly, who, caught off guard and without her wand drawn, doubled over in discomfort, violently expelling slimy slugs along with portions of her stomach acid and undigested lunch. The scene was both grotesque and tragic. Pansy was infuriated, yet the slugs continued to pour forth from her mouth, leaving her devoid of any strength to resist. That detestable Weasley! How could you do such a thing to Pansy for the sake of a mudblood? Millicent, standing behind Pansy, was furious. She patted Pansy's back with her pudgy hand, but to no avail. In a fit of rage, she drew her wand, intent on settling the score with Ron. However, Millicent's eyes did not translate into power. Just as she prepared to cast her spell, two incantations rang out. Sleep now. Transform swiftly. Harry cast a stunning spell, rendering Millicent unconscious, while Hermione employed transfiguration to turn Millicent's outer robe into a mudblood attire. Subsequently, Hermione swiftly transformed Pansy's coat into the same. This is what you brought upon yourselves, Hermione declared with a cutting remark before turning to leave. Ron hastily followed suit. Harry, however, lingered a moment longer, turning to Malfoy and saying, I know you are different from us. You have your family and your stance, but I hope that one day you will return to your true self, just as my cousin and I have. Without waiting for Malfoy to respond, Harry quickened his pace to catch up with Ron and Hermione, leaving Malfoy bewildered and frozen in place for several seconds. Malfoy, should we not assist Pansy and Millicent? Crabbe and Goyle's words snapped Malfoy back to reality. He took a moment to steady his turbulent emotions before casting his gaze upon the disheveled figures of Pansy and Millicent. At this moment, Pansy had ceased to expel slugs, and the ground was awash with writhing slugs, remnants of food, and gastric secretions, creating a scene that was utterly repulsive. Additionally, the exhausted Pansy, who had been retching uncontrollably, and the unconscious Millicent found their garments transformed into a thin layer of wet mud. Hermione's transfiguration, of course, could not be compared to that of Dursley. Her muddy attire was neither foul-smelling nor well-formed, and it could not be maintained for long, nor did it prevent one from shedding it. Pansy could not endure appearing in such a grotesque and miserable state before someone she admired. She immediately resolved to tear off her muddy outerwear and turn to assist Millicent in fleeing this place. However, Draco called out to her, brandishing his wand. Immobilis. Draco cast the universal counterspell, nullifying the transfiguration effect on Pansy and Millicent's clothing, and even showing signs of awakening in the unconscious Millicent. Pansy gazed at Draco with infatuation, her eyes nearly turning into stars, as her fondness for him increased yet again. Nonetheless, after assisting them, Draco admonished them in a stern tone, "I do not favor brainless companions. Pansy, Millicent, before you hurl insults next time, consider your own capabilities. Otherwise, the only ones who will suffer are you. Crabbe, Goyle, we shall depart." Chapter 148. The perfect resolution to Hermione's regret. After reprimanding Pansy and Millicent, Draco left with Crabbe and Goyle, leaving Pansy, who was utterly smitten, vigorously shaking the dazed Millicent by the shoulders, exclaiming shyly, "Did you hear that, Millicent? Did you just hear? Draco is concerned for me. He not only saved us, but also cares about me." Although Millicent had just emerged from the effects of a stunning spell, she was merely dazed, not foolish. In response to Pansy's lovesick declarations, she muttered in confusion, "Is Draco's statement truly as you interpret it?" Yet Pansy paid no heed to Millicent's words, consumed by her own embarrassment, continuing to shake. "Stop shaking me, Pansy. If you keep it up, I shall be ill. How daring to audaciously vomit on the playground, marring the environment. You two, each shall lose 5 points for Slytherin." A sudden, elder voice interrupted Pansy and Millicent's reverie. They watched in dismay as the caretaker, Filch, silently retrieved a large notebook to his chest, advancing toward them with fury. The ground strewn with slugs and vomit became irrefutable evidence of their pollution of the playground. "What do you mean by ISNT, all this filth the result of your own vomiting? Clean it up at once, without the use of magic. If it is not tidied before dinner, you will find yourselves in detention in my office." Filch dealt a harsh punishment to Pansy and Millicent, disregarding the circumstances. He had witnessed the entire sequence of events and had meticulously recorded them in his notebook. At this very moment, he was simultaneously fulfilling his responsibilities as an administrator and avenging his companions, Pansy and Millicent, who had never before engaged in such rough tasks. It was at the instant when Hermione had reprimanded Pansy and Millicent and achieved clarity that Darryl learned, through the system prompt, of Hermione's encounter with yet another incident of bloodline discrimination. The complete account of the events unfolded during dinner, as narrated by Harry and his friends. He commended his cousin's eloquence and adept handling of the situation, praising Hermione and Ron for their courageous defiance against verbal bullies. He was rewarded with a commendation for perfectly resolving the regrettable incident involving the beleaguered Miss Granger. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved the regrettable incident involving Miss Granger, who faced bullying. Upon Hermione Granger's first experience of bloodline discrimination and bullying, you directly refuted the bully, Draco Malfoy, with impeccable reasoning, employing a rigorous dual analysis argument that thoroughly elucidated the hypocritical essence of pure blood supremacy. You helped Hermione understand that bloodline discrimination was merely the lament of decaying wizarding aristocrats and not worthy of her sorrow. Influenced by your advanced ideology, when Hermione faced bloodline discrimination again, she proactively mounted a formidable counterattack, completely dispelling her inner turmoil. This regrettable incident has been perfectly resolved. Special reward issued. Fixed reward, 1 opportunity for level fusion. Additional reward, 1 opportunity for level fusion. Current available magical item fusion opportunities. Level 2 twice, level 2 twice. Level 3 once, level 1 once. Darryl gazed at the inventory of fusion opportunities displayed on the system panel, his heart brimming with joy. It was drawing near. The time when he could amass enough opportunities for a level fusion, merging Voldemort's wand, was approaching. The moment he could achieve a substantial leap in magical prowess, rivaling the full strength of Voldemort and Dumbledore, was drawing close. If he could perfectly fulfill Hagrid's long-held dream of raising a dragon, securing 2 additional opportunities for level fusion, he could progressively synthesize and obtain another level fusion opportunity. Darryl did not intend to artificially degrade Voldemort's wand, thereby diminishing its rating and reducing the cost of fusion. He sought to retain the complete twin characteristics of both Voldemort's wand and Harry's Holy Wand, thereby acquiring the attribute that would amplify spell potency tenfold when battling alongside Harry. At that point, there would be no adversary in the world who could stand against the 2 brothers. The likes of the Dark Lord and the first and second generations of Dark Wizards would all have to concede defeat. As Darryl envisioned this splendid future, he set aside the ladle used for serving mushroom soup, having finished his dinner. He prepared to leave the Great Hall to continue his studies in the Room of Requirement. Just then, a gray owl swooped in through the designated owl window of the hall, heading straight for Darryl. He paused momentarily, receiving the letter from the owl. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a missive from Ollivander. After unsealing and reading the letter, a peculiar expression crossed Darryl's face. How utterly absurd. His initial words were so compelling that Ollivander genuinely made it a reality. Previously, in the letter from Diggory, it was mentioned that the process of purchasing a new wand had been simplified. Dudley had assumed that Ollivander had merely made slight progress. Little did he know that this venerable wand maker had indeed fully accomplished the ability to sense the will of the wand, unlike the Sorting Hat, which possesses its own consciousness. A wand's will is undoubtedly far more subdued. It is truly remarkable that Ollivander was able to perceive it. However, this newfound ability was not a misfortune for him. Rather, it was a fortuitous boon. The more allies one has, the more avenues one can explore. In the future, when publishing a book, not only would he enjoy the prestige of being the primary author, but he would also gain access to the complete method for wand will sensing developed by Ollivander. It was indeed a serendipitous windfall. Ollivander also expressed his apologies in the letter, asking Dudley to forgive him for not promptly informing him of the developments. Dudley merely smiled at this. Mr. Ollivander was truly a man of integrity. Without hesitation, upon returning to his dormitory, Dudley penned a modest reply. In his letter, he reassured Mr. Ollivander to write the manuscript with confidence, stating that he bore no resentment whatsoever. He promised to visit Mr. Ollivander for a meal and drinks when time permitted. After completing the letter, he enlisted Hedwig once more, sending it out that very night. The following day, on the Monday of the second week of school, Dudley chose not to accompany the Gryffindor freshman to class. After a week of acclimatization, it was time for him to attend classes at his own pace and preference. He decided to temporarily set aside herbology and potions, 2 subjects that required considerable time and effort to master, yet offered no immediate combat efficacy. He planned to delve into them later when he had the opportunity to enhance his skills with greater expediency. As for defense against the dark arts, the professor was still recuperating in the hospital wing, rendering attendance impossible. Moreover, he had already acquired most of the special spells for defending against dark creatures through the fusion of Quirrell's broken wand. Any remaining spells could easily be learned from Professor Flitwick in Charms class. Astronomy would serve merely as a leisurely pastime for stargazing. He would attend when time allowed, and not feel compelled otherwise. As for history of magic, he deemed it irrelevant. He completely abandoned the flying class, eagerly awaiting Harry and Hagrid to procure the golden snitch for him, after which he could soar to great heights through fusion. Nevertheless, he would take a moment to remind Madame Hooch to invite older members of the Quidditch team to assist her during lessons for first-year students, ensuring classroom safety, lest a few flight-challenged individuals like Neville and Hermione find themselves in peril. Thus, after careful consideration, Dudley realized that only charms and transfiguration remained among Hogwarts' 8 major subjects. He intended to follow the upperclassmen selectively in these 2 courses to supplement his current knowledge of advanced white magic and advanced transfiguration techniques. As for the elective courses he has yet to attend, Chapter 149, A New Study Plan. The unfortunate and detestable little beetle. Hogwarts offers 5 permanent elective courses: divination, arithmancy, Muggle studies, care of magical creatures, and ancient runes. Enrollment is permitted only from the 3rd year onward. Additionally, There is a sporadic apparition training class designed for 6th and 7th year students. Among these, both divination and arithmancy are mystical disciplines predicting the future, akin to fortune-telling in the East. However, one is based on esoteric practices while the other is rooted in scientific principles. Derry is acutely aware that the art of prophecy in this world relies entirely on innate talent. Currently, he possesses no magical artifacts that could grant him such abilities, nor does he inherently possess the requisite gifts. Attending Professor Trelawney's divination class would merely entail following a whimsical, inebriated woman, gazing into crystal balls, and concocting fanciful tales from tea leaves. His schedule is already quite full, leaving him no time for such frivolities. As for Professor Septima Victor's arithmancy class, it does not particularly require the mystical talent of prophecy. This course resembles the Eastern practices of I Ching and Bagua, demanding a quick-witted mind adept at working with numbers and charts, engaging in extensive calculations and graphical representations. With some effort, Derry could indeed grasp the material, though he believes its practical utility is limited. The renowned prophecies within a magical realm are uttered solely by gifted seers like Trelawney and Grindelwald, and he suspects that after years of study, one might only deduce trivial matters such as tomorrow's menu in the kitchen or the number of students likely to skip class. Consequently, Derry has no intention of pursuing this course, as the effort invested would yield minimal returns. In regards to Muggle studies, having spent 2 lifetimes as a Muggle, does he truly require a half-informed wizard to instruct him on navigating the Muggle world and interacting with Muggles? Naturally not. The Care of Magical Creatures course holds some interest, yet he sees no need to seek instruction from the one-armed Professor Kettleburn. Derry has thoroughly studied Newt Scamander's fantastic beasts and where to find them, acquiring a fair understanding of various magical creatures. In his spare time, he plans to accompany Hagrid on excursions into the Forbidden Forest to experience these magical beings firsthand and collect rare materials, achieving 2 objectives in one delightful endeavor. As for the apparition training class, Derry has already mastered apparition, thus deeming his participation unnecessary. Therefore, upon careful consideration, he currently intends to enroll solely in Professor Babbage's Ancient Runes course. This course stands as the sole connection to alchemy at Hogwarts, delving into the knowledge of ancient magical incantations, thus proving beneficial for those eager to study ancient magic. Given the tasks currently at hand for Dudley, the significance of this course surpasses even that of the Advanced Charms and Transfiguration classes. Therefore, as the new week commenced, Dudley entered the classroom for ancient runic studies, laden with a substantial stack of alchemical and ancient magic tomes borrowed from the library. Professor Babbage, regardless of the grade he was addressing, delivered his lessons without fail. During non-class hours, Dudley transformed this classroom into a study hall, diligently pursuing his self-education in alchemy and ancient magic. Apart from mealtimes, sleep, and attending to various chores, he only temporarily vacated the room to partake in the higher-level charms and transfiguration classes. In his leisure time, Dudley persistently sought private tutoring from Professor Babbage to compensate for the lessons he had missed. He frequently posed peculiar and whimsical inquiries, often leaving Professor Babbage quite flustered and at a loss for words. This compelled the professor to delve into research and correspond with more erudite elder wizards to address Dudley's eccentric questions. Thus, for days elapsed, engrossed in theoretical studies by day and diligently practicing by night, Dudley remained oblivious to several minor events transpiring in the magical world beyond Hogwarts. On Monday, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured a sensational article accusing Master Ollivander of seeking fame through deceitful means, presenting a fade of humility while secretly engaging in harmful retribution. Accompanying the article was a magical photograph of Diggory hastily fleeing Ollivander's wand shop. This misleading news swayed approximately half of the wizarding community in Britain, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the Ollivander family, which has been upheld since 382 BC. Naturally, the other half of the wizards, loyal to the Ollivander legacy, remained skeptical of Master Garrick Ollivander's capacity for such disreputable actions. Consequently, the magical community found itself embroiled in a contentious debate. Master Ollivander, preoccupied with writing, paid little heed to the matter. After all, their family had resided in Diagon Alley for nearly 200 years. What storms had they not weathered in that span? A mere unfounded piece of sensationalism could hardly undermine their esteemed position. However, the composed Master Ollivander's son, Gavin, who had little interest in wand-making yet held profound respect for his father, was unable to remain idle. Gavin, bold and audacious, spent an entire day at the Daily Prophet's office, and by Wednesday morning, clad in a black cloak and masked, he cornered Rita Skeeter in a narrow alley. With a swift flick of his wand, he unleashed a barrage of spells, rendering her defenseless and ultimately silencing her with a swift and decisive strike. After successfully accomplishing his objective, Gavin swiftly departed, concealing his achievements and reputation. He left behind Rita Skeeter, who lay unconscious on the ground, only to be discovered by other wizards hours later and subsequently taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. On the same morning, an enraged Diggory stormed into the offices of the Daily Prophet to vehemently denounce the publication for printing his photograph without his consent and fabricating facts to malign the esteemed Master Ollivander. Concurrently, Diggory presented an official warning letter he had obtained from the Ministry of Magic. The missive sternly commanded the Daily Prophet to swiftly issue an apology to the magical community and to rectify its internal affairs to prevent the recurrence of such false news incidents. The editor of the Daily Prophet was inundated with spittle from the furious Diggory, but could only bow in submission, suppressing any expression of discontent. Meanwhile, he berated Rita Skeeter, who had failed to report for duty that day, forgetting entirely that it was he who had consented to publish the unverified article for the sake of sensationalism. He also overlooked the fact that the Ollivander family was deeply rooted in the magical community, and that Diggory was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, closely aligned with Dumbledore and the current Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, the Daily Prophet devoted the following day's front page to clarifying the facts, apologizing to both Master Ollivander and Mr. Diggory, while shifting the blame entirely onto the unfortunate Rita Skeeter, who was still suffering from her injuries at St. Mungo's. Poor Rita, enduring the torment of pain, was unceremoniously dismissed as the Daily Prophet sought to preserve its own reputation. However, upon hearing the news, Rita did not perceive herself as culpable. Rather, she harbored resentment towards Diggory, Ollivander, and particularly towards the enigmatic Darley. Of the trio, it was Darley whom Rita loathed the most. For while Ollivander and Diggory had been subjected to her manipulations, Darley's reputation remained unscathed throughout the ordeal. In her peculiar thought process, she even speculated that the masked assailant who attacked her might have been sent by Darley, or perhaps Darley himself, to silence her and protect his own standing. Chapter 150. The Frantic Courtship of Eccles. The construction of the maze commences. Far away at Hogwarts, Darley remained oblivious to the inexplicable blame he had incurred on behalf of others, and could not fathom that before he could address the small beetle, the beetle had already taken a disliking to him. He was only aware that today, the Friday of the second week of the term, was the day he and Dumbledore had designated for the construction of the Forbidden Forest maze, coinciding with Eccles' and Voldemort's Soul Fragments Day of Suffering. After enjoying lunch, Darley, Dumbledore, the heads of the 4 Hogwarts houses, and Eccles, who had regained much of her strength but still appeared pale, gathered outside the castle before Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest, meeting with Hagrid, who had returned early to prepare. The journey from the Great Hall to Hagrid's hut proved to be a considerable torment for Snape. Do not misunderstand. It is not that Dudley has once again laid hands on Snape, but rather that Eccles, feigning indifference, has drawn close to Snape, persistently beseeching him to assist her in walking. This has thoroughly disgusted Snape. He sought aid from the other professors accompanying him. Yet Professor Flitwick was far too diminutive to offer support to an adult. Professors McGonagall and Sprout, eagerly awaiting a chance to gossip about the peculiar pairing of Snape and Eccles, deliberately distanced themselves, ignoring Snape's imploring glances for assistance. Dumbledore, displaying an air of helplessness, ambled ahead with Dudley, completely disregarding Eccles's antics. As for Dudley, who was never on Snape's list of potential allies, he not only showed no inclination to alleviate Snape's predicament, but instead laughed heartily, encouraging Eccles to seize the moment and cling to Snape's elbow. Snape was infuriated. Yet, among the group, aside from Dudley and Dumbledore, none could fathom the depths of Snape's distress. Nevertheless, Snape had no intention of touching Eccles. He deftly evaded her grasp, urging her to maintain her dignity. However, Eccles had thrown caution to the wind, displaying no semblance of self-respect, as though enchanted by a love potion, eagerly pursuing him. Snape found himself utterly at a loss. For the past week, Eccles had made it her mission to appear before Snape, despite her injuries, circling around him time and again. Snape could neither evade nor escape her, as many female professors were her allies in romance. He was compelled to confront the reality and explicitly inform Eccles of his disinterest. Yet she insisted that she would wait until he came to love her. In a desperate attempt, Snape claimed he had affections for another, to which Eccles replied that she was willing to compete fairly with any woman for Snape's affection. To further dissuade her, he lamented that he was inclined towards men. But Eccles remained undeterred, declaring that she could assume the guise of a man, exuding valor and charm. Snape then sank to greater depths of self-deprecation, asserting that he lacked the capacity for procreation. Yet Eccles, rather than feeling disheartened, expressed joy, proclaiming her pursuit to be one of a purely spiritual nature, and that she had no desire for children. Frustrated, Snape inquired what precisely Eccles found appealing about him, willing to make changes. Ultimately, she responded that she adored every facet of him, affirming her affection whether he lived or perished. In essence, no matter what Snape articulated, Eccles seamlessly adapted her sentiments. Snape, all the while employing legilimency, found himself unable to uncover any dissonance in Eccles's thoughts or memories. What could Snape do? He could not abandon Hogwarts for Eccles. Thus he found himself on the brink of despair. He even perceived this mental torment as far more excruciating than Dudley's Cruciatus curse. Now, we return to the present day. Today, at Dumbledore's behest, Snape found himself reluctantly accompanying Eccles into the Forbidden Forest. He anticipated that he would be relentlessly pursued by Eccles. However, he could not continue to recklessly evade her, relying solely on his agile movements. In a moment of utter desperation, he reluctantly resorted to a premeditated trick. He donned a nose plug and sprayed a concocted foul-smelling potion onto his garments, creating a noxious zone within 100 inches, 254 centimeters, around him. This maneuver finally provided Snape a slight reprieve from Eccles. Yet, it was not because the stench overpowered her. Rather, it defeated the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which, devoid of a nose, shared sensory perceptions with Eccles. While Voldemort could endure hardship, he could not convince himself to suffer without resistance. In this regard, he fell short compared to Eccles. Receiving Voldemort's covert transmission, Eccles was compelled to abandon her close pursuit of Snape. Instead, she transformed a scarf into a slender wooden stick, grasping one end and prodding the other toward Snape's hand. With a tender and pitiable demeanor, she explained to Snape that her aversion was not to the odor surrounding him, but rather to the concern that he might dislike her tainted by the stench. All she sought was for Snape to grasp the other end of the stick, providing her a modicum of support to avoid lagging behind and jeopardizing the important matters of the headmaster and professors. Snape retorted sharply, asserting that if she was still unwell, she should refrain from participating in such endeavors and burdening others. However, Eccles easily misinterpreted his words as concern and affection. A rosy hue blossomed on her pale cheeks, embodying a blend of shyness and joy. Snape, rendered speechless and exasperated, begrudgingly grasped the other end of the stick, trailing reluctantly at the back of the group. Fully equipped, with a large dog Fong in tow and laden with various raw meat rations, Hagrid awaited them in front of the house, witnessing this peculiar and disjointed assembly. He did not delve into the peculiarities, but cheerfully approached Dumbledore and Darley. "Professor, I have already spoken with Aragog, and we can now venture into the domain of the Acromantula. I have preemptively moved many large logs and stones to construct a maze, which will be quite useful," he exclaimed, casting a grin at Dumbledore and Darley. "That sounds splendid," Dumbledore replied with a smile, turning to address his fellow professors. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall commence the construction of the maze prototype. Let's hasten our pace to complete it before dinner. The finer details can be attended to over the weekend." He assured them that he would provide special allowances as compensation for the disruption of their leisure time. Chapter 151. The Forbidden Forest Expedition, delving into the Acromantula domain. The current heads of the 4 Hogwarts houses, including Snape, had transcended trivial pursuits. They held little regard for the gold galleons, and some were even taken aback by Dumbledore's sudden decision to offer overtime pay. However, Eccles was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. Yet with a ticking time bomb in her belly and an uncertain future ahead, she did not exhibit any signs of joy. Consequently, no one inquired about the amount of the so-called special allowance, nor did they ask when it would be dispersed. They merely nodded slightly, signaling their readiness to proceed. Derry observed all of this, reflecting on how effortlessly Dumbledore managed his team, relishing in the ease of leading such a compliant group. With everyone nodding in agreement, Dumbledore ceased his chatter and instructed Hagrid to lead the way, while he, accompanied by Derry and several professors, followed closely behind. Together, they ventured into the Forbidden Forest. By day, the Forbidden Forest buzzed with a semblance of life, more so than at night. The incessant chattering of the vile birds occasionally pierced the tranquil atmosphere, accompanied by the furtive glances of magical creatures and dark beings lurking amongst the trees and thickets. Yet, the raucous calls of the vile birds and the watchful eyes of the hidden creatures posed no threat to their formidable company. This group of 8 was no ordinary assembly. Their sheer combat prowess could easily dismantle the wizarding world, with Hagrid, a half-giant who regarded the Forbidden Forest as his backyard, leading the charge. They encountered no obstructive beings or ambushes along the way. As they approached their destination, the symphony of chirping birds and buzzing insects began to wane, gradually fading into silence. The variety of creatures peering at them diminished as well, until they were left with only the sight of countless spiders, both small and large, observing their every move. Derry noted with clarity that even the smallest of these spiders was the size of an adult's hand, while the largest rivaled the wheels of a carriage. As they drew closer to the heart of the acromantulate territory, the size of the spiders only escalated. Some appeared capable of housing 3 or 4 Professor Flitwicks within their abdomens, a sight truly horrifying. Among the group, Professors McGonagall and Sprout wore expressions of unease. Though they did not doubt their ability to confront these spiders, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. Their skepticism regarding Dumbledore's intention to construct a labyrinth for training in such a foreboding place grew with each passing moment. At the rear of the party, Snape continued to emanate a foul aura, his countenance as somber as ever. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of desire and longing flickering in his hollow eyes as he gazed at the enormous spiders. The venom of the acromantula was an exceedingly rare potion ingredient, fetching a price of 3,000 galleons per ounce on the market, making it a coveted treasure, particularly among those skilled in potion-making. Such a rarity seldom finds its way into circulation. At that moment, Snape's thoughts revolved around the remarkable feat of Hagrid, the simpleton, in breeding so many of these creatures. He observed the surrounding giant spiders and realized that most could no longer be classified as authentic acromantulas. The breeding process in the Forbidden Forest had inevitably diluted their bloodlines with that of other spiders, resulting in a degeneration of the offspring's lineage. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, they were still a rare find. A notion began to form in Snape's mind. Once his official duties were concluded, he would clandestinely procure a sample of the more pure acromantula venom. This would provide him with additional materials for concocting his envisioned draft of living death and the potion of soul extraction. Severus, these spiders appear quite menacing. If we encounter danger, you must protect me. Snape was engrossed in his calculations when, unexpectedly, the bothersome woman, Eccles, began to pester him again. Her overly sweet and affected voice was one only a burdened fool would utter. Snape's expression darkened as he turned to glare at Eccles, who was shaking a stick that caused his arm to sway as well. Coldly, he remarked, "Professor Hunter, we are merely colleagues executing the school's duties. I would appreciate it if you addressed others by their surnames, accompanied by their titles, as I do. Furthermore, if a defense against the dark arts professor requires assistance to fend off dark creatures, she is undoubtedly unfit for the role. If you're truly so feeble, I suggest you return to the hospital wing to recuperate and relinquish your position to someone more capable." Eccles's true feelings towards Snape were a tempest of vitriol. She longed to expose his heart, wondering if it was made of stone. However, she dared not reveal her true thoughts. Her mind, shielded by a protective spell, concocted a new facade. "Professor Snape, please do not despise me. I am quite strong. I am not afraid of giant spiders." Eccles feigned a tearful, helpless lament, brandishing her wand and aiming it at a couple of distant acromantulas to prove her strength. "Stop, Professor Eccles." The attention of their companions was drawn by Eccles's loud antics. Hagrid, noticing her intent to attack the offspring of Aragog, rushed forward to intervene. As he called out, he sprinted towards Eccles and Snape, inadvertently stepping into Snape's foul aura, causing him to roll his eyes in disgust. After a few steps back, he managed to escape, retching slightly as he positioned himself in front of Eccles. The distant acromantulas, sensing Eccles's readiness to attack, began to agitate their mandibles, preparing for an offensive. However, upon seeing Hagrid, their ancestral master, intervene, they reluctantly suppressed their urge to attack. At that very moment, Eccles lowered her wand. She had never intended to strike the acromantulas, merely putting on a show for Snape, maintaining her fade of deep affection. The psychological trauma inflicted upon her by the herd of unicorns had not yet dissipated, and she was acutely aware of the peril in provoking a breed that had an innate proclivity for human flesh. Hagrid was far more straightforward than Eccles. Upon noticing Eccles put down her wand, he exhaled in relief and turned to the observing eight-eyed giant spiders, gesturing for them to return to their lair. "Professor Eccles, I implore you not to harm Aragog's offspring. Remain calm. We are here to construct a labyrinth." Hagrid earnestly advised Eccles, intending to emphasize the gravity of the situation. But upon witnessing her tearful demeanor, he quickly fell silent. As Eccles wept, she discreetly glanced at Snape's expression, appearing heartbroken and hesitant to seek his forgiveness. The other three heads of houses frowned at Snape, regarding him as a callous individual. Chapter 152. Snape, the object of disdain. Arrival at the giant spider's lair. "Why are you all looking at me? I have said nothing wrong." Snape felt unjustly accused. Professor Hunter was simply inept, and not only that, but also rather dim-witted, nearly leading them all into an ambush by the eight-eyed giant spiders. "Enough, Professor Snape. You may not favor Professor Eccles, but that does not grant you the right to recklessly wound others' hearts, simply because you are favored by someone else. Such behavior is far from kind." Professor McGonagall, unable to tolerate it any longer, fixed Snape with a stern gaze and raised her voice. "Professor McGonagall is correct. Professor Snape, delicate flowers require gentle nurturing. They cannot be treated harshly, for they will not bear good fruit." Professor Sprout chimed in, using her expertise in herbology as a metaphor. Snape's face contorted, alternating between shades of green and white. "Who said I wanted to cultivate anything with her?" Snape could no longer contain his frustration and let out a desperate roar. "Oomph. Professor Eccles, pay him no heed. Allow me to support you." Professor McGonagall, deeply disappointed, shot a glance at Snape before turning to Eccles. She moved to assist her. "Professor McGonagall, let me take care of this," Dudley exclaimed, rushing to Eccles's side and offering his arm to her. "Mr. Dursley, what are you doing?" Professor McGonagall inquired, puzzled. As the other professors shared her confusion, recalling that Dudley and Eccles did not share a particularly amicable relationship, Dudley promptly explained, "There's an old saying in Huaxia, which translates to, when a teacher has matters to attend to, the student must do their utmost to assist. Among our group of 8, I am the only one who also holds the identity of a student, so let me support Professor Eccles." To prevent the Dark Lord's remaining soul from acting impulsively against the unsuspecting Professor McGonagall, Dudley crafted a timely excuse to assume this burdensome task. In light of this, Dudley Dursley appeared far more considerate than a certain professor. Professor McGonagall, fueled by righteous indignation, took the opportunity to indirectly chastise Snape through Dudley's actions. "Enough of this bickering. We are wasting time. Let's proceed." At the forefront, Dumbledore spoke up, halting the ongoing disputes among the group. He comprehended the reactions of all present and wished to clarify the misunderstandings, yet he found himself unable to do so at the moment. For now, it seemed that Snape must endure a bit of discomfort. The group resumed their march. Dudley supported Eccles, and with a swift kick, knocked away the makeshift staff she had fashioned from Scarf. "Professor Eccles, the other end of your scarf is stained and unsanitary. Come, let us proceed." Dudley preemptively silenced Eccles's protests. With the approving gazes of Hagrid and the heads of the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw houses upon him, he firmly guided Eccles to the front of the procession. Dudley, possessing an audacious demeanor, felt no embarrassment in assisting Eccles. Conversely, Eccles, burdened with secret thoughts and trepidation, found her body stiffening under Dudley's grasp. She was acutely aware that Dudley's cunning nature and underhanded motives were far more challenging than the amiable Professor McGonagall. Yet, at that moment, she had no grounds to escape Dudley's enthusiastic support and could only reluctantly yield, casting a wistful glance back at Snape. The heads of the three houses soon followed suit, glancing disdainfully at Snape before turning away. Hagrid shared a similar reaction, eager to lead the way. He took a few steps forward and turned to deliver a jovial jab at Snape. "Professor Snape, it seems you could use a bath. You nearly knocked me out with your odor. The raw meat I carry has absorbed the stench as well. I wonder if Aragog will still eat it." Snape, increasingly exasperated, felt as though the entire world conspired against him, rendering his existence unbearable. Just a few days had passed, and Dudley, who had once employed the Cruciatus curse, had transformed into a gentle student, while he, a professor grounded in reality, had become the object of disdain. What an absurdity! Silently trailing at the end of the group, Snape retrieved a potion to neutralize odors from his pocket, dispelling the foul aura surrounding him and clearing his nasal passage. The group was already nearing the lair of the Acromantula. Under Hagrid's guidance, they soon arrived at a vast hollow teeming with vines and fallen trees. Enormous spiders scuttled about, and on the tilted, decaying trunks, twisted vines thrived. These vines appeared to have been deliberately transplanted by the Acromantula, displaying a chaotic yet somewhat orderly arrangement, creating numerous three-dimensional pathways suitable for the spiders to traverse. At that moment, they stood at the entrance of the largest and most spacious thoroughfare in the hollow. Gazing ahead, following this path to the depths of the hollow, they beheld a vast, shadowy cavern. This was the dwelling of Aragog. Hagrid excitedly introduced. "The trees and stones I prepared are placed on the opposite side of the hollow. Once I have a word with Aragog, we can commence our work. Go ahead, Hagrid." Dumbledore spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Hagrid handed the rope tethering the creature fawn to Dudley and, burdened with fresh meat, ventured deeper into the hollow's entrance. The others followed slowly, officially stepping into the depths of the forbidden forest, where the lair of the giant spiders awaited. As they traversed the interior of the hollow, the professors were struck by the chilling presence of the Acromantula. Enormous spiders scuttled across broad, three-dimensional vines, each adorned with multiple pairs of eyes and incessantly writhing mandibles. Most of the Acromantula had already focused their attention on the group. Hundreds of venomous mandibles dripped corrosive slime, resembling an exquisite delicacy seldom encountered in decades. "Professor Dumbledore, are we truly to establish a testing labyrinth here? Even a group of 6th and 7th year students might struggle to preserve their lives," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, bewildered. "The Acromantula feast upon human flesh. Will they genuinely heed Hagrid's commands and serve as the labyrinth's guardians? In my opinion, these creatures ought to be eradicated entirely. They pose a significant threat to the students at the school." In response, McGonagall employed a sound-blocking charm to prevent the Acromantula from eavesdropping. These monsters possess the ability to comprehend human speech, and their progenitor and leader, Aragog, could articulate human language. Hagrid had previously informed the group of this fact. Thus, when we construct the labyrinth, we must impose restrictions on these Acromantula and ensure that we provide ample safe zones for students to temporarily seek refuge. Furthermore, we must conduct extensive training for those students participating in the trials. Once this labyrinth is operational, we must remain vigilant, ready to rescue any students who find themselves in life-threatening situations. As for exterminating these Acromantula, there is no need for that just yet. We shall allow the participating students to naturally diminish their numbers. I will be acutely aware of any risks, and if necessary, I shall personally eliminate them. Dumbledore had evidently prepared in advance, offering a flawless response to Professor McGonagall's concerns, thereby alleviating the apprehensions of the other professors. He ensured that neither Eccles nor Voldemort's essence, which remained vigilant through Eccles's senses, harbored any suspicion regarding his intentions. Just days prior, when Dumbledore had set the construction date, he had clearly informed Eccles that her participation was optional. It was Voldemort's essence that had coerced Eccles into attending, seeking an opportunity to approach the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 153. The Restraint and Feigned Compliance of the Acromantula. Esteemed professors, I have reached an agreement with Aragog. We may commence our work. He will instruct the spiders to cooperate with us. Hagrid called out, laughing as he emerged from the cave. The meat he had carried was now gone, and behind him, a colossal spider, comparable in size to a soon-to-be mature elephant, crawled out slowly. 8 pairs of varying-sized, pitch-black eyes glimmered with an inscrutable and eerie gaze, directed towards a multitude of formidable wizards standing at the pinnacle of the magical realm. The venerable Aragog, with great effort, maneuvered the pincers and mandibles of his mouthparts, producing a piercing insectal shriek at the cave's entrance. Upon hearing this cacophony, roughly half of the smaller giant spiders nestled their forelimbs in a gesture of respect and submission. Conversely, the other half, massive as wheels and youthful in vigor, exhibited indifference to Aragog's display of dominance, begrudgingly lowering their arachnid heads only when Aragog shifted his gaze towards them. With considerable exertion, Aragog subdued his kin and, subsequently, under Hagrid's guidance, addressed Dumbledore and his entourage in a raspy, ancient voice. "Hagrid's friends, esteemed wizards, I welcome you to my domain. In deference to Hagrid, I am willing to command my kin to cooperate with you in transforming my territory. Furthermore, during the subsequent trials for young wizards, my kin shall, to a limited extent, present challenges to the apprentices in alignment with your training. I merely beseech you to permit my kin to continue thriving within the Forbidden Forest." Dumbledore, casting a profound gaze upon the exceedingly large yet evidently short-lived Aragog, nodded slightly and responded gravely, "As long as you and your kin exercise restraint, ceasing at the critical moment without endangering the lives of any wizard, you may persist in your existence here. You may even forge a magical contract with Hogwarts, akin to the unicorns and centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, becoming guardians of Hogwarts." Upon hearing Dumbledore's proposal of a magical contract, Aragog felt a flicker of intrigue, yet quickly regained his composure. Should a contract be established, his lineage of eight-eyed giants would be forever deprived of human flesh. The matter of the contract could be deliberated at a later time. "I currently trust Hagrid alone. I am not yet prepared to place my faith in you." Aragog articulated a plausible excuse. Within the group, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of annoyance. Her thoughts revolved around the fact that they had yet to express distrust toward a clan of man-eating spiders. Yet the leader of the spiders had proactively voiced his skepticism towards them. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt McGonagall, who was poised to engage Aragog further. Having already discerned that Aragog and his clan of eight-eyed giants harbored no intention of suppressing their nature or coexisting peacefully with the wizards, their consent to alter the giant spider's lair was entirely motivated by the flesh of the young wizards, with Hagrid's reputation playing a crucial role as well. "Let us commence the transformation," Dumbledore commanded. "Harry, assist Hagrid in relocating all the materials he has prepared. The other professors shall begin by adjusting the existing colossal trees and vines within the giant spider's lair to construct the preliminary form of the trial maze." The group promptly responded and set about their tasks. The formidable giant spiders surprisingly refrained from attacking them, allowing the professors to cast spells and make modifications, even yielding their positions willingly. Following Hagrid, Darryl exited the depression from their original path and traversed to a more open area outside, filled with colossal logs and boulders. Hagrid, brimming with enthusiasm, extended his robust arms, preparing to seize two massive logs to tuck under his armpits. Darryl quickly called out to halt him. "Hagrid, how did you communicate with Aragog, the great spider? Surely, you didn't imply that once the training maze was constructed, a steady stream of upper-year wizards would come to hone their skills, did you?" "Indeed, wasn't that precisely what you conveyed to me?" Hagrid replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice, fearing he may have inadvertently revealed too much. "It's all right. You've spoken well and acted wisely," Darryl reassured him. In truth, Hagrid had not erred in his words. Previously, without Darryl having to elaborate, Dumbledore could effortlessly discern Darryl's true intentions through Hagrid's explanation, a fact entirely anticipated by Darryl. However, he underestimated the self-control of the Aragog's progeny. He had assumed that, encircled by the eight-eyed spiders, their primal hunger for flesh would overwhelm them, leading them to recklessly swarm. In such chaos, he could inflict further harm upon Eclipse. Unexpectedly, Aragog managed to stabilize the situation. Darryl deduced that Aragog had likely preemptively informed the rebellious offspring about the professor's prowess, soothing them with the temptation of future offerings of young wizards as sustenance. It appeared that to inflict further injury upon Eclipse today, he would need to find an opportune moment to create an unexpected turn of events. Darryl silently contemplated this while beckoning Hagrid, taking on the role of a laborer transporting building materials. Together, they first cast the levitation charm, causing numerous enormous logs and stones to gently float above the ground. Subsequently, they jointly employed the strength-enhancing spell, transforming weeds into sturdy ropes, binding the logs and boulders together, and shouldering them as they made their way towards the spider lair. During their time at the Dursleys, Hagrid had learned the levitation and strength-enhancing charms from Daryl and Harry in Dumbledore's small class. Coupled with the other spells taught by Dumbledore, Hagrid's abilities had surged several-fold. With his magical prowess, resistance, and strength, he now stood as a formidable professor-level combatant, not to be underestimated. Given the proximity, within mere minutes, Daryl and Hagrid returned to the hollow where the spider nest lay, laden with a mountainous load of logs and stones. The immense spiders, along with the professors, gazed at the scene in disbelief, especially upon witnessing Derry emanating a dazzling crimson glow, akin to an ant bearing the weight of an elephant. As he shouldered a considerable load of bound logs and stones, one could hardly suppress their astonishment. The frail wizard found it nearly inconceivable that such feats could be accomplished by a mere mortal. With a resounding thud, Derry and Hagrid unloaded their cargo, causing the earth to tremble slightly in the low-lying area. Had it not been for the prevalent dampness, clouds of dust would have surely risen. The professor's astonishment was short-lived, as the effects of the enchantments fell well within their comprehension. Under Dumbledore's urging, they swiftly resumed their transformative efforts. Meanwhile, the eight-eyed spiders were thoroughly intimidated, becoming notably docile. It was at this moment they truly grasped the reality of the formidable wizards their ancient ancestor had spoken of. Despite their insatiable craving for human flesh, they dared not assault this group of wizards, particularly Hagrid and the boy draped in human skin. Chapter 154. The Form of the Maze. Pursuers and Ambushers. Derry observed the spiders' reactions with disdain, inwardly cursing these cowards for their failure to embody the danger level of 5. Clearly, when the professors congregated, one could not expect them to launch a brazen attack. A solitary opportunity for Eclipse to act independently was imperative. Derry and Hagrid made another trip, transporting the remaining logs and stones into the hollow. Subsequently, they joined the other professors in casting spells for the transformation. Since the goal was to construct a maze, there are no fixed rules. Dumbledore established a winding path, starting from the entrance of the hollow and culminating at Aragog's cave in the depths, to serve as the primary route of the maze. The other areas were left to the professor's discretion, allowing them to create dead ends or intricate pathways leading to Dumbledore's main route, resulting in a complex interplay of passages. Furthermore, this was not merely a flat maze, but rather a three-dimensional labyrinth built upon the original terrain of the spider lair and the vine pathways. As spells of cutting and transformation were cast, the building materials prepared by Hagrid dwindled. In their place arose the utterly transformed spider lair. Massive stones and logs were cut, moved, and assembled into the walls, floors, and ceilings of the maze. Professor Sprout further enchanted the vines in the hollow, invigorating their life force so that they grew according to the collective wishes, entwining around walls and trees to reinforce the various corridors of the maze. Additionally, for safety considerations, a refuge was established at regular intervals throughout the maze. These safe havens lacked ceilings and featured irregular openings that connected directly to the sky. Once each refuge was equipped with a flying broomstick, students could autonomously retreat from danger, opting out of further trials. After all, no matter how formidable the eight-eyed spiders might be, they were creatures incapable of flight. By approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the primary structure of a trial maze had been completed. From an aesthetic perspective, the once desolate hollow, overrun with withered vines, has transformed into a verdant fortress of remnants. The vast yellow-gray stone walls are now adorned with robust green tendrils, exuding a sense of elegance. Dumbledore has employed numerous magical techniques to solidify the structural alterations enacted by the professors on the building materials. Absent external aggression, this place will remain unchanged for centuries. Dear friends, the hour is still early. If you're not in haste to return, we may first enhance the labyrinth with additional magical obstacles and protective measures. Dumbledore addressed the members of the group. At that moment, everyone had gathered outside the maze, and Aragog had also led his progeny out. During the construction of the labyrinth, the professors had meticulously designated new zones and abodes for each adult spider within, guiding them in and out multiple times, allowing these arachnids to familiarize themselves with the entrances to their new homes. Naturally, The spiders remained oblivious to the access points of others' new dwellings and would have to navigate on their own. A sense of foreboding crept upon Aragog. It increasingly felt as though this was not merely a trial labyrinth, but rather a spider's prison. It approached Hagrid and inquired, "Hagrid, are you certain that young wizards will come here for their trials? The information cannot be erroneous, can it?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore and so many professors toil away for the better part of the day?" "I have also taken the trouble to procure numerous materials," Hagrid responded, oblivious to any underlying concern in Aragog's words. Reassured, Aragog placed immense trust in Hagrid. Dursley and the professors set forth once more, entering the empty maze and dispersing to pursue their respective tasks. Similarly, Eccles, having just separated from the group, cast a disillusionment charm and, relying on her memory, began to track Dumbledore. She sought to ascertain whether Dumbledore intended to place the Philosopher's Stone at the terminus of the labyrinth, which was also the dwelling of Aragog. Unbeknownst to her, a predator lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce. Dursley, employing both the disillusionment charm and a revealing charm to pierce the effects of invisibility, silently trailed Eccles. He carried a small cage, fashioned from smelting wand, containing a juvenile eight-eyed giant spider, no larger than the palm of his hand. The professors first augmented the trial labyrinth with essential protective spells and wizard detection magic for each safety chamber, ensuring that only wizards could enter while firmly barring the eight-eyed giant spider and other dangers from entry. Once all safety chambers were endowed with reliable protective enchantments, time had nearly slipped away. Further delay would result in missing dinner back at the castle. The group amplified their voices using a sonorous charm, calling out to one another to relay their statuses and arrange for a rendezvous at the entrance of the labyrinth. At this juncture, Eccles had also acquired the information she sought. She witnessed Dumbledore placing an irregularly shaped ruby-like treasure into a modified stone box deep within the Aragog cave. He cast powerful protective enchantments upon this stone box, along with a spell that would allow it to open only through the solution of a riddle. The Philosopher's Stone. It must be the Philosopher's Stone. The fragment of Voldemort's soul residing in Eccles conveyed frantically into her mind, imbued with an insatiable longing. "You have caused me pain, master," Eccles exclaimed, clutching her head in agony, humbly pleading, "Please cease your torment. I will find a way to procure the Philosopher's Stone for you." Upon hearing her whispered words, the fragment of Voldemort's soul gradually calmed, ceasing to torment her with its thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, amidst their emotional turmoil, a juvenile, eight-eyed giant spider floated silently and unnoticed toward Eccles's feet, supported by a swirl of air. Once Eccles's headache subsided, she continued to watch Dumbledore, hoping to rush back to unravel the stone box and seize the Philosopher's Stone after he departed. She feared that once Aragog and the other eight-eyed giant spiders occupied the labyrinth, acquiring the Philosopher's Stone would become exceedingly difficult. However, it now seemed nearly impossible for her to obtain that false Philosopher's Stone, as the juvenile eight-eyed giant spider had already crawled up her leg, slipping beneath the hem of her robe. Suddenly, Eccles felt an unusual sensation on her left leg and instinctively turned her attention to investigate, only to be startled by a sharp pain, as if something had bitten her. Unable to suppress her cry of anguish, she quickly covered her mouth. But the sound had already attracted Dumbledore's attention from afar. "Fool!" Voldemort's fragment seethed with fury, transmitting his anger. "Who is there?" Dumbledore's voice echoed in Eccles's ears almost simultaneously. Chapter 155, Eccles's Response and Oversight. A simultaneous onslaught of inner turmoil and external threats left Eccles in a state of distress and panic. Yet she understood that she could not remain idle. Swiftly, she took action. Her hand instinctively moved to where her leg had been bitten, and through her trousers, she felt a creature covered in black bristles with 8 appendages, roughly the size of a palm. It was the juvenile, eight-eyed giant spider. Eccles made her determination. Her face turned pale, devoid of any color. The eight-eyed giant spider was venomous. With no time to waste, in a moment of desperation, Eccles channeled her magical energy to protect her palm, then seized the small spider with great force. The blue ichor burst forth, staining Eccles's trousers, the lining of her robe, and her hand. She had crushed it with her bare hands. "Which professor is there? Why isn't anyone responding?" Dumbledore inquired once more, his tone laced with heightened vigilance. "It is I," Ecrelus Hunt. I merely twisted my ankle a moment ago, but I'm quite well now. Ecrelus feigned composure, lifting the disillusionment charm as she spoke, emerging from the corner of the corridor to stand before Dumbledore. Her voluminous wizard-esque robes concealed the peculiarities of her left leg. Ecrelus Professor, what brings you here? Are you attempting to establish a magical checkpoint? Dumbledore's tone softened somewhat, yet his keen, discerning gaze retained an air of scrutiny and skepticism, indicative of his exceptional acting prowess. Not all. Professor Dumbledore, I have come to inform you that dinner is approaching. The other professors are preparing to depart. Ecrelus offered the best response she could muster at that moment. Fortunately, her answer assuaged Dumbledore's suspicions, dissipating the critical glint in his eyes. Ah, Ecrelus Professor, there is no need for you to make a special trip. I have already heard the voices of the other professors. I was simply preoccupied with setting up the final challenge and did not respond. I was just about to step outside. Dumbledore smiled kindly, ambling toward Ecrelus. Let's exit together. Very well. Ecrelus forced a smile, reluctantly casting a furtive glance at the distant cave before following Dumbledore outside. She had not relinquished her ambition to steal the Philosopher's Stone that day, planning to seek an opportunity for a return. To that end, she concealed the fact that she had been bitten by a young acromantula and might have been poisoned. If this information were to surface, Dumbledore and the other professors would undoubtedly rush her back to the hospital wing for treatment. Today, acquiring the Philosopher's Stone seemed a distant dream. Should that occur, Voldemort's fragment of a soul would surely seize upon her earlier lapse in discretion, subjecting her to an agonizing experience once more. Ecrelus was unwilling to endure such suffering again. She weighed her options privately. The venom of a juvenile acromantula was not excessively potent, and in her current state, she could endure it. Once she secured her prize, she could always return to the hospital wing for treatment later. Meanwhile, concealed within another labyrinthine corridor, Darley, having observed Ecrelus and Dumbledore distance themselves, quietly materialized. He approached the spot where Ecrelus had hidden moments before. Here lay a gap between a vine and the stone wall, just large enough to reveal the lifeless body of the small acromantula he had previously subdued with the Cruciatus Curse, taking the opportunity to inflict a bite on Ecrelus, perfectly coordinating with Dumbledore. This had accomplished a portion of his intended objectives. Eclipses of despair still clouded Ecrelus' heart as she concealed her wounds, driven by an insatiable greed for mischief. Dolly mused that the injuries afflicting Ecrelus and the poison coursing through her veins were evidently insufficient. She required further torment. This time, perhaps Dolly need not exert himself excessively. Oh, Eclipse, your crafted words are remarkably convincing. Yet have you forgotten to cast the cleansing charm? A wry smile graced Dolly's lips as he strode forth, navigating through the labyrinthine corridors, fortuitously encountering Dumbledore and Ecrelus, engaging in a facade of idle chatter before exiting the maze alongside them, returning to the entrance. During this interval, Ecrelus, perhaps flustered and anxious, failed to consider her circumstances thoroughly, or perhaps feared that casting a cleansing charm would seem abrupt and arouse the suspicions of Dumbledore and Dolly. She did not remove the blue spider blood staining her robes and trousers. Instead, she merely tucked her hands within the sleeves of her robe, carelessly wiping away the azure stains from her palms. Upon exiting the maze, nearly all were present, save for Severus Snape. Ecrelus' expression brightened, and she hastily addressed the group. I shall return to the maze to search for Professor Snape. If anyone is anxious, please feel free to return to the castle. With that, Ecrelus turned to re-enter the maze, entirely oblivious to the stirrings among the colony of acromantulas waiting outside. Many adult acromantulas detected the scent of their juvenile kin's blood upon Ecrelus. Had they not known themselves to be no match for the formidable wizards before them, they might have surged forth, eager to rend Ecrelus limb from limb. Professor Ecrelus, we might as well wait a moment. Otherwise, if you enter and Professor Snape emerges, it may further delay our progress. Dumbledore called out to her, presenting a most reasonable rationale. Ecrelus froze. Professors McGonagall and Sprout approached her, exuding a sense of frustration, urging her to exhibit restraint and caution, warning that relentless pursuit could yield counterproductive outcomes. With no valid justification to venture back into the maze alone, Ecrelus resigned herself to await alongside the others, occasionally casting her voice into the labyrinth with resonant incantations. Before long, the sullen-faced, Taciturn Snape emerged at the entrance of the maze, rejoining the group. His impassive demeanor, devoid of any amplification charm, had elicited unnecessary concern from the other professors, rendering him rather irksome. Thus, upon Snape's return, none, save for Eccles, offered him a kind countenance. Dumbledore briefly elucidated the current situation to Aragog and the colony of Acromantulas before leading the group on their journey homeward. Once the wizards departed, the Acromantula colony disbanded like grains of sand, scattering in various directions, some returning to their new lair in the maze, others venturing forth to forage for small woodland creatures, and a few stealthily trailing Dumbledore's party to observe the unfolding events. Few spiders still regard the weary and feeble Aragog. In this moment, Aragog resembles a tattered rag, discarded after use. Chapter 156. A return, yet different paths lead to the same destination. Aragog's emotions are a tumultuous blend. On one hand, it yearns to nourish its offspring with human flesh, ensuring the survival of its lineage. On the other, it harbors a deep-seated resentment towards those offspring who, upon witnessing its frailty, have forsaken and defied it, wishing to rid itself of these rebellious ones. The lives of a handful of descendants hold little significance for Aragog. It is the fate of the entire clan that weighs upon its mind. Thus, it remains largely indifferent to the fact that Ecreles has been stained with the blood of a giant spider's young. However, should Ecreles find herself alone and within its grasp, Aragog would not hesitate to exact revenge. Contemplating these thoughts, Aragog delves into the labyrinth, retracing the path Dumbledore once led it along, returning to the deepest cavern of the maze. The construction team, guided by Hagrid and Fong, traverses the Forbidden Forest. Just as they are about to exit the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders, Severus Snape, at the rear of the group, suddenly speaks up. Dumbledore, I need to gather some ingredients for potion making in the Forbidden Forest. You all may return without concern. I can manage on my own. Very well, Severus. Dumbledore replied without a moment's hesitation, trusting in Snape's capabilities. Their exchange was remarkably swift, and before any others in the group could voice their opinions, Snape had already turned and briskly departed in a chosen direction, his specially tailored cloak fluttering like a bat gliding low to the ground. As Snape's figure vanished behind the trees of the Forbidden Forest, Ecreles, feigning to have just emerged from a daze, hurriedly declared, I shall also gather potion ingredients. There is no need to worry about me. With that, she gritted her teeth against her pain and sprinted towards the direction in which Snape had departed. Drawing from her previous failures and Snape's recent success, she did not wait for anyone to attempt to stop her. Instead, she departed with decisive swiftness. Her choice to follow Snape's path also served to justify her actions to the others. The persona she had carefully crafted over time, that of a love-struck individual, proved useful once more. Oh dear, Professor Ecreles is truly lost in love, exclaimed Professor McGonagall, noting the lingering traces of the unicorn horn's curse upon her. How could she venture alone into the perilous Forbidden Forest? Such recklessness. After a moment of realization, McGonagall anxiously suggested, I should follow her to ensure her safety. No, Professor McGonagall, allow me to handle this. Derry once again intercepted the well-meaning McGonagall, and only when Ecreles' silhouette began to disappear among the trees did he leisurely set off in pursuit. The remaining professors were about to voice their concerns when Dumbledore's words interrupted them. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. The prowess of our two professors and Assistant Dursley is exceptional. Even if Professor Eccles is unwell, their combined efforts will surely mitigate any significant issues. Let us return to the castle for dinner. With Dumbledore's declaration, the professors felt it inappropriate to add anything further, and they resumed their journey back to the castle. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, Eccles, and Dursley, having distanced themselves from the group, turned in unison, making a singular decision, to return to the labyrinth, specifically the lair of the giant spiders. Snape sought to procure the venom of the eight-eyed spider. His earlier delay, compared to the other professors, was due to his meticulous setup of traps designed to ensnare these arachnids within the maze. Eccles, on the other hand, aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, a goal that required no elaboration. Snape's pretense of gathering potion ingredients was merely a fade. Dursley intended to exacerbate Eccles' injuries. Tracking her in the Forbidden Forest proved too cumbersome, so he opted to lie in wait at the labyrinth, anticipating her return. After all, As long as Eccles wasn't grievously injured or on the brink of death, she was bound to return to the maze to pilfer the stone. Among the trio, Dursley was the swiftest, bolstered by the enhancement charm, allowing him to outpace both Snape and Eccles. Consequently, he arrived at the labyrinth first, casting the disillusionment charm and concealing himself near the entrance, where he silently observed. He not only monitored the movement around him, but also retrieved a transparent, round-bellied glass vial from his enchanted space, which contained a special meditation water crafted by Dumbledore, capable of linking to the eyes of the poltergeist. The poltergeist, currently cloaked, was keeping a close watch on Eccles. Thus, Dursley could summon Eccles's personal surveillance at will. The vial's liquid displayed Eccles in the Forbidden Forest, pursued by 3 adult 8-eyed spiders, their keen senses honing in on her scent. In a moment of desperation, Eccles brandished her wand and unleashed the spider-repelling charm, sending the 3 large arachnids tumbling away. The potency of her magic was so formidable that it rendered the 3 8-eyed spiders unconscious. This demonstrated that this enigmatic new ally of Voldemort had indeed reached a level of competence on par with that of a professor, which was quite impressive. Eventually, Eccles became aware of her vulnerabilities and employed a cleaning charm to eradicate the blue spider blood that had stained her, thoroughly cleansing herself of any foul odors as well. Dursley watched with keen interest, realizing that the forthcoming challenges would be more intricate. However, engaging with a formidable adversary could prove to be more exhilarating. He mused, when he suddenly sensed a shift in his surroundings. Severus Snape was approaching the entrance of the maze. He remained still, indifferent to Snape's presence. His objective today revolves around the essence of Ercles and the dark soul of Voldemort. Snape, with a stoic countenance, proceeded directly into the labyrinth. Dudley remained vigilant, monitoring the screens for any sign of Ercles. In the meantime, he stealthily ambushed 2 adult acromantulas returning from their forays, casting the soul-binding curse upon them to control their movements, guiding them into the maze. They lay in wait at a critical junction leading to the cave at the maze's heart. After a while, Ercles, her complexion ashen, finally arrived at the entrance of the labyrinth. Dudley, having anticipated her arrival, tucked away the glass vial containing the meditation potion and entered the maze, maintaining a safe distance for tracking. Oblivious to his presence, Ercles cast the disillusionment charm and ventured deeper into the maze, cautiously retracing her memories to navigate towards the cave at its core. At this moment, the acromantulas had already taken residence within this partially constructed trial maze. Ercles tightened her grip on her wand, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Determined to secure the Philosopher's Stone and facilitate the resurrection of Voldemort's corporeal form, she was ready to risk it all. Chapter 157. The Surprise Attack Beyond the Web. Objective achieved. As before, Dudley activated both invisibility and the see-through charm, trailing Ercles from a discreet distance within a maze. The 2 acromantulas, under his remote control, lay poised to spring into action, awaiting Ercles' arrival at the designated location to orchestrate an unforeseen incident. Yet, even Dudley could not have anticipated the misfortune that awaited Ercles. Before reaching the ambush site, she encountered an unexpected turn of events. While traversing the dimly lit corridors of a labyrinth under the disillusionment charm, she stumbled upon an adult acromantula resting in the passageway. Just as she was about to stealthily maneuver past, the creature seemed to sense her presence, awakening abruptly and locking its 8 dark eyes onto her concealed form, tracking her movements with uncanny precision. In an instant, the acromantula lunged, its menacing mandibles aimed directly at Ercles. Arachnid begone. Armor, shield me, Ercles thought, perplexed and exasperated, yet compelled to draw her wand and cast a protective spell against the acromantula's attack. A brilliant white light emanated from the tip of her wand, repelling the creature before it could reach her, sending it crashing against the stone wall. However, this acromantula was no coward. It emitted a piercing shriek that echoed through the corridors, alerting the nearby acromantulas to her presence. At this moment, Ercles, having cast other spells, inadvertently lifted the disillusionment charm. She heard a cacophony of skittering sounds nearby, the unmistakable noise of countless acromantulas scuttling across the stone floor and walls. Her expression remained unchanged, her pallor already ghostly white, akin to the most delicate parchment. Yet, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic. Silent and unseen, She resolved to cleanse the path ahead. Ekris remained undeterred. She first cast a spell to silence her footsteps, then meticulously eliminated any lingering odors from her person, and finally invoked an illusionary spell to cloak her form. With haste, she departed from her original position, sprinting with determination. Drawing upon her knowledge of the labyrinth's layout, she aimed to reach the nearest safe house, planning to wait until the chaos caused by the eight-eyed giant spiders subsided before continuing her endeavors. However, the ideal scenario was overshadowed by the harshness of reality. As spiders are inherently predisposed to weave webs, Ekris encountered an eight-eyed giant spider just as she turned into the corridor leading to the safe house. This formidable creature had spun a nearly complete web at the entrance, effectively barricading the passage. The lower section of the web was completed, while the upper portion remained sparse. The spider diligently worked to thicken it with silk from its abdomen. Faced with this dilemma, Ekris reluctantly raised her wand. Yet, the eight-eyed giant spider was quicker, pivoting its abdomen to direct its silk-spitting mouth towards her, unleashing a barrage of thick, sticky threads. How could this be? Ekris watched in bewilderment as the strands ensnared the exterior of her ironclad shield, leaving her perplexed. How did these foul creatures sense her presence? While she pondered this, Ekris realized her escape route was obstructed by 4 or 5 more of the eight-eyed giants. One of them, cunning like the first, raised its abdomen and began to spit silk as well. The others, seeing the effectiveness of this tactic, followed suit, launching their threads. Ekris felt on the verge of despair, besieged from all sides. She cast both a barrier spell and a spider-repelling incantation. Yet they proved ineffective against the dense mass of spider silk that threatened to engulf the corridor. Although the sticky threads were momentarily repelled by her magic, they tangled chaotically, forming 2 walls of silk that trapped Ekris within. For a moment, she was stunned, feeling helpless. Weighing her options, she refrained from using fire or explosive spells. Instead, she directed a powerful cutting incantation at the weaker section of the silk wall facing the safe house. With the incantation's resonant crack, the barrier shattered into several fragments, collapsing significantly and revealing the astute eight-eyed giant spider still weaving at the entrance. Seeing Ekris break free from the web, the spider gathered its strength, using the web's resilient elasticity to lunge toward her with ferocity. Enraged, Ekris summoned her lethal intent and unleashed her most potent killing curse upon the obstructive eight-eyed giant spider. Struck by a vibrant green light mid-flight, the creature lost its momentum and its life, crashing helplessly to the ground. Evidently, the magical resistance of the eight-eyed giant spider paled in comparison to that of a unicorn. Having slain a formidable spider, Eklis felt a modicum of relief amidst her relentless misfortune. Her mind eased slightly, and she cast another severing spell to break through the half-formed web obstructing her path, preparing to seek refuge in the safety of the shelter hidden beyond the web. Eklis stepped forward, extending her left foot to cross over a portion of the web that still lingered close to the ground. Just as she was about to place her right foot down, she suddenly sensed the instant dissolution of the ironclad shield that had protected her left leg. Her expression shifted dramatically. She intended to retract her left leg, but it was too late. A searing pain shot through her left leg once more, this time magnified by dozens, if not hundreds of times. The consequences were similarly dire. For while the previous bite had come from a small spider the size of a palm, this one was inflicted by a fully grown, wheel-sized, eight-eyed giant spider. Cursed be this wretched fate. To her dismay, there was indeed another lurking within. Eklis, belatedly realizing her plight, let out a piercing curse that echoed through the labyrinth, startling a man who was collecting venom from the eight-eyed giant spider. Only after being bitten did Eklis comprehend the gravity of her situation. She immediately directed a killing curse at the eight-eyed giant spider that had ambushed her from the shadows behind the remnants of the web. A brilliant green light erupted once more, marking the demise of the 2 eight-eyed giants controlled by Dolly through the soul-binding curse. Yet, their mission had been fulfilled. Eklis collapsed before the safety shelter, her left leg ensnared within the massive jaws of the slain eight-eyed giant spider, blood of a dark crimson hue pouring forth uncontrollably. The potent venom coursed rapidly through her bloodstream, spreading throughout her body, and her consciousness began to wane. Useless! Useless! Wake up! Wake up, I command you! The soul of Voldemort within her abdomen incessantly bombarded Eklis' mind, attempting to keep her in a state of awareness through this relentless mental assault. Meanwhile, just around 2 corridors away, Dolly, cloaked in invisibility and monitoring the situation through a vial of meditative water, revealed a satisfied smile. The eye of the imp had been enchanted by Dumbledore with a human-revealing spell, allowing it to track Eclipse even as she cloaked herself. Dolly observed and orchestrated Eclipse's tragic fate in its entirety, having witnessed her earlier encounter with an 8-eyed giant spider, which had inexplicably sensed and attacked her. Initially perplexed, Dolly eventually grasped the underlying reason after some contemplation. Chapter 158, Unveiling the Action and the Unexpected Turn of Events. Although Eclipse employed a cleansing spell to eradicate the blue spider blood that had stained her, banishing the foul odor, she did not heal the wounds inflicted on her left leg by the juvenile 8-eyed giant spider. Even though the wound was relatively small, Eclipse was not bleeding profusely. However, the presence of the wound would incessantly emit the scent of human blood and the residual venom of the juvenile 8-eyed giant spider. Other 8-eyed giant spiders would undoubtedly be quite sensitive to this odor. Moreover, the illusion-casting Eclipse could not continuously cast a cleansing spell upon herself to eliminate the scent. She had not even contemplated this aspect. Even Dolly had not initially considered it. This elucidates why the 8-eyed giant spiders were able to sense the concealed position of Eclipse. Upon realizing this, Dolly immediately controlled 2 8-eyed giant spiders under a soul-snatching spell to swiftly rush towards the nearest safe house, preparing to set an ambush for Eclipse. However, there was already a cunning 8-eyed giant spider there, having spun a thick web and perched upon it. This was inconsistent with the designated locations assigned by the professors for any adult 8-eyed giant spider's new home. Clearly, some 8-eyed giant spiders, eager for human flesh, could not wait for the maze to be fully completed and instead spun their webs at the safe house, lying in wait for the little wizard to deliver a meal. Dolly promptly directed the 2 8-eyed giant spiders to dislodge the gluttonous web spinner and successfully drove it aside. Subsequently, one controlled 8-eyed giant spider pierced the upper portion of the spider's web, burrowing inside and quietly gathering strength on the ground behind the web, preparing for a surprise attack. The other controlled 8-eyed giant spider then spun silk to repair the damaged upper section of the web. This accounted for why, upon Eclipse's arrival, she found the upper part of the web sparse while the lower part was dense, resembling an unfinished product. Initially, Dolly had assumed that after Eclipse eliminated the 8-eyed giant spider obstructing her path, she would dismantle the entire web before proceeding. He planned to command the 8-eyed giant spider hidden behind the web to launch a direct assault on Eclipse after the web was destroyed, catching her off guard, which would likely inflict harm upon her. Even if she were not injured, it would still push her back, causing her to panic and thereby affecting the efficacy of the protective spells she had previously cast, granting the other 8-eyed giant spiders an opportunity and time to regroup for a pincer attack. At that time, the assembled 8-eyed giant spiders would surely be even more numerous, overwhelming her and inevitably inflicting damage. If even this did not succeed, Dolly would have to devise alternative strategies. However, the outcome unfolded exceedingly smoothly. After Eclipse slew one 8-eyed giant spider, she surprisingly relaxed her guard. She merely tore a large hole in the center of the web without investigating the situation within. Boldly stepping inside, seizing such a prime opportunity, Dolly commanded the concealed 8-eyed giant spider to bite down on a significant portion of Eclipse's left calf, thus achieving his objective. With his goal accomplished, he now intended to rescue the unfortunate female professor. He could not allow Eclipse to perish, otherwise Voldemort's main soul would escape to seek a new host, evading the control of Dolly and Dumbledore. Dolly once again grasped the vial of water monitoring in his hand, casting a powerful iron armor spell upon himself, and rendered himself invisible once more. With a flourish of the smeting staff, he pushed aside the incessantly surging hordes of 8-eyed giant spiders, making his way towards the labyrinthine corridor where Eclipse and the safe house were situated. It was certain that news of Eclipse had spread amongst the 8-eyed spider populace within a maze. Even though the silk walls obstructed his path and the scent was faint and indistinguishable, it did not deter the 8-eyed giants from converging in this direction. The current predicament was one of overwhelming spiders, with the creatures clustering in every conceivable direction. Dolly, clad in his shield and cloaked in invisibility, relied solely on the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the enhancement spell to navigate through the swarm of spiders, advancing with deliberate steps. Most of the eight-eyed spiders perceived this merely as a minor jostling among kin, and thus did not pay much heed. Once he entered the corridor, breached the silk walls, and dragged the gravely injured, venom-ridden Ecarus into the safe house, he would escape the maze through the reserved passage above, thereby concluding today's endeavor on a triumphant note. Yet, reality seldom unfolds in accordance with one's designs. Summon Guardian. A deep, somber voice reverberated, as a silver-white Doe Guardian radiated with a luminous glow, gracefully weaving through the labyrinth corridors, instilling fear and driving back the eight-eyed spiders. It was Snape. Dolly realized this, furrowing his brow, and retreated to a wall to pause his actions, extracting the vial to monitor Ecarus's condition. Are you truly prepared to forsake the agreement and turn against those within the school? If you do not cease your actions and clear the path, prepare for utter annihilation. Snape's venomous voice, accompanied by the elegant Doe Guardian, echoed through the nearby labyrinthine passages. This incited hesitation among the spider horde. Their plans had not yet reached fruition, and the fresh meat of young wizards remained untasted. Launching an attack now would yield little more than the capture of one man and one woman, hardly sufficient for their needs. Furthermore, they had witnessed the professor's prowess. Should a confrontation ensue, they could not fathom the toll it would take on their kin, potentially leading to their own demise. The aged hiss of Aragog reverberated once more throughout the ranks. The rebellious young spiders, moments ago defiant, now turned into compliant little darlings, perplexed as to how to negotiate with this formidable wizard. At this juncture, the ancient patriarch of spiders could prove invaluable. Human, Aragog, maneuvering his ancient and colossal form, slowly traversed the path cleared by the other eight-eyed spiders, approaching Snape, surrounded by the Guardian. In a voice imbued with age, he declared, "It is not we who have betrayed the agreement, but your kind who first brought death upon my kin. That woman must perish. She shall be devoured by my offspring to atone for her transgressions." Such a naive thought. While I harbor disdain for that woman, she is nonetheless a professor of Hogwarts. Her fate is not a matter for you, a horde of eight-legged beasts, to dictate. Snape, wielding his wand, unleashed a venomous threat as sharp as ever, declaring, "If you do not yield, I shall obliterate this labyrinth and entomb you all within." His resolute response rendered Aragog speechless, inciting a turmoil among the horde of acromantulas. Many of the eight-eyed spiders glared with malevolent intent, eager to devour Snape without delay. Yet, they ultimately refrained from acting on their grim desires. After a moment of silence, Aragog commenced communication with its rebellious offspring in the tongue of the acromantulas. It chose to swallow its pride, hoping to ensure that its progeny would feast upon human flesh in the future. The acromantulas exchanged whispers among themselves, begrudgingly acquiescing to their ancient ancestor's proposal. Meanwhile, Snape, growing impatient, commanded his Patronus to forge a path, directly advancing into the corridor where Ecarus lay. He cast a spell, collapsing the wall of webbing that obstructed their way. Upon seeing Ecarus, her complexion ashen, black veins creeping up her neck, collapsed on the ground with her left leg drenched in blood. Heaving and struggling, yet valiantly holding on to consciousness, Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 159, a frantic plan stifled in its infancy. He also noticed the lifeless forms of two adult acromantulas. Protego. Snape swiftly turned and conjured a defensive barrier, keeping the acromantulas at bay to prevent them from succumbing to their primal instincts and launching an attack. He then retrieved a vial of potent antidote from his robes and hastened to Ecclus's side, preparing to pry open her mouth and administer the remedy. Unbeknownst to him, Ecclus's mental landscape was not as tragically serene as it appeared. Rather, it was a maelstrom of despair, frantic bitterness, and madness, bombarded by the dark Lord Voldemort's soul. Her mind was persistently provoked, keeping her consciousness intact, yet spiraling into insanity. At the sight of Snape, her would-be savior, her first thought was not of preserving her own life, but rather the realization that her torment would endure. She summoned her mental fortitude and audaciously proposed an outrageous plan to Voldemort's essence. "Master, did you not say that Snape is your loyal undercover agent? Now is the time to reveal your identity to him and command his assistance." You can possess my body to join forces with Snape, repel the Acromantula horde, and infiltrate the deepest cavern of the labyrinth to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Together, we shall escape Hogwarts. And Snape can use the stone to concoct the elixir of life and the potion for your resurrection, restoring your physical form and allowing you to reclaim your throne. The Dark Lord's soul, perpetually steeped in madness, now hesitated at Eccles's audacious suggestion. This plan was undeniably exquisite, yet its success hinged upon Snape's unwavering loyalty and obedience to his commands. The fragment of Voldemort's soul currently languishes in a state of despair, lacking the assurance to manipulate Snape through sheer force. Should Snape have already defected, he would be forced to retreat into the wilderness in search of another hapless host. The promising situation would then dissolve into nothingness. Master, do not hesitate. Do you not see? I have taken on the role of the defense against the dark arts professor, continuously tormented by the miracle curse you once cast upon me, devoid of any semblance of luck, no matter how meticulously I plan or how cautiously I act. Unfortunate mishaps persistently befall me. If this continues, I shall inevitably succumb to the curse, and your resurrection plans will be shattered. Make a decisive choice, Master. Reveal your identity. Seize control of my body, ally with Snape, and forcefully carve a path to reclaim the Philosopher's Stone. All I ask is for you to spare my life. Eccles sensed the hesitation of Voldemort's soul and urgently reiterated her arguments. This time, Voldemort's fragment was swayed. He yearned for immortality and harbored a profound fear of death. Yet, having crafted so many Horcruxes, his existence was assured. Even if he placed his trust in the wrong individual this time, he could always be reborn in one of his Horcruxes. Eccles was bold enough to wager her life. How could the Dark Lord be outdone in madness? Thus, Voldemort's soul made a resolution, beginning to channel his unique powers at Eccles's abdomen, establishing a connection with the dark mark on Snape. The mental communication transpired with lightning speed, consuming little time. At that moment, Snape had only just reached out to support Eccles's head, administering the antidote into her mouth. He harbored a deep aversion to physical contact with Eccles, and even when compelled to steady her head, it was done through the sleeve of his robe. Yet, as he continued to administer the potion, he sensed a long-dormant, evil mark on his arm, which had lain silent for a decade, beginning to stir. Was it an illusion? Snape's mind jolted, a myriad of thoughts flooding in. Following an instinct, he tilted his head and noticed what appeared to be speckles of dark magic emerging from Eccles's abdomen, though they remained inconspicuous against the backdrop of his black robes. Just as he was about to probe with his wand, an irksome voice suddenly interrupted him. "Professor Eccles, are you here? Please respond." Hearing the call, Dudley, having caught a glimpse of Voldemort's soul releasing magic through the water in the bottle, chose to reveal himself to prevent any complications in the plans that could arise in the confrontation between Voldemort and Dumbledore. He rounded a corner, dispelled the disillusionment charm, and materialized. Bathed in the crimson glow of the enhancement charm, he effortlessly cleared away the obstructing Acromantulas. Feigning ignorance as he shouted and briskly approached the corridor where Snape and Eccles were located, positioning himself just outside the defensive barriers set by Snape. The Acromantula swarm, incited by Eccles's slaughter of one of their young and 2 adults, was poised to launch a fierce assault. A radiant crimson glow encircled the imposing figure of Dudley, who emerged suddenly, exuding a monstrous strength. He forcefully dispelled the multitude of spiders and, with a renewed sense of determination, quelled the fervor of battle within him. "Snape, what has happened to Professor Eccles? What is going on? Quickly, lift this wretched barrier and allow me entry. Fear not, for in my presence these minuscule arachnids shall not dare to act recklessly," Dudley implored, striking the translucent defensive barrier conjured by Snape with urgency and confidence. He observed that the dark magical energy emanating from Eccles's abdomen had ceased, indicating that Voldemort's residual soul had likely abandoned some unknown operation, possibly linked to Snape. "Open the door, Snape. I beseech you, let me in. What has befallen Professor Eccles? You Haven T resorted to harming her in an effort to rid yourself of her. Have you?" Seeing Snape maintain his sullen gaze without parting the barrier, Dudley's urgency intensified, his strikes against the protective shield becoming more fervent. Snape, caught in a web of indecision, pondered the potential connection between Eccles and Voldemort, suspecting she might have brought the remnants of Voldemort's soul to Hogwarts. Thus, he wished to keep Dudley at bay, intending instead to swiftly resolve the matter and consult with Dumbledore. Yet in that fleeting moment, the dark mark on his arm subsided, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. After a brief hesitation, Snape waved his wand, creating an opening in the defensive barrier for Dolly to enter. As Dolly stepped through, he rushed toward the fallen Eccles, his expression rife with concern and guilt. "Professor Eccles, what has happened to you? Are you all right? Goodness, the veins in your neck have turned black. Is this poisoning? Act now. My master, eliminate him. Have you not longed to rid yourself of this insufferable little brat?" Eccles's outward silence belied her inner murderous intent, as she silently urged Voldemort's essence to act once more. "Silence. There is no need for your guidance." Voldemort's essence retorted sharply, disregarding Eccles's suggestion. "I have stated before that this insipid little boy is merely a decoy set by Dumbledore, his entire strength bolstered by Dumbledore's unseen influence. With the boy present, Dumbledore cannot be far behind. If I reveal myself now, Dumbledore will surely intervene, catching me off guard. In that moment, we risk losing all we have achieved, and we may not evade capture." Chapter 160. The Astute Voldemort. A second consultation. Reluctantly, Eccles ceased her struggles, surrendering to the situation, no longer attempting to communicate with Voldemort's essence. Yet, shielded by her mental barriers, she internally raged against Voldemort. "What madness compels you to cast curses without cause? A miracle, you call it? A miracle that torments one's own kind? To serve you is the very definition of wretched misfortune." Eccles was filled with resentment and bitterness. The fleeting surge of energy she had previously mustered dissipated along with the retreat of Voldemort's fragment. She struggled to summon the strength to speak to Snape and Dudley. But before she could utter a word, she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Is Professor Eccles gone?" Dudley exclaimed, alarmed by the lifeless expression on her face. He hastily reached for her wrist to check her pulse. Before he could detect any heartbeat, he was met with a searing wound on Eccles's wrist, as if it had been scorched by flames. Despite her unconsciousness, the pain coursing through her body was far more agonizing than this burn, yet her brow instinctively furrowed slightly. Dudley quickly withdrew his hand, cursing Eccles in his mind. How dare she harbor murderous intent towards him, even on the brink of death? Dudley understood that this was the backlash of the weakened protective magic of maternal love that resided within him, directed at Eccles for her hostility. Nevertheless, he realized that this was not something to be voiced openly. While remaining vigilant against Voldemort's desperate measures, he swiftly turned his ire towards Snape. Shifting the blame, "What did you give to Professor Eccles? How is it that she now has burns on her wrist? Did you poison her on purpose to hasten her demise?" Snape, visibly enraged, glared at Dudley, managing to swallow his curses after a prolonged moment, and replied coldly, "I administered a universal antidote, though it may not have been entirely effective against the venom of the acromantula." Dudley, sensing Snape's reluctant tolerance, refrained from pressing further. He could detect that Snape had shared some of his guilt from the previous incident involving Harry and Aunt Lily. Though Dudley found it contemptible, he temporarily set aside his desire to provoke Snape further. "Let us go. You carry Professor Eccles. We'll take the aerial passage to the safe house. Her injuries are too severe. We must return to the school hospital at once." Dudley stood up, stating matter-of-factly, "Me? Carry her? In your dreams." Snape retorted, unable to tolerate the suggestion. He immediately withdrew his hand that had been supporting Eccles's head, standing up defiantly. "Dursley, you are strong enough. Why don't you carry her? I see the burns on her wrist." "Silence. Stop casting aspersions upon me. I am merely 11 years old." 11. You expect me to carry a 28-year-old woman? Do you realize that constitutes child labor?" Dudley interjected, his brow furrowed, coldly countering Snape's remarks. "Humph. I refuse to stoop to your level." Snape seethed, no longer willing to engage in a debate with Dudley. He pointed his wand at a large patch of spider silk scattered on the ground, transforming it into a stretcher that floated in the air. Subsequently, he levitated the unconscious Eccles to a stretcher. "Let's proceed," Snape uttered, guiding the stretcher towards the entrance of the safe house, while hastening to catch up. Dursley, however, fixed his gaze upon the lifeless bodies of two adult acromantulas on the ground, poised to seize them when a voice echoed from behind. "Severus, Dursley, what transpired here? The other professors are concerned for your safety, so I returned to investigate. What has befallen Professor Eccles?" The sudden appearance of Dumbledore halted Snape's steps and Dursley's actions, while the surrounding acromantulas, sensing danger, hastily retreated from this perilous locale. Only the aged and sluggish Aragog remained, bearing the brunt of the situation. Yet none paid him any heed. The fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Eccles, utilizing her dulled senses, reveled in the brilliance of its earlier decision. The ignorant and reckless Eccles could not possibly compare to the sagacity of the Dark Lord. Her suggestions were nothing but foolish and misguided. With the troublesome acromantulas departed, Snape and Dursley abandoned the safe house, withdrew the protective barrier, and convened with Dumbledore, briefly recounting the events. On the surface, both Snape and Dursley merely understood that Eccles had inexplicably returned to the labyrinth, clashing with the acromantulas, resulting in mutual injury, until they arrived just in time to rescue her. Thus, Dumbledore gleaned no valuable information, swiftly casting several potent healing spells upon Eccles and engaging in a brief exchange with Snape and Dursley before hastening to return Eccles to the castle. Snape quickly followed suit. Previously, he had ensnared over a dozen adult acromantulas using traps, extracting several large vials of their potent venom, and having achieved his goal, he felt no lingering attachment to the labyrinth. Dursley, lagging a few steps behind, stored the two deceased acromantula corpses in his personal space before rejoining Dumbledore and Snape as they embarked on their journey back to the castle. Upon their return, Dumbledore promptly transported Eccles to the hospital wing, eliciting a sharp outcry from Madame Pomfrey, who exclaimed that Professor Eccles must never venture into the Forbidden Forest again, for that trip had been a dance with death. Snape, too, was drawn by Dumbledore to the hospital wing, though he had no desire to linger there. He could not refuse Dumbledore's request to assist Eccles with her antidote and injuries, thus remaining temporarily. Meanwhile, Dursley made his way to the Great Hall, where he found the students and faculty of the four houses engaged in their evening meal. Aside from Hagrid, who was busy in his hut, and a few from the hospital wing, the rest were present. He followed Dumbledore's request and summoned all the professors, who had nearly finished their dinners, to the hospital wing. Before Professor McGonagall set off, she inquired about the situation with Derry. Derry recounted the events truthfully. Professor Acreles had returned to the maze and slain two adult acromantulas, but she herself had been bitten on the left leg and poisoned by one of the creatures. As for her motives for venturing back alone, Derry was unaware. He only knew that Professor Snape had also gone back to the maze and had discovered the injured and fallen Professor Acreles before him. Upon hearing this information, Professors McGonagall and Sprout immediately began to piece together the sequence of events. It was evident that Snape, enticed by the potion materials found on the acromantulas, had returned to the maze first, and that the love-struck Professor Acreles had followed him in. However, the two had become lost within the maze and had initially failed to reunite. In her eagerness to assist Snape in gathering potion ingredients, Professor Acreles had even resorted to confronting the acromantulas, which ultimately led to her unfortunate fate. Derry, upon hearing the professor's analysis, was utterly astonished, filled with admiration, and nodded vigorously in agreement, urging the professors to hasten to the hospital wing for a specialist consultation on Professor Acreles. Once the professors departed, the Great Hall was left with Derry, the assistant to the Dursleys, now at the highest standing. He did not join the Gryffindor long table to dine with his cousins and friends, but instead ascended the small platform reserved for faculty, positioning himself centrally. With a resounding charm, he addressed the students from all four houses, proclaiming, "Attention, everyone. I have something to say regarding the teaching of the calming charm." His powerful opening remarks swiftly captured the attention of all present in the Great Hall, even the upper-year Slytherin students who had initially dismissed him. The calming charm, renowned as the nemesis of dark magic, had long been a source of anxiety for pure-blood families obsessed with dark arts. Derry surveyed the expressions of the students from the four houses below him, pausing for a moment to heighten their anticipation. He then continued at a measured pace. "It has been nearly 2 weeks since Headmaster Dumbledore awarded Harry and me the Order of Merlin and publicly announced the merits of the calming charm to everyone in the magical community. During these past 2 weeks, Harry, Dumbledore, and I have received numerous letters from adult wizards within the magical realm, most of which express a desire for me to teach this charm. Additionally, many of you present here at Hogwarts have subtly conveyed your interest in learning this spell to me and my cousin Harry. I am acutely aware that while some wish to learn the calming charm to defend against dark magic and dark wizards, others harbor intentions of unraveling its secrets and developing countercharms to eliminate obstacles to the use of dark magic. I wish to make it unequivocally clear that I hold no concern for the intentions with which you approach me to learn the calming charm. Whether you aim to master it or to unravel its secrets is of no consequence. However, it must be acknowledged that this charm is the product of considerable effort between Harry and myself. We are not in want of wealth. Thus, it would be unreasonable to lower the barriers to its instruction for the sake of the meager salary bestowed upon me by Dumbledore. At this juncture, Dudley paused once more, prompting a cacophony of chatter among the students from the 4 houses below. He took a moment to observe the expressions of the various houses. Many from Slytherin furrowed their brows, for his previous comments had pierced through their ulterior motives. Long had they wished to learn the calming charm and, alongside their forebears, to explore countercharms. Now, having not yet even begun to learn the charm, their aspirations had been laid bare by Dudley, casting a shadow of unease upon them. Although Dudley professed indifference to their thoughts, the imposition of any teaching threshold was evidently a veiled attempt to restrict them. Furthermore, Harry Potter being a Gryffindor, and Dudley's close ties to that house, left Slytherin with little hope. The expressions among the Slytherins were grim, while the Gryffindors radiated joy as if celebrating Christmas. They believed that regardless of any limitations Dudley might impose, they were destined to learn the calming charm. The Badgers, on the other hand, maintained a tranquil demeanor. They too wished to learn the charm, yet were unfazed should they be unable to. In Ravenclaw, a number of faces appeared somewhat tense. Some harbored intentions of deciphering the calming charm and delving into dark magic, yet the majority were anxious, fearful that Dudley's criteria might exclude them and hinder their academic pursuits. Dursley, please do enlighten us. What sort of individual is barred from your class? After a brief uproar, the Weasley twins cheerfully urged Dudley to continue elucidating the conditions for enrollment. Dudley smiled in acknowledgement of their enthusiasm, then assumed a serious demeanor as he addressed the assembly of students. Do not be alarmed. My conditions are rather lenient. First and foremost, Harry and I are unwaveringly aligned with the light side of magic. Therefore, any student wishing to attend my class must not entertain thoughts of becoming a dark wizard. My definition of dark wizards diverges somewhat from conventional magical understanding, being more permissive. Not every practitioner of dark magic is a dark wizard. Rather, it is those who have succumbed to madness in their pursuit of dark arts, or those inherently malevolent, devoid of any moral compass, who wreak havoc and harm the innocent, that I consider dark wizards. As long as you do not embody such a persona, nor harbor aspirations of becoming one, and you commit to studying dark magic only within the bounds of your willpower, you will meet this first criterion. Upon the conclusion of Dudley's elaboration on the initial condition, a significant portion of the Slytherin students wore expressions of discontent. Their forebears were Death Eaters, educated from a young age to be opportunistic and seize the interests of others. Their hearts have turned dark, making redemption nearly impossible, and they cannot guarantee the innocence of others will remain unscathed. At this juncture, their only hope lies in deceiving Dudley, wagering that he cannot discern their true intentions. A scant few from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, upon hearing the first stipulation, exhibited discomfort. The profession of dark wizard is not exclusive to Slytherin. Even the most honest Hufflepuff has produced a handful of nefarious dark wizards throughout history. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of students from each house becoming dark wizards is as follows: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Thus, Dudley's criteria cannot be said to solely target Slytherin. As Dudley perceived the audience absorbing the first condition, he continued, stating the second, which bore significant weight. However, he surmised that those fitting the first criterion would not find it difficult to meet this one as well. Given my origins in the Muggle world, I require those attending my classes to harbor no blood prejudice, to discriminate neither against Muggles nor against those identified as Muggle-born or half-blood in the magical realm. Likewise, Muggle-born and half-blood students attending my classes must not look down upon those deemed pure-blood within the magical community. As Dudley articulated the latter half of this stipulation, he had already filtered out a considerable portion of Slytherin's younger wizards. By the time he concluded, certain Slytherin students reacted as though they had heard an absurd joke, unable to suppress their laughter. Dudley refrained from interrupting their mockery, standing silently on stage and fixing them with a cold gaze. A few students from the other three houses contemplated joining in the laughter, but, sensing the shift in atmosphere, ultimately remained silent. Eventually, Dudley, alongside students from the other houses, directed their attention towards the Slytherin students who continued to snicker. He maintained his stare until the laughter waned under the weight of the unspoken tension. And Dudley finally spoke in a chilling tone. "Have you laughed enough? Should you wish to continue, I assure you, your house points will remain intact." Silence enveloped Slytherin. Dudley proceeded. "Oh, ignorant and pitiable Slytherin students, do you believe you possess an inherent right to look down upon the bloodlines of others? Do you think that so-called pure-blood wizards are born into nobility? Have you convinced yourselves that this has always been the case? Let me enlighten you. A millennium ago, the wizarding community regarded wizards born of Muggles as miraculous gifts, and Muggle-born wizards were seen as possessing greater innate talent. At that time, the derogatory term mudblood was non-existent, and no one would have dared to apply such a vile label to Muggle-born wizards. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. Not only Slytherin, but a significant majority of students from the other houses were evidently unfamiliar with this chapter of history. They gazed at Dudley, each harboring a distinct expression in their eyes. There exists a blend of astonishment, yearning, and predominantly skepticism. If you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire with those who lived in that era. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, there are indeed ghosts from a millennium ago. Professor Binns, the lecturer on the history of magic, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw Tower, Helena Ravenclaw, and that mad blood traitor, Barrow from Slytherin, all hail from the founding days of Hogwarts. You may certainly approach them during their lucid moments to ascertain whether my assertions hold merit. Furthermore, for those hailing from so-called pure-blood families, if the conditions permit, I encourage you to peruse your family's ancient tomes. Seek out any objective accounts within those texts, and consider when your ancestors first propagated the repugnant ideology of blood supremacy. This is impossible. You are deceiving us. A Slytherin student, unable to accept Darley's assertions, rose and bellowed vehemently. "Whether I deceive or not, you are welcome to verify," Darley retorted calmly. "I do not wish to delve further into the matter of bloodline discrimination. Suffice it to say, I shall not permit anyone harboring such prejudiced notions to enter my classroom. I am willing to extend an opportunity to those who have previously discriminated against others based on their lineage. If you can reflect sincerely before stepping into my classroom and assure me that you shall no longer engage in bloodline discrimination, then I shall still welcome you." In response to the Slytherin students' fierce outcry, Darley remained unperturbed, hardly acknowledging their presence. Once he concluded his statement, instead of taking their seats, more and more Slytherin students rose, glaring at him with fierce intent, as if ready to draw their wands. Unfazed, Darley chuckled. "If you believe you do not meet my initial two conditions, feel free to sit down and enjoy your dinner, or leave the hall once you are satiated. I have no intention of coercing you. Should you wish to engage in a confrontation, by all means, I stand here before you. You may test whether I, as your assistant, am merely a figure of empty reputation, or if I possess the qualifications to instruct you." As Darley spoke, his smile grew increasingly icy, his tone intensifying as he locked eyes with the standing Slytherin students, who were both defiant in spirit and word. "We have long endured enough of you. Worthless assistant, do you truly believe we fear you? Let us unite and take action. I refuse to believe that we, a multitude of purebloods, cannot handle a mere 11-year-old mudblood." A brazen upperclassman from Slytherin unleashed a tirade against Darley. Encouraged by him, over 70 students from Slytherin, more than 40 of whom were purebloods, brandished their wands, aiming them at Darley on the platform. This nearly encompassed all of Slytherin's pureblood students. Those who remained seated were predominantly half-bloods. Among the first-year Slytherin newcomers, Malfoy, adhering to his family's pureblood ideology, was compelled to rise alongside two of his followers. Beside him stood Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, his long-acquainted friend from pureblood families, along with the infatuated Pansy Parkinson and the robust Millicent Bulstrode, who also rose to their feet. The students from the other three houses, upon witnessing Slytherin's stance, reacted accordingly. Harry and his companions immediately stood up, intending to rally the Gryffindor students to aid Dudley in confronting Slytherin. However, Dudley raised his hand to signal that their assistance was unnecessary. "Good. Excellent. Another brave soul daring to insult me, a mudblood. Don't just stand there. I offer you the chance to join forces and cast your spells. Dudley coldly urged, thoroughly inciting the anger of the pure-blood students from Slytherin. They temporarily set aside their reservations regarding Dudley's identity and strength, collectively unleashing curses and hexes towards him through their wands. Over 40 beams of magical light converged into a formidable column of energy aimed at Dudley on the platform. Unfazed, Dudley swiftly drew a large circle in front of him with the smelting stick, creating a spatial barrier that prohibited anything from entering. Simultaneously, he coldly incanted a spell, extending his left hand to unleash an immensely powerful composite magic. Water God, pave the way. A colossal torrent of water materialized, rapidly coalescing into a magnificent dragon of the five-clawed variety, entirely composed of flowing water and infused with magical energy. The enormous water dragon soared gracefully through the air, twisting and turning, encircling the magical light beams cast by the Slytherin students, and swiftly lunged towards the spellcasters. The column of magic, composed of over 40 spells, collided with the dark spatial barrier Dudley had conjured, yielding no effect whatsoever as it disintegrated into scattered magical energy, dissipating into the surrounding air. "This is impossible," cried the Slytherin student who had previously insulted Dudley as a mudblood, his voice filled with incredulous despair. In the next moment, he and the comrades he had rallied found themselves subjected to the overwhelming force of the colossal water dragon. A few skilled Slytherin students hastily cast protective spells, yet they proved futile against the dragon's assault. Dudley guided the water dragon to engulf each of the Slytherin students who had cast spells upon him, allowing them to indulge in a delightful underwater experience, bubbling away as they swam through the spacious hall, rising and falling, darting left and right, fully immersing themselves in an exhilarating adventure. Under the starry ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, the five-clawed water dragon delivered a breathtaking spectacle for the students. All were rendered speechless, once again acutely aware of the disparity in power between themselves and Dudley. The Slytherin students who did not rise to attack Dudley felt a sense of relief, silently mourning for their classmates who ascended with the dragon. Dudley, with his clear sense of justice, did not wrong the innocent. The spell Malfoy had cast upon him was a harmless color-changing charm devoid of offensive capability. Thus, Dudley positioned Malfoy within the throat of the water dragon, allowing Malfoy's head to protrude from the dragon's gaping maw, safely above the water surface. The dragon's head remained relatively stable as it soared through the air, rendering Malfoy's ordeal among the 40 unfortunate souls the least burdensome. Moreover, his placement was discreet, not undermining Malfoy's allegiance to the pureblood families. Through the overwhelming magical energy emanating from the water dragon, Dudley was able to observe the life states of the little serpents. After a few minutes, sensing they were nearing their limits, he commanded the water dragon to expel them back to the Slytherin long table, where they collapsed onto the ground, coughing up water. "Now do you believe? If purebloods are truly noble, how could I, an 11-year-old Muggle-born wizard, toy with you in such a manner? Without commensurate strength, can nobility be merely a matter of boastful words?" Chapter 163. A violent speech. An indiscriminate attack on all. Dudley waved his hand, retracting the spatial portal, allowing the water dragon to continue its circling above the Slytherin long table. His sarcasm, set against the backdrop of the immense water dragon, resonated powerfully. Some of the drenched little serpents, having managed to cough up most of the water, regained some mobility, yet they dared not retaliate against Dudley. Instead, they averted their gazes, silently absorbing Dudley's scornful words, their expressions a mixture of resentment, discontent, and stubbornness. Dudley noted this and shook his head slightly, realizing that reshaping the worldviews of these students would prove challenging. He pondered whether the cognitive enhancement course he was preparing with Dumbledore would have any impact on these nearly entrenched little serpents. After a brief contemplation, he continued with his admonishment. "You ignorant little serpents should consider yourselves fortunate that I am not akin to you, nor like your Death Eater forebears. Otherwise, I wouldn't merely douse you in water. I would set you ablaze. I wouldn't settle for just filling your bellies with water and letting you off lightly. Reflect on this. Your desire to become dark wizards, fueled by the influence of your pureblood families within the magical realm, is a mere delusion of superiority over Muggle-born and half-blood wizards. enabling you to exploit the interests of ordinary wizards. Little do you realize, the harder you press down on a spring, the more formidable its rebound. The more you oppress, the greater the reckoning you will face. The power dynamics have shifted. The roles of attack and defense have transformed. Voldemort has fallen, and your relatives languishing in Azkaban have set a precedent for you. Should you and your parents remain obstinate and unrepentant, the consequences and outcomes will be dire. Dolly's words, stripped of sarcasm and delivered in a calm, earnest tone, bore a weight of benevolence. Yet, the psychological pressure they imparted upon the Slytherin students who had just acted out was magnitudes stronger than his previous taunts. For some, Dolly's words evoked memories of their parents' teachings from the previous month, before the school year commenced, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. They were now completely soaked, their sweat inconspicuous. Supporting each other, they rose to their feet and inadvertently glanced at the students from the other three houses, only to discover that most were staring intently at them, many with hostile expressions. Particularly, the Gryffindor Lions exhibited a blend of animosity and mocking delight. The initial exhilaration they felt when casting the spell on Dudley had dissipated, replaced by a tide of confusion and apprehension. Yet, for the sake of their pure-blood lineage, the majority concealed their unease and fear beneath stoic masks, deliberately avoiding Dudley's gaze as they sought to exit the hall quietly, eager to retreat to the Slytherin common room to lick their wounds. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" Suddenly, Dudley's ominous voice echoed behind them. The young serpents froze, their bodies stiffening, and slowly turned to face him. Without waiting for them to fully pivot, Dudley pointed directly at a Slytherin student who had insulted him, transforming the student's robes into an inescapable, foul-smelling garment of putrid mud. The effects lasting for a week, with the stench set to commence the following morning. He then coldly declared, "This is the consequence of calling others mudblood. I shall not dwell on past transgressions. However, from this moment forth, should I hear of any pure-blood student using that term again, do not be surprised if I turn them into a foul mud creature." From this point onward, the count begins. The first offense will result in the muddy attire lasting a week, the second a month, and the third a year. Should one persist in their ways beyond 3 offenses, the transformation will extend beyond mere clothing. I have recently begun to experiment with living transformations. Those who fear may wish to reconsider. Unlike other professors who merely deduct house points, I possess both magic and means. You lot had best restrain your tongues, lest you find yourselves wallowing in mud. Now be gone. The chastised Slytherins turned pale as Dudley's words sank in. Especially the upperclassmen who had already endured the fate of the muddy attire felt a wave of regret wash over him, nearly crumbling under the weight of his humiliation. He cast his eyes downward at the mud that clung stubbornly to him, overwhelmed by despair and too ashamed to glance at anyone else. He buried his face in his hands and hastily made his way towards the hall's exit. The other drenched Slytherins quickly followed suit, retreating from the hall in a flurry. The Gryffindor Lions, witnessing their foe's disgraceful predicament, could no longer contain their loud, piercing laughter. The Slytherins, upon hearing the mockery, quickened their pace. "Enough! What is there to laugh about?" After the Slytherins had departed, Dudley bellowed, startling the Gryffindor Lions, who turned to face him in confusion. Dudley bluntly clarified, "You must understand. It was I who triumphed over them, not you. To speak candidly, those 40-odd young serpents represent the pinnacle of talent among the current students at Hogwarts. Can the other 3 houses muster a team of equivalent prowess? The term mudblood is not a recent invention, nor is it the first day that the pure-blood students of Slytherin have derided Muggle-born wizards. Why have they been permitted such audacity until today? Is it not because of your own inadequacies? Hogwarts is a bastion for mastering magic and enhancing one's abilities. With identical institutions, teachers, textbooks, and teachings, why is it that they can impose upon you? Indeed, pure-blood families possess certain magical legacies, granting them a higher starting point. Yet, do not forget that the library of Hogwarts is the most extensive repository of knowledge in the magical realm. And the professors here do not shy away from addressing students' inquiries about magic. Even the acerbic Professor Snape is no exception. Such invaluable opportunities accompany you daily. Have you truly taken full advantage of them? If you have, why are you often the ones being bullied? Is it conceivable that your innate talents are inferior to those of the so-called purebloods? Have you reached the limits of your magical potential, unable to progress further? You may criticize certain Slytherin students for their misdeeds, but you cannot mock their dedication and ambition. They far exceed you in those virtues. This is not merely a phenomenon of your generation. It has persisted across many. One might even assert that the rampant dark wizards, the chaos wrought by the Death Eaters, and Voldemort's malevolent reign stem fundamentally from the adversary's relentless efforts, while you have failed to cherish the invaluable learning opportunities available to you. With Dumbledore over a century old and most professors nearing their 40s or 50s, you are the hope of the magical world, the future of the light wizards. Do not languish in dreams, entrusting your fate to others. Courage without strength is folly. Ambition without strength is delusion. Wisdom without strength is ineffectual. Kindness devoid of strength will only lead to self-harm. Do you comprehend this? Chapter 164. Subduing students from all houses, announcing course details. Derry's emphatic, interrogative address rendered all students present silent. Even the most restless members of Gryffindor displayed contemplative expressions. Standing on stage, Derry granted the students a moment for reflection. After a considerable pause, he continued, "Henceforth, should anyone discriminate against you based on your bloodline during your time at school, you may report to me, and I shall advocate for you, transforming the offender's garments into foul, putrid rags. If you are subjected to mob violence or upperclassmen bullying lowerclassmen, I will ensure that the perpetrators face appropriate consequences. However, should the insults and bullying come from your peers within the same year, and if they have bested you in a fair one-on-one confrontation, do not seek my assistance. Instead, address the matter with your friends and househead. Should one seek me out, I too would disdain the oppressor, yet feel a sense of shame for the vanquished." Dolly's words render the expressions and gazes of the students below more intricate. Some were ignited by Dolly's fervor, their eyes flickering with an almost fiery intensity. Others found a sense of security, revealing a complacent smile of unremarkable happiness. Still others were inspired to establish goals and ideals, their eyes reflecting resolute determination. While a few exhibited timidity and inferiority, fearing the genius of their peers, anxious that they might provoke conflict and lose face in the process. Dolly sensed the moment was ripe. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that uplifting rhetoric and impassioned speeches, upon their utterance, may initially stir many and evoke great encouragement. Yet, for numerous individuals, such fervor may only last 3 minutes before fading into oblivion. Only a small fraction can transform this emotional stir into enduring motivation for their advancement. Thus, he did not harbor the expectation that a mere phrase could utterly transform the academic atmosphere of Hogwarts. That would require prolonged, subtle guidance over time. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Beyond the 2 threshold conditions I previously mentioned, there are 2 additional criteria to attend my class. Dolly moderated his tone and continued, "The third condition is quite simple, and I believe everyone can meet it. Students wishing to attend my class must acknowledge Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, embrace their respective houses, and possess a sense of belonging and collective pride. The fourth condition, stemming from my affiliation with all 4 houses and a desire for harmonious development within the magical community, is that students attending my class should embody unity and camaraderie, avoiding inter-house antagonism as well as internal discord. They must not instigate conflict merely because another house has accrued more points than their own, nor should they provoke disputes due to personal grievances against fellow students from their house or others. Some students may find it perplexing, believing I have just encouraged them to compare their academic abilities with those of Slytherin students and to confront peers in one-on-one conflicts, seemingly contradicting the conditions I now present. However, I assure you, there is no contradiction. What I advocate is healthy competition, not malicious conflict. I wish for everyone to refrain from unprovoked troublemaking, yet not shy away from challenges. I hope you can look to the exemplary students within your own house, and even from other houses, as beacons of inspiration, motivating you to strive harder and grow stronger, rather than harboring jealousy towards the accomplished, reflecting on oneself, and resorting to disparagement and isolation of others. These 4 conditions constitute the prerequisites for entering my classroom. Moreover, I hope that all students throughout the school, including the more than 40 Slytherin students who departed earlier, can abide by these principles, fostering a positive school culture that will be passed down through generations. If this can be achieved, dark wizards will lose the fertile ground for their existence within the magical realm, and the magical community shall usher in a lasting peace. In a realm devoid of discrimination and malicious conflict, where fair competition prevails and order reigns supreme, I yearn to dwell in such a magical world alongside my family and friends. I believe that most of you present here, along with your families, share this sentiment. Upon concluding his address, a profound silence enveloped the auditorium, followed by an eruption of fervent and prolonged applause. This ovation resonated even within the confines of the infirmary on the second floor, where professors attended to a consultation for eclairs. They exchanged puzzled glances, yet refrained from interrupting their examination to investigate. From that moment onward, Darius remained a figure of reverence among the students at Hogwarts, gradually earning more admirers than those who merely feared him. Assistant Professor Dursley garnered a loyal following of student fans across all four houses, including Slytherin. After a brief pause, Darius extended his arms, signaling for the applause to cease. Once the clapping subsided, he elaborated on the intricacies of the classes he had planned. I have established numerous prerequisites. To merely teach a single stability charm would be rather stingy. My lessons will not only impart the 2 stability and enhancement charms that Harry and I co-created, but will also delve into advanced magical techniques, such as silent casting and wandless spells. Additionally, I will teach the art of composite magic. For instance, the colossal water dragon I conjured, which is a fusion of the clear water charm and transfiguration. This inspiration draws from Headmaster Dumbledore's fire-making charm, a composite spell that combines the blazing flame charm with transfiguration. Furthermore, I will share knowledge on alchemy, combat techniques, spell development, and focused meditation methods. Mastering these skills, I assure you, will exponentially elevate your capabilities. The content of Darius's classes illuminated the eyes of the students below, even igniting a spark of aspiration within the most lackluster of Hufflepuff students. While some might remain skeptical of Darius's words, his prowess had already captivated every student at Hogwarts. The formidable water dragon still soared majestically above the auditorium, serving as the ultimate advertisement for his teachings. When will you commence your classes, Assistant Professor Dursley? In which classroom will they be held? How will you ensure that students meet the 4 stipulated criteria? A Ravenclaw student could not help but inquire. Darius smiled gently in response. My courses will be inclusive of all grades and houses. Students from 1st to 7th year are welcome. To accommodate everyone's schedules, I have arranged for classes to take place on weekends, with 2 consecutive sessions lasting half a day. As for whether it will be on Saturday or Sunday, morning or afternoon, I'll provide a notice 1 day in advance based on circumstances. The classroom selected will be the largest abandoned room on the 5th floor of the castle. I can request permission from Hogwarts to utilize the expansion charm to ensure adequate space for our lessons. As for identifying students who meet the 4 criteria, the process is quite straightforward. I shall request the sorting hat from Dumbledore, a remarkable artifact embodying the collective wisdom of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Once donned, it possesses the ability to discern the innermost thoughts of individuals. As witnessed during the sorting ceremony, its assistance guarantees the flawless selection of those who meet the criteria. Moreover, it ensures absolute fairness, dispelling any doubts of favoritism or manipulation on my part. Upon hearing that Dudley intends to employ the sorting hat for assessments, certain individuals in the audience who harbored ulterior motives to infiltrate the classroom visibly paled, experiencing a profound sense of disillusionment. Conversely, the majority expressed heightened trust in Dudley, acknowledging the fairness of this selection method. As the first class approached, Cedric Diggory, a striking and tall third-year student from Hufflepuff, stood to represent the aspirations of his house and inquired of Dudley regarding the timing of the assistant's lesson. His demeanor was exceptional, exuding politeness that naturally endeared him to others. Dudley cast a brief glance at this remarkable figure, the strongest champion of Hogwarts in the years to come, who would tragically be the first to fall in the impending conflict, and nodded in response. I will prepare the classroom and lesson plans tomorrow. On Sunday morning, after breakfast, please gather in the corridor in front of the 5th floor classroom for the sorting hat assessment. All interested may participate. Following lunch on Sunday, those who pass the assessment should arrive promptly for class. What shall this course be called? The Weasley twins, eager to contribute, prompted Dudley after his announcement. This query momentarily stumped Dudley, who had been preoccupied with the course logistics and had overlooked the seemingly trivial matter of a title. Let us call it the Practical Magic Enhancement Course. After a brief pause of contemplation, he spontaneously crafted a name, earning applause from the audience, who were both bewildered and impressed. Amid the applause, Dudley waved away the enormous water serpent that had been swirling above, descended from the faculty platform, and made his way to the Gryffindor table, joining his cousin and a group of friends. He extended a finger to tap his empty plate, summoning the delectable dishes and beverages prepared by the house elves. Having spent the entire afternoon and into the evening engaged in mental exertion, his stomach was grumbling for sustenance. While Dudley began his meal, the other students had nearly finished theirs. Even if they had not eaten their fill, they were too preoccupied to continue. The significant matters and revelations Dudley had shared that evening left them in a state of shock and contemplation. All were engrossed in reflection and discussion. At this moment, Ron, seated close to Dudley, radiated joy and a hint of bashfulness as he broached a different subject with Dudley. Dudley, my parents wrote to me and my brothers at school, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for your recommendation to Professor Dumbledore, which enabled them to join the Order of the Phoenix and undertake a significant task. That matter, Dudley replied candidly, chewing a piece of well-cooked steak before continuing. My recommendation was due to your parents' admirable qualities and abilities, and of course, because of me, right? Dudley, I wish to express my gratitude on my own behalf as well. Ron interjected cheerfully. Thank you for helping me establish a study plan, for assisting me in becoming stronger, and for securing a high-paying job for my parents. I am truly overjoyed. Ron's exuberance indicated a distinct maturation in his character, as he was no longer hesitant to express his appreciation. Dudley, while enjoying his meal, cast a fleeting glance at the jubilant Ron and remarked nonchalantly, "You may be celebrating prematurely. You've enjoyed the benefits. Now it's time for you to contribute. Tomorrow, you and Harry will help me tidy up the classroom." "Absolutely," Ron responded enthusiastically. "I want to help too." Hermione eagerly raised her hand. "All right, everyone can join. The more the merrier." Dudley welcomed his friend's enthusiasm with open arms. "Oh, by the way," Ron suddenly recalled, adding, "Dumbledore advanced a substantial fee to my parents, prompting them to rush to Diagon Alley and purchase a complete set of new clothes, textbooks, teaching materials, and gifts for our entire family. They mentioned in the letter that there was so much that they entrusted someone to send the items meant for Percy, Fred, George, and me to the Owlpost in Hogsmeade, so my 3 brothers can collect them tomorrow. I might need to step out to meet them, as my parents said there's an abundance of brand new items." Ron spoke with excitement and happiness. Dudley, however, felt a twinge of amusement. It was no wonder the Weasley family struggled financially. In addition to their large numbers, their tendency to spend freely undoubtedly contributed to their predicament. In the original story, Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, won a prize of 700 galleons and, before the ink had dried, whisked the entire family away on a vacation to Egypt. Such a carefree attitude, living for the moment and spending lavishly, demonstrated a complete disregard for saving. Yet, this was not necessarily a flaw. Spending money freely and enjoying life could indeed be a wise choice. Dudley chose not to comment further on this matter, but rather appreciated the Weasley couple's decision, as Ron's items would be entirely renewed, thus resolving the lingering regret Dudley had harbored. "Ron, feel free to go. You can join us afterwards once you've collected your things. It won't delay anything," Dudley said amiably. Ron beamed with even greater delight. In a distant corner, Percy and the Weasley twins also noticed the scene, casting grateful glances towards Dudley. After all, the current Order of the Phoenix is vastly different from its portrayal in the original narrative. It is an organization of both authority and wealth, generous and magnanimous, regarded as one of the finest in the magical realm. With the Weasley couple's involvement, their family's financial burdens would significantly ease. Following a brief interlude, Dudley successfully finished his dinner, and the hall was nearly empty. He sent his cousin and friends back to the Gryffindor common room, while he ventured towards the hospital wing to gather information. Inside the hospital, Dumbledore and a group of professors had concluded their consultation. However, after much deliberation, they had been unable to devise a swift remedy for Eccles's condition. Unlike the previous incident with the unicorn, Eccles bore serious wounds inflicted by magical creatures, compounded by severe venom. The bite from the acromantula was not a mere scratch. The healing charm would not suffice for rapid recovery. Moreover, the venom had already spread throughout Eccles's body, leaving her poisoned from head to toe. Coupled with the residual curse from the unicorn's energy attack, it could be said that had Snape not administered a potent antidote at a critical moment, Eccles would have become a lifeless corpse rather than a lady. Ultimately, Dumbledore dismissed the suggestion from several professors to transfer Eccles to St. Mungo's for treatment, citing her current condition as unsuitable for long-distance travel. They devised a long-term healing strategy aimed at gradually alleviating the poison within her. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Eccles would regain her mobility for at least 3 to 4 months. The injury to her left leg, nearly penetrated by the adult acromantula, would not withstand any further mishaps until healed. As for complete recovery, it would likely extend until the end of the academic year. Chapter 166. Review of the phase, progress in various matters. This outcome was pleasing to both Dudley and Dumbledore, as it afforded them a reprieve for a time. With Voldemort's main soul continuously siphoning Eccles's life force, her healing would be further impeded. To avoid exposure, they would need to refrain from any further mischief for an extended period. Dudley did not confront Dumbledore in the hospital, but instead saw Snape, his face clouded. With Madame Pomfrey's assistance, extracted a vial of Eccles's toxic blood to analyze for an appropriate antidote. Eccles's abdomen remained calm, indicating that Voldemort's main soul had not initiated any new schemes. Dudley turned and made his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The password remained unchanged. Still orange soda, allowing him easy access. Dumbledore was seated, having awaited Dudley's arrival for some time, confident that after the day's events, Dudley would seek him out for a discussion. It appears that indeed, you have seized a remarkable opportunity today, Derry, delivering a truly stirring speech. On my way back, I encountered several groups of students, all abuzz with discussions about you and the course you intend to teach, and the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, moved a chair for Derry, expressing his satisfaction and delight. However, this is merely the beginning of a long-term endeavor, and we can delve into that later. For now, let us address the pressing matters at hand. You must have noticed Voldemort's soul fragments' subtle movements within the maze. Otherwise, you would not have materialized there. Is this related to Severus? Once seated, Derry got straight to the point. Indeed, at that moment, Voldemort's soul fragment seemed intent on revealing its identity to Severus, intending to utilize him, whom he believed to be his solitary undercover agent, to extricate himself from his predicament and seize the false philosopher's stone hidden in the cave at the maze's end. Yet, upon your arrival, Voldemort's soul fragment halted its actions, possibly due to its previous analysis with Eccles, fearing that your strength was derived from my proximity, causing it to terminate its plan. Had it not been for Voldemort's overthinking, you might have sustained injuries and Severus's defection could have been exposed, jeopardizing our plans. Fortunately, events transpired favorably for us. I utilized Fawkes's apparition to reinforce Voldemort's suspicions while also safeguarding you and Severus, Dumbledore elaborated. Derry, upon hearing Dumbledore's recounting, felt little trepidation. Even if Voldemort's soul fragment had drawn upon Eccles's life force as it did with Quirrell, and Severus had acted to protect his identity, the weakened maternal protection surrounding him would have shielded him from a lethal attack. With his prowess, he could have escaped amidst the chaos. Moreover, with Dumbledore as a steadfast ally, ready to provide support at a moment's notice, Derry's concern lay in the crucial points embedded within Dumbledore's earlier analysis. Dumbledore, has Severus uncovered any clues regarding Eccles? Did he communicate with you? Have you disclosed everything to him? Derry's rapid-fire inquiries prompted Dumbledore to remark on Derry's remarkable perceptiveness. Before calling the other professors to the infirmary, Severus had approached me privately. He mentioned sensing a reaction from his dark mark and perceived magical energy emanating from Eccles that bore a striking resemblance to Voldemort's. He suspects a connection between Eccles and the remnants of Voldemort, urging me to remain vigilant. Dumbledore explained to Derry, I did not disclose the information we currently possess or the plans we are executing to Severus. I merely advised him to keep a close watch on Eccles. If Voldemort were to actively reveal his identity to him, he could adeptly assume the role of a double agent, fulfilling Voldemort's demands while discreetly consulting with me. After listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Dudley cast an appreciative glance his way. You are right, Dumbledore. For both public and private reasons, it is best that Snape remains oblivious to this matter. As an undercover operative, especially a double agent, one must exercise extreme caution. What needs to be known should be known, and what is not should remain unknown. The more one knows, the greater the risk of exposure becomes. Dumbledore nodded slightly in agreement, but was acutely aware that Dudley's flattering words concealed a desire to see Eccles torment Snape for a while longer. Understanding but not voicing this, they remained good friends. Let's change the subject. You have initiated the Muggle recruitment program with the Weasley couple at the helm, correct? What is the current progress? Have you devised a means to collect and store the college banners that reflect the esteem and loyalty of faculty and students towards their respective houses? Dudley shifted the conversation, inquiring about the developments from their previous discussions. This week, Arthur and Molly had undertaken the task and completed the selection of the operational team members. They would finalize preparations in the coming days and delve into the Muggle world next week to recruit talent. I have also given Arthur the introduction letter you wrote for your parents, the Dursleys. I trust they will utilize it wisely to foster a good relationship with the Dursleys and collaborate effectively. As for the creation of the affection-collecting banners, I had a discussion this week with Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. We have established a preliminary design direction, but the actual production of the tangible banners will take approximately 1 or 2 months. Dumbledore's response neither disappointed nor surprised Dudley. He nodded slightly and then inquired, "Has young Barty Crouch been executed? Also, when can I expect the Dementor for my research on alchemical items that you promised to send?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression subtly shifted, as though recalling something troubling. After a brief pause, he replied, "Young Barty was successfully executed by Moody, but the process was not without complications. Moody sustained severe injuries, and Lupin was also injured. They are currently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies. Lupin is expected to be discharged soon, while Moody will require nearly a month to recover. If you are anxious to obtain the Dementor, I can arrange for Lupin to carry out the task alongside the Aurors from the Ministry after his discharge, if time is not of the essence. We can wait for Moody to recover. As for Lupin, I would like him to join the Muggle recruitment team as well. Is young Barty really that formidable?" Dudley pondered aloud after hearing Dumbledore's words, perplexed. By all accounts, he should not have been that strong. Could it be that in his moment of dire straits, his latent potential had surged forth? Chapter 167. The Patronus Charm and Musings on Animagi. Little Barty is indeed remarkable. He has merely strayed from the right path, Dumbledore remarked, finding little difficulty in comprehending the situation. Derry was reluctantly convinced. There are myriad uncontrollable factors in battle, and this outcome is somewhat reasonable. There is no need to rush. Let us wait until Mr. Moody is discharged from the hospital before seeking his assistance in capturing a boggart. Derry pondered and replied, "I have many matters to attend to and am rather busy. Even if I were to capture one, I would not be able to dedicate time to research it. Furthermore, I have encountered certain difficulties while practicing the Patronus Charm." Oh, Dumbledore's interest was piqued. It was the first time he had heard of Derry facing challenges in magical practice. "What seems to be the problem?" Derry explained, "My joyful memories are numerous, and the energy released by the Patronus Charm is overwhelming, making it difficult to manifest a distinct Patronus form." With that, he gestured to the side and intoned, "Expecto Patronum." A torrent of silvery energy erupted from his fingertips, illuminating the entire headmaster's office. Under Derry's command, the energy flowed in every direction, yet it failed to take shape, resembling a vast current instead. Derry attempted to will this energy into the form of various animals: chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, pigs, dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, monkeys, and even humanoid shapes, but the energy merely deformed slightly before reverting to its flowing state. "This does not constitute a problem, Derry." Dumbledore gazed in astonishment at the surrounding Patronus energy, intrigued by this rare phenomenon, though he was not perplexed by its cause. "Not a problem? Then what is the issue?" Derry waved his hand, dissipating the Patronus spell he had cast, and pressed for clarification. "The evolution of a Patronus necessitates time and opportunity," Dumbledore replied. "Unlike those who possess few joyful memories and struggle to gather sufficient protective energy to support a formed Patronus, your abundance of protective energy should be adequate to manifest any Patronus. There is no need to deliberately pursue the formation of a Patronus or forcefully manipulate the protective energy into a specific shape. Simply allow it to evolve naturally. With time and opportunity, a Patronus that aligns with your character traits will emerge organically. You are too impatient. No one's Patronus is determined solely by their subjective desires. Your protective energy will eventually evolve into a representation of an ordinary creature that exists in nature and shares similar characteristics with you. All you need to do is wait patiently. In fact, even if you cannot form a Patronus. This very protective energy alone surpasses that of the majority of wizards formed patron uses in the magical realm. It is more than sufficient to confront any boggart, or even a multitude of them. Dumbledore's explanation provided solace to Derry. Initially, Derry had been brimming with confidence, believing that the affection bestowed upon him by the Dursleys would enable him to swiftly master the advanced Patronus charm. In reality, while he did grasp the concept quickly, it was merely a fleeting advantage. His doubts about himself began to surface. It now appeared that haste made waste. With a calmer mindset, Dolly recalled a term that old Dumbledore had just mentioned and posed another question. Could a guardian be merely an ordinary animal? Could it not be a magical creature? Is your guardian not a phoenix? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore chuckled and clarified. It is not a phoenix, merely a bird that bears a resemblance to one. One need not excessively pursue a guardian that embodies the image of a magical creature. The form of a guardian is more symbolic than practical. The potency of the Patronus charm ultimately hinges on the wizard's joyful memories and the strength of their protective intent. Of course you would say that. Your guardian resembles a phoenix. Quite impressive. What if a wizard's Patronus were a dung beetle? I cannot fathom the despair such a person must feel, Dolly jested. He then raised a pertinent issue. Moreover, I have read in texts concerning animagi that a wizard's animagus form aligns with their Patronus. If a wizard's Patronus were an animal ill-suited for human society, there would be no point in practicing to become an animagus. After all, when one transforms into their animal form, they cannot wield their wand or cast spells. Should they lose their ability to disguise themselves and their agility, the animagus form would indeed become a rather useless spell. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, yet added, however, the process of becoming an animagus requires an exceedingly complex and rigorous ritual, along with certain magical proficiency, making it far more challenging to master than the Patronus charm. Most wizards need not concern themselves with this aspect. Dolly nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent for the moment, effectively bringing the topic to a close. Yet, his mention of the connection between animagi and the Patronus charm was not mere idle chatter. It stemmed from genuine reflection. His prior observations were made from the perspective of an ordinary wizard, but he was anything but ordinary. The limitations imposed on typical wizards did not apply to him. The notion that one could not wield a wand while in animagus form, his wand had already become an integral part of him. The inability to use magic in animal form, this was due to the wizard's transformation into an animal, thus relinquishing their human magical lineage and innate wizarding gifts. However, Dolly's magical lineage and talents had been enhanced through an external system that merged with the magical stone. Thereafter, he was akin to the stone itself. No matter how he transformed, as long as he remained himself, his magic would remain intact. The abilities and traits he acquired from merging with other magical artifacts would likewise remain effective. Thus, the spell of animagus was indeed of great utility for Dolly. Should his Patronus and animagus form be an inconspicuous bird or a common creature, such as a cat or dog, once mastered, he could transform and execute a surprise attack that even a fully powered Voldemort would struggle to withstand. Dolly mused to himself, chuckling softly at the thought. In the scene, Dumbledore was led to believe that Darryl was about to manifest the prophetic bloodline, ready to utter some foretelling. However, Darryl merely chuckled foolishly, revealing no prophecies, and instead shifted the conversation to further refining the training maze and the matter of temporarily borrowing the Sorting Hat to select students. The performance required full commitment. The maze needed to be continuously improved. Yet, in the following days, several headmasters and professors would assist Eccles with her preliminary detoxification and healing, naturally postponing the maze's enhancement. As for the maze's eventual completion and its opening to exceptional students in the 6th and 7th grades for treasure-seeking adventures, that too would be delayed, at least until Eccles's health was considerably restored. The arrangement regarding the temporary borrowing of the Sorting Hat proceeded smoothly. Dumbledore wholeheartedly supported Darryl's decision and idea, approaching the rack and awakening the dormant hat. This allowed Darryl to engage in dialogue with the Sorting Hat. Darryl possessed special privileges endowed by Hogwarts' collective consciousness, enabling him to issue reasonable commands to certain unique artifacts and beings within the castle, including the Sorting Hat. Furthermore, during the initial sorting ceremony, the hat had gleaned Darryl's visions for educational reform and had shown great approval. Thus, when requested for cooperation, it acquiesced readily. Darryl articulated the 4 selection criteria he had established, instructing the sorting hat to take note and prepare accordingly. The following morning, he planned to visit the headmaster's office, inviting this ancient and wise hat to undertake a unique task it had never performed before. After concluding the discussion about the sorting hat, Darryl bid farewell to old Dumbledore and departed the headmaster's office, heading to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. Even the healthiest body cannot endure sleepless nights indefinitely. A balance of work and leisure is essential. A peaceful night passed. On the Saturday of the second week after the school term commenced, the occupants of Darryl's dormitory rose early. Ron set out to find his 3 older brothers, preparing to retrieve items from the Owl Post in Hogsmeade Village. Hogsmeade, a wizarding village near Hogwarts, boasted establishments such as pubs, tea houses, shops, and post offices, making it an ideal locale for leisure and entertainment. Hogwarts students, upon reaching their 3rd year, could apply for permission from their guardians to visit Hogsmeade on weekends, seeking approval from their house head. As a first-year student, Ron was naturally not permitted to venture there. Instead, he remained in the vicinity of Hogwarts, waiting for his brothers to return with the goods their parents had purchased, before heading back to the castle together. Meanwhile, the other students, including Hermione, who was already up and waiting in the Gryffindor common room, accompanied Darryl to the 5th floor of the castle, entering the abandoned classroom that Darryl had selected, the largest on that floor. Hermione and Neville utilized cleaning spells to tidy the classroom and employed mending spells to repair the damaged desks and chairs. Harry and Seamus venture into the other abandoned classrooms of the castle and relocate some idle desks and chairs to meet the needs of 300 individuals. Dudley commanded without hesitation, and his cousin along with his companions complied without resistance. Subsequently, Dudley positioned himself in the center of the forsaken classroom and, unperturbed, declared, "Hogwarts, I hereby request an expansion of this classroom to accommodate all the students in a grand dueling platform." Upon uttering these words, the classroom remained unchanged. Hermione and Neville gazed at Dudley, bewildered, as if he were speaking to himself in futility. However, Dudley was aware that the collective consciousness of Hogwarts had tacitly approved his request through an unseen intention. Once Dudley cast the stretching charm, the effects would be permanently fixed within the castle. Likewise, the educational tools altered by transfiguration and certain protective enchantments would endure. Undetectable expansion, Dudley pronounced while extending his finger to cast the spell. Under the astonished gazes of Hermione and Neville, the walls of the classroom receded rapidly and the ceiling ascended. The distance between the existing desks and chairs widened. Soon, as the transformation ceased, the size of the classroom exceeded that of the Great Hall on the 1st floor. After the spatial expansion, Dudley continued his spell work, conjuring a small whirlwind that swept a large bundle of dust and cobwebs into the room, which he transfigured into a substantial stone platform. This platform, though only half a meter high, occupied a significant area along the central axis of the classroom, resembling an unfurled wristwatch. Viewed from above, it presented a rectangular shape at the front and back, with a circular section in the middle. This was the dueling platform Dudley had referred to in his earlier communication with the consciousness of Hogwarts. During lessons, Dudley could stand upon it, moving about as he lectured and demonstrated spells. When fatigued from teaching, he could randomly select 2 students to duel, offering guidance from the side to enhance their practical skills. He would also cast protective enchantments around the central circular platform, potentially inviting other professors for friendly matches, a rather perfect arrangement. Dudley's renovation of the abandoned classroom progressed smoothly. In addition to his cousin and friends assisting, students from various grades and houses gradually discovered Dudley's initiative and voluntarily joined the effort. Similarly, the acquisition of new supplies on Ron's side proceeded with equal success. While Dudley was still busy in the classroom, he received joyful news and rewards from the system. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the regrettable event of the financially constrained pureblood family. The host not only repaired and customized a wand that perfectly suits Ron Weasley, but also recommended Ron's parents, the Weasley couple, to join the rejuvenated Order of the Phoenix, which is now transformed in terms of power and wealth, thereby providing the Weasley family with a newfound source of income. This transformation allowed Ron to undergo a comprehensive renewal, equipping him with an entire set of first-rate personal belongings, liberating him from the shackles of poverty and significantly uplifting his self-esteem. This regrettable incident has been flawlessly resolved. A fixed reward has been issued. One opportunity for fusion at level. Additionally, an extra reward. One opportunity for fusion at level. Currently, the available opportunities for magical item fusion include level 2 twice, level 4 once, level 3 once, and level 1 once. Excellent. Truly splendid. Having received the highest tier of system rewards, Dudley's heart brimmed with joy. Observing that the classroom framework had been nearly completed, with only minor finishing touches remaining. He entrusted the remaining tasks entirely to his cousin and friends. After informing them of his departure for personal matters, Dudley sought a secluded location, opened a spatial passage, and retrieved a specially crafted elongated box. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 curled golden snitches nestled within. These 2 golden snitches, bound by straps within a box, were in a dormant state. To the naked eye, they appeared nearly identical. However, one was old and the other new. Using the system for identification, both were rated at level, yet a closer examination of the system's item description revealed that the older golden snitch possessed greater sentience, superior flight speed, and enhanced evasion abilities compared to its newer counterpart. This older golden snitch had been utilized by the Gryffindor Quidditch team for numerous seasons of practice and internal competitions, passively absorbing the magical essence of many young witches and wizards over time, thus exuding a mystique far surpassing that of the new model. This week, Hagrid received a command from Harry to procure brand new Nimbus 2000 brooms and an entirely fresh set of Quidditch balls for the Gryffindor team, in exchange for the old set of Quidditch balls. Since the golden snitch was not sold separately, Hagrid additionally purchased a new set of Quidditch balls and delivered everything to Dudley. Upon receiving the items, Dudley carefully extracted the old and new golden snitches, identified them with the system, and placed them into a new box for safekeeping. This very box he now held. System, fuse this old golden snitch for me. Dudley thought silently as he cradled the box, issuing the command. Instantly, one golden snitch vanished from a box, transforming into an intangible wave that merged into Dudley's being. Command executed. Consumed one opportunity for fusion of a level magical item. Current remaining. Level 2 twice, level 3 once, level 3 once, level 1 once. Chapter 169. Soaring with Joy. A heartbroken Hagrid. Congratulations, host. Gain the ability for autonomous high-speed flight. From this moment forth, you can soar through the skies at will, unassisted by any magical flying apparatus. You have acquired the nimble and swift abilities of evasion and concealment. You can move at high speeds and fly effortlessly, artfully dodging various attacks and captures. However, your movement and flight are now limited to the dimensions of a Quidditch pitch. The system has automatically imposed a restriction, as the golden snitch is a pivotal element of the Quidditch sport. The creator has placed an enchantment preventing it from leaving the confines of the pitch. Upon fusion, the host has inherited the same limitation, which the system has detected and autonomously restricted, rendering it ineffective. You have gained partial knowledge and skills in alchemy, as well as the art of magically transforming objects. You have learned to create alchemical items and magical transformations related to the golden snitch. Darryl quietly absorbed the system's prompts in his mind, and with a subtle leap, he felt as light as a feather, ready to take flight and dash swiftly at any moment. This filled him with immense joy. To soar was a dream long cherished by humans, creatures of the land. Now that Darryl had mastered this ability, how could he contain his elation and excitement? He stowed away the items in his possession without a moment's hesitation, executing a rapid dash down a lengthy corridor, arriving at a window on the 5th floor of the castle. Hogwarts, sensing Darryl's intentions, swiftly opened the window, granting him a passage for flight. Darryl hesitated only briefly before bursting through the window, his speed so great that even his afterimage appeared blurred. He ascended and descended through the sky outside the castle, reveling in the exhilaration of flight, letting out a series of exuberant cries that caught the attention of the various Quidditch teams practicing in the distance, who hovered on their flying broomsticks, curiously observing him. Yet, like the elusive golden snitch, Darryl was difficult to catch and follow. Before they could ascertain what was soaring through the air, Darryl had already flown far away. After indulging in his newfound freedom for a while, he slowed his pace, flying at a normal speed for a broomstick above the Black Lake, gliding between the castle towers. In the air, he reflected on the knowledge and skills he had just acquired. In this world, or more precisely, within the European magical realm of this world, There are generally 3 methods for creating tangible magical items, excluding potion brewing and wand crafting. The first is, of course, alchemy, which can extract and optimize the essential properties of various magical materials, combining and fusing them to create alchemical items imbued with entirely new magical abilities and characteristics. To some extent, alchemy resembles potion brewing. Both require an understanding of a vast array of magical materials properties, mastery of timing and fusion processes, and represent a scholarly pursuit grounded in scientific rationality. The second method involves casting spells on magical materials, ordinary non-magical objects, or even Muggle items to create magical objects. In the absence of specialized magical techniques that ensure permanence, magical items crafted through this method typically possess a limited lifespan, falling short of the enduring enchantments achieved through alchemical means, which can sustain their wondrous properties for centuries. For instance, employing the undetectable extension charm to modify a large suitcase, utilizing the disillusionment charm to transform invisible pelts into conventional cloaks of invisibility, or maintaining an intangible cushion charm on a flying broomstick, among others. Although this approach can indeed yield certain magical items that have established and refined production processes, it lacks a rigorous scientific foundation. The realm of magic is predominantly idealistic. At times, inspired by spontaneous creativity, a wizard may inadvertently conjure peculiar spells that induce remarkable transformations in objects, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. Such alterations are often so whimsical that even the casting wizard cannot replicate them, rendering them entirely serendipitous occurrences. Some wizarding families, having passed down their legacies through generations, may possess a few items of extraordinary magical effects, likely created through this very method. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, is a master in this craft, with a penchant for collecting Muggle technological artifacts to modify. In the original narrative, Ron and Harry's flying, invisible car was a product of Arthur's ingenuity. This enchanted vehicle even developed its own consciousness, capable of autonomous acts of rescue. In the story, when Ron and Harry ventured into the lair of the Acromantula to inquire with Aragog about the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, it was this very flying car that descended from the heavens to save them when Aragog allowed his offspring to attack. As for the third method, it is exceedingly rare. Immersing certain materials and objects in specially concocted potions can also yield extraordinary magical items. In the magical community, only potion masters like Snape and Slughorn occasionally employ this technique for the creation of magical artifacts. Currently, potion making is a weakness for Dudley, who possesses limited knowledge in this area. He excels in the first 2 methods, alchemy and charm modification. By merging with the Philosopher's Stone, he has acquired some advanced alchemical techniques. Through a combination with the spacious suitcase created by Dumbledore, he has gained insights into the charm modification of spatial magical items. In addition to self-studying through books to bolster his foundational alchemical knowledge, he has also assimilated the skills obtained from the Golden Snitch. While he may pale in comparison to alchemical and charm modification luminaries like Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore, his proficiency in these 2 disciplines is exceptionally remarkable among the average adult wizards. As Dudley soared alone in the sky, multitasking with thoughts of integrating alchemy and charm modification techniques, his gaze casually drifted downward, where he spotted the despondent figure of Hagrid, who was walking while wiping away tears. Observing Hagrid's path, it was evident that he had just exited the castle, heading back to his stone cottage. Unaware of the circumstances, Dudley pondered for a moment and decided to inquire with Hagrid, seeking to uncover the troubles that had befallen him. He executed a swift dive, heading straight for Hagrid, who was walking below. In mere seconds, he landed gracefully before Hagrid, creating a gust of wind that halted Hagrid in his tracks. "Hagrid, what has transpired?" asked Darryl. "Wah, Darryl." Hagrid, with tear-filled eyes, caught sight of Darryl, and his sorrow deepened. He paused for a moment, and after a while, he managed to stifle his sobs and explained, "I heard that Professor Eclis was gravely injured by the Acromantula, and I found it hard to believe. After breakfast today, I went to the hospital wing to visit, where I encountered Professor Snape, who was preparing an antidote for Professor Eclis. He informed me that Aragog wishes to assist his offspring in feasting on human flesh, and Professor Eclis is their first intended victim. Darryl, I heard you were also present at the maze. Is what Professor Snape said true? I cannot believe Aragog would betray our agreement." Chapter 170, Soaring with Hagrid. Confronting the giant spider. Darryl hesitated. Strictly speaking, it was his actions that had precipitated Eclis's encounter with the acromantula. Whether it was the initial small spider or the later two larger ones, they were all part of his trap. Hagrid, being notoriously loose-lipped, had had his memories regarding Eclis and Voldemort's Horcrux connection erased by Dumbledore, rendering Darryl unable to explain the situation to Hagrid in depth. He could only address the matter at hand. That is entirely accurate. What Snape said is true. Aragog has indeed betrayed your agreement and seeks to assist his progeny in consuming human flesh. Darryl pondered briefly before providing an honest response, setting aside his schemes and machinations. The acromantula's craving for human flesh was an open secret. Moreover, Hagrid, despite his many admirable qualities, had an unfortunate tendency to prioritize magical creatures over humans, a trait that was difficult to admire. The matter of raising dragons had been largely handled in accordance with Hagrid's suggestions. Previously, Dumbledore and Darryl had emphasized to Hagrid the importance of securing the dragon with chains, advocating for the safety of dangerous creatures through containment rather than free-range living. Yet, seeing Hagrid in his current state of despair, it was evident that he had not learned his lesson. Perhaps in Hagrid's mind, the hierarchy of importance was as follows: Dumbledore, Harry, magical creatures, Darryl, other professors, other wizards, and then Muggles. Darryl was uncertain whether Hagrid regarded him as more significant than magical creatures. This cannot be true. It cannot be, Hagrid exclaimed, his breakdown intensifying, his cries growing more fervent. Observing this, Darryl resolved to act. He had previously contemplated using the acromantula to instigate change in Hagrid's worldview. Seizing the moment, today he would ensure that Hagrid would have an indelible memory. Let Hagrid perceive the true nature of the eight-eyed giant spiders, enabling him to comprehend that perilous and inherently ferocious magical creatures cannot simply be equated with being adorable and easy to care for. Come on, Hagrid. Since you do not believe my words, seek out Aragog and confront him directly. Derry tossed the smiting wand into the air, transforming it into a robust and particularly broad blanket, saying to Hagrid, "Step onto it. I shall take you to experience the maze." Hagrid, bewildered, stood upon the blanket, still unaware of Derry's intentions. In the next moment, Derry suddenly became a blur, radiant with crimson light, grasping the four corners of the blanket, soaring into the sky while enveloping the hefty Hagrid, lifting him off the ground and completely airborne. Subsequently, Derry ascended with Hagrid, flying toward the maze that housed the eight-eyed spider clan in the Forbidden Forest. "Oh, Derry, you can actually make me fly like this? It's simply marvelous." Hagrid's distraction by Derry's astonishing display diminished his sobs, replaced by awe. "Sit still, Hagrid. I believe it is time for you to face reality. The eight-eyed giant spider is innately inclined to consume human flesh. This is akin to your inherent strength. It cannot be altered." Derry bluntly shattered Hagrid's self-deception, causing Hagrid's spirits, which had just lifted from the flight, to plummet once more. Observing Hagrid's silence, Derry, mid-flight, temporarily lost his enthusiasm for conversation. He carried Hagrid swiftly through the air until they soon arrived at the entrance of the maze. Derry gently set Hagrid down on the ground, retracting the blanket, reverting it back to the smiting wand, before saying, "Hagrid, let's enter together deep into the cavern to meet Aragog. Once we meet, refrain from speaking. I shall negotiate with Aragog, and when it is your time to speak, I will signal you." "Very well, Derry. I still cannot believe that Aragog would betray me. I have cared for him for 49 years. 49 years. I have nurtured him since he was but an egg." Hagrid's words still brimmed with disbelief. "Aragog is not betraying you. He seeks to secure benefits for his progeny with no retreat." Derry, observing the situation from an outsider's perspective, added, "Moreover, Aragog is now somewhat unable to control his offspring." The two stood at the entrance of the maze, waiting patiently until Hagrid calmed his emotions, and together they stepped into the labyrinth. Merely after one night and a morning, the webs within the maze had multiplied, and the eight-eyed giant spiders scuttled about, creating a chilling atmosphere. Fortunately, at this stage, no eight-eyed giant spider dared to confront Hagrid and Derry. Wherever they ventured, the eight-eyed spiders parted to clear a path. Even as their webs were torn asunder, they did not dare voice any dissent. However, unbeknownst to them, the rebellious little leaders of the eight-eyed giant spiders, second only in size to Aragog, stealthily trailed behind the two. Darryl, well-versed in the labyrinthine paths, found that the maze had not been ensnared with various magical barriers, allowing him and Hagrid to reach the innermost cave with relative ease. The cave was illuminated with a flickering glow. Darryl waved his hand, releasing a brilliant white orb of light that hung upon the rocky ceiling, casting a radiant illumination upon their surroundings. The immense figure of Aragog, along with the stone box containing the false philosopher's stone set by Dumbledore, became vividly apparent to Darryl and Hagrid. Aragog, somewhat disoriented by the sudden brightness, shielded its 8 black, lidless eyes with its arachnid legs, taking a moment to adjust. Aragog, your schemes have been uncovered, Darryl proclaimed, seizing the moment as the spider lowered its legs, his voice imbued with a chilling indifference. How audacious of you, to conspire with your progeny to prey upon the young wizards who traverse this maze, seeking to devour their flesh. Such heinousness is utterly unforgivable. I did not. Despite having lived nearly 50 years, Aragog, being a spider, lacked the intricate cunning of a human. Caught off guard by Darryl's revelation and his relentless interrogation, the creature faltered, stammering in a feeble denial. You still deny it. Your master, Rubius Hagrid, who has nurtured you for almost 50 years, stands before you, and you dare to lie? Darryl pressed on, his tone growing increasingly severe and his fabrications more alarming. You must understand that Professor Dumbledore has commanded the complete extermination of the 8-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Were it not for Hagrid pleading for your kind in tears, you would not be facing us now, but rather the roaring flames of destruction. How could that be? Aragog was thoroughly shaken by Darryl's words, its 8 aging legs quivering with weakness, nearly causing its belly to touch the ground. How could it not be? Darryl's voice was unwavering and firm, cutting through Aragog's horrified murmurs and chaotic thoughts with a decisive clarity. He swiftly laid down an ultimatum in an authoritative tone. If you wish to preserve your life and that of your offspring, there is but one path before you. What path? Aragog eagerly inquired, as if clutching at a final lifeline. That is to stand here before your master Hagrid and confess your transgressions, revealing the nefarious plans of your kind. Furthermore, you must represent your kin and enter into a servitude contract with the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, pledging to protect the Forbidden Forest and defend Hogwarts for all eternity. You shall not harm any wizard or muggle, unless they are recognized as enemies by the consciousness of Hogwarts. One must not harm any creature bound by the Hogwarts Covenant, including but not limited to centaurs, unicorns, mermaids, and so forth. Dudley articulated a decision he had privately discussed with Dumbledore. They could not permit a multitude of volatile entities to roam freely within the confines of Hogwarts. If the Acromantula clan could not behave themselves, they would have no choice but to euthanize them humanely and convert their bodies into materials for crafting magical artifacts. Upon hearing Dudley's ultimatum, the previously anxious and terrified Aragog ceased to tremble, instead supporting its massive form on 8 spider legs, standing motionless and silent for an extended period. After waiting in vain for a response, Dudley turned to glance at Hagrid, who wore a sorrowful expression, brimming with unspoken words held back. This foolish fellow genuinely believed Dudley's claim that Dumbledore had ordered the extermination of the Acromantula clan. Hagrid, why don't you converse with this great spider? This may very well be your final exchange. Dudley tightened his grip on the smelting stick, granting Hagrid the opportunity to speak, while simultaneously imposing additional psychological pressure on Aragog. Aragog, are you truly disregarding my words? Are you genuinely prepared to allow your kin to feast upon the flesh of young wizards? Hagrid inquired, his voice quivering, tears welling in his eyes once more. I am sorry, Hagrid, my master, Aragog finally spoke, overwhelmed by the immense psychological burden imposed by Dudley, its emotions having reached a breaking point. Yet, it could not deceive the tearful Hagrid. Thus, it could only express remorse, indirectly acknowledging its intentions. Why? Why must you not coexist peacefully with humans? I believed that by constructing this labyrinth, the inhabitants of the castle would come to accept you. I even wished to introduce you to Professor Kettleburn, so he could present the Acromantula to more young wizards in the care of magical creatures class. And yet, you tell me, what is the purpose of all this? Hagrid lamented, unleashing a torrent of accusatory questions. Although everyone around him had provided reasons, he still yearned for Aragog to elucidate the matter directly. Aragog lowered its ancient head, its 8 eyes averted, unable to meet Hagrid's gaze. Yet, this did not alleviate the turmoil. Hagrid's weeping and Dudley's disdainful scoffs incessantly tormented Aragog's weary spirit. At last, it could no longer endure the dual afflictions of complex emotions and psychological pressure. Mustering the courage to raise its head, all 8 black eyes fixated on Hagrid, articulating the sentiments it had suppressed for countless years. Hagrid, I'm a spider. I am an acromantula. I am not merely your pet. I am grateful to you for hatching me, for nurturing me, for aiding my escape from wizarding pursuers in times of peril, for allowing me to establish my home in the Forbidden Forest, and for facilitating my union, enabling me to propagate my lineage. Therefore, I have always held you in great respect and affection. For your sake, I have stifled my innate desire to consume human flesh from birth until my old age, never having harmed a single human being or tasted the flesh of my kind. I am resolute in maintaining this principle until my death. However, I cannot allow my numerous descendants to tread the same path as I, nor can I permit them to be deprived of human flesh for generations. Our kind, the acromantula, is inherently destined to feast upon human flesh. An acromantula that abstains from such consumption is incomplete. Do you understand, Hagrid? Hagrid, upon hearing Aragog's response, felt a piercing ache in his heart, for it echoed Dumbledore's words, yet struck deeper. He fell silent, tears ceased, and his massive form slumped to the ground, lost in a state of bewilderment as his understanding shattered. Derry sighed at the sight of Hagrid's distress. One could only hope Hagrid would come to terms with this truth. After all, even the esteemed Newt Scamander, who cherished magical creatures, dared not raise an acromantula. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. Derry turned to Aragog and resumed their previous discourse. It appears you have confessed your errors to Hagrid. However, from your tone, it seems you do not wish to forge a pact with Hogwarts to safeguard your kin. Silence. Hypocritical human. I have not admitted to any wrongdoing. I merely expressed my regrets to Hagrid for my prior concealments. I do not bow my head in repentance to you and your hypocritical wizards. After pouring forth his heartfelt sentiments to Hagrid, Aragog unleashed his repressed emotions, growing increasingly defiant. With his ancient voice, he bellowed at Derry, indignantly asserting, "What wrong have we committed? You wizards may siphon our venom, seize our lives, and repurpose our remains, yet we are forbidden from tasting your flesh? Is that fair? I know of the deeds you and those 2 professors committed against my young. You offer no apologies while demanding I confess my faults. It is utterly shameless." Derry, rather than responding with anger to Aragog's fierce rebuke, found amusement in it, clapping his hands as if to commend Aragog's audacity. Yet, as he chuckled, his voice took on a dark, chilling tone. "You speak the truth. However, oftentimes, the discourse between races cannot be framed in terms of right and wrong, but rather in the dynamics of power, especially when confronting a species that stands inherently opposed to humanity, such as yours." After speaking, Derry glanced at Hagrid and added, "Hagrid, I hope that after today, you grasp this truth. Embrace less naivety and cultivate more strength and decisiveness." Derry's words ignited a flicker of understanding in Hagrid's eyes, yet simultaneously provoked Aragog's ferocity. "Human, you have finally uttered some truths. If it were not for the formidable professor residing within the castle, my unworthy descendants would not have been forced to conceal themselves in this forest for so many years. Yet today, as you have intruded upon our territory, the question of strength shall be determined by the circumstances. No matter how powerful you believe yourself to be, can you possibly rival my hundreds of fully grown offspring?" Aragog boasted, letting out a chilling shriek. In an instant, over 100 adult acromantulas surged forth from the labyrinthine corridors, scaling the stone walls and webs, occupying substantial space before the cave. They had long been lying in wait under the leadership of several rebellious little leaders. "Our plans have been exposed. My children, if you wish to survive, you must heed my command today. With all your might, seize that small wizard with great strength and venomous fangs. We shall negotiate with the powerful wizards within the castle for the exchange of this little wizard in return for several hundred muggles. And we shall threaten them to let us go." As Aragog summoned his offspring to encircle Harry and Hagrid, he communicated in the language of the acromantula, revealing his newly devised malevolent scheme to his rebellious descendants. This was the only course of action he could conceive, one that would extricate them from the looming threat of Hogwarts and maximize the preservation of his progeny, while also allowing them to feast upon human flesh. The rebellious little leaders exchanged fervent whispers, quickly arriving at a unanimous agreement regarding Aragog's new plan. Their savage gazes fixed upon the calm Harry, poised to launch their assault. Chapter 172. You have made the wrong choice. Stop, Aragog. Urge your children to cease. You cannot repeat this mistake. As the horde of spiders drew ever closer to Harry and himself, Hagrid snapped out of his stupor, rising swiftly to address Aragog loudly. Upon hearing Hagrid's command, Aragog hesitated momentarily, yet resolutely declared, "It is impossible, Hagrid. There is no turning back. If we do not capture this little wizard, my children and I will perish. Rest assured, my offspring will not harm you. Come quickly, stand behind me." Aragog, devoid of any realization of his misguided path, had already resolved to pursue this course to its bitter end. Hagrid, filled with profound disappointment and desolation, soon found his gaze harden with determination. Clenching his large fist akin to a pot lid, he drew forth his wand and declared loudly, "Aragog, I will not allow your children to harm Harry. If you agree to sign a contract with Hogwarts, there may still be hope for redemption." "Enough, Hagrid. I have already stated, I am your pet, capable of being tamed, and I may refrain from consuming human flesh, but my children cannot, even if they have begun to defy me." Aragog vehemently rejected Hagrid's proposal with a voice steeped in age and fervor. Hagrid finally came to grasp the harsh reality of the situation. Surrounded by a throng of spiders and their offspring, the insatiable hunger for blood and flesh surged within them. Aware of Dolly's formidable strength, they did not hesitate to launch an all-out assault without preamble. The web formation, piercing spider legs, venomous bites, and toxic sprays. "Do not harm Hagrid," Aragog cried out anxiously. Yet, the aging spider was a moment too slow. By the time her warning echoed, the positions of Hagrid and Dolly had devolved into chaos. Thick webs and copious amounts of venom littered the ground, and the once proud forms of the giant eight-eyed spiders now appeared grimy. The figures of Dolly and Hagrid were nowhere to be seen, obscured perhaps by the webs. Or, "You have made a grave error," Dolly's voice rang out from above, precisely where the swarm had previously focused their onslaught. With numerous eyes, Aragog and her progeny quickly spotted Dolly soaring aloft, gripping Hagrid's elbow. As the spider swarm prepared to adjust their assault, a dense mist suddenly enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Clouds of fog transformed swiftly. Dan murmured a rapid incantation, invoking a variation of the meteorological spell to summon a vast expanse of mist, while simultaneously casting his wand, the smelting stick, with all his might to transfigure it into a terrifying serpent thrice the size of Aragog. Hiss, drawing inspiration from cinematic imagery and illustrations in library tomes. Dolly conjured forth the nemesis of the eight-eyed spiders. The monstrous serpent emerged, partially veiled in the fog, emitting a chilling hiss that sent tremors through the arachnid horde. The tide of battle had dramatically shifted. Aragog's 8 spindly legs quivered with trepidation, the previous bravado and courage evaporating into thin air. She could scarcely utter the word basilisk, much like how many wizards in the magical realm dared not speak the name of Voldemort. Dolly, ever considerate, noted Aragog's stammering and kindly interjected, "Indeed, the creature you envision, the true monster lurking in the chamber, an absolute nemesis your kind cannot withstand. The basilisk." Hiss. The basilisk, controlled by Dolly's transfiguration, unleashed a piercing hiss that paralyzed every eight-eyed spider in the vicinity, Aragog included. With a mere thought, Dolly commanded the basilisk to commence its one-sided slaughter. With violent tail whips, venomous fangs, and constricting coils, the once thriving spider lair transformed into a graveyard for the arachnids, the battle raging with horrific intensity. Yet shrouded in mist, Hagrid, suspended in midair by Dolly, could not witness the brutal scene. He could only hear the agonizing wails of the eight-eyed spiders as they met their demise. This filled Hagrid with a heavy and complex sense of emotion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The death cries of an ever-increasing number of eight-eyed spiders echoed as they fell victim to the basilisk's relentless assault. The principle of dominance prevails, as the eight-eyed giant spider possesses no capacity for resistance against the serpent monster. Many of these colossal arachnids, facing imminent demise, could only muster a fraction of courage to flee, yet they found themselves utterly disoriented within the thick fog imbued with confusion spells conjured by Dudley, unwittingly delivering themselves into the jaws of the serpent. Excluding the lethal gaze and venom of a true serpent, the creature Dudley conjured, enhanced by a strength-boosting incantation, surpassed the authentic serpent in both size and might. The hissing and menacing aura it exuded were convincingly authentic. With a mere flick of its prowess, it decimated the ranks of the eight-eyed giants. Aragog found itself in a dire predicament, overwhelmed by despair. Sensing the loss of its progeny in droves, rendered voiceless and powerless, it was consumed by profound regret. "Cease, I beseech you to halt. Terrifying sorcerer, I am willing to lead my kin into submission. I shall enter into a servant's contract with Hogwarts." Drawing upon the last vestiges of its courage, Aragog broke free from the serpent's intimidation and called out to Dudley, shrouded in mist. "Too late. Is it so simple to command an attack and then demand a ceasefire? Such bargains do not exist." Dudley was no mercy-giving soul. He continued to orchestrate the serpent's slaughter. While he would not annihilate the eight-eyed giants in the Forbidden Forest, he was resolute in reducing the adult population by 2/3 or more. Then, he would compel Aragog to sign a binding agreement on behalf of its kind. "I implore you, I beg you to stop. We have realized our errors." Aragog's desperate and humble pleas fell on deaf ears. With no other recourse, Aragog turned to Hagrid, saying, "Hagrid, my master, I acknowledge my faults and will obey you henceforth. Please, I beseech you, implore this young wizard to prevent that serpent from slaughtering my descendants." In a bid to preserve its kin, Aragog, despite the immense psychological burden stemming from its lineage, uttered the word serpent, yet received no response from Hagrid. Hagrid's mindset and perceptions had undergone a significant transformation. Witnessing Dudley's solitary ability to subjugate the spider horde, he silently unclenched his fists, withdrew his wand, and allowed Dudley to carry him aloft in silence. After a moment, the carnage wrought by the serpent finally subsided. The elite of the eight-eyed spider clan had been obliterated, leaving only 50 or 60 newly mature giants and a handful of weakened offspring. Aragog now lay prostrate on the ground, incapable of rising. Throughout the ordeal, Dudley refrained from allowing the summoned serpent to attack the elder spider, which, possessing self-awareness, did not dare to enter the fray and meet a futile demise. After halting the assault, considering his sentiments towards Hagrid, Dudley chose not to dissipate the thick fog enveloping the battlefield, but instead descended gently, placing Hagrid upon a relatively clean patch of ground. With a swift motion, he advanced, positioning himself directly before Aragog, while the serpent creature, its form stained with the azure blood of the eight-eyed giant spider, slithered closer under Dudley's mental command. Its cold, unfeeling serpentine eyes fixated steadily on Aragog. Chapter 173. The Servant Contract. The classroom renovation is complete. Let us forge a contract, old spider, if you wish to spare your remaining offspring from a tragic fate. Dudley declared with an icy demeanor, his words laden with menace. "I understand," Aragog replied, mustering his resolve, his tone steeped in desolation. The tides of fortune had turned. He realized he had no further chances. Dudley nodded in satisfaction, invoking the collective consciousness of Hogwarts. In an instant, a powerful yet dispersed thought enveloped all living eight-eyed giant spiders within the confines of Hogwarts. The mental projection from Aragog was the most pronounced. Before Aragog, Dudley began to draft the magical contract for Hogwarts. The contract stipulated the following. The lineage of the eight-eyed giant spiders within the Forbidden Forest shall pledge eternal servitude to Hogwarts, serving as loyal subjects for generations and defending against external threats. They must not harm any members of Hogwarts or allied beings, without the express permission of Hogwarts collective consciousness. They are forbidden from attacking any wizards or muggles. In accordance with Hogwarts collective consciousness, the eight-eyed giant spiders are to obey the commands of the headmaster and Dudley, the assistant professor, for all generations. Furthermore, they're to periodically provide magical materials produced by themselves for the benefit of Hogwarts students and faculty, including but not limited to their venom and silk. The eight-eyed spider clan inhabiting the Forbidden Forest must regulate their population and refrain from encroaching upon the territories of allied creatures residing within the same forest. Upon the death of any eight-eyed spider, they must not follow their species' instinct to consume one another. Their remains must be surrendered to Hogwarts for the use of its students and faculty. Additionally, the lair of the eight-eyed spiders has been transformed into a training labyrinth, where the spiders must collaborate with the professors to create magical challenges, ensuring the students experience a sense of peril and growth without endangering their lives. That is all. Aragog, draw forth your blood, infuse your essence, and leave the mark of your kin upon this magical contract, Dudley instructed, tracing the intricate details of the contract in the air with his finger, while Hogwarts' collective consciousness infused its own essence into the agreement. Once Aragog affixed his mark to the contract, this servitude pact would come into effect, binding every eight-eyed spider within the Hogwarts domain at both the bloodline and spiritual levels. Although Aragog had submitted to his fate, the stringent terms of the contract left him in a state of hesitation. You hesitate to sign? Then face death. Dudley threatened without mercy, prompting the serpent creature to bare its fangs menacingly. Please, I will sign. I shall sign. Aragog capitulated. Aragog retreated time and again, ultimately finding himself with no path left to withdraw. He expelled a single drop of blue spider blood imbued with intent, marking the end of the covenant, thereby selling himself and his progeny into servitude without compensation. The magical contract, suspended in midair, transformed into a constellation of luminous points, coalescing into invisible shackles that ensnared the bloodline and souls of every acromantula within the bounds of Hogwarts. With the task accomplished, Darryl raised his hand, transforming the basilisk back into Smeaton's wand, and employed a cleansing spell to eradicate the spider blood that had sullied it. Without a trace of nostalgia, he turned and ventured into the mist, seeking Hagrid and instructing him to proceed ahead, waiting for him outside the labyrinth. Hagrid, with an air of considerable change, offered no reply, merely following the directional arrows conjured by Darryl's marking spell, exiting the fog and entering the corridor leading out of the maze. Once Hagrid had distanced himself, Darryl dissipated the mist, revealing the gruesome battlefield. The blue hue of the acromantula's blood rendered the scene less repugnant than a typical human battlefield, and Darryl, a man of resolve, felt not the slightest tremor within his heart. Before Aragog's presence, he methodically employed levitation, movement, and flying spells to tidy the battlefield, gathering a plethora of spoils, spider blood, silk sacks, venom glands, and severed limbs, all meticulously collected and stored within his enchanted space. Only when the battlefield bore no trace of bloodshed or spider carcasses did Darryl cast a restoration spell to mend the sections of the maze that had been ravaged by the giant spiders and the basilisk. He then cast a fleeting glance at Aragog, still sprawled on the cave floor, and vanished like a wisp into thin air. Darryl exited the maze at remarkable speed, discovering that Hagrid was not awaiting him at the entrance, but rather was somberly embarking on the path leading away from the forbidden forest toward his hut. Darryl soared through the air, weaving among the towering canopies of the forbidden forest, silently trailing Hagrid for a stretch. Ultimately, he chose not to disturb Hagrid, opting to grant him some time for self-reflection. Thus, Darryl ascended higher into the sky, swiftly departing the forbidden forest and returning to the 5th floor of the castle. He eschewed the main entrance on the 1st floor, opting instead to fly back through a window on the 5th. The fierce struggle within the maze had no bearing on the tranquil lives of the students within the castle. They continued to meander in small groups, engaging in discussions with close friends about topics of mutual interest. Many spoke of Darryl's speech the previous night and the impending classes, hoping to pass the Sorting Hat's judgment to enter Darryl's classroom. The largest abandoned classroom on the 5th floor had been completely renovated, with a space more expansive than the Great Hall. The neatly arranged refurbished desks and chairs, along with an expansive and intriguing dual platform, left all who participated in the renovation, as well as those who passed by later, in awe and filled with anticipation. Harry and his companions stood at the threshold of the classroom, having just resolved to seek Dudley to showcase their transformation efforts. To their surprise, upon stepping outside, they fortuitously encountered Dudley, who had just returned from his flight. Surrounded by his cousin and friends, Dudley entered the classroom, meticulously surveying the surroundings, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He generously lavished praise upon his companions, bestowing them with emotional validation. Subsequently, he closed the classroom door and, along with his cousin and friends, proceeded to the auditorium for lunch. Ron was among them, having received a delightful surprise from his parents earlier that morning with the company of his 3 brothers. He later ventured to the 5th-floor classroom to assist with a few finishing touches on their project. After lunch, the group dispersed, each embarking on their own weekend pursuits, without remaining in each other's company. In Chapter 174, The Lion and the Serpent, a weekend of divergent lives, Dudley and Hermione made their way to the library, one intent on studying and preparing lessons, the other fervently engrossed in reading. Seamus ventured to the outdoor grounds of the castle, eager to hone his explosive talents in a variety of ways. Neville found his way to the herbology greenhouse behind the castle, assisting Professor Sprout in tending to the plants, while also seizing the opportunity to inquire about potion-making techniques. He possessed considerable aptitude in herbology, yet he lagged significantly in potion-making. In their first potions class, Dudley had been a forceful ally, shielding Neville from Snape's relentless scrutiny. However, during this Friday's class, Dudley was absent, leaving Neville vulnerable to Snape's acerbic tongue and piercing intellect. Inspired by his friend's diligent atmosphere, Neville, still lacking the courage to unleash his full potential, resolved to seek extra tutoring from the affable Professor Sprout. Since herbology and potion-making were intertwined, Professor Sprout, not only well-versed in herbology, but also far superior to the average wizard in potion brewing, would undoubtedly be a wise choice for guidance. As for Harry and Ron, they intended to seek out Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, for training. Indeed, Ron had also joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, thanks to Dudley's recommendation in his capacity as an assistant coach, following his experience with the Mirror of Ariste, which had ignited a newfound determination within him. Ron, having entered into a faux contract with Dudley, diligently adhered to the study plan crafted by Dudley and persistently implored Harry to teach him to ride a broomstick, showing considerable promise. Dudley, naturally, obliged Ron's wishes and recommended him for the team. Based on Wood's assessment and suggestions, Ron decided to focus on training as a Quidditch keeper. Notably, upon learning that Harry had been recommended for the Gryffindor Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall, Snape reciprocated by recommending Draco Malfoy, a student with whom he had a good rapport and who was also adept at flying broomsticks, for the Slytherin Quidditch team. Malfoy would play a role akin to that of Harry, serving as a seeker. This aligns closely with the narrative's original trajectory, suggesting that the anticipated chase on the playing field in mid-November may indeed unfold as expected. Dudley and his friends busied themselves with their respective endeavors, each undisturbed by the others. The pure-blood students of the Serpent House, who had united against Dursley the previous night, found themselves engulfed in a profound sense of dread this morning. The upperclassmen who had dared to speak ill of Dursley, clad in an unremovable, foul-smelling, mud-stained garment, had spent the night in restless turmoil. As dawn broke, the repugnant odor emanating from his attire had intensified, transforming it into a veritable stench that weighed heavily upon his spirit, leaving him both enraged and exhausted, ultimately causing him to faint within the confines of the Serpent House dormitory. His roommates, witnessing his plight, wished to assist but lacked the resolve to move their odorous and filthy companion, compelling them to seek help from their headmaster, Severus Snape. Snape, however, was preoccupied with concocting an antidote for Eccles at Dumbledore's behest, while also juggling the study of soul-numbing potions and lesson preparations, leaving him with little inclination to address such trifling matters. Dumbledore's tacit approval of Dursley's methods of discipline indicated his complicity in the situation. Reluctant to wade into this murky affair, Snape, ever since the incident that had transpired, had harbored a profound aversion to the term mudblood, striving to distance himself from it and all that it entailed. Yet, as the head of Slytherin, he felt a responsibility towards his students and could not simply turn a blind eye. Thus, he retrieved a vial of deodorizing potion from his pocket and handed it to the students seeking his assistance. This potion had been developed in conjunction with a foul-smelling elixir, primarily to thwart the disturbances caused by that maddening woman, Eccles, given that she was unlikely to awaken for at least 3 or 4 months. Snape found it a fitting diversion to offer the potion to his students. The Slytherin students took the deodorizing potion back to their dormitory to assist their incapacitated roommate. It must be noted that Snape's potion proved remarkably effective, although not specifically designed for the task. A mere spray upon the mud-stained garment eliminated a significant portion of the stench. The group then made their way to the infirmary, where they procured several invigorating potions from Madame Pomfrey, returning to revive their comrade. Upon regaining consciousness, the upperclassmen, hailing from one of the sacred 28 families, underwent a mental fortification before departing with his pure-blood companions to the Slytherin common room, a mere few paces away. Within the dim, damp, yet exquisitely luxurious confines of the common room, adorned in shades of green and silver, more than 40 pure-blood students were scattered about, fidgeting restlessly. Silence occasionally broke as some voiced their opinions, leading to brief, heated debates. The prevailing mood was one of collective anxiety and disquiet. With the arrival of the mudblood student, the atmosphere grew even more tense. What were they to do? Would they be forever subjugated by that Dursley? A disgruntled pure-blood student spoke up in frustration. What else can we do? Do you think you can outmatch him or outsmart him? Are your tactics superior, or is your lineage more profound? Behind him stands none other than Dumbledore. The Dumbledore who has already unleashed a massacre. A pure-blood snake, leaning towards submission, responded. Do we not also have the Dark Lord at our back? Yet the Dark Lord has been vanquished, and we have heard no word of him since. It seems that someone is contemplating bowing to Dumbledore, discarding the glory of their pure-blood lineage, and aligning with the White Wizard. Such words are rather harsh. Our ancestors never decreed that pure-blood families must solely embrace the dark arts. The foundation of glory lies in strength and power. Only the victors are worthy to speak of honor. Your aspirations are well-intended, but do not forget the 4 conditions laid out by Dumbledore. To be a White Wizard who fosters unity and eschews bloodline prejudice is not a mere matter of rhetoric. From the moment of our birth, we have stood in the camp of dark wizards, receiving their teachings. Do you believe that in a single day, you can overturn your beliefs, completely cleanse yourselves, and pass the Sorting Hat's mind-reading test? We need not necessarily attend Dumbledore-esque classes. In the common room, the pure-blood snakes engaged in a back-and-forth debate. It was evident that the current pure-blood students of Slytherin, much like their duplicitous Death Eater parents, were largely divided into 2 factions. One faction was unwilling to accept defeat, pinning their hopes on Voldemort's potential resurgence. The other leaned towards a realignment, seeking redemption and acceptance. However, no definitive conclusions emerged from their discussions, and the boundaries between these factions were not clearly demarcated. If the White Wizards were to exert pressure on the observers, they would swiftly transform into the opportunists. Conversely, should Voldemort stir the winds of change, the opportunists would just as quickly revert to being observers. Ultimately, they were all like reeds swaying in the wind, opportunistic and duplicitous. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm inhibited many of their decisiveness. After hours of debate, the pure-blood snakes in the common room, their throats dry from speaking, finally reached a consensus to maintain a neutral stance, abide by Dumbledore's rules, avoid antagonizing him, and to act discreetly, keeping a low profile. Draco Malfoy sat in a central armchair throughout this gathering, participating silently, appearing utterly indifferent to the discourse. Yet beneath his calm exterior, the turmoil within him was far more intense than the discussions occurring in the common room. Chapter 175. The dilemma before the selection ceremony, the conflict within Draco Malfoy, diverged from the opinions of the pure-blood snakes. One side represented the Malfoy legacy, standing firmly on the platform of pure-blood ideals. The other reflected Draco himself, embodying his evolving desires and personal perspective. He could not sever ties with the Malfoy family, yet he yearned to distance himself from the decaying company of these spoiled young aristocrats. He stands apart from the vast majority of them, unable to prioritize mere self-interest over morality. Within his heart resides kindness and compassion, which has only flourished over time. I should, like other pure-blood Slytherins, maintain the status quo and continue to observe, waiting for the definitive news of the Dark Lord's demise. I ought to embrace my true self, as Harry Potter suggested, and act in accordance with my innermost convictions. Draco Malfoy is tormented by 2 diminutive figures, identical in appearance to himself, standing in opposition and voicing their divergent thoughts, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Yet, until the very end, these conflicting sentiments remain unresolved. He can only hope that the letter he sent home last night will convey his intentions to his parents, and that they will respond before the Sorting Hat ceremony concludes tomorrow morning, alleviating his distress. The following day, on the Sunday of the 2nd week of school, during breakfast in the castle's grand hall, a multitude of owls swooped in from the outside world delivering letters, newspapers, and small packages to various recipients. It appeared that Draco Malfoy was not the only one reaching out to the outside, as many students were similarly engaged. Dudley, while enjoying his breakfast, casually picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet to peruse. The front page boldly announced his upcoming class, detailing the 4 selection criteria he had established, accompanied by the opinions and comments of several esteemed wizards from the magical community. The unanimous praise lauded Dudley for his wisdom and foresight, all glowing accolades that were evidently curated and polished by the editorial team. With Rita Skeeter absent and the Ministry of Magic now under the control of the Order of the Phoenix, having issued a stern warning, the Daily Prophet had become quite compliant. After skimming through the newspaper and finding it dull, Dudley tossed it aside, returning to his meal. His peers, initially eager to sing his praises, were halted by Dudley's gesture. He recognized their genuine happiness for him, knowing they were not merely seeking to flatter him, yet he deemed such accolades unnecessary. He would rather indulge in a few more sweet corn cobs. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy, upon receiving and reading the response from his parents, found himself far from the carefree disposition of Dudley. His father, a Death Eater, along with his mother, who equally espoused the pure-blood ideology, advised him to remain neutral and observe the unfolding events. However, Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, evidently prioritizes her family over the pure-blood doctrine to a far greater extent, displaying a shrewdness and decisiveness that surpasses that of Lucius. Narcissa expressed in her letter that she respects her son's thoughts and will. If Draco Malfoy ardently wishes to pursue his own path and attend the practical magic enhancement classes at Durmstrang, she is prepared to support his decision. Furthermore, she is willing to gamble the future of the Malfoy family alongside Lucius, forsaking the ideology of pure-blood supremacy and aligning herself with the White Wizard faction led by Dumbledore, becoming a steadfast pillar for her son. Draco meticulously reread the response several times before carefully storing the letter away, mired in conflict. The contents of the letter effectively cast the dilemma back to him. If he chooses to be himself, his parents and family will bear the consequences. If he continues to conform, he will remain trapped in the fa aude of pretense. What should he do? Draco wrestled with his thoughts, but time would not halt in deference to his inner turmoil. Breakfast was drawing to a close. Dudley rose from his seat, instructing Harry and his friends to wait by the 5th-floor classroom door while he departed with Dumbledore to the headmaster's office for the sorting hat. As Dudley made his move, students from all 4 houses instantly noticed, covertly observing Dudley and his companions, filled with anticipation and concern for the impending sorting ceremony. Naturally, Dudley and Dumbledore proceeded to the headmaster's office without anyone trailing them. However, Harry and his friends had every opportunity to follow suit, eager to secure a front-row position in line. A cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor erupted as nearly all the students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff hastily gathered behind Harry. The sudden commotion startled Harry and his companions. Fortunately, the 3 house heads seated at the staff table promptly stood and called upon their respective prefects to maintain order, ensuring that the students formed an orderly line. Soon, 3 of the 4 long tables in the Great Hall were vacated, with everyone heading to the 5th floor for the sorting hats assessment, leaving only the Slytherin students behind. Gradually, among the 30 or so half-blood Slytherins, some could no longer remain seated. They rose one by one, disregarding the disdainful glances from their pure-blood peers, and exited the Great Hall in scattered groups, making their way to the 5th floor. After about 10 minutes, the 30-odd half-blood Slytherins had all departed. Among them were certainly those with darker intentions, yet the influence of peer pressure compelled them to leave the Great Hall rather than endure the cold shoulder from the purebloods. In Slytherin, they were regarded as lesser beings, and rather than stay behind to face scorn, they preferred to join the excitement on the 5th floor and take their chances. Consequently, only 40 or so pure-blood Slytherins remained in the Great Hall. They had already satisfied their hunger, yet they shared an unspoken understanding to remain, as these pure-blood families were allies, needing to stand united. Departing alone now would risk muddling their allegiance. Had it not been for such circumstances, they would not have convened a gathering in the Slytherin common room yesterday to discuss and unify their opinions. Suddenly, this harmonious atmosphere of tacit understanding was disrupted. Draco stood up. Chapter 176. The reaction of the pure-blood Slytherins. The initial testing results. Malfoy, are you? Crabbe, seated beside Draco, inquired in astonishment, assuming Draco was merely heading to the restroom. However, before Crabbe could finish his question, Draco calmly interjected with a double entendre. "You need not follow me." With that, Draco strode towards the Great Hall entrance, under the bewildered gazes of over 40 pure-blood Slytherins. Crabbe and Goyle were left in a state of confusion, caught between the dilemma of whether to follow or refrain from following. While they were indeed Draco's followers, they were also members of the Sacred 28, albeit from relatively lesser families, dependent on the Malfoy lineage. Now, Draco's actions stood in stark contrast to those of the other pure-blood Slytherins, leaving their somewhat dull minds incapable of making a swift decision. Crabbe and Goyle remained frozen in their seats, glancing at Draco's departing figure, then exchanging perplexed looks. The other pure-blood Slytherins furrowed their brows as they watched Draco walk away alone. The Malfoy family could be seen as the backbone and leader of the two-faced Death Eaters. Most of these pure-blood Slytherins' fathers had aligned themselves with Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, during Voldemort's rise, banding together to serve him while amassing power and influence for their own families. Yet now, why was Draco Malfoy, who had always fought alongside them, choosing to act independently? Malfoy must be heading to the 5th floor to gather intelligence. He fears that our collective presence may draw too much attention, which is why he has opted to go alone. Truly, he embodies the essence of nobility, displaying remarkable responsibility. As the pure-blood Slytherins furrowed their brows in confusion, the astute and infatuated Pansy Parkinson provided a remarkably reasonable explanation for Draco's actions. The initial doubts and rising hostility in the eyes of the pure-blood Slytherins dissipated significantly. Nonetheless, a senior pure-blood Slytherin voiced a complaint. "Malfoy should have consulted with us. He remained silent during yesterday's meeting, and now he acts unilaterally." Silence. Malfoy is a true noble force. Such individuals are seldom understood by the mediocre. Pansy interjected sharply, unable to tolerate any disparagement of Draco. The irate pure-blood Slytherin, ready to retaliate against Pansy, was restrained by others, left to simmer in frustration while receiving a disdainful glare from her. "Regardless, we ought to stand united. In the current climate, this is our foundation. We cannot allow Malfoy to bear the risks alone. We must follow him." After quelling the minor dispute, another senior pure-blood Slytherin proposed. This utterance immediately garnered the support of the other pure-blood Slytherins, with the exception of Pansy. Pansy believed that joining them now would jeopardize Draco's affairs and anxiously attempted to intervene. However, the will of the majority prevailed over her dissent, and her opinion was swiftly overshadowed by the other pure-blood Slytherins. Together, they departed the Great Hall and made their way to the 5th floor of the castle. Frustrated, Pansy stamped her feet several times before Millicent persuaded her to follow the group of Slytherins. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the castle, in the renovated classroom, the Sorting Hat ceremony had commenced. Dumbledore and Dudley stood on either side of the classroom door, while a four-legged stool, upon which the exuberant Sorting Hat rested, occupied the space in front of them. This scene mirrored the annual sorting ceremony, albeit in a somewhat makeshift setting. Dumbledore had utilized a silent extension charm to temporarily enlarge the corridor on the 5th floor, accommodating several hundred students. Therefore, while the venue was somewhat shabby, it was not cramped. For this election ceremony, there was no alphabetical list by surname. Instead, students queued according to their arrival time to undergo the Sorting Hat assessment. Those who passed were permitted to enter the classroom for a tour, while those who did not were left outside. The Gryffindor students, having been closest to Harry and the most lively, formed the front of the line. At this point, approximately half of the students had been sorted. However, the results were not as flawless as they had anticipated. The Gryffindor students had assumed that, due to their connection to Harry, Dudley's cousin, and Dudley's previous closeness to Gryffindor, they would all pass the assessment. Yet, some were unceremoniously deemed unfit by the Sorting Hat, heightening the anxiety of those yet to be sorted. During the assessment, the Sorting Hat murmured the 4 criteria in a low voice, informing the candidates of what they had passed or failed. Consequently, Dudley and Dumbledore clearly heard that many of the Gryffindor students who did not pass had faltered on the criterion of rivalry. Certain young lions had misguidedly transformed their bravery into indiscriminate aggression and bullying, remaining oblivious to their shortcomings, and thus faced elimination. Additionally, A few young lions had failed even the criterion for being a white wizard, reinforcing Gryffindor's reputation as the second largest producer of dark wizards, after Slytherin. Dudley exhibited no emotional response to this outcome, having anticipated it. However, Dumbledore, standing nearby, appeared rather displeased. He held deep affection for Gryffindor and naturally wished for fewer students to be excluded. All he could do was frown and sigh in disappointment, unable to intervene to alter the result. Inside the classroom, Harry and his friends shared a sense of confusion and discontent. They had been among the first to be tested and had entered the classroom early. Dursley assigned them a task: to introduce the various facilities and their corresponding purposes within the classroom to those students who had successfully passed the examination and entered. However, at that moment, the number of students who had cleared the test was quite limited. As they stepped into the classroom, their attention remained fixated on the testing situations of their peers, leaving them little inclination to explore their surroundings. Consequently, Harry and his companions, along with the other successful candidates, peered out of the ajar classroom door to observe the ongoing testing outside. They had not anticipated that their own house harbored such a faction of intellectually inadequate individuals. They could only momentarily console themselves with the thought that other houses had yet to commence their testing, perhaps indicating that even more students from those houses would falter. Yet, reality did not conform to their wishes. Time gradually passed. The Lion House was completed, followed by the Eagle House, and then the more reticent Badger House, ultimately concluding with the 30 or so half-blood Slytherins. The number of students who had passed the examination and entered the classroom steadily increased. The final outcome revealed that the entire Badger House had succeeded, while approximately 70% of both the Eagle and Lion houses had also passed. A meticulous analysis of the data indicated that the number of successful candidates from Eagle House slightly exceeded that of Lion House. As for the 30-odd half-blood Slytherins, nearly half had passed, marking a commendable achievement of rising above the muck. Are there any students left who wish to be tested? If so, please step forward promptly. Dursley called out to the scattered students in the corridor. The majority of those lingering were those who had not passed the screening but were eager to witness the proceedings and hear if Dursley had further announcements. The sole exception was Draco Malfoy, whose expression was one of conflict, hesitating at this juncture, yet unable to make a definitive choice. A little further back, more than 40 pure-blood Slytherins lurked near the stairs, covertly observing the situation. Are there any more students who wish to be tested? Dursley's voice resonated again, directed precisely toward Draco Malfoy's position, almost calling him out by name. Finally, spurred by Dursley's urging, Draco made his decision, stepping forth from the crowd to approach the stool where the Sorting Hat resided, all the while indulging in a touch of haughty dialogue to craft a possible escape route for himself. All right, I shall, but I am not obliged to attend your class. Dursley responded with a smile. No problem at all. I won't compel anyone to join my class. Draco nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Dumbledore then placed the Sorting Hat upon Draco's head. Ah, a peculiar little wizard. I remember you well. On the day of your sorting, a certain quality of yours underwent a dramatic transformation, rendering you less suited for Slytherin. I initially intended to place you in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. However, your resolve was too strong, and I had no choice but to assign you to Slytherin. It appears this decision has caused you considerable distress. As the Sorting Hat settled onto Draco's head, it began to mutter in an exceedingly low voice, and with each word, Draco's heart grew more tumultuous. Draco could only softly urge the Sorting Hat to proceed with today's selection ceremony and refrain from mentioning the house division. Oh, very well. I have indeed been assessing, the Sorting Hat murmured. It noted the absence of a desire to embrace dark wizardry, passing the first criterion. It discarded any notions of blood discrimination, passing the second. It acknowledged the glory of Hogwarts and Slytherin House, passing the third, and it harbored no intent to instigate conflict, expressing a willingness to coexist peacefully with like-minded peers, passing the fourth. The Sorting Hat concluded this assessment in a whisper before suddenly raising its voice. All 4 criteria have been met. Congratulations, you have passed the evaluation. A profound silence enveloped the room, as the vast majority present were astounded by the outcome. Draco Malfoy, of such notable lineage, was well known among students from all 4 houses. Just this past Friday evening, during Dudley's speech, Draco and other pureblood Slytherins had stood up and cast spells at Dudley, a scene witnessed by many. How could it be that less than 2 days later, He had passed the evaluation and transformed into a student devoid of blood prejudice and dark wizard tendencies. One who eschewed house rivalry? This left everyone perplexed. The more than 40 pure-blood Slytherins standing by the staircase were even more bewildered. They had just believed Draco's malevolent intentions, assuming he was merely curious and that being eliminated would be the expected outcome. Who could have anticipated that he would truly pass the evaluation? The Sorting Hat must have erred. Pansy Parkinson cried out, her emotions getting the better of her as she defended Draco vociferously. Nonsense. A senior pureblood Slytherin immediately countered. That is a treasure imbued with the thoughts of Hogwarts' four founders, crafted with the participation of the great Salazar, Slytherin himself. How could there be an error? Did you not see how those troublesome Gryffindor lions were filtered out? And the cunning Ravenclaws, both male and female, were likewise eliminated. How could it possibly be that the Sorting Hat made a mistake solely in Draco Malfoy's case? Pansy's face paled, but in her panic, she could think of no further arguments. She could only stand there, gazing at Draco in the distance. Students who had failed the evaluation echoed Pansy's concerns at the classroom entrance, but were promptly refuted by Dumbledore and Dudley. They were certain that the Sorting Hat had not erred. Draco Malfoy's heart was in turmoil. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat announce his successful evaluation, he had felt exhilarated. Yet, peering through the gaps in the crowd, he saw the pure-blood Slytherins standing by the staircase engaging in a heated debate on his behalf, which yanked his thoughts back to the harsh reality. After much hesitation, Draco Malfoy took off the Sorting Hat from his head and placed it back on the stool. He lifted his foot to leave, but his trajectory was clearly not towards the classroom, but rather towards the direction of the pure-blood Slytherins. Suddenly, Dudley reached out and grasped Draco Malfoy's shoulder, causing him to tremble. Do not be afraid. Derry leaned closer to Draco Malfoy and whispered, "You are far too feeble. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Hesitation leads only to failure. You have passed the test. Even if you return to their side and stand with them again, your relationship can never revert to what it once was. Seize this opportunity to act according to your own desires. Forsaking darkness for light is the wisest choice. But the Dark Lord is not dead, my parents, my family." Draco Malfoy replied, turning slightly, his voice laced with conflict. In response, Derry cast a sound-blocking charm and proceeded to analyze. Voldemort will inevitably meet his demise. Even if he survives and regains power, he will require your parents' assistance to consolidate the remaining spineless Death Eaters. He wouldn't dare to harm you. Otherwise, Voldemort would find himself in a predicament, devoid of allies and resources. At that point, let your parents shift all blame onto Dumbledore and me. They can claim that it was a trap set by us, that we manipulated the Sorting Hat's results and coerced you and your parents to side with us. Rest assured, your parents are not fools. When the time comes, their excuses will be impeccably crafted. Yet the risk remains. What if the Dark Lord refuses us the chance to speak and acts directly? Draco Malfoy remained ensnared in a web of indecision. There is no endeavor devoid of risk. Have you not discerned the root of your turmoil? It lies in your own weakness. You cannot stand against Voldemort. If you continue to waver and sink deeper into despair, your strength will merely mirror that of your parents. As long as Voldemort endures, you will wear the mask of hypocrisy and live in subservience for your entire life. Are you content with that? Enter my classroom to enhance your abilities and forge alliances with the prevailing forces of light in the magical realm. That is the path to take. I trust your parents will support your decision. Derry implored earnestly. After delivering his final counsel, he withdrew the sound-blocking charm and released Draco's shoulder. Draco did not respond, nor continued in the direction of the pure-blood Slytherins. Instead, he paused for a moment and made a resolute decision. He glanced at the pure-blood Slytherins in the distance before turning firmly, circumventing the stool where the Sorting Hat rested, and entered the classroom. Witnessing this, the pure-blood Slytherins erupted in disbelief. They had never imagined that Draco would truly betray them. Chapter 178. Detailed analysis of the test results. Old Dumbledore sigh. Would you like to be tested? Malfoy can. Perhaps one of you might qualify as well. After Draco entered the classroom, Derry, with his magically amplified voice, called out loudly to the pure-blood Slytherins in the distance. Despite the cheerful tone of his words, the pure-blood Slytherins trembled in fear, shaking their heads in unison and turning away. Even the disheartened Pansy was forcibly dragged away by Millicent. Darryl remained unfazed. shifting his attention to the eliminated students from the 4 houses who lingered nearby. He spoke in a low voice. The selection assessment for my class differs from the sorting ceremony. One can only partake in it once in a lifetime. A person's thoughts and character can indeed change, particularly during their formative years. What may seem incomprehensible to you today might become clear tomorrow. Those who grasp it today may not necessarily retain that understanding indefinitely. Hence, I will conduct this assessment on the 2nd week of every month. Regardless of whether you previously passed or were eliminated, anyone wishing to cross the threshold of my classroom must retake the test and secure a passing mark to gain entry. This means that those of you who were not successful this time still have opportunities ahead. There is ample time for us to meet again. Let's disperse for now. Daryl's words instilled a sense of hope in the eliminated students, particularly among the majority from Gryffindor, who felt confident in their ability to adjust their mindsets and succeed in the next or subsequent assessments. The rejected Gryffindors, accustomed to recklessness and impulsivity, could be guided back to the right path with rational thinking. In contrast, the difficulty of adjustment was markedly higher for the eliminated students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. They were not impulsive. Rather, they were composed and astute individuals whose inclination toward dark magic stemmed from careful consideration or early exposure. Without strong positive reinforcement to influence them, they would inevitably tread the same path as Death Eaters and Dark Wizards in the future. Outside the classroom, the eliminated students departed one by one. Dumbledore sighed several times as he returned to the headmaster's office, bearing the sorting hat. He had initially approached this unprecedented selection ceremony with enthusiasm, eager to observe. Yet the outcome was less than satisfactory. While a majority of students passed the assessment, a significant number did not participate or were unsuccessful. Over 20 students were eliminated from both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, while more than 40 pure-blood students from Slytherin abstained, and half of the participating mixed-blood students were eliminated, totaling around 16 or 17. When considering the statistics, nearly 100 out of a total of approximately 300 students failed to pass, representing a staggering 1/3. Moreover, the majority of this eliminated third comprised students who excelled academically across various subjects. The root of the dark wizard issue within the magical realm lay within the school. At Hogwarts, today, Dumbledore truly grasped the frightening conclusion that Daryl had previously articulated. Imagine if Hogwarts continued its traditional approach of solely imparting magical skills while neglecting the moral education of its students. The nearly 100 students filter out today would inevitably become future dark wizards and Death Eaters. Upon graduation, they would eventually engage in nefarious deeds, disrupting the order and stability of the magical community, standing in opposition to the remaining nearly 200 students. Even if the White Wizards ultimately triumphed, the toll of sacrificed wizards during this conflict would undoubtedly be considerable. Moreover, it is highly likely that those students who excel academically and possess commendable practical skills have engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately depleting one another. The mediocre students, unable to become aurors or formidable dark wizards, have merely survived as commoners within the magical realm. For these ordinary students, merely preserving the existing magical heritage would be a noteworthy achievement, let alone any notions of magical innovation. The notion that each generation of wizards is stronger than the last is nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Dumbledore now feels an even greater sense of gratitude for having forged a friendship with Dudley, which has broadened his perspective. He has become increasingly dedicated to the development of his intellectual courses and the introduction of Muggle talents for teaching. Upon returning to his office, he eagerly delved into books, composed letters, and kept a vigilant eye on the bedridden Nicholas for any signs of movement, all while bustling with activity. Meanwhile, after dismissing the unsuccessful students and Dumbledore, Dudley turned and entered the classroom, ascending to the platform at the center of the circular dais. Addressing nearly 200 budding wizards from the White Wizarding faction, he began to speak. Congratulations to all of you for passing the selection and entering my classroom. I trust you heard what I mentioned at the door. My assessment and scrutiny are not limited to a single occasion. We shall reassess every 2nd week of the month. I hope that each of you can steadfastly maintain a pure heart and, through each subsequent evaluation, never face rejection from my class. Those selected from Gryffindor shall not be dismissed. As Dudley finished speaking, the exuberant twins, Fred and George, raised their fists and arms, calling out in enthusiastic support. which prompted the Gryffindor students who had passed the selection to echo their sentiments loudly. Draco, seated across from the Gryffindor students, displayed no signs of weakness, proudly leading 15 half-blooded Slytherins to join in the fervor. The atmosphere became electric, with the chosen candidates from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also caught up in the momentum, voicing their commitment to maintaining their pure intentions and succeeding in future evaluations. Standing at the center of the platform, Dudley surveyed the room, taking in the youthful yet determined faces before him, deeply moved, a smile gracing his features. He understood that time is merciless and the future remains uncertain. However, the beauty of this moment is undeniable. Allowing the fervent cheers to resonate for a while, he eventually raised his hand to calm the students. Excellent. This energy is splendid. Let us sustain it. My class will officially commence after lunch. For now, instead of teaching, I wish to announce several appointments related to our course. The students, momentarily bewildered by Dudley's words, exchanged glances, puzzled. While Hogwarts students could serve as heads of their respective houses, captains of the Quidditch teams, and presidents of the student council, there had never been student leaders specifically for a particular class. Dudley's initiative marked a significant precedent. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request your attention as I formally commence the announcement of appointments. When I mention your name, please rise and accept my designation along with the special insignia bestowed upon you. Dudley reiterated the steps of the appointments, igniting a sense of curiosity and anticipation among all the students. First up is Harry Potter. Harry, slightly bewildered, swiftly rose to his feet, awaiting further instructions from Dudley. Although his cousin had not forewarned him about this event, it did not hinder his compliance with Dudley's directives. Consequently, Harry quickly adopted a solemn expression, prepared for Dudley's announcement. Chapter 179, Pre-Class Appointments and Special Insignia Presentation. I hereby appoint you as the special teaching assistant for the Practical Magic Enhancement course. Focusing on spell work, you will assist me in imparting knowledge of the Shield Charm, Enhancement Charm, and other spellcasting techniques to your fellow classmates. Dudley declared the appointment with a flourish, conjuring a beautifully crafted circular insignia adorned with a blue dragon, a red phoenix, and a shield emblem, which floated gracefully before Harry. The accompanying cord unfurled automatically, draping around Harry's neck. Now moving on to Fred Weasley and George Weasley. Dudley gestured for Harry to take his seat and then announced the names of the Weasley twins. The lively and mischievous duo joyfully rose in unison, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. I appoint you both as special teaching assistants for the Practical Magic Enhancement course, specializing in alchemy and magical item creation. You will aid me in teaching your classmates about the arts and sciences of alchemy and spell modification. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our duties, Dudley. The Weasley twins chimed in harmony, perfectly complementing each other. They happily accepted their appointments, donning the exquisite insignia presented by Dudley. Their insignias were identical, featuring an engraving of a stone wall encircled by two shield-like patterns. Next, Percy Weasley, Cedric Diggory, Zhao Jiang, Draco Malfoy. After announcing the Weasley twins' appointments, Dudley swiftly called out 4 additional names, representing 4 distinct houses, all of whom are exemplary talents. Of course, the second-year Cho Chang and first-year Draco Malfoy still seemed a touch inexperienced, yet Dudley could not think of other suitable candidates. The 4 students, varying in height and demeanor, stood up, some in surprise, others in astonishment, eagerly awaiting Dudley's pronouncement. From now on, in my classroom, you 4 will serve as the representatives for your respective houses. You will be responsible for conveying information, assisting your housemates in deepening their understanding of my lessons, collecting and providing preliminary corrections on assignments, and addressing any queries your peers may have. The initial responses to these queries should be compiled into a booklet, along with the preliminarily graded assignments, to be submitted to the academic committee, which will then forward them to the head representative for final review before reaching my hands for ultimate assessment. Dolly articulated in great detail the responsibilities of the representatives from the 4 academic branches, meticulously outlining the procedural framework. Simultaneously, 4 medallions adorned with lanyards were distributed. The medallion of Percy Weasley was engraved with an open, seemingly feeble palm and a double shield motif. Cedric Diggory's medallion bore the design of dual stone walls encircled by a ring of shields. The medallion belonging to Qiu Zhang featured a cluster of ropes accompanied by 2 rings of shield patterns. Draco Malfoy's medallion displayed a blurred whirlwind design encircled by a single ring of shields. Each possessed its distinctive characteristics, and the 4 were quite content with the medallions they had received. Once the branch representatives for each house were arranged, Dolly continued with the appointments for other positions. "Ron Weasley," Dolly proclaimed loudly. "Me," Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief as he pointed hesitantly at himself, rising uncertainly from his seat. "Indeed, Ron. It is you. Do not doubt it," Dolly responded calmly, formally appointing him as the academic monitor for the course I teach. He would be responsible for collecting and distributing assignments, gathering notebooks and question sheets from each branch representative, submitting them to the chief representative, who would then review them and pass them on to me for final approval, after which Ron would also be responsible for disseminating the feedback. Most importantly, he was to lead by example, establishing a standard for academic diligence that would inspire his peers to strive for collective improvement. As he spoke, Dolly summoned a finely crafted medallion, presenting it to Ron. This medallion was inscribed with the image of a fist and encircled by 2 rings of shields. Ron examined the medallion hanging around his neck with delight. However, he could not shake off his anxiety and looked up at Dolly with a furrowed brow, doubting his ability to shoulder this responsibility. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Harry tugged at his robes, urging him to return to his seat. "Ron, have you forgotten? You signed a pact with my cousin. When he calls you to charge, you cannot falter, or you'll be stuck with a runny nose every day," Harry whispered urgently as he pulled Ron back down. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on Ron's brow, banishing his thoughts of retreat. "All right, next up, Hermione Granger," Dolly called out, his tone steady as he announced Hermione's name. Unlike Ron, Hermione was resolute. She had little fear of being called upon by her teachers or taking on responsibilities. With a swift motion, she stood up confidently, her demeanor exuding pride. "I hereby appoint you as the chief representative for the course I teach, responsible for the second review and grading of the assignments and question sheets collected by the academic monitors. Should you encounter any insurmountable questions, submit them to me. After my explanations, ensure that all queries are understood and relay this understanding to the academic monitors and the 4 branch representatives, so that together, you may assist your fellow classmates." Dudley's appointment instilled considerable pressure within Hermione, yet she did not falter. She gracefully accepted the appointment and received the medal bestowed upon her by Dudley. Hermione's medal was adorned with the image of a phoenix and 2 shield patterns. "Finally, I shall appoint the discipline committee member," Dudley proclaimed as Hermione took her seat, his gaze settling on Neville, who was seated rather close to Harry. "It is Neville Longbottom," Dudley announced loudly, startling Neville, who appeared even more timid than Ron, trembling and hesitating to rise. It was Harry, unable to bear the sight, who gave Neville a gentle nudge, enabling the stout future swordmaster to stand. "Dudley, I can't do it," Neville stammered, his voice quivering. "First, you are a boy. You must not say you cannot. Second, you are a Gryffindor. You must possess courage," Dudley asserted gravely, facing Neville. "Lastly, during class, do not address me as Dudley. Refer to me by my title, assistant to the headmaster." However, Neville still lacked the requisite courage. Yet, confronted with Dudley's stern demeanor, he found himself unable to refuse once more, finally managing to stammer, "I understand, assistant to the headmaster." "Very well," Dudley responded. "Neville, your primary responsibility as the discipline committee member is to oversee the conduct and speech of your fellow students. Should you encounter any situations that do not align with the 4 screening criteria, you must intervene promptly and correct them. Furthermore, if any student faces issues related to bullying or blood discrimination, as mentioned in my address on Friday evening in the auditorium, they may report to you, and you shall come to me for resolution." Dudley efficiently assigned duties to the timid Neville and, with a flick of his wand, placed a noticeably larger, specially crafted medal around Neville's neck. This medal featured 5 shield patterns, along with a striking design of a rain of swords.